Chapter 1. When the sun rises again, you shall forever descend into darkness. Angelia Royal opened her eyes. The room exuded a quintessential European aristocratic core. Vast swathes of velvet adorned the walls, while twinkling starlight streamed through the silver-framed window, casting a luminous glow upon the deep green velvet, rendering it bright and smooth. Upon the ivory-white vanity rested several cobalt-blue jewelry boxes, their surfaces encrusted with large pearls that gleamed brilliantly under the soft, golden candlelight. In the dim glow, Angelia discerned a letter pressed beneath one of the boxes. Angelia stared blankly at the inexplicable letter, certain that it had not been there the night before as she had drifted into slumber. By the wardrobe, the owl named will suddenly flapped its wings and bent its head to preen its feathers. Angelia shifted her gaze to it. The creature seemed to sense something, raising its head to blink at her with an endearing innocence. Angelia's thoughts drifted back to her recent dream, where a haunting phrase echoed vividly in her ears, allowing her to recall the scene. In a stifling, shadowy dungeon, a desperate and deranged woman struck a bargain with Hades that I promise you, but when the sun rises again, you shall forever descend into darkness. Hades intoned coldly from within a shroud of black mist. With a snap of her fingers, the house elf Tina promptly materialized in the room. Esteemed mistress, how may Tina serve you? The house elf bowed respectfully, her gaze fixed intently upon Angelia. What time is it? Angelia inquired, glancing outside at the star-studded sky. Tina bowed once more. Mistress, it is 11:03 p.m. Angelia approached the vanity, reaching for the envelope, her tone gentle. Understood. You may leave now. Yes, mistress. With a soft pop, Tina vanished, and tranquility enveloped the room once more. Angelia seated herself in the sapphire satin chair and opened the envelope, from which a delicate silver ring tumbled out, accompanied by a sheet of dark green stationery. She extracted the paper, revealing familiar, ornate golden script that meandered through a plethora of grandiloquent verbiage. With practiced ease, she sifted through the flowery nonsense to uncover the crux. The Malfoys sought a union. Discarding the letter, Angelia regarded the silver ring lying upon her desk, its simplistic design starkly contrasting the opulence associated with the Malfoy lineage. A faint smile graced Angelia's lips as she retrieved a quill and fresh parchment from her drawer, succinctly penning a brief response inviting them to visit the following day. Summoning will with a gesture, Angelia placed the letter and ring into an envelope, sealing it with care. The night breeze was refreshing yet gentle as will shook its feathers, soaring into the night sky on the soft currents. Angelia sat in quiet contemplation for a moment before tossing the ring into her drawer. As the clock struck midnight, Angeli stepped out of her room. The corridor was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. As Angeli strolled quietly down the hallway, she was abruptly confronted by an elderly man clad in black, who caught her off guard. Are you planning to sneak out again? He queried, leaning on his cane, his raised eyebrow suggesting a palpable threat in his tone that I merely stepped out for a glass of water. Angeli replied, her expression unflinching as she spun a deceitful tale. However, the old man was not swayed by her ruse. With a disdainful scoff, he retorted, those tricks are old hat to me. You shall not leave tonight. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. But today marks the last day of my 10th year. I simply wish to celebrate with my friends, Angeli implored, giving him a playful wink. Please, dear old wizard, allow me to go. The old man's brow twitched with irritation. What'd you just call me? Is this how you plead? No, I didn't mean that. Angeli quickly corrected herself. Grandfather Gellert, I beseech you, let me go. Gellert tapped his cane thoughtfully, ultimately relenting. You must return by 6 this evening. Otherwise, you know the consequences. His final words were a stark warning, and Angeli promptly promised, I will be back by then. Thank you, Grandfather Gellert. Without awaiting his response, she leapt through the adjacent window into the engulfing night. Gellert stood by the window, watching her vanish into the shadowy darkness, and let out a resigned sigh. This child possessed extraordinary magical talent, but was confined here with him. A lamentable situation indeed. Albus was too distrustful, after all. After lingering at the window for a while, Gellert turned to return to his room, only to be unexpectedly collided with by an object that darted in through the window, striking him squarely in the back. Assuming it was Angeli, he turned with a reproachful smile, ready to scold her, but found no one there. Perplexed, he lowered his gaze and, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, spotted an unconscious owl lying on the ground, clutching a letter in its beak. Oh, poor little creature, Gellert remarked, devoid of sympathy as he bent down to retrieve the letter. The envelope bore a grand Hogwarts seal, and the handwriting was unmistakably familiar. It was from Albus. Gellert's hands trembled with excitement as he swiftly tore open the envelope, revealing a letter inscribed in Dumbledore's sharp script. Gellert, I wonder how Angeli is faring? This year she turns 11, and I believe she should come to Hogwarts. Perhaps having her close by would ease my mind. As her nominal guardian, I hope you will grant my request. Yours lovingly, Albus. Gellert stared at Albus' name for a long while, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Point 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. As the night deepened, Angelia silently materialized at the doorstep of the Dursley residence. The house was cloaked in darkness, indicating that its occupants were still in the embrace of slumber. Angelia employed an aloe hammer on the door lock, and the latch almost immediately sprang open without a sound. She gently pushed the door ajar and stepped inside. It was just past 3 in the morning, the hour when most souls are lost in dreams. The house was eerily quiet, yet she felt an unsettling dissonance in the air. She made her way to the pantry at the foot of the staircase, carefully twisting the knob. However, Harry was not to be found within. This was peculiar. Angelia ascended to the second floor, where the Dursleys typically resided. She peered into each room, only to discover that the family was conspicuously absent. Finally, the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. Typically, the Dursleys would snore thunderously throughout the night, yet tonight the house was enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any sound. Raising her wand toward Harry's bed, Angelia arched an eyebrow, conjuring a swirl of black mist that emanated from the tip of her wand. The dark vapor spiraled around Harry's bed before slipping out the window and vanishing. Moments later, the black mist returned to Angelia's wand, revealing to her Harry's whereabouts, a cottage upon the rocks. Angelia melded into the air. The sea surged violently, waves crashing tumultuously as she landed precariously on a slick stone, barely regaining her balance. Irritated, she furrowed her brow. Drenched by the tempest, her mood plummeting to the depths. Before her stood a dilapidated wooden door, which she effortlessly shattered into fragments. The pitiful door crumbled to dust in an instant. Angelia strode into the dwelling with a composed demeanor, where the Dursley family stared at her in shock. Harry was crouched on the floor, a grotesque cake before him. Beside him stood a half-giant, his thick hair nearly obscuring his features, staring at her in bewilderment. Angelia flashed a sweet smile, surveying the room before her gaze finally settled on Harry. "Happy birthday, Harry." A shy smile crept across Harry's face. "Thank you, Angelia." The half-giant seemed to come back to his senses, turning his massive face toward Harry and inquiring in a gruff voice, "Harry, is this your friend?" "Yes, this is Angelia." "Angelia, this is Hagrid from Hogwarts." Harry began introducing them, but suddenly faltered, whispering to Hagrid, "What was it again?" "Hogwarts what?" "Hogwarts," Hagrid prompted, then turned his enormous face toward Angelia, offering the most amicable smile he could muster. "Hello, Angelia. I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. That was quite a splendid shatter spell you cast. Some children from wizarding families learn spells in advance, so Hagrid was not overly surprised. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid," Angelia spoke with utmost politeness. "Oh, Angelia, come here," Harry exclaimed, his emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. "Look, Hagrid has brought a cake. I believe we can share it together." "Is that permissible?" Harry inquired, turning his gaze towards Hagrid, anticipation etched on his face. "Oh, certainly," Hagrid replied, a warm smile gracing his features. "I am delighted that you have a wizarding friend." Angelia had taken her seat beside Harry, her gaze fixated on the enormous chocolate cake before her. Lost in contemplation, Harry, already indulging in a generous slice, abruptly froze, prompting Angelia to wisely refrain from touching the dessert. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, who remained oblivious, he looked at Angelia with curiosity. "Are you also a first-year Hogwarts this year?" "Oh, I am not," Angelia replied, her eyes blinking with a hint of wistfulness. "I suppose I shall not be attending school." A puzzled expression crossed Hagrid's furry face. "Have you not yet turned 11? Angelia offered a faint smile. "After today, I shall be 11. Then your birthday is just a day apart from Harry's," Hagrid rumbled in astonishment. "What a marvelous coincidence. I believe you shall also receive your acceptance letter to Hogwarts this year. The owl should deliver it tomorrow." Harry looked at him with eager eyes. "Really? Can I attend school with Angelia?" "Of course," Hagrid said, extending his large hand to touzle Harry's unruly hair. "All young wizards receive their Hogwarts acceptance letters upon turning 11. Harry dreamily turned to Angelia, his green eyes gleaming with joy. "This is wonderful. We can attend Hogwarts together." Angelia's face blossomed into a charming smile, yet she remained silent. How could that old madman possibly allow her to attend school? "Oh, Children, Hagrid glanced at the time. I think it is time to rest. There is much to accomplish tomorrow. With that, Hagrid surveyed the small cabin. This place is rather cramped. You two will have to make do here for now. I shall return in the morning. But he removed his heavy black coat and tossed it to Harry. Take this, it is quite cold here. You may use it to keep warm while you sleep. Harry struggled to catch the coat, shivering slightly as he did so. Angelia's keen eyes caught sight of a dormouse peeking out from his pocket. Hagrid strode out, thoughtfully placing a large stone to barricade the door, effectively sealing both the storm and freedom outside. The cabin was once again enveloped in darkness, prompting Angelia to raise her wand and softly utter, "Lumos." A soft glow emanated from the tip of her wand, illuminating a small area. Angelia glanced at the dormouse, which was desperately clawing at the pocket's edge in an attempt to escape, and softly suggested, "How about we spend a night at the Malfoy residence? We can return tomorrow." It was evident that Harry had noticed the mouse, as well. His striking emerald eyes were fixated on its sharp teeth, and he replied somewhat stiffly, "I suppose that would be acceptable." Without hesitation, Angelia grasped his wrist and apparat them to their destination. The thick black overcoat fell to the sofa as it lost its support, and the dormouse tumbled back into the pocket once more. Inside Malfoy Manor, Angelia and Harry materialized in the living room. This experience felt significantly improved compared to the last, as Harry did not succumb to nausea. He merely appeared a bit pale. Angelia recalled the previous occasion when she had apparat with Harry, only to find him retching pitifully by the roadside, much to Draco's amusement. Clearly, it was late, and everyone else had already retired for the night. Angelia refrained from disturbing them and led Harry to her own bedroom. "It's rather late now. I will introduce you to Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa tomorrow," she said, flopping onto the bed with a long yawn. She shifted to one side to make room for him, adding, "They are both quite pleasant." Although Harry was acquainted with Draco, it was his first visit to Malfoy Manor, and he felt a touch of apprehension. However, Angelia's reassurance eased his mind, and he lay down beside her. They had long since grown accustomed to such arrangements during their time at the Dursleys. Angelia and Draco would occasionally visit to keep him company, often crowding together on that diminutive bed. After a long day, Harry was utterly exhausted, and he fell asleep almost as soon as he lay down. Angelia quickly followed him into the realm of dreams. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Harry awoke with the first rays of morning sunlight streaming as he surveyed the strange environment. Confusion washed over him, and he propped himself up, slowly regaining his memory. Sensing the movement beside her, Angelia murmured sleepily, "Oh, Harry, it's too early. Let's sleep a little longer." She turned over, burying her head back into the blankets. Harry struggled to pull her out from beneath the covers. "Wake up, Angelia. We need to hurry back." Finally, Angelia managed to pry her eyes open. "What were we rushing to?" she asked, bewildered, running her fingers through her tousled, beautiful golden hair, which was a chaotic mess atop her head. "Back to that little cottage on the rock," Harry replied, pinching her cheek in exasperation. "Do you remember? Hagrid, the cake, and that heavy black coat." As realization dawned on her, Angelia fully awakened. "Oh, I remember now," she exclaimed, quickly rising to freshen herself and Harry up. "Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa said we're not to be late. Let's go greet them." "All right." Harry sighed softly, nervously clenching his hands. Angelia descended the stairs with Harry and entered the living room, where Lucius and Narcissa were seated on the sofa, enjoying tea and perusing the newspaper. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa," Angelia exclaimed as she dashed over to embrace Narcissa. "I have missed you so much. This is my friend, Harry Potter." Angelia gestured towards him. "I apologize for our late arrival yesterday. We did not have the chance to greet you." Narcissa looked at Harry with a hint of surprise, but promptly redirected her attention to Angelia, smiling as she playfully pinched Angelia's cheek. "There is no need for formalities. Upon your return, you are welcome to come home whenever you wish." Lucius raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Harry for a brief moment. Harry offered a polite smile and said, "Good morning, sir, madam. You may call me Harry. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion last night." Lucius returned his attention to the newspaper and spoke in a low, measured tone. "It's quite all right, Mr. Potter. Draco often speaks of you." Harry smiled shyly, his lips pressed together. Narcissa bestowed a gentle smile upon him. "No need to worry, Harry. Please, have a seat and join us for breakfast this morning." Before Harry could respond, a platinum-haired head suddenly appeared at the top of the staircase, exclaiming in surprise, "Harry? Angelia." The four of them turned toward the staircase. Draco stood there in his pajamas, leaning on the banister, his tousled platinum hair falling haphazardly over his forehead. One hand rubbed his eyes, clearly just awakened. "When did you all arrive?" Lucius cleared his throat in discontent. Draco, go back and dress properly. Draco, ever obedient to his father's wishes, discreetly winked at Angelia and Harry before promptly retreating to his room. Narcissa gently took Angelia's hand and asked, "Would you like to eat, dear? Shall I prepare some snacks for you to take along?" Lucius also set down his newspaper and looked at her. "Last time I was on a business trip to Switzerland, I brought back a beautiful blue diamond necklace for you. It's in the drawer of your room. Do remember to take it with you." Angelia playfully winked. "Thank you, Uncle Lucius. You are so kind to me. You are truly the most handsome and intelligent wizard in the entire world." A subtle smile graced Lucius's face as he rolled up the newspaper and gently tapped Angelia on the head. "You are quite the chatterbox." Observing the interaction among the three, Harry felt a wave of warmth swell within him. Angelia, like him, had never encountered her parents since childhood. She was even unaware of their identities and had no relatives. Harry only knew that she lived with an elderly gentleman who was not related to her by blood, and that she shared a special bond with the Malfoy family, who had bestowed upon her much warmth. As Harry was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. It was Draco pressing down upon him. "Harry, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me?" Draco exclaimed with excitement. "Angelina, why didn't you wake me?" Angelia rolled her eyes dramatically beside Narcissa, exclaiming, "It's not as if you cannot wake up. What difference does it make whether we meet sooner or later?" Draco was momentarily rendered speechless by her retort. Yet it was evident that he was accustomed to such exchanges. As was his habit, he swiftly turned to Harry for support, imploring, "Harry, look at her." Harry, as always, sided with Angelia, stating, "I believe Angelia has a point." Frustrated, Draco pouted and turned away, dismissing their conversation. After a while, as the dawn broke, Angelia rose and addressed them. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, we have other matters to attend to. We must return now." "So early?" Narcissa gently urged, "Stay a little longer. Let us enjoy breakfast together." "Indeed, let us linger a while longer," Draco interjected, wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulders. "I have only just reunited with you both." Angelia smiled apologetically. "Today, Harry has made arrangements with someone, so I must return him first. I shall come by another day." "Arrangements? With whom?" A look of shock and sorrow mingled on Draco's face, as though he had been betrayed. "How could you not bring me along? It is someone from Hogwarts." "Come to see Harry," Angelia winked at Draco. Understanding dawned upon him instantly, and his expression transformed into a gentlemanly fade of false cheer. "Well then, I wish you both a delightful time." Harry regarded him with a curious glance. Narcissa reluctantly raised her hand and gently embraced Angelia. "You must come to stay here for a few days." "Certainly," Angelia responded obediently. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Angelia and Harry apparat back to the rocky outcrop. Hagrid emerged from the house, his face etched with concern, and encountered the two who had just stood upon the stone. "Thank goodness, where have you been?" Hagrid exhaled in relief. "I was beginning to fear you had been taken away." Harry offered a subtle smile. "It was too cold here last night, so Angelia took me to stay at a friend's house." Hagrid harbored no suspicions. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Are you both ready? We must set off now." His gaze turned towards Angelia, hesitating with a hint of unease. Angelia spoke thoughtfully. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Hagrid exhibited a grateful smile, asking, "Where do you reside? I can escort you home." Filner responded with a sweet smile. "There is no need. You two should proceed with your business. I can manage on my own." Indeed, the hour had grown quite late, and Hagrid, without further hesitation, offered her an apologetic smile before mounting his motorcycle. He turned to Harry, his voice gruff. "Come on, hop on, Harry." Harry glanced at Angelia, his brow slightly furrowed, as though he wished to utter something more. Angelia reassured him with a warm smile. "Go on now." With a gentle wave of her hand, she encouraged him. Harry pursed his lips and, lowering his gaze, settled onto the motorcycle. The vehicle erupted with a deafening roar, a plume of dark exhaust billowing from its rear as it soared abruptly into the sky. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that Harry's scream had surpassed the motorcycle's thunderous sound. It was only when the motorcycle had faded into the distance that Angelia utilized her apparition to return to Grindelwald's old mansion. Whether Gellert had awakened or had not slept at all, he was seated in the living room awaiting her arrival. "You're back," Gellert remarked, tapping his cane lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded her with a glimmer of amusement. "Right on time." Angelia approached him with a look of surprise. "Old sorcerer, why are you still awake? I have something to discuss with you." Gellert turned his gaze downward, idly rotating the emerald ring on his finger, and replied nonchalantly. "What did you call me?" Angelia, feeling a sudden jolt, approached him with a charming smile and seated herself beside him, her voice sweet as she addressed Grandfather Gellert. Gellert responded with a slight grunt. "Albus has written, stating that you are to attend Hogwarts. Is he truly allowing me to attend school?" Angelia's expression hardened, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Is he not concerned that I might become the Dark Lord?" With a tone tinged with melancholy, Gellert replied, "For so many years, you have harbored resentment towards him. Were it not for him, would I have been confined here since birth, subjected to constant restrictions and surveillance? I fear that his intention in permitting your schooling is merely to keep you under his watchful eye." Angelia abruptly rose, casting a cold glance at Gellert. "There are some things you need not reiterate. You have voiced them numerous times over the years. But you must understand, I shall never relinquish my ambitions." Gellert gazed at her intently for a long moment before finally exhaling a deep sigh, conceding, "I can only hope that your plans may come to fruition." Angelia raised her head with an air of pride, her tone resolute. "Of course." A gentle smile graced Galette's lips. He was well aware of the remarkable qualities of this child, whom he had nurtured himself, and he hoped she would successfully accomplish her mission. After a brief moment of contemplation, Galette removed the emerald ring from his finger. "This ring is now yours," he said, his gaze lingering on the verdant gem. His voice tinged with nostalgia. "Make good use of it." Angeli was momentarily taken aback, yet she reverently accepted the ring and vowed, "I shall restore its former brilliance." Galette raised his gaze to fixate on her, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity, his tone growing grave. "The path ahead is one you must choose for yourself. It leads towards a shadowy future. I hope you will persevere without regret." Angelia raised a brilliant smile. "From the moment he confined me here, I was destined to embark on this path. Moreover, in my eyes, the future gleams with resplendence. If the rules are dictated by me, then whether it is brilliance or darkness rests entirely upon my whims. May you find success." Gellert felt a mixture of solace and concern. Angelia appeared to comprehend his thoughts and said softly, "I will not take his life." The worry in Galet's eyes dissipated, and he murmured with a slight movement of his lips, "Thank you." Angelia turned her gaze towards the window, where the distant clouds floated gracefully against the azure sky. This expansive realm was where she would soon unleash her prowess, a manifestation of the freedom she had long dreamed of in her youth but could never attain. Upon returning to her chamber, she found Will perched atop a pile of books stacked in the corner, awaiting her arrival. As she entered, Will emitted a soft chirp, gracefully alighting on her shoulder and affectionately nuzzling her cheek. "Did you deliver the message?" Angelia inquired gently, brushing her fingers through his sleek feathers. Will responded with a couple of low calls, delicately pecking at her slender fingers. "Was it from the Hermond family?" Angelia asked, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Will. With a shake of his plumage, Will confidently called out in affirmation. Angelia possesses the rare ability to converse with certain animals, a gift that is highly esteemed among witches and wizards. Even more remarkable is her talent for soul capturing and thought extraction from these creatures, a feat that few can accomplish. Yesterday, upon receiving a letter concerning a potential union from the Malfoy family, Angelia sensed something amiss. The Malfoys share a close bond with her, yet the nature of their relationship is known to few. It is inconceivable that the Malfoy family would carelessly send her an elegantly worded proposal. Nor would they present her with an unremarkable, simplistic ring. Influenced by Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa, Angelia's aesthetic inclinations lean towards the opulent and grand, rendering her utterly disinterested in such a plain band. Those familiar with her tastes are well aware of her preferences, thus making the letter riddled with inconsistencies. What perplexes her is the reason behind the Hermond family sending her such a correspondence. Angelia sat quietly, furrowing her brow in contemplation, yet after much deliberation, she found herself at an impasse and ultimately decided to relinquish her thoughts. The Hermond family, once loyal allies of Gellert, would surely not wish her harm. After all, she had invited him over today, and all her uncertainties would soon be resolved. In the living room, Gellert was seated on the sofa, lost in his own thoughts, when the flames in the fireplace suddenly shifted in hue, and an elegant figure emerged from the verdant flames. "Mr. Grindelwald, is Miss Royal present?" Lucius Malfoy inclined himself slightly, performing a noble gesture. Gellert's keen senses detected an anomaly. Lucius Malfoy would never appear in this place, and considering Angelia's close ties with the Malfoy family, why would he refer to her as Miss Royal? Gellert nodded subtly, his demeanor cool as he replied, "She is." "Tina, summon Angelia," Gellert commanded tersely, then rose. Grasping his cane, preparing to retreat to his chamber. Such an obvious oversight was not lost on Angelia. She was more than capable of resolving her own matters, and he preferred not to linger and become an impediment. However, it was evident that Lucius was disinclined to let him depart. Observing Gellert's movement to stand, Lucius urgently interjected. "Wait, Mr. Grindelwald. What is it?" Gellert turned, his voice laced with coldness, a hint of impatience creeping onto his features. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius softly inquired, "Is this a suitable place for discussion?" Before Gellert could respond, a melodious voice cascaded down from the staircase. "It is certainly not suitable. This place is under constant surveillance." Angelia's gaze swept over Lucius, who was regarding her with an unfamiliar expression. "Miss Royale, good day to you. I am Lucius Malfoy." He offered a slight bow, to which Angelia responded with a discerning click of her tongue. "Is this the extent of the Malfoy family's etiquette?" she remarked disdainfully, observing his actions. "Thank you for presenting me with such an unrefined greeting." Lucius flashed an awkward smile. "Miss Royale, I am here to discuss the matter of our union." Angelia gracefully approached the sofa and seated herself, casting a fleeting glance at him. "I know who you are, yet I am unaware of your purpose for being here." Lucius was momentarily taken aback, instinctively directing his gaze towards Gellert. Angelia perceptively caught his gaze and seemingly nonchalantly raised her hand to twirl the emerald ring adorning her finger. "I believe some matters can be discussed with me, don't you think?" Lucius's eyes fell upon her hand, widening in astonishment. "You." Angelia turned around with a hint of impatience to glance at Gellert, who was stealthily preparing to return to his room. "What do you think, Grandfather Gellert?" Gellert instantly turned back, revealing an impeccable and affectionate smile. "Of course, my dear Angelia." Lucius stared at the two, utterly bewildered, even forgetting to close his mouth. "Ahem." Angelia cleared her throat, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Lucius promptly shut his mouth. Angelia drew her wand and waved it around a few times before lowering it, speaking with a serene demeanor. "All right, you may speak now, Hermann." Hermann glanced comically back and forth between Gellert and Angelia, hesitating to voice his thoughts. It was Gellert who first broke the silence. "You would do well to heed her words," he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "The Purity Party only obeys the commands of the Master of the Sacred Oath, do they not?" Upon hearing the term Sacred Oath, Hermann's expression stiffened, and he bowed respectfully to Angelia. "My leader, pray tell, what brings you here today?" Angelia inquired, taking a delicate sip from her teacup. With bowed head, Hermann replied, "Rogier has orchestrated a prison break. Members of the Purity Party are set to storm Nurmengard in 3 days to rescue you and Mr. Grindelwald. I ask that you both cooperate and avoid unnecessary sacrifices." Angelia spoke calmly. "From now on, I shall take charge of the Purity Party. Return to Rogier and inform him that the operation in 3 days is cancelled. Bring all members of the Purity Party here by tomorrow morning, selecting only the most loyal among them. Additionally, please prepare a list of members for me." Hermann diligently noted everything down. Once he confirmed that Angelia had no further instructions, he swiftly departed from the hearth. There was neither too much nor too little to discuss. He needed to return promptly to manage these affairs. Furthermore, with the change in leadership of the Purity Party, he had to notify the other members. The members of the Purity Party had always been fiercely loyal to Gellert, and winning them over would not be a simple task. Angelia was already mentally prepared for this. Today, Hermann, known for his gentle disposition among the members, was the one who came. Had it been someone else, the matter might not have proceeded as smoothly. This day was merely the beginning. The true focal point would be tomorrow's gathering of the Purity Party members. Even with Gellert present, she might not easily gain their allegiance. Moreover, if she wished to completely win over the Purity Party, it would have to be through her own strength, without relying on Gellert. As if sensing her thoughts, Gellert, who had been standing behind her, suddenly spoke. "You shall handle tomorrow's affairs on your own. I will not make an appearance." His voice carried an unusual charm, quieting the chaotic thoughts swirling in Angelia's mind. "Thank you," she replied, turning to Gellert with a sweet smile. Early the next morning, Angelia rose from her bed. This day marked her first encounter with the members of the Purity Party. She selected an opulent black gown from her wardrobe and meticulously checked her wand. Should there be any stubborn individuals, she would not hesitate to employ a few piercing curses, standing before the mirror to confirm her attire was suitable. Angelia gracefully descended the stairs to the dining room, where Gellert was already enjoying his breakfast. "Good morning, old wizard," Angelia said, elegantly pulling out a chair to sit beside him. "How did you sleep last night?" "Not too well," he replied. Gellert wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, It appears that after breakfast, I shall need to return to my slumber. Their eyes met, and Angelia could not help but reveal a faint smile. Thank you. Then I shall not disturb your rest. The smile on Gellert's lips deepened. I am most grateful. Breakfast soon came to an end, and Gellert, grasping his cane, returned to his chamber, while Angelia, cradling a cup of red tea, seated herself on the sofa, perusing a book as she awaited the arrival of the members of the purist party. Before long, a flicker from the fireplace announced the entrance of a stranger into the parlor. His complexion was pallid, and he exuded an air of stern authority, each movement reflecting the poised demeanor of a nobleman. Good day. Might I inquire if Mr. Gellert resides here? His voice matched his appearance in its gravitas. Angelia set down her cup of tea and regarded him calmly. Royal, you know me? There was no hint of surprise on Royal's face. Angelia even suspected he was deliberately testing whether she would recognize him. Gellert's esteemed assistant, she said with a soft smile. It is a pleasure to meet you. You flatter me. Royal paused for a brief moment, maintaining his serious demeanor. I have heard from Herman that you have received the sacred ring and ascended as the new leader of the purist party. Angelia raised an eyebrow and gestured for the teapot, pouring a cup of tea for him. Perhaps we should discuss this matter once everyone has arrived. Royal obediently took a seat. Angelia once again lifted the cup of red tea before her, taking a sip while subtly observing him behind the guise of the action. This royal appeared to be less formidable than she had initially anticipated. Soon, a number of individuals gathered by the fireplace, most choosing to stand behind Royal, except for a woman with a radiant smile who gracefully took a seat on the adjacent sofa beside Angelia. Oh, I say, the woman's voice, as enchanting as her appearance, had a melodic lilt that suggested an irresistible urge to listen further. She cast her gaze towards Royal, seated opposite her, and continued, Royal, after all these years, why do you still wear such a stoic expression? Royal seemed at a loss with the woman before him, letting out a resigned sigh as he uttered her name. Lena. Lena covered her lips with a flirtatious smile and turned her attention to Angelia. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Lena Dubois, the sole woman of the Witches' Pure Party. Royal cast a sidelong glance at her, followed by another resigned sigh. I am Wendell Royal, he said, politely lowering his gaze towards Angelia. For the time being, I serve as the vice leader of the Witches' Pure Party. Indeed, for the time being, Lena chimed playfully, winking at Angelia. I have long aspired to replace him, but alas, I have yet to succeed. Angelia gently curved her lips, suggesting that Mr. Rogier must always maintain a sense of crisis awareness. Rogier cast a helpless smile at Lena. Angelia's gaze shifted to the 2 rows of individuals standing behind Rogier. Now, let us begin with self-introductions, she stated. They stepped forward in an orderly fashion from left to right, succinctly presenting their names and responsibilities, and Angelia attentively memorized each one. It was only after the conclusion of all introductions that Angelia spoke again. The purpose of gathering you all today is twofold. First, to familiarize ourselves with one another. And second, to assign you the forthcoming tasks. The former Pure Blood Party once stood at the zenith of the wizarding world. However, for many years, due to certain evident reasons, Mr. Grindelwald was unable to issue directives to the Pure Blood Party, resulting in its prolonged obscurity. Now that I have taken the helm of the Pure Blood Party, I am resolute in revitalizing its spirit. I hope each of you will collaborate with me to restore the glory of the Pure Blood Party and elevate it back to the pinnacle of the wizarding realm. Angelia's voice was gentle yet resolute, imbued with an enchanting power that sent a tremor through the hearts of every member of the Dark Arts Society present. To reclaim their former glory was the fervent aspiration of each member. Once, they had followed the illustrious Grindelwald, basking in unparalleled honor, only for that splendor to be extinguished in a moment of darkness. Mr. Grindelwald was humiliated and imprisoned in Nurmengard, while the members of the society, like hunted rats, were forced to retreat into the shadows, concealing their brilliance and living cautiously within the wizarding world. The once resplendent ideals lay deeply buried in their hearts, too fearful to surface. Yet, who among them did not harbor a flickering flame within? After tumbling from their zenith, how could anyone willingly resign themselves to the mire? At last, the Dark Arts Society welcomed a new leader, who proclaimed her intent to restore them to their former heights. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they were ready to follow her, to resurrect the dreams that had been abruptly snuffed out years ago, to reclaim the glories long suppressed, and to nurture the inextinguishable fire within. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to our esteemed leader, declared the members, led by Rogier and Lena. As they knelt in unison to take their oath, I shall not betray your trust. The endeavor to unite the Dark Arts Society unfolded surprisingly smoothly. as Angelia guided her members to the makeshift conference room in the dining hall, where the inaugural meeting of the society commenced. Angelia sat at the head of the long table, her hands clasped as she slowly began to speak. Today marks my inaugural meeting following my assumption of leadership in the Pure Blood Party, and I would like to briefly outline our 3 long-term objectives. First, to dismantle the pedestal upon which Dumbledore stands. Second, to establish a new order within the wizarding community. Third, to eradicate all elements of instability. Subsequently, I shall assign you some short-term tasks to lay a solid foundation for the resurgence of the Pure Blood Party. Rogier. Angelia shifted her gaze to Rogier, who was seated beside her. I need you to locate a suitable estate within the British wizarding realm to serve as the command center for our future activities. In the coming years, I will be attending Hogwarts. Thus, the focal point of the Pure Blood Party's efforts will be centered in Britain. Angelia's gaze swept across the faces of each member, who listened intently to her words, displaying not a hint of doubt or discontent. Angelia contentedly withdrew her gaze. Rogier responded affirmatively to the task entrusted to him by Angelia, who then redirected her attention to Lena. Lena, if I recall correctly, you have never publicly revealed yourself as a member of the witchcraft faction? Indeed, my leader, Lena replied, her playful demeanor vanishing as she respectfully lowered her head to address the matter at hand. Angelia curled her lips in a subtle smile. I recall your prowess in magic is quite commendable. You should be well suited for the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, am I correct? Without a trace of uncertainty on her face, Lena replied in a steady tone, Indeed, I shall adhere to the directives of our esteemed leader. Then, you should apply for the role of defense against the dark arts professor, Angelia remarked, raising an eyebrow. I believe Hogwarts is currently seeking candidates for that position. Before you proceed with your application, perhaps you could reach out to Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. I shall pen a letter in advance to facilitate some assistance for you. Lena respectfully accepted her task. Subsequently, they delved into various mundane matters regarding assets and management, with Angelia systematically assigning tasks to the respective individuals. Before long, the clock had struck noon. As the meeting concluded, Angelia had just announced its end when Gellert appeared at the top of the staircase, leaning on his cane. Is the meeting over? Gellert scanned the familiar faces in attendance. Yet his demeanor was markedly altered. The members of the Purity Party stood with their heads bowed behind Angelia, and she keenly observed Rosiel's hand clenching into a trembling fist beneath his robes. Indeed, it happens to be lunchtime. Why not stay and share a meal together? Angelia suggested with a gentle smile. Unfortunately, I have prior engagements with a friend, so I must trouble you, dear Gellert, to host our guests. Lena glanced up in surprise, her eyes darting to Angelia, only to meet her gaze. Startled, Lena instinctively sought to avert her eyes, but she noticed Angelia playfully winking at her. Angelia did not wish to strain her relationships with the members of her group. She believed that possessing absolute authority when compliance was required sufficed, while their interactions could be more relaxed and enjoyable in private. The other members of the Sorcerer Party evidently lacked the boldness of Lena, yet their spirits were equally stirred. The reunion with their longtime leader evoked a complex array of emotions within each individual, though they yearned for an opportunity to converse with their former leader. The current head of the Sorcerer Party was Angelia, and they were bound by their roles. Fortunately, it appeared that their esteemed leader did not mind their engagement with the previous leader. Gellert tapped his cane gently, a warm smile gracing his face. Shall I take your subordinates out for a meal? He inquired. That would be most kind of you, Grandfather Gellert, Angelia replied with a playful wink. The members remained standing behind Angelia, evidently awaiting her command. She turned to face them, who were striving to suppress their emotions, and gently spoke. I will be stepping out for a while. As guests of Grandfather Gellert, I think you should feel free to converse with him. Do not worry. There is a concealed anti-eavesdropping magical array in this room, ensuring that our discussions will remain confidential. Angelia elicited a faint smile, remarking, Well then, I wish you all a delightful time. I must be on my way. With that, she promptly turned and strode towards the fireplace. Yes, my lord. The members responded in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. The powdered substance was cast into the flames, igniting a surge of green fire that engulfed Angelia's form. In the fireplace of Malfoy Manor, Angelia emerged with graceful poise. She was adorned in an opulent black gown, the slightly trailing hem posing a minor inconvenience to her movements. Unable to return to Newmontgard at the moment, she had no choice but to visit Malfoy Manor to change out of her dress. Lucius and Narcissa were not home, and Draco, seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, brightened at her arrival and softly complained, "Ah, Angelia, you have finally come." He tossed aside the potion compendium he had been holding. "My godfather has been tutoring me in potions these past few days, and my father won't he let me go out. I feel as though I am withering away." Draco pouted, his fair visage displaying a pitiful expression. He had always been like this. To outsiders, he appeared as a proud peacock, speaking with an air of superiority. Yet, in the presence of Harry and her, he would indulge in childlike affection, casting aside the esteemed demeanor of a Malfoy heir. Angelia nestled beside him, gently ruffling his smooth, golden locks. "I have come to see you, Haven Ti." Draco had always treasured his beautiful, pale golden hair. Had anyone else dared to treat his tresses so carelessly, he would have taught them a harsh lesson. Yet, Angelia had been tormenting him in this manner since childhood, and he had never been able to best her. Eventually, he grew accustomed to it. "Are you here to see me, or have you merely escaped from home?" Draco cast a glance at her elaborate dress, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. "Dressed so grandly, it is evident you did not come solely to visit me." His small face contorted into a frown, his lips curving downward in a display of petulance as he hung his head in disappointment. "Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa are not home. Let us go out and play." Angelia promptly diverted the conversation. "Let us find Harry." Draco's eyes momentarily sparkled, but dimmed once more as his gaze fell upon the potions textbook he had carelessly tossed aside. "My father instructed me to memorize this chapter. He will test me upon his return." Draco reluctantly pushed the book further away, clearly unwilling to continue his studies. "Do not fret. If Uncle Lucius inquires, you shall simply say you were accompanying me," Angelia asserted, tugging him forcefully from the sofa. "I will cover for you." A look of excitement swiftly adorned Draco's face. "Really? That would be splendid." Lucius and Narcissa lavished Angelia with affection, often displaying a level of care that even surpassed their own daughteress. While Lucius was a stern father to Draco, he transformed into a doting figure when it came to Angelia, fulfilling her every whim. With this thought, Draco felt a surge of joy. If Angelia were to assist him, surely his father would not punish him. Elated, Draco dashed upstairs to change his clothes, while Angelia returned to her room in Malfoy Manor. Here, her belongings were abundant, with an array of clothing and jewelry that seemed endless. Lucius and Narcissa frequently indulged her with various garments, ensuring that she possessed the latest fashions of the time. Consequently, her wardrobe was perpetually overflowing, and the house elves regularly cleared out outdated attire, resulting in a closet that revealed an assortment of pristine new outfits each time she opened it. This occasion was no different, as her wardrobe had been entirely replenished with brand new autumn apparel. Angelia selected a white knitted wool sweater from her wardrobe, accompanied by a lovely light blue cinched knee-length skirt. She complemented her ensemble with calf-length white knitted socks and a pair of charming Mary Jane shoes. The harmonious blend of light blue and white rendered her appearance playful and endearing. On the silver jewelry stand atop the table, several new sets of ornaments caught her eye. She chose a delicate pair of pearl earrings and a matching necklace. The rounded, petite, ivory-hued pearls harmonized splendidly with her attire. After confirming her outfit in the mirror, Angelia gracefully opened the door and stepped outside. In the corridor, Draco had already changed into his attire, leaning casually against the wall in anticipation of her arrival. Together, they traversed through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, where Angelia performed a disapparition spell, transporting him to Grimmauld Place. "Oh, this is simply marvelous," Draco remarked, casting an envious glance at the wand in her hand. "My father insists on waiting until just before school starts to take me to purchase my own wand, and he would never allow me to buy a second-hand one." Angelia raised an eyebrow. While possessing a second-hand wand may be convenient, it undeniably comes with considerable risks. If the wand proves uncooperative, it could indeed inflict harm upon you. I believe Uncle Lucius is correct in this regard. However, your wand appears to be quite obedient. Draco curled his lip. "I could always acquire a wand of lesser power. Soon enough, you shall possess your own wand." Angelia swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Let us go book shopping together in a few days." "Splendid. We can procure our wands together." Draco exclaimed with excitement. "I suspect my wand's core will undoubtedly be Dragon Heartstring. Mr. Ollivander once stated, 'Wands choose the wizard.' Perhaps I share a profound affinity with dragons." Ever since he encountered a dragon at the tender age of 3, Draco's aspiration has been to raise one of his own. Angelia sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. "In that case, I can only wish you good fortune." She genuinely wished to express that the wand's selection bears little relation to the owner's preferences. Yet gazing upon Draco's exuberant expression, she resolved to leave him with a hopeful sentiment. Upon reaching the Dursleys' doorstep, Angelia raised her hand and knocked. Typically, at this hour, Mr. Dursley would be at work, Mrs. Dursley would be at the supermarket gathering dinner ingredients, and Dudley would be at school, leaving Harry alone here. Oddly, after a brief wait at the door, neither Angelia nor Draco heard it being opened. Could it be that Harry is not home today? Just as they pondered this, a muffled thud resonated from within, followed by Harry's anguished scream. Angelia and Draco exchanged glances and swiftly drew their wands, casting Alohomora on the door lock. The door swung open, revealing Harry, who had tripped over his own feet and fallen to the ground, deep in contemplation. Lying on the floor and gazing up at the two who had abruptly entered, Harry felt a flush creeping across his face. "I hurried to open the door and accidentally fell," he muttered, scratching his head as he stood, displaying an awkward grin. Draco, of course, would not miss such an opportunity to mock him. Even the most dim-witted troll would struggle to execute such a foolish maneuver. He stepped forward, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Truly, you are remarkable." Harry disdainfully turned away, shaking off his hand and retorting in a sarcastic tone, "Do not allow the troll's essence to tarnish your noble hand, proud peacock." Draco paid no heed to his mocking tone, boldly striding over to the sofa and taking a seat, treating it all as a compliment. "Thank you for your reminder." Harry, in frustration, emitted a scoff through his nose. Angelia rolled her eyes in exasperation and waved her wand, casting a cleaning charm on Harry. "If you ask me, you might as well leave this place with us." After the three settled onto the sofa, Draco spoke up. "You can stay at my house, or if you prefer, you could return to prison. Either option is certainly preferable to remaining here." "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Angelia threatened, raising her fist. Draco quickly scooted to the opposite side of the sofa, muttering under his breath in defiance, "I'm merely speaking the truth." Harry smiled gently. "It's all right. There are less than a month until school starts, and then I will be able to leave this place." Speaking of school, Angelia raised an eyebrow. "What good news?" Harry looked at her with feigned curiosity. "I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and I can attend school with you both." As Angelia parted her lips, Draco, unable to restrain himself, interjected and spoke first. It was as if he anticipated a reprimand. Immediately after his utterance, he shrank into the corner, cradling his head in a posture of defeat. Strangely, Angelia appeared unfazed by his interruption. She merely blinked her eyes lightly and leaned towards Harry, her voice enveloped in a shroud of mystery, yet loud enough for Draco to overhear. "I have a secret to share with you." "What secret?" Harry inquired, leaning closer with wide eyes filled with curiosity. Draco discreetly lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of the two. Angelia covered her mouth with her hand and whispered something into Harry's ear, her eyes flickering towards Draco. Harry, feigning shock, dramatically covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Really?" Draco's curiosity was piqued, causing him to completely forget his earlier provocation of Angelia. He leaned in towards her, visibly anxious, and asked, "What did you say to him?" Angelia's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, "I am about to strike you." Before her words had fully registered, Draco found himself pinned to the sofa by Angelia. "Ah, you tricked me," he cried out, curling up and clutching his head. "Harry, you are actually helping her deceive me." Harry blinked innocently and pressed down on Draco's thrashing legs. "I hadn't intended to assist her, but since you put it that way, I suppose I shall lend her a hand." "Ah ha 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 ha. Let me go." "Ah ha 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 ha. Help. A dragon is attacking." "Ah ha 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 ha." Angelia held Draco down, tickling him mercilessly. He writhed on the sofa, his delicate face flushed with laughter. By the time Angelia finally released him, Draco lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted. After a considerable pause, he finally caught his breath to accuse them. "You two wicked giants. How dare you treat a Malfoy this way? I shall inform Uncle Lucius." Angelia gracefully adjusted the folds of her dress and quipped, "Do you suppose Uncle Lucius would side with me, or you?" Draco, pouting in a most pitiful manner, curled himself into the corner of the sofa, embodying the image of a wronged child. Harry adjusted his glasses, bowing his head to suppress a smile at the sight. Angelia propped her leg and cast a sidelong glance at Draco, deliberately letting out a sigh. "I have heard that there is a megalodon on display in Aronia, and I happen to possess 3 tickets. However, I am not particularly interested in the megalodon. What a pity." Draco's expression underwent a complete transformation, as he quickly darted in front of Angelia with a face full of flattery. "Tickets for the Aronia exhibition? How did you manage to acquire them?" "My father entrusted many individuals to procure tickets, yet they were unable to secure any." Angelia's lips couldn't help but curl into a smirk. "What does this have to do with you? A ticket for an evil giant?" How could the young master of the Malfoy family ever be interested? 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 Draco fervently nodded. How could you possibly be a giant? You are the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and lovable girl in the entire world. Draco gazed intently at Angelia, his gray eyes sparkling with an unsettling intensity that sent shivers down her spine. With a look of disdain, she raised her hand to push his face away. Don't look at me like that. Draco struggled to turn his face back, but Angelia firmly held it in place. In their standoff, Draco's face contorted into a peculiar shape due to their opposing forces, prompting Harry to chuckle unexpectedly. Hey, mind your image, Malfoy. Harry casually picked up a mirror from nearby and directed it at Draco. I bet if your father saw you like this, he would punish you severely. Draco was taken aback when he caught sight of his distorted reflection in the mirror, immediately releasing his grip and shifting his face away from Angelia's hand. A distinct red mark, left by her palm, was clearly visible on his right cheek. He looked at his reflection, rubbed the mark, and pouted in dismay. Oh no! I've been disfigured. Angelia was also fixated on the small patch of red marks, striving to suppress the smile that threatened to surface, replacing it with an expression of remorse. Do not be disheartened, she said, raising her hand to tousle his hair as a form of compensation. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, she retrieved 3 tickets from her pocket and handed them to him. Really? Draco's voice transformed with excitement upon seeing the tickets, momentarily forgetting the disfigurement. Indeed, Angelia replied, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. They were meant for you all along. Draco blinked in confusion, gazing at her. Who else besides you has an affinity for dragons? The sheer adorableness of Draco's expression compelled Angelia to pinch his cheek. The soft, springy texture was irresistible, and she found herself unable to stop. I specifically asked a friend to procure these for you. I knew you were the best, Draco announced, tucking the tickets into his pocket with a resolute expression. I shall not let your thoughtful gesture go to waste. I will examine that dragon thoroughly. Harry, unable to contain himself, let out a chuckle, just as they were laughing. The sound of keys jingling at the door interrupted them, prompting all 3 to turn their gazes toward the entrance. A large silhouette appeared, accompanied by heavy panting. Harry whispered, It's Uncle Vernon returning. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a situation. Angelia and Draco skillfully darted beneath the cupboard to hide. Harry, suppressing his smile, settled quietly on the sofa as Vernon entered the room. Upon noticing Harry seated on the couch, he paused momentarily, then emitted a displeased grunt from his nose. Yet he refrained from addressing Harry. To be precise, he dared not. Ever since the incident at the Rock Cottage, the Dursleys had adopted a willfully blind attitude towards him, no longer demanding his labor and seldom engaging him in conversation unless absolutely necessary. Harry relished this dynamic, as avoiding interaction made his life at home significantly easier. Furthermore, having acquired his own wand, he could now secretly practice some simple spells. In the past, when Angelia visited him, she often taught him basic spells, and he had attempted a few with her wand. However, after obtaining his own wand, he discovered that he could control his magic with greater precision during practice. Thus, he had been clandestinely honing his skills. Draco had once mentioned that a regulation concerning underage wizards mandated that Hogwarts students, unless in dire circumstances, could not use magic outside of school before the age of 17. Therefore, Harry sought to practice as much as possible before enrolling at Hogwarts. Coincidentally, during one of his private practice sessions, Dudley had caught sight of him several times. Dudley had been so terrified that he had collapsed onto the floor, whimpering and sobbing. Since that moment, he no longer dared to leap about when approaching the staircase above the cupboard, instead carefully inching down step by step, fearing that with a mere flick of his wand, he might conjure an appendage resembling a pig's tail. Mr. Dursley seemed to have returned in search of something. As Anglia and Draco peered through the crack of the door, observing him rummaging about in the corner with his ample backside for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, and removed his hat to fan himself. How could it possibly be missing when it was right here? Mr. Dursley muttered softly. Harry remained seated in the living room, and Mr. Dursley, standing before him, spoke in a gruff tone. Boy, have you seen my documents? No, sir, Harry replied calmly. Mr. Dursley appeared quite displeased with his demeanor. Yet he dared not act aggressively or raise his voice. Instead, he mumbled under his breath, glaring at Harry with his murky little eyes. Harry paid him no heed, engrossed in the intricate patterns of his palm. As the two maintained their peculiar standoff in the living room, Anglia and Draco, through the narrow gap of the cupboard, keenly spotted a glimmering white document lying beneath the cabinet that Mr. Dudley had just obstructed. They exchanged knowing glances, and Anglia's lips curled into a sly smile. The two in the living room continued their silent confrontation, while Anglia subtly twirled her wand, causing the document to swiftly soar from beneath the cabinet and, with remarkable speed, fly out the window, entering through the open car window of Mr. Dudley, landing on the passenger seat. Mr. Dudley sensed something whizzing past him and abruptly turned around, yet found nothing behind him. He surveyed the surroundings, detecting no anomalies. Dismissing the confusion from his mind, he resumed his frantic search. Damn it, this document is crucial, and I need to present it to the client this afternoon. There is no time to create a duplicate. I must locate it before 1 o'clock. Casting a glance at his wristwatch, which indicated he had merely half an hour left, he clicked his tongue in frustration. For a solid half an hour, he rummaged through every nook and cranny, during which he contacted Mrs. Dudley, the company's secretary, his subordinate staff, and even Dudley in class, but none had seen his document. At long last, the hour hand struck 1, and Mr. Dudley emerged, his face pale. As he slid into the car, preparing to start the engine, the conspicuous white document on the passenger seat caught his eye. Damn it! A furious shout erupted through the window, followed by the roar of the car engine as Mr. Dudley sped away. Angelia and Draco emerged from the cupboard, returning to the living room, where Harry gazed at them in bewilderment, observing the triumphant smiles adorning their faces. Guess what we have accomplished? Draco exclaimed, leaning toward Harry with an air of pride. Angelia gently cleared her throat, prompting Draco to immediately change his tune. Guess what Angelia has done? Harry stifled a laugh and played along, inquiring, What? She tossed his documents into his car. He searched high and low for them, only to discover they were in the car all along. Ha! Did you hear his final exclamation? Damn it! I can only imagine how furious he must be. Ha! Draco clutched his stomach, leaning close to Harry as he erupted in laughter, shedding any semblance of noble decorum. Harry, with a hint of disdain, rubbed his ear and subtly distanced himself from Draco. With no other plans for the afternoon and time still on their side, the trio decided to pay a visit to Diagon Alley. Angelia and Draco have yet to procure their school supplies, while Harry, accompanied by Hagrid on a previous occasion, had managed to gather all his belongings. This time, he would serve as a guide for the two. Oh, we can go buy wands together. I am confident I can acquire a wand with a dragon heartstring core. Upon hearing the prospect of shopping in Diagon Alley, Draco immediately perked up. By the way, Harry, what is your wand made of? It is crafted from holly, with a phoenix feather core, Harry replied, brandishing his wand in front of Draco. The latter gazed enviously at the smooth, black wand, swallowing hard as he struggled to avert his gaze. Oh, it's truly beautiful. Thank you, Harry acknowledged, noticing Draco's lingering stare, and mischievously waved the wand before him once more. The tip traced elegant arcs in the air, and Draco followed its movement with rapt attention, his voice brimming with excitement. Let us hurry. I can't wait to get my own wand. The expression on Draco's face was one of unabashed longing, prompting Harry to chuckle teasingly. Oh, be careful not to drool on my wand. Snapping back to reality, Draco glared at him. His ears flushed as he raised his chin haughtily. It's just a wand. Perhaps I will soon have one with a dragon heartstring core myself, and I shall generously lend it to you to admire. How very kind of you. I can hardly wait to see your dragon heartstring wand, Harry replied, a smile playing on his lips as he raised an eyebrow. Draco, evidently oblivious to the underlying tone of Harry's words, remained proudly aloof, his chin nearly touching the sky. The trio joined hands, and Angelia, with a flourish of her wand, transported Draco and Harry away in a puff of smoke. Upon traversing the leaky cauldron, they arrived at a brick wall. With practiced ease, Angelia tapped her wand against a certain sequence of bricks, counting 3 above the rubbish bin and 2 horizontally. As if a switch had been flipped, the wall parted to reveal a narrow passage. On the other side, wizards adorned in various robes bustled along the cobblestone path, while the shops were alive with activity. Oh, so many people. Angelia wrinkled her nose in distaste. She despised queuing. Harry scanned the street, his gaze settling on the entrance of the cauldron shop. I think we should purchase cauldrons first. It doesn't seem too crowded there. Draco, however, eyed the bustling Ollivander's wand shop with an expression of eager anticipation, nearly piercing the sign with his gaze. Oh, we don't need to worry about that. My godfather has already prepared new cauldrons for both of us. It was said that Draco's godfather was the potions master at Hogwarts, a man Harry had yet to meet but often heard mentioned. Clearly, this professor held Draco and Angelia in high regard. Then perhaps we should first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have our school robes tailored? Clearly, Draco's entire focus was fixated on the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, as Harry circumvented him and turned to inquire with Angelia. Angelia meticulously compared the number of individuals queuing outside each shop and let out a resigned sigh. I suppose this is the best choice. Draco continued to gaze longingly at Ollivander's wand shop, but Angelia, without a hint of mercy, grasped his arm and led him towards the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Wait, let me have one more look. I believe the crowd inside has dwindled. Why don't we head there first? Draco turned back to Angelia, his gray eyes brimming with longing. Angelia unhesitatingly rejected him, stating, I do not wish to be squished into a mere pancake while waiting in line. Qian reluctantly turned back, her gaze lingering on the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, watching as the distance between herself and it steadily increased. Angelia could no longer endure his gaze, so she turned his head and comforted him, saying, Choosing a wand is a quick process. Once we step out of here, we can go buy one, I swear. Very well, Draco replied reluctantly, pulling his gaze away and obediently following Angelia towards Madame Malkin's robe shop. The crowd was not too overwhelming. The three of them only waited a brief moment before it was their turn. Oh, Mr. Potter, have you brought your friends? Madame Malkin greeted Harry warmly. Harry offered a shy smile and ruffled his unruly hair, replying, Yes, Madame Malkin, this is my friend Angelia Royal and Draco Malfoy. Of course, welcome, my dear children. Madame Malkin said, her face beaming with a gentle smile. Please step onto the platform so I can take your measurements. Harry secretly wore a mischievous grin. If memory served him right, the measuring tape was rather unruly. It appeared that Draco and Angelia were destined to experience a similar fate as his own. However, he clearly misjudged the unfolding events. From the moment they stood on the platform until they stepped down to choose styles, the tape moved nimbly and dutifully, without any erratic behavior. Harry pouted in dissatisfaction. Even after the three emerged from Madame Malkin's robe shop, Harry still bore an expression of discontent. What's wrong? I thought this expression was exclusive to Draco, Angelia asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Harry's face was marked with evident frustration. Why is the tape so gentle with you? When I went to get measured, it practically wrapped itself around me. Oh, perhaps it likes you, Angelia consoled, though her barely suppressed laughter only deepened Harry's gloom. Can we head to Ollivander's now? Draco's gaze remained glued to the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, unwilling to look away. There are hardly any customers. Indeed. The crowd had thinned significantly. There was no longer a queue outside, and through the glass, it appeared that only 1 or 2 children remained inside. All right. Let us go buy wands, Angelia readily agreed. The trio approached the door of Ollivander's and pushed it open, with Draco eagerly darting inside. Owner, please give me a wand. Despite the dim light that seemed even darker than in Snape's office, Angelia could still see the excitement etched on Draco's face. Very well. An eccentric elderly man with graying hair slowly turned around. Mr. Malfoy, I remember your father's first wand, 13 inches of you, with a dragon heartstring core. As Angelia swore. A fleeting expression of triumph crossed Draco's face upon hearing this. Your father is quite fond of it, Ollivander remarked, retrieving a ruler from a drawer and approaching Draco. Of course, your mother's wand. I apologize, but may I interject? Draco interlaced his words with an air of aristocratic arrogance. I would appreciate it if you could expedite the process of providing me with my wand. Oh, certainly, but we must first take your measurements. Please extend your arms. Which hand do you prefer to wield your wand with? Ollivander swallowed the incomplete story and finally began the necessary tasks associated with wand selection. Right hand, Draco replied, allowing Ollivander to measure him from fingertips to arms, from chest to soles. When the measuring tape inched toward his nostrils, Draco could no longer suppress a roll of his eyes. Fortunately, Mr. Ollivander promptly turned and made his way to the shelves stocked with wands, alleviating Draco's impatience. Well then, Mr. Malfoy, do try this one. Ollivander presented a box before him. Draco leaned in with excitement as Ollivander slowly opened the box, revealing a warm brown wand nestled within. Made of beechwood and dragon heartstring, 7 inches long, with excellent flexibility, Ollivander gently elaborated. At the mention of dragon heartstring, Draco's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He eagerly grasped the wand and waved it nonchalantly. Instantly, the shelves behind Ollivander collapsed, sending an array of wands tumbling to the ground. Oh, that's quite all right. Ollivander, unfazed, retrieved the wand from Draco's grasp and returned it to the box. I don't believe it's this one. No, it is this one. Draco gazed longingly as the wand was once again nestled into the box. No, 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 it is not this one. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Malfoy. Ignoring Draco's protests, Ollivander's eyes continued to scan the shelves. Now, how about this one? He extracted another box from the shelf, maple and phoenix feather, 11 inches long. With average flexibility. Draco appeared utterly disheartened as he seized the wand and waved it dismissively. Once more, another wall of shelves crumbled. No, 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 not this one either. Ollivander returned the wand to its box and turned back to observe the last remaining intact shelf. Let me see. Hope reignited in Draco's eyes. Soon, Ollivander identified another target. Climbing a tall ladder to retrieve a box perched at the very top. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 10 inches. I believe this must be the one. Draco's youthful visage fell once more. As he grasped his wand and waved it through the air, yet the sole intact stand remained steadfastly in place. Ah, I believe this is your wand, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Ollivander remarked with a smile illuminating his face. Although Draco appeared somewhat disheartened, a glimmer of satisfaction regarding his wand soon eclipsed his fleeting disappointment. Now, it is your turn. Miss Royal, Mr. Ollivander's gaze shifted toward Angelia. Angelia stepped forward with measured grace. She had long heard of Mr. Ollivander's practice of recounting the lineage of all those who had purchased wands from him, which piqued her curiosity. However, this time Mr. Ollivander appeared unusually reticent. After uttering his initial greeting, he seemed disinclined to speak further. Sir, do you have nothing to share with me? Angelia inquired softly, observing the silent figure of Mr. Ollivander as he focused on measuring. For instance, when did my family acquire their first wand from you? A fleeting smile graced Mr. Ollivander's face. Yet it was tinged with an evident strain, for the fear concealed within his eyes threatened to surface. I regret to inform you, Miss Royal, that with age comes a decline in memory, and I can no longer recall those events clearly. Is that so? Angelia raised an eyebrow. A hint of a smile playing on her lips, yet she refrained from further inquiry. Harry and Draco exchanged peculiar glances, for they were unaware of Angelia's family background. Whenever the topic arose, Angelia either deftly changed the subject or fell silent, prompting them to refrain from probing further. Their curiosity was undeniable. Draco had discreetly inquired with his father, yet all responses were shrouded in mystery. Despite their confusion, friendship transcended lineage. They respected her desire for privacy. After completing the measurements in silence, Mr. Ollivander finally spoke again. Very well, let us see. He turned a glance at the pristine shelves. Oh, no, not here. Mr. Ollivander nervously shook his head, redirecting his gaze toward 2 piles of wands and 2 collapsed, damaged shelves. Restoration complete. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his own wand, continuing, all cleaned up. The 2 shelves immediately reverted to their former state, and the scattered wands swiftly returned to their rightful places. Draco observed the aged wooden rack being restored and quietly leaned closer to Harry, murmuring conspiratorially, I wager that rack has been in use for at least a century. 137 years, young Malfoy, Mr. Ollivander corrected, glancing back with a wry smile. By the way, my hearing remains quite sharp. Draco lifted his chin in a display of feigned arrogance. Mr. Ollivander's gaze swept over the 3 racks before extracting a black box from the top of the central shelf. Please, do give this a try, Miss Royal. He gently opened the box to reveal a black wand, composed of birch and phoenix feather. Measuring 11 inches in length with exceptional flexibility, Angelia grasped the wand from within the box and waved it with a flourish, causing the entire room to tremble violently. Ollivander gazed at her in astonishment, fear gradually spreading from the depths of his eyes to his countenance. He trembled as he carefully returned the wand that Angelia held back into the box, sealing it with a quivering voice. I fear this wand may not be suitable for you. Angelia arched an eyebrow. I believe I know which one you should use. He stiffly bent down and retrieved a deep green box from beneath the counter. For reasons unknown, Ollivander appeared increasingly agitated. His expression, somewhat contorted, revealed a blend of astonishment and dread, mingled with a hint of vague anticipation. As Ollivander opened the box in his hands, the dark green wand was unveiled. Crafted from elderwood steeped in basilisk venom and adorned with the tail feather of a thunderbird, the wand measured 11 3/4 inches in length, exhibiting admirable flexibility. Ollivander pushed the box towards Angelia, the anticipation etched on his face nearly overshadowing his fear. Angelia cast her gaze downward at the wand nestled within the box, its deep green shaft glimmering with a mesmerizing sheen, utterly enchanting. She felt her magical energy surge, an exhilarating sensation enveloping her entire being. She was convinced that this wand was destined to be hers. Under Ollivander's expectant gaze, Angelia reached for the wand, and the moment her fingertips brushed against its surface, she sensed an inexplicable connection forming between herself and the wand. It felt as though the wand had become an extension of her own body, one she could wield effortlessly. With complete trust and confidence, tentatively, she waved it, and a delightful thrill coursed through her. This must be it. Angelia lifted her eyes to Ollivander, who stood entranced, gazing at the wand in her hand, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Mr. Ollivander?" Angelia called out, raising her voice. "Is something the matter?" Ollivander's gaze shifted to her face as he managed a strained smile. "Oh, no, not at all." Angelia then turned to Draco and Harry, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "We can leave now." She tossed 14 galleons onto the counter. Ollivander paid no heed to the coins, his entire focus riveted on the wand in Angelia's grasp. She had indeed taken the wand. Harry and Draco exchanged puzzled glances. As soon as the trio stepped out of the wand shop, Draco conspiratorially pulled them aside. "Did you find him a bit peculiar?" Harry nodded in agreement. Why was he so astonished when he saw Angelia's wand? "Perhaps I chose his favorite wand, and hasn't he always been a bit eccentric?" Angelia rolled her eyes, grasping their arms and pulling them toward Flourish and Blots. "Come on, we must hurry. There will be a queue at the bookstore, and if we dawdle, we won't be able to finish our shopping." Draco and Harry were promptly dragged into the bustling shop. Inside Flourish and Blots, the place was teeming with people. The trio found themselves squeezed in front of a rather rotund gentleman, nearly becoming a human pancake. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Angelia muttered, frowning as she extricated her robe from the feet of a nearby woman. "I truly despise places like this." Although Harry was equally cramped, he kindly suggested, "Why don't you step outside? Draco and I can manage the queue." Draco nodded with difficulty. "It's best if you don't stay here. Hurry outside." "We'll be fine." Angelia blinked, touched. "Then I shall venture to Florin's ice cream parlor to procure for you an enormous ice cream adorned with chocolate, raspberries, and crushed nuts." After receiving the approval of Draco and Harry, she successfully extricated herself from her state of inertia with their assistance. Upon stepping outside the door of the leaky cauldron, Angelia paused to observe carefully, ensuring that Draco and Harry would not catch sight of her before she gracefully made her way towards Ollivander's wand shop. Every conceivable threat must be preemptively addressed, and all potentially useful information must be diligently acquired. This was a lesson imparted by Gellert. Fortunately, no patrons occupied Ollivander's wand shop at that moment. Angelia deftly slipped inside, setting a disruption charm at the entrance with a flick of her wrist. "Why are you back? What do you intend to do?" Ollivander, who had been lost in thought behind the counter, hastily rose upon sensing her entrance, only to find that it was Angelia who audaciously cast a disruption charm before him. "Do not be alarmed." Angelia gazed at the wand Ollivander had raised in a flurry, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "It is merely a trivial matter." Extracto mentis. Caught unawares, Ollivander was enveloped in a wave of green light. As his eyes began to glaze over, Angelia successfully unearthed the information she sought. "Garrick, you must safeguard this wand. It must never be sold lightly." The aged Ollivander leaned weakly against the bedside, while before him, a youthful version of Mr. Ollivander listened with tears in his eyes to his solemn charge. "When you encounter its true master, upon selling the wand to him, you must immediately pack your belongings and depart from England. No, from Europe. You must leave at once. The farther away, the better. Only the most malevolent of wizards shall claim this wand as their own. From the moment this wand chose its master, a calamity has befallen the entire wizarding world." Angelia cast a downward glance at the wand in her hand, arching an eyebrow in ambiguous contemplation. It seemed that she was not the only one foretold to be the Dark Lord, as Sybil Trelawney was not the sole prophet. Ollivander cowered in the corner, his forehead glistening with perspiration. The recent use of the Dementor's kiss had drained him of considerable magical strength and stamina, rendering him incapable of even the simplest defensive charm. Noticing his gaze, Angelia lifted her eyes to meet his, her tone gentle as she spoke. "I do not wish to impose upon you, after a total forgetfulness. Your choices lie entirely in your hands." She pointed the tip of her wand at Ollivander, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she softly murmured, "Total forgetfulness." The memories of the wand she had purchased from him, along with all recollections associated with it, vanished into thin air. Observing Ollivander collapse onto the ground, Angelia's expression remained placid as she withdrew the anti-interference charm from the door and strode away with purpose. The shop's door swung open and then shut, leaving Ollivander bewildered as he opened his eyes, rising to sit at his desk to continue the unfinished work. Apart from the 7 golden galleons that now rested in the counter, nothing remained to attest that a wand of exceptional nature had ever been sold there. The Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was not crowded, and Angelia selected an empty table, ordering 3 large servings of ice cream while awaiting Draco and Harry. After approximately 10 minutes, Draco and Harry staggered in, each burdened with 2 hefty stacks of books. "Oh, Merlin's beard!" Draco exclaimed, tossing the books onto the table, the sudden weight causing it to tremble violently. "These books are truly heavy." "Well done," Angelia encouraged, nudging the ice cream toward him. "You should eat something and take a moment to rest." Draco, in a fit of irritation, flung himself into a chair, while Harry placed his books aside and sat down, his demeanor evidently more amiable. "There are many people outside. I think we can linger here for a while." Harry's voice, as always, was gentle. "That sounds splendid," Angelia replied, scooping a generous mouthful of ice cream and closing her eyes in satisfaction. The queue was utterly dreadful. Draco, furiously poking at the ice cream before him, contorted his delicate features in anger. "That wretched woman. I must not find out who she is. Otherwise, I shall ensure my father teaches her a proper lesson." Angelia cast a perplexed glance towards Harry. With a resigned shrug, Harry explained, "A woman took the book from Draco's grasp, forcing him to leap once more to retrieve another." Draco, his face rapidly flushing with indignation, retorted fiercely, "I did not leap. I merely stood on my toes." Harry, stifling a laugh, redirected his gaze towards Angelia and nodded gravely, "Indeed, on your toes, just occasionally lifting your feet from the ground." Angelia let out an unceremonious laugh, while Draco jabbed at the ice cream before him with increasing fervor, his ears flushing a shade of crimson. Angeli gazed at the tragically mangled ice cream before her, forcing herself to suppress a smile. "Don't be upset. Here, have a taste. It's quite delightful." With earnest eyes, Angeli scooped a spoonful of ice cream and brought it to Draco's lips. One might easily overlook the glimmer of amusement hidden within her gaze if they did not look closely. Draco, with a hint of pride, opened his mouth, allowing Angeli to feed him the ice cream. The moment his tongue made contact with the cool sweetness, his taste buds awakened, and a noticeable improvement washed over his expression. "Isn't it rather good?" Noticing Draco's transformation, a faint smile graced Angelia's face. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he mumbled, It's all right." Having uttered this, he buried his face into the remnants of the already disfigured ice cream before him, devouring it with fervor. Angelia and Harry exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. It was not until a substantial portion of the ice cream had been devoured that Draco finally ceased his awkwardness. "So, what shall we purchase next?" Angelia turned her head to gaze out the window, where she immediately spotted the Isla shop. "I believe we could visit the Isla shop in the magical menagerie," she suggested. Turning back, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to purchase a pet snake to take with me." "Oh, come on," Draco replied, waving his spoon dismissively. "Did you not carefully read that list? It explicitly states that first-year students are only permitted to choose an owl, a cat, or a toad." Angelia glanced once more at the enormous display window of the Ilya Owl Emporium. "Perhaps not, if Uncle Cypher were willing to assist me. I believe I could entrust him with the task." Draco raised an eyebrow in delight at her misfortune. "Merlin help you?" Angelia bit her spoon in frustration. An hour had passed since the 3 had finished their ice cream, and the number of people in Diagon Alley had noticeably diminished. Draco summoned the Malfoy family's house elf to carry the numerous items they had purchased back home, and the trio then leisurely wandered back into Diagon Alley, at Angelia's insistence. Their first stop was the Elops Owl Emporium. This shop offered a plethora of owls, yet none particularly captured Angelia's fancy as her gaze flitted over the array of vividly colored birds. Draco, too, appeared disinterested as he meandered through the store, playfully teasing one owl and startling another, causing the caged birds to flutter anxiously, sending feathers swirling through the air. However, Harry seemed to have found one he favored. As Angelia tiredly circled the shop for the second time, he remained transfixed in front of a pristine white owl. "Do you like it?" Angelia inquired as she joined him. Gazing intently at the owl, which was now perched in its cage with its eyes half closed, oblivious to their unwavering scrutiny, Harry ruffled his tousled hair, a glimmer of admiration sparkling in his green eyes. "It's rather beautiful, isn't it?" Angelia nodded knowingly, straightening up and beckoning to the proprietor. Sir, here for the bill. Oh, no, no, Harry exclaimed, flustered as he waved his hands. I have money. Consider this my gift to you for the start of the school year. Angelia winked at him, preemptively handing the money to the owner. Just in time, as I was uncertain about what to give you. Thank you. A shy smile spread across Harry's face. Draco, having finally amused the rather indifferent gray owl, approached them. What are you discussing? Look, my new owl. Harry, excitedly holding the cage, chimed in. I plan to name her Hedwig. Oh, lovely name, Draco offered with a lackadaisical compliment, bending down to scrutinize Hedwig, who remained aloof, perched in the center of her cage with narrowed eyes. I must say, she is quite beautiful. Draco gently tapped the cage, prompting Hedwig to glare at him with discontent as she opened her eyes wide. Though her temperament leaves much to be desired. Angelia teased with a playful smile. Indeed. Just like you. Harry immediately caught on, lowering his head to stifle a laugh. Draco, momentarily bewildered, soon grasped the jest. His ears tinged with a rosy hue as he proudly lifted his chin. Let us assume you were complimenting me. Harry's shoulders shook more vigorously with suppressed laughter. The trio departed from the Elop's Owl Emporium, carrying Hedwig's cage, and Angelia eagerly led them to the magical menagerie. In stark contrast to the Elop's, this place buzzed with life. A cacophony of creatures howled from their cages, and the air was thick with lang of animal fur and various scents, prompting the three to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Clearly, the other wizards in the shop were grappling with this minor inconvenience as well, most of them sporting similar expressions of distaste. Angelia subtly waved her wand, casting a charm that rendered the three individuals devoid of their sense of smell. Two of them cast grateful glances in her direction. Oh, how delightful. Angelia leaned closer to observe a small black snake within a transparent box. It appeared to belong to a highly venomous species, one she had encountered in her readings. Indeed, my dear lady. A voice emerged from behind her, prompting Angelia to swiftly turn around. An unfamiliar young man stood there, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. Draco and Harry immediately pivoted to face the stranger, instinctively positioning Angelia behind them in a protective manner. The young man, observing their actions, offered a bemused smile and gently introduced himself. Greetings, I am Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts. Angelia has always harbored a fondness for individuals and things of striking beauty. It is evident that Diggory's appearance aligns perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. Consequently, she immediately adorned her face with a gentle smile and gracefully navigated past Draco and Harry to approach Diggory, her voice melodious and refined. Greetings, I am Angelia Royal, a prospective first-year student at Hogwarts. So you are among this year's newcomers, Cedric remarked, adjusting the strap of his backpack on his left shoulder. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, but he quickly reverted to his characteristic gentle smile. I must remind you, Hogwarts does not permit the keeping of pet snakes. If you wish to have one, it would be prudent to prepare some basic antidotes at home. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome in the unfortunate event of a bite. Cedric's gaze drifted toward the transparent container, where a small snake coiled itself in the corner. Angelia's face brightened with a radiant smile. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will prepare the antidote and keep it at home. Cedric's smile deepened, and before he could utter another word, a voice calling his name suddenly echoed from outside. Ced, hurry up. We are going to buy books. A boy with brown hair pressed against the glass door, shouting loudly. Cedric glanced back at him and offered Angelia an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I have plans with my friends. I'll see you at school. All right, Senior, goodbye. Angelia replied with a sweet smile, waving at him. Once Cedric departed, Draco leaned in conspiratorially towards Angelia. Do you know who he is? Cedric Diggory. Angelia raised an eyebrow at him. He just said it. No, I mean, Draco smirked as he watched Cedric walk away. He is quite the heartthrob. Those girls are utterly infatuated with him. Angelia nodded, her gaze returning to the black serpent within the transparent enclosure, casually remarking, he is indeed quite captivating. Noticing her apparent lack of comprehension, Draco leaned closer to her, adding, if you draw too near to him, you will undoubtedly be torn apart by his fervent admirers. Angelia finally comprehended his meaning. She turned her head to glance at him and raised her hand to gently tap his forehead, exclaiming, what are you thinking? We are merely in the first grade. Draco, rubbing his head, pouted in a display of grievance. I was just concerned that you might be bullied. So I wanted to give you a heads up. Harry, who had remained silent until now, looked at the distressed Draco and smiled softly, shaking his head with a sigh. Given Angelia's level of magical prowess, it would indeed be quite challenging for her to be bullied by her peers. Draco appeared even more aggrieved. Angeli helplessly raised her hand to gently massage the red mark on his forehead, soothingly murmuring, all right, I understand you mean well for me. I acknowledge my mistake. Is that satisfactory? Draco, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin and replied, then I shall reluctantly grant you my forgiveness. It appeared that their voices had disturbed the small serpent nestled within the box, as it abruptly slithered towards Angeli. Hiss, hiss. The little snake flicked its tongue at her, bobbing its head as if attempting to convey a message. Angelia and Harry appeared to comprehend the situation, both crouching down to meet the little snake's gaze. While Draco stood there in a state of bewilderment, it seemed that Harry wished to engage in conversation with the serpent, but as he opened his mouth, Angelia's expression changed dramatically. She swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Fortunately, the surrounding noise was chaotic, and no one noticed their predicament. Harry looked at Angelia and Draco in confusion, both of whom gazed at him with astonishment. What's wrong? Harry inquired, lowering the hand that Angelia had placed over his mouth. Why are you both looking at me like that? Draco gulped audibly, his eyes wide with alarm. Harry, you're actually a... He glanced around cautiously before leaning closer to Harry and whispering, you're a parcel mouth. What's a parcel mouth? Harry asked, perplexed. It's not a suitable place for discussion. Angelia and Draco exchanged glances, then stood up and pulled Harry with them. Let us return first. Feeling utterly bewildered, Harry followed them out. Once outside the magical menagerie, the trio chose not to linger and made their way directly back to the Dursley residence. Mrs. Dursley had returned and was humming a tune while preparing dinner in the kitchen. Angelia transported Draco and Harry beneath the cupboard using apparition, casting several concealment charms around them before speaking. Harry, a parcel mouth is someone who can converse with snakes. This is not a common talent, in fact. Only a few individuals have been confirmed to possess it, most of whom are descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House at Hogwarts, was often regarded with suspicion due to the nature of this ability, which had historically been associated with malevolence. Thus, possessing such a skill could lead to discrimination within the wizarding community. Harry's face began to reflect a growing sense of anxiety. Do not fret, Angelia offered with a reassuring smile. I, too, am a parcel mouth. Draco's eyes widened in shock as he turned to her. You're a parcel mouth? You've never mentioned this to me. You never asked. Angelia shrugged nonchalantly. Draco, now standing with a mix of excitement and frustration, glanced between Angelia and Harry. After a moment, his indignation bubbled forth. You both are parcel mouths. Why am I not one? Oh, Draco, Angelia replied with a hint of exasperation. You know that in the wizarding world, this isn't exactly a favorable trait. Please, I am a Slytherin, Draco declared, lifting his chin in pride. Those foolish wizards will never understand the greatness of Slytherin. Allow me to remind you, Angelia raised an eyebrow. We haven't been sorted yet. Draco disdainfully curled his lip, his chin nearly tilting skyward. You must understand, my entire family belongs to Slytherin. How could I possibly be sorted into any other house? I am undoubtedly a Slytherin. After uttering these words, Draco cast a sidelong glance at Angoria. You must be a Slytherin as well. Angelia covered her mouth with a soft laugh and cast him a sidelong glance. With such talent, it's truly a pity you don't consider becoming the Sorting Hat. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson. He opened his mouth as if to retort, yet he ultimately held back. Gritting his teeth, he shot a fierce glare at Angelia before turning away, sulking in silence. The sight of an irate Draco was undeniably charming, even causing Harry to momentarily forget about Parseltongue, as a suppressed smile replaced the look of alarm on his face. Angelia's radiant smile was unabashed as she leaned closer to Draco, scrutinizing the growing flush upon his face. Draco, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? She inquired, feigning concern, yet her words were laced with playful teasing, her azure eyes sparkling with mischief. Draco's complexion deepened, his ears aflame with embarrassment as he retorted, You insufferable giant. Angeli feigned ignorance as she gazed at him, her face adorned with an innocent expression. What troubles you? Draco, filled with ire, clenched his teeth, his pale golden locks nearly seeming to smolder. Harry cleared his throat to suppress a smile and gently redirected the conversation, saying, So, Parseltongue doesn't truly signify anything, does it? One could argue that. Yet in the hearts of the majority of wizards, Parseltongue is synonymous with malevolence. Angelia settled back beside Harry, responding to his inquiries and no longer teasing Draco. Draco's complexion finally returned to its normal hue. In the future, do refrain from revealing such matters in front of outsiders, she advised. This is perilous. Harry nodded earnestly, his emerald green eyes crinkling into a gentle smile. I will be more cautious from now on. After imparting her counsel to Harry, Angelia recalled another crucial matter. Are you able to control your parcel tongue? I fear not, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze. When I conversed with that little snake today, I was unaware that I was speaking in parcel tongue. Angelia pressed her lips together and advised, in the future, when you encounter a snake, try to refrain from speaking. Dinner is served. Before Harry could utter another word, Aunt Petunia's voice resonated from outside, followed by a vigorous knocking on the cupboard door. It's time to eat. Angelia and Draco immediately stood up and vanished from their spot, reappearing at Malfoy Manor, where Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa had already returned. Darling, you're back, Narcissa exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gently approached and took Angelia's hand. When did you return? This afternoon, Angelia replied softly, allowing Narcissa to guide her to the sofa. Draco and I went out to find Harry and buy some supplies for school. Lucius cast a cold glance at Draco, who stood obediently before the fireplace, his head bowed in a posture of contrition. Draco, Lucius began, tossing the potions textbook that had been carelessly left on the sofa onto the coffee table, the heavy tome landing with a thud. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Draco flinched slightly, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, father. I have not yet finished memorizing the potions textbook. Lucius huffed in displeasure, his fingers lightly stroking the serpent-headed cane. Sensing the tension in the air, Angelia hurried to Lucius's side. Uncle Lucius, I apologize. It was my insistence that Draco accompany me. It is entirely my fault, she admitted, lowering her gaze in acknowledgement of her error. This matter does not rest on you, Lucius replied, his tone softening as he addressed Angelia. It is only natural for him to accompany you on your outings. The tasks set for today were not overly burdensome. He could have completed both. A Malfoy should learn to manage time wisely. Since he has not done so, it is evident he was sluggish in his endeavors. Turning to Angelia, Lucius offered a reassuring smile before casting a disapproving glance at Draco. One wonders where the lessons of the Malfoy household have vanished to. Draco, feeling unjustly treated, pouted in response. What? Are you feeling wronged? Do you not understand where your fault lies? Lucius's countenance darkened, and he struck the ground with his cane. Draco instinctively straightened, donning a compliant expression. No, father, I have no grievances. I should not have sneaked out without completing my tasks. Nor should I have been negligent in my responsibilities regarding time management. As the heir of the Malfoy family, you must always conduct yourself with the utmost decorum. Rather than relying on a lady to plead on your behalf for your misdeeds, Lucius admonished coldly, rising with his cane in hand. You shall make up for today's tasks tomorrow. Yes, father, Draco replied, his head bowed in shame as Lucius turned to ascend the staircase. Narcissa smiled gently at Angelia before following Lucius upstairs, leaving Angelia and Draco alone in the drawing room. Draco? Angelia inquired, moving closer with a sense of guilt. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Today's events were entirely my fault for insisting on taking you out. Draco's eyes sparkled mischievously as a sly smile crept onto his face. If you truly feel that way, why not accompany me to read tomorrow? A perplexed expression appeared on Angelia's delicate face. Tomorrow she had other matters to attend to. Noticing her hesitation, Draco feigned a sigh, lifted his chin, and spoke with an air of superiority. Never mind, I understand you are busy. You need not accompany me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Angelia felt a pang of guilt. She mentally reviewed her tasks for the following day and decided to postpone some of the less urgent ones. Very well, I will join you for reading tomorrow, Angelia assured earnestly. Draco gazed at her in surprise, clearly not expecting her to acquiesce, but in order to maintain his facade, he almost immediately resumed his haughty demeanor. Ahem. Then I shall forgive you. Uncle Severus would be visiting tomorrow, and it would be a perfect opportunity for Angelia to discuss Lena with him. Soon. It was time for dinner. Narcissa had instructed the house elf to prepare 4 meals, and Angelia stayed to partake. Each place setting was adorned with a steak and a glass of juice. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco had peppered steak with orange juice, while Angelia was served red wine steak and pineapple juice. This was her favorite flavor, known well by those close to her. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Narcissa took Angelia's hand and sat on the sofa, chatting for quite some time before finally allowing her to return. Upon her return to Neumont, Gellert was already asleep, and Angelia tiptoed back to her room. The hour was late, and with the prospect of studying with Draco tomorrow, She had to attend to her urgent matters tonight. Will was perched in his cage, preening his feathers, and upon seeing Angelia enter, he tilted his head and winked at her. Angelia made a gesture for silence, and Will obediently remained silent, simply standing in the cage and gazing at her quietly. In a moment, I need you to deliver a letter to England. Angelia retrieved a small biscuit, crumbled it, and fed it to Will, her voice gentle as she continued. It's the same address as last time. You know it. Will lightly pecked her finger to indicate his understanding. After feeding Will, Angelia approached the table and sat down, drawing forth a specially crafted parchment from the drawer. With a unique quill, she began to inscribe something upon it. The letters, written in a deep green hue, were absorbed by the parchment the instant the ink touched it, causing the written words to gradually vanish within seconds, leaving no trace of even the pin's mark, as pristine as a brand new sheet of parchment. Once the ink had dried, Angelia folded the parchment, placed it within an envelope, and sealed it before beckoning to Will in the cage. Will, understanding her intent, gracefully alighted upon her shoulder. Angelia gently caressed the beautiful feathers adorning Will's neck, her voice soft and delicate. Go, but do not let anyone see you. Will grasped the letter and lightly brushed it against her cheek before taking flight, soaring out of the window. Unlike the persistent drizzles of England, the skies of Nomengarde were often bathed in sunlight, with the night sky predominantly clear and serene. Angelia reclined by the window, quietly gazing at the distant, undulating peaks. And gradually, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. Nomengarde, Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely sought to provide her with a new cage, after all. Keeping her under his watchful eye would render her easier to monitor and suppress. Yet, she was no longer the helpless infant she had been 11 years ago. And after so long in comfort, it was high time to add a touch of vexation to Dumbledore's life. The evening breeze at Nomengarde carried a hint of chill, sharpening Angelia's mind further. Seizing the opportunity while it was still relatively early, she returned to her desk to attend to a stack of overdue correspondence. As time slipped away, just before midnight, Angelia finally stretched and rose from her chair. Thus far, all had proceeded smoothly, and she eagerly anticipated Dumbledore's reaction upon their next encounter. With such pleasant thoughts, Angelia drifted into slumber. The following morning, she made her way to Malfoy Manor. As Angelia's feet touched the floor, she was greeted by Draco's exuberant voice. You really came. Just as she recovered from the disorienting effects of apparition, she found herself face to face with Draco's enlarged visage. Angelia ruthlessly pushed his face away. Why are you getting so close? Draco struggled to twist his neck back, but after much effort, he could not escape Angelia's grip and could only gaze at her with a look of lamentation. I am merely welcoming you. Angelia cast a fleeting glance at him before withdrawing her hand, her delicate features scrunching up in evident disdain. Next time, keep your distance, she remarked. Not deterred by Angelia's withdrawal, Draco leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Are you here to keep me company while I read? Before Angelia could respond, a disapproving cough resonated from behind Draco. He promptly composed himself, turning to face his father with lowered eyes and a respectful demeanor. Father. Angelia could not help but chuckle. After having breakfast, Severus Snape materialized in front of the fireplace. Uncle Severus, she exclaimed, fluttering into his embrace like a delicate butterfly. It has been such a long time since you last visited me. The girl spoke with an affectionate tone, causing a faint smile to tug at the corners of Snape's lips. I had intended to see you this weekend, he replied. Angelia raised her head to gaze upon his visage, her striking azure eyes thoughtfully scanning his somewhat haggard features. With a hint of displeasure, she pouted, Uncle Severus. Have you not been resting well again? Severus gently tousled Angelia's smooth, pale golden locks, his voice intentionally softened. I have been rather occupied of late. Angelia winked at him, displaying a charmingly innocent expression. Once I arrive at Hogwarts, may I assist Uncle Severus? Then I will be able to help him brew potions. Snape's heart softened. He instinctively moderated his tone in the presence of the little one. Very well. After a brief conversation, Draco emerged from the dining hall. Earlier, during their meal, he had been caught making faces at Angelia, resulting in Lucius imposing a half-hour of standing as punishment, which had only just concluded. Godfather. Draco approached Snape with a respectful demeanor, his face devoid of any extraneous expression. Had it not been for Angelia witnessing him subtly turning his face to her with a smirk and a playful tongue out, one might have thought he had truly reformed. Draco. Snape's voice lost its gentleness from the earlier exchange with Angelia, taking on a more austere tone. I have heard that you failed to complete the task of memorizing the potion mastery compendium yesterday. He knew the inevitable had come to pass. A look of guilt crossed Draco's face. Before he could admit his fault, Angelia interjected. Uncle Severus. Angelia lowered her head, portraying an expression of remorse. I apologize. It was I who invited Draco to go out yesterday. Snape's serious demeanor remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to Angelia, his expression ominously dark. Draco believed Angelia was on the verge of reprimand. However, it was evident that such scolding would never befall her. He heard his godfather's voice soften as he addressed Angelia. It is quite all right. That section can be reviewed alongside today's material. Draco clenched his small fists in frustration. He knew it. The subsequent tutoring session proceeded remarkably well, while it was ostensibly a joint study with Draco. It was primarily Snape elucidating the art of potion making and the uses of various ingredients to Draco, while Angelia independently perused the advanced potion compendium and prepared several potions on her own. Each time he studied alongside Angelia, he felt it was a blatant affront to his intellect. Angelia is a prodigy in her studies. She can grasp the essence of any book after a single reading. Even in subjects demanding practical skills, such as charms and potions, she seems to master them with just a few attempts, functioning like a finely tuned learning machine that requires only minimal adjustments to operate flawlessly. Initially, Draco would engage in competition with her, but as their academic disparity widened, Angelia surpassed him in every aspect, extinguishing his initial defiance and leaving only admiration and envy in its wake. For instance, while he has only just begun his second-year potions class at Hogwarts, Angelia is already delving into sixth-year texts. Ironically, potions is not even her strongest subject. The more Draco contemplated, the more frustrated he became, unable to resist sneaking a glance at Angelia. She was bent over her desk by the window, writing with a quill, sunlight cascading over her porcelain skin, enveloping her in a warm, golden glow. Perhaps sensing Draco's gaze, Angelia looked up and offered him a gentle smile, her rosy lips curving into an exquisite arc, and her clear, blue eyes shimmering slightly, illuminated by the sunlight that danced within them, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Draco's heart raced, and before he could collect his thoughts, he was met with Snape's elongated, mocking tone from above. If Mr. Malfoy believes he has mastered everything, then he should brew a Felix Felicis for me now to prove that his mind is not filled with mere nonsense. If you have yet to learn it, I dare say you are not worthy of daydreaming. Embarrassed, Draco lowered his head, suddenly realizing the true meaning behind that enchanting smile. Angelia had long noticed that the godfather had become lost in thought. No wonder she suddenly smiled at him. How infuriating. She didn't even bother to give him a hint. Draco, in a fit of indignation, clenched his small fist and subtly raised it, only to be reminded of his utter inability to contend with her. So he reluctantly lowered his hand, feigning nonchalance. How vexing. Angelia did not contemplate much. She merely encountered a dilemma and sought to consult Uncle Severus. Not wishing to disturb his class, she glanced up to see if their lesson had concluded. To her surprise, she found Draco gazing intently at her, prompting her to offer him a faint smile to encourage his continued efforts. Alas, Uncle Severus suddenly noticed his distraction. How unfortunate. Angelia shook her head with an air of indifference, returning to the book in her hands. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. Narcissa had sent a house elf to summon them for lunch. After a morning immersed in potion studies, Draco appeared rather lethargic, while Angelia radiated an unusual vitality. Lunch consisted of her favored creamy mushroom soup, which she happily consumed in its entirety, followed by a small portion of red wine steak. After the meal, Angelia sought out Severus alone. Uncle Severus, I have a favor to ask of you, she began with an air of mystery. Severus's expression softened slightly. What is it? Our defense against the dark arts professor this year. Angelia leaned closer, her gaze earnest. I would like someone named Lena Dubois to take on the role. Dubois? Severus furrowed his brow slightly. Is she one of yours? Indeed. Angelia tugged at his sleeve, her voice gentle. Please, Uncle Severus, I have need of her. With a soft sigh, Severus extended a finger to tap her forehead. I can assist you, but you must promise not to cause any trouble. Angelia nodded earnestly. She was never one to instigate trouble. Rather, it was trouble that sought her out. On the eve of the school year, the Malfoy Manor was to host a grand ball, and as Draco's designated dance partner, Angelia had to remain. A few days prior, Narcissa had ordered a plethora of exquisite gowns from fashion magazines, and over the past few days, the dresses had begun to arrive. Angelia's most pressing task each day was to try on these new creations incessantly. During her stay at the Malfoy residence, Narcissa had lavished her with an abundance of delectable snacks, even sending a platter to her room before bedtime. Fortunately, Angelia possessed a physique that did not easily gain weight. Otherwise, she might have found it impossible to fasten the zippers of those elegant dresses. After several days of selection, Narcissa finally chose the perfect gown for Angelia, along with accompanying jewelry and hairstyle, and hastily ordered a matching suit for Draco. Soon, the day of the ball arrived. Angelia donned a pink and white-fitted princess gown, complemented by sheer white stockings adorned with pink lace trimmed with white pearls. Her feet were graced with delicate white-heeled shoes, and around her waist was a chain of pearls interspersed with pink crystals, harmonizing with the petite Venus pearls adorning her ears. Her long, light golden curls cascaded down her back, with some freshwater pearls delicately secured at the tips by silver threads. Draco, on the other hand, was clad in a white suit with a soft pink shirt beneath, his collar adorned with a charming white bow tie. His cufflinks, meticulously chosen by Narcissa, were crafted from pink crystals that perfectly mirrored the shape of the chain at Angelia's waist, enhancing his appearance remarkably. The ball commenced as is customary, with the host opening the dance. Draco gallantly extended his hand to Angelia, and together they glided into the dance floor. Their years of practice synchrony allowed their movements to be flawlessly coordinated, as both had undergone dance training. Thus, a simple opening waltz posed no challenge for them. As the melody concluded, the crowd poured onto the dance floor, while Draco and Angelia retreated to the side to procure some refreshments to satiate their appetites. As Angelia had just settled into her seat, Theodore approached her. His voice, as gentle as ever, resonated. "Ah, so this is where you are. Were you looking for me?" Angelia scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to her lips, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. She and Theodore had crossed paths numerous times at dances, their familiarity rendering the formalities of nobility unnecessary in his presence. "Indeed, I had intended to invite you for a dance," Theodore replied with a smile illuminating his eyes. "But to my surprise, you slipped away right after the opening dance, compelling me to seek you out." Angelia glanced at the cake in her hand and took a hefty spoonful, shoving it into her mouth, mumbling, "All right, let us go." Theodore chuckled softly, raising his hand to gently wipe the cream from her lips. "Let us go." The two of them clasped hands and glided into the dance floor. Children from noble wizarding families generally learn the etiquette and steps of formal dances from a young age. Even during their first collaboration, mistakes are rare. Furthermore, Theodore often invites her to dance at every ball they attend, thus their coordination is remarkably harmonious. As the music concluded, a melodious voice resonated from behind Angelia, followed by an arm encircling her waist. "Leah, I've been searching for you for quite some time," Pansy said, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. She then turned her head toward Theodore, her brow arched slightly. "May I borrow Angelia for a moment?" Just as Theodore was about to voice a response, Pansy had already twirled around, drawing Angelia away with her. Angelia turned back and offered Theodore an apologetic smile. Pansy led Angelia through the dance floor and found two vacant chairs nearby to sit down, before continuing. "The other day, the Parkinson family hosted a ball, and you and Draco failed to attend. It seems I have made a friend in vain." Pansy clutched her chest, feigning sorrow. On that day, Draco had been punished with the task of rewriting the family rules, as Uncle Lucius forbade him from going out. Angelia winked at her and sweetly handed her a glass of orange juice from her side, saying, "Please don't be upset." Pansy took a sip of the juice, her beautiful brown eyes glaring at Angelia with a hint of reproach, her soft voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "Then why did you not come either?" Angelia remained silent, her azure eyes fixed intently on her, and after a while, she answered herself. "Is it that Draco cannot come and forbids you from going? I knew it must be him. I shall confront him." Pansy, fuming, set down her cup and rose to her feet, but Angelia quickly grasped her arm. "Do not go. Draco is feeling rather down today. What is wrong with him?" Pansy inquired curiously, her brown eyes sparkling. "Has he been punished again?" "No." Angelia leaned closer and whispered, "Yesterday he discussed with Uncle Lucius about bringing a nimbus broom to school, but Uncle Lucius disagreed, and thus he has been sulking ever since." Pansy burst into laughter. "I knew it. If he is unhappy, it must be due to his own stubbornness." Neither of them felt inclined to dance any longer, so they settled at the table, engrossed in conversation until the ball came to an end, and they reluctantly bid farewell. After seeing off the guests along with Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco, Angelia plopped down on the sofa, her lovely face etched with exhaustion. After a long day of festivities, she felt utterly unwilling to move even a finger. Draco was not faring much better. He had maintained a polite, gentlemanly smile throughout the event, to the point that his face seemed to be frozen in that expression. After a considerable pause, Angelia finally felt a semblance of energy return. "Let us go. We should lie down." She reached out and patted Draco's hand. By this time, he had removed his suit jacket, leaving only his pink shirt, the cuffs rolled up, and 2 buttons of the collar undone. With his bow tie tossed carelessly on the nearby sofa. "I'm so tired," Draco pouted, his small face drooping, his gray eyes looking at her with a hint of grievance. "Let us rest for a little while longer." Angelia has a fondness for beautiful things, and people are no exception. Draco's exquisite demeanor, particularly when he is being playful, captivates her heart instantly. "If you lie down, shall I use the levitation charm to take you back?" Angelia inquires gently, tilting her head to pinch his cheek. Draco's eyes momentarily sparkled with delight, but soon dimmed as he replied, "If my father finds out, he will surely scold me. Just say I wanted to practice the levitation charm. Uncle Lucius wouldn't hold it against you." A flicker of joy crossed Draco's face. Is that permissible? His elation rendered him somewhat foolish, and the tenderness in Angelia's heart dissipated completely. "No, we cannot. If Uncle Lucius discovers this, he will certainly reprimand you. We should walk back." Draco's expression fell once more. Yet Angelia averted her gaze, gathering her belongings as she ascended the stairs. Reluctantly, Draco rose to follow her. On the eve of the new term, Angelia returned to Newmontgard for the second meeting of the Pure Blood Society. This gathering primarily served to report on the progress of their endeavors. To her satisfaction, Angelia found that all the tasks she had assigned had been completed, indicating a robust sense of execution and obedience among the Society's members. Rogier had acquired a splendid manor in England to serve as the headquarters for the Society's forthcoming activities. Lena Dubois, with Snape's assistance, had successfully become the new professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and other leaders had similarly fulfilled their respective duties. Many of these assignments required substantial funding, and as Angelia scrutinized the report in her hands, a frown of confusion crossed her brow as she turned her gaze toward Rogier. From where did the funds for the manor originate? Esteemed leader, the manor was purchased using the assets of the Rogier family. Rogier replied respectfully, bowing his head. Angelia furrowed her brows even tighter and casually pointed at a member, inquiring, "From where did you acquire the funds to purchase the alchemical armors?" The member, with a respectful bow of the head, responded, "My lord, it comes from the contributions of the Cancel family to the witchcraft party." Angeli cast her gaze over the faces of each member at the table, ultimately resting her eyes on a strikingly handsome man. "Present to me all the revenues and expenditures of the witchcraft party." This man was named Patrick, responsible for overseeing the financial assets of the witchcraft party. Patrick displayed a hint of reluctance, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment before softly responding, "My esteemed leader, the witchcraft party currently has no revenues or income." Angelia frowned intently, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table as she contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Soon, Patrick will provide me with a list of members from the Purity Party along with the amounts they have personally contributed." As she spoke, Angelia's gaze shifted to a man beside Patrick, who wore gold-rimmed glasses. "Maury, please stay after the meeting. I have some instructions for you." "Yes," Maury replied respectfully. What followed was a detailed report of work and task assignments. As Angelia had yet to enroll, many matters would need to be addressed once she arrived at Hogwarts. After listening to the report and briefly outlining a few tasks, Angelia announced the meeting's conclusion. The group hurriedly departed, leaving only Angelia and Maury in the room. Tina, the house elf, obeyed Angelia's command and brought down 2 large trunks from upstairs, placing them before Maury. With a steady voice, Angelia began. "These 2 trunks contain potions I have crafted during my leisure time, all of exceptional quality. Take them out and sell them. The money should be given to Patrick to settle the expenses incurred by everyone. The remaining funds will be deposited, serving as financial support for the Purity Party's future activities." Maury lifted the lid and gazed in astonishment at the 2 large trunks filled with potions, including high-grade elixirs such as Felix Felicis. His eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, he regained his composure, exclaiming, "Yes, my leader. Additionally, instruct Rosiel to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley, specializing in rare high-quality potions that are difficult to procure, and to accept custom potion orders." Maury hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly, "My leader, there are no skilled potion makers within the Purity Party, and many high-grade potions require a significant level of magical ability and potion-making expertise. Only a master potion maker could produce them." Though he did not say it outright, Angelia understood his concern. He feared that accepting orders that could not be fulfilled would tarnish their reputation. You need not worry about that. I have connections with skilled potion masters, and we shall not encounter the issues you fear. Angelia's words served as a soothing balm for Mori, dispelling any lingering doubts from his mind. An excitement brimmed in his voice. Indeed, my esteemed leader. After Mori exuberantly departed with 2 substantial trunks filled with potions, Angeli retreated to her chamber. With the commencement of classes looming on the morrow, she needed to meticulously organize all her belongings for the journey ahead. Her collection comprised numerous tomes and notes, predominantly chronicling obscure and ancient dark magic. Hogwarts had always harbored a vehement disdain for such practices, and it was imperative that her materials remained concealed from prying eyes. Yet, for the sake of her studies and research, these items were essential. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Angeli pondered her predicament. With no better alternative at hand, she resolved to enchant the covers of her books to resemble commonplace volumes, although the contents would remain unchanged. She would have to conceal her treasures as discreetly as possible. Hogwarts allocated dormitories based on house placements, and Angeli fervently hoped to be sorted into either Slytherin or Ravenclaw, as both houses exhibited a greater tolerance for dark magic. The students typically shared accommodations, which would facilitate her studies and access to her books. Moreover, each of these houses boasted its own library, replete with tomes on dark magic, a prospect that filled her with anticipation. Early the next morning, Angeli arose with the dawn, thoroughly rechecking her luggage before descending the stairs. In the sitting room, Gellert awaited her, reclining on the sofa with the Daily Prophet in his right hand and a cup of tea in his left, his cane resting leisurely against the armrest beside him. Upon noticing Angelia's arrival, Gellert set aside the newspaper and turned to her, an uncharacteristic smile gracing his face. Awake, are we? Angeli shivered at the sight of his smile, feeling a sudden unease as she furrowed her brow. What has gotten into you? Gellert's smile faltered, and he took a deep breath to quell his urge to retort. Striving to maintain his benign expression, he silently reminded himself, she departs today. Do not succumb to anger. Angelia gazed perplexedly at Gellert, who was suddenly seated on the sofa, taking deep breaths. After a moment of thoughtful frowning, she spoke. If you are feeling unwell, summon Tina to fetch a doctor from St. Mungo's. Gellert clenched his teeth, suppressing the surge of anger that threatened to overwhelm him. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. She would soon depart. Just hold on a little longer. Noticing Gellert's silence, Angelia shot him a puzzled glance but chose not to engage further, turning instead to head to the dining room. How inscrutable the old wizard's thoughts are. Gellert watched her graceful retreat, his teeth gritted, contemplating casting a leg-locking curse upon her from behind. He truly wondered what had compelled him to wait for her this early in the morning. That insufferable little sorceress had become utterly unendearing since turning 5. Despite his irritation, breakfast remained a necessity. With a huff, Gellert tossed aside the newspaper in his hand and, grasping his cane, made his way to the dining room. This morning's breakfast featured Angelia's favored blueberry peanut butter toast, clearly not a concoction of the house elf. Observing Gellert's disgruntled demeanor, Angelia raised an eyebrow and calmly seated herself to enjoy her portion of the meal. After breakfast, it was nearly time for Angelia to head to the station. Returning to her room, she retrieved her luggage and cast a shrinking charm, placing it into her handbag in preparation for departure. Approaching the fireplace, Gellert suddenly coughed loudly from the sofa. Ahem. Angelia turned to look at him. Be cautious. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to send me a message. Gellert spoke with a stern expression and an unkind tone, appearing somewhat irritable. However, Angelia noticed that he was gently stroking the cane in his hand, and a hint of concern flickered in the depths of his eyes. As warmth enveloped Angelia's heart, a sweet smile graced her lips. I understand, old demon, she replied playfully. Now be off with you. Gellert feigned disdain, turning his head away and dismissively waving his hand at her. In a flash of green fire from the hearth, Angelia had vanished, leaving Gellert with a hint of melancholy upon his face. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he tapped his cane and muttered about the ungrateful little creature before retreating to his chamber. Upon opening the door, he discovered a beautifully wrapped gift box atop his desk, accompanied by a letter adorned with familiar cursive. To the old demon, it read. A smile finally broke across Gellert's face as he approached the gift, tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter within. Dear old demon, I worried that after my departure you might feel too lonely, to the point of losing your ability to speak. Therefore, I have instructed the members of the Pure Witch Party to visit you every few days for a chat. The magical barriers in your room have been reinforced, so you need not fear that your conversations will be disclosed. Inside the box are some horrifically sweet candies purchased by the Duke of Honey, which I know you are fond of, though I cannot fathom their appeal. I hope you will enjoy them. Also, I assure you that I will refrain from any mischief this term, so you need not worry about him. I have also brought you a rather useless trinket, though you might find it appealing. I anticipate that I will soon be able to present you with a gift more to your liking, so please make do with this one for now. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Should anything arise, please write to me. See you during the holidays. Gellert could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. With a chuckle, he muttered a playful curse at the little sorceress and reached for the meticulously wrapped gift box. Inside lay several jars of what appeared to be toothachingly sweet confections, alongside one jar containing a substance resembling cockroaches, labeled as cockroach pile. It looked utterly revolting. Did he truly consume such things? For a fleeting moment, Gellert entertained the notion that this might be a little jest from Angelia, and he secretly hoped it was. Regardless, he steeled himself against his revulsion, opened the box, and plucked a piece of the cockroach pile to taste. The overwhelming sweetness sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he swallowed it nonetheless. The cloying sensation rolled down his throat and settled in his stomach, compelling him to sip from the now-cold cup of red tea on his desk, which barely diluted the saccharine flavor lingering in his mouth. Furrowing his brow, he once again perused Angelia's letter, searching for hints of mischief. To his dismay, it was evident that this was no prank, aside from the distasteful words. It was clear that Angelia had put considerable thought into this gift. Could it be that he genuinely enjoyed such delicacies? Gellert furrowed his brow as he glanced at the several jars within the box. In King's Cross Station, a girl donned in a tea-brown, knee-length dress, clutching a brown leather handbag, caught the attention of the guard. She had been standing for quite some time at the railing between platforms 9 and 10. Judging by her refined attire and the elegance she exuded, it was evident that her background was distinguished. However, she appeared to be separated from her family. The guard let out a soft sigh and approached her directly. "Have you lost your family?" he inquired gently, bending slightly with a warm smile. "Do you require my assistance?" Angelia's face blossomed with a sweet and gentle smile as she replied, "Thank you, but I believe I do not require assistance. I have not lost my family. I am merely standing here awaiting a friend." This girl was not only beautiful but also remarkably polite, leaving a favorable impression on the guard, who felt compelled to gently remind her, "The train is about to depart, so please be mindful of the time." "I understand. Thank you," Angelia responded obediently. Observing the girl as calm demeanor and quick wit, the guard felt reassured and offered her a warm, gentle smile before resuming his duties. Before long, Lucius and Narcissa arrived with Draco in tow. "Oh, darling," Narcissa exclaimed upon spotting Angelia, immediately approaching her with tenderness. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Very well," Angelia replied, her voice soft and laced with a playful lilt. Narcissa felt her heart melt at the sound, enfolding Angelia in an embrace and gently pinching her cheek. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to write to us. Should you encounter any troubles, you may also reach out to your Uncle Severus, and we will assist you. If you desire any treats, send me a message. I shall prepare them for you, and my owl will deliver them." Angelia's lips curled into a gentle smile, her clear azure eyes forming a delightful shape, brimming with surprise. "I understand now. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. I shall surely miss the little treats you make." Narcissa affectionately stroked her long hair and then turned to Draco. "You must protect Angelia well. Do not let anyone bully her, do you understand?" Before Draco could respond, Narcissa, as if recalling something, sighed softly. "It is of little use to discuss this with you. Angelia's magical prowess far surpasses yours, and you would be unable to safeguard her." Draco's face flushed crimson, his striking gray eyes cast down towards the ground, and his fists clenched tightly at his sides. How vexing. Angelia perceived Draco's embarrassment and kindly interjected, "Do not worry. Draco has always taken great care of me." Draco, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin, the previous shame and anger dissipating, leaving only an overwhelming sense of pride. Lucius glanced at Draco's newly elevated demeanor and sighed in resignation. Angeli possesses the extraordinary ability to alter his emotions with but a single utterance, prompting one to ponder where this child's training from the Malfoy household has led him. Is it truly Angeli who has attended the course on emotional control? Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, interrupting their conversation. Angeli turned to see Harry standing before a guard, engaged in some discourse, while the guard's countenance was one of palpable anger. "This is not platform 9 3/4. Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" In an instant, A look of confusion crossed Harry's face as he glanced between the ticket in his hand and the guard, seemingly questioning whether he had indeed arrived at the wrong station. "Harry, over here," Angeli called out, raising her voice and tiptoeing to wave at him. Almost immediately, he spotted her, exhaling in relief as he cheerfully pushed his luggage cart toward them. "Good day, sir, madam." Lucius cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone somewhat frosty. "Good day, Mr. Potter." In contrast, Narcissa greeted him with warmth. "Hello, Harry. Are you here alone?" Harry nodded politely, a shy smile gracing his face. "Originally, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia brought me, but they had other matters to attend to and left early." "No worries, you may join us." Narcissa gestured toward the seemingly impenetrable barrier. "This is indeed platform 9 3/4. Harry's gaze shifted to the barrier, inspecting it closely. And Angeli could even hear the sound of him nervously swallowing. "Do not fret." Angeli moved closer to him, softly reassuring, "I will accompany you through shortly. Just relax." Harry turned his head to glance at Angelia's face, and the tension in his heart began to dissipate. Angelia and Draco had enchanted their luggage with a shrinking charm, neatly stowing it away in their pockets. Therefore, when she beheld Harry's cumbersome luggage cart and suitcases, she felt a twinge of exasperation. "Allow me to shrink your belongings. They can easily fit in your pocket, sparing you the hassle of pushing a cart," she proposed, tilting her head slightly, her cerulean eyes blinking at him playfully. Harry, struck by her charm, instinctively clutched his racing heart and stepped aside to make room. Angelia deftly drew her wand, causing his luggage to shrink effortlessly. She then gathered the shrunken belongings and placed them into her handbag. After this flurry of activity, she realized that time had slipped away, and it was now time to make her way to platform 9 3/4. Angelia grasped Harry's hand as they lingered at the rear, softly whispering into his ear. "You may observe how they pass through first." Harry, understanding her intent, came to a halt. The first to venture forth was Draco, who eagerly dashed towards the railing, vanishing without a moment's hesitation. Harry's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Next came Lucius and Narcissa, who approached the barrier with an elegant stride, disappearing in an instant. Now it was Harry and Angelia's turn. His hands were slick with sweat from apprehension. Sensing his unease, Angelia reached out and took his hand. "Do not fear. We shall traverse together." As Harry turned his head, he met Angelia's azure gaze, which seemed to possess a soothing magic, dispelling his trepidation. "All right." Angelia walked ahead, holding his hand as they made their way toward the railing. In a few swift steps, Harry stepped into an entirely new world. A deep crimson steam locomotive billowed thick clouds of smoke, its sign proclaiming, "Hogwarts Express." The platform was already teeming with travelers, luggage in tow, animated conversations, and the anxious hoots of owls assaulting Harry's eardrums. Numerous pets darted across the ground, often pursued by small wizards striving to catch them. Above the platform, a copper sign dangled from chains, elegantly inscribed with the words, "Platform 9. "You're so slow. Hurry up. We must board and find an empty compartment," Draco said, his face scrunched in frustration as he briskly approached them, pulling the two along into the carriage, while Lucius and Narcissa observed from a short distance away. Angelia waved at the two with a charming smile and hurriedly followed Draco's steps. The carriage was already filled with numerous students. Draco held Angelia with one hand and tugged at Harry with the other, navigating the narrow aisle with great difficulty. "Excuse me, coming through," Draco said impatiently. His face contorted in irritation, his voice nearly hoarse, yet a large figure ahead seemed oblivious, blocking their path obstinately. "Did you not hear me ask you to move?" Draco's patience had finally reached its limit as he shouted harshly, prompting the bulky figure to turn around and face them. Upon seeing the first-year students, the large figure looked down at them with an air of superiority, his expression haughty. "Can't you see the upperclassmen are chatting? This year's first years truly lack manners. There's a gap right beside you. Why not just squeeze through?" Draco was not one to be trifled with in front of others. Rather than displaying anger at the provocation, he offered a sardonic smile. "You dare call yourself an upperclassman? Must you block the aisle to chat? It is an act of courtesy to ask you to step aside. Yet you have the audacity to put on airs. You dim-witted oaf, hurry back to your compartment and clear the way." The bulky figure let out an angry snort, raising his fist in a threatening manner towards Draco. Draco swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at him, his thin lips slightly parted, the sarcasm in his voice unmistakable. "I thought only trolls resolved disputes with fists. I never imagined a wizard would resort to brute force." The large man's eyes nearly ignited with fury as his fist came crashing down. Draco flicked his wand, and the man's fist was halted mid-air, unable to advance any closer to Draco. "Now, you may step aside." Draco hurled the large figure into the adjacent compartment, the door crashing open as the bulky form thudded onto the floor, clearly having sustained a harsh fall. Draco let out a disdainful huff and strode past through the vacant aisle. The boy who had been conversing with the large figure stood by, silently witnessing the entire scene, not uttering a single word, even shrinking back against the compartment wall to grant them space as the trio departed. Perhaps feeling humiliated, the large figure gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he rose and exited the compartment, drawing his wand to mutter an incantation directed at the backs of the three. A flicker of blue light emanated from the tip of his wand, rushing towards them. As the light approached, Angelia seemed to sense it, turning back with a radiant smile. Before he could react, the blue light ricocheted back towards him, causing him to uncontrollably break into a frenzied dance. A fitting consequence for his actions. Draco and Harry remained oblivious to the commotion behind them, while Angelia withdrew her gaze and followed the two into an empty compartment beside them. Upon entering, a smile flickered across Draco's previously tense face. His eyes sparkled as he glanced between Angelia and Harry, seemingly anticipating something. "You were brilliant." That large fellow was insufferable. "And thank goodness you intervened. That armor was truly magnificent," Angelia exclaimed with a beaming smile directed at Draco. Delighted, Draco lifted his chin, attempting to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards, striving to appear nonchalant. "It was nothing. After all, I must protect you." Harry lowered his gaze to his chest, exerting all his effort to stifle the laughter that threatened to escape his lips. With a long, sonorous whistle, the train began to move slowly, leaving the crowd on the platform behind, which gradually transformed into a collection of colorful specks before vanishing around a bend. Harry was about to embark on his first genuine venture into the wizarding world, and it would be the first time he could escape the Dursleys for such an extended period. Regardless of what the future held, it could not possibly be worse than his life with the Dursleys, thus Harry brimmed with anticipation for what lay ahead. Draco also exhibited excitement. Although he had studied many of Hogwarts subjects at home, Hogwarts was a place he had heard of since childhood but had never visited. His curiosity and eagerness for that place rivaled Harry's. In contrast, Angelia appeared considerably more composed. For her, Hogwarts was merely another cage, a more convenient setting for Dumbledore to keep tabs on her. She felt no fear, yet found it difficult to harbor any expectations. The courses there seemed far too simplistic, and she had to remain vigilant against Dumbledore's attempts to brainwash her. Therefore, she did not anticipate gaining much knowledge from the school's curriculum. If there was anything worth looking forward to, it was the prospect of causing some trouble for Dumbledore. As the three were lost in their thoughts, the compartment door was suddenly flung open. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" All the other private rooms were already filled. A delicate voice floated in from the entrance, prompting the three to lift their gaze towards the door. A girl with fair skin and a sweet visage stood there, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her dress upon meeting their eyes. "Please, have a seat here," Angeli offered with a warm smile, shifting her body slightly aside. The girl softly expressed her gratitude, hoisting her dress as she settled beside her. "What is your name?" Angeli inquired, turning her head to look at her, strands of her light golden hair gently sweeping behind her with the motion. The girl bit her lip and, in a gentle tone, replied, "I am Aloysia Hermon." "Hermon?" Angelia's expression sharpened as she scrutinized her from head to toe. "Which Hermon?" Aloysia appeared startled, her pale blue eyes glistening with unshed tears as she responded. "The Hermon family from Germany." Angelia's gaze remained fixed, and while Draco and Harry were preoccupied, Aloysia discreetly winked at Angelia. Angelia withdrew her inquisitive gaze and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Oh, I am familiar with your family." Draco and Harry seemed to sense something amiss, exchanging curious glances. Yet both managed to compose their expressions. Aloysia maintained her soft, dazed demeanor, while Angelia's face once again bore a friendly smile. "Are you also a new student at Hogwarts this year?" Angelia inquired casually. Aloysia replied softly, "Yes." After exchanging a few words, Angelia rose and stretched, her voice gentle as she said, "The journey has been quite exhausting. I would like to step outside and stretch my legs." Aloysia immediately understood and stood up. "I will accompany you." Draco and Harry, engaged in conversation, turned their heads in unison at Angelia's words. "Be careful and hold on to your wand," Draco warned with a furrowed brow. Harry offered her a tender smile, saying, "Come back soon." Angelia responded, and, followed by Aloysia, stepped out of the private room into a secluded corner. Aloysia, shedding the softness she had displayed earlier, now wore a demeanor of utmost respect. Hermann? Angelia raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is Mr. Hermann to you?" "He is my father," Aloysia replied, her tone now steady and devoid of previous warmth. To conceal her influence, Angelia had transformed the sacred emblem of the sorcerer's party into a delicate and ornate piece, which adorned her right hand, allowing Aloysia to recognize her instantly. "Did Mr. Hermann send you?" Aloysia bowed her head respectfully and answered, "Yes, my father, considering that he will be in England for the majority of the time. And knowing you are studying at Hogwarts, has sent me here as well. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to command. I shall exert every effort to fulfill it." This declaration was almost an oath of loyalty, prompting Angelia to re-evaluate the individual before her. The environment they occupied was not secure for conversation, with the potential for passers-by or eavesdroppers lurking nearby. Yet, each word she uttered deftly concealed pivotal information while addressing the inquiries at hand. Coupled with their earlier discourse under the watchful eyes of Draco and Harry, it was clear that she was an astute, composed, and meticulous individual, skilled in the art of disguise and impeccably courteous. While Angelia indeed required a small aid at Hogwarts, she remained cautious, unwilling to place complete trust in mere words. "For now, you need only to attend to your own duties," she replied. Angelia's voice was cool and distant. While Aloysia seemed to comprehend her concerns, her expression remaining unchanged as she lowered her head and replied, "Yes." The two returned to the private room in succession, where Draco and Harry had already ceased their conversation, turning in unison to gaze at her. "You're back. Did you encounter any danger?" Draco's fair, delicate face revealed a hint of worry. "What danger could there be on the train?" "Do not fret. I merely took a stroll." Angelia regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Harry wore a helpless smile. "In the few minutes you were gone, I at least intercepted him 5 times. He has been anxious that the previous large fellow might trouble you." Angelia raised an eyebrow, though she did not believe that Draco could surpass her in prowess. She still wore a smile, acknowledging his concern for her. Draco, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin, his ears tinged with a delicate blush. "Who is concerned about you? I merely fear that you might be bullied outside, thus tarnishing my reputation." The soft lobes of Draco's ears would warm slightly whenever they turned pink, and Angelia felt a fleeting impulse to tease him. However, with Aloysia present nearby, she decided to refrain for the moment. Around 12:30, a kindly-faced woman entered the booth. "My dear, does anyone require some refreshments from the vehicle?" Angelia lifted her gaze and beheld a small cart brimming with an array of peculiar confections before the woman, including chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and licorice wands. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown up in the Muggle world, his exposure to the enchanting artifacts of the wizarding realm had been exceedingly limited, rendering everything he encountered a delightful novelty. Upon witnessing the astonishment and delight etched upon his face, Angelia turned to the kind woman outside the door and softly requested, "Please take a little of everything. Thank you." After settling the payment of 15 silver sickles and 2 bronze nuts, Angelia entered, cradling a substantial assortment of provisions. Draco promptly conjured an unoccupied table with thoughtful consideration. Angelia unceremoniously piled the items she held onto the table, casually tossing a chocolate frog to Harry. "Try this. It's quite delightful." In the past, Draco and Angelia had brought him various sweets from the magical realm, but given the circumstances at the Dursleys, they often opted for less magical treats. He had never encountered such a chocolate before. The moment he unwrapped it, the chocolate frog sprang to life, startling him into dropping the packaging as he hastily caught it. "Oh, there's a card inside. Quickly, see who you've got." Draco, who was nibbling on a slice of pumpkin pie, leaned over to retrieve the discarded wrapping that Harry had thrown aside. "Blast it, it's him again." Harry popped the chocolate frog into his mouth and leaned closer to Draco, peering at the card. It bore the image of a man with long, graying hair and beard, and a crooked nose adorned with half-moon spectacles, exuding an air of great wisdom. Beneath the image, a line of small text likely indicated his name. "Albus Dumbledore?" Harry blinked in confusion. For some reason, neither Felina nor Draco had ever mentioned him in Harry's presence, leaving Harry unaware of Dumbledore's identity. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Angelia immediately approached. "Did you pull Dumbledore's card?" "Yeah." "How infuriating," Draco scoffed, contemplating discarding the card he held. Angelia discerned his disdain, and, before the pitiful sketch was discarded, she reached out to catch it. "Oh, If you do not desire it, then grant it to me. Surely, you do not intend to keep this? Draco's eyes widened. He was acutely aware that Angelia's aversion towards Dumbledore was no less fervent than his own. Angelia let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with a hint of resignation. I'm still of use. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to nibble on the remaining half of the pumpkin pie. Who is he? Harry inquired, glancing curiously at the two of them. Is he quite famous? Angelia spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion, quite renowned. As she spoke, she turned the artwork in her hand and handed it to Harry, after diligently reading the introduction on the back. Harry's emerald eyes twinkled with delight. It appears to be quite impressive. Angelia retracted the card in her hand, a cryptic smile gracing her lips, indeed quite formidable. Who is this dark wizard Grindelwald? Voldemort, perhaps? Yet, the timeline seems incongruent, as Harry furrowed his brow in confusion and cast a glance at Angelia. Draco paused momentarily in his chewing of the pie, lifted his gaze to Angelia, and then nonchalantly resumed savoring his pumpkin pasty, choosing not to interject. Angelia also lowered her gaze to the card in her palm, the small inscription upon it glaringly prominent. Dumbledore's widely recognized contributions include his triumph over the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Angelia tightened her palm until she noticed the edges of the painting slightly curling before she ceased her actions. Her most renowned contribution lies in the irony of having defeated her beloved, imprisoning him in a tower for decades. Angelia's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Harry cautiously ventured, I apologize, have I spoken amiss? Angelia exhaled softly, her gaze meeting the flustered, emerald eyes before her. In a calm tone, she remarked, No, Mr. Grindelwald is not like Voldemort. He was once a remarkable dark wizard. Angelia Draco then spoke up, her eyes drifting towards Aloysia, who had remained silent by her side, a warning glimmering in her gaze. Aloysia shrank back in fear. Angelia obediently closed her lips, feigning unfamiliarity with Aloysia, and spoke in a low voice. I trust you haven't heard anything, have you? Her influence could not be revealed at this moment, particularly in front of Draco and Harry. Should they become aware of her power, it might lead to complications for them. Yes, I haven't heard anything at all, Aloysia responded, playing along perfectly, her delicate face paling in fright, nearly on the verge of tears. Angelia shifted her gaze back to Draco and Harry. Draco was contemplatively staring at the small morsel of pie in his hand, while Harry looked at her with a face full of confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend their conversation. Angelia was aware of his confusion, but found herself unable to elucidate the matter, so she deftly shifted the conversation. Try this. She tossed a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into Harry's lap. The flavors are quite extraordinary. Draco grasped her intent and leaned closer to Harry, wrapping an arm around his neck. This peculiar treat boasts an array of bizarre flavors. What you taste is purely a matter of chance. Come, give it a go. With that, he tore open the packaging. Harry understood that his friends were diverting the topic. Although the revelation that they shared a secret unknown to him left him feeling slightly disheartened, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It was perfectly normal for friends to harbor small secrets. Their reluctance to share must have been for a reason, and there was no sense in dwelling upon it. Thus, Harry willingly accepted the open packet of every flavor beans and pinched a gray one from inside, placing it into his mouth. It was peppery. Harry's face contorted as a sharp, spicy flavor surged into his throat. The moment Angelia perceived Harry's hesitation, she understood that he was aware of their attempt to shift the topic. However, the trust he subsequently exhibited significantly lightened her troubled spirits. She approached Harry and seated herself beside him, leaning in to whisper softly against his ear, I apologize, but this matter cannot be disclosed to you just yet, as it may lead to complications. Rest assured, as soon as the time is ripe, I shall inform you immediately. Harry turned his head to gaze at Angelia, his emerald eyes brimming with tender trust. I understand. I believe in you all. Angelia's foul mood was entirely dispelled by his unwavering trust, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, and her rosy lips lifting into a radiant smile. Thank you. Beside her, Draco remained utterly indifferent to their interaction, his sole focus fixated on the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I wager this one must be strawberry, he murmured softly, pinching a red bean between his fingers. He exhaled gently, as if engaging in a mental preparation, before solemnly placing it into his mouth. In less than a second, the bean was expelled. Ugh, it's spicy. Draco's little face turned crimson from the heat, and he abruptly stood up, rummaging through the assortment of snacks in search of something to alleviate the fiery sensation. Angelia helplessly grasped a licorice wand, transforming it into a cup, and filled it with water as clear as spring. "Drink this." She approached Draco, thrusting the cup into his hands, and he nearly drained its contents in an instant. Angelia waved her wand and refilled the cup once more. After consuming 2 or 3 glasses, the flush on Draco's face began to fade. How could it possibly be spicy? Draco appeared quite aggrieved, exclaiming, "It certainly does not smell spicy at all." Angelia returned to Harry's side, her gaze searching through the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After a moment, she selected a blue bean. "Try this," she said, extending the blue bean to Draco. He eyed it warily. The color suggested it was anything but a conventional flavor. Nevertheless, trusting Angelia, he took it and placed it in his mouth. After all, he could endure another spiciness if necessary. Draco braced himself, but the faint aroma of strawberries that greeted him was a pleasant surprise. "It's strawberry," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Angelia. "How did you know?" His expression was undeniably charming, prompting Angelia to pinch his cheek playfully, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Just a guess," she replied. Just as Draco was about to inquire further, the door to their private booth was knocked upon, and a round-faced boy entered. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" he asked. Angelia gazed at the tears welling in his eyes, sensing that if she confessed to not noticing them, he would immediately burst into tears. Nevertheless, she shook her head and replied, "No." Indeed, no sooner had the words left her lips than the boy erupted into a cacophony of sobs, lamenting, "I've lost it again. It always seems to want to escape from me." "Do not fret," Angelia replied, her expression remaining stoic. "You will find it." The round-faced boy, still steeped in sorrow, added, "If you happen to see it, please let me know." Angelia raised an eyebrow, silently observing as the boy exited their compartment and knocked on the door of the next one. "Excuse me, may I ask if you've seen my toad?" "Soon." The sound of the boy's weeping echoed from the adjacent compartment. Draco clicked his tongue, remarking, "I wager he won't leave this carriage without his eyes swollen from tears." Harry nodded in agreement. "I believe so too." The train gradually approached a vast expanse of farmland, with distant woods and hills casting a picturesque backdrop, resembling a serene paradise. Everyone gazed out at the scenery, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Before long, the compartment doors swung open once again, revealing a little girl accompanying the round-faced boy at the threshold. "Have you seen a toad?" "Never lost one." Her tone was somewhat imperious, and for reasons unknown. Angelia found herself disliking her. Yet, she patiently replied, "No." "Oh." The girl's gaze drifted to the table in the center of the compartment. "How do you have a table?" Perhaps sensing Angelia's impatience, Harry interjected, "It's a transfiguration spell. Are you first years?" The girl looked at Harry with excitement, entering the compartment uninvited. "I read about it in a book. Transfiguration is quite complex for a first-year student." Her fervent gaze made Harry uneasy, and he stammered, "We are indeed first-year students. Could you demonstrate it for me?" The girl seemed oblivious to her unpopularity and continued to fixate on Harry. Draco and Angelia's expressions grew increasingly impatient, and Harry, feeling helpless, replied, "I didn't do it. Who can demonstrate it for me?" The girl's gaze swept over Draco and Angelia's faces, just as Angelia was about to lose her composure. Aloysia's soft voice chimed in from the corner, "I can demonstrate it for you." The girl's attention was instantly captured by her. Aloysia waved her wand, gently flicking her wrist, causing a bag of snacks on the table to transform into another small table. The girl gasped in astonishment. "So you've all mastered it to this extent. Is my progress too slow?" Aloysia, disregarding the girl's baffling remark, merely flicked her wrist again, reverting the table back to snacks. Had she not noticed Angelia's impatience, she would not have intervened. The girl, seemingly unwilling to depart, pressed on. "How did you learn the transfiguration spell? Did you teach yourself?" Aloysia, mindful of maintaining her demure facade, restrained the retort on her lips, but Draco showed no such reservations. "If you are finished speaking, kindly leave. The train is approaching the station, and we need to change into our school robes." Draco's voice was cold as he spoke, his gray eyes casting a brief glance at her. The girl's face flushed instantly. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately fell silent and hurriedly exited the compartment. "Thank goodness." Angelia rolled her eyes. "Well done, Draco." Draco smirked. "Your temper is improving. I truly wonder how you managed to contain it." As they approached the school, the group stood to don their pristine Hogwarts robes. At last, The train gradually slowed, finally halting at a dimly lit, small platform. The night breeze was biting, prompting Harry to shiver involuntarily, while Draco also shrank back slightly. Angelia raised her wand and cast a warming charm upon them. First year students, this way." A boisterous voice rang out beneath the flickering glow of a nearby lamp. "Oh, Harry, over here." The voice drew near, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. Harry looked up to see Hagrid's furry, oversized face. "Oh, hi, Hagrid." Moments later, they found themselves in a small boat, gently rocking as they rowed across the lake towards the distant Hogwarts castle. The tranquil surface of the lake mirrored the twinkling stars above and the illuminated fortress in the distance, creating a brief ripple as their boat glided across the water, before settling back into stillness. Hogwarts castle loomed majestically in the distance, its ancient stones aglow with a myriad of lights that coalesced into a shimmering sea, swaying to welcome its new guests. Beside him, Draco and Harry gazed in rapt attention at the castle, filled with excitement and curiosity for the place where they would reside for the next 7 years. Angelia, however, remained remarkably composed, her lovely face devoid of superfluous expression. The blue of her eyes reflected the approaching castle lights, yet seemed to darken further. Sharing their boat was an unfamiliar girl, who was so excited she seemed ready to leap out of her seat, causing the boat to sway precariously. Angelia, irritated, urged her to sit still. Perhaps her tone was too harsh, for the girl immediately ceased her movements and sat quietly, refraining from speaking further. Eventually, the small boat came to rest at a dock-like area, and they disembarked, standing upon a surface strewn with gravel and pebbles, following Hagrid towards Hogwarts Castle. After traversing a tunnel, walking across a damp patch of grass, and ascending a flight of stone steps, they finally arrived at the castle's grand entrance. Many students had already become muddy, the moist grass had left their shoes and robe hems damp, and the climb had accumulated dust on their attire. Some unfortunate students had even taken tumbles, rendering their new robes in a state of disarray. Angelia could no longer tolerate the damp corner of her robe, tainted with a mixture of soil and dust. With a subtle flick of her wand, she cast a cleansing charm upon herself, Draco, and Harry, leaving them immaculate. Draco, who harbored a mild aversion to filth, smiled at her in gratitude, the furrow in his brow finally easing. Harry turned back as well, offering her a dazzling smile that radiated pure delight. The restlessness within Angelia gradually dissipated. The ancient door creaked open, revealing a stern woman clad in a verdant robe. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she declared. Her voice mirrored her austere demeanor, and after a fleeting glance, Angelia lost interest and averted her gaze. The woman guided them into a vacant little chamber, which soon became overcrowded with a throng of first-year students. They stood nearly shoulder to shoulder, occasionally experiencing minor mishaps as someone unintentionally stepped on another's foot. Angelia found herself ill at ease in the crowded environment, the warmth emanating from the strangers around her gradually fraying her nerves. Perhaps noticing her discomfort, Harry laboriously positioned himself behind her, shielding her from the encroaching presence of unfamiliar scents, while Draco stood protectively in front, creating a barrier between her and the throng ahead. Surrounded by familiar sensations, Angelia's agitation finally subsided. The stern woman at the front continued to speak, but Angelia had neither the inclination nor the patience to listen. All she wished for was to escape this dreadful chamber as swiftly as possible. The myriad of scents wafting from those around her caused her brow to furrow, and she had never yearned so desperately to master a spell for odor suppression. Before her, a delicate golden head bobbed up and down, prompting Angelia to step forward and bury her face against its shoulder, inhaling a familiar, crisp aroma that brought her a sense of satisfaction. Draco, feeling the weight on his shoulder, tilted his head slightly in a gesture of reluctant accommodation, allowing Angelia to nestle more comfortably. She had always despised crowded places, undoubtedly feeling like a mere portable sachet of fragrance. Draco recalled countless similar experiences and could not suppress a roll of his eyes. At last, the lengthy monologue of the stern woman, whose name was revealed to be Professor McGonagall during her self-introduction, came to an end, and she turned to leave. Yet the students remained behind. A buzz of conversation began to circulate around them. Draco turned as well, prompting Angelia to hold her breath and burrow into his embrace. Burying her face in his shoulder and taking a deep inhalation, Draco, accustomed to this, gently patted her back and addressed Harry. "Did you catch that?" She mentioned something about sorting. Harry, appearing somewhat anxious, responded, "I truly hope we end up together." Draco nodded in agreement, If only we could all be sorted into Slytherin. This remark garnered the attention of several students nearby, but their gaze swiftly shifted from Draco to Harry. Look, he has that lightning-shaped scar, someone exclaimed. And more heads turned towards Harry, the murmur of the crowd growing ever louder. Is he Harry Potter? I heard he is starting school with us this year. Could it really be him? As Harry fumbled under the scrutiny, another spectacle diverted the crowd's attention. Look, what is that? Following the sound, they beheld a procession of 20 translucent ghosts emerging from the walls behind them, whispering amongst themselves as they glided across the room. The spirits warmly greeted the newcomers, welcoming them to the houses they once belonged to, captivating the students' attention completely. Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts promptly vanished through the walls. Now in a line, she instructed, her tone serious. Follow me. The students swiftly formed a single file behind Professor McGonagall. And Angelia finally felt a sense of relief as she lifted her face from Draco's shoulder, following the procession into a remarkably opulent dining hall. For lengthy tables were adorned within, already populated by numerous students, while thousands of candles floated overhead, illuminating the entire chamber. At the forefront, a long table was set up, behind which sat the esteemed professors of the school. Professor McGonagall placed a four-legged stool directly in front of the first-year students, and atop it, she set an old, tattered hat, grimy and patched. As soon as the hat was placed on the stool, it began to move, its edges splitting open to reveal a wide gash, resembling a mouth that opened and closed as it sang a most discordant tune. At long last, after enduring a prolonged ordeal, the hat finally ceased its song, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Now, as I call out a name, that individual shall don the hat and take a seat upon the stool for sorting, Professor McGonagall announced, clutching the lengthy scroll of names in her hand. Both Draco and Angelia shuddered in unison at the thought of wearing that revolting hat. Draco murmured in a hushed tone, expressing his disdain. It appears both filthy and worn. Angelia nodded in agreement, her mind racing with thoughts on how to safeguard her hair from impending doom. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the hall, as a blonde girl stumbled forward to don the hat before gingerly taking a seat on the stool. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed loudly, Hufflepuff. A resounding applause erupted from the long table on the right. By the time it was Harry S. turn to step forward, Angelia had yet to devise a strategy to keep the hat from touching her head. Harry managed a nervous smile at the two of them as he made his way to the front. The sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, remaining silent for a longer duration than it had for previous students, before finally announcing, Gryffindor. Harry's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, yet the warm welcome from Gryffindor's table swiftly followed, and he walked towards it. Damn it, Draco scowled, watching Harry approach the Gryffindor table. How could he possibly end up there? However, his attention was soon diverted as Professor McGonagall called out Angelia's name. Angelia Royal. Angelia sensed several piercing gazes directed at her from the professor's seat. Maintaining an expression of indifference, she approached her stool, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes, yet suppressing her aversion to filth. She seated herself and adjusted her hat firmly upon her head. A domineering wave of mental magic surged toward her, prompting Angelia to instinctively employ her mental shielding technique. Since childhood, Gellert had diligently instructed her in this art, emphasizing that those who manipulate the hearts of others must guard their own thoughts and emotions fiercely. Consequently, she committed herself to mastering it with utmost seriousness. Thanks to Dumbledore, could it be that the sorting hat is, in fact, a magical artifact capable of soul reading? Might she also delve into its essence? Oh, let me see a blank. The astonished voice of the sorting hat echoed within her mind. How can it be empty? The most intense emotional fluctuations present the ideal opportunity for soul reading. Seizing this moment of surprise, Angelia swiftly infiltrated the thoughts of the sorting hat. The consciousness of magical artifacts evidently differs from that of wizards. Their memories are orderly and structured. Angelia quickly located the information she sought. Harry Potter must be sorted into Gryffindor. A silver-haired elder stood before the sorting hat, his back turned, hands clasped behind him, and Angelia Royal and Draco Malfoy. They too must be placed in Gryffindor. The elderly man turned, revealing a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles perched upon his crooked nose, his long silver beard cascading before him. They must. Angelia severed the connection with the sorting hat's memories, and at that moment, it remained astonished by the emptiness of her mind. Waves of mental assault surged forth, as it stubbornly sought to comprehend why it was unable to probe the depths of Angelia's thoughts. It seemed oblivious to the fact that its own memories had been invaded. After all, Magical artifacts differ from wizards, lacking the capacity to resist. The act of extracting thoughts would not deplete their mental or physical faculties. Akin to a storied archive where one could freely peruse its contents, provided one possessed the key. Naturally, this presupposed an adept mastery of both thought extraction and mental shielding techniques. In truth, Angelia understood Dumbledore's motives for placing them in Gryffindor. For her, it was a means of closer surveillance. For Harry, it was to cultivate his trust, and for Draco, it was simply to provoke. The notion of a young Malfoy being sorted into Gryffindor would, regardless of whether the Malfoy family chose to transfer him, deliver a significant blow to the prejudices held by the Malfoys against Gryffindor. Moreover, Angelia's well-established rapport with Draco was known to him. If it could compel Draco to transfer, it would eliminate a potential ally for Angelia, especially considering her destined role as the next Dark Lord prophesied. Dumbledore intended to outmaneuver her, yet she would never allow him to succeed. Her purpose for being here was to create turmoil for him. Angelia began conversing with the Sorting Hat in her mind. Surely, both Draco and I will be placed in Slytherin, correct? No, you shall be sorted into Gryffindor, replied the Sorting Hat, its voice tinged with impatience as it continued its mental assault upon her. You are aware that it is quite effortless to destroy a hat, at times. Suddenly, the Sorting Hat perceived the vivid images within Angelia's mind. It saw itself being torn to shreds by her, submerged at the depths of the Black Lake, never to see the light of day again, battered against the Whomping Willow, reduced to mere tatters, sliced into fragments and cast into the fireplace to be reduced to ashes. No. The Sorting Hat quivered, its voice no longer resonant as it had been during its earlier proclamations, now sounding feeble. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat's delay had stretched on for an eternity, long enough for whispers to circulate among the onlookers regarding whether the candidates had indeed fallen into slumber. Professor McGonagall had never encountered such a situation. Just as she was about to approach for a closer inspection, she heard the feeble voice of the Sorting Hat proclaiming, Slytherin. Albus Dumbledore, seated at the faculty table, suddenly furrowed his brow in concern. Angelia gracefully lowered her hat, her gaze sweeping across the staff table before finally settling on Dumbledore. She exchanged a glance with him, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips, and strode towards the Slytherin table, where the welcoming applause resonated in her ears. Harry cast her a look of pity, to which Angelia responded with a reassuring smile. The sorting ceremony continued, yet the Sorting Hat appeared markedly less animated than before. Angelia noticed Professor McGonagall's brows furrowing repeatedly, seemingly concerned for the hat's well-being. But what did that matter to her? Angelia gazed at Draco amidst the crowd, and their eyes met in a fleeting moment. Do not worry, she mouthed to him, eliciting a faint smile from Draco. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the hall. Draco appeared slightly anxious, yet the impeccable upbringing of the Malfoy family rendered his movements graceful and composed. He exuded an innate nobility that irresistibly drew the gaze of those around him. Approaching the stool, Draco took the hat in hand and seated himself, placing the hat atop his head. The instant the hat brushed against his hair, it erupted with a cry, Slytherin. Angelia smiled contentedly. Draco appeared exceedingly exhilarated. He promptly tossed the soiled hat back onto the bench and strode toward the Slytherin table with an air of pride. Angelia clapped along with the others, watching as Draco approached her and took a seat beside her, strutting like a proud peacock. I knew I would be sorted into Slytherin, Draco whispered, leaning close to her ear, his voice laced with unmistakable delight. Angelia smiled softly without responding, her gaze sweeping over the long table of Gryffindor, where she unexpectedly spotted Harry, who wore an expression of disappointment as he looked their way. Meeting Angelia's eyes, Harry appeared somewhat flustered, and she playfully mouthed to him, See you later. Though he looked a bit perplexed, he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Angelia always found a way, even if they were not in the same house. During the subsequent sorting ceremony, Angelia hardly paid attention until Professor McGonagall called out a familiar name, Pansy Parkinson. Angelia finally lifted her gaze towards the group of students anxiously awaiting their sorting. Pansy gracefully tossed her hair over her shoulder and approached with poise, taking a seat on the stool and placing the tattered hat upon her meticulously tended locks. Angelia swore that Pansy had indeed displayed a fleeting expression of disdain on her face. However, it was not long before that tattered hat made its decision, Slytherin. Pansy seemed to have anticipated the outcome, striding haughtily towards the Slytherin table and plopping down beside Angelia. Leah, Pansy remarked, her delicate features contorting in distaste as she lifted a lock of hair to Angelia's nose, pitifully inquiring, "Do my hair smell foul?" Her voice was sweet and mellifluous, devoid of any trace of her earlier arrogance. A fragrant essence of grapefruit wafted into the air with her gesture, making Angelia chuckle as she shook her head. "It smells delightful, like grapefruit." Pansy's expression brightened slightly as she tossed the strand of hair over her shoulder, lamenting, "That hat is truly filthy." Her tone was imbued with a sense of grievance, which prompted Draco to lean closer and nod in agreement. "I concur," he said. And the two seemed to discover a kindred spirit in one another, transitioning from deriding the sorting hat to discussing hair care. Angelia, feeling somewhat exasperated, redirected her gaze back to the sorting ceremony. Before long, another familiar name was called, Theodore Knott. Draco's expression soured as he pursed his lips, his gray eyes fixated on Theodore's movements, as if he were anticipating something. Of course, Angela was well aware of what Draco was anticipating. He and Theodore had been at odds since childhood, often engaging in quarrels over toys and sweets. Though it was usually Draco who instigated the provocations while Theodore observed with indifference. As they matured, their disputes evolved to center around who would be Angela's dance partner at various balls. However, such rivalry was rather unnecessary, given that Draco had been her companion at nearly every ball since their youth, yet Theodore always attempted to claim her second dance. The warmth of Theodore's smile vanished in Angela's presence. In front of others, he predominantly exhibited a demeanor of coldness and silence. When the sorting hat briefly lingered upon his head, it resoundingly declared, "Slytherin." Amidst the applause, Theodore took his seat at the long table beside Draco. "What are you doing sitting here? Is there no space behind?" Draco remarked with an exasperated eye roll. Surprisingly, Theodore refrained from retorting, his gaze fixated intently on Angela. "How wonderful it is that we have both been sorted into Slytherin. From now on, we can be classmates." Theodore's voice was exceedingly gentle, eliciting a look of disdain from Draco. "Could you act normally for once?" Draco shivered, adding, "Don't speak like a toad." Theodore's gentle expression faltered as he shot a sidelong glance at Draco, retorting icily, "With your intellect, how did you end up in Slytherin? Did your father pull some strings for you?" Draco shot him a sidelong glance, suddenly leaning languidly against Angela's shoulder, feigning distress. "I have a headache." What he said has truly hurt my feelings, leaving me with a painful head. Theodore's frustration grew as he observed Draco's antics, his temples throbbing with irritation. How shameless could he be? Pansy, seated beside them, rolled her eyes in accustomed annoyance, redirecting her attention back to the sorting ceremony. Uninterested in their petty attempts at vying for favor, Draco felt a sense of relief at Theodore's visible agitation. Previously, he had never emerged victorious from their quarrels, often left exasperated and subjected to Theodore's mocking jabs. However, ever since Theodore had met Angela, this dynamic had shifted, for reasons unknown. It seemed that whenever Draco displayed any vulnerability in front of Angela during their arguments, Theodore became infuriated. Gradually, Draco became accustomed to this, finding himself instinctively gravitating towards Angela whenever Theodore was near, relishing in the irritation it caused him. Angelia could not fathom why these two individuals would invariably involve her in their quarrels. Draco, with an air of wounded innocence, leaned against her, prompting her to comfort him. However, after soothing Draco, she noticed that Theodore appeared even more irate, compelling her to console him as well. As she navigated this delicate balance, the two men began to target one another anew, ensnaring her in a recurrent cycle. Life was indeed challenging. Angelia's sighed, having finally pacified both of them. She turned her gaze once more toward the sorting ceremony, where a name caught her attention, Aloysia Herman. A sweet-faced girl sat upon the stool, the tattered hat perched atop her head. Much like Angelia's experience, the sorting hat did not hastily render its decision, but remained in contemplative silence. While the onlookers watched with curiosity, Aloysia found herself engaged in a mental debate with the hat. Intelligent, wise, shrewd, and visionary, you are suited for Ravenclaw. I do not wish to be placed in Ravenclaw. I desire to join Slytherin. You are not fit for Slytherin. I perceive no ambition in your thoughts. That is a misconception. I am determined to join Slytherin. Should you dare to assign me elsewhere, I shall remove you, shred you, and cast your remnants into the flames. The sorting hat suddenly recalled a scene it had encountered in another student's mind not long ago. Thus, it reluctantly, albeit with a hint of exasperation, proclaimed, Slytherin. Angelia raised an eyebrow as she observed Aloysia approaching the Slytherin long table, adorned with a gentle smile. Angelia was flanked by others, and Aloysia chose a position neither too close nor too far. Hailing from a lineage of pure-blooded German nobility, Aloysia's upbringing was impeccable in terms of etiquette. Moreover, her gentle demeanor, sweet appearance, and fluent English enabled her to engage in conversation with the girl beside her. At this juncture, the familiarity between the two could not be disclosed, prompting Angelia to redirect her attention swiftly. The next candidate for sorting was also an acquaintance. Angelia heard Professor McGonagall's serious voice proclaim, "Blaise Zabini." Instantly, Pansy raised her gaze. A tall, slender boy with a slightly darker complexion emerged from the crowd, a half-smile playing at the corners of his lips as he strode toward the sorting hat. Angelia sensed that Pansy, seated beside her, was becoming increasingly anxious. It was not until the sorting hat audibly proclaimed Slytherin that Pansy finally relaxed. Pansy and Blaise shared a close bond, often serving as dance partners at the ball. Yet Pansy's nervous demeanor and slightly flushed ears left Angelia puzzled. Why was she so uneasy about Blaise's sorting? Though curious, Angelia did not inquire further, as she was not particularly familiar with Blaise. When Blaise approached and settled beside Pansy, they immediately engaged in cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, Angelia observed Theodore and Draco bickering to her right, and Pansy and Blaise merrily chatting to her left. Feeling somewhat forlorn as she rested her chin in her hand while gazing longingly at the Gryffindor table. How lonely it was. She missed Harry. Angelia felt that Harry must be as lonely as she was at that moment. However, when she cast her gaze in his direction, she realized that a few boys had gathered around him, and he was engaged in an animated conversation with a boy with red hair. She felt even more isolated. Angelia pouted, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Perhaps sensing the silence around them, Draco suddenly waved his hand at Theodore, dismissively uttering that he would no longer argue. Before turning to engage in conversation with Angelia, Theodore, feeling even more irritated, inquired, "What's bothering you? Are you hungry?" Draco glanced sideways at Angelia's drooping visage and spoke gently. Angelia shook her head weakly. Draco reached into his pocket and retrieved a candy, placing it before Angelia. "Here, have some candy. It might lift your spirits, don't you think? The sorting ceremony is nearing its end, and soon we shall dine. I wager that dinner will feature your favorite cream of mushroom soup." Angelia felt a slight uplift in her spirits as she picked up a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth, where the sweet essence of strawberry melted upon her tongue. It was her favorite flavor, the delightful taste of strawberries. Angelia's mood has improved slightly. It seems that Harry is adapting well to Gryffindor. Draco cast a fleeting glance at the Gryffindor long table before promptly withdrawing his gaze. His voice tinged with a hint of languor. Angelia then turned to him. "He has been sorted into Gryffindor. What shall we do?" Draco, with a hint of exasperation, pinched Angelia's cheek and replied, "What else can we do? Should we sever ties with him? I have long suspected his lack of intellect would prevent him from being sorted into Slytherin. I simply did not foresee his placement in Gryffindor. Harry's parents both hail from Gryffindor and were staunch supporters of Dumbledore, and his mother is of Muggle descent. The Malfoy family has always harbored a deep-seated disdain for both bloodlines in Gryffindor, which explains Lucius's indifferent attitude towards Harry. There is indeed a reason behind it." Angelia tilted her head and whispered softly in his ear, "Let us discuss this matter thoroughly tonight." The warm breath, fragrant with the scent of strawberry candy, unexpectedly made Draco's ears flush. Very well. He turned his head towards the sorting ceremony, attempting to conceal his slightly reddened face. Noticing Draco's sudden shift, Angelia blinked in confusion, assuming he wished to say no more, and redirected her gaze to the sorting ceremony. Nearby, Theodore had witnessed the entire scene of Draco's blushing, as well as Angelia's bewildered expression, which unexpectedly lifted his spirits, curling the corners of his lips into a faint smile. Just a foolish boy who has yet to awaken. He poses no real threat. Theodore's irritation dissipated, and he turned his attention back to the sorting ceremony with newfound interest. Finally, as the last new student completed their sorting, Professor McGonagall gathered her lengthy list and departed with the sorting hat. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose, extending his arms towards the students, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts, as we embark on a new academic year." Upon hearing his voice, Angelia immediately wrinkled her brow in distaste. "Before the feast begins, I wish to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist. Thank you all," Dumbledore continued. Angelia observed him in front, feigning folly, and let out a cold huff of disdain. Draco, sensing her emotional turmoil, gently clasped her fingers beneath the table in a gesture of reassurance. Suddenly, the empty plate before them brimmed with an array of delectable dishes, various roasted meats, desserts, steaks, and vegetables. Yet, Angelia found herself devoid of appetite, still repulsed by Dumbledore's nonsensical ramblings. The Slytherin table was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the clinking of cutlery and hushed conversations. She glanced towards the Gryffindor table, filled with laughter and merriment, and once again felt validated in her choice of Slytherin. "Do try this," Draco urged, as he placed a succulent-looking steak onto her plate when he noticed her reluctance to act. "I've tasted it. It's quite good." Angelia exhibits a remarkable tolerance for snacks. However, she is exceedingly particular when it comes to her main meals. Fortunately, Draco has nearly discerned her culinary preferences. Each time they find themselves in a new dining environment, he instinctively samples the dishes before her, selecting only those that align with her tastes to present to her. Angelia did not wish to offend his kindness. She picked up her knife and fork, slicing a piece of steak before placing it delicately in her mouth. The tender beef melted upon her tongue, mingling exquisitely with the carefully crafted sauce as it slid down her throat. The flavor was delightful. A faint smile graced the corners of Angelia's lips. Draco raised an eyebrow with pride, exclaiming, "Of course, I knew this would suit your palate perfectly." A bowl of steamed broccoli, Angelia's favorite accompaniment to steak, rested a short distance away. Angeli, disinterested in fetching it herself, merely cast a fleeting glance before quietly slicing into the steak on her plate. Draco, however, took notice. He filled an empty plate with a small portion and placed it beside her, all the while engaging in conversation with an unfamiliar Slytherin boy nearby. Angelia gazed at the plate of steamed broccoli that had unexpectedly appeared beside her and felt a sudden surge of appetite. After devouring the steak and broccoli, she found herself craving a small pudding. Her eyes flitted among the assortment of puddings, each boasting distinct flavors, yet she remained uncertain of which to choose. Suddenly, a fair hand slid a dish of milk pudding before her. Following the hand, her gaze landed on Theodore. "This one is delightful. I believe you will enjoy it," he said, offering her a gentle smile as he sat before an array of puddings, each varying in flavor. Draco, seated between them, had been engaged in conversation with a student across the table when he caught sight of that infuriating hand pushing a plate of pudding past him to rest in front of Angelia. Turning his head towards Theodore, he spoke with a hint of hostility. "Do you truly know her preferences?" Refrain from casually recommending options to Angelia. Unappetizing choices could dampen her appetite. His words, though partially sincere, bore an air of exaggeration. Angelia is indeed quite particular about her food. On occasion, when faced with something unpalatable, she simply refuses to eat, displaying a rather spoiled disposition. From a young age, she was nurtured with great care. Although Geller was strict with her academic pursuits, he never deprived her in other aspects of life. Later, the indulgence from Lucius and Narcissa further solidified her less admirable habits. However, it would be an exaggeration to claim she cannot endure hardship. Rather, she prefers to treat herself well whenever circumstances allow. In dire situations where survival is at stake, she would not hesitate to consume even the most unappetizing fare. Indeed, she would be willing to gnaw on wood if it meant staying alive. "Thank you," Angelia said softly to Theodore as she scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth. The moment it touched her palate, she was greeted with a delightful sweetness reminiscent of milk. The pudding was soft, bouncy, and smooth, melting effortlessly, and its flavor was quite exquisite. Angelia narrowed her eyes contentedly. Draco was all too familiar with this expression of hers, and suddenly, an inexplicable surge of both grievance and anger welled up within him. Pouting, he sat beside Angelia, vigorously prodding the remaining carrots on his plate. Angelia gazed at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Draco had suddenly become sullen. Nevertheless, she gently scooped a spoonful of pudding and brought it to his lips, softly suggesting, "Would you care to try? It is quite delightful." Draco stared at the morsel of pudding in the spoon, feeling a deepening sense of anguish within him. With a cold huff, he turned his head away, deliberately avoiding the tempting offering. Angelia blinked in confusion, retrieving the pudding and placing it into her mouth. If she wasn't going to eat it, then so be it. Angelia continued to delightfully dig into the pudding on her plate, while Draco grew increasingly irritable with each passing moment. Ultimately, he chose to turn away, preferring not to behold her. Out of sight, out of mind. Angelia was perplexed by the sudden shift in his demeanor, as his apparent disinterest in her company cast a shadow of sorrow over her heart. "What troubles you?" she inquired gently. The voice of Angela is soft and sweet, imbued with a hint of pudding's delightful fragrance. Draco turned his head and noticed the evident grievance on her face, suddenly feeling that he had been excessively harsh. Angelia has done nothing wrong. How could one possibly take their anger out on her? Draco's expression brightened, and he gently inquired, "Is there anything wrong? Would you like some pudding?" Angelia observed intently and, upon confirming that he was indeed no longer angry, gently shook her head, expressing her disinterest in eating. As she spoke, she naturally pushed the remaining half of her pudding towards him. Draco gazed at the half portion of pudding she had pushed over, casting a glance at the irritable Theodore, and suddenly felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips, mimicking Angelia's earlier gesture. Narrowing his eyes in satisfaction as he nodded appreciatively, the flavor was delightful. Theodore remarked, "It's just infuriating." Draco joyfully finished the half portion of pudding, convinced he had never encountered such delectable dessert before. It was not until everyone had nearly finished that Dumbledore rose once more. Amidst a lengthy discourse filled with nonsensical chatter, Angelia distilled the essence of his message. They were prohibited from entering the forbidden forest and the corridor to the right of the 4th floor. Angelia smirked, her lips curving in a way that suggested she was on the verge of sprouting 2 devilish horns. Was this not a blatant indication that anyone seeking trouble should start from these 2 points? Angelia was enveloped in a whirlwind of excitement and joy, eagerly rubbing her hands together, utterly oblivious to the words that Dumbledore was about to utter. It was only when she heard the people around her begin to sing a peculiar song in an array of tones that her attention was drawn back to her surroundings. Angelia blinked in confusion. Upon noticing her expression, Pansy realized that Angelia had just spaced out. She quietly leaned closer to Angelia and elucidated the current situation. "Is this the school anthem?" As Angelia listened to the heart-wrenching howls emanating from Gryffindor, she found herself utterly astonished. The professors were diligently singing, and Angelia glanced at Snape, who sat expressionless, fixated on the lyrics conjured by Dumbledore, swirling and distorting in midair. His lips moved rapidly, seemingly attempting to recite the lines at the swiftest pace possible. After the last 2 voices from Gryffindor completed the school song in a peculiar tune, they were finally permitted to return to their dormitory. Following the prefect, they entered the cellar through the right side of the grand marble staircase, traversed a dim corridor, and arrived before a solid stone wall. "Ambition," the prefect uttered at the vacant wall, and suddenly, a massive stone door materialized. The prefect pushed the door open, leading them inside. This was the Slytherin common room. "I trust you will remember the route we just took and the password." Generally, the password for the common room changes every 2 weeks, and we will post the new one on the notice board. Now, first-year girls, please follow Gemma Farley, and first-year boys, kindly accompany me. Draco and Angelia parted ways as they were guided by the prefect towards their respective dormitories. In front of Angelia stood Pansy, while behind her was Aloysia, both of them trailing at the very end of the line. The room had been arranged early in the morning. Gemma Farley led them to their dormitory and instructed, "In Slytherin, 2 share a room. Your names have already been inscribed on the doors, and your luggage has been placed beneath your respective beds. Now, please return to your dormitory." Angelia followed Pansy and Aloysia until they reached the final destination, ultimately discovering their names inscribed above the last 2 doors. The penultimate door bore the names Pansy Parkinson and Aloysia Royal. The very last door, however, displayed a solitary name, Angelia Royal. "You are indeed fortunate. I have heard that such occurrences do occasionally transpire within Slytherin," Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile. "Greetings, I am Aloysia Herman." "Hello, I am Angelia Royal," Angelia responded, offering a warm smile in return. Pansy, however, regarded the solitary name on Angelia's door with a contemplative expression, bestowing upon her a cryptic smile. "Quite remarkable," she said. Angelia felt somewhat perplexed, yet Pansy chose not to elaborate. "You should head back to your room and rest. Today has been utterly exhausting." Pansy stretched languidly and playfully winked at Angelia, saying, "Good night, Leah." "Good night." Pansy and Aloysia returned to their chamber, while Angelia pushed open the door to her own dormitory. Everything inside was arranged according to her tastes. The room was nearly identical to her bedroom at the Malfoy residence. In that instant, Angelia comprehended the meaning behind Pansy's earlier expression. This was no stroke of luck. Someone had undoubtedly paved the way for her. Angelia could not help but reveal a sweet smile as she stepped forward to open the wardrobe. She was not at all surprised to find it brimming with the latest autumn collection. Adjacent to it, the vanity table displayed an array of exquisite jewelry, with the most striking blue diamond necklace prominently positioned at the center. Angelia suddenly recalled that during her midnight return with Harry, Uncle Lucius had mentioned purchasing a blue diamond necklace for her. However, with so many matters occupying her mind, she had long since forgotten about it, not realizing that Uncle Lucius had brought it directly to Hogwarts. Angelia extended her hand to grasp the exquisite blue diamond necklace, feeling its icy touch against her skin. The quality of the diamonds and the craftsmanship were simply exceptional. The ornate and intricate design did not come across as excessive, and the array of blue diamonds, large and small, did not evoke any sense of vulgarity. Even though Angelia was accustomed to various forms of jewelry, this necklace struck her as a rare and precious find. She had departed from her biological parents at a tender age and, even now, remained unaware of their identities. However, Lucius and Narcissa treated her as if she were their own daughter, though she had never experienced the love of her biological parents. The affection and indulgence bestowed upon her by Lucius and Narcissa filled the void left by that absence. The hour was growing late, and after a long day of exertion, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. The lounge was now nearly empty. Angeli sat gracefully on the couch in the lounge, delicately brandishing her wand. With a gentle flick, a charming little paper crane soared towards the boys' dormitory. Moments later, Draco emerged from the dormitory. He appeared to be in a rather dour mood. His fair complexion slightly creased in discontent. "What troubles you?" Angeli inquired with a puzzled expression. "Why the glum demeanor?" Draco clenched his teeth in frustration. "I cannot believe I have been assigned to share a dormitory with Theodore Nott." Angelia gazed at him in astonishment. "Do you share a dormitory?" "In Slytherin, all rooms are shared." Draco observed the look of surprise on Angelia's face and let out a resigned sigh. "I am aware that you have a single room." "How do you know?" Angelia tilted her head, her cerulean eyes brimming with confusion. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, murmuring softly, "You are rather delicate. It would take you quite some time to adjust to a shared room. My father asked the guardian to arrange a single dormitory for you. Then why are you still in a shared room?" Angelia continued to regard him with curiosity. Draco's ears reddened further, and in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he exclaimed, "I am not that delicate." However, upon uttering those words, he felt they sounded accusatory and hurriedly shifted his gaze back to Angelia's expression. Angelia was neither angry nor aggrieved. A gentle, sweet smile graced her face as she softly uttered, "Thank you." Draco's ears flushed a deeper shade of crimson. In truth, it was he who had initially proposed this arrangement. Having heard that Slytherin dormitories were shared, he worried that Angelia might struggle to acclimate. Thus, he sought out his father to request a single room for her, suggesting that it be styled after the Malfoy family's own bedroom. Everyone was aware of their close bond. The thought of Angelia underperforming due to inadequate rest would surely bring him embarrassment. With this rationale coursing through his mind, Draco finally found a justification for his actions. Angelia summoned Draco with the intent of seeking out Harry. With a gentle flick of her wand, she touched their bodies, and Draco felt a cool sensation wash over him from the crown of his head to the tips of his fingers. When he glanced down, they had already vanished from sight, cloaked in invisibility. Suddenly, a soft and warm hand clasped his, and he heard Angelia's dulcet voice beside him. "Let us be off." Before them materialized a small origami crane, fluttering its wings to lead the way, while Angelia guided Draco in its wake. As they navigated the nocturnal corridors of Hogwarts, the staff conducted their rounds, and the pair treaded cautiously to evade detection, following the crane until they arrived at Gryffindor Tower. The crane alighted at the end of the corridor, halting before a portrait. The lady depicted within, notably plump and prosperous, was preoccupied with adjusting the folds of her pink gown. Noticing the presence of visitors, she did not lift her gaze but lazily inquired, "The password?" Receiving no reply, the woman grew slightly impatient and raised her head, only to find no one before her. "How peculiar," she muttered to herself. Yet she chose not to dwell on it and returned to her task of smoothing her gown. Angelia gently pulled Draco to a more secluded spot and whispered, "We lack the password and cannot enter the Gryffindor Tower." No sooner had she spoken than Harry emerged from the hole behind the portrait. Before they could utter a word, a sudden clatter of footsteps echoed from the staircase nearby, startling Angelia, who hurriedly cast an invisibility charm at Harry. A chill coursed from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. Filch, accompanied by Madame Pants, slowly appeared in the corridor, carrying an old oil lamp and puffing as he made his way toward the trio. They immediately held their breath. When the lamp was merely an inch from Harry's nose, Filch halted, scanning the surroundings in confusion. "Come out, I see you." Angelia, Harry, and Draco stood silently against the wall, observing the bewildered gaze of Filch as he aimlessly searched the surroundings. Once they were certain the area was deserted, Filch, wielding a flickering oil lamp, departed with a huff. Mrs. Norris, with her slate-gray eyes, fixed her unwavering stare upon the trio's hiding spot, evidently aware of their presence. Yet she chose not to alert Filch and instead followed him, feigning ignorance. It was only after the pair had moved farther away that the three of them exhaled in relief. "Do you think Mrs. Norris spotted us?" Harry cautiously inquired. "I have a feeling she could see us." "She did," Angelia mused thoughtfully. "She simply chose not to expose us. The eyes of cats differ significantly from those of wizards. In most cases, ordinary invisibility spells are ineffective against them." Angelia continued. "Moreover, cats possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell." Draco, however, seemed rather indifferent to the matter. "What does it matter? In any case, she did not betray us." The corridor fell silent once more. Angelia had initially intended to share with them what she had witnessed during the Sorting Hat ceremony, but upon glancing at the portraits adorning the walls, she furrowed her brow. That old fox Dumbledore must have placed numerous spies throughout the castle, and the ubiquitous portraits were undoubtedly the most astute choice. A white light emanated from the tip of Angela's staff, and with her whispered incantation, the light grew larger, ultimately transforming into a delicate sphere that enveloped the three individuals. Within this sphere, their forms became visible, yet curiously, the images seemed unable to perceive them. Angelia observed the two with curiosity, tempted to reach out and poke the translucent membrane before her. With a sigh, she pulled them closer, saying, "Do not touch it, it will shatter." Instantly, the two complied, withdrawing their hands, and sat down on the ground alongside Angelia. "What brings you out at this hour?" Draco inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Harry. "It is already past curfew." Harry raked his fingers through his hair, offering a shy smile. After the sorting ceremony, Angelia mentioned she would meet later. "So I have been waiting for you. I was concerned you might not have the password to enter, so I came out periodically to check." Angelia and Draco ventured out to seek Harry, having discerned his unease throughout the day. At that moment, only Angelia and Draco remained, and Harry's discomfort became increasingly evident. Before either could utter a word, he spoke again. "Can we still be friends? I have heard that the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin is exceedingly strained." Harry's voice carried a note of grievance as he continued. "I distinctly expressed to the Sorting Hat my desire to be placed in Slytherin. Yet it still assigned me to Gryffindor." Angelia pressed her lips together, casting her gaze downward in silence. "Do not worry, we shall not abandon you." Noticing Angelia's silence, Draco hastily reassured her. "If we did not wish to be your friends, why would we come seeking you in the dead of night?" Angelia lifted her gaze to meet his, her rosy lips curving into a warm smile. "Indeed, we have always been friends. And that will not change due to the division of houses." Harry finally felt a sense of relief, noticing that Harry's spirits had improved. Angelia and Draco engaged him in conversation for a brief moment before returning to their common room. It was only when Angelia and Draco arrived back at the Slytherin common room that Draco softly inquired, "Is there something you wish to say? I noticed you seemed hesitant just now. Has something occurred?" Given the precariousness of discussing matters in the common room, Angelia scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was nearby. Once satisfied, she grasped Draco's hand, preparing to pull him back to her dormitory. Before he could utter a word, she yanked him up the staircase. Without warning, the stairs beneath them transformed into a sloped surface, causing the two of them to tumble down in an undignified manner. What just happened? Angelia managed to steady herself on the ground, glancing back at the staircase as it returned to its original form. Draco sat on the floor, momentarily dazed. Hearing Angelia's voice, he snapped back to reality and, with a resigned expression, rose to stand beside her. "Boys are not permitted to enter the girls' dormitory," he reminded her. Angelia raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then I shall insist you enter." With a flick of her wand, she cast a petrification spell upon Draco. He was instantly ensnared by the curse, transforming before her into a stone statue. Observing Draco's stony visage, Angelia waved her wand once more, causing the statue to rapidly diminish in size until it ultimately shrank to the dimensions of her palm. Angelia, with an air of satisfaction, boldly approached and picked up the statue, striding confidently into her dormitory. Do they think they can confine her with rules? What a delusion. It was only upon entering her room that Angelia reverted Draco to his original state. Draco sat on the ground, momentarily bewildered, surveying his surroundings before turning his gaze to Angelia. His expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately settling on one of indignation. You actually used the petrification spell on me. Draco was a mixture of hurt and fury, his fair complexion flushed with anger. Angelia blinked innocently, saying, I merely wished to bring you inside. Draco, however, paid no heed to her explanation, gazing at her with a sense of grievance. I trusted you so completely, without a trace of suspicion. A surge of guilt washed over Angelia, and her attempts at justification faltered in her throat. She grasped Draco's hand and sat at the edge of the bed, sincerely apologizing. I am truly sorry, I was wrong, and I promise not to act this way again. Will you forgive me? Draco turned his head away with a hint of pride, letting out a dismissive huff. Considering your earnestness in admitting your mistake, I will forgive you. You may have your way with me. But do remember to inform me in advance next time. Having placated Draco, Angelia cast a multitude of concealment charms around them before speaking with a sense of reassurance. In truth, there is a reason why Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. When I was sorted, I intruded upon the Sorting Hat's memories and witnessed Dumbledore expressing a desire for all of us to be placed in Gryffindor. We? Draco's voice rose sharply. Are you implying that both you and Harry were meant to be sorted into Gryffindor? Has he lost his mind? Angelia let out a cold smile, remarking that he had long since lost his sanity. Thus, she had threatened the Sorting Hat to place both of them in Slytherin. But Harry had already been sorted into Gryffindor ahead of her, leaving her powerless. Draco furrowed his brow in realization. It was no wonder Harry claimed he had expressed a desire to join Slytherin, yet the Sorting Hat still assigned him to Gryffindor. Now that Harry was in Gryffindor as he wished, Draco believed he would soon make contact with Harry. Angelia spoke slowly, asserting that no matter what he intended to do, she would not allow him to have it easy. The next morning, Draco awoke. Having conversed with Angelia late into the night, he had simply decided to sleep there. The bed was spacious enough for both, and he found himself too lethargic to confront Theodore. Angelia remained in a deep slumber as Draco gently tapped her arm. Awaken, Angelia. It is time to rise. Angelia drowsily opened her eyes and inquired, What is the matter? Today marks the first day of classes, and the class leader will escort us to the dining hall and classroom. Hurry up. Angelia awakened instantly. Yesterday, both of them had slept in their robes. So after a brief morning routine, Angelia took her book and Draco's small statue and exited the girls' dormitory. The Slytherin common room was already populated, and Angelia discreetly placed the statue behind the curtains, swiftly casting the spell to awaken Draco while no one was watching. This time, Draco was well prepared and felt no surprise. Stretching his limbs, he pulled back the curtains only to find his gaze locked with Theodore's, who had just emerged from the dormitory. Their eyes met, sparks igniting in the air. Theodore's expression darkened as he observed Draco and Angelia emerging from behind the curtains. What was that insufferable fool doing? Hiding Angelia there so early in the morning? He hadn't even returned to the dormitory last night. Was he truly with Angelia? Angelia did not see Theodore. She merely found it peculiar that Draco abruptly ceased his actions. Why the hesitation? What are you gazing at? Draco turned slightly to obstruct Angelia's view. It is nothing. I shall return shortly to fetch a book. See you in a moment, he remarked as he proceeded towards the boys' dormitory. Angelia cast an inexplicable glance in his direction before rising and taking a seat beside the sofa. She casually opened a book, engrossed in its pages as she awaited Draco's arrival. Good morning, Angelia. The sudden voice that pierced her concentration startled her, and she turned sharply to find herself met with Theodore's gentle gaze. Good morning, Theodore. Angelia had no intention of continuing the conversation, her attention returning to the book in her hands. Theodore, respecting her silence, settled himself on another sofa. Before long, Pansy yawned and joined her side. Good morning, Leah, she said, draping her arm around Angelia's neck and leaning against her. Good morning, Angelia replied, reluctantly abandoning her book to accommodate Pansy's affection. How did you sleep last night? Not very well. Pansy squinted, but my roommate is rather pleasant. That's good to hear. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you can always come sleep with me. Pansy yawned again. It's not that I'm uncomfortable. I spent half the night organizing my room, so I ended up sleeping very late, hence my current state of fatigue. Before Angelia could respond, Draco emerged. Let's go. It's about time for breakfast. The staircases of Hogwarts were notoriously unruly, a fact well known to the children from pure-blood families. Thus, they assembled promptly in the common room, awaiting the prefect to lead them to the great hall for their meal before escorting them to their classrooms. During their journey, the prefect elaborated on the structure of Hogwarts, from the locations of classrooms to the peculiar movements of the staircases, and Angelia diligently committed every detail to memory. Breakfast at Hogwarts offered a variety of choices, and Angelia selected a piece of toast slathered with strawberry peanut butter. However, upon taking a bite, she grimaced. "This is dreadful." Reluctant to waste food, she forced herself to take another bite. Suddenly, her toast was snatched away, and a small syrup pancake appeared on her plate. Draco held a half-eaten toast in one hand, while with the other, he nudged the plate closer to her. "Eat this. I've tried it, and it's quite delightful." Angelia's furrowed brow finally relaxed as she cut a small piece of the syrup-soaked pancake and brought it to her lips. The sweet and fluffy flavor enveloped her senses, causing her to close her eyes in satisfaction. Observing her delight, Draco took a bite of his strawberry peanut butter toast, only to have his expression freeze for a brief moment. How could something taste so unpleasant? Yet, Angelia, disliking the thought of waste, persevered, while Draco, not particularly discerning about food, finished the slice of toast. The first class for Slytherin was Transfiguration, shared with Gryffindor. The prefects escorted the first-year students to the entrance, sternly reminding them, "I hope you will always remember that you are a Slytherin. Your every action reflects upon Slytherin, whether in honor or in disgrace." With that, the prefect departed alone, while the new Slytherins filed orderly into the classroom. Angelia and Draco occupied the foremost seats, while Pansy and Blaise settled into the row behind them. Aloysia and an unfamiliar girl took their places in the front of another row, with Theodore positioned at the very front of that same row. The room was filled solely with Slytherin students, devoid of any Gryffindors, as everyone sat quietly absorbed in their books, the only sounds being the rustling of pages and the gentle scratch of quills on parchment. As the minutes dwindled before class commenced, a cacophony of laughter and chatter approached from afar, heralding the arrival of a large group of boisterous Gryffindor students who burst into the classroom. Harry, accompanied by a boy with fiery red hair, entered, immediately spotting Angelia and Draco at the front, eager to greet them. He was abruptly halted by the red-haired boy grip. "Don't go over there. Those are Slytherin students," he admonished with disdain. "I'm merely going to say hello to my friends," Harry replied with a sigh, releasing the boy's hand as he made his way to Angelia and Draco. "Good morning." "Angelia, Draco," he greeted, his emerald green eyes sparkling brilliantly, captivating all who beheld him. A soft hum of murmured discussions rippled through the surrounding crowd. Angelia smiled gently. "Good morning." Harry, Draco, disregarding the surrounding commotion, curled his lip in distaste, remarking, "Look at you, drenched in sweat." He then raised his wand. Harry, accustomed to this routine, raked his fingers through his hair and stood still, awaiting Draco's spell. Before Draco could utter the incantation for the cleansing charm, a red-haired boy charged forward in a fit of anger, pulling Harry aside. "What is wrong with you? Not only does he disdain you, but he also intends to cast a spell. How can you just stand there?" The boy appeared furious, chastising the bewildered Harry, casting a disdainful glance at Draco and insinuating, "Who knows what malevolent spell a Slytherin might cast upon you? It could very well be the killing curse." Draco raised his chin coolly, adopting his signature haughty expression, and sneered at the red-haired boy. "With that freckled face, you must be a Weasley. Has your father finally managed to pay for your tuition at Hogwarts?" The boy's face turned crimson, matching the hue of his hair. Draco smirked, his expression dripping with mockery. "If I were you, I'd tread carefully around Slytherins. One can never tell what words might slip from their lips." With a casual flick of his wand, the boy trembled, inadvertently releasing an Avada Kedavra. The red-haired boy swallowed hard, grasping Harry's hand, eager to flee. Harry let out a resigned sigh. "He's my friend. He merely wishes to give me a fresh start." "Don't be alarmed, Ron." Yet Ron remained fixated on Draco's wand, seemingly oblivious to Harry's reassurances. Angelia let out an impatient click of her tongue, raising her wand to effortlessly cast a cleaning charm on Harry. "Thank you," he said, his emerald green eyes turning to her, his voice imbued with warmth. Ron, completely oblivious to the unfolding events, found himself being tugged away by Harry. "Foolish," Draco scoffed, redirecting his attention back to the book in his hands. Soon, the cacophony of Gryffindor quieted as the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. Angelia lifted her gaze to see Professor McGonagall, the one who had presided over the sorting ceremony the previous day, enter. It appeared that the professor had also taken note of her presence. Her gaze lingered on Angelia for a moment, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. In that instant, Angelia concluded that she must be an ally of Dumbledore. How else could the professor show such interest in an unfamiliar student? Unless, of course, This student had been sorted into Slytherin against the headmaster's wishes due to the sorting hat's decision. As her thoughts raced, Angelia maintained a gentle smile directed at the professor. Transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate subject you will encounter during your time at Hogwarts. No mischief will be tolerated in my class, Professor McGonagall declared, her stern gaze sweeping over the students below. She was pleased to see that everyone was seated attentively, their eyes fixed upon her. It must be said that she had a remarkable ability to ignite her students' passion for learning. When she turned to transform the lectern into a pig before their very eyes, the enthusiasm for transfiguration was instantly ignited among her peers. Of course, she returned the lectern to its original form shortly thereafter. Now, the students wore expressions of excitement, eager to master the enchantment that would allow them to turn a lectern into a pig. However, Professor McGonagall proceeded to explain only the most fundamental principles, and the expressions of the students soon shifted to ones of confusion as they struggled to jot down the lengthy, convoluted explanations. They then began practicing the transformation of the matchsticks she had distributed, attempting to turn them into needles. Angelia displayed little interest in the trivial antics of the children around her. Instead, she was engrossed in an advanced tome on transformation spells, captivated by a particular theory that commanded her full attention. Noticing that someone had fallen behind the pace of the lesson, Professor McGonagall approached Angelia's desk and rapped lightly upon it. "Miss Royal," she remarked, "I believe this is not the appropriate moment for delving into such profound magic." Professor McGonagall cast a fleeting glance at the book in her hands. Angelia smiled sweetly and spoke. "I beg your pardon, Professor, but I believe I have already grasped the material for today's lesson. I recall the school regulations state that if a student has mastered the content of a class, the institution does not object to their pursuit of additional knowledge during the lesson." Professor McGonagall then glanced at the matchstick lying untouched on the desk and requested, "Miss Royal, please transform this matchstick into a needle." Angelia waved her wand with a casual flick, and the matchstick instantly transformed into a gleaming, sharp needle that shimmered with a metallic luster. Professor McGonagall did not challenge Angelia. Instead, a satisfied smile graced her face. "A splendid display of transfiguration, Miss Royal. Slytherin receives full marks." Angelia felt a twinge of confusion, yet she courteously replied, "Thank you, Professor." Professor McGonagall glanced at the advanced transfiguration book in her hands, her voice still tinged with a hint of delight. "You may now study at your leisure, Miss Royal. However, allow me to remind you that transfiguration is a discipline that places great emphasis on foundational skills. When attempting to explore advanced transfiguration techniques, it is advisable to have an expert in the field nearby to guide you. Otherwise, you may inadvertently cause harm to yourself." Angelia felt the warmth of kindness radiating from her, and her smile became increasingly genuine. "Thank you. I will be mindful of that." Throughout the entirety of the lesson, Professor McGonagall refrained from interrupting her, only approaching her again with a cheerful demeanor after the class concluded. "Oh, Miss Royal, should you encounter any confusion, please do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I am more than willing to help you," she said. "Oh, thank you, Professor McGonagall," Angelia replied with a sweet and soft smile. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased as she nodded and gracefully made her exit. It was only after she had distanced herself that Angelia turned to Draco with a puzzled expression. "Isn't she the head of Gryffindor?" Draco, sensing the goodwill emanating from Professor McGonagall, furrowed his brow and nodded. "Indeed, and she is a steadfast supporter of him." To avoid being overheard, Draco used him as a substitute, yet they both understood he was referring to Dumbledore. Angelia pondered for quite some time. Yet she could not fathom why Professor McGonagall was so amiable towards her. She decided to set the matter aside for the moment. Surely, Dumbledore would seize an opportunity to address her eventually, and she would deal with it then. With only one class scheduled in the morning, Angelia and Draco returned directly to the Slytherin common room, books in hand. With some time still left before lunch, Angelia resolved to pay a visit to the potions office. Standing at the door, she knocked gently, and was met with Severus's somewhat weary voice from within. "Enter." Angelia gently pushed open the door and entered. Severus Snape was seated behind his desk, diligently grading assignments. Before him lay 4 towering stacks of parchment, each nearly 2 feet high, effectively obscuring him from view. "Uncle Severus," Angelia addressed, her voice soft as she observed the pronounced bags under his eyes and the dark circles that marred his complexion. Upon hearing her voice, the impatience that had etched itself onto Snape's face gradually dissipated. He set down his quill, lifted his gaze to meet hers, and spoke in a calm tone. "You've arrived. What brings you to me? Angelia approached Severus slowly, her voice soft and melodious. I came to see if there's anything I can assist Uncle Severus with. Having been at a distance moments ago, she now noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, the deep hollows beneath them, and the pallor of his skin. All signs of prolonged fatigue. I have no need for assistance here, Severus replied, leaning back in his chair and gently massaging his brow. Are you adjusting well? If there's anything amiss, do let me know. This place is wonderful, and the dormitory is quite comfortable. Thank you, Uncle Severus, for arranging a single room for me. Angelia smiled sweetly as she stepped behind him, raising her hand to tenderly massage his temples. Uncle Severus, have you not had a proper rest for quite some time? Severus leaned back, allowing her delicate fingers to work at his temples, a rare moment of relaxation washing over him. Indeed, I've been rather busy lately. His voice softened, shedding the usual concealment, and Angelia could hear the profound weariness within it. Her gaze wandered over the papers strewn across his desk, and she discerned that he was grading assignments from Gryffindor, the red ink marking F-Anid particularly glaring. Is there anything I can do? She asked, her tone still gentle. Severus replied lazily. You are already providing me with invaluable assistance. Angelia revealed a sweet smile. It seemed she was utterly exhausted, within mere minutes. Severus had leaned back in his chair and succumbed to slumber. Severus, who was perpetually vigilant, even in sleep, remained on edge, easily stirred by the faintest sound. Yet, curiously, only Angelia could move freely about him while he slept, even shifting him to other locations without eliciting any awareness from him, as if he were entirely oblivious to her presence. Noticing that Severus was asleep, Angelia gently flicked her wand, transporting him to the lounge within the potions office, which also served as his residence at the school. Angelia gently laid Snape upon the bed, tucking him in with a blanket, yet he remained in an exceptionally deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Once she ensured Snape was comfortably settled, Angelia quietly exited the potions classroom. The first lesson of the afternoon was herbology. The Slytherin students traversed the soft grassy expanse to the greenhouse, where a petite professor with flowing gray hair stood at the front, observing them. Her voice, as kind and optimistic as her appearance, rang out, Good afternoon, students. I am Pomona Sprout, and I warmly welcome you to the greenhouse for the study of herbology. Her round face, adorned with two rosy cheeks, beamed with delight as she continued. This semester, we shall explore. Suddenly, Angelia felt a tap on her shoulder. What was that? She turned to the side and caught a glimpse of Draco leaning in, a wicked grin adorning his face, as if he were concocting some mischievous prank. Look what I've discovered, Draco declared, raising his gloved right hand, revealing a repulsive, translucent insect, its body coated in a slimy film, resting in the palm of his brown glove. Angelia did not scream and pull her hand away as Draco had anticipated. Instead, she merely cast a cool glance at the creature in his grasp and calmly stated, This is a Lobamina worm, which thrives in dark, damp environments and typically prefers to inhabit herbs with healing properties. When dried, they can be ground into powder, serving as a common ingredient in potion making. Draco stood there, momentarily stunned, before dismissively discarding the worm. How infuriating. Is this the realm of the academic elite? Professor Sprout appeared oblivious to their exchange. In fact, many classmates in the classroom were whispering amongst themselves, yet she seemed undeterred, maintaining her gentle and amiable tone as she concluded her prepared introduction and proceeded to announce the day's lesson. The students began to engage with the brown flower pots before them, for today's task was to plant the adjacent wolfsbane seedlings into the pots. Wolfsbane is entirely toxic. Its leaves are lined with serrated edges, and its stem is adorned with fuzzy spines, possessing anesthetic properties. The seedlings are not delicate. They merely require being placed in soil and watered to thrive, thus rendering the task rather straightforward, as long as one is careful to avoid contact with the wolfsbane. The previous murmurs of conversation faded away as the students diligently focused on their work. Angelia, too, busily buried the wolfsbane into the earth. Her mind, however, had already drifted far away. Once the apothecary shop in Diagon Alley opened, maximizing profits would necessitate establishing reliable channels for sourcing potion ingredients and stable sales avenues. The greatest demand for potions undoubtedly resided in St. Mungo's. If an opportunity arose, perhaps she could discuss a collaboration with them. A sudden pain cry startled Angelia back to the present. Turning to investigate, she found Draco grimacing as he glared at his hand, which was already swelling and reddening. Did you touch the wolfsbane? She inquired, immediately discarding her gloves to grasp his hand. With her gloved hand, she swiftly yanked the recently planted wolfsbane roots from the pot, pounding them on the desk until the unfortunate roots oozed their juices, which she then applied to the back of Draco's inflamed hand. Professor Sprout, noticing the commotion, hurried over and caught sight of Angelia administering the remedy to Draco's hand. An exemplary response, Miss Royal. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor Sprout remarked, casting an astonished glance her way before redirecting her attention to Draco. Now, who is willing to escort Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary? I believe I can manage that. Professor Sprout, Angelia replied softly. Professor Sprout beamed at her. Thank you, Miss Royal. The roots of the wolfsbane can only induce anesthesia and cannot counteract poison. Thus, after obtaining Professor Sprout's permission, Angelia promptly assisted him to the school infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, who had been diligently writing at her desk, immediately discarded her quill upon seeing Draco's pale face glistening with cold sweat. What has happened? She inquired, noticing the battered and mushy wolfsbane root on his hand. She furrowed her brow. Poisoning from wolfsbane? Indeed, madam, came the reply. His skin has been stung by the leaves of the wolfsbane, and it is possible that some small thorns from the roots have penetrated. Currently, the skin is merely swollen and red, showing no signs of ulceration, indicating that the exposure was likely minimal. To facilitate Madame Pomfrey's swift understanding of the situation, Angelia quickly removed the wolfsbane root from Draco's hand and spoke. Hearing Angelia mention the possibility of ulceration, Draco's face contorted in fear. Will my hand rot away? The introduction to Angelia is both comprehensive and professional. Madame Pomfrey immediately made a judgment. No, in fact, you merely need to consume a vial of antidote to restore your condition. As she spoke, she walked towards a cabinet behind her. Before long, she returned with a small vial of potion in her hand. Drink this, she instructed, handing the vial to Draco. Subsequently, she waved her wand and tapped it lightly on the back of his hand. The remnants of the messy wolf's bane root juice, the filthy dirt, and the multitude of tiny thorns vanished completely, and the pain was considerably alleviated. Draco obediently swallowed the potion, and at the very moment it entered his mouth, his expression froze. An indescribable wave of nausea surged from his throat to his stomach. Oh, how revolting, Draco grimaced. Madame Pomfrey was correct. Almost instantly after the antidote was swallowed, the wounds on his hand began to heal, and soon his hand regained its usual pale and slender appearance. Oh, thank heavens. Draco exhaled deeply, relieved as he looked at his restored hand. The first defense against the dark arts class for Slytherin was scheduled for the morning of the second day of the term. By now, most Slytherin students had memorized the ever-changing staircases and the intricate locations of the classrooms, and the prefects no longer escorted them to class. Angelia and Draco arrived early, making their way directly to the front row. Habitually, they pulled out their books to read. Soon, an increasing number of Slytherin students entered the classroom, each settling into their designated seats, immersed in their reading, without a hint of unnecessary noise. In contrast, the Gryffindor students typically poured in just a few minutes before class, their faces beaming with joyful anticipation, clearly eager for the lesson ahead. Angeli unexpectedly discovered that the peculiar girl who had rushed into their compartment on the train, incessantly inquiring about the transformation spell, was seated not far from Harry. The two occasionally exchanged a few words, suggesting a budding acquaintance. Welcome, everyone, to the class of Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am your professor for this course, Leah Dubois. A melodious voice wafted into the students' ears, drawing nearer. Before they could turn to gaze, the enchanting figure had already approached the front of the classroom. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with rosy lips maintaining a subtle upward curve. Her captivating fox-like eyes seemed to shimmer with a hint of moisture, complemented by her sculpted, deep-set features and porcelain skin, rendering her utterly alluring. Angelia turned her head and surveyed the room. Noticing many boys' faces had flushed with color, their gazes fixated on Lena, unperturbed by the attention directed towards her. Lena continued with a melodic voice, both charming and alluring, yet not overly so, compelling one to listen intently. Draco, however, displayed little reaction. He held a quill in one hand and rested his chin on the other, quietly absorbing Lena's words, hoping to glean something valuable to note. Now, who can enlighten me on the effects of the binding charm? As soon as Lena concluded her question, Angelia eagerly raised her hand, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to earn points for Slytherin House. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another hand raised. Turning to see it belonged to the peculiar girl from the train. Lena, of course, would call on Angelia. disregarding the frantic waving of the other girl's hand as she addressed Angelia directly. "Miss Royal." Angelia rose to her feet and spoke. "Swiftly confining can conjure ropes to bind our adversaries, and it can also seal entrances." "A most impeccable response, Miss Royal." Awarded 10 points to Slytherin. Lena winked at her. Angelia revealed a gentle smile. The girl, filled with disappointment, lowered her raised hand and grasped the feather quill that lay upon the table. "So, who can enlighten me on the purpose of armor?" Lena posed yet another inquiry. Instantly, the girl cast aside the quill and raised her hand once more. Draco, seemingly aware of the answer, made no move to raise his hand. Angelia pondered the possibility that if Dumbledore were to present any obstacles in the future, he might relentlessly deduct points from Slytherin. Thus, it was imperative for them to accumulate as many points as possible while the opportunity arose. Having already answered a question, she felt it inappropriate to speak again. So she leaned closer to Draco and whispered, "You should respond." Draco promptly obeyed and raised his hand. Lena was not oblivious to the interaction between Angelia and Draco, and thus, when Draco raised his hand, she unhesitatingly chose him. "Mr. Malfoy." He stood up and spoke with composure. "The shield charm can withstand curses. It can rebound minor hexes and diminish the potency of more formidable spells." "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy." Slytherin earns 10 points. Out of the corner of her eye, Lena noticed the girl dejectedly lowering her hand again. To avoid displaying her favoritism towards Slytherin too overtly, Lena posed a new question. "Now, for the final question. Who can tell me the effects of the petrification spell?" The girl bit her lip and once more raised her hand. "Miss Granger." Lena promptly called her name. Granger stood up immediately and declared, "The petrification spell is a full-body binding curse that renders the victim completely rigid, as if turned to stone." "Very well, Miss Granger." Gryffindor earns 10 points. Lena nodded encouragingly. Granger sat down proudly with her head held high. The lesson focused on the shield charm, with students paired off to stand facing each other, practicing the use of the charm to deflect spells cast by their partners. Angelia did not join any group. Instead, she sat beside a desk that had been moved to the far edge of the classroom, engrossed in a tome on dark magic. Clearly, perusing such literature during Lena's class was the wisest choice, as the students gathered in the center to practice their spells, leaving her undisturbed. Lena would certainly intervene if anyone attempted to distract her, allowing Angelia to immerse herself in her reading without heeding the commotion around her. Just as she reached the chapter on the crafting of dark magical artifacts, a sudden voice disrupted her concentration. "Professor Du Bois, may I have Miss Royal come out for a moment?" Angelia looked up and saw Professor McGonagall standing at the doorway. "Oh, of course." Lena turned her head back towards Angelia in slight surprise. "Miss Royal?" Angelica set down the book in her hands and stepped outside. Upon reaching the doorway, Professor McGonagall spoke softly, "The headmaster wishes to meet with you at this moment." Angelia raised an eyebrow and followed Professor McGonagall as they ascended to the 3rd floor. They came to a halt before an unsightly, colossal stone beast. "Ice lemon juice," Professor McGonagall uttered towards the grotesque creature, which immediately sprang aside upon hearing the command, revealing a wall that split in two, unveiling a spiral staircase before them. "Please proceed. The headmaster awaits you in his office," Professor McGonagall gently instructed before turning to depart. Angelia curled her lips into a subtle smile as she ascended the spiral staircase alone. At the top of the staircase stood an oak door, which she gently pushed open, revealing Dumbledore seated behind a slender-legged desk. "Ah, you have arrived," he remarked, lifting his gaze to acknowledge the sound at the entrance. Angelia paid him no heed as she gracefully entered the office, her wand in hand summoning a chair from the side to place it directly opposite Dumbledore before taking her seat. Only then did she raise her gaze to meet his, inquiring, "What do you require of me?" Dumbledore, unfazed by her demeanor, scrutinized her intently through his crescent-shaped spectacles. She appeared rather different from his initial expectations. Dumbledore had anticipated that Angelia would be a sensitive, self-conscious, and fragile child. However, following the sorting ceremony, his perception had slightly shifted. To his astonishment, Angelia exhibited no fear of him whatsoever. An 11-year-old confronting the very person who had confined her in a prison since childhood would typically harbor feelings of anger, agitation, and terror, yet she displayed none of these emotions. Calmly, she entered the room, fluidly pulled the chair towards her, and sat down, completely disregarding his presence. Dumbledore remained silent, and Angelia chose not to speak further, stifling a yawn in boredom as she allowed him to examine her from head to toe. Suddenly, Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the intricate lady's ring adorning her right-hand ring finger, a piece that seemed oddly familiar to him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Where did you acquire that ring?" Angelia raised her hand and gently waved it, her voice languid as she spoke. "This was a gift from Uncle Lucius. What about you? Do you like it?" "Unfortunately, there is only one, and I quite cherish it, so I cannot part with it." Dumbledore's brow unfurled, for she shared a close rapport with the Malfoy family, and Lucius often bestowed her with jewelry, a fact he had known for quite some time. "What a pity." He feigned regret, shaking his head. "Not at all, for you wouldn't be able to wear it anyway," Angelia retorted, flaunting her finger before his eyes. Dumbledore, inherently suspicious, understood that concealing something often aroused more curiosity. It was better to display it openly. After all, the ring had already been subjected to a transformation spell, rendering its current appearance entirely unrelated to its previous form. Indeed, Dumbledore's attention shifted away from the ring as he gently refocused on her eyes, softly inquiring, "I have heard that you share a good rapport with Harry?" That evening, in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, she and Draco had sought out Harry, and many portraits had borne witness to their encounter. Besides, they had never shied away from their friendship on campus, a fact Dumbledore was well aware she had anticipated. "Yes." Angelia did not conceal the truth, nodding decisively. "What of it?" Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind his spectacles, glimmered with intrigue. "It is rather uncommon for a Slytherin student to befriend a Gryffindor. Did you know each other prior to your enrollment?" Angelia raised an eyebrow in impatience. "Headmaster, are you suggesting that Slytherin students cannot befriend those from Gryffindor?" "Of course they can. I am merely intrigued," Dumbledore replied with a playful wink. Angelia averted her gaze in disgust, her fingers subtly stirring beneath the concealment of her sleeve. "I would advise you to refrain from indulging in inexplicable curiosities." Leaning against the chair back, Angelia crossed her arms, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I hope our esteemed headmaster can attend to pressing matters, such as keeping a vigilant watch over the room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes sharply. Yet Angelia had already lost interest in lingering with him. Her purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and she was ready to depart. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Without awaiting his response, Angelia stood and exited the office. Dumbledore made no attempt to hinder her. He watched her retreating figure, squinting thoughtfully. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Angelia unveiled her left hand, which had been hidden within her sleeve, revealing a small magical camera and a stack of photographs clasped in her grip. With a look of disdain, she flicked through the images before hastily stowing them away in her pocket. By the time Angelia returned to the classroom, the defense against the dark arts lesson had concluded, leaving only Leo waiting for her in the empty room. "Professor Dubois." Angelia sauntered into the classroom, and Leah immediately turned her gaze towards her. "Miss Royal," Leah said, retrieving a book from her side and extending it to her with a gentle, soft smile. "This is your book." "Thank you, Professor," Angelia replied, her voice tender as she accepted the book. Lena nodded at her and gracefully departed. Angelia returned to the Slytherin common room, cradling a book in her arms. As soon as she entered, she spotted Draco waiting on the sofa. "You're back." His eyes lit up at the sight of her, but upon noticing the book she held, the excitement on his face instantly faded. Angelia lowered her gaze to her own attire, perplexed by his abrupt shift in mood. "What is the matter?" she inquired as she settled beside Draco, gently pinching his cheek. "Why the long face?" The common room was nearly deserted, and Draco made no effort to resist her touch, his expression a portrait of sorrow as he cast a mournful glance at the book she had set beside him. With a tone of grievance, he lamented, "I intended to assist you in returning your book, but Professor Dubois vehemently refused my offer. No matter my entreaties, she would not relent, and thus I had no choice but to return alone." Upon learning the cause of his discontent, Angelia felt a twinge of helplessness. Most of her tomes delved into the realms of dark magic and forbidden spells, matters best kept from prying eyes, which explained Lena's reluctance to entrust them to him. However, it was evident that Draco was profoundly dissatisfied with the situation. "Is that truly all?" she mused, pinching his cheek once more, finding his woeful demeanor utterly endearing. "Indeed," Draco replied with a solemn nod. Angelia was struck by Draco's cuteness. She extended her hand and playfully rubbed his soft, delicate face until his fair skin blushed a faint pink. "How can you be so adorable?" The compliment left Draco bewildered, as it was quite peculiar for a boy to be called cute. He became engrossed in a debate with Angelia, entirely forgetting about the book. Thus, she successfully diverted the conversation. Before long, it was lunchtime, and Angelia and Draco made their way to the Great Hall. Today's lunch featured a delectable red wine steak, perfectly seared on the outside and tender within. Angelia joyfully speared a piece and brought it to her mouth, but the familiar taste caused her brow to furrow. It bore the distinct flavor crafted by the Malfoy family's house elf. Angelia, in a state of bewilderment, delicately sliced a piece of meat and placed it into Draco's mouth. Yet he appeared unfazed. After chewing and swallowing the steak, he leaned closer to her ear and softly murmured, "It is the Malfoy family's house elf. My father arranged for it to be here, having heard that you were unaccustomed to the cuisine." Angelique could not help but smile as she delightfully savored an entire portion of red wine steak. How exquisite! The first class of the afternoon was flying lessons, and they made their way to the broom closet to select their respective flying brooms. Subsequently, they proceeded to a soft, expansive lawn. The instructor for their flying class was Madame Hoki, a woman with short gray hair and piercing yellow eyes. Her efficiency and decisiveness in conducting lessons rendered her particularly formidable. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" Madame Hoki's gaze swept over the students arranged in 2 rows as she addressed them sternly. "Each of you, stand next to your broomstick, quickly. Time is of the essence." The students promptly complied. Angelia gazed at the dilapidated, loose broomstick lying beside her, a frown etching her brow. Would this contraption truly remain intact when it soared into the air? Yet, before her musings could take flight, Madame Hooch's voice resounded once more, interrupting her thoughts. She extended her right hand above the broom and called out emphatically, "Up." The students promptly complied. Several broomsticks almost instantly leaped into their grasp. Angelia stared in bewilderment at the broom in her hands, clearly astonished by its responsiveness. Draco, on the other hand, proudly clutched his broom. He had been playing on broomsticks since childhood, finding it an effortless endeavor. To Angelia's surprise, Harry also succeeded on his first attempt. His emerald green eyes were fixed on the broom, a mixture of astonishment and delight illuminating his expression. He surveyed the surroundings, seemingly seeking someone to share his joy with. But Ron and Hermione were preoccupied with their struggles against the broomsticks on the ground, prompting him to turn his gaze toward her. A sparkle danced in Harry's eyes, and Angelia offered him a warm smile, mouthing the words, "Well done." Harry responded with his characteristic shy grin, running a hand through his tousled hair and lowering his gaze with bashfulness. As the majority of the students successfully grasped their broomsticks, Madame Hooch began demonstrating how to ride them steadily without falling. She walked among the line, correcting the students' grips until everyone could hold their brooms correctly. "All right, when I blow the whistle, I want you all to push off the ground with your legs," Madame Hooch instructed, placing a whistle in her mouth. "Hold your brooms firmly. Rise a few feet, lean slightly forward, and then descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2. Before she could utter one, the boy who had been sobbing on the train while searching for his toad had already begun to ascend into the air. "Come back, Mr. Longbottom," Madame Hooch called, attempting to summon him back, but the boy appeared terrified, gazing at the receding ground with fear as he was propelled to a height of several feet. Suddenly, the broom began to tremble violently, and poor Neville could not maintain his grip, plummeting from the lofty height. Concern etched across Harry's face. The joy that had sparkled in his eyes moments ago now dimmed. Angelia curled her lips in a subtle smirk, raising her wand and gently shaking it. Wingardium Leviosa. Some timid classmates had already closed their eyes, yet the anticipated screams and chaos did not ensue. The plummeting Mr. Longbottom was cradled by an invisible cushion of gentle air. Harry instinctively glanced at Angelia and, as expected, saw her retracting her wand. He responded to her with a joyful smile, the light in his eyes rekindled, which made Angelia's lips curve in satisfaction. Draco, clearly perplexed by her sudden decision to save a Gryffindor, turned to inquire, only to witness the interaction between Angelia and Harry. Thus, the mystery was resolved. It was all to assist Harry. Draco redirected his gaze back to Mr. Longbottom, who was now being gently lowered to the ground by the soft air. Madame Hooch, evidently startled, crouched before Longbottom to assess his condition. After confirming he was merely shaken and unharmed, she sighed in relief and stood. "I must escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. Everyone, listen carefully. Return your brooms to their original places, or you shall find yourselves forever barred from Quidditch and Hogwarts," she admonished, her stern gaze sweeping across each student. Finally resting on Angelia, her tone softened as she continued, "Miss Royal, in light of your astute response in a moment of crisis, Slytherin earns 20 points. She smiled appreciatively at Angelia before assisting the still pale Mr. Longbottom as they departed. Longbottom remained ashen-faced, with tear streaks glistening on his cheeks. Trembling, he stood beside Madame Hooch, his legs as weak as yesterday's pasta. Angelia suspected he would have collapsed without her support. On the lawn where Longbottom had just been, a transparent memory orb shimmered enticingly. Draco averted his gaze in disdain, recalling the last time he had seen such an object in his grandfather's study drawer. Harry approached, picking up the orb and cradling it in his palm, causing it to glow a vibrant red. Draco couldn't suppress a laugh. Harry stared at the crimson orb in confusion, clearly oblivious to what he had forgotten. "Let me see." Draco stepped forward, taking the memory orb from Harry's hand and squeezing it. The red mist vanished instantly, reverting the orb to its transparent state. Draco smirked proudly. "See? I haven't forgotten a thing, foolish Harry." Once, the two would often jest in such a manner. Harry, feeling no particular concern, scratched his head in confusion, evidently pondering what it was he had forgotten. Observing Harry's continued look of bewilderment, Draco could not help but mock him again, tossing the memory orb in his hands with a jovial tone. "Surely, your brain must have been devoured by a troll." Before he could finish his jest, the memory orb was abruptly snatched from his grasp. Looking up, he saw Miss Granger standing before him, neck held high, clutching the transparent orb. "This belongs to Neville, and I shall return it to him." Granger reached down to pull Harry, who was squatting on the ground, to his feet. "Mr. Malfoy openly insults his classmates, and I shall inform the professor." Disgusted, Draco took a step back, widening the distance between them. A repulsive Draco. Before he could utter that phrase, Angelia interjected. She approached his side, took his hand, and gave it a reassuring squeeze, then turned her cold gaze toward the girl before them. "Miss Granger," Angelia stated, her head held high, "perhaps you should ascertain the situation before speaking. Draco and Harry are friends, and I believe a light-hearted jest among friends is permissible at Hogwarts. Does Miss Granger's rules supersede the school's regulations?" Draco had to concede that Angelia had mastered the haughty drawl of Snape when she was mocking others, and Granger's face instantly flushed with indignation. Even among friends, he should not speak to Harry like that. Granger seemed to have found a new stance, but Harry grasped her hand firmly. "Hermione," Harry said, somewhat helplessly, "it's all right. Harry, if they continue to treat you this way, that is not friendship. They merely use you as a source of amusement." Hermione gazed earnestly into Harry's eyes, but his expression quickly hardened. "Hermione." Harry released her hand, his previous bashfulness replaced by resolve. "I know precisely what my friends are like. I appreciate your concern. But Angelia and Draco are not as you perceive." "Harry." Hermione seemed intent on persuading him further, but he had already retreated to stand beside Angelia and Draco. "I apologize. But until you can treat my friends with the respect they deserve, let us maintain a relationship of mere classmates," Harry stated coldly, and then, taking one hand of Draco and Angelia, he departed. After walking a considerable distance, Harry finally released their hands. They settled together on the soft grass, and Harry looked at them with a hint of guilt, seemingly wishing to say something. "What are you doing? You aren't about to cry for me, are you?" Draco remarked, curling his lip at Harry's expression. "You might as well wait a bit before you cry. I forgot to bring my magical camera." Harry rolled his eyes, appearing considerably more at ease. "I apologize for today's events." Before he could finish his sentence, Angelia leaned in, wrapping her arm around his shoulder and interrupting him. "This is not your fault. After all, Gryffindor and Slytherin have been at odds for so many years. Their bias against us is quite understandable." Upon hearing Angelia's words, a flicker of unease crossed Harry's face. "So, can we still be friends?" Draco, visibly displeased, playfully punched Harry's shoulder. "Hey, are you really that fragile?" No, it's not that," Harry hurriedly clarified. "I just fear that I might cause trouble for you all." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "In truth, I believe your troubles may be somewhat greater. No one in Slytherin dares to speak against Draco and me, yet Gryffindor is quite different. Among a throng of lions who detest Slytherin, maintaining a friendship is no trivial matter. But I am capable of it." Harry interjected firmly, "I shall not relent." A warm smile graced the faces of both Draco and Angelia. "It appears we might be among the rare trio of Slytherin and Gryffindor who have managed to sustain a friendship over the centuries." Draco reclined comfortably on the grass, remarking, "We may well earn a peace award for this." Harry and Angelia chuckled in response. On Friday morning, Angelia rose early. The first class of the day was potions, and she diligently reviewed the material they would cover, despite having mastered it 5 years prior. After a pleasant breakfast, Angelia and Draco made their way to the potions classroom. Arriving well ahead of time, The classroom was still largely empty, and they chose seats at the very front. Angelia did not bring any books from other subjects. Although she knew that Uncle West would not blame her, she still wished to pay close attention in his class. The potions classroom was also located in the cellar, which was even chillier than the classrooms in the main building. Along the walls stood a few shelves filled with an assortment of glass jars containing various animal specimens, while nearby cabinets housed some commonly used potion ingredients. Potion ingredients. Angelia's eyes sparkled with realization. The demand for potion ingredients at Hogwarts was immense, and there must be established supply channels. Perhaps she could inquire with Uncle Severus. Soon, the classroom became filled with students. The first-year Gryffindors exhibited remarkable courage during their inaugural potions class, engaging in hushed whispers amongst themselves. In contrast, the Slytherins displayed a more disciplined demeanor. Under the guidance of their housemaster, they maintained a serious and subdued presence, clearly aware of Severus Snape's formidable reputation. Before long, the time for class arrived. The wooden door of the potions classroom swung open forcefully, and a formidable figure clad in black strode in with purpose. He stood at the lectern, turning to face the students, his obsidian eyes sweeping across each face, his pallid countenance devoid of any expression. The Gryffindor cubs immediately fell silent. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion brewing," Snape began coldly, his voice smooth and rich like velvet. Though his tone was not loud, it resonated clearly with every student, the calmness of his delivery wielding a more profound sense of authority than any outburst could muster. The students exhibited an extraordinary quietude in his class, more so than in any other, since there will be no foolish wand-waving here. Many of you may not believe this is truly magic. I do not expect you to genuinely grasp the marvel of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant wisps of steam. Nor will you fully comprehend the enchanting essence of a liquid coursing through human veins, evoking emotions and rendering the will hazy. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbecile I frequently encounter. Angelia gazed at Snape with bright, attentive eyes, diligently committing each word he uttered to memory. Throughout her life, there had been few individuals she truly admired, yet Uncle Severus was undoubtedly among them. She was captivated by his intellect, prowess, and composed demeanor, and had consistently strived to learn from him. Once Snape concluded his brief introduction, an enveloping silence fell over the classroom. Every student remained seated in tranquil stillness. In this profound quietude, Hermione's movement stood out distinctly as she pressed against the desk, making a concerted effort to sit upright, seemingly eager to demonstrate to Snape that she was not the fool he had described. Angelia furrowed her brow in displeasure. "Then who can tell me?" Snape suddenly interjected. "What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to the mugwort infusion?" His dark eye swept across the room, deliberately overlooking Hermione, who was eagerly raising her hand. Angelia understood that this was a deliberate challenge thrown by Snape, aimed at instilling a sense of trepidation in these young minds. Initially reluctant to raise her hand, she noticed Hermione's eager hand elevated in the air, prompting her to arch an eyebrow before gently lifting her own. "Miss Royale," Snape called out, seemingly taken aback by her willingness to respond, though he masked his surprise with a reluctant acceptance. The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort could be concocted into a potent sleeping draught, a veritable elixir of life and death. With composure, Angelia rose to speak, observing from the corner of her eye as Hermione's hand fell in disappointment. "An impeccable answer, Miss Royale, 10 points to Slytherin," Snape remarked, his gaze towards her noticeably softer than that directed at her peers. Angelia discreetly winked at Snape before gracefully resuming her seat. Ron cast a glance at Angelia and leaned towards Hermione to whisper something, though their voices were not loud. The classroom was so remarkably quiet that Ron's intentionally hushed tone was still distinctly audible to everyone present. How utterly distasteful. She insists on monopolizing the answers in every class, flaunting her haughty demeanor. What is there to boast about? As if anyone else were incapable. Angelia's expression remained utterly unchanged. She did not even glance back. Fully aware that Severus Snape, standing not far beside her, had also heard, his countenance darkening considerably. "Mr. Weasley," Snape strode purposefully to Ron's side, leaning down, his black eyes fixated on him. The palpable aura of danger emanating from him made Ron shudder, and he stammered, "Professor, could you please tell me where you would procure a piece of bezoar if I asked you to?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Hermione, beside Ron, raised her hand high, almost lifting herself off her seat, but Snape paid her no heed. "I I don't know, Professor, Ron mumbled, shrinking away from Snape's penetrating gaze. Snape straightened up, casting a condescending glance at him, and arrogantly replied, "Let us try again. Please tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane." Ron's voice trembled. I don't know, Professor. Hermione was nearly desperate, raising her hand high enough to almost touch Snape's face, yet he continued to ignore her. I had thought Mr. Weasley had achieved considerable prowess and potions to utter such a statement. Snape's voice was icy cold. Had you possessed even a modicum of respect, you would not have insulted an innocent classmate. I can tolerate fools in my class, but I will not permit a miscreant to remain here. Now, take your belongings and leave. Moreover, for your transgression, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Ron, momentarily stunned, swallowed hard, clearly taken aback by the severity of the punishment for a mere utterance, yet no one showed him sympathy. Harry, seated directly in front of him, had heard every word Ron had spoken. Feeling not a shred of compassion, Hermione was desperately attempting to capture Snape's attention, hoping for the chance to answer a question. While the other Gryffindor students glared at him for the lost 20 points, no one pleaded for Ron, and he had no choice but to gather his books and leave the classroom. Snape's fury evidently did not dissipate with Ron's departure. He strode back to the lectern and waved his wand at the blackboard, a lengthy and intricate potion-making process materializing before them. Today, we shall study the potion for treating scabies. Now, pair up and begin brewing according to the steps on the board. The potion ingredients are to be retrieved from the cabinet by the wall. Clearly, no one wished to provoke Snape at that moment. The students swiftly moved to gather all necessary potion materials, while Snape paced the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him, observing as students weighed dry nettle and crushed the fangs of serpents. Mr. Finnegan read aloud the second line of text from the blackboard. Suddenly, Snape appeared behind a Gryffindor student, startling him to the point of nearly leaping from his seat. Take 3 ounces of powdered snake fangs. Pour it into the cauldron once it reaches a boil, and stir to the left for 1 minute. Finnegan's face turned pale. It seemed he had added the powdered snake fangs before the concoction had reached a boil. A faint smile crept across Snape's face. It appears Mr. Finnegan is not illiterate. But did you follow the steps I outlined on the blackboard? No, Finnegan murmured, lowering his gaze, fearing Snape would dismiss him from the classroom as he had done with Ron. Yet, he was somewhat fortunate. Snape did not expel him, but merely waved his wand over Finnegan's cauldron, which instantly became pristine, the viscous blue-green liquid vanishing entirely. Now, return to the cupboard and retrieve the potion ingredients to recreate it. You have half an hour remaining. Submit it before class concludes. With that, Snape strode away, and Finnegan let out a sigh of relief. Angeli was diligently steaming the slime-covered snails with antennae when suddenly, a loud hissing sound erupted from her right rear. A pungent, acrid green mist wafted towards her. At this critical juncture in her process, precision was paramount. She could not afford to be distracted. Nearby, Draco stirred the concoction in his cauldron, one hand gripping a porcupine quill while the other wielded a stirring rod, poised to remove the cauldron from the heat the moment it began to boil, leaving him equally preoccupied. Both of them were engrossed in their tasks until a cacophony of frantic screams erupted behind them. Idiot! Snape's irate bellow resonated through the air, and Angeli finally grasped that something was amiss. She abruptly halted her work and turned around, just in time to see a grotesquely deformed cauldron lying on the ground. Its contents splattered everywhere. Many students had holes burned into their shoes, and Neville was drenched in potion, with swollen, oozing sores emerging on his skin. Snape swiftly waved his wand, erasing the potion from the floor, his furious gaze fixed upon Neville's face. Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the quill? Neville was already sobbing, his face marred by numerous sores. Take him to the infirmary. Snape commanded a nearby Gryffindor, then stormed over to confront Angeli and Draco. You too. Snape's anger showed no sign of abating. In such a perilous moment, you continue brewing potions without a second thought. Do you not understand that when danger approaches, one must take cover? The expressions of many Gryffindor students reflected amusement at the unfolding drama. I'm sorry, Professor, Angeli replied, her voice soft and sweet, turning even more pitiful as it dropped. Snape's resolve softened almost instantaneously. He swallowed the remainder of his reprimands and coldly declared, "Do not let this happen again," before turning away. Clearly, the Gryffindor students felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Snape's punishment meted out to them, but upon seeing him walk away, they promptly lowered their heads and resumed their unfinished potion work. After the first potions class concluded, all students emerged with a newfound perspective on their professor. The Gryffindor lions were unusually docile, only regaining their ability to converse once they exited the potions classroom. Thank goodness, class is finally over. Angeli overheard Gryffindor students exhaling in relief as they passed by her. With only this single class in the morning, Angeli planned to visit the potions office. She intended to invite Draco along, but he immediately declined. Oh, never mind. I wouldn't dare seek out the Godfather at this moment, Draco shuddered. He would undoubtedly stuff my head into a barrel filled with snails. Really? A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind, causing Draco to freeze in place. He had not anticipated that Mr. Malfoy would be so eager to engage in an intimate encounter with this novelist. Snape regarded him with a sardonic smile, stating, "From this day forth, you shall report to my office for detention every evening at 7. Draco dared not exhibit a hint of dissatisfaction. He promptly turned, lowered his head, and respectfully replied, "Yes, Professor." Snape scoffed softly, dismissing him and shifting his gaze to Angelia. "Come with me," he commanded, striding towards the potions office. Angelia tossed her book to Draco without hesitation and hastily followed in Snape's wake. The two entered the office, with Snape removing his cloak and hanging it on the nearby coat rack, while Angelia closed the door behind her and stood to the side. "Why don't you take a seat?" Snape inquired, looking at her with mild confusion. Angelia approached Severus with a charming smile, saying, "I was worried that Uncle Severus might still be upset." Severus cast a glance at her, a smile already gracing his face. "Do you acknowledge your mistake?" Angelia lowered her head and spoke softly. "I acknowledge my mistakes, and I assure you I shall not behave this way again." Severus Snape, seated in the chair behind his desk, waved his wand to summon a chair beside him, which Angelia promptly occupied. What audacity to sit now! Snape raised an eyebrow as he regarded Angelia, who still wore a gentle, conciliatory smile upon her face. After all, Uncle Severus was no longer angry with her. Angelia's voice was both sweet and gentle, and any annoyance Severus might have felt had long since dissipated. With a resigned gesture, he reached out and lightly tapped her on the head, softly admonishing, "Promise me you will prioritize your own safety next time, understand?" Yes, I understand," Angelia replied, nodding her head vigorously. "Now, what brings you to me?" Severus raised an eyebrow, observing the deepening smile on her face. "Uncle Severus, are you in charge of the procurement of potion ingredients for Hogwarts?" Angelia's azure eyes sparkled as they gazed at him, and Snape pressed his lips together. "Yes. You wish to inquire about the procurement channels, do you not?" Angelia's gaze shimmered with an added brilliance. "Is that permissible?" Her eyes sparkled with an intensity that captivated all. Severus, his hand clenched into a fist beneath the table, responded in a gentle tone, "Of course, you may inquire about anything you wish." To offer a hint, it should be noted that in this narrative, Severus's affections do not lie with Lily, but rather with another individual whose identity will be revealed later. Intricately linked to Angelia. Angelia found it rather perplexing to comprehend the intricate gaze Severus cast upon her. In truth, he often regarded her with such an enigmatic expression. She had inquired about its meaning on several occasions, yet he would invariably divert the conversation or succumb to a silence that evaded the issue, leaving her in perpetual uncertainty. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her belief that this gaze harbored no malevolence, and gradually, she ceased to be troubled by it. "I shall now provide you with the list and addresses," Severus stated as he retrieved a quill and parchment from nearby. "There are several merchants who regularly supply potion ingredients. Their prices fluctuate, with some being cheaper at times than others. You may wish to compare before making a purchase. Should you require any rare potion ingredients, they would also keep an eye out for you, though the cost would be significantly higher." He swiftly inscribed a few names and addresses before handing them to her. "Of course, should you need anything else, do not hesitate to seek me out. I possess a considerable collection of rare potion ingredients." Severus bestowed upon her a gentle, lingering smile, a rare sight that typically followed that complex gaze, shared only in their moments of solitude. Thus, neither Draco nor any others had ever witnessed such a side of Severus. Had they done so, their astonishment would likely have left them speechless. "Very well, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Severus," Angelia replied joyfully as she carefully tucked the parchment away. Soon, the second flying lesson commenced. Most students had developed a basic proficiency with their broomsticks, and Madame Hooch finally permitted them to soar into the skies, albeit restricted to a height no greater than 10 feet above the lawn. Draco excelled in his flying, even managing to hover midair, casually observing the other students as they zipped about on their brooms. Harry seemed to possess an extraordinary talent for flying. It was his first time on a broomstick, yet he maneuvered with a skill akin to that of seasoned Quidditch players. He gleefully darted through the air, deftly controlling both speed and direction. The broomstick responded to his every command, earning him incredulous glances from Madame Hooch. "Oh, what a rare prodigy," she remarked, her hand resting on her chin as she watched Harry's exhilarating flight. Angelia was not particularly adept at riding a broomstick. She could merely ensure that she remained seated upon it without falling off, a feat that was rather simple, by merely threatening the broom with incineration. It would obediently stay firmly beneath her, motionless. Draco observed Angelia, who hovered beside him on her broom, raising an eyebrow. "You're not using the levitation charm to elevate both yourself and the broom, are you?" Such speculation was not without merit. Once, during their childhood, Draco insisted on challenging Angelia to a contest of flying prowess. Annoyed by his persistence, she reluctantly acquiesced. Lacking skill in flight and wishing to avoid Draco's incessant boasting in her ear, Angelia resorted to the levitation charm, enabling herself and the broom to execute an array of intricate maneuvers in midair. Angelia still recalls the day after the duel when Draco wept for an entire afternoon. And ultimately, in her exasperation, she revealed the truth to him. "I could use the levitation charm to cast you down," she remarked lazily, reclining against the air behind her. In truth, she had indeed employed the levitation charm to enhance the stability of her broomstick, even fashioning a backrest for herself. Observing her reclined posture in midair without the slightest hint of falling, Draco discerned that she had indeed invoked the spell. He leaned closer, gently prodding the space behind Angelia, and felt a palpable resistance. "You always do this," he said, a hint of disdain in his voice, as memories of that sorrowful afternoon flooded back to him. Angelia casually cast a spell behind her, and Draco immediately sensed the air behind him solidifying into a mass. He tentatively prodded it, and, indeed, felt a palpable resistance. Consequently, he surrendered and leaned back, letting out a contented sigh. Angelia truly knows how to indulge herself. The peculiar actions of the two gradually attracted the attention of their classmates, and the murmurs of the crowd summoned Mrs. Huichi, who stood on the ground and shouted loudly at Angelia, who was leaning in the air. "And Malfoy, what are you two doing?" Angelia was nearly drifting off to sleep when the voice of Madame Hooch jolted her back to reality. "Hey, wake up." She nudged Draco, who was already fast asleep. "Madame Hooch is teaching us." Instinctively, Draco rolled over and tumbled off his broom. The sudden sensation of weightlessness snapped him awake, and he screamed as he plummeted downward. Angelia swiftly brandished her wand, casting a levitation charm just before he hit the ground. However, Harry was evidently quicker. He caught Draco just 3 feet from the ground, prompting a chorus of awed gasps from the students below. Draco sat behind Harry on the broom, exhaling in relief, grateful for Harry's speed. As Harry landed, Angelia followed suit, bringing herself and Draco's broom back to earth. Before Madame Hooch could utter a word, an urgent voice called from behind. "Harry Potter." Students turned to see Professor McGonagall hastily approaching from a distance. "In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never." Professor McGonagall stood before Harry, her excitement palpable, while he gazed at her in bewilderment. "Come with me," she instructed, striding towards the castle. Harry looked back at Angelia and Draco, scratching his head in confusion. "Go on," Angelia reassured him with a calming smile, interpreting McGonagall's expression as a sign of good news. Without hesitation, Harry followed McGonagall's lead. Fortunately, Madame Hooch did not impose any punishment on Draco. She merely cautioned against such dangerous maneuvers and forbade students from attempting to replicate them. The flying lesson soon concluded, and Angelia and Draco, concerned for Harry, hurried towards the castle, colliding with him at the entrance. "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Angelia panted gently, stopping in front of him. "Professor McGonagall didn't give you a hard time, did she?" Harry's face lit up with an overwhelming joy, as if struck by a sudden and delightful surprise. His voice floated as if he had yet to fully grasp the moment. "Professor McGonagall said I can join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. They are willing to make an exception for me." "Oh no." Draco's expression twisted with jealousy. "I want to join the Quidditch team too." Angelia struck Draco's head from behind with a playful force, causing his expression to instantly revert to normal, albeit with a hint of indignation. "Congratulations." "Indeed." A delightful smile graced Harry's face, yet he softly addressed Draco. "Perhaps you could join the Quidditch team ahead of time. I wager that in terms of flying skills, you would undoubtedly surpass the second-year students. Besides, there is no reason for Gryffindor to have exceptions while Slytherin does not." Draco's eyes gleamed with excitement, discarding any feelings of jealousy or grievance. He wrapped his arm around Harry's neck, exclaiming, Thank you, Harry. If I manage to secure a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team, I shall treat you to the largest and most delicious ice cream at Florian's. Harry offered a gentle smile. Harry's plan proved remarkably successful. That very evening, Draco approached Snape. After an arduous 3-hour negotiation, Angelia could no longer bear it and interceded on his behalf. Uncle Severus, why not let Draco give it a try? She suggested softly to Snape, who was engrossed in grading papers behind his desk, seemingly unaffected by Draco's incessant chatter. If he succeeds, it might bring honor to Slytherin. If he fails, at least he won't keep pestering me for another 3 hours. Angelia rolled her eyes. Snape, amused by her exasperated expression, finally relented. Very well. Let us give it a go. Tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock at the Quidditch pitch, I shall arrange for someone to assess you. Snape then cast a glance at the parched Draco, whose lips were nearly worn raw from speaking. Let me make this clear. You have only this one opportunity. If you fail, do not return to pester me again. Absolutely. Draco nodded eagerly in agreement. Angelia's gaze returned to the book in her hands. Recently, she had developed the habit of immersing herself in the potions office after afternoon classes. Draco was still serving his detention, so he would come to the potions office after 7 each evening. Typically, they engaged in their own activities without disturbing one another. Draco huddled in a corner, tending to various potion ingredients that Snape had no time to address. Snape sat behind his desk, grading assignments or concocting potions, while Angelia nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her reading or assisting Snape. Evidently, Draco's flying skills were commendable. The captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team was quite satisfied with him, and he had secured a position as a seeker for the Slytherin team. A few days later, at breakfast, both the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were graced by the presence of a wobbly owl carrying a long, slender object, which it dropped before Harry and Draco. Moments later, startled exclamations erupted from both the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. It was a rocket crossbow. Angelia concealed the smile at the corners of her lips as she savored the last bite of syrup-soaked pancake, although she did not put her name on it. There were few who would send gifts to both Draco and Harry simultaneously, leading them to deduce that it was indeed her. In truth, only a handful of pureblood families were aware of Angelia's true identity, and they would never divulge it to their children. Consequently, most students were left in profound curiosity regarding her origins. However, anyone who maintained close relations with the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Knott families could hardly be considered ordinary. Moreover, she seemed to enjoy a favorable rapport with Professor Snape, prompting the Slytherin students to instinctively categorize her as someone not to be trifled with. This astute perception spared her from considerable trouble, and Angelia remained indifferent to the fantastical rumors surrounding her lineage. Before long, Harry's Quidditch practice commenced. Under the influence of his relentless persuasion and the pleading of his charming emerald eyes, Angelia made her way to the Quidditch pitch to lend her support. Although she was not particularly fond of the sport, Harry's graceful maneuvers as he soared and dived on his broomstick were truly captivating. Gradually, her role transformed from that of a mere cheerleader to an admirer of his aerial displays. Let us listen, a voice emanated from the left, prompting Angelia to instinctively turn her head, only to encounter an unfamiliar face. Who could be staring so intently at our Harry? Another voice called from the right. And once again, she turned, recognizing the same face she had just seen. Apparition? Wasn't it prohibited at Hogwarts? How could he have accomplished that? Angelia regarded him with suspicion. Oh, dear little serpent, I am still here. The voice on the left spoke again, and an unsettling realization dawned upon her as she took a step back, finally revealing two identical faces. Cute little serpent has discovered us both, the figure on the right chimed in, leaning toward the left. Angelia found herself momentarily disoriented by the two identical faces, unable to suppress a frown. Are you twins? She inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. For the occurrence of twins in the wizarding world was quite rare. Oh, George, she guessed it. What should we do? The figure on the left turned to Angelia, and the one on the right immediately followed suit. Then let us take her for a spin, Fred, George suggested, raising his right hand, which Angelia now noticed held a broomstick. 1, 2, 3, go. Before Angelia could fully comprehend the situation, Fred had effortlessly lifted her onto the back seat of George's broom. With George gripping the front half of the broom, he promptly pushed off the ground, sending them soaring into the air. Angelia let out a piercing scream, abruptly shutting her eyes and grasping the person in front of her with fervent intensity. Oh, dear little serpent, you ought to be gentler. If you were to choke me to death, you would plummet alongside me, and we both would meet our demise. George's voice resonated in Angelia's ears. Yet she felt no relaxation. Rather, her grip around his waist tightened further. "Help me, Harry." The air rushed past her face with alarming speed, and Angelia could scarcely summon the courage to open her eyes as she cried out in desperation. Before long, George had expressed his astonishment. "Have we truly caught up?" Angelia believed he was referring to Harry. Finally, she dared to open her eyes and glance back, only to find that the figure pursuing her on a broomstick bore an uncanny resemblance to George, none other than Fred. Angelia's gaze inadvertently swept across the ground, where the figures below appeared almost as diminutive as ants. A wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her grip on George to falter, and she consequently lost her hold on the flying broomstick. Oh, how vexing! Upon sensing the sudden absence of the hand at her waist, George's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced downward, realizing that Angelia had already plummeted. In an instant, Fred, positioned behind them, dove forward and caught Angelia in his arms. "Well done, brother." George sighed in relief, observing Angelia nestled within Fred's embrace, her delicate features rendered pale with fright, her eyes tightly shut. "Hold on," George commanded, bringing the broomstick to a halt midair, with Fred promptly doing the same beside him. "Are you all right?" He prodded Angelia's taut little face. As the whistling wind subsided, Angelia finally dared to open her eyes, only to be met with two identical faces staring back at her. Anger surged through her, causing her limbs to grow cold. She nearly drew her wand to cast a lethal curse upon them. "Let me down." Angelia's cerulean eyes fixed intently upon them, her voice icy. Fred raised an eyebrow and, gesturing towards the distant ground below, remarked, "Well, go ahead, then." Understanding that Fred was merely jesting, George refrained from intervening, intrigued to see how this charming little viper would react. Would she plead for them to lower her gently to the ground, or would she sulk in silence? Eyes shut tight, refusing to acknowledge them. However, it became evident that Angelia's intentions diverged from their expectations. She merely cast a cool glance at the ground below before executing a somersault and leaping down. "Blast it!" George and Fred exclaimed in unison, startled. They immediately urged their brooms into a dive, but before they could reach her, Harry had already caught Angelia in his arms. Angelia tucked her wand back into her sleeve, clinging tightly to Harry, her body trembling slightly. She had initially intended to cast a levitation spell to catch herself upon landing, but her fear of heights compelled her to force her eyes open, anxiously gauging the approaching ground to determine the opportune moment to unleash her spell. Fortunately, Harry caught her just in time. Angelia did not weep. Rather, a tremor of fear coursed through her body. Her head rested upon Harry's shoulder, obscuring her expression, leading him to mistakenly believe she was crying. "What is the matter, Angelia?" Harry gently patted her back, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just moments ago, he had been soaring through the air in search of the elusive golden snitch when he turned to find Angelia plummeting downwards. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and caught her in his arms. "Do not cry. Everything is all right." When Angelia remained silent, Harry resolved to bring her safely back to the ground. However, as soon as the broom began to move, she let out a sharp scream, gripping him tighter, compelling Harry to abandon the idea. Fred and George swiftly pursued them, encircling Harry and Angelia from either side. "How are you holding up, little serpent?" one of them inquired, leaning closer to Angelia. The other chimed in immediately. "It's merely a harmless joke. Do not take offense." Angelia wished to avoid hearing the voices of the two surrounding her. She gently tugged at Harry's sleeve and leaned closer to his ear, her voice barely above a whisper. "Take me down." Ignoring George and Fred, who were encircling them, Harry swiftly commanded the broomstick to descend. As they descended, Harry felt Angelia's grip on his hand tighten, clearly overwhelmed by fear. He softly patted her back, murmuring reassurances, "Do not be afraid, it will be over soon." The broomstick soon touched the ground, and as Angelia opened her eyes in an attempt to dismount, she realized her legs had grown too weak to execute the motion. "Carry me." Angelia extended her hand towards Harry, and his heart melted at that moment. He lifted her into his arms. The instant her feet met the ground, Angelia felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a surge of inexplicable grievance. She had merely come to support Harry, not knowing them at all, yet she had been inexplicably swept onto a broomstick for a flight, nearly falling twice in the process. Angelia curled her knees to her chest, burying her head within them, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. No, she must not. She must not take a life. Angelia released her tightly clenched fist. Harry's training was not yet complete, and upon seeing him fall to the ground, a figure immediately rushed over from a distance. What happened? One moment you were flying, and then you vanished. I thought the golden snitch had whisked you away. A strange voice reached Angelia's ears, prompting her to quickly compose herself and lift her head. She must not reveal her vulnerability in front of outsiders. Oh, Wood, there was a bit of a situation. Harry pointed towards Angelia. She was caught in a prank by the Weasley twins and nearly fell from the sky. Wood glanced at the girl clad in Slytherin robes, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. How are you? He inquired, squatting before Angelia. Angelia endeavored to maintain the decorum befitting the situation. I believe I am fine now, she remarked, turning her head towards Harry. You may return to your training. Do not let my condition hinder your pursuits. Wood, clearly in favor of this suggestion, immediately raised his gaze to Harry, yet Harry shook his head resolutely. I shall escort you back, he declared, bending down to lift Angelia into his arms. Angelia appeared to be quite frail, and Wood found himself unable to persuade Harry to leave her alone in that place. He could only begrudgingly swallow the words of admonition that lingered on his lips. Please return swiftly. I shall wait here for you, Wood conceded. Once Harry had departed with Angelia in his arms, the Weasley twins landed beside Wood. What has become of that little serpent? George inquired, leaning closer to Wood. It seems she is not faring well, Fred chimed in from the other side. Wood cast a disapproving glance at the two, stepping aside with disdain. You two should tread carefully. She appears to be quite frightened. The twins exchanged glances, and Fred chuckled. I did not expect her to be so easily startled. Yet, she is rather intriguing. To leap from such a height without hesitation. Fortunately, Harry caught her. Wood detected an incongruity. She jumped on her own? You didn't coerce her? How could that be? Fred immediately raised his hands, still grinning. She expressed a desire to descend, and I merely gestured towards the ground, saying, You may go down now. And to my surprise, she somersaulted right off. The pair seemed utterly unfazed by the implications, and Wood could not articulate further, merely leaving them with a cautionary remark to exercise care before he departed. Rumors about this Slytherin girl had been circulating recently. Wood had heard them, as had the Weasley twins, including the incident where Professor Snape expelled Ron from class for disparaging Angeli. Ron was undeniably foolish, a fact they had long accepted. Thus, they were curious to witness the girl who had inadvertently revealed Ron's lack of intellect. It promised to be rather amusing. It was not until Harry carried her into the castle that Angelia's fear began to dissipate. She gently tugged at Harry's sleeve, requesting to be set down, her face brightening with a grateful smile. Thank you, Harry. I believe I can manage on my own now. You should return to your training. Seeing that Angeli could stand steadily on the ground, Harry finally felt relieved. All right, I shall take my leave then. After bidding farewell to Harry, Angeli slowly made her way toward the Slytherin common room. As she approached the door to the potions office, Snape suddenly flung it open. What is the meaning of this? Snape furrowed his brow, observing Angeli's sluggish gait and seemingly uncooperative legs, as if a realization struck him, unleashing a surge of intense anger. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. What is the matter with you? Angelia found it peculiar to hear Severus's stern voice. He had never been so harsh with her before. Nevertheless, she replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. She had no intention of allowing anyone to interfere in her affairs. She was determined to exact her revenge in her own way. To Severus, this concealment implied something entirely different. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter through clenched jaws, You are merely 11 years old. Angelia gazed at him with a perplexed expression. I know something is troubling you, Uncle Severus. Snape clenched his fists, suppressing his fury, as he forcefully yanked open the door to the potions office and strode inside. Slamming the door shut behind him, Angelia found herself unexpectedly overwhelmed once more, her legs trembling as she struggled to walk swiftly. A deep sense of grievance welled within her, and she crouched against the wall, desperately attempting to suppress the rising tide of tears. Just at that moment, Draco approached her. Angelia, what are you doing here? At times, solitude is bearable, but when someone inquires, all the pent-up sorrows surge forth, impossible to contain. Thus, when Draco knelt before her, Angelia instinctively collapsed into his embrace, quietly sobbing. Draco was taken aback, but promptly enveloped her in his arms, draping his robe over her shoulders before carrying her away toward the common room. Angelia remained in his embrace, trembling with a sense of grievance. Draco cradled her as he made his way into the common room, disregarding the greetings and playful jeers echoing around him, and proceeded directly to his dormitory. The entrance of girls into the boys' quarters was permitted, and fortunate for him, Theodore was absent. Upon entering the room, Draco promptly secured the door, then turned to gently lay Angelia upon his bed. "What is the matter? Why are you in tears?" Draco inquired, as he removed the outer robe draped over her, revealing her eyes, which were already swollen from weeping. Angelia finally found a channel for her emotional release as the fears, anger, and grievances that had been buried deep within her surged forth. She was unable to articulate her feelings, only able to weep softly, tears streaming down her face. Draco ceased his inquiries, allowing Angelia to vent her emotions until her sobs gradually subsided, at which point he offered her a glass of water. "Are you feeling better? Please, take a sip." Angelia had wept sufficiently, sitting up to take the cup and sip a few mouthfuls of water, finally regaining her composure. "What transpired? Has someone wronged you?" Draco's voice was exceedingly gentle, yet his gaze darkened. If he were to learn that some foolhardy individual dared to mistreat Angelia. Angelia shook her head, replying, "No. I simply experienced a sudden emotional breakdown." Such breakdowns often have a catalyst, yet Draco chose not to expose her. She wished to keep her turmoil hidden from him, and so he feigned ignorance. She would confide in him when the moment was right. Finishing the water in her cup, Angelia returned the empty vessel to Draco and, raising her wand, lightly tapped her face before gesturing towards Draco's bed. A diminutive healing charm and a cleaning spell restored everything to its previous state. Prior to her emotional upheaval, perhaps a forgetting charm was also in order. Noticing Angelia's gaze upon him, Draco immediately turned around, his expression wary. "I swear I saw nothing," he declared. Very well, it seemed the forgetting charm was no longer necessary. Angelia rose and tapped Draco's bed with her wand, causing the rigid mattress to transform instantly into a plush, inviting surface. Overjoyed, Draco eagerly tumbled onto the bed. Observing Draco's elation, a faint smile graced Angelia's lips. "Not bad, is it?" she inquired. Draco nodded vigorously, his voice noticeably lighter. "I can finally escape the torment of that unyielding bed. Thank goodness you came." Sensing Angelia's threatening gaze, Draco swiftly swallowed the whimper that had nearly escaped his lips. I'm glad you arrived," he added, winking at her in a charming manner. Satisfied, Angelia averted her gaze. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Angelia approached the door and swung it open, only to find Theodore poised to enter from the outside. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, both were taken aback. Without waiting for Theodore to utter a word, Angelia gently patted his shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Stay strong. From now on, you alone must endure this torment and solitude." There was no fault in her words, for Angelia was well acquainted with the dynamics at play, particularly with Draco, Pansy, and Theodore. She occupied a single dorm room, while Pansy's quarters had been arranged long ago, and Draco's bed had softened considerably, leaving Theodore to bear the brunt of the cold, hard mattress alone. However, her words resonated differently in Theodore's ears. He stared in disbelief as Angelia brushed past him, then glanced at Draco, who lay in disarray on the bed, surrounded by chaos. A surge of incredulous fury ignited within him. "She's only a first year," Theodore roared at Draco. Draco, perplexed by the source of Theodore's inexplicable anger, chose not to delve into it and lazily rolled over on his bed, nonchalantly replying, "I know, I am too." Infuriated, Theodore clenched his jaw and, turning back, struck the wall with a fist. Draco, observing the rage etched on Theodore's face, pointed out with bewilderment, "You're also a first year." Enraged, Theodore stormed out of the dormitory. "How bizarre," Draco muttered, rolling back onto his bed. The plush mattress felt delightful. Angelia had kept the incident involving Fred and George to herself, even going so far as to seek out Harry, urging him to keep it confidential. Fred and George had initially anticipated some form of retribution, passing 3 days on high alert, yet when nothing transpired, they quickly relaxed their vigilance. "I'm telling you, she won't do anything," Fred remarked to George as they strolled down the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. 3 whole days without incident, how dull. Just as he finished speaking, they noticed the fat lady's portrait had vanished, replaced by a smooth, pristine wall. "Strange, did we take a wrong turn?" Fred scratched his head. Though they both knew they hadn't strayed, this was a passage they had traversed countless times, even with their eyes closed. They stood before the immaculate wall, dumbfounded, when a Gryffindor girl timidly circumvented them, uttering the password to the white wall before disappearing into it. Fred and George rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They were certain the wall had never exhibited such a transformation. As class ended, more students approached the white wall. casting curious glances at the duo before reciting the password and vanishing into the wall. "What are you two doing standing there?" Harry approached, clutching a book. "Why aren't you going in?" The Weasley twins immediately flanked him, guiding him toward the white wall. Fred, with a serious demeanor, pointed at the wall and inquired, "What is this?" Harry glanced at him quizzically. "The fat lady." Fred and George exchanged glances, and George promptly asked, "Where's the fat lady?" Harry lifted his hand, gesturing toward the wall before them. "Right here." Fred and George were taken aback. "You can see the fat lady?" Fred asked, his irritation evident as he glared at Harry, who was startled by his intensity. Hesitantly, Harry waved his hand in front of Fred's eyes and asked, "You can't see her?" Fred rolled his eyes in frustration, prompting George to respond, "In fact, we cannot see the fat lady. We only see a white wall." Harry appeared equally astonished, pointing at the wall. "A white wall?" George nodded earnestly. Harry bit his lip, suppressing a smile. "Well then, it's just a white wall. I suppose I shall step right through it. Farewell." Thus, Fred and George witnessed Harry utter the password to the wall before vanishing into it. "How can this be?" Fred fumed, striding over to pound on the wall, which felt smooth and cold to the touch, certainly not the portrait of the fat lady. Soon, they encountered a familiar face. Ron. Lately, Ron had been walking alone. Ever since he spoke ill of Angelina in Potions class, Minnie and Gryffindor had distanced themselves from him. Even Harry had been indifferent, while Hermione immersed herself in studies, spending her time either in class or the library. Consequently, Ron found himself solitary. "What's up?" Ron approached excitedly. Under normal circumstances, he would have avoided Fred and George. But it had been ages since he had a decent conversation. "Come, Ron, tell us what lies beyond," Fred said, slinging an arm around his shoulder to prevent him from fleeing, while pointing at the white wall with the other hand. "The fat lady," Ron responded, bewildered, stepping back in sudden realization. "You're not concocting another prank to test on me, are you?" Fred and George swiftly maneuvered Ron to the white wall, and George spoke gravely, "Say the password." Ron rolled his eyes, but nonetheless recited the password directed at the fat lady. She slowly moved aside, revealing the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Ron glanced between Fred and George. "Are we going in?" Fred tilted his head, assessing him. "Is it open?" Ron eyed him skeptically. "Can't you see?" Fred nonchalantly averted his gaze. "No, you go first. Advanced as it may be, Fred and George have often engaged in inexplicable antics, and Ron, without a hint of suspicion, was the first to crawl through the hole. Strangely, the entrance remained ajar. Yet Fred and George had yet to enter. They were earnestly attempting to follow Ron, but no matter how they tried, they could not penetrate the wall. In various positions, they pressed against it until, utterly exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Noticing their absence, Ron crawled back out, only to find the two of them sprawled on the floor. "Why aren't you coming in?" Ron questioned, bewildered by how they could be so fatigued in such a short span of time. George finally revealed the truth. "In fact, we can no longer see the fat lady's portrait. All that appears before us is a blank wall, and we cannot follow anyone inside." Ron stared at them in astonishment, eventually managing to utter, "Did you two test something on yourselves again?" Fred immediately sprang to his feet and tapped his head. "George, I think this might be someone's prank." Fred directed his gaze towards George. Peeves had never bothered them, and the only likely culprit for a prank at this moment could be that little snake. Could it be? George furrowed his brow, while Fred displayed an exhilarated grin. Finally, this has become interesting. Ron, though perplexed, discerned that the two had no intention of elucidating the situation. For the next 2 hours, Ron, serving as their guinea pig, accompanied them through hundreds of experiments, from hand-holding to petrification spells and levitation charms. Yet none succeeded in allowing them entry. An increasing number of Gryffindor students became aware of the situation, contributing their imaginative ideas, but none proved effective in granting access. Eventually, Professor McGonagall was alerted to the matter and hurried over, employing a series of intricate spells, yet to no avail. Ultimately, she attempted to escort them to the headmaster's office. But Fred and George were evidently reluctant. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, I believe it may be something peculiar that George and I ingested recently that has caused this situation. Typically, such effects do not last beyond 3 days. May we temporarily reside in the infirmary during this period?" Fred said cheerfully, his face devoid of any concern about being trapped outside the common room. He and George had not encountered such an amusing prank in years, and he was reluctant to divulge the identity of their adversary. A rival of such caliber was indeed a rare find. Professor McGonagall was clearly aware of their usual antics, and considering that Dumbledore had other matters to attend to, She furrowed her brow and acquiesced to their request. Very well, you shall have 3 days. If the situation remains unchanged after that, you must accompany me to see the headmaster. Professor McGonagall spoke sternly. Over the next 3 days, Fred and George racked their brains, devising every conceivable method that might lead to success, yet all their efforts were in vain. Determined not to lose such an evenly matched rival, they sought out Angelina on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The moment they laid eyes on her, the two instantly executed a 90-degree bow. Fortunately, they were in a secluded corridor, with no one around to witness the sight of the two mischievous young wizards bowing their heads. We are truly sorry. We were wrong to jest at your expense that day. Fred and George's tone was remarkably sincere. These past few days have led us to a profound realization of our mistakes. Would you be so kind as to forgive us? Angelia coldly bypassed the two and exited the corridor, leaving behind a single remark. Fear not. The first act has concluded, but do not rush. The game has only just begun. Fred and George exchanged glances, excitement shimmering in their eyes. Does this mean there is more to play? How splendid. Indeed. As they approached the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, they finally beheld the long-missed fat lady. Oh, dear lady. You cannot fathom how much I have yearned for you these past few days. Fred winked at her. Thank you. The fat lady chuckled softly, her lips covered in delight, before her expression turned stern. However, entry requires the password. The two had fortuitously returned on the day of the password change, unaware of the new phrase. Reluctantly, they leaned against the wall, awaiting the return of familiar students to escort them inside. Hours passed without a soul in sight, and George began to sense that something was amiss. Fred, do you not find this silence rather unnerving? George furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. This was the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, yet it was peculiar that not a single person had emerged in what was usually a bustling thoroughfare. Fred too recognized the anomaly. Exchanging a knowing glance with George, they promptly sprinted out of the corridor. Classroom, infirmary, office, there was not a single soul throughout Hogwarts. They shared a glance and hastened towards the great hall. Yet, it was empty, still devoid of life. As they entered the hall, the candles flickered to life, signaling the arrival of dinner time. However, the 4 long tables stood vacant, devoid of any presence. A chill crept up their spines, and they swallowed hard, hesitantly retreating. After a full 3 days, when Fred and George finally encountered another figure, they nearly lost their sanity, embracing the bewildered first-year Gryffindor student. Poor boy. He had merely been making his way to the common room when suddenly ensnared by the two mischievous twins, leaving him utterly terrified for an entire month thereafter. He treaded cautiously, fearful of incurring their wrath. Strangely, it seemed no one had noticed their 3-day absence. Their classmates insisted they had been present for classes, meals, and sleep, surrounded by others at all times, making it impossible for them to have vanished. Some even suggested they visit the infirmary. Knowing full well this was not a predicament the fat lady could resolve, that afternoon, Fred and George cornered Angelia once more. We apologize. We were in the wrong. This time, it was in a secluded corridor where they bowed deeply to Angelia, just as they had previously. We should not have played such tricks on you, and we vow never to do so again. The two weary faces, marked by deep shadows beneath their eyes, spoke volumes of the torment they had endured in recent days. Yet, Angelia merely scoffed. Do not rush. It is not yet over. The 3rd round of the game is about to commence. With that, she departed without waiting for their response. Fred and George, their hearts laden with trepidation, ventured into the corridor before the Gryffindor common room, where they were pleasantly surprised to find their fellow students and the fat lady present. At last, it is over, they sighed in relief. Following a classmate, they crawled through the opening, emerging onto a stretch of shoreline. A beach? Fred and George exchanged glances, a bitter smile gracing their lips. The 3rd round had begun. A ferocious sea wind swept in, accompanied by towering waves, and they found themselves perched on a narrow outcrop of rock, barely half a meter wide. Clinging to one another, they stood on tiptoe in a desperate attempt to maintain balance, only to be swept away by a colossal wave. Help! Help! Neither Fred nor George could swim. Yet it was evident that this was not a real ocean. They felt the choking sensation of seawater filling their lungs, and just as they succumbed to the depths, they would reappear, unscathed, back on the rock, only to be hurled into the water once more. This relentless cycle continued for 2 full days. Initially, they devised various strategies to remain on the rock, lying, sitting, squatting, or taking turns, but no matter their efforts, the waves would ultimately cast them into the sea again. Eventually, they surrendered to their fate, merely wishing for this ordeal to come to a swift conclusion. On the evening of the second day, their torment finally ceased, and they found themselves once again beneath the familiar canopy of their beds. Sitting up, they exchanged a knowing glance before leaping from their beds and racing towards the hall. This time, they intercepted Angelia at the entrance, disregarding the bustling students and professors around them. They bowed deeply before her, exclaiming, "Big sister." Angelia, startled, took a step back. Her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered whether she had miscalculated the dosage of the potion. Logically, the effect should have worn off by now. Receiving no response, the two remained bowed before her, unwavering in their posture. "We acknowledge our mistake and assure you that we shall never again engage in such mischief. We implore you to show us mercy." Angelia had no intention of continuing any further. She coldly murmured a sound of acknowledgement and turned to leave. Yet Fred and George obstructed her path once more. "Could you teach us some pranks? From now on, you shall be our elder sibling. Guiding us to the east and never to the west, we shall follow your command in all matters." The fervor in their eyes was startling, to say the least. Angelia was genuinely taken aback, and she swiftly evaded them, hastening into the hall. It was utterly terrifying. Could that potion have any lingering side effects? In truth, the explanation was rather simple. Angelia had employed a hallucinogenic substance, infused with potions that altered auditory, visual, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile perceptions, along with elements that could muddle memories. The trio of extraordinary experiences that Fred and George encountered stemmed from this concoction. The first dose was hidden in their food, resulting in their initial predicament. The second potion was crafted as an inhalant, placed within the corridor they traversed to seek her out. With no one else around and having imbibed the antidote, they fell prey to its effects once more. The third instance unfolded in a similar manner. Angelia shook her head with a soft sigh. It was evident that a simple vial of antidote could resolve the matter at hand, yet these two stubbornly endured their predicament, showcasing a distinct lack of intellect. Initially, she had prepared a plethora of amusing trinkets for them, but their rather erratic demeanor this evening dissuaded her from proceeding. The thought of one of them inadvertently meeting their demise left her apprehensive about assuming unwarranted blame. Although the temptation to cast an Avada Kedavra was strong, she deemed it inappropriate for the moment and graciously chose to forgive them, at least for now. After spending a tranquil fortnight at Hogwarts, Angelia found herself restless. On this particularly sunny evening, she resolved to invite Draco for a stroll along the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The delicate origami crane conjured by Angelia fluttered its way into the boys' dormitory. She settled in the common room, waiting for a full 20 minutes, yet Draco did not emerge. As the hour approached midnight, Angelia resolved to wait no longer. She cast an invisibility charm upon herself and ventured out alone. Each floor was patrolled by professors, and Angelia cautiously evaded their watchful eyes, making her way swiftly to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, a sigh of relief escaped her lips as she approached the door at the end of the hallway. With a flick of her wand, she whispered, "Alohomora," directing it at the lock above. The lock yielded gently, and Angelia slipped inside, closing the door behind her. A wave of foul, searing heat enveloped her, and Angelia instinctively sensed a presence lurking behind her. She turned sharply, her heart racing, to find a grotesque three-headed dog standing before her. Oh, how repulsive! Angelia recoiled at the sight of its drooling, viscous saliva. The room was exceedingly small, barely accommodating the monstrous creature. Though concealed from the dog's view, it could still detect an unfamiliar scent intruding upon its territory, inciting its agitation. As it lifted its leg and circled about in search, Angelia's keen eyes caught sight of a trapdoor beneath its feet. Clearly, slipping past unnoticed was an impossibility. How vexing! Angelia meticulously searched through her mind for the books she had read about wondrous creatures, and at last, she unearthed a description of the three-headed dog nestled in the corners of her memory. Possessing 3 heads, it is known for its ferocious temperament and a peculiar fondness for music. Angelia swiftly discarded her robe, casting it to the ground, and with a flick of her wand, transformed it into a delicate violin. As she gently waved her wand, the violin began to play a melody on its own, and before her, the three-headed hound visibly calmed. It proved to be effective. Angelia stood quietly to one side, patiently waiting. Before long, the three-headed hound drifted into slumber, lulled by the enchanting strains of the violin. Angelia waved her wand, shifting aside her heavy, furry feet to unveil the trapdoor beneath. The darkness below was profound, with a flicker of luminescence. She managed to discern the surroundings. Layer upon layer of azure vines enveloped the space beneath, resembling a devilish web. Angelia leapt without hesitation. Soon, the soft vines below caught and embraced her, and she did not resist, allowing them to envelop her entirely before she tumbled into a corridor. At the far end of the passage, a glimmer of light beckoned. She held her wand aloft as she made her way forward, ultimately discovering a heavy wooden door at the corridor's terminus, adorned above with a multitude of winged keys. Tentatively, she pushed against the door, only to find it locked, evidently. The correct key must be found to gain entry. As Angelia surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon a cluster of flying broomsticks in the corner. Oh, no. She rolled her eyes, shifting her focus back to the fluttering keys above. It was inconceivable to attempt to capture them one by one. Surely, there must be some clever method to succeed. Angelia gazed intently at the fluttering keys and suddenly discerned a pattern. Almost all the keys moved in accordance with a particular key, and regardless of their frenzied dance, they never strayed too far from it. Angelia arched her brow, employing several protective armors to ensnare the key. With a levitation spell, she elevated herself into the air, successfully grasping it within her hand. The moment the key touched her palm, a frenzy of surrounding keys surged violently towards her. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, she hurled several armors to shield herself from the chaotic onslaught of keys, then executed a graceful roll to land safely on the ground. She had obtained it. Angelia stepped forward and gently inserted the key into the lock, twisting it with a delicate motion. The door creaked open, and she ventured inside. The floor of the room was adorned with a checkerboard pattern of black and white squares, while various statues stood sentinel nearby. As Angelia walked further in, an unsettling feeling washed over her. It appeared she had stumbled upon a wizard's chessboard. Angelia surveyed her surroundings and beheld the queen, the king, the knights, and the soldiers. As she counted the pieces of both factions, her expression gradually grew solemn. There were 3 pieces missing. She was but a solitary figure, clearly unable to partake in this game of chess. Angelia gazed at the door obstructed by the white chess pieces, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Having come this far, there was no reason to abandon her journey midway. Angelia raised her wand and gently flicked it towards the opposing chess piece, uttering the words, "Shatter to pieces." Yet, the chess piece remained utterly unmoved. It appeared that this approach was futile. Angelia once again attempted to traverse the air with her levitation spell. Yet the White Queen immediately raised her sword, obstructing her path. This approach proved futile as well. Angelia bit her lip, her wand spinning deftly in her palm, when a novel idea dawned upon her mind. Perhaps the killing curse? Since they were on the chessboard, it implied that every piece here possessed life. Thus, the curse might indeed prove effective. Angelia raised her wand and, with a whisper, directed it at the White Queen, uttering the incantation, Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light struck the White Queen, yet nothing transpired. Angelia sat before the chessboard, meticulously reassessing the arrangement before her. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to uncover the strategies of the past. How vexing. Angelia lifted her gaze to the White Queen and unleashed a fierce, soul-snatching spell. "If your queen belongs to me, let us see how you can triumph." A crimson beam struck the White Queen, causing her to tremble violently. She raised her hand and cast aside the crown resting upon her head, letting it crash to the ground. The remaining white pieces hastily parted, revealing the grand door behind them. Could it be that the key to passing through lay in the soul-snatching spell? Angelia, caught in a mix of laughter and exasperation, rose to her feet, sensing the twisted humor of the riddle maker. Nevertheless, having surmounted this challenge, she promptly lifted her leg and advanced towards the door. A foul stench assailed her senses, prompting her to furrow her brow in irritation. A colossal creature slowly turned to face the unexpectedly intruding Angelia, appearing somewhat bewildered. Yet it swiftly raised the club in its hand and brought it crashing down. Angelia's patience had reached its zenith. She swiftly uttered a lethal incantation, Avada Kedavra. A beam of emerald light penetrated the giant's form, causing it to stagger momentarily. Without hesitation, Angelia stepped aside. With a resounding crash, the giant collapsed to the ground, allowing her to hastily enter the door behind it. The door swung open and then shut, sealing the foul stench on the other side, granting Angelia the opportunity to inhale deeply, despite the lingering mustiness in the air. She held her wand aloft with vigilance, only to discover that this chamber harbored no perilous magical creatures, merely a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials. Angelia stepped across the threshold, and immediately 2 flames erupted before and behind her. The flame in front was black, while the one behind was purple, encircling her within their fiery grasp. Beside a bottle lay a scroll of parchment, which Angelia unrolled to reveal familiar handwriting. Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. Among us, two can offer you assistance. Consume them. One will guide you forward. The other will return you to your original place. The contents of both were nettle wine. 3 assassins stood in a line, awaiting their turn. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be forever ensnared in this place. We also provide 4 clues to aid your selection. First, no matter how cunningly the poison conceals itself, it resides to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are ineffectual. If you wish to advance, they will serve you no purpose. Third, you will notice that the bottles vary in size. Within the giant and the dwarf, death does not lurk. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, share the same flavor. Angeli almost instantly comprehended that this was a challenge posed by Snape. She could not help but curl her lips into a slight smile as she picked up the small vial closest to her and tilted her head back to swallow its contents. The liquid within bore no discernible flavor, or if it did, it was imperceptible. As it slid down her throat like ice, it immediately permeated her entire being, causing her to involuntarily shudder. Angelia lifted her leg and stepped over the black flames. Indeed, the flames inflicted no harm upon her. She felt no heat emanating from them. In that fleeting moment of crossing the fire, she found herself in an entirely new chamber. This room was dim, damp, and frigid, with the walls seemingly adorned with chilling moisture. The space was barren, devoid of any ornamentation, save for a colossal mirror that stood prominently in the center of the room. Angeli approached the mirror and stood still. Strangely, it did not reflect her image. Instead, it revealed nothing but a shroud of mist. As she drew closer to the edge, she noticed an inscription, the Mirror of Erist. She had encountered this mirror's description in a tome dedicated to magical artifacts, which stated that the Mirror of Erist could unveil one's innermost desires. Yet, why did she perceive only an abyss of nothingness? She yearned to glimpse something, Dumbledore's decline, the rise of the Death Eaters, the happiness of her friends and her parents. However, nothing manifested, regardless of how earnestly she concentrated on her thoughts. The Mirror of Erist reflected only a void. Was this wretched mirror broken? Angelia sat despondently on the floor, seemingly unable to accept that after overcoming numerous arduous challenges, she was left merely to gaze into a shattered mirror. Were all these trials and tribulations truly meant to culminate in this broken reflection? Angelia redirected her gaze back to the mirror. So what is all of this? Angelia stared vacantly at the mirror before her, yet this time she beheld herself. She witnessed in astonishment as she retrieved a stone from her pocket, only to return it moments later. The instant the stone descended into the pocket within the mirror, Angelia distinctly felt a weighty object drop into her own robe's pocket. With a sense of wonder, she reached into her pocket, and there, nestled in her grasp, was a glittering stone. Angelia's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized the enchanted stone. But why was the magical stone here? Angelia had no time to ponder. She immediately turned and departed from the scene. She must not allow anyone to discover that the stone was in her possession. The journey back was evidently far simpler than the way there. She traversed the path unimpeded until she reached the chamber housing the 3-headed dog. Once there, she recast the invisibility charm upon herself, transforming her violin back into a robe, and gently opened the door to step outside. The corridor remained eerily quiet as Angelia retrieved her wand and relocked the door with great care, making her way cautiously towards the Slytherin common room. With the Philosopher's Stone nestled securely in her pocket, she dared not reveal the slightest hint of vulnerability, proceeding with utmost caution until she finally shut the door to her dormitory and sighed in relief. Neglecting the need for a bath, Angelia took out the stone for a careful examination before swiftly sealing it within a small, ornate box. She had brought numerous such boxes, originally intended for the containment of dark magical artifacts. This particular box could effectively shield against all forms of magical scrutiny and attack, was immune to summoning spells such as the summoning charm, and could preserve the magical essence of the items contained within. Thus, it was perfectly suited for safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Only after she had placed the securely locked box back into the jewelry box at the bottom of her cabinet did Angelia exhale in relief. A wave of fatigue washed over her, compounded by the various unpleasant odors clinging to her, prompting her to take a shower before climbing into bed. She enjoyed a night of delightful dreams. However, the previous night's escapade caused Angelia to oversleep the next morning, fortunate that Pansy, sent by Draco, came to rouse her. "Leah, wake up, it's time for class," came a gentle call at her ear. Angelia blinked in confusion, opening her eyes. "Pansy, what time is it?" she mumbled, utterly exhausted, burying her head beneath the covers in an attempt to steal a few more moments of sleep. Pansy lifted her hand and gently patted Angelia's shoulder. "Time to get up. Leah, you'll be late for class. The first lesson is potions with Professor Snape." Angelia abruptly sat up. "What time is it?" Pansy, with a hint of exasperation, replied. "There's still an hour until class. We have time. Let us go eat." Startled by Pansy's words, all remnants of sleep fled from Angelia's mind. After a brief wash, she followed Pansy out of the girls' dormitory. Seeing Pansy escorting her out, Draco rose and approached Angelia, playfully rubbing her face. She wore a vacant expression, her eyes devoid of clarity, clearly still in the throes of slumber. In this state, Angelia retracted her usual sharp demeanor, appearing soft and endearing, prompting Draco to squeeze her cheek once more. "Let us go. It's time for breakfast," Draco said, draping his arm around Angelia's shoulders to guide her forward, ensuring she didn't stumble into anyone. Throughout the morning, Angelia remained in a daze, while Draco vigilantly watched her finish her meal, anxious that she might inadvertently send her bread into her nose. After breakfast, Angelia accompanied Draco to the potions classroom, where the lighting was considerably dimmer than in the hall. She yawned repeatedly, squinting her eyes, nearly colliding with the wall. Draco had no choice but to focus entirely on steering her along, refraining from engaging with anyone else. At last, Angelia settled into her seat in the classroom, and Draco sighed in relief as he slumped beside her. So tired. Soon, the class commenced, and Snape strode into the room as usual, casually gesturing towards the blackboard. "The material for today's lesson is on the board. The required ingredients are in the cabinet by the wall. You have 1 hour to submit your potion before class ends." Having delivered his instructions smoothly, Snape turned around, unexpectedly spotting Angelia and Draco languidly slumped in the front row. "What's the matter with them?" Snape furrowed his brow in concern. In truth, he had scarcely conversed with Angelia lately. Ever since he had raised his voice at her in the corridor, she had not returned to his office. After that day, he earnestly contemplated the possibility that he might have misunderstood the situation, thus he diligently investigated the matter. Although Alia and Harry remained tight-lipped, Fred and George, during their 3 days of unrestrained behavior, revealed everything, allowing him to swiftly grasp the events of that day. He was filled with regret and yearned to make amends. Yet she had not acknowledged him since that day. Consequently, Snape's temperament had recently soured considerably, and Gryffindor lost nearly 100 points, a significant portion of which was deducted by Lena, with a large part attributed to the Weasley twins. Their days in Gryffindor had become exceedingly miserable, akin to being hunted like a rat in the streets. Never before had they been so universally detested, even during their most mischievous escapades. They believed that Angelia's retribution was far from over, but on several occasions, when they attempted to confront her, she eluded them effortlessly, forcing them to temporarily abandon their pranks and strive to perform well in all their classes, in hopes of earning points for Gryffindor, though the outcome often proved counterproductive. In summary, during this period, both the Weasley twins and Snape were beset with their own troubles. Most students had retrieved their potion ingredients and were preparing to commence their work, while Draco had also collected his materials and was diligently grinding the powdered mandrake root. With Alia seated beside him, resting her chin on her hand, stifling yawns. "If you're tired, you might as well take a short nap," Snape thought. Unable to bear watching Alia struggle to keep her little head upright, yet too timid to succumb to slumber, he approached her side, feigning interest in Draco's mandrake root, and softly murmured to Alia. As Angela's eyes brightened at the prospect of sleep, she almost instantly rested her head upon the table and succumbed to slumber. In the absence of onlookers, a fleeting glimmer of affection crossed Snape's gaze. Among Draco's group, he was the sole individual laboring diligently. Each of his slightly more vigorous movements would elicit Snape's disapproving stare. Consequently, he was compelled to meticulously brew the potion, progressing at a considerably slower pace than his peers. Yet, Snape did not reproach him. On the contrary, when Draco presented a potion of commendable quality, Snape unexpectedly praised him, saying, "Well done." Draco's wrists ached from fatigue, for this particular potion demanded relentless stirring. While other groups alternated duties between 2 individuals, Draco persevered alone throughout the entire process. In Professor Snape's class, Angelia dozed off, a sight witnessed by all her classmates. However, As they observed Snape pass by her multiple times without rousing her, they comprehended that it was wise not to provoke Angelia. She remained in slumber until the end of the lesson. With no subsequent class scheduled, the students departed the potions classroom in high spirits, including Draco, who left on Snape's suggestion. The room was left with only Snape and the slumbering Angelia. He chose not to disturb her repose. Instead, he fetched a considerable stack of student assignments and a blanket from his office. He placed the assignments on the desk beside Angelia and gently draped the blanket over her. Angelia slept deeply, and Severus's movements did not rouse her. They remained in this state, one diligently grading papers while the other peacefully slumbered, until after lunch, when Angelia finally awakened. Blinking in confusion, she unexpectedly beheld Severus, who was intently focused on his grading. Awake now? Severus glanced at her briefly before returning his gaze to the papers in hand. Angelia straightened up and glanced around, appearing somewhat bewildered. No more looking around. This is the potions classroom, and it is now midday, just after lunchtime. Snape, observing her dazed expression, found it rather amusing. Are you hungry? Angelia's face still bore a hint of bewilderment, yet upon hearing Snape's words, she promptly nodded. Her voice, soft and slightly hoarse from just awakening, was utterly endearing. She felt hunger pangs. Snape raised his hand to tousle her disheveled, light golden locks and, gathering the stack of graded assignments, stood up, saying, Follow me. Angelina obediently wrapped herself in a blanket and followed in Severus Snape's footsteps. The two made their way back to the potions office, where Snape summoned Hogwarts house elf, instructing it to bring forth 2 servings of red wine steak, 2 portions of creamy mushroom soup, a glass of pineapple juice, and a cup of black coffee. The house elf promptly vanished into thin air upon receiving the command. Snape glanced at Angelina's bewildered expression and, with a hint of exasperation, tugged at the corner of his mouth. Still not awake? Angela nodded and then shook her head. Snape let out a gentle sigh and said, Please take a seat on the sofa and wait for a moment. Lunch will be delivered shortly. Angelia sat obediently on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, her azure eyes fixed intently on Snape, lost in thought. Snape felt a touch of discomfort under her gaze. Attempting to speak several times, but ultimately relinquishing the effort upon encountering her bewildered expression. Perhaps it was best to let her be. At last, the house elf arrived with their lunch, and Snape, feeling a sense of relief, accepted the tray and placed it upon the desk. He then casually dragged a chair from the side to position it opposite the table. Come and join me for lunch, he beckoned to Angelia, who dutifully approached and seated herself in the chair across from him. The enticing aroma of red wine steak and creamy mushroom soup wafted through the air as Angelia cut a piece of steak and savored it. Her senses awakened by the delightful flavors. Observing the subtle shift in Angelia's expression, which now bore more than mere confusion, Snape exhaled softly, feeling a sense of ease. After their meal, Angelia came to life. Thank you, Uncle Severus, she said cheerfully, sipping her pineapple juice. The lunch, delivered by the house elf arranged by the Malfoy family, was perfectly to her liking, and she happily consumed the entire steak along with a small bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Finally awake, are we? Snape raised an eyebrow at her, amusement lacing his voice. Angelina playfully winked at Snape, exclaiming, Uncle Severus is the best. I hardly slept last night, but thankfully, Uncle Severus allowed me to rest for a while. A slight smile curved at the corners of Snape's mouth. You had a splendid slumber. But Draco is not faring as well. In his attempt to catch up with the curriculum, his hand is nearly cramping from all the stirring. Sensing that Angelina might feel guilty, Snape quickly added, however, mastering the art of potion stirring is an essential foundation. Consider it a valuable practice. Angeli felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Everyone cared for her so deeply that they were willing to compromise their own principles. In return, Angeli could only strive to do what was within her power to bring them a modicum of joy. Noticing Angelia's silence, Snape pressed his lips together and spoke softly. I have thoroughly investigated the matter from last time. Angelia gazed up at him in confusion, seemingly unable to recall the specific incident. Noticing her bewildered expression, Snape began to elucidate. It was when I raised my voice at you outside my office. Angelia's face illuminated with a moment of realization as she leaned closer to Severus. Meeting his gaze, her voice, sweet and melodious, echoed softly, I understand, Uncle Severus, that your concern for me stems from your care. The trust and dependence shimmering in her eyes were so resplendent that Severus instinctively averted his gaze. Before he could finish his sentence, she interjected, You need not say anything. Uncle Severus, I comprehend fully. Her tone was both tender and gentle as she continued, I believe in you, Uncle Severus. Yet, He found himself unable to resist returning his gaze to her, for her eyes sparkled with warmth, instantly evoking memories of the past. Once again, it was that familiar expression. Angelia gazed at Snape with a peculiar expression. Once again, his eyes bore that intricate gaze, imbued with a sense of endless nostalgia and affection, intertwined with an immeasurable tenderness. His eyes were profoundly deep, concealing emotions that hinted at something ineffable yet impossible to overlook. Yet she found herself unable to comprehend it. "Uncle Severus?" Angelia softly inquired. Her voice tinged with uncertainty, prompting Snape to return to the present. "It is getting late. We should return and prepare. Class will commence shortly." Once again, Snape bestowed upon her that gentle, lingering smile. Angelia obediently acquiesced, slowly exiting the potions office, yet the perplexity in her eyes remained unabated. What, one might ponder, does this gaze truly signify? She had enjoyed a restorative slumber that morning, and by the time dinner arrived, she radiated vitality, while Draco appeared utterly despondent. The strain on his wrist from the morning's exertions continued to plague him, and he gazed at Angelia with a look of pitiful resignation. Raising his hand to indicate his discomfort, "It hurts." Angelia promptly seized his plate, cutting the steak into bite-sized pieces suitable for consumption, and conveniently poured him a glass of orange juice, placing it within his reach. Meanwhile, Theodore clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly drained. Draco's gaze drifted toward Theodore, his tone softening further. Theodore gripped his knife and fork tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I shall feed you." Draco rolled his eyes in response. Turning to Angelia with a look of feigned sorrow, "I want you to feed me." Angelina immediately cut a piece of steak from the plate and fed it to Draco, occasionally offering him sips of her drink, even treating him to small puddings for dessert, one bite at a time. After finishing their dinner, Draco leaned closer to Angelina and whispered in her ear, "Did you send me that paper crane last night? I only noticed it beside my pillow this morning. It was nothing, just a restless night where I wished to converse with you." Angelina concealed her nocturnal escapades from the previous night. The fewer individuals aware of the Philosopher's Stone, the better, many coveted, and those who learn of its whereabouts are invariably at risk. Thus, she decided it was best to keep Draco in the dark for the time being. Throughout the dinner, Draco savored every moment, while Angelina felt utterly exhausted, and Theodore nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Following their meal, it was customary to head to the potions office. Recently, Angelina had been engrossed in researching a dark magical artifact, spending a fortnight in the Hogwarts and Slytherin libraries to gather the necessary information, which had allowed her the time for her sleepwalking adventure the night before. Now that her research was complete, she was eager to immerse herself once more in the potions office. Consequently, after dinner, Angelina and Draco found themselves together again in the potions office. "You've arrived," Snape remarked, glancing up from his desk where he was grading assignments, his pale face revealing a hint of fatigue. "Angelina, come here." As was his custom, Snape gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa but then dragged a stool next to his desk. "Help me with some of these assignments." Angelia obediently approached, taking a seat on the chair as she scrutinized Snape, noting the prominent crimson veins suffusing his eyes. "Uncle Severus, perhaps you should rest for a while," she suggested with concern. "I will ensure that these assignments are graded." Snape leaned back against the chair, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his temples, his voice laden with exhaustion. "It's all right, let us work together. After we finish grading, I still need to brew a potion." Angelia seemed to have more to say, but Severus had already lowered his gaze back to the paper in his hands, prompting her to swallow her words. The two sat in silence at the desk, diligently grading their assignments. Angelia was tasked with the essays of the second-year Slytherin students, whose handwriting was nearly immaculate and arguments articulated with clarity, making her corrections a rather effortless endeavor. In contrast, Severus was responsible for the first-year Gryffindor submissions, and his brow furrowed increasingly, showing no sign of relaxation. Observing his agitation, Angelia watched as he vexedly seized a quill and scrawled a large across a particularly illegible paper. How unfortunate, indeed. Angelina observed Snape discarding the paper onto the right-hand stack, which would be divided into two piles, acceptable and unacceptable. It was evident that this particular paper had been cast into the pile of unacceptable submissions. Angelia glanced at the few sheets of parchment on Severus's left and then at the towering stack on his right, her heart aching with sympathy. Uncle Severus must be exceedingly frustrated. With this thought in mind, she pushed the remaining half of the Slytherin assignment towards him. Before she could utter a word, Severus, without lifting his gaze, gently spoke. "You must be tired. Go and rest. I shall take care of the rest." Angelia reached out and pulled towards herself the towering stack of ungraded papers before Snape. Her voice soft and laced with a playful tone. I merely wish to exchange with Uncle Severus. Noticing Angelia's gesture, Snape finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. But before he could utter a word, she spoke again. I want to review the first-year material to reinforce my foundational knowledge. Angelia blinked her striking azure eyes at him, a hint of concern glimmering within them. Her voice, sweet and melodious, was akin to honey, prompting an involuntary smile to grace Snape's lips. Very well. He was acutely aware that Angelia was feigning this request to alleviate his burden. She had been able to recite second-year content fluently since she was 7. And revisiting first-year topics was entirely unnecessary. However, the warmth of her expressed concern was too comforting for him to dismiss her kindness. He resolved to expedite the grading of the Slytherin papers so he could subsequently assist her in tackling the hastily written essays of those foolish Gryffindors. With this thought in mind, Snape quickened his pace on the papers. The Slytherin submissions were consistently diligent. Having graded several A papers in succession, his mood significantly improved. Angelia was diligently grading the essays of Gryffindor, with Harry's paper resting at the top of the stack. His handwriting was relatively neat, and the content was earnest. Though some of the information lacked clarity, hovering around a mediocre level, she discreetly lifted her gaze to glance at the substantial pile to the right of Snape, a sweet smile gracing her face. Consider yourself fortunate. Angelia adorned the upper right corner of her paper with a modest A. Dear ones, do not fret. I am diligently working on my puppy. I will share a chapter first. The subsequent papers include Mr. Finnegan, who meticulously cleaned his cauldron during class, Mr. Neville, who spent 3 days in the infirmary after an explosion involving his cauldron, and Mr. Ron, who was expelled from the classroom before the lesson even commenced. The works of Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Ron are nearly indistinguishable, both having erroneously noted the title of their papers, confusing the effects of scabies lotion with the interactions of other potions, stating that they developed scabies under the influence of those interactions. In contrast, Mr. Neville's paper stands out significantly. At the very least, he correctly recalled the title, albeit he merely transcribed the first sentence of each paragraph from pages 25 to 37 of the textbook in its entirety. Angelia, with a sense of resignation, marked an F on their paper. The ensuing process of revision could only be described as extraordinary. Angelia witnessed a myriad of methods employed in the correction of papers. Some transcribed potion formulas, others illustrated diagrams, while some directly affixed herbal specimens. There were those who copied entire sections of others' work, complete with names, and some who simply noted not found or I cannot do this. At last, she comprehended how the towering stack to Snape's right had come to be. Now, a similarly high pile had amassed to her own right. Snape swiftly completed the revision of the paper in his hands and glanced over at Angelia, who was still diligently laboring over her assignment. Her petite face scrunched in concentration as she examined the paper before her. Angelia encountered her first setback in her career of grading assignments. This paper is meticulously penned and presents an exceptional exploration of the subject matter, indeed constituting a rare instance of outstanding scholarship. However, it simultaneously enumerates 16 types of potions that bear no relevance to the treatment of scabies, including a study on the conflicting effects of these potions, Gemina. 1964 edition, and an analysis of the impact of various potions on the treatment of scabies under the conditions of potion conflict. Angelia gazed at the 16-inch essay penned by Miss Hermione Granger, her brow furrowed in distress. She found herself at a loss as to what score to assign Granger. Observing the increasingly tense expression on the delicate face before him, Severus Snape gently interrupted her turmoil, inquiring, "What troubles you? Have you encountered a dilemma?" Upon hearing Snape's voice, Angelia abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with hope as she pushed the essay towards him, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Uncle Severus, I am unsure of what score to give this paper." Snape perused the essay briefly and swiftly comprehended the source of her distress. With a flourish, he inscribed a large A on the paper and casually tossed it into the pile of satisfactory submissions. Having completed this task, Snape redirected his attention to Angelia, asking, "How many remain?" When Angelia perceived his inclination to reach out, she instinctively gathered all the papers before her into her embrace, resembling a protective creature safeguarding its food. "Uncle Severus, you must cease grading assignments at once. Go take a brief rest, and I shall awaken you once I have completed the task of evaluating the papers and brewing potions." Severus opened his mouth to respond, yet Angelia seemed to anticipate his thoughts, promptly interjecting with a feigned sternness, "No, Uncle Severus must go to sleep now. Her voice, soft and sweet, was laced with an intentional display of fierceness, rendering her irresistibly endearing. Severus raised an eyebrow in resignation. So, shall I leave all of this to you? Indeed. Leave it all to me. Quickly, Uncle Severus, go and rest, Angelia urged, nodding her little head vigorously. At last, Severus rose from his chair and approached her, gently ruffling her hair. He uttered something to her before obediently retreating to the common room. You've worked hard, Livia. Severus's voice was unusually gentle, a tenderness distinct from his usual indulgent demeanor, imbued with an unfamiliar emotion. She had never before heard him speak in such a manner, nor had she ever been addressed as Livia. Livia. Angelia lowered her head once more to grasp the papers beside her. Yet the chaotic scrawl could not diminish the radiant smile that danced upon her lips. After approximately half an hour, she finally placed the last of her papers into the stack on her right. The desk, cluttered with documents, was restored to order as she meticulously organized the papers from Slytherin and Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Draco had succumbed to slumber, leaning awkwardly against the wall, a slimy snail firmly grasped in his gloved right hand. Draco, wake up, Angelia gently called as she approached him, almost instantaneously upon hearing her voice. Draco's eyes sprang open in alertness. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he promptly straightened up, seemingly earnest as he bent his head to attend to the snail in his grasp. With a sense of resignation, Angelia waved her wand, moving aside the gloves and the bucket of slugs from his hand. It's almost curfew. We ought to return, she remarked. Draco finally regained his senses, shaking his head as he rose to his feet and made his way outside, still bearing an air of bewilderment. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Angelia had not followed him. Turning back, he inquired with curiosity, Aren't you coming? I will return shortly, she replied. Draco did not press further, aware that Severus often had numerous matters to attend to, and sometimes Angelia would stay behind after curfew to assist him. He simply nodded and pulled the door open to exit. The hour was growing late, and Angelia turned to enter the common room, preparing to rouse Severus from his slumber. The room was shrouded in dimness, and she made her way to the bedside, guided by the faint glow of the fireplace. Severus lay on his side, his brow furrowed, breathing slightly hurriedly, with beads of sweat faintly glistening on his pale forehead, suggesting that his sleep was anything but peaceful. Uncle Severus? As Angelia softly spoke. Severus immediately opened his eyes with a piercing gaze directed at her the moment her voice escaped. Upon seeing Angelia's face, a fleeting expression of bewilderment crossed Severus's countenance, and a delicate mist formed within his dark eyes, obscuring the emotions that were poised to break free from within. Angelia was taken aback when she observed Severus staring at her in a daze, murmuring softly. His voice still bore the husky timbre of someone recently awakened, and the complex emotions embedded within it momentarily stunned her. Uncle Severus? Angelia tentatively ventured, sensing a flicker of fear at his reaction. Upon hearing her voice, Severus instantly regained his composure. He promptly closed his eyes and reclined back on the bed, his tone light yet imbued with an unassailable firmness. Leave. Angelia did not comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, voice, and current reaction. However, upon glancing at Snape, who lay on the bed with his eyes firmly shut, she suddenly realized that she might have inadvertently touched upon a secret of his. Consequently, she obediently departed from the room. The door to the lounge opened and then closed again, and Snape slowly opened his eyes, suppressing the bitter emotions within him. She must have been frightened, he thought. Leah. Snape recalled the dream he had just experienced, the green light he failed to intercept, and the figure that fell. Even as she lay in bed, Angelia could not decipher what that gaze represented. It seemed to be directed at her, yet also appeared to peer through her, searching for something else. Snape's complex emotions were always beyond Angelia's understanding, yet she sensed that he did not wish for her to know, since he preferred to keep it from her. There must be a reason behind it. She trusted that he would not harm her. With this realization, Angelia happily drifted into slumber. In the potion office's lounge, Snape sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. He was at a loss as to how to explain the earlier incident to Angelia. He had never treated her with such coldness before. She must have felt deeply wronged. The thought of her aggrieved expression twisted his heart with anguish. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and exited the lounge. Dumbledore had requested that he present him with a vial of the Amortentia potion by the following morning. It was already past curfew, and Hogwarts lay in a profound silence, only occasionally disrupted by the hurried footsteps of faculty members on their rounds, which quickly faded into the stillness. Snape stood before the cauldron, irritably adding daffodil roots to the mugwort infusion. In the past, brewing potions had provided him an escape from his troubled state of mind, and he endeavored to cast aside distractions, pouring all his energy into the potion-making process. Yet a corner of his mind replayed the dream and Angelia's astonished, bewildered face. For the first time, he found himself despising Dumbledore's task, though such animosity was unwarranted. He could not fathom how to elucidate the events of the evening to Angelia, even if he did not need to brew potions that night. He could not seek her out. The potion within the cauldron gradually transformed into a harmonious shade of brown, and Snape began to press the side of a silver knife against the sleeping draft beans to extract their juice. Perhaps he should gloss over the matter, but Angelia, being so astute, would surely discern the truth. She would never pester him with questions about this matter, yet perhaps she would quietly suffer alone. Snape, feeling agitated, cast the valerian root and sleeping draft into the cauldron, causing the liquid within to instantly transform into a pale, misty blue. He commenced the process of stirring counterclockwise 7 times, followed by an additional counterclockwise stir, and the liquid in the cauldron rapidly became crystalline clear. Perhaps he could select a suitable gift for her as a gesture of reconciliation. The liquid had become as clear as water. Snape poured the prepared hellish potion into a nearby vial and secured the stopper. What gift should he bestow? The following day was Saturday, a rare occasion for Angelia to indulge in a leisurely sleep-in. Upon awakening, she realized breakfast had long passed, yet she was not hungry. With a joyful smile, she sat up and stretched, the restful slumber from the previous night invigorating her for the day ahead. After a brief morning routine, Angelia seated herself at her desk, retrieving a specially crafted quill and parchment to commence her letter. Dear old wizard, time flies swiftly. It has already been half a month since my arrival here. I wonder how you have been. I have adapted quite well, and, thus far, have not encountered any conflicts with Dumbledore, so you need not worry. Have the members of the Pure Blood Party been keeping you company as promised? I hope they have diligently fulfilled this obligation. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine the amount of nagging I will face upon my return. By the way, the gift for you is enclosed within this envelope, which I have sent along with this letter. I trust you will find it to your liking. Angelia gazed with satisfaction as the emerald ink stains faded before carefully folding the letter and placing it into an envelope. She also tucked in the photograph of Dumbledore she had surreptitiously captured in the headmaster's office, along with the card depicting Dumbledore that Harry had drawn from a chocolate frog on the train, discreetly omitting the portion detailing Dumbledore's accomplishments. Having completed this task, she resolved to seek Draco's assistance in borrowing his owl, as her own, Will, had yet to return. The common room was bustling with activity, and Draco was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book when a familiar figure plopped down beside him. Draco, may I borrow your owl? Angelia implored, her light golden head leaning towards him with hopeful eyes. I wish to send a letter to the Dark Lord, but Will has not come back yet. While Hogwarts certainly had its share of owls, she harbored no trust in Dumbledore, and, despite the special stationery and ink, she was unwilling to take that risk. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Ollery, Draco replied, promptly setting aside his book. The sky outside was overcast, and a biting wind swept through, stirring the dry leaves and dust into swirling eddies. Angelia was not dressed warmly, and the cold breeze lifted her cloak, seeping in and bringing a sharp chill to her delicate skin. She contemplated casting a warming charm, but her wand lay coiled within her sleeve, and her fingers were so numb that she could not retrieve it. Suddenly, Draco noticed the footsteps behind him had ceased. He turned in confusion, only to find Angelia standing still, her nose flushed, as she struggled to extract her wand from her sleeve. With a resigned roll of his eyes, he drew his own wand and cast a warming charm upon her. A rush of warmth enveloped her, dispelling the chill, and Angelia looked up in surprise, just in time to meet Draco's exasperated gaze. Foolish girl, could you not have called for me when you were cold? He remarked, disdain evident in his expression as he observed the delight on her face. Angelia's fingers finally relaxed, and her complexion softened. A smile of surprise lingered on her face as she exclaimed, I thought you hadn't made it this far. Draco's expression froze momentarily before he turned away with an impassive demeanor, disregarding Angelia entirely as he strode towards the Ollery. How infuriating! Angelia observed Draco, who had suddenly become irate, and blinked in bewilderment. She quickened her pace to match his stride, yet remained oblivious to the cause of his anger, thus refraining from any attempts to console him. The two walked in tandem towards the Ollery, and as Draco turned his head, He caught sight of Angelia casting a cautious glance in his direction, which unexpectedly quelled his temper. Foolishness. Draco approached the center of the orrery and beckoned to the proud, glossy feathered owl perched regally on a branch. Come here. The owl obediently spread its wings and flew to settle upon Draco's outstretched hand, yet it maintained its haughty demeanor. Keeping its head held high, Angelia approached Draco and gently handed him the envelope, softly requesting, "Please deliver it to where I used to live." The owl, recognizing her, had frequently delivered letters to her in the past, flying back and forth almost every few days, thus it was well aware of her intended destination. It grasped the envelope with its talons, tilted its head to nuzzle against Angelia's palm, and then took flight. Draco watched the owl's retreating figure, suddenly letting out a heavy huff. How infuriating! He had never been so bold as to nuzzle Angelia's palm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a small hand unexpectedly appeared atop his head. Angelia, with a beaming smile in her eyes, gently ruffled his hair with her delicate, fair hand and softly said, "Are you not angry anymore?" Draco's ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, raising his chin in a haughty manner. "Who said I was angry?" Such a gesture mirrored that of the owl perfectly. Angelia could not help but let out a soft chuckle. The last time Snape provided her with the channels for procuring potion ingredients was still in her possession. Since she had no classes today, she decided to seek out Lena directly. Lena was bent over her desk, sketching something with a quill in hand. Upon noticing Angelia's entrance, she swiftly tucked the parchment into a drawer and greeted her with a gentle smile. "Miss Royal," Lena said, rising gracefully to stand before her. Angelia instantly grasped that there were eyes in the room. She casually cast her gaze around, and indeed, in the corner, she spotted a rather inconspicuous portrait. The lady depicted was quietly observing them. "Professor Du Bois," Angelia said with a demure smile, "I have a question regarding the Cornish pixies." "Oh, of course," Lena replied, winking at her. "Come, have a seat." As Angelia settled at the desk, Lena retrieved a textbook on defense against the dark arts, and the two engaged in a serious discussion about the Cornish pixies, the portrait in the corner continuing to watch them without a hint of distraction. "So, are Cornish pixies magical creatures originating from Cornwall?" Angelia asked, raising her eyes to blink at Lena. "Indeed," Lena affirmed. "Then, if I wish to capture a Cornish pixie, might I venture to Cornwall for a stroke of luck?" "Certainly, my dear, but I believe they can also be found elsewhere. They simply have not been discovered yet," Lena replied, understanding her implication with poise. "Perhaps I have come across a list of their known habitats," Angelia said, producing the parchment detailing the potion ingredient procurement channels that Snape had written for her and placing it on the desk. The portrait was too distant from the desk and obscured by Lena, ensuring it could not see the writing on the parchment. Lena glanced at the contents of the parchment, a gentle smile gracing her features. "With this list, capturing them will be much easier. Indeed, alas, I am still attending school and cannot go myself. I must enlist the help of others." Angelia feigned frustration, furrowing her brow. "These locations must be frequented. Only then can one capture the finest Cornish pixies." Lena tucked the parchment into the pages of her book. "I am confident they will find Cornish pixies that align with Miss Royal's desires." Angelia raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. "Then I am at ease." Having concluded the matter at hand, she stood up with a gentle smile gracing her face. "Thank you, Professor Du Bois, for your insights. I believe I understand now, so I shall take my leave." After Angelia departed, the lady in the portrait in the corner quietly slipped away as well. Lena gathered the book containing the parchment and turned, stepping into the fireplace, vanishing amidst a sudden flare of green flames. Within the drawer of her desk, a piece of parchment adorned with a portrait of a beautiful woman lay quietly. In the headmaster's office, a lady returned to the vacant frame hanging to the right of Dumbledore. "Oh, headmaster," she began with a tone of complaint. "Miss Royal has already left. What transpired?" Dumbledore turned his head to regard her. "Don't even mention it," the lady pouted, clearly displeased. "Miss Royal and Professor Du Bois were prattling on about the pixies of Cornwall, and it gave me quite the headache." This lady harbored a particular disdain for various magical creatures, making her endurance of such conversation all the more remarkable. Dumbledore's face softened into a gentle smile. "Aside from that, did they discuss anything else?" "Nothing at all," the lady replied, irritably rubbing her temples. "If you ask me. Next time, let Walden take the lead. You know he has a fondness for those foolish creatures." Dumbledore remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, his gaze fixed on a peculiar trinket on the table. The lady noticed his lack of attention to her words and, in a huff, exited the frame. After leaving the office, Angelia made her way back to the basement. She had initially intended to visit the Slytherin library, but upon reaching the door to the potions classroom, her thoughts shifted. She gently rapped on the door. No sound emerged from within. Assuming Snape was absent, she was about to turn away when the door suddenly swung open. Angelia? Snape's voice was weary, yet a hint of surprise permeated the air, leaving Angelia momentarily puzzled. She visited him nearly every day. What could be so surprising? Did he require her assistance? Before she could voice her inquiry, Snape's voice preempted her. Do you have a matter to discuss? Indeed. It seemed he did wish to speak with her. Angelia's doubts dissipated as she obediently shook her head. No. Is there anything you need me to do, Uncle Severus? She appeared unperturbed, her demeanor unchanged from before, which allowed Snape to exhale with slight relief. There is nothing urgent. I merely wish to inquire if there is anything you require of late. Angelia was momentarily perplexed, yet she recalled that Severus had always shown her considerable concern. So she dismissed her doubts. No, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa have prepared an abundance of items for me, and I have yet to utilize them all. Damn Lucius. Severus thought, gritting his teeth. Before he could respond, Angelia's gentle voice reached him again. However, I recently discovered a rather intricate beauty potion. The formula is incomplete. In the process of brewing, it is exceedingly complicated. Could Uncle Severus assist me? A sigh of relief escaped Severus, as his irritation towards Lucius vanished without a trace. Of course, the beauty potion was something she had unearthed in an ancient tome on potion making in the Slytherin library a few days prior. Due to its age, many of the accounts within had become obscured, and the pages bore considerable damage, which posed a challenge for her. Her desire to explore this formula was not a fleeting whim. With the resurgence of the Pure Blood Party, there was an urgent need for substantial financial resources. A mere potion shop would be grossly inadequate. She needed to devise alternative means of generating income. People generally aspire to enhance their appearance, especially wizards from pure blood families. They are neither lacking in wealth nor time. What they seek is simply an effective and potent beauty potion. Presently, most beauty potions on the market only offer fleeting results, sufficient for emergencies but utterly ineffective for maintaining enduring beauty. Should a genuine potion capable of ensuring lasting allure for wizards emerge, it would undoubtedly garner immense popularity. The beauty potion in the Slytherin library possessed such potential, yet its incomplete formula might explain why it had yet to grace the marketplace. Angelia swiftly returned to her dormitory, retrieving the meticulously transcribed formula for the beauty potion. The few missing ingredients were not difficult to deduce. A few simple experiments would suffice to ascertain them. After a thorough examination, Snape relaxed the furrowed lines of his brow. Angelia's eyes sparkled with delight. That's wonderful, Uncle Severus. What ingredients do we need for the potion? I can send someone to fetch them. No need, Snape replied, observing the instant illumination of her eyes. His heart, which had been anxious throughout the night, finally found solace. I have all the materials here. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Angelia was evidently overjoyed, her voice sweet and her lips adorned with a radiant smile, which even caused Snape to involuntarily curve the corners of his mouth. The two had nestled in the potions office, diligently experimenting for an entire day, trying out 6 different potion formulas, and at last, just before dinner, they successfully discovered the correct one. Angelia fluttered about the room like a butterfly, occasionally dividing the finished potions into several small vials, and then leaning over her desk to meticulously transcribe the potion formulas, a joyful smile gracing her face throughout. Severus, too, found himself in high spirits as he observed the bustling Angelia, wishing nothing more than for her happiness to endure. The sordid and shadowy matters need not trouble her any longer. Angelina finally finished all her tasks, and with a joyful heart, she neatly organized the finished potions and their recipes. With a sweet smile, she playfully said to Severus, Uncle Severus, I am so hungry. Severus promptly summoned the house elf to bring their dinner. As usual, the meal consisted of Angelina's favorite dishes. Severus desired a cup of black coffee, but Angelina immediately intervened. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Consuming black coffee at this hour would surely disturb his sleep. With her striking, cerulean eyes fixed upon him, her gaze was filled with a palpable plea. It was a look he could hardly withstand, so the black coffee was exchanged for pineapple juice, just like Angelina's. Isn't it delightful? She inquired as she lifted her glass and took a generous sip, the sweet and tangy juice causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Severus, however, was not particularly fond of such saccharine concoctions. He preferred the bitter taste of black coffee. Yet, seeing Angelina's contented expression, He begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Not bad. After dinner, Severus seemed occupied with other matters, and Angelina, not wishing to disturb him, nestled into the sofa with a book. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow, while Severus immersed himself in his paper. When he finally looked up, he found that Angelina had fallen asleep on the sofa. The clock's hands pointed towards midnight, and the potions office was somewhat chilly. The fire's glow was insufficient to ward off the cold. Angelina curled up on the sofa, her robe wrapped tightly around her, her brows slightly furrowed, and her nose tinged with a hint of redness from the chill. Her rosy lips curled downward in an expression of discontent, clearly indicating she was not enjoying her slumber. Severus approached, intending to wake her, but the faint traces of fatigue on her face deterred him from that thought. They had both toiled throughout the day testing the potion formulas, and she must have been utterly exhausted. With a wave of his wand, he gently levitated her and placed her on the bed in the lounge. After conjuring a warming charm, he draped a nearby blanket over her. The soft, warm covering eased the tension in Angelina's brow, and she nuzzled her face into the pillow, curling up like a cat within the folds of the blanket. Severus chuckled softly, waving his wand to stoke the flames in the lounge's fireplace. With his paper still unfinished, he decided to let her sleep there, allowing him to continue his writing. With that thought, he quietly exited the lounge. Angelina slept soundly, enveloped in the dimly lit warmth of her surroundings and the softness of the blankets that cocooned her in unparalleled comfort. The faint, bitter scent lingering in the air was one she recognized all too well. Thus, when she awoke, it was already the following morning. As she opened her eyes, a moment of confusion washed over her as she gazed upon the unfamiliar bedroom, but she swiftly recalled that this was Severus's quarters. She must have inadvertently fallen asleep while reading last night, and he had undoubtedly moved her here, given that she had spent the night in this room. Or had Uncle Severus chosen to rest? Angelina furrowed her brows in frustration and promptly got out of bed, making her way to the office. The office was unbearably cold, with the flames in the fireplace flickering uncertainly. A shiver coursed through Angelina's body. Severus lay asleep on the sofa, which was evidently too small for his tall stature, forcing him to curl his legs to avoid tumbling off. His complexion was strikingly pale, his brows tightly knitted, and dark circles prominently shadowed his eyes. While his black robe enveloped him snugly, Angelina walked over with a tender heart, gently levitating him into the resting chamber. The warmth of the spell upon the bed had not dissipated. She tucked him in, observing as the creases on his brow gradually unfurled. Severus dreamed of returning to that fateful day, the moment when he was struck by the green light and fell, the echoes of that maniacal laughter, and the excruciating pain that accompanied it. He felt his heart being torn asunder once more, as if shards of shattered glass coursed through his veins, transmitting agony to every corner of his being. Though he often revisited that memory in dreams, the pain had never dulled into numbness. He could always feel that suffocating heartache, regardless of the passage of time. Yet this time felt markedly different. Amidst the swirling green light and the overwhelming pain, he sensed a reassuringly familiar presence. The green light vanished, the mad laughter faded, and the glass shards disappeared. He beheld the smallest room in Spinner's End, where the girl who smiled brightly sat across from him, promising to take him away. "Let us go. I shall take you anywhere. I will not abandon you. Do not fret. I am not a child trafficker. If you wish to stay, I could simply knock you out and carry you away." Lia is Lia. Yet she had ultimately left him alone. In the days that followed, Angelina found herself exceedingly joyful. The potion shop in Diagon Alley had successfully opened, and although no orders for potion making had yet arrived, several high-grade potions had already been sold, yielding substantial profits. Concurrently, she had successfully produced the first batch of beauty potions for promotion. The effects of this potion exceeded her expectations, albeit the onset period was lengthy, requiring at least a month of consistent consumption to observe results. Having been on the market for less than a month, the number of purchasers remained modest, which afforded Angelina ample time to brew potions. She recognized that it was only a matter of time before this potion would be in high demand. Thus, she devoted nearly every spare moment to its preparation. Fortunately, while the process of creating the potion was intricate, the brewing time was brief. As Angelina honed her skills, she was able to produce several bottles almost every hour. Since the beauty potion shop was registered under Rosier's name, only Severus was aware of this endeavor. Observing Angelina's busyness, often to the point of neglecting meals, he would lend a hand during his free time. Through their combined efforts, they amassed a considerable stock of beauty potions over the month. Angelia gifted a few bottles to her closest companions, while nearly all the remainder were put up for sale. Angelia had initially intended to share her spoils with Snape, but he adamantly refused. Consequently, she embarked on a quest to gather rare potion ingredients to present to him. Fortunately, Rogier proved to be quite resourceful, utilizing his connections to uncover several exclusive sources for procuring rare potion materials. From these avenues, Angelia acquired a variety of elusive ingredients that Snape had long sought. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, Halloween was upon them. The halls of Hogwarts Castle were infused with the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkins. Angelia harbored a profound aversion to the scent of pumpkin, compelling her to regard Draco as a large, mobile sachet, readily summoned to shield her from the aroma of roasted pumpkin. Draco, accustomed to this role, had effectively been her portable fragrance pouch for nearly a decade, developing an instinctive awareness of his function. Whenever confronted with a scent that displeased Angelia, he would instinctively pull her head into his embrace. Of course, he could never forget the astonishment and ire in Professor McGonagall's eyes when he unconsciously pressed her head to his chest upon detecting the scent of roasted pumpkin during Transfiguration class. A lapse that resulted in 2 days of confinement for him. As Halloween Eve approached, the day was marked by a festive gathering. Hogwarts was adorned with intricately carved jack-o'-lanterns, while bats flitted wildly between the walls and ceilings. Above the dining tables, a gathering of ominous clouds floated and swirled, with the flickering candlelight within the jack-o'-lanterns enhancing the atmosphere to a peak of Halloween revelry. Angelia furrowed her small brow, laboriously searching through a veritable sea of pumpkins on the dining table for anything untainted by the scent of pumpkin. To her dismay, she discovered only a plate of red wine steak, evidently placed there by the house elf of the Malfoy family with deliberate intent. Cautiously, she retrieved the plate, slicing the steak into small morsels before savoring each bite, which she found to be far more delectable than any she had previously tasted. Just as everyone was indulging in their feast, Hermione burst into the hall with the speed of Harry on his nimbus, exclaiming in panic about a troll lurking outside in the underground classroom. Her terrified shriek reverberated throughout the hall, igniting a wave of fear among the students. They immediately leaped to their feet, screaming as they rushed towards the exits. Dumbledore was compelled to amplify his voice to restore order. "Silence," he commanded, and all present ceased their movements to regard him. The prefects promptly guided their respective houses back to the dormitories. Dumbledore, with a grave tone, addressed the professors, urging them to accompany him to the underground classroom. Angelia glanced up towards the professor's table, only to discover that Snape was unexpectedly absent. She discreetly tugged at Draco, who was lining up, and whispered, "I need to go to the potions office. Please help me cover for it." Draco frowned in disapproval, saying, "A troll has breached Hogwarts, and its whereabouts remain unknown. You cannot venture out alone." Angelia, concerned for Severus, yet unwilling to burden Draco with her worries, resorted to fabricating a lie. With Uncle Severus present in the potions office, she assured herself that her safety was guaranteed. Draco, clearly searching for his godfather amidst the professors, appeared to have met with disappointment. Noticing the perplexity etched on Draco's face, Angelia lowered her voice and said, "I have arranged to meet Uncle Severus in the potions office." Though Draco was evidently skeptical of her words, Angelia remained resolute in her assertion, prompting him to relent slightly. "I will accompany you to the potions office." Angelia was reluctant to allow him to accompany her on this perilous venture. "However, if you join me, I shall have no one to provide cover." Draco cast a sidelong glance at her and reached out to pat Pansy, who was in front of them. "We shall step out for a moment. Please provide us with some cover." Pansy's gaze darted between the two, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. "Very well." The main group began to advance, and Angelia and Draco followed suit towards the cellar. As they passed the potions office, they swiftly veered off from the group and slipped inside. "Did you not mention that the Godfather was awaiting you here?" Draco inquired, arching an eyebrow as he surveyed the empty room. Angelia continued to fabricate tales with an unflinching demeanor. Perhaps Uncle Sepher had been intercepted by Dumbledore on his way back to contend with the troll. Draco rolled his eyes. Did she truly consider herself a fool? Having arrived, Draco languidly reclined on the sofa, abandoning all pretense, and remarked, "I shall rest for a while." Angelia remained oblivious to his words. In truth, her mind had been unsettled ever since she discovered Snape's absence from the dinner. After an indeterminate wait, the door to the potions office finally swung open, and a figure stumbled inside. The moment he entered, Snape instantly recognized Angelia and Draco's presence. He discreetly concealed his injured leg beneath his robe, suppressing the pain as he straightened his posture. "What are you doing here?" Snape's voice was gravely serious, evidently a precursor to anger. Draco's brow furrowed, and he sprang up from the sofa in an instant. "Professor," he began, instinctively. Yet he found himself at a loss for a response to Snape's inquiry. It was Angelia who interjected. "I merely wanted to check on Uncle Severus." She lifted her gaze to meet Snape's, who, at that moment, exhibited none of his usual warmth, appearing particularly aloof. "If you had not forgotten your wits, you would not be wandering about while a troll wreaks havoc in Hogwarts Castle." Snape admonished them with the same sarcasm he reserved for other students. "Now at once, return to where you belong." Severus Snape perceived the expression of grievance and despondency etched upon Angelia's face. However, he resolutely refused to yield to sentimentality. Setting aside his desire to conceal his own hurt, the mere fact that the two had recklessly ventured into danger warranted a stern reprimand. Snape had never before spoken to Angelia in such a manner. Thus Draco's initial instinct was not to heed his godfather's command to depart, but rather to turn back and gaze at Angelia. Angelia's expression of grievance and disappointment had subsided. She silently lowered her head, tugging at Draco as they made their way outside. Snape, feeling a throbbing headache, rubbed his temples, pressing his lips tightly together without uttering a word, allowing the two to depart. It was not until the door to the potions office closed behind them that Snape shifted in his seat, limping over to the sofa and settling down. He unfastened his robes, revealing a gaping wound on his leg, drenched in fresh blood, a result of the three-headed dog that Hagrid had brought. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and Snape gritted his teeth, attempting to rise to retrieve a vial of white powder. However, a delicate hand, faster than his own, appeared before him, clutching the desired vial. Snape looked up in astonishment at the slender hand that had unexpectedly materialized before him. Angelia gazed intently at the wound on his leg, her striking azure eyes brimming with tears. She bit her lower lip gently, her expression a poignant blend of sorrow and restraint, evoking deep sympathy. When had she entered? Severus felt a sense of helplessness. He was all too familiar with Angelia's presence, yet the pain had distracted him, rendering him oblivious to her arrival. Was Uncle Severus planning to conceal this from me indefinitely? Angelia crouched down, shaking her wand to cleanse his wound, then uncorked the vial to sprinkle the white powder upon it. In truth, she had noticed his injury the moment Severus entered, but he had been reluctant to reveal it before them, so she had played along and deceived Draco into leaving. Severus was at a loss for how to respond. He had indeed intended to keep it from them, yet Angelia's unexpected return had thwarted his plans. Neither spoke, and they remained locked in a silence fraught with unvoiced tension. Angelia meticulously bandaged his wounds and retrieved a vial of potion from the apothecary cabinet, observing him as he consumed its contents, which finally assuaged her concerns. With the wounds properly tended to and the potion ingested, Angelia departed from the potion office without a moment's hesitation. She chose to leave him to endure the pain alone as he made his way back to the lounge. Indeed, Severus bore the discomfort as he painstakingly maneuvered back to the resting area. The vial of elixir handed to him by Angelia lay next to the analgesics, yet she deliberately refrained from offering it to him, clearly irked. Enduring pain was as effortless for him as the basic acts of eating and drinking. For 3 decades, he had nearly acclimated to the presence of pain, which had accompanied him since childhood, both physically and mentally. However, when he laboriously approached the bedside, he unexpectedly discovered a bottle of analgesics resting on the low cabinet beside the bed. When had she placed it there? Severus was perplexed by this. Yet he could not help but tug at the corners of his mouth, reaching for the vial and consuming its contents entirely. Angeli has admired Severus since her childhood, and she has always been exceedingly obedient in his presence. Today, however, is the first time she has stormed off in anger, ignoring him completely. After departing, Angeli felt a pang of regret. Uncle Severus has always shown her great affection, and his reprimand today was only for her own benefit. Yet, she left in silence, sulking, and she could only imagine how heartbroken he must be. Angelia lay restlessly in bed, unable to find slumber. In the potions office, Severus Snape was on the verge of retiring for the night when Albus Dumbledore unexpectedly arrived. It was a rare occurrence for Dumbledore to seek him out in person, and almost invariably, such visits heralded troubling matters, as was the case now. The Philosopher's Stone had been stolen. Dumbledore stood in Snape's sitting room, his brow furrowed, his gaze lingering ominously on the wound upon Snape's leg. "Do you have any notion of what transpired? The Philosopher's Stone? How could this happen?" Snape exclaimed. Astonishment etched upon his face. What of the protective enchantments? All have been breached, Dumbledore replied, his eyes still fixed upon Snape's injury. Did you notice anything amiss during your visit to the 4th floor today? Snape furrowed his brow and shook his head. I remained by the entrance of the three-headed dog. There was nothing unusual. To ensure the absolute security of the Philosopher's Stone, each obstacle had been devised by different professors, with none privy to the means of overcoming the other's challenges. Thus, Snape had confined himself to guarding merely the first challenge. Dumbledore's frown deepened. Perhaps we have been remiss. The theft of the Philosopher's Stone necessitated an investigation, and without the luxury of rest, Snape limped alongside Dumbledore to pursue leads. As the other professors responsible for the enchantments were summoned, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The following day marked Halloween, a day free from classes, allowing Angelia, who had tossed and turned until dawn, to sleep until noon. After a brief morning routine, she gathered 2 books and resolved to visit the Hogwarts library to conduct some research. Recently, she had discovered several new potion ingredients that might enhance her beauty elixir. The library was bustling with students, and after a thorough search, Angelia found no available tables. Just as she was about to depart, she unexpectedly spotted a figure across the room waving at her. Cedric. Angelia approached him with a light step, her voice sweet as she spoke. Senior. Cedric wore a gentle smile as he replied, It seems you haven't found your place. If you don't mind, why not join me? Thank you, Senior. Angelia softly expressed her gratitude as she took a seat across from him. The moment she settled into the chair, she felt several pairs of eyes upon her. However, Angelia appeared unfazed by the scrutiny, calmly opening the book in her hands while she stood to search for the volume she needed on the shelf. Once she was seated, Cedric resumed his reading, and when Angelia returned with her book, she caught a glimpse of him diligently taking notes, his eyes cast down. The midday sunlight illuminated his profile, accentuating his fair skin and casting a warm glow upon the sharply defined contours of his face. Angelia has always had a penchant for attractive individuals, and thus found herself gazing a bit longer than usual, inadvertently inciting the displeasure of others. A chorus of whispers arose in the vicinity. Though their volume was not particularly loud, the proximity allowed Angelia to glean the essence of their conversation. How did that Slytherin student come to be seated directly across from Cedric? She must have discerned his amiable nature, emboldening her to occupy such a conspicuous position before him. Indeed, with so many vacant seats available, she chose to settle there. If Angelia overheard their murmurs, Cedric surely did as well. Angelia lifted her gaze to Cedric, only to find his gray eyes gazing tenderly at her, as if he were concerned that their conversation might inflict some harm upon her. Initially, she had no intention of paying them any heed, but Cedric's expression piqued her interest. She playfully winked at him before casually picking up a newly discovered compendium of rare herbs and approaching his side. Senior Cedric, I find myself somewhat bewildered here. Could you lend me your assistance in understanding this? Angelia's voice was soft and melodious, and her pretty little face bore an expression of innocence, as if she were genuinely confronted with a dilemma. Had he not just witnessed her wink at him, he might have been completely deceived by her demeanor. Cedric could not help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Following her lead, he took the book from her, glanced at it, and spoke in a gentle tone. This particular herb typically flourishes in. Angelia did not initially intend to inquire, but upon listening to Cedric's detailed exposition, she found herself engrossed in the conversation. Cedric possessed an extensive knowledge of herbalism, and coincidentally, Angelia was also quite proficient in the subject, allowing them to engage in a delightful exchange, completely oblivious to the few gossipers who had been observing them. The library prohibited chatter, and concerned that their voices might disturb others, Angelia discreetly cast a silencing charm around them from the very beginning, effectively muffling their dialogue. Consequently, the onlookers could only witness the two of them smiling and huddling together, unable to discern their words. It was not until dinner time that Angelia and Cedric reluctantly concluded their captivating discussion and parted ways. The afternoon had not been devoid of rewards. Cedric happened to be well-versed in the specific herbs Angelia sought, and he enthusiastically invited her to join him the following afternoon after class to visit Greenhouse 9, where those herbs were cultivated. Angelia then learned that Cedric frequently assisted Professor Sprout in tending to the greenhouse's herbs, which granted him access to its keys. It's settled then, she replied with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling. Cedric's gray eyes also crinkled slightly, glimmering with delight. All right, I shall await you in the entrance hall tomorrow afternoon. They waved goodbye, and Angelia, clutching her book, made her way back to the dormitory. Having not eaten all day, Angelia was famished. She set down her book and hurried into the common room, where Draco was seated, enjoying a plate of steak. "You're here," he exclaimed, shifting to make space beside him. "I haven't seen you all day." "I was at the library," Angelia replied, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the food on the table, reaching for a bowl of what appeared to be golden pumpkin soup. However, Draco swiftly grasped her hand. "That is pumpkin soup." Angelia's petite face fell, and before she could utter a word, a piece of steak was thrust into her mouth. Draco gazed at her eyes, now alight with joy, and helplessly remarked, "How could you be this hungry? Eat this." He then retrieved a bowl of creamy mushroom soup from the side and placed it before her. Only after satiating her hunger did Angelia find the inclination to concern herself with other matters. Habitually, she glanced towards the professor's table, only to discover that both Snape and Dumbledore were absent. While it was not uncommon for Snape to miss dinner due to his work, Dumbledore's absence was rare, especially alongside Snape. The expressions of the other professors also appeared rather grim. Professor McGonagall wore a serious countenance, which was not entirely out of character for her. Yet Professor Flitwick, usually gentle and often smiling, bore an unusually stern expression today, which was quite peculiar. Angelia felt an inexplicable sense that something was amiss. "What is it? What are you looking at?" Draco approached her, noticing her incessant glances towards the professor's table. "The Godfather is not here. This afternoon, when I sought him out, I happened to encounter Dumbledore, who summoned him to the office. He might still be there." "Dumbledore? What business does he have with Uncle Severus?" Angelia inquired, her expression revealing her perplexity. Draco shrugged. "Who knows? That old bee spends his days devising ways to extract every ounce of effort from the Godfather. Perhaps he is once again compelling him to brew some potion. It cannot possibly be such a simplistic matter." Angelia remained silent, casting a glance at the array of professors seated at the dais, each displaying a myriad of expressions. A potent intuition surged within her. Something significant had transpired. Before she could retract her gaze, Lena from the faculty discreetly signaled her with a glance, and in that instant, Angelia comprehended. Lena sought her for an urgent matter. Angelia leaned closer to Draco and whispered, "I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." Draco, engaged in conversation with a fellow Slytherin boy, slightly turned his head to glance at her and replied, "Take care." Angelia nodded and rose to leave. As she stepped out of the hall, she unexpectedly collided with Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore wore a broad smile, while Snape maintained a serious demeanor, appearing rather displeased. Upon seeing Angelia, Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged. Yet Snape suddenly cast a meaningful glance in her direction. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape," Angelia greeted, feeling compelled to acknowledge their presence. "Follow me." Snape coldly interjected before Dumbledore could speak, turning sharply and heading towards the potions office. Angelia, utterly bewildered, followed in his footsteps. In the hall, Lena's vantage point allowed her to observe the happenings at the entrance, and just as she contemplated rising, she witnessed Angelia being escorted away by Snape. She averted her gaze, nonchalantly scooping up the pudding from her plate and bringing it to her lips, dispelling any thoughts of returning. Angelia followed Snape to the potions office, gently closing the door behind her, her mind still pondering the reason for his intense anger. Before she could utter a word, Snape sharply bellowed at her. "What have you done?" Angelia trembled in fear, instinctively raising her gaze to meet Snape's eyes. He was staring at her, and the warmth and affection that once filled his dark eyes had been replaced by an icy indifference. His pale face bore no trace of a smile, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together, emitting a voice that was exceedingly stern. He had never been so harsh with her before. Angelia bit her lip, an inexplicable sense of grievance welling up within her, and tears began to fall unexpectedly, plopping down softly. Severus's gaze trembled, his lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent. After a moment of stillness, Angelia choked out, "I don't know. I haven't done anything." Her voice was pitiful, soft and sweet with a hint of nasal tone. Severus clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he continued to shout at her. "Does the incident on the 4th floor have anything to do with you?" Indeed, it was this matter that had been exposed. Angelia had long been psychologically prepared. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Snape's gaze subtly shift towards the only picture frame in the room. Contrary to its usual emptiness, today it held the image of a lady. Angelia maintained a clear expression on her face, questioning, "What is Uncle Severus talking about? What 4th floor? Wasn't it stated at the beginning of the term that we were not allowed to go there?" Snape, still seething with anger, gazed at her fiercely. "Do you truly not know? You had better not let me discover that you are deceiving me." despite the awareness that his words were untrue. Snape's ire inexplicably caused a sting at the tip of Angelia's nose, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. I did not deceive Uncle Severus. Snape found himself at a loss. Had he not made it clear that it was all a fabrication? Why was she still crying? After a tumultuous exchange of scolding and weeping, the portrait lady finally departed. Weary, Angelia wiped away her tears, her resolve to cultivate her network within Hogwarts growing ever stronger. With the exit of the informant, Snape, who had just berated Angelia, found himself at a loss for words. It was Angelia who broke the silence first. Uncle Severus, she said, casting a few concealment charms around her before speaking freely. What is going on today? Noticing that Angelia's spirits had returned to normal, Snape breathed a sigh of relief. Her earlier distress had led him to believe she had misunderstood his hints. Something has gone missing from the castle, he replied thoughtfully. Yesterday, someone took advantage of the chaos caused by the troll in Hogwarts to steal something from the 4th floor. Angelia blinked and inquired, have you discovered who it is? Severus's expression darkened as he replied, no, but Dumbledore harbors suspicions regarding you. Though Severus did not elaborate further, Angelia comprehended the unspoken implications. Dumbledore doubted her, sent Severus to test her, and even dispatched spies to observe her actions. Angelia hesitated for a moment, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at him. Uncle Severus. Snape felt a sharp pang in his forehead. Typically, Angelia only employed such a tone when she had erred. Observing her blinking, innocent eyes, he felt an unmistakable sense of exasperation. Regardless of her misdeeds, he would invariably find a way to mitigate the ensuing consequences, though her escapades were rarely trivial. The last time she had addressed him in this manner was when she shattered a small vial of Egyptian essence that he had diligently sought for 3 years. What is it? Snape inquired, his voice still gentle, though he could not help but rub his brow in resignation. Angelia quietly leaned towards his ear and whispered, I stole the Philosopher's Stone. With a sudden crash, Severus's coffee cup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor, the pristine white porcelain mingling with the dark, stained wood as the rich brown liquid seeped into the surface. Would Uncle Severus strike at Leah? Biting her lip, Angelia extended her delicate, fair arms. Her voice a soft plea. Leah understands she has erred. Please, Uncle Severus, do as you see fit. Severus gazed at the small arms that reached towards him, inhaling sharply as he swallowed down the surge of anger that threatened to escape, pressing his hand against the throbbing vein in his forehead. He remained silent for a considerable time before he could muster the strength to keep his voice calm. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? Angelia blinked, her tone gentle and soft. It's hidden away. Lyle wants to. Snape gritted his teeth, caught between the urge to scold and the reluctance to do so, ultimately heaving a quiet sigh. If you desire it, then keep it. Find a trustworthy place to conceal it, but do not leave it within Hogwarts. Despite his anger and helplessness, Snape swiftly devised a solution. I will keep this from Dumbledore. If he inquires about you, simply say you know nothing. Uncle Severus. Angelia bit her lip, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. She had hoped for Snape's assistance, yet he offered her a solution without a single word of reproach, even going so far as to tidy up after her. She was profoundly moved. How could he be so kind to her? Angelia's nose and eyes were tinged with red. Suddenly, she flung herself into Snape's embrace, nuzzling against him and murmuring sweetly, Uncle Severus is so kind. Snape gently ruffled her hair, warmth returning to his gaze. It was settled. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore listened intently to the report from the lady within the portrait. Miss Royal had been weeping, appearing utterly aggrieved as she vehemently denied any involvement in the events of that day. The lady in the frame frowned with compassion. The girl was strikingly beautiful, yet her tear-streaked face was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. One could not fathom why Dumbledore was so suspicious of a first-year Slytherin student, repeatedly dispatching individuals to keep an eye on her. It seemed that with age, his skepticism had only intensified. Dumbledore sat thoughtfully at his desk, contemplating the lady's recent words. Royal held immense trust in Snape, and their private conversations ought to be credible, although she had previously issued a stern warning for him to keep a watchful eye on the 4th floor. She had spent the night of the troll incident in the potions office with Malfoy, and the portraits had duly reported this. Could it truly not be her? After conferring with Snape, Angelia resolved to remove the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts. However, simply taking it out would not guarantee its safety. She needed to devise a more secure plan. It was widely recognized that the safest locations within the British wizarding world were Gringotts and Hogwarts, but clearly, Neither was suitable for safeguarding the stone. Recently, Gringotts had reported a theft, and although they claimed nothing was missing, a first occurrence often begets a second, indicating vulnerabilities in their defenses. As for Hogwarts, it was even less viable. To truly conceal the stone, it would need to be sent to a place where no one would recognize it. The Philosopher's Stone was renowned throughout the wizarding community, and wizards could sense the magical waves emanating from it. If it were to be recognized, the custodian of the stone would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. After much contemplation, Angelia concluded that the Muggle world was the most suitable refuge. Yet, having lived her entire life in the magical realm, her only exposure to Muggles had been through the Dursleys. The Dursleys. Angelia's eyes sparkled with realization. The Dursleys, being mere Muggles and harboring a disdain for wizards, provided an ideal hiding place for magical artifacts. Harry had yet to reach a level of magical proficiency that would allow him to sense magical fluctuations. Moreover, once the holidays commenced, she intended to retrieve the item and safeguard it herself. Dumbledore had been casting wary glances in her direction lately, and any abrupt departure from Hogwarts would undoubtedly draw his attention. Thus, Angelia resolved to postpone her plans until the following weekend. The next day marked the Quidditch match, a detail Angelia had entirely overlooked. As she approached Draco, clutching a stack of books in her arms, she was met with astonished gazes from those around her. "What business do you have with books on a day like this?" Draco inquired, lightly tapping her on the head. "Are you still half asleep?" Angelia suddenly remembered. "Oh, Merlin. I completely forgot about this." She rolled her eyes and returned to her dormitory. The weather outside was frigid, and she needed to don a thicker robe to endure the outdoor Quidditch match. In truth, Angelia had little desire to attend the game, as the pitch held no fond memories for her. However, today marked the debut of Draco and Harry, compelling her to cheer them on. As she anticipated, the Quidditch pitch was indeed cold. She walked ahead with Aloysia, while Pansy and Blaise trailed behind them. In fact, Pansy rarely accompanied them when Blaise was present. Pansy's presence had inadvertently accelerated the camaraderie between Angelia and Aloysia. It must be said that Aloysia possessed a certain charm. Pansy was notoriously proud and aloof toward strangers. If one failed to earn her favor, even a roommate would not receive a warm reception. Yet, Aloysia had seamlessly integrated herself into Pansy's circle within mere days of arriving at Hogwarts. Moreover, Aloysia's social network at Hogwarts was extensive. She had friends in nearly every house, excluding Gryffindor, particularly in Slytherin and Ravenclaw, where she was often greeted by throngs of acquaintances. Angelia found herself quite pleased with Aloysia's capabilities. As their friendship blossomed, she began to consider her a trustworthy ally. Nevertheless, she prudently consulted the head of the Hermione family regarding Aloysia's background, seeking questions that could validate her identity and prevent any unfortunate misidentifications. It was likely that news from the Hermione family would soon reach her. To avoid drawing Dumbledore's attention, her connections with the Death Eaters were primarily facilitated through Lena, who had humorously dubbed herself a human owl for the purpose. The distance from Hogwarts Castle to the Quidditch pitch was considerable, and it wasn't long before the cold wind penetrated Angelia's robe. Stiffly, she drew her wand and cast a warming charm for both herself and Lena, then glanced sideways at Pansy. She appeared to be engaged in lively conversation with Blaise, seemingly unfazed by the cold, likely having cast a warming charm of her own. Angelia withdrew her gaze and continued walking for quite some time until they finally arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The front row of the Slytherin stand was already crowded, leaving Angelia and Aloysia no choice but to take a seat further back. Fortunately, the tiered seating ensured that their view remained unobstructed. The row directly behind them was reserved for the professors. Angelia chose a spot that was adjacent to an empty seat, but soon after, Severus Snape approached and occupied the vacant space behind her. As the warming charm she had cast began to wane, Angelia could not suppress a shiver. Just as she reached for her wand, Snape tapped her shoulder from behind with his wand, and in an instant, a wave of warmth surged through her entire being. Angelia turned to him and bestowed a grateful smile. Soon, the stands were teeming with spectators, and the students in the front row were nearly crushed together. Fortunately, directly behind Angelia stood Snape, whose stern demeanor created a small vacuum around him, deterring anyone from jostling nearby. The first row had already levitated a massive dark green banner using the levitation charm. The background was adorned with the dark silver emblem of Slytherin House, and the serpent emblazoned upon it appeared to be animated by some enchantment, proudly raising its head and flicking its tongue. Above this intricate design, the words "Slytherin will prevail" were inscribed in bright silver lettering. In no time, Madame Hooch, positioned at the center of the field, blew her whistle with vigor, signaling the commencement of the match. 15 broomsticks soared high into the air as students from Slytherin and Gryffindor erupted in cheers to rally their teams. The commentary was provided by a Gryffindor student whose style was unmistakably not that of a Slytherin. The golden snitch was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptionally skilled seeker, and she was quite enchanting as well. Jordan, Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the microphone. "I beg your pardon, Professor." Angelia cast her gaze towards the commentary booth, where Professor McGonagall was attentively observing the commentator. It must be said that she had a profound understanding of the commentator, who had been meandering throughout the majority of the match. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's occasional reminders, this could have easily devolved into a mere praise fest for Gryffindor. The players soared through the sky, ascending and descending in a seemingly chaotic ballet. Presently, Angelia grappled with an intense fear of heights. Daring not to lift her head to witness the match, she could only rely on the commentator's narration to grasp the unfolding events. A splendid pass was intercepted by Johnson. But alas, it was snatched away by the Slytherin team. What a spectacle! Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Wood, skillfully intercepted the ball. Now, Gryffindor had possession, and the ball was deftly maneuvered by either Fred or George Weasley, the two twins proving remarkably indistinguishable. At the mention of Fred and George, Angelia jolted in surprise. Could it be that those two were also Quidditch players? Angelia could not help but recall the terror she experienced that day in the skies. Aloysia was gazing up at the match, when suddenly, Angelia trembled beside her, prompting Aloysia to turn her head in concern. Angelia appeared remarkably composed, her gaze fixed serenely upon the Slytherin banner, exhibiting almost no signs of distress. Yet, Aloysia's keen perception caught sight of her tightly clenched hands. Recently, Aloysia had heard whispers regarding the discord between Angelia and the Weasley twins, Fred and George, and noting that Angelia remained steadfastly focused ahead without raising her gaze, she could surmise the underlying tension. Angelia bit her lip, striving to conquer her fear, when suddenly a warm, gentle hand enveloped her own. Instinctively, she turned her head to glance at Aloysia. A tender smile graced Aloysia's face as she remarked, "Why are your hands so cold? Allow me to warm them for you." The warmth emanating from her hand indeed alleviated Angelia's trepidation. Although Angelia did not utter a word, Aloysia had already redirected her gaze to the vast expanse above. She had acknowledged Angelia's fear, yet chose not to address it directly. Angelia pressed her lips together, her gaze deepening. A leader must never reveal their vulnerabilities, a truth she evidently grasped. Indeed, she was astute. Suddenly, a roar from the stands jolted Angelia back to reality. Gryffindor had scored. The Slytherin team regained possession, and the commentator's voice resonated once more. The Seeker deftly dodged two bludgers, evading the Weasley twins and the Seeker bell as he raced forward. Was that the golden snitch? It had appeared. Angelia instinctively lifted her gaze, but within an instant, she was engulfed by a sudden darkness, her stomach churning violently, compelling her to lower her head once more. This was untenable. She had to conquer this fear. Yet, it was evident that this was not the most opportune moment to confront her trepidation. She wished to avoid the humiliation of vomiting or fainting before the crowd. Before she could regain her composure, a thunderous roar erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Foul. Almost simultaneously, the irate voice of Madame Hooch reached her ears as she chastised the Slytherin player, Flint, and subsequently commanded Gryffindor to take a free kick from the goalpost. Angelia was eager to discern what transpired above, and she began to focus intently on the commentator's words. Well, Flint nearly caused the demise of Gryffindor's Seeker, a situation one might expect anyone to encounter, especially Gryffindor's Seeker, Harry. Ignoring her fear, Angelia immediately squinted upwards. Just as she lifted her gaze, Harry abruptly tilted his head to evade a swirling, erratically flying ball that brushed past his scalp. Before the overwhelming dizziness, which had been temporarily subdued by concern, could resurface, the enchanted broomstick beneath Harry suddenly jolted violently. He promptly adjusted his posture, gripping the broom tightly. Strangely, the broom began to tremble once more, as if intent on casting him off with its erratic movements. Harry appeared unable to control his broom, panic etched across his features. Yet his hands remained firmly clasped around it. Soon, Draco also sensed the unusual turbulence and began flying over from a distance, seeking an opportunity to rescue Harry. However, Harry's Firebolt 2000 seemed to deliberately evade Draco, weaving and dodging in a frantic attempt to escape his approach. A wave of intense dizziness washed over Angelia, compelling her to lower her head to alleviate the nauseating sensation. The anxious screams from the stands continued unabated, clearly indicating that Harry was still in peril. With a pale face bowed, Angelia's mind, however, was racing. The broomstick would not throw someone off without reason. Perhaps someone was orchestrating this chaos. Angelia slightly raised her head to survey the stands, certain that those who plotted mischief would not be far away. Through the gaps in the crowd, she indeed spotted someone from Gryffindor reciting a spell. It was Hermione Granger. Angelia's expression grew icy as her fingers gently grazed the surface of her wand. Yet a sudden suspicion flickered through her mind. Hermione was merely a first-year student this year, and being a witch of Muggle descent, it was implausible that she could wield such advanced dark curses merely 2 months into her studies. It would be more feasible for her to cast a simpler spell aimed at saving others. Angelia composed herself, her gaze once again drifting through the crowd. In midair, Harry was left clinging only to his broom with 2 hands, his body having been entirely cast off, relying solely on his arms to suspend himself aloft. The moment had arrived. Draco immediately soared beneath Harry, shouting, "Jump down, Harry!" Without hesitation, Harry released his grip. A cacophony of screams erupted from the stands, and even the commentator seemed to lose interest in the match, rising from his seat. His voice transformed with excitement. The Slytherin Seeker has maneuvered his broom beneath the Gryffindor Seeker. The Gryffindor Seeker has let go. He jumps. What a magnificent leap. He has been caught by the Slytherin Seeker. Accompanying the commentator's voice was the deafening roar of the 4 houses, nearly toppling the stadium. Harry was safe. Angelia felt a sense of relief as she continued to scan the stands in the vicinity of the field for any suspicious individuals. Yet, her search yielded nothing. Harry's broom had settled down, and although the match had not yet concluded, he mounted his broom once again. This time, the Nimbus 2000 appeared much more obedient, exhibiting no signs of peculiarity whatsoever. Angelia's gaze darkened as the surrounding students reinvigorated their enthusiasm for the match. Yet, she found herself devoid of the desire to continue watching. She needed to uncover the identity of the individual who had targeted Harry, for he was likely to be in grave danger. With this thought in mind, Angelia turned her head towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Could it be Dumbledore? The assailant remained inactive, leaving Angelia with no leads to pursue her investigation. She had no choice but to sit patiently in her seat, awaiting the conclusion of the match. Suddenly, a jubilant shout erupted from the Quidditch pitch. "I've caught the golden snitch." As Angelia's thoughts were summoned back, she rose to her feet and gazed at Harry, who stood on the Quidditch pitch, triumphantly holding the golden snitch aloft. A faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. The Gryffindor stands erupted into a cacophony of excitement, their cheers and shouts echoing through the air, while the commentator at the booth repeatedly announced the match result 3 times, until Professor McGonagall finally intervened. Angelia believed that if Professor McGonagall had not intervened, he might have continued to shout throughout the night. The Slytherin stands were equally tumultuous. Angelia discerned at least hundreds of distinct curses emanating from the crowd. Instinctively, she turned to gauge Snape's expression. He maintained his customary impassive demeanor, with no creases between his brows, his dark eyes betraying neither joy nor anger, and his pale face devoid of any hint of a smile. His lips pressed tightly together. Whether he was angry remained uncertain, but he was undoubtedly not pleased. Noticing Angelia's gaze, Snape's countenance softened slightly. "The wind is strong. Let us return." He flicked his wand towards her, then rose and departed from the stands. A warm sensation surged through Angelia's entire being. After a moment, the stands finally fell silent, and the students began to drift towards Hogwarts Castle in small clusters. Angelia and Aloysia followed the throng back to the Slytherin common room. The atmosphere was dismal as everyone lamented the defeat of the evening. Angelia spotted Draco leaning against the window, gazing out at the somber Black Lake, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. "What is it?" Angelia approached him and softly inquired. "Are you unhappy?" Draco turned his head to her, a familiar smile gracing his features, yet shadows lingered in his eyes. "No. Have you congratulated Harry?" Draco raised an eyebrow with his usual haughtiness. "He is quite impressive. Indeed, he must be celebrating rather exuberantly tonight. It would be best not to intrude." Angelia turned her head, offering Draco a faint smile. "You flew exceptionally well." Draco, with a hint of pride, averted his gaze, a faint blush creeping to his ears, naturally. Angelia could not resist, and reached out to tousle his smooth, light golden hair. Standing quietly by the window for a moment, she turned her head to glance at Draco. only to find that the darkness in his eyes had not faded. He was looking at her, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet hesitating. Their eyes met, and Draco helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling her to be gentle this time. Angelia remained silent as a beam of light flashed by. The small statue of a person, with its hands raised, had fallen to the ground, producing a faint thud. She picked up the statue and returned to her dormitory. Upon entering, Angelia swiftly released Draco from his confinement. Draco stirred his slightly stiff joints and, with a pout of displeasure, muttered, "You're doing it again." Angelia found it amusing, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her lips. "What do you mean? Haven't you prepared yourself for this?" Draco shot her a resentful glare before wandering over to her bed, where he lay down contentedly, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Now this is a bed truly fit for a person." Angelia raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Draco had inadvertently condemned everyone at Hogwarts aside from herself. Fortunately, this conversation was held in private. Otherwise, the Malfoy family's century-old legacy would have incurred the wrath of many. Moreover, he had included himself in the reprimand. Draco, seemingly oblivious to the implications, rolled over in bed and propped himself up to face Angelia. "About today." His words trailed off as he suddenly fell silent, as if struck by a thought. "Fear not. The room is protected by an anti-eavesdropping enchantment." Draco's demeanor visibly relaxed, and he continued. "I can't shake the feeling that someone deliberately tried to throw Harry off his broom today." "I share that suspicion," Angelia replied, her expression neutral, revealing little emotion. "When Harry's broom went haywire, I scoured the area below. Aside from Miss Granger, there was no other spellcaster in sight. However, given the crowd, I may have overlooked someone." "Granger?" Draco's gaze sharpened. "Surely, she cannot possess such formidable abilities." Angelia spoke calmly. "I share your thoughts. She has never engaged in magical studies for the past 11 years. No matter how gifted she might be, it is improbable that she could master any dark curses within just 2 months. However, I believe she should be capable of performing a simple levitation charm. Perhaps she was attempting to use the levitation charm to catch Harry. Dark spells and their counter curses necessitate an exceptionally profound foundation of magic, skills that a student, particularly a first-year novice, cannot wield casually. At Hogwarts, the number of students capable of casting such dark curses is exceedingly few, and they are all in their 6th or 7th year, making it unlikely that they would harbor any animosity towards Harry. Draco lowered his gaze, deep in thought. It would be even more unreasonable for the professors and staff to employ such a malevolent spell against a first-year student. The faculty seating is directly behind me. It cannot be them. Angelia shook her head with certainty. Given her abilities, even if Dumbledore were to use magic behind her, she would have no chance of being oblivious to it, even if she could not counter it. After much deliberation, the two were unable to identify a suspicious individual and decided to keep a close watch on Harry's surroundings to see if that person would strike again. On the afternoon of the Quidditch match, no students were required to attend classes. The first-floor hall was bustling with students. Cedric leaned against the wall, holding 2 dragonhide gloves, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Cedric." As Angelia descended to the first floor, she spotted Cedric leaning against the wall, his gaze cast downward, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Angelia's voice, Cedric looked up abruptly, his smile warming further, and his gray eyes sparkling with light. "You've arrived." His voice was pure and warm. Angelia returned his smile brightly. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just got here myself." They exchanged playful banter as they made their way to Greenhouse 9. As soon as they opened the door, a delightful fragrance enveloped them. "How lovely. What flowers are blooming?" Angelia inquired, her curious head peeking around. Her inquisitive demeanor was utterly charming, prompting Cedric to chuckle softly. "No, it's the scent of African mouse ear." Cedric led Angelia to a flower pot where a blue plant was growing, its slender leaves shimmering subtly with a hint of luster. Angelia's understanding of herbalism is confined solely to the realm of potion ingredients. She possesses little experience in the cultivation of herbs. The plants she has encountered have predominantly been in their processed forms, transformed into potion materials, and she has never before beheld such exquisite flora. With delight, she leaned closer to the leaves, scrutinizing their intricate details, then retreated to Cedric's side, tilting her head to gaze at him, her cerulean eyes sparkling. "Is this the one?" "Indeed," he replied, "but first, cover your ears. I am about to water it." Cedric flashed her a dazzling smile as he casually reached for the nearby watering can. Angelia, filled with curiosity, obediently covered her ears. Crystal droplets cascaded down, soaking the slender blue leaves, as a piercing scream penetrated through Angelia's hands and pierced her eardrum. The curious smile on Angelia's face froze. Cedric glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. The African mouse grass is particularly sensitive about its leaves if they become wet. It emits a sharp cry in anger. Angelia pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet ultimately refrained, merely stating, "Your voice is quite loud." Cedric's laughter resonated with delight, his deep timbre rendering his mirth exceedingly pleasant. Beneath the sunlight, his fair skin almost radiated, softening the contours of his features, prompting Angelia to unconsciously curve her lips into a smile. After spending the entire afternoon in the 9th greenhouse, Angelia and Cedric returned to the Hogwarts castle only as the sun began its descent. They parted ways in the foyer. Cedric intended to return to retrieve his dragonhide gloves, while Angelia made her way to the hall for dinner. "Until next time, Angelia," Cedric said, his eyes filled with warmth. Their afternoon together had been truly enjoyable, and he eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Angelia wore a delightful smile as she bid farewell. "Until next time, Senior Satyr." Many around them cast bewildered glances. The pairing of a third-year Hufflepuff and a first-year Slytherin was indeed peculiar. At the Slytherin long table, Draco waved at Angelia. "What took you so long?" he inquired, pouring her a drink unbidden. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while." Angelia casually took a sip of her drink and inquired, "When did you awaken?" "An hour ago," Draco replied, pouting with a hint of grievance. "I waited in the room for quite some time, but you never returned. So I had no choice but to come and eat." Angelia could not resist the urge to touzle his hair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I stepped outside to examine the herbs." Draco had always shown little interest in such matters. Nonetheless, he deftly placed a piece of roasted lamb chop onto Angelia's plate. Before she could decline, he spoke up, "Do try it. I believe it tastes delightful." Angelia reluctantly picked up the fork. The knife glided through the spice-laden pork chop, releasing waves of steam and a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. A small piece of beautifully tender pink meat was speared and brought to her lips. As her teeth gently closed, juices burst forth. The succulent meat, perfectly complemented by the exquisite blend of spices, was utterly delightful. Angelia has never been fond of lamb chops, yet these particular ones are surprisingly to her liking. "How is it? Delicious, isn't it?" Draco raised an eyebrow with pride as he leaned closer to her, stating, "These were specially crafted by a house elf to suit your taste." Angelia squinted her eyes with delight. "Delicious." A domesticated house elf would never embark on the exploration of new flavors without reason. Surely, someone must have instructed it to do so. Angelia tilted her head to glance at Draco, who was engaged in conversation with Blaise nearby, and couldn't help but smile warmly. Who else could it be? After dinner, Angelia and Draco, as per their usual routine, made their way to the potions office. Although Draco had completed his detention, he still chose to accompany Angelia there each day, claiming it was to prevent her from incurring the wrath of their professor. Upon entering the potions office, they found Severus seated behind his desk, as was customary. Noticing their arrival, Severus lifted his gaze and spoke in a flat tone, "Draco, you may return." Draco cast a puzzled glance at Angelia but respectfully nodded, replying, "Yes, Professor." Once Draco departed, Severus turned his attention to Angelia. His expression remained as stoic as ever, though a hint of fatigue crept into his voice. "Do not worry. Dumbledore no longer suspects you. He is currently investigating other professors at Hogwarts. Recently, you and your associates should exercise caution." The swiftness with which Dumbledore relinquished his suspicions about her clearly indicated that Severus had intervened in some manner. Angelia looked at him quizzically, yet Severus averted his gaze, evidently reluctant to divulge the details. He was unwilling to speak, and Angelia did not press him. Instead, she approached him from behind and began to massage his temples gently, her voice soft and soothing. "Uncle Severus, you appear quite weary." The strength of Angelia's massage was just right, and Snape leaned back in his chair, lazily emitting a sound of contentment. Recently, an overwhelming number of matters had arisen. The dark mark seemed to be stirring ominously. Dumbledore, ever vigilant, had assigned him numerous tasks, requiring far more potions than in the past. The incident of the stolen Philosopher's Stone had yet to be resolved. He had been diligently investigating, discreetly working to clear Angelia's name while also ensuring the safety of the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore's first suspicion had fallen upon that very professor, Du Bois, the only new staff member this year, who frequently traversed the halls of Hogwarts. Fortunately, Du Bois proved to be sufficiently astute, and with his intervention, her name was ultimately cleared. However, there was no need for Angelia to be burdened with these concerns. She merely needed to live joyfully, while he would handle all other matters. Angelia's touch was gentle. And gradually, Snape's weariness began to dissipate, his breathing becoming much lighter. The theft of the Philosopher's Stone could not simply be allowed to fade into oblivion. He needed to devise a plan to implicate Voldemort, as only by doing so would Dumbledore cease his relentless pursuit of the matter. As Snape was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his body being lifted into the air. Opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld Angelia ahead, her wand raised and pointed directly at him, while his form hovered weightlessly in midair. Angelia did not glance back, thus remaining unaware of his wakefulness. Severus, with a hint of resignation, curled the corners of his lips into a semblance of a smile, then closed his eyes once more, feigning slumber. It would be best to wait until she departed before rising, to spare her any fright. Shortly thereafter, Severus felt the surface beneath him transform into a soft mattress. A warm presence, imbued with a sweet fragrance, gently draping a blanket over him and stoking the flames in the hearth to a brighter glow. He subtly squinted to catch a glimpse of her. The room was dimly lit, allowing him only a vague outline of Angelia. She remained rooted in place, staring blankly at a particular spot on his nightstand, devoid of any movement. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within Severus, compelling him to abandon his pretense of sleep and sit upright, swiftly turning the picture frame around. A wave of profound panic enveloped him. "Leave." Severus's voice, laced with fury, jolted Angelia back to her senses. She cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away without hesitation. Within the frame, a woman strikingly similar to Angelia was joyfully nestled in Severus's embrace, playfully demanding a kiss upon his chin. He wore a tender smile, deftly evading her advances, before planting a swift kiss upon her lips. The intimacy was palpable. Angelia's heart was in turmoil, and she found herself perplexed. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Could she possibly be her mother? What was the nature of her relationship with Uncle Shifu? Why did he treat her with such kindness? Was he, in fact, her father? Angelia reminisced about the moment she first encountered Snape. There was an unmistakable difference in his demeanor towards her from the very beginning. She had never witnessed him display such tenderness towards anyone else, not even Draco. Yet, it was indeed through Draco that she had come to know Snape. Angelia's steps were somewhat unsteady as she hurried back to her dormitory, locking the door behind her, ignoring even Draco's call of her name. She recalled the gaze that Severus would inadvertently reveal, a tender, lingering look, imbued with affection and warmth. Angelia shuddered violently, unable to fathom the implications of Severus being her father. What of her mother? Why had he never contemplated liberating her from her confines over all these years, nor sought to acknowledge her existence, and instead chose to serve Dumbledore? Angelique curled up in bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, yet the chill emanating from within still seeped through her entire being. What should she do if he truly was her biological father? Angelia yearned to inquire of Snape, yet she lacked the fortitude. His furious tone had nearly conveyed everything. That woman must surely be connected to her. Snape was intent on keeping this knowledge from her. He was fully aware of her deep desire to uncover her lineage and to find her parents. He knew everything, yet he was unwilling to divulge a single detail. Angelia curled herself into a ball, burying deep within her blankets, akin to the moment she first realized her identity as a prisoner, an unforgiving fiend, a forsaken child. Forsaken. A child. Severus trembled as he lifted the picture frame, cradling it once more in his arms. His fingers caressed the face of the woman in the photograph. Yet his heart was besieged by an overwhelming ache. This frame had been concealed within his drawer, but yesterday he had forgotten to hide it away. "Leah, will you blame me?" A solitary tear fell upon the girl's face in the photograph, and Severus found himself momentarily paralyzed, hastily raising his hand to wipe away the tear. "I'm sorry, Leah." He embraced the album tightly, curling into himself in anguish as memories of that day flooded back. The green light, the laughter. His Leah. The following morning, Angelia entered the common room with a stoic expression, clutching a book. Draco, still nursing grievances from the previous day, had intended to confront her. But upon raising his gaze, he noticed her unsettling demeanor. "What's wrong?" Draco immediately suppressed his previous indignation and approached her, but before he could speak, he heard her cold voice. "Don't ask." Draco touched his nose, picked up his book, and silently followed her. The two sat in silence at the Slytherin table, where Angelia casually picked up a piece of toast and shoved it into her mouth, chewing and swallowing with an expressionless visage. Draco stared at the toast in her hand, swallowing hard. It appeared to be the particularly distasteful strawberry peanut butter toast from last time. Angelia only behaves this way when her emotions are in turmoil. Draco finds himself somewhat concerned for her, yet it is prudent not to engage with Angelia during such moments, otherwise, one might provoke her ire. Theodore gently approached her, casting a glance at the toast in her hand, and remarked, "Didn't you mention before that this was unpalatable?" Angelia finally took action, her gaze vacant as she turned to look at Theodore. Draco pressed his lips together, suppressing a smirk of schadenfreude. In the next moment, Theodore opened his mouth as if to utter something, but he realized he had been rendered mute. No matter how hard he tried, he could not produce a single sound. Angelia, with a stoic expression, turned her head back and resumed biting into the toast in her hand. It was just like this. Draco provocatively curled his lips at Theodore. This treatment was already quite decent. The last time Angelia was in a foul mood, an unfortunate soul had approached her, and by the end, they had left in a rather unceremonious manner. However, Angelia typically possessed a remarkably good temperament, and Draco had only witnessed her in such a state on 2 occasions throughout their years of acquaintance. What could have transpired? Ever since her return from outside yesterday, she had been acting strangely. Did something occur in the Godfather's office, or had someone provoked her on her way back to the common room? The Godfather had always been exceptionally fond of Angelia, making it unlikely for him to incite such anger in her. Perhaps someone had indeed upset her? Draco furrowed his brow. After finishing breakfast, Draco and Angelia made their way to the potions classroom together. Angelia had not yet devised a plan for confronting Snape, but the first lesson of the day was potions, compelling her to face him. The potions classroom was as silent as ever. After attending 2 potions classes, the Gryffindor students had refrained from engaging in any distractions unrelated to the lesson, despite the fact that the concoctions they brewed bore little relevance to the curriculum. Draco, as per his usual routine, made his way to the front row, only to realize that Angelia had not followed. Instead, she had chosen an empty seat in the last row. Almost everyone turned their gaze towards her. In truth, they had grown accustomed to her sitting in the front and to Professor Snape's unusual leniency towards her. Hence her sudden deviation from the norm attracted the attention of all the students. However, Angelia appeared to be wholly unconcerned, perhaps oblivious to their scrutiny. She calmly settled into her corner, spreading her books across the desk, her eyes not wandering even for a fleeting moment. Harry, seated beside her in the same row, sensed that something was amiss. Unlike Angelia, as a Gryffindor student, he found it difficult to persuade himself to move to the front. For Gryffindor students, the back row undoubtedly represented a preferable position, one less likely to attract reprimand. Angelia's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar, and Harry observed her with utmost caution, refraining from speaking out of fear. He had not been present during her previous bout of discontent, but from Draco's subsequent description, it was undoubtedly a harrowing experience. Draco had already taken his seat in the front row, clearly without a partner. In fact, he was almost certain that something unpleasant had transpired between Angelia and their godfather. To avoid incurring the godfather's wrath and facing public reprimand, he promptly separated Pansy and Blaise. "I say, that is rather unethical." Pansy glared at Draco, who had pulled Blaise away. "You cannot disrupt my pairing with Blaise simply because Leah refuses to acknowledge you." Draco, startled, quickly glanced at Angelia and, seeing her unresponsive, breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his voice and addressed Pansy. "Show. It's not me. It's the Godfather." Pansy, unaware of the full context, noticed that Angelia and Draco had not spoken at the dining table and were seated apart in potions class. She assumed it was merely a spat between the two, or perhaps that Draco's incessant chatter had irritated her. After all, Draco had a propensity for verbosity. However, she was taken aback to learn that Angelia had actually quarreled with Professor Snape. Pansy was well aware of how favorably Snape regarded Angelia, as well as the esteem in which Angelia held him. Immediately, Pansy covered her mouth and quietly gathered her books to sit beside Theodore. Theodore preferred to work independently, possessing a high level of proficiency in potions, allowing him to complete every task with ease. Thus, at the start of the term, he had requested to work alone with Professor Snape, who, fortuitously, permitted it since Slytherin had 1 student to spare. Today, this arrangement proved fortuitous. Theodore glanced at Pansy as she settled beside him, wrinkling his nose in disdain. "Just sit still. No need to interfere." Though Pansy was not lacking in her own potion skills, she felt diminished in Theodore's presence and chose not to retort, instead shooting him an irritated glare. With a loud bang, the wooden door of the potions classroom swung open, and Professor Snape strode in briskly. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding noise. Snape ascended the podium with a grim expression, pointing at the blackboard beside him, his voice colder than usual. "Begin." His gaze swept across the front row, where he found Draco seated with Blaise, while Angeli was conspicuously absent. The chill in Snape's demeanor intensified as he surveyed the room, eventually spotting the faint golden head in the corner. She sat with her head bowed, engrossed in a book. Indeed, she was upset. The students began to silently move to the cabinets to retrieve their potion materials, yet Angeli remained motionless at her desk. Snape dared not be overly amiable. He feared Angeli might inquire about the woman, yet he felt an urgent desire to communicate with her. Thus, he approached her side and, with a dry tone, remarked, "Did you not hear? Everyone else has gone to gather potion materials. Why are you not moving?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he found himself momentarily taken aback. His tone had been excessively harsh, a temperament he had not intended to convey. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Angelia. He had anticipated that she would be on the verge of tears or would look up at him in fear, yet nothing of the sort occurred. Calmly, she closed the book in her hands and turned to the cabinet to retrieve potion ingredients, displaying not a trace of emotion and not sparing him a glance. A wave of irritation surged within Snape, inciting a restlessness that enveloped him. He did not wish to unleash his ire upon Angelia any further, so he decisively strode towards the Gryffindor students. "Mr. Longbottom, please read aloud the first line on the board. I believe what this lesson requires is African snake venom rather than American snake venom. 5 points from Gryffindor," he declared. "Mr. Weasley, had you taken even a cursory glance at the board, you would have noticed that you should cut the sage into 12 equal segments, rather than into uneven fragments." 5 points from Gryffindor. As Snape moved through the classroom, he deducted nearly 20 points from Gryffindor, prompting each student to widen their eyes and scrutinize every word on the board, fearful of making the slightest error. "Mr. Malfoy, if your brain has not been devoured by a troll, then I trust you realize that during the purification of African snake venom, it requires only 4.5 turns of stirring, not 4 3/4. Snape roared angrily at Draco. Draco glanced at the sage he was meticulously cutting into 12 equal pieces and then at Blaise, who was diligently stirring the African snake venom for purification, realizing that he was the target of misplaced wrath. However, he promptly adopted a compliant demeanor and admitted, "I apologize, Professor, I shall rectify it immediately." Snape observed his obedient pupil before him, feeling as though his anger had dissipated upon soft cotton, reddening his complexion. He was acutely aware that he was venting his frustrations. Yet he yearned to see some expression beyond indifference on Angelia's face. Anger, disappointment, hatred, anything would suffice. Yet, she remained expressionless throughout, regardless of his reprimands directed at Draco, Potter, or anyone else. Even when he chastised her, she did not offer him so much as a glance that strayed from her aloof demeanor. Throughout the lesson, Snape continued to berate the students, akin to a child seeking attention, scouring for any mistakes to reprimand. Even Draco faced 2 admonishments, and the others were not spared. The Gryffindor students were so terrified that they dared not breathe, fearing they would draw Snape's ire. Neville trembled throughout the class, his complexion pale and breath-quickening, while his partner, Mr. Finnegan, took it upon himself to handle all tasks to prevent Neville from causing an explosion in the cauldron. After what felt like an eternity, the bell finally rang, and the students collectively exhaled in relief. Angelia, still ignoring Snape, was the first to leave the classroom after the lesson concluded. The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin dared not linger, hastily gathering their belongings to depart, leaving only Draco behind, retained by Snape. The most severely wounded in this lesson were undoubtedly Draco and the Gryffindor hourglass. Draco bore the brunt of 2 scoldings, both due to Blaise's mismanagement. He regretted his choices immensely, wishing he had teamed up with that detestable Theodore, whose potion-making skills were at least commendable. Yet, he understood that his godfather merely sought to chastise him, largely independent of Blaise's blunders. He speculated that even if Professor Slughorn partnered with his godfather, Snape would still seize the opportunity to reprimand him. However, he dared not voice such thoughts in front of his godfather. Thus, in that moment of being left behind, he could almost predict the question his godfather would pose. Sure enough, as soon as the students vacated the classroom, Snape spoke. "How is Angelia?" His voice was as cold and hard as ever, yet Draco discerned a hint of concern within it, prompting him to respond truthfully. "Not well. Her spirits are quite low." Snape pressed his lips together and fell silent, while Draco, too, refrained from speaking, and they lingered in silence. It was not until Draco's legs had grown numb from standing that he finally heard Snape's voice again. "Understood. You may leave." Draco respectfully gathered his books and bid farewell as he made his way toward the Slytherin common room. The tingling pain in his legs was excruciating, but he lacked the courage to rub them in front of his godfather. Once he reached the classroom door, the sensation faded, and he exhaled in relief. How terrifying. Leaning contentedly against the sofa in the Slytherin lounge, a sudden thought struck him. Was his godfather intentionally punishing him with that detention? Contemplating Snape's expression sent a shiver down his spine, and he vowed never to provoke Angelia's displeasure again. Truly frightening. As night gradually consumed the light, the temperature plummeted sharply. Snape, pale-faced, slouched in his chair, allowing the cold to seep in while his mind swirled in chaos. What was he to do? Had Leah already deduced the woman's identity? Snape was increasingly agitated. He impatiently drew his wand and ignited the fireplace, the flickering flames offering a semblance of warmth, casting a soft golden glow around the room. Perhaps he could administer a complete oblivion spell? No, that would not suffice. Snape rubbed his temples in exasperation. With her level of magical prowess, she would undoubtedly sense that her memories had been altered, leading to even more convoluted explanations. His headache intensified as he rose, moving to the cabinet that housed his potions, retrieving a vial of pain reliever, which he angrily swallowed. Yet, the tumultuous thoughts in his mind refused to quiet. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Snape, irate, strode over, resolved to deliver a harsh reprimand to this unwelcome intruder disturbing his solitude. Angelia never knocks on doors. Messages among professors are relayed by students or guardians. Dumbledore, in particular, has never been known to knock. Regardless of who it may be, he always ensures they receive a thorough reprimand. Snape furiously yanked the door open, only to find Angelia standing outside, her demeanor indifferent as she gazed at him. In an instant, Snape's fury dissipated. He felt a dryness in his throat, and his usually nimble tongue lay stiffly in his mouth. The plethora of scathing remarks he had prepared vanished from his mind, leaving him no choice but to step aside and allow Angelia to enter. Angelia remained silent, her demeanor cool as she approached the sofa and took a seat, finally redirecting her gaze towards him. Snape closed the door securely, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloping him. He was apprehensive about whether Angelia would pose any questions, yet equally concerned about the possibility of her remaining silent. Let us converse. Angelia's voice, devoid of its usual warmth, carried a chilling firmness. Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Very well. Angelia lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, the serene azure depths reflecting an unsettling calm. Are you my father? Severus was evidently taken aback by this inquiry, nearly rendered speechless. Angelia's expression bore no trace of jest, and in astonishment, he stammered. What? That woman must be my mother, she remarked coldly. So, are you my father? Severus vigorously shook his head, pondering whether he had inadvertently included some hallucinogenic substance while brewing pain relief potions. Angelia continued to gaze at him earnestly, while Snape, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, spoke up. I am not your father. How could I possibly be your father? Angelia appeared to exhale in relief. Yet she pressed on with her inquiry. What is your connection to my mother? Her mother? Snape, with an air of resignation, elucidated. I have no relation to your mother. Angelia's face displayed a palpable confusion. The person in that photograph is not your mother. Snape continued to elucidate. She does share some connection with you, but I am unable to disclose that information at this moment. However, she is certainly not your mother, and I could never be your father. Angelia finally exhaled with relief. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered within her. She softly released a sigh, then posed a question. When you often call Melia, is that the name of that woman? Snape stared at her in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could you think such a thing? He replied. Every time you call Melia, your expression and tone differ. Angelia pressed her lips together, seemingly at a loss for words. I can sense your profound affection for her. Snape lowered his gaze in silence, realizing that his emotions had been laid bare so evidently. Angelia bit her lip and gently inquired. You love her. Why do you not go to see her? Snape remained silent, his head bowed, his pale, slender fingers trembling incessantly. Angelia understood that she should refrain from further inquiries. She swallowed the remaining questions and softly said, I shall take my leave. Snape remained silent and motionless, like a statue. Angelia rose and exited the room. Although the identity of that woman remained unclear, the realization that Snape was not her father brought a sense of relief to Angelia. She was not a forsaken child. Angelia joyfully returned to the lounge. The hour was late, and only Draco remained, seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in his book. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Draco immediately turned to look at her, carefully scrutinizing her expression. Good evening, Draco, Angelia said cheerfully as she approached and sat beside him, affectionately tousling his light golden hair. I was rather distant with you today. I sincerely apologize. Draco let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Thank heavens, you are finally back to your usual self. Angelia wore a gentle smile at the corners of her lips. It is quite late. You should return to rest. We shall meet again tomorrow. Draco had long been due for slumber, having remained there solely to wait for Angelia. Only when he saw that she was unharmed did he finally feel a sense of relief. Very well, you should also retire for the night, he replied, relaxing as he stifled a yawn and made his way towards the dormitory. Good night, Angelia. Good night, Draco. On the following day, Angelia resumed her customary visits to the potions office in the evening. Draco, having been deeply affected by the previous incident in potions class, bore a significant psychological burden regarding Snape. Reluctantly, he was pulled by Angelia into the potions office. As soon as his right foot crossed the threshold, he heard Snape's voice. You may return, Draco. Draco sheepishly withdrew his foot, casting a forlorn glance at Angelia before turning to leave. Angelia had no choice but to enter the potion master's office alone. Severus Snape was seated behind his desk, gazing at her. Angelia lifted a sweet, demure smile. Uncle Severus, she said. She approached the desk with a cheerful demeanor, her expression soft and her voice melodious, as if the previous incident had never transpired. Snape finally exhaled in relief. Angelia cast a glance at the cluttered desk overflowing with papers, then turned her gaze to Severus, whose weary countenance betrayed his fatigue. In a gentle tone, she offered, Uncle Severus, may I assist you with grading the assignments? No need, Severus replied, his voice firm in refusal. He raised a hand to massage his temples. The exhaustion etched deeper into his features, while his eyes briefly flickered towards Angelia. Angelia gracefully approached Severus from behind, offering him a massage, and unsurprisingly, she noticed the look of contentment that graced his face. Thus, she remained in the potions office until curfew, both of them tacitly avoiding mention of that day's events, as well as the woman who had been the subject of their conversation. Soon, the Christmas season approached, and on a morning in mid-December, Hogwarts was finally blanketed in snow. Every student wore a joyful smile, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Christmas holiday. Angelia had yet to find an opportunity to leave Hogwarts and deliver the Philosopher's Stone. This Christmas break presented a rare chance. She planned to conceal the stone within her luggage to avoid unnecessary complications. Draco would also be returning home. Pansy, Theodore, and Blaise were all heading back, and he was reluctant to remain alone in the frigid dormitory. Harry was not inclined to return to the Dursleys. So Angelia and Draco invited him to join them at Malfoy Manor, though they belonged to different houses at Hogwarts. Their limited interactions necessitated that they seize the holiday to spend time together. Fortunately, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa exhibited unexpected kindness towards Harry. The Gryffindor, though Lucius harbored some reservations, he ultimately acquiesced. In the Great Hall, a magnificent fir tree was erected, its branches adorned with a myriad of colorful lights and ornaments. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stool, waving his wand to sprinkle shimmering gold dust upon the Christmas tree. At the moment the gold dust fell, the lights began to twinkle in a rhythmic pattern. Angelia and Draco were exiting the potions classroom when they encountered Ron and Professor Finnegan engaged in conversation in the narrow corridor, which was already constricted, effectively blocking the passage. Could you kindly step aside and not obstruct the way? Draco said with a scowl of disdain. Instead of complying, Ron, seemingly incited by some inexplicable impulse, only entrenched their blockade further. He regarded Draco with a defiant glare, his voice laced with inexplicable ire. Is this corridor your family estate? I enjoy standing here to chat. What gives you the right to demand I move? Is this the upbringing of the Malfoys? Angelia's countenance suddenly turned icy. In fact, ever since Ron had been penalized and expelled from the classroom, he had refrained from making any provocative statements, and Angelia had nearly forgotten him. Rumor had it that during the time, he endured a wretched existence in Gryffindor, shunned by all and spoken to by none. A person who cannot control their tongue and possesses no skills to enhance Gryffindor's stature would naturally be unwelcome. As time passed, that incident gradually faded, allowing Ron to slowly escape the isolation he had faced, yet he remained friendless. Most students merely tolerated his presence without isolating him. The sole individual willing to befriend him was Mr. Finnegan. However, today, he seemed to have succumbed to a peculiar whim. Perhaps the prolonged stretch of good fortune had caused him to forget the loneliness he once endured. Before Draco could respond, Angelia interjected. So this is the upbringing of the Weasley family, standing in the middle of the road, bellowing like a mule and engaging in futile arguments. I wonder if your intelligence permits you to grasp that a mentally sound wizard would not loudly contest their wrongdoing. Of course, perhaps Mr. Weasley has been too preoccupied with making money to impart any wisdom to you. It appears that Mr. Weasley has achieved neither financial gain nor successful mentorship. With a sneer, she inquired, "What? Are you merely a dog trained by the Malfoy family?" Ron, infuriated, roared at Angelia. "Is that why you come out to bite when your master is insulted?" Draco narrowed his eyes and drew his wand from his sleeve, murmuring incantations under his breath, while Ron continued to bellow recklessly. "What? Are you going to take action?" Ron brandished his wand as well, declaring, "Show me, woof, woof." The latter part of Ron's sentence remained unspoken as he was horrified to hear himself emit a bark, closing his mouth in disbelief, only to open it again and produce 2 more barks. Angelia let out a derisive laugh. "It seems your dog barking is quite proficient. Is that how you communicate at home? No wonder you're so skilled." Ron, in a fit of rage, pointed his wand at Angelia and roared, seemingly attempting to recall a spell, but all that emerged were 2 furious barks. Of course, one could hardly expect him to possess any silencing charms. Thus he could only glare at Angelia and Draco, his face flushed with anger. Angelia had no intention of letting him off easily. With a flick of her wand and a slight tilt of her head, a spell erupted from the tip of her wand, striking Ron and instantly lifting him off the ground, leaving him suspended against the wall, uncontrollably barking like a dog. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. It was a silencing charm. Such an incantation could only be performed by a wizard of considerable magical prowess, and it was evident that such a feat was far beyond the capabilities of a mere first-year student. In the wake of this astonishing revelation, murmurs of disbelief spread, prompting several students to step forward, swearing they had witnessed her lips moving. Angelia, however, was unfazed. After all, her purpose was to vex Dumbledore, and revealing her prowess was of little consequence. Observing Ron nearly fainting from frustration, a mischievous smile played upon Angelia's lips. "Aren't you fond of barking and biting indiscriminately? Then relish this moment in the spotlight, for such opportunities are rare for the Weasley family." Regardless, the professors would soon learn of the incident, and Angelia resolved to accompany Draco to satiate their hunger, knowing that once the professors dealt with Ron, they would undoubtedly seek a conversation with the 2 of them. Of course, they might also request her assistance in silencing Ron's incessant barking, as that particular charm was concocted by the Dark Lord during his languorous days at Nurmengard. And apart from her, he was likely the only one privy to its counterspell. Indeed, shortly after Angelia and Draco departed, Professor McGonagall hurried onto the scene. "Oh, Merlin, what is happening here?" she exclaimed, her astonished gaze fixed upon Ron, who was affixed to the wall and barking incessantly. Almost instantly, she raised her wand to relieve him from his predicament. However, the barking persisted unabated. Before the gathered crowd, Professor McGonagall unleashed a flurry of spells at Ron. Yet his canine cries showed no sign of abating. In his fervor, Ron's voice had grown hoarse, rendering his barks all the more convincing. Massaging her temples in exasperation, Professor McGonagall pointed at a Gryffindor student who was observing the commotion. "What is the meaning of this?" she inquired. It was Royal and Malfoy from Slytherin. The Gryffindor student shouted. "They cast a spell on Ron." "Why?" Professor McGonagall asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, for she held a relatively favorable impression of Royal. The Gryffindor student fell silent, stuttering. Suddenly, Hermione emerged from the throng. "Professor McGonagall, it's because Ron was standing in the middle of the path, chatting with Seamus, blocking the way. Royal and Malfoy couldn't pass, leading to a confrontation." Hermione articulated their dialogue with remarkable clarity, devoid of any bias, her intellect shining through as she recounted their words in tandem with Ron's barking. Professor McGonagall felt her head spinning from the noise. The crowd in the corridor swelled, and she dispersed the onlookers, escorting the incessantly barking Ron back to her office. As she navigated the halls, she sought the least populated routes, yet coincidentally, it coincided with dinner time. Ron's barking echoed throughout Hogwarts, attracting countless curious glances from those around. Angelia and Draco were oblivious to these matters. In fact, they were relishing their meal. This evening's dinner featured Angelia's favorite dish, a sumptuous red wine steak, which she devoured entirely, feeling utterly satisfied. Just as the 2 set down their utensils, a student from Gryffindor rushed over. "Royal, Malfoy, the headmaster requests your presence in his office." Angelia and Draco exchanged a glance, gracefully rising to their feet. It was time to confront Dumbledore. Angeli exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, she was imbued with a sense of exhilaration. What a delightful opportunity to create mischief again. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore found himself beleaguered by Ron, who was barking incessantly. Professor McGonagall stood beside him, utterly exasperated, wishing fervently to muffle her ears with cotton balls. Yet, as a professor, she could only endure in silence, waiting for the arrival of Royal and Malfoy. At last, a knock resounded upon the door of the headmaster's office, heralding the entrance of Angeli and Draco. Why is Weasley still barking? Headmaster, do assist him in dispelling the spell. Angeli feigned astonishment, yet the mockery in her gaze remained unabated. Dumbledore, not lacking in intellect like Ron, responded with a playful smile. Winking at Angeli, I have yet to encounter such an amusing spell. Indeed, I have attempted dozens of incantations, yet not a single one has proven effective. Angelia blinked innocently. What shall we do then? Should we allow Wesley to continue calling out like this? Yet, he is quite loud. Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged. I presume Miss Royal must have a solution. Am I correct? Angelia unapologetically dragged 2 chairs over and pulled Draco down to sit. Casting a fleeting glance at the parched Ron, with a light tone, she remarked, regrettably, I have learned so many spells that I cannot recall which one it might be at this moment. However, if Mr. Ron is willing, I may be able to give it a try. For a brief instant, a look of rigidity crossed Dumbledore's face, but he quickly transitioned into a warm smile. Then let us allow Miss Royal to attempt it. I am certain Mr. Ron would not mind. Ron, in a state of terror, fervently shook his head at the wand that Angelia had raised, his barking growing more frantic, as if to protest. Unfortunately, no one present could comprehend the nature of his canine cries, and only Angelia possessed the ability to unravel his enchantment. Thus Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore would not intervene. Angelia wore an innocent smile on her face as she lightly flicked her wrist, sending a beam of crimson light towards Ron, causing numerous pustules to erupt upon his skin. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have made an error, she said, her smile deepening. It appears this is not the right one. Ron writhed in agony on the ground, his voice emitting furious barks, until Professor McGonagall waved her wand, dispelling the pustules and restoring his calm. Dumbledore, peering through his crescent-shaped glasses, scrutinized Angelia with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. A silent spell, employed by an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore recalled the words of Gellert when Angelia first began her magical studies. Her talent for magic was extraordinary. Indeed, it was beyond extraordinary. Angelia had been learning magic with Gellert since the age of 3, and now, after merely 8 years, she could cast a silent spell. Dumbledore increasingly felt that his decision to bring her to Hogwarts was indeed a wise one, if only to observe her closely. Regardless of Dumbledore's thoughts, Ron's suffering was far from over. For the next 10 minutes, Angelia utilized Ron as a model for her spell practice, unleashing a myriad of peculiar incantations upon him. Professor McGonagall's healing spells and counter-charms became increasingly adept. Initially, she attempted to curtail her behavior, but when Angelia innocently remarked, I simply cannot recall. If you do not allow me to try each one, then Mr. Ron shall have to endure until the spells wear off. McGonagall fell silent. At last, having grown weary of her antics, Angelia cast a spell that abruptly silenced Ron's barking. Both Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore visibly exhaled in relief. Ron, having been pushed to the brink of madness, appeared pallid and hunched over, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with dread as he regarded Angelia. With any semblance of arrogance utterly vanished. Yet, Angelia feigned surprise, exclaiming, Ah, so it was this spell. I had intended to try this one first. Ron, infuriated to the point of dizziness, dared not glare at her, instead lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. Angelia, weary of his stoic demeanor, shifted her gaze to Dumbledore, a faint smile gracing her lips. The spell cast by Weasley has been lifted. If you have no further matters to discuss, Mr. Headmaster, Draco and I shall take our leave. Perhaps we ought to deliberate further on the matter concerning Mr. Weasley's enchantment. Dumbledore's expression remained devoid of any discernible anger, yet his tone grew noticeably more solemn. As far as I am aware, Miss Royal cast a spell on Mr. Weasley in the corridor outside the potions classroom. Is that correct? Angelia leisurely crossed her legs and spoke. Indeed, he was blocking the corridor while chatting, and despite our well-intentioned attempts to advise him, we were met with scorn. Considering that Mr. Weasley may lack the time to educate his son, I reluctantly took it upon myself to impart a lesson on proper discourse. You see, the results are quite evident. At the very least, he has learned how to manage his tongue. Angelia smiled at Ron, who lay silently on the ground. playing dead and attempting to minimize his presence. Upon hearing Angelia's words, Ron trembled in fear, averting his gaze from hers. It was indeed Mr. Weasley who was at fault initially. Dumbledore pondered before speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Angelia. However, I believe seeking the professor's assistance is the appropriate solution, rather than resorting to the use of magic on a fellow student without permission. Angelia scoffed. Seeking the professor's assistance, are we? Pray tell, Headmaster. How shall we address the matter of Mr. Weasley publicly insulting both Draco and myself? Oh, it is undoubtedly his fault. Dumbledore cast a glance at the crumpled figure of Ron on the ground. How about Mr. Weasley offering you an apology? At this, Angelia abruptly shifted her tone, feigning a look of remorse. It appears I too bear some responsibility. I should extend my apologies to Mr. Weasley as well, since we both share the blame. Let us forego the apologies altogether. I do not require an apology from Weasley, and I trust he feels the same about mine. Angelia then directed her gaze towards Ron. What say you, Weasley? The threat evident on Angelia's face was unmistakable, causing Ron to shrink back slightly as he instinctively nodded in agreement. It seemed that Weasley had also concurred, likely sensing the sincerity of my apology. Angelia, however, did not afford Dumbledore the opportunity to speak. Let us settle this matter. There is no need to trouble the headmaster further. Draco and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, Angelia rose abruptly, followed closely by Draco. Just as they prepared to depart, Dumbledore's gentle voice called out to Professor McGonagall, interrupting their movements. Professor McGonagall, I would like to speak with Miss Royal and Mr. Malfoy privately. Perhaps you could escort Mr. Ron to the infirmary? Professor McGonagall, who held Dumbledore in high regard, expressed no skepticism and promptly acquiesced, leading Ron away. Only after their departure did Dumbledore speak again. I fear this matter cannot be dismissed so simply. A glimmer of intensity flashed behind his glasses. Since Miss Royal and Mr. Malfoy have acknowledged their errors, I believe it might be prudent for them to publicly apologize during breakfast tomorrow. This applies to Mr. Ron as well. I find that unnecessary, Angelia replied coolly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Since Mr. Ron and I have reconciled, there is no need for such redundant actions. Miss Royal's behavior in the corridor has had a detrimental impact. I deem this punishment essential, Dumbledore said, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone growing grave. This is a disciplinary action from the headmaster and is not open to refusal. Oh, but I do not wish to apologize. What should I do? Angelia feigned surprise, covering her mouth in mock dismay. Perhaps you should expel me. Dumbledore's gaze bore into her deeply. If Miss Royal is willing to accept expulsion, what of Mr. Malfoy? Does Miss Royal intend to implicate him in her dismissal? Finally breaking his silence, Draco interjected, I beg your pardon, Headmaster. As a member of the Board of Governors, the Malfoy family possesses the authority to protect these two students. Expulsion requires the board's consent, and I suspect the headmaster currently lacks the means to dismiss us. Draco's tone was notably frosty. He had never held Dumbledore in high esteem and naturally adopted a haughty demeanor befitting the Malfoy heir. The Malfoy family provided considerable financial support to Hogwarts, and should they withdraw their contributions, the institution would undoubtedly face significant challenges. As headmaster, Dumbledore could not permit such a scenario. After careful consideration, Dumbledore revealed a benevolent smile. Since Miss Royal has recognized her mistake and Mr. Ron has expressed forgiveness, let us allow this matter to rest for now. How wise and sagacious the headmaster is, Angelia replied with a sardonic smile. Then Draco and I shall take our leave. Having spoken, without waiting for Dumbledore to utter another word, the two departed. The following day marked the onset of the Christmas holiday, and Angelia, along with Harry and Draco, embarked on their journey aboard the Hogwarts Express. The small box containing the Philosopher's Stone lay nestled at the very bottom of her trunk. Upon boarding the train, Aloysia had already secured a vacant compartment for them. Here, Aloysia waved gently at Angelia and the others, her voice soft. This compartment is unoccupied. You may sit here. She opened the door to the adjoining compartment with a tender smile, adding, Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, and I will be in the next compartment. All right, thank you. Merry Christmas, Angelia replied, stepping forward to embrace her. In the guise of the hug, she whispered softly in her ear, come by the Malfoy residence tomorrow afternoon. Merry Christmas. Aloysia responded with a discreet wink, indicating her understanding. Aloysia's status was beyond reproach. Her sharp intellect, meticulous nature, and exceptional social skills rendered her an outstanding aide. Furthermore, after several months of acquaintance, Angelia finally grasped the depth of her desire to join the Pure Blood Party. stemming from the illustrious tale she had heard throughout her childhood regarding their noble deeds. The loyalty of the Hermann family was indisputable, and Angelia felt a sense of reassurance amidst her helplessness regarding Aloysia. Upon entering the compartment, Draco and Harry were already seated, engaged in conversation. On this day, none of them donned their school robes. Draco was dressed in a striking pink suit, a gift from Angelia on his birthday. Although he had initially expressed disdain upon receiving it, he frequently wore it nonetheless. Harry, on the other hand, sported a black wizarding robe adorned with subtle gray patterns. The sleeves and hood intricately embroidered with silver threads, rendering it exceedingly beautiful. Angelia donned a pink, fitted dress, a delightful gift recently bestowed upon her by Narcissa. Her porcelain skin, accentuated by the soft hue of the dress, rendered her as delicate and charming as a porcelain doll. The pale yellow bow belt at her waist harmonized beautifully with the yellow crystal bracelet adorning her wrist, while she draped herself in a cream-colored down coat. On her feet were a pair of matching ankle boots, and atop her head rested a tender yellow beret. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, persistently inquiring Draco about various aspects of Malfoy Manor, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Lucius and Narcissa. "Do not fret, Harry," Draco reassured him, patting his shoulders soothingly. "As long as Angelia plays the coquette, even if you were to demolish Malfoy Manor, Mother and Father would not be displeased." Angelia approached him and took a seat beside him, gently cupping Draco's face and playfully kneading it, successfully eliciting his pleas for mercy. Easy now, I was wrong," he whimpered, rubbing his face pitifully. "I was merely comforting Harry. Do not worry, I assure you that Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa will adore you." Angelia offered a soothing smile to Harry while firmly pressing down on Draco's struggling hand. "If you can promise to avoid mischief during the holidays, and spare me the need to plead on your behalf, then feel free to continue your struggles." With a wicked grin, Angelia added, "Of course, if you cannot guarantee that, it would be best to first make me a little happier." Draco, feeling aggrieved, relinquished his attempts to escape and resignedly rested his head on Angelia's lap, allowing her to have her way with his face. For a full 20 minutes, she continued until Draco felt as though his face might swell from the treatment, at which point Angelia finally ceased her antics with a satisfied expression. "Rest assured, I shall assist you," she said, flashing a radiant smile at Draco. Startled, he abruptly shook himself free, scrambling to the corner of the opposite chair, striving to maintain the greatest distance possible from Angelia. Their playful commotion had notably eased Harry's anxious demeanor, and the trio engaged in light-hearted banter. The Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at platform 9 3/4, where Angelia, Harry, and Draco disembarked together. Lucius and Narcissa awaited them on the platform, their faces adorned with the poised smiles of nobility as they scanned the crowd. Suddenly, both their gazes fixed on the same direction, revealing a tender and joyful expression. Uncle Lucius and Narcissa, Angelia approached them, her voice soft. Narcissa immediately extended her arms to embrace her. Harry and Draco followed closely behind Angelia, and as Narcissa's gaze shifted to them, Harry promptly greeted, "Good day, sir, madam." "Hello, Harry," Narcissa responded gently. Lucius merely acknowledged him with a curt nod. Draco leaned closer and whispered, "Father treats everyone this way, except for Angelia, so do not worry." However, the effect of his hushed tone was evidently lost, as the others present clearly heard him, and Lucius's eyes narrowed dangerously. Sensing impending peril, Draco instinctively raised his gaze. Locking eyes with Lucius, he stumbled back a half-step, nervously swallowing. Before Lucius could speak, Angelia quickly leaned toward him and softly suggested, "Uncle Lucius, shall we head home first? I am quite hungry." Lucius immediately averted his gaze, donning a gentle smile. "Very well, let us return now." He then glanced at Draco, his tone turning stern. "Aren't you coming over yet?" Draco suddenly felt a shiver, instinctively moving to stand beside Lucius, grasping the hands of Angelia and Harry. Not until they returned to Malfoy Manor did Draco dare to utter another word. Angelia sat between Narcissa and Lucius, while Harry and Draco occupied the adjacent sofa. "How has your time been? Is everything well?" Narcissa affectionately stroked Angelia's little head. "Very well, Draco takes great care of me," Angelia replied in a soft, delicate voice that evoked warmth in the hearts of those who listened. "Has he ever made you angry?" Lucius squinted at Draco. No, Draco is very kind to me." Angelia fervently shook her head, as if to emphasize her point. "If Uncle Lucius were to punish Draco, I fear he would have to remain confined to the study for the entirety of his holiday." Noticing that Harry appeared somewhat anxious, Narcissa cast him a gentle smile. "Do not be nervous, Harry. Consider this place as your home. If you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct the house elf or inform us. Narcissa's smile indeed eased Harry's tension, allowing him to release his clammy palms and return a shy smile. Thank you, ma'am. You may call me Aunt Narcissa. Just like Angelia does, Narcissa said softly. All right, Aunt Narcissa, Harry replied, a flush creeping to his cheeks, his smile growing even more bashful, fearing he might feel uncomfortable. Narcissa turned to Draco and said, why don't you take Harry upstairs to see his room? Draco felt a surge of anxiety under Lucius's gaze. Having longed for an excuse to escape, hearing Narcissa's suggestion, he visibly relaxed, nearly whisking Harry away by the arm in his haste. How terrifying. The following afternoon, Aloysia arrived at Malfoy Manor as promised. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Aloysia gracefully performed a noble courtesy to Lucius, who was seated in the drawing room. I have arranged to meet Angelia this afternoon. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure clad in a pale yellow dress hurriedly descended the stairs. Sia. Lucius and Aloysia both looked up to see Angelia racing down from above. Slow down. Don't fall. Lucius admonished, his brow furrowing with concern. Angelia, feeling somewhat guilty, stuck out her tongue and softly murmured, Uncle Lucius, I am going out shopping with Shia. Is there enough money? Have you brought the key to the treasury? Lucius gazed at the small bag in her hand and replied, purchase whatever you desire, but do remember to prioritize your safety. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to have your guardian send a message back. I have everything. Angelia cheerfully shook her bag, a sweet smile gracing her face. I understand. With that, Lucius felt reassured and returned to his newspaper. As Angela and Aloysia took just a few steps outside, a voice filled with grievance suddenly echoed from the stairs. How could you sneak out to play without me? Angelia turned around with a headache, and indeed, Draco was standing on the stairs, forlornly gazing at her while holding Harry. Before she could utter a word, Lucius impatiently clicked his tongue and directed his gaze towards Draco. If you have nothing better to do, then recite the potions compendium. Draco immediately fell silent. Lucius then turned to Angelia, his face regaining a gentle smile. Go on, it's nothing. Draco simply does not wish to play. Angelia nodded earnestly, disregarding Draco's exaggerated attempts to capture her attention on the staircase, and promptly turned to leave with Aloysia. Before Lucius could turn around to correct him, Draco swiftly pulled Harry back to the second floor. Angelia didn't even take me with her. Draco pouted in dismay. She must know I want to go. Harry, with a sense of resignation, sought to comfort him. Perhaps she has something to attend to. What could be more important than me? Draco lamented. She simply doesn't like me anymore. She is going out with Herman, and it might be inconvenient to have a boy follow them. Harry continued to reassure him. I would only be trailing behind, helping to carry bags, not disturbing them at all. Draco rested his chin on his hand, a look of melancholy on his face. But if she doesn't take me, what if she can't manage the bags? What if she encounters danger? What if she loses her way back? Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, You're overthinking this. She is a highly skilled witch, adept at using the shrinking charm, and fully capable of apparition. Draco shot him a glance, sighing with an inscrutable expression. Sigh. Harry felt inexplicably scorned. Meanwhile, the moment Angelia and Aloysia stepped outside, they immediately operated away. According to Angelia's plan, she intended to conceal the sorcerer's stone at the Dursleys. However, as they arrived near the Dursleys' residence, they unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady accompanied by numerous cats. The old woman stared at them in astonishment, momentarily taken aback by their sudden appearance. Yet she displayed no signs of panic, merely a hint of surprise in her gaze. It was akin to the astonishment wizards would feel upon witnessing two young children, disregarding the reasonable regulations concerning underage wizards, employing advanced magic. Yet, after just a fleeting glance, she averted her gaze. Angelia leaned closer to Aloysia, whispering softly, There is something amiss with this person. Aloysia, clearly attuned to the underlying tension, stepped forward cautiously to intercept the elderly woman. With a gentle tone, she inquired, Forgive me, but could you please tell us where we are? We seem to have lost our way and have arrived in this unfamiliar place through a series of phantasmal transitions. The elderly woman regarded Aloysia, then glanced at Angelia, as if weighing a decision. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke in a hushed voice. You are in the Muggle realm, a place not meant for beings like you. Follow me. With that, the woman turned and began to walk away. Angelia and Aloysia exchanged a glance, their fingers tightening around their wands as they quietly followed the elderly woman. She led them into a dilapidated three-bedroom house, the air thick with an overpowering scent of cats. Once inside, The woman turned to securely close the door before casting a wary gaze upon the two of them. Are you not aware that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school? And how is it that you managed to perform apparition? How old are you? Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she scrutinized them. Angelia has already confirmed her status as a muggle, for she possesses no trace of magical essence. Yet, she exhibits a remarkable understanding of the magical realm. Even a muggle family with a wizard among them would not possess such intimate knowledge of the magical world. Oh, I am terribly sorry, madam, Aloysia feigned trepidation. I was unaware of this. In fact, I believed I was still in France. I merely wished to practice the apparition spell. Having never succeeded before, I had no idea. Her voice trembled with emotion, prompting a slight relaxation in the elderly woman's expression, given that she hails from France. Perhaps the regulations of the British wizarding community do not apply. In certain exceptional circumstances, it is conceivable that this child inadvertently succeeded in her experiment. Yet such a situation is unlikely to recur. Contemplating this, the old woman's tone softened considerably. Very well, children, you shall proceed toward that intersection. She gestured vaguely out the window. Raise your wands. I recall that is what they do. Subsequently, a bus specifically for wizards may arrive to take you to your intended destination. Oh, thank you ever so much. Aloysia expressed her gratitude earnestly. Seizing the opportunity to divert the elderly woman's attention, Angelia pretended to be fascinated by a large white cat lying on the floor, bending down to stroke it gently. In a hushed tone, she whispered to the cat, "In a moment, you will watch by the window. When you see me wave, redirect her attention, understood?" The large white cat softly meowed in response. Angelia rose once more, and Aloysia immediately composed herself, politely expressing gratitude to the elderly woman. The two of them departed from the house hand in hand, making their way to the corner across the street. As Angelia glanced back, she found the elderly woman still watching them from the window, with the large white cat perched beside her. Angelia raised her hand and waved, prompting the large white cat beside her to leap forward and embrace the elderly woman's face. Seizing this moment of distraction, Angelia swiftly transported Aloysia away using her phantasmal shift. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Angelia possesses the ability to converse with certain animals and the gift of soul capturing and thought extraction, after finally calming the large white cat in her arms. The elderly woman glanced out the window, only to find that the figures of the two had vanished. Could the night's bus have arrived so swiftly? The elderly woman murmured this small doubt before dismissing it from her mind. Angelia accompanied Aloysia to Diagon Alley, arriving at the potion shop established by the Purity Party. The business appeared to be thriving, with numerous wizards queuing at the entrance. The proprietor within was unfamiliar to Angelia, evidently absent from the previous meeting. A large advertisement displayed at the entrance proclaimed, "Beauty potions, 200 bottles available today, first come, first served." It seemed that the beauty potions were selling remarkably well. Angelia raised an eyebrow with keen interest. She had initially intended to inquire about the business status within the potion shop, but it seemed that such an endeavor was no longer necessary. Diagon Alley bustled with a throng of passers-by, evidently not the most suitable venue for conversation. Angelia had ventured out this time to conceal the Philosopher's Stone, and given the presence of muggles near the Dursleys, it was clear that this was no longer the safest location. She would have to devise an alternative hiding place. The two began to meander aimlessly down the street. Aloysia unaware of Angelia's true purpose for this outing, and she did not press for information, instead choosing to quietly accompany her. Upon reaching the entrance of Slughorn's apothecary, Angelia was pleasantly surprised to spot Severus Snape inside. "Uncle Severus," Angelia exclaimed, promptly pushing the door open and rushing to his side. Snape held a piece of African snake skin in his hand, and as he turned at the sound of her voice, he was met with Angelia standing before him. Aloysia, being quite considerate, refrained from entering the shop. After a brief exchange of words between Angelia and Snape, she quickly rejoined Aloysia outside. "Perhaps I can return now," Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile, observing Angelia's joyful demeanor. Angelia turned her head to look at her, a brilliant smile illuminating her face. "Very well, then. Today has been arduous for you. Allow me to escort you home." As Aloysia was incapable of apparition, Angelia escorted her back to the Hermon Manor before promptly operating back to Diagon Alley, where Severus Snape awaited her at the entrance of Slughorn's apothecary. "Have you returned her safely?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "It appears my notorious reputation among students shall gain yet another entry, disrupting student states." Angelia smiled sweetly as she linked her arm with his. "It seems I have confirmed Uncle Severus's notorious reputation, she remarked. Snape gently tapped her small head with his hand, his tone tinged with mild exasperation. Are you truly intent on returning with me? I have yet to visit Uncle Severus's home, Angelia replied softly, her voice laced with playful affection. Uncle Severus just promised me, so you mustn't go back on your word. Snape sighed with a smile. This is what you have stated. So do not come crying to me when you wish to return. I would never. Angelia grasped Severus's arm as he disapparated them from their previous location. They emerged in a foreign alley, the surroundings lamentably untidy, with refuse piled high along the sides of the street, emanating an unpleasant odor. The buildings around them were in a state of disrepair, with peeling paint and shattered bricks scattered about. Despite it being daytime, the alley retained a sinister air. The street was nearly deserted, prompting Angelia to instinctively clutch Severus's arm tighter. He sighed resignedly and gently wrapped his arm around her. Are you frightened? Severus's voice was remarkably soft, his hand resting warmly on Angelia's shoulder, dispelling any flicker of trepidation within her. Angelia gazed up at Snape with a sense of tranquility, his gentle yet helpless smile imparting a profound sense of reassurance. I'm not afraid at all, Uncle Severus. Please don't say that, she asserted, inching closer to him, her petite frame nearly leaning against his arm, while her inquisitive little head turned to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, a sound of a bag scraping against the ground emerged from around the corner at the end of the alley. Angelia's alertness heightened as she directed her attention towards the source of the noise, her grip on Snape's arm tightening noticeably. Snape reached out to gently ruffle her hair, saying, "Let us proceed homeward." Angelia swallowed hard, her gaze fixed nervously at the end of the alley, yet her small head resolutely shook in defiance. Just a moment longer. Snape had no time to utter another word, for a figure had already emerged from the shadows at the alley's end. The man was nearly bald, his labored breaths echoing as he walked, his frail body almost revealing the contours of his bones. One leg appeared to be broken, causing him to limp in an unnatural manner. His weathered face was deeply hollowed, and where his eyes should have been, there were only dark sockets devoid of eyeballs and eyelids. Angelia immediately buried herself in Snape's embrace, trembling gently, with a sigh of resignation. Snape had no choice but to carry her back to his home. It was only after he closed the door that Angelia dared to open her eyes. In contrast, the small room before her could indeed be deemed cozy. As she surveyed her surroundings, she chose to overlook the peeling wallpaper, the faded sofa, and the cracked floorboards. In comparison to the outside, this place could almost be considered a mansion. Are you still afraid? Snape inquired softly, squatting down before her, his obsidian-like eyes filled with concern. Angelia recalled how she had just frighteningly plunged into his embrace, unable to utter any words of fearlessness. Thankfully, Angelia's voice was soft and delicate, tinged with a subtle tremor that rendered it utterly pitiable. Severus chuckled gently as he pinched her cheek, his tone imbued with tenderness. Shall I escort you back? No, Angelia replied with unwavering resolve. Uncle Severus would not permit me to leave. I merely fear you might be frightened. Severus sighed softly. The flicker of fear within Angela had completely dissipated, and curiosity compelled her to peer around the room. Uncle Severus, may I explore your house? Snape raised an eyebrow. You may, but are you truly unafraid? Angelia recalled the earlier scene, her curiosity abruptly freezing on her face, only to be swiftly replaced by a sycophantic expression. May I accompany you, Uncle Severus? She tilted her head, gazing at him with her glistening azure eyes, which blinked gently. I am truly quite curious. Severus's gaze softened, and he instinctively pinched her cheek, his voice laced with an endearing tenderness. Very well, but you mustn't cry if you get frightened. With Uncle Severus here, I am not afraid at all. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she sprang up from the sofa, clearly ready for an adventure. Her eager demeanor brought a smile to Severus's lips as he strode toward the kitchen, with Angelia trailing closely behind him like a devoted little shadow, her arms tightly wrapped around his. The kitchen revealed little of interest, with even the basic utensils being scarce. After a brief exploration, Angelia found it rather dull and returned to Severus's side, her voice softening as she inquired, Does Uncle Severus not eat here? The house elf will bring meals. Noticing her boredom, Severus guided her to the next room. I seldom use the kitchen. The second room was a bedroom. Angelia curiously peered inside, immediately detecting the faint, bitter aroma of potions that confirmed it was Severus's sanctuary. Does Uncle Severus reside here regularly? She inquired politely, refraining from stepping inside and redirecting her gaze back to Severus's face. Yes, I returned to stay during the holidays. Observing that Angelia had no intention of entering, Severus proceeded to lead her further inside. This is the storage room. He opened a dilapidated wooden door beside him, revealing a cluttered little space that had long been untouched. I am uncertain what treasures lie within, as I have not disturbed it for quite some time. Severus raised an eyebrow at Angelia, asking, "Shall we venture inside to take a look?" Angelia surveyed the disheveled, dimly lit space, shaking her head vigorously. No, there's no need to look." Severus smiled faintly and closed the door once more. They approached a staircase, and for a rare moment, Severus's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Above is a small attic, albeit somewhat untidy. Angelia immediately spoke with concern. "If it is inconvenient, I shall not go to see." Snape cast her a cryptic glance, seemingly having made a decision. "It is of no matter. Let us ascend and take a look." With that, Snape led the way upstairs. Angelia's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she ascended the stairs alongside Snape, who had already opened the door to the attic. A waft of dark, decaying odor seeped through the crack of the door. Standing beside Snape, Angelia finally beheld the scene within the room. It contained nothing more than a dilapidated small bed, a few tattered books, and a tiny window no larger than a palm, which comprised the entirety of the chamber. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Angelia as she entered the room alone. The aged wooden floor creaked beneath her footsteps, and she deftly sidestepped the cracked and worn areas, making her way to the bed. The bed was devoid of any linens, save for a few tattered scraps of newspaper and a soiled, hole-ridden coat. Beside the bed lay several nearly disintegrated books, their titles hinting at the study of potion-making. A faint ray of light streamed through the window on her right, and as Angelia approached to gaze outside, all she could see was a dark alley and a heap of filthy refuse. An overwhelming sense of emotion enveloped her. She placed her hand gently on her chest, seemingly perplexed by the source of this feeling. Observing Angelia standing there, lost in thought with her hand on her heart, Snape hesitated before speaking from behind her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Angelia replied, turning her head to glance at Snape, offering a faint smile. "It's just a bit strange." Snape contemplated inquiring about the nature of her strangeness, but the words shifted on his tongue. "Are you hungry? If you desire something, I can have a house elf bring it to you." Angelia promptly nodded and rose to follow Snape as they departed from the attic. Even upon returning to the drawing room, the peculiar sensation lingering in Angelia's heart remained unyielding. After instructing the house elf to prepare dinner, Snape turned around to find Angelia sitting there, dazed, with her hand pressed against her chest. "What is it?" Snape approached her and softly inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Angelia regained her composure, a gentle smile gracing her face. "I am perfectly fine. Does Uncle Severus return here every holiday?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Almost, unless other obligations arise." Snape's life was exceedingly simple, and Angelia immediately discerned what those other obligations entailed: Dumbledore's tasks. Even now, Angelia struggled to comprehend why Snape willingly assisted Dumbledore with so many responsibilities beyond teaching. She sensed that Snape did not harbor the same blind admiration for Dumbledore as the Gryffindor Lions did. At times, his impatience with Dumbledore was almost palpable. Nevertheless, he dutifully fulfilled the myriad of unreasonable tasks assigned to him by Dumbledore. Angelia once inquired about this matter, to which Snape vaguely replied that it was merely his duty, refusing to elaborate further. Clearly, this was a mere pretext to evade her question. Unwilling to press him for more information, she silently added another charge against Dumbledore in her mind, intending to hold him accountable in their future encounters. As this thought crossed her mind, Angelia suddenly recalled the purpose of her outing that afternoon. She turned her gaze towards the desolate and dilapidated scenery outside the window and realized that this location might indeed serve as a suitable hiding place for the Philosopher's Stone. "Uncle Severus," Angelia's beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. "Perhaps I have a matter I would like to trouble you with." Snape, gazing into her sparkling azure eyes, found his voice unconsciously softening. "What is it?" Angelia drew her wand and cast several concealment charms around her, before retrieving a small box containing the magical stone from her handbag. "I will first hide the magical stone in this vicinity. What do you think, Uncle Severus?" Snape gazed at the box in her hand, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly regaining his composure and analyzing the situation. "There are hardly any wizards here," which indeed minimizes the risk of the magical stone being discovered by them. However, the muggles in this area are evidently not benevolent individuals. If they were to find this box and the stone, it is highly likely they would sell it for a profit. As he spoke, Snape glanced at the cluttered storage room beside the staircase. "Perhaps you could conceal it within this room. It is unlikely that other wizards would venture here." and the abundance of magical items within would render it quite normal for the air to be infused with magical energy. Yet, should the magical stone be discovered, you would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Angelia frowned and shook her head. No, that's not an option. Snape's heart softened at her resolve. He reached out to gently ruffle Angelia's hair and spoke tenderly. It's all right. I shall be exceedingly careful to remain undetected. Angeli shook her head gently, stating that the magical stone was far less significant to her than Uncle Severus. It was not worth the risk he was willing to take. However, she believed he was worth it. Snape parted his lips as if to speak, yet no words emerged. He observed her in silence for a moment before proposing an alternative solution. Perhaps you could cast a spell of unwavering loyalty to safeguard it. Angelia pouted in a manner that betrayed her disappointment. In truth, she had yet to master the incantation. It was peculiar, considering that with Angelia's level of magical prowess, casting a spell as straightforward as the heartfelt loyalty charm should have been effortless. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had never succeeded in invoking this particular spell, no matter how diligently she practiced. Consequently, she had yet to learn the heartfelt loyalty charm. Snape, perceiving her distress, spoke in a soothing tone. Your magical abilities are already quite advanced. The heartfelt loyalty charm is not a commonly used incantation, so there is no need for concern. I understand that, she replied, her expression still tinged with melancholy, her once sweet and lively voice now lacking its usual vibrancy, evoking a sense of sympathy. I can assist you, Snape offered, his voice taking on an even gentler quality. May I be your confidant? The gloom on Angela's face finally dissipated somewhat, and her voice no longer carried the earlier despondency. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Snape curled the corner of his lips, taking the box from her hand with one hand while the other produced his wand, gently tapping it against the box. With a swirl of crimson light, the box vanished. Angelia gazed at his empty hands, her beautiful eyes fluttering gently, filled with envy. Snape, with a hint of resignation, ruffled her hair and softly said, The incantation for secrecy is Laros Blanche. You can see it by merely whispering it in your heart. Laros Blanche? Angelia tilted her head in confusion. A flicker of complex emotions glimmered in Snape's eyes as he affirmed, Indeed. Angelia appeared to be perplexed as to why this particular incantation was designated as a secrecy charm. However, upon observing Severus's expression, she suddenly comprehended that this spell might be connected to the woman named Leah. Laros Blanche, the white rose, symbolizes nobility, innocence, and pure love. Angelia lowered her gaze and silently recited the incantation in her heart. Suddenly, before her eyes appeared the box concealing the magical stone, resting upon the sofa situated between the two of them. She reached out and gently grasped the box, turning her head to Snape with a faint smile. Perhaps we should toss it into the storage room. Very well. The emotions in Snape's eyes had been withdrawn, and his face reverted to its familiar expression of indulgence. Angelia walked alone with the box towards the storage room. The moment she turned around, the smile on her face faded away. Who exactly is Leah? What is her connection to Uncle Sever? Angelia opened the door to the storage room and casually tossed the box inside. The exquisite jewel box landed atop a heap of clutter, only to roll down the slope with a gentle clatter, ultimately disappearing into the crevice of the disarray. Angelia lowered her head, gently pressed her palm, and exhaled softly. When she turned back around, the smile on her face was unchanged from before. Just then, the house elf delivered dinner, and Angelia, alongside Snape, made their way to the dining table. This evening's repast featured a delightful cream mushroom soup and crepes. It had been quite some time since Angelia had savored crepes, and her excitement bubbled forth as she sat down, eagerly spearing a piece and bringing it to her lips, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as the lingering gloom within her dissipated. The crepe was exquisitely made, brightening her gaze and eliciting a radiant smile upon her face. Snape, too, unconsciously curved his lips. If you like it, do indulge a bit more. As he spoke, he nudged his plate of crepes closer to Angelia. I recall your fondness for this dish, and coincidentally, Hogwarts recently welcomed a house elf skilled in French cuisine, who prepared this for you to enjoy. Angelia gazed at him in perplexity, inquiring, How does Uncle Sever know? Angelia had never mentioned her fondness for crepes, not even to Lucius and Narcissa, who were oblivious to this fact. She had merely tasted them once at a French restaurant when she was 10, and had not returned since. A fleeting smile flickered on Snape's face, only to be swiftly concealed. I recall your penchant for French cuisine. Perhaps you might enjoy this as well. Let the house elf prepare some for you to sample. Angelia furrowed her brow in confusion, yet chose to remain silent. The excuse presented was riddled with flaws. evidently a hastily concocted attempt to deceive her. However, the matters Severus was reluctant to discuss remained beyond her inquiry, compelling her to cast her doubts aside. After finishing dinner, Angelia gently rubbed her stomach and looked up at Severus with a pitiful expression, exclaiming, "I have overeaten." Severus responded with a tender smile, "Shall I fetch you a potion?" Angelia pondered the terrifying scent, her small head shaking vigorously. "No, please, Uncle Severus, will you accompany me for a stroll?" "No?" Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window. The sky had completely darkened, and the cold wind howled, sweeping up the snowflakes that battered against the glass, making the fragile pane seem even more precarious. Angelia blinked at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and Severus found himself reluctantly acquiescing. He regarded the lovely pale yellow dress adorning Angelia with a furrowed brow, before reaching for his own robe hanging on the nearby coat, rack to drape over her shoulders. With a flick of his wand, he shortened the overly long sleeves and hem. Angelia nestled herself within his coat, appearing even more petite and endearing. Her clear, pristine eyes gazed at him unwaveringly. Adorned with a sweet, obedient smile, Snape flicked his wand, casting a warming charm upon both of them before leading her outside. The biting wind surged forth, tousling Angelia's elegantly styled hair from the morning. Her light golden locks fell across her face, and with a pout, she blew the hair away. Casting a forlorn glance at Snape, he bent down to smooth her hair and adjusted her cloak as hood. Then with a hint of a smile, he said, "Let us proceed." The expression of grievance on Angela's face dissipated as she reached out to embrace Snape's arm, joyfully keeping pace with his steps. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, her mind seemingly filled with a million questions, each more numerous than the stars in the sky. Snape, exhibiting remarkable patience, answered each of her inquiries with utmost gentleness, his tone devoid of the sharpness typically associated with his role as the potions master at Hogwarts. Even when her questions ventured into the realms of the absurd and peculiar, he displayed no hint of annoyance. Angelia was utterly fascinated by this place, as she seldom ventured into the Muggle world and had never encountered an environment quite like this. She peered around with great curiosity, her pace exceedingly slow, while Snape, in turn, adjusted his stride to match hers. The chilly wind occasionally swept her cloak's hood away, prompting Snape to patiently smooth her hair and help her don it once more, all the while maintaining a gentle smile upon his face. It was not until dusk began to settle that the two of them finally returned to the house. Angelina was utterly delighted. She nearly traversed the entire alley and even procured a small piece of strawberry cake from a Muggle dessert shop. The cake was enveloped in translucent wrapping, adorned with plump strawberries and a delicate layer of white frosting, with a sumptuous layer of pink strawberry jam nestled in the center, rendering it irresistibly tempting. Angelia sat on the sofa, unwrapping a spoon and scooping a generous mouthful to savor. The delightful sweetness instantly dissolved on her tongue, causing her to squint her eyes in pleasure. "Uncle Severus, do give it a try," she urged, lifting a piece of cake adorned with half a strawberry and a dollop of cream to his lips. Severus had never been fond of sweet confections. In fact, aside from black coffee, he seemed to possess no particular preferences. Yet, as he gazed into Angelia's sparkling eyes, he reluctantly opened his mouth to accept the morsel. A wave of cloying creaminess enveloped his palate. Meeting Angelia's expectant gaze, Severus mustered a begrudging smile and remarked, "It is rather delightful." Angelia tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion gracing her features. She had not anticipated that Uncle Severus would have a fondness for strawberry cake. Observing the perplexity etched upon her face, Snape suddenly felt as though some aspect of his image in her eyes had shattered. Yet, what loomed ahead was even more daunting. Angelia rarely witnessed Severus expressing any particular fondness for anything. Thus, she began to share the cake with him, taking turns to feed him delectable bites. Each time, she would scoop a generous spoonful and bring it to his lips, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Severus found himself utterly unable to refuse, repeatedly parting his lips to welcome the cake. After a prolonged yet sweet torment, the last remnants of the insufferable cake were finally consumed. Just as Angelia prepared to offer him the final bite, Severus gently halted her. "Leave the last bite for you," he said softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "If you enjoyed it, I shall bring you to taste other flavors tomorrow." "Really?" Angelia exclaimed with immense joy, suddenly diving into his embrace and nuzzling against his waist. "Uncle Severus is the best." A tender smile crept upon Severus's lips, and the sweet essence of strawberry cake seemed to linger in his heart. The hour had grown late, and after escorting Angelia back to Malfoy Manor, he prepared to return home. However, Angelia appeared reluctant. "Uncle Severus, could you take me back with you tomorrow?" she implored, her eyes glistening with hope. Just for one night at Malfoy Manor. Before Severus could respond, Lucius and Narcissa, alerted by the commotion, descended from the second floor. Welcome back, darling, Narcissa cooed, playfully pinching Angelia's cheek. Did you have a wonderful time today? Very much so. Uncle Severus took me. Angelia turned her head to converse with Narcissa, while Lucius approached Severus and cautioned him, be careful on your way back. I shall not return. I will stay overnight. Severus replied. He observed the joyful expression on Angelia's face as she chatted animatedly with Narcissa, and a sudden pang of concern struck him. If he did not stay tonight, perhaps she would forget him by the morrow. Uncle Severus, are you not going back? Angelia interjected gleefully, catching the key words amidst their conversation. That is splendid. Severus, with a resigned gesture, ruffled her hair and said, I shall not be going back. I will take you out for an outing tomorrow. It is quite late now. You should return to your rest. Angelia tilted her head and gazed at him. Uncle Severus, are you not returning? I still have matters to discuss with Uncle Lucius. You may leave first. Severus's voice was exceedingly gentle. Good night. Good night. It was not until Angelia's figure vanished around the corner of the stairway that a hint of a smile graced Lucius's face. What's this? Have you changed your mind? The smile on Severus's face faded, reverting to his habitual impassiveness. No. I observe that Angelia seems quite dependent on you. Lucius shook his head. Perhaps your decision is misguided. Regardless of right or wrong, I wish for her to have the opportunity to choose anew. Severus wearily leaned against the sofa, pinching the bridge of his nose. I shall not interfere with her. But what if Lucius began softly, yet Severus interrupted him immediately. I only wish for her happiness. Lucius shrugged, ceasing further persuasion. Angelia had toiled tirelessly throughout the day, and scarcely had she returned to her chamber than she succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was the haunting sight she encountered upon her arrival at Spider's Tail Alley that was so dreadful it plunged her into nightmares. When Angelia once more beheld that terrifying figure in her dream, she awoke with a start, gasping for breath. Outside, the moonlight poured in like water, casting a soft, ethereal glow through the clear window, bathing the room in a hazy luminescence. Angelia bit her lip. The figure from her dreams lingered before her, refusing to dissipate. She dared not close her eyes and succumb to sleep once more. Strangely, she found herself yearning to see Snape. Angelia slipped on her slippers and stepped out of her room. Severus's chamber lay not far from hers, and as she ambled towards it, she unexpectedly noticed that the light inside was still aglow. Uncle Severus? She softly called from the threshold. Severus was in a state of turmoil. Angelia's visage and Lucius's words flitted through his mind, rendering him incapable of sleep. He had just unearthed a rare tome on potion-making from the Malfoy family library, intending to immerse himself in it throughout the night, when he suddenly perceived Angelia's voice seeming to resonate from beyond the door. He approached and opened it, finding Angelia standing there with her head bowed, appearing utterly forlorn. What troubles you? Upon catching sight of her, the cacophony of thoughts in Severus's mind abruptly quieted. He crouched down to meet her gaze, his voice softened to a gentle whisper. Angelia suddenly leaped into his embrace, her voice trembling slightly as she confessed. I had a nightmare. Severus, with a resigned sigh, lifted her and placed her gently upon his bed, then waved his wand to secure the door. What kind of nightmare did you experience? He inquired with an exceptionally gentle tone. He sat at the edge of the bed, drawing the blanket over Angelia to keep her warm, and soothingly patted her. Angelia shook her head. In truth, the moment she laid eyes on Snape, the terror instilled by her nightmares began to dissipate significantly. Yet, she still lacked the courage to return to sleep alone. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Snape refrained from pressing her further. His voice softened. Then rest here. I shall remain by your side. Is that agreeable? Angelia nodded, then shook her head. Can Uncle Severus come up to sleep? I am frightened. Her eyes reflected a lingering fear that Severus could not dismiss. In response to her hopeful gaze, Severus removed his outer robe and laid down beside her. As soon as he settled, she instinctively curled up against him, pulling one of his arms into her embrace, her face finally breaking into a sweet smile. Severus allowed her to hold his arm, quietly admiring her soft profile. And all his chaotic thoughts vanished without a trace. As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. Perhaps due to the comforting presence of Severus, Angelia quickly drifted back to sleep. She tightly clung to his arm, pressing her face against it, the familiar scent of potions enveloping her senses, bringing forth a serene smile. Her breathing was remarkably steady, and gradually, Severus too succumbed to slumber, lying beside her. They both enjoyed a deep and restful sleep until the following morning when Angelia finally opened her eyes. Severus remained in a deep slumber. In truth, such peaceful rest was rare for him. The path he had chosen necessitated constant vigilance, and it was only in Angelia's presence that he could fully relax. Angelia gazed at Severus Snape before her, blinking in bewilderment as the memories of the previous night gradually returned. While she continued to ponder the events of last night, Snape suddenly stirred to consciousness. He appeared still ensnared in the remnants of slumber, and, upon glimpsing Angelia, he drew her into his embrace. A blissful smile suffused with affection illuminating his face as he murmured, "Stay with me a while longer." Angelia found herself bewilderedly enveloped in his embrace, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation at hand. After a few moments, Severus's consciousness abruptly returned. He realized that Angelia's delicate head was nestled within his arms, and he finally grasped the gravity of his actions. Startled by the heat of the moment, Severus instinctively released her, his countenance reverting to its customary stoic demeanor. He sat up, rubbing his temples, feeling an apprehension at the thought of meeting Angelia's confused gaze. Angelia discerned from his reaction that he had once again mistaken her for that woman, Leah. Her beautiful brows gently furrowed, and a sense of inexplicable emotion stirred within her. Nevertheless, she softly broke the silence, saying, "Uncle Shifu, I shall return to change my attire now. We shall meet shortly." Angelia refrained from mentioning the recent incident. Severus often unconsciously associated her with that woman. She was aware of their striking resemblance and perhaps a deeper connection. Yet, she seemed increasingly preoccupied with this matter. Without awaiting Severus's response, indeed, she had no intention of waiting, she promptly left his chamber after uttering her words. "Damn it, what have I done?" Severus muttered beneath his breath, covering his face in frustration. He ought not to have let his guard down. In Angelia's presence, he was perpetually reminded of her, and in his groggy state upon awakening, he had even mistaken her for returning, as if time had reverted to that fateful day. Having made his decision, he could no longer allow matters to proceed in this manner. Severus rubbed his face, feeling somewhat apprehensive about confronting Angelia, sensing that events were spiraling beyond his control. If there was still time, he must restore everything to its rightful course. She deserved the opportunity to choose anew. Severus abandoned their agreement, donning his outer robe in a fit of agitation before vanishing from Malfoy Manor with a flicker of apparition. Angelia changed her attire and descended the stairs, only to be surprised by the absence of Snape. "You have finally returned," Draco remarked, pouting in a manner that conveyed his grievance as he cast a sidelong glance at Angelia. "Yesterday, you left me and Harry alone in the frigid Malfoy Manor while you ventured out to enjoy yourself. Do you even care about me?" Lucius, with a sinister grin, interjected. "The frigid Malfoy Manor?" Draco shivered involuntarily, quickly adjusting his expression to a forced smile as he corrected himself. "I meant the cozy Malfoy Manor." Meanwhile, Harry struggled to suppress his laughter, raising his glass to gulp down a hefty amount of pineapple juice. The acidity of the drink contorted his face, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Angelia was plunged into a deep gloom, listlessly slicing the steak on her plate, deliberately ignoring Draco's inquiries. With Lucius present, Draco dared not speak further. Narcissa's absence left Angelia unwilling to assist, knowing that provoking Lucius would surely lead to punishment. After quietly finishing his breakfast, Lucius made his way to the study with his cane, while Draco, filled with a sense of melancholy, approached Angelia with his tray in hand. "Are you venturing out today?" Angelia recalled her agreement with Snape from the previous night, and her mood soured further. Irritated, she dumped the minced steak onto Draco's plate, urging him to eat more. Draco gazed at the meat powder atop his steak, tilting his head in curiosity as he asked, "What is troubling you? Are you feeling unwell?" Angelia's current state is merely a reflection of a fleeting discontent, rather than an indiscriminate assault stemming from emotional turmoil. Draco possesses a profound understanding of her sentiments. "No." Angelia pouted, reluctant to speak further, and Draco ceased his inquiries. He leaned his fair, delicate face closer to her, a faint blush grazing his ears. "In light of your somber mood, I shall reluctantly allow you to pinch my face," he proclaimed with a hint of pride, though his gaze remained tender. Angelia finally managed a faint smile, gently pinching Draco's cheek. Her mood seemingly lifted considerably. Harry, on the other hand, endeavored to shrink himself into a round, bulbous shape, feeling rather superfluous. The texture of Draco's face was delightful, prompting Angelia to lean in closer, as if to discern the secret behind his flawless skin. Their proximity was striking, causing Harry to nearly bury his head in his plate, regretting his decision to sit at this table for dinner. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the air, Severus Snape. His countenance darkened, placed a large bag filled with assorted cakes on the table. "The cakes I promised you yesterday." Snape's voice was icily cold. His narrowed eyes sweeping over Draco, who was uncomfortably close to Angelia, his palm clenching tightly. "You two, continue," Snape uttered through gritted teeth. Both Draco and Angelia froze in place, while Harry acutely sensed the perilous atmosphere, wishing he could dive into his plate and hide among the steak. "Draco!" A sharp voice echoed from the stairs. Lucius's commanding tone jolted Draco, who instinctively straightened up. Perceiving the chill emanating from Snape, Lucius glanced helplessly at Harry, who appeared bewildered, at Angelia, who seemed aggrieved, and at the audacious Draco, before speaking sternly, "Come with me." With his head bowed, Draco slowly approached the stairs, while Lucius eyed his oblivious son, who remained blissfully unaware of Snape's icy demeanor, feeling exasperated. The audacity to court trouble in front of his godfather was indeed commendable. If he did not intervene soon, it seemed likely that his foolish son would face a turbulent time at Hogwarts. As Lucius led Draco upstairs, Harry sensed the oppressive atmosphere intensifying and, declaring that he was full, hastily made his escape. The room was left with only Angelia and Snape, who turned her head away from him, while he remained dark-faced, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally broke the stalemate. "You're only in your first year. You should be more cautious." His voice was somewhat hoarse. "Draco is quite commendable, but perhaps you both could afford to wait a bit longer." Angelia felt an inexplicable turmoil within her. She raised her head defiantly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I understand. We are in no rush." Severus clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his emotions as he forced a smile to grace his lips. "That is reassuring. There are matters at the school that require my attention. I shall take my leave." As Angelia's gaze subtly shifted, she noticed the whitened knuckles clenched in his hand, and inexplicably, the heaviness in her heart dissipated. "Did Uncle Severus not promise to accompany me today?" Her voice softened once more. Snape paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to her face. Yet the smile at the corners of his lips bore a hint of bitterness. "I apologize. I have other matters to attend to today. I recall a delightful restaurant on Cowell Street in London. Perhaps you might consider visiting it with Draco. Will Uncle Severus not join me?" A gentle, sweet smile graced Angelia's face, yet her eyes reflected earnestness. "No, I have obligations." Snape observed the sweetness of her smile, but an image of her and Draco huddled together inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The two were of similar age, and their harmonious closeness was striking. Angelia remained silent, her gaze fixed upon a glass of pineapple juice on the table, as Snape turned to depart. It was not until his figure vanished into the ether that the smile on Angelia's face faded. A bag of cake still lay upon the table. However, Angelia found herself lacking an appetite and promptly tossed the bag to Harry. "This cake is delicious. Do try some." Harry caught the bag she offered, astonishment filling his eyes as he noted the numerous pieces within, pointing at himself in disbelief. "All for me?" "Indeed." Harry, exercising caution, raised a concern. "Professor Snape and Draco will be displeased." "Draco should not emerge for a while," Angelia replied, casting a sympathetic glance at the firmly shut study door. "Professor Snape will remain oblivious." Harry glanced at the bag of cake in his hands, suddenly feeling as though it weighed a ton. What if we save some for Draco? In case Professor Snape becomes angry, it would be wise to have someone to share the blame. If he comes out early, you can divide it together. If he waits until evening, I shall return with more provisions. Angelia arched an eyebrow. "Though I believe it is more likely he will be released later tonight." "Are you heading out?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Alone?" "I have matters to attend to and may be home late," Angelia replied, a hint of resignation curling her lips. "But I shall bring back something for you." A gentle warmth filled Harry's eyes, making him appear exceedingly obedient. He cradled the bag of cake, softly advising, "Very well. Take care on your way." The endearing Harry was utterly charming, prompting Angelia to soften her tone. "I understand. See you tonight." "See you tonight." Angelia flicked her wand, vanishing from Malfoy Manor in a wisp of shadow. Originally, she had granted the members of the Pure Blood Society a Christmas holiday, but today's plans had been abruptly cancelled. Unwilling to squander the rare opportunity away from school, she made her way directly to the estate that Rogier had acquired in England. Since Angelia began her studies at Hogwarts, Rogier had taken up residence in the English manor. It was just past 8 in the morning when he prepared to descend for breakfast, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of a woman from the adjacent room. She wore a black silk camisole that accentuated her alluring figure, the fabric clinging to her curves, revealing ample swathes of porcelain skin. Her long, golden-brown curls cascaded over her shoulders, with a few rebellious strands playfully slipping into her neckline. Barefoot on the floor, the briefness of her nightgown failed to conceal her slender, elegant legs. Rogier's gaze deepened. "Good morning, Mr. Rogier," Lena purred, drawing closer with a beguiling smile, the faint aroma of roses wafting towards him with her movements. Rogier averted his eyes with restraint. "Good morning. If you're awake, please join me for breakfast." The moment Hogwarts closed for the holiday, Lena had appeared in his living room with her luggage in tow. He could not refuse her request for lodging, and thus she had seamlessly settled into his home. The scent of roses, once his favorite fragrance, perpetually lingered around her. Lena could not comprehend why two people who were evidently in love could not be together. She endeavored with all her might to draw nearer to him. And while he understood her intentions, he could not bring himself to acquiesce. He felt unworthy of her now. Without casting another glance at Lena, Rogier strode purposefully downstairs. While her smile gradually faded as she observed his retreating figure, was he still unable to accept their fate? They shared a silent breakfast. And just as Rogier sought an excuse to leave, Angelia arrived. "Do you have a moment?" she inquired, her demeanor noticeably somber, her voice lacking the usual cheerfulness. "Yes. Please instruct us." Rogier and Lena immediately stood, bowing respectfully. "Let us proceed to the study." Angelia was not inclined to discuss serious matters in the living room. She indifferently tossed out a remark, prompting Rogier to immediately straighten up and lead her to the study. Once the three of them settled into the study, Angelia inquired, "How is the potion shop faring?" "Everything is operating smoothly. We have received several orders for potion production. However, the requested potions are not particularly complex, and our team is more than capable of handling the preparations." As the conversation shifted to work, a serious expression enveloped Rogier's face. "The beauty potions are selling exceedingly well, and the market has been successfully established. Yet, the current demand for these potions has outstripped our supply. Moreover, there is a shop in Diagon Alley, Madame Pimpernel's Beauty Potion Emporium, which evidently overlaps with our business. She has sent people to purchase our beauty potions on several occasions, seemingly intent on replicating our formulas." Angelia raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. "If she wished to replicate the formula, so be it. I have refined the recipe. The next batch will incorporate this new formulation, yielding even greater results." Rogier still bore a hint of concern. What if she purchased the new potion and attempted to replicate it? She might discover that the two potion recipes appeared identical, yet their effects would be entirely distinct. A subtle smile graced the corners of Angelia's lips. She will remain oblivious to the true formula, regardless of how many potion masters she enlists to study it. The second recipe has been meticulously crafted, imposing a stricter selection process on the potion ingredients and altering the sequence in which several components are introduced. After comparing the second potion with the first, even Snape could only discern that the order of the ingredients had been modified. However, it was evident that the enhanced efficacy of the potion stemmed from the meticulously selected ingredients. Angelia harbored no concern that others might replicate her formula, even if they did. It mattered little. She could always enhance the original recipe, while those who attempted to mimic her would forever remain one step behind. Although the beauty elixirs sold quite well, they could not be the cornerstone of her enterprise. Our principal focus remained the sale of high-grade potions and the acceptance of potion-making commissions, Angelia advised. As for the beauty elixirs, the brewing process is not particularly arduous, yet relying solely on my efforts to supply the stock is quite taxing. Choose a few loyal individuals with commendable potion-making skills. I shall impart the potion-making process to them, and henceforth, the production of the beauty elixirs shall be entrusted to their capable hands. Understood, Rosiel replied dutifully. Furthermore, we might seek an opportunity to negotiate a business arrangement with St. Mungo's, Angelia remarked with a cunning smile. The demand for potions within the magical realm is perhaps most pronounced in hospitals, and St. Mungo's must possess its own procurement channels. Dispatch someone to engage them regarding potion supplies. Do not concern yourself overly with profit margins. Ensuring we do not incur losses is sufficient. Aim to secure as many supply lines from St. Mungo's as possible. Rosiel promptly grasped her intent. St. Mungo's represented a long-term, stable channel for potion sales. By initially establishing low-cost supply routes, future collaborations would inevitably lead to the emergence of new sales avenues, allowing for profit at a later stage. Perhaps they could also sever the previous supply line established with St. Mungo's. This matter was evidently of great significance, and Rosiel immediately bowed respectfully, responding, "Yes. I shall attend to it personally." Since entering Hogwarts, Angelia had scarcely attended to the affairs of the Pure Blood Party. Fortunately, with Rogier's exceptional capabilities, he managed the organization with remarkable efficiency in her absence. Yet, certain matters still necessitated her personal decision-making. With no other pressing engagements today, Angelia seized the opportunity to occupy Rogier's study and diligently addressed the backlog of tasks. The pile of work was neither insignificant nor overwhelming, and by the time she stretched her stiff neck and set down her quill, dusk had enveloped the sky. Rogier, seated across from her, continued to furrow his brow as he perused the documents in hand. He had not left her side since she commenced her work in the study, tirelessly attending to paperwork, with Lena even assisting him with a portion of it. It was only at this moment that Angelia realized the extent of Rogier's workload. "I appreciate your efforts," she remarked sincerely, observing Rogier as he finally set down his documents. He looked momentarily taken aback, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This is merely my duty," he replied. Yet, witnessing the fatigue etched upon his features, a pang of guilt surged within Angelia. She suddenly perceived a resemblance between Rogier's plight and that of Severus Snape, who had been similarly strained under Dumbledore's demands. Had she, like Dumbledore, been exploiting her subordinate? Angelia suddenly shivered. "Shall I send someone over to assist you? It seems rather arduous for you to handle this alone." Angelia raised an eyebrow and gazed at him. "Alternatively, if you have someone suitable to spare, that would suffice as well." Rogier sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. "Everyone is currently occupied with their own responsibilities. No one can be reassigned at this moment." "No matter," she replied. "I am still capable of managing these tasks." Angelia seemed to perceive the weary Severus Snape, and she withdrew her gaze, speaking softly. "Then I shall trouble you to endure a little longer. I will summon Lena back to assist you in June." The expression on Rosiel's face momentarily froze, a mixture of joy and resignation, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering any words of refusal. Time had grown late, and Angelia rose to take her leave from Rosiel Manor, preparing to return. While intending to apparate to Malfoy Manor, her thoughts inexplicably shifted, and she found herself instead at Spinner's End. The atmosphere was as grim and frigid as her previous visit. The lights in Snape's home were unlit. Angelia cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. A potent aroma of whiskey assaulted her senses, and she furrowed her brow as her eyes gradually adjusted to the dim surroundings. She beheld Snape, slumped on the sofa in slumber, accompanied by empty bottles strewn about. A full bottle of whiskey had been nearly depleted, and Snape clutched an exquisite glass, its spherical ice cubes having melted almost entirely, indicating he had been asleep for quite some time. The fireplace remained unlit, casting the room into near darkness, compelling Angelia to ignite the tip of her wand as she approached him. The once subtle scent of potions that clung to Snape had been entirely overwhelmed by the stench of alcohol. His face bore an unusual flush, tinged with a faint redness at the corners of his eyes, portraying a semblance of fragility. Fragility? Angelia was taken aback by this descriptor. How could this old bat, who instilled fear throughout Hogwarts, possibly be associated with such a term? She gazed intently at Snape's face. His dark hair fell somewhat disheveled against his cheek, while his brow was gently furrowed, and his exquisite, thin lips were pressed tightly together. Angelia drew closer, bringing the tip of her wand near Snape's eye and ear, finally confirming that the thin flush of red was not merely a figment of her imagination. He lay defenseless on the sofa, asleep. Angelia was acutely aware that his vulnerability was only in her presence. The entrance of even a second person into the room would rouse him instantly. With a resigned sigh, she felt all her emotions dissipate with that soft exhalation. She waved her wand, moving him into the bedroom and placing him on the large bed, removing his shoes and outer robe, and pulling a nearby blanket over him. The room lacked a fireplace, and the warming charm she had cast on herself before leaving the Rosier Manor was gradually losing its efficacy. The encroaching chill enveloped her, making her acutely aware of the room's coldness. In the absence of a fireplace in the bedroom, Snape, having consumed alcohol, felt no cold. In fact, he sensed a certain warmth. However, Angelia, concerned he might catch a chill, cast warming charms on both his blanket and mattress. In his slumber, Snape found himself growing increasingly warm, irritably tossing aside the cozy blanket and seizing the unenchanted pillow beside him to cradle. The coolness of the pillow against his skin alleviated the overwhelming heat radiating from his body, allowing his furrowed brow to relax, and he drifted back into a deeper sleep. Angelia glared at him, disdainfully casting the blanket aside before seizing the cold pillow and cradling it in her arms. The air was frigid, and with a resigned sigh, Angelia made no effort to reclaim the pillow. Instead, she reached out to cover him with the blanket once more. To her surprise, Severus abruptly furrowed his brow, raising his hand to toss the blanket aside again. Angelia, filled with indignation, clenched her teeth and reached out to seize the pillow from his grasp. She intended to pull it away, but to her surprise, Snape clung to the pillow with unwavering determination, even opening his eyes to gaze at her. Momentarily caught in the depths of his dark eyes, Angelia faltered, her grip loosening slightly. Snape furrowed his brow in confusion as he scrutinized her, then abruptly shut his eyes, shook his head, and turned his gaze back to her. After a brief pause, he gently spoke her name. Angelia? Angelia raised an eyebrow in surprise. He actually did not mistake her for that woman. Before she could utter a word, Snape extended a hand towards her, his voice remarkably gentle. Would you mind staying with me for a while? Angelia had never encountered such a version of Snape. Yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the atmosphere surrounding them. She obediently settled onto the bed beside him, gently grasping his outstretched hand, her voice as delicate and soft as a feather. All right, sleep now. Snape clasped her small hand in his palm and peacefully closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber once more. The hour was quite late, and after a moment of quiet contemplation beside him, Angelia confirmed that he was deeply asleep before she quietly withdrew her hand, intending to leave. To her surprise, the moment her hand slipped from Snape's grasp, he instantly opened his eyes. Angelia? His voice held a hint of confusion. I merely wished to fetch you a glass of water, she said with a sheepish smile, returning her hand to his palm. Evidently, the inebriated Snape's faculties had diminished. He harbored no skepticism toward her clumsy excuse, merely staring blankly at the soft hand that had returned to him before drifting off to sleep once more. The wait for Angela grew longer this time, until Snape's breathing became steady and prolonged, and his grip on her hand loosened. Only then did she attempt to withdraw her hand once more. Yet, before she could successfully pull it back, Snape's eyes fluttered open again. Do not go, he implored, tightening his grasp on her partially withdrawn hand. I realize I should not utter such words. I am merely unaccustomed to you being so close to others. I will strive to adapt. I shall not interfere with you. Please, trust me. The anguish in his voice was profoundly palpable, prompting Angela to instinctively attempt to retract her hand. However, Snape seemed to sense her intention and immediately tightened his hold. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, the depth of which tugged at Angela's heartstrings. It seemed he was referring to the argument they had that morning, yet his words were not entirely confined to that incident, leaving Angela bewildered. Was his discomfort regarding her closeness to others specifically about her interaction with Draco? Why was it so significant? What did he mean by not interfering? Angelia was perplexed by his meaning, her gaze lowered in contemplation as she remained silent. In Snape's eyes, the sorrow gradually transformed into despair. I implore you, no matter the circumstances, do not abandon me. Angelia felt an inexplicable pain rising within her, a mysterious emotion that seemed to have no origin. She furrowed her brow in response. This unaccountable feeling filled her with a deep sense of agitation, as if an alien emotion had been suddenly thrust into her being, leaving her unable to escape its grasp, rendered helpless by this sudden onslaught of sentiment. Snape's gaze gradually became hazy once more. He looked at Angelia with a stubborn intensity, yet his eyes began to lose focus, the drowsiness brought on by alcohol clouding his consciousness yet again. Once more, it was Leah. Angelia was perplexed by her own emotions, increasingly preoccupied with Leah and growing ever more irritable. With a sudden motion, she wrenched her arm from Severus's grasp and, brandishing her wand, vanished into thin air. The lights of Malfoy Manor still glowed warmly, and Angelia materialized amidst the air, her countenance deeply troubled. Lucius, engrossed in a book upon the sofa, lifted his gaze upon her return, but was taken aback by the exhaustion and agitation etched upon her face. What is the matter? Lucius inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Has something occurred? Angelia's heart was in turmoil, and she felt an urgent need to confide in someone. Upon hearing Lucius's inquiry, a sense of grievance suddenly welled up within her, causing her eyes to redden instantly. Before she could utter a word, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Lucius was taken aback. Leaping to his feet and guiding Angelia to the sofa beside him, he yearned to ask her what was amiss, yet feared that his questions might further frighten her. He opened and closed his mouth several times, ultimately suppressing his concern and softening his tone as he spoke. What troubles you? Has something happened? Uncle Lucius. Angelia's voice was fraught with distress, her fair complexion adorned with two streams of tears, her eyes now a shade of crimson. Uncle Cipher. He refuses to cover himself and insists on holding the pillow. The voice of Angelia was laden with accusation, and Lucius's expression froze in place. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a hoarse voice. Is it merely because of this? Certainly not. Angelia initially wished to inquire about the woman. Yet as the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. What was it that truly weighed on her mind? Was it the indignation of being mistaken for someone else? Or perhaps the concern that Uncle Shifu's kindness towards her stemmed solely from his affection for Leah? Yet, why should she be troubled by such matters? If there indeed existed a connection between herself and Leah, then it was understandable that he, as Leah's former lover, would extend his goodwill towards her as an extension of his feelings. Moreover, from their very first encounter, he had exhibited an extraordinary warmth towards her, an attention that even Draco had never been afforded. He had consistently treated her with such kindness, so why? Upon realizing that this benevolence might be rooted in his love for Leah, did it bring her such sorrow? Angelia's heart was in turmoil. She could scarcely discern whether her sorrow was genuine or merely a byproduct of inexplicable emotions. Observing Angelia lost in thought and silent, Lucius gently furrowed his brow. What, after all, had Severus done? Angelia was certainly not the type to weep merely because he clutched a pillow without covering himself with a blanket. The two remained silently absorbed in their divergent thoughts until the gentle voice of Narcissa called from the staircase, drawing them back from their reveries. Darling, you're back? Narcissa, clad in her nightgown, descended the stairs. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? As she approached Angelia and Lucius, she noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. What is the matter? Narcissa inquired, glancing between them in confusion. Lucius subtly shook his head, casting a veiled glance at Angelia. Aunt Narcissa, Angelia finally spoke. Lifting her gaze to meet Narcissa's, her usually clever and cunning eyes now filled with uncertainty. May I speak with you? Of course, my dear. Narcissa's heart softened instantly. She reached out to gently tousle Angelia's hair, her voice imbued with tenderness. Let us go to the bedroom and talk. Let your Uncle Lucius spend the night alone. Lucius looked up at Narcissa in disbelief. Sissy, unmoved, Narcissa took hold of Angelia's small hand and began to ascend the stairs. Angelia felt a pang of guilt towards Lucius and turned back to offer him an apologetic smile. Lucius, feigning magnanimity, returned a slight smile to Angelia, yet inwardly resolved to spend the night in the study, attending to paperwork. How could he possibly sleep without Sissy by his side? Once they locked the bedroom door and sat on the bed, Narcissa finally spoke softly. What is wrong, my dear? Have you encountered a problem? Angelia had always held a deep affection for Narcissa. She felt liberated from the constraints imposed by Lucius. Yet unease crept in as she bit her lip. I feel rather strange lately. Upon hearing this candid confession, Narcissa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It resonated like the preamble of a heartfelt disclosure between close friends about their romantic interests. Although Angelia was merely 11 years old, her unique circumstances rendered it entirely natural for her to have someone she admired. It was a pity for Severus, who had devoted so many years only to see his cherished one swept away by another's youthful affections. While Narcissa's mind whirled with thoughts, she maintained an outward demeanor of gentle attentiveness. Angelia lowered her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Her voice softened considerably. To be precise, both Uncle Severus and I found it rather peculiar. Narcissa, who had anticipated hearing tales of Severus being usurped, questioned, why is it him again? Where is that wolf cub? Angelia subtly lifted her gaze to Narcissa, observing the gentle expression upon her face, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Recently, I had often heard the name Leah from Uncle Severus's lips, as he seemed to frequently conflate me with her. On one occasion, I discovered a photograph of that woman with Uncle Severus in his bedroom, which provoked a considerable outburst from him. Subsequently, he mentioned that the woman bore some relation to me, and indeed, we bore a striking resemblance. However, he insisted that this woman was not my mother, nor was he my father. A slight fissure finally appeared in Narcissa's previously gentle demeanor. Father? Narcissa's voice lost some of its earlier tranquility, yet Angelia remained oblivious to this shift. Yes, I had previously believed him to be my father. Angelia furrowed her brow in distress, expressing. But later he clarified that he was not. Angelia finally noticed the peculiar expression on Narcissa's face. Her voice faltered for a moment, then trembled slightly as she questioned. Could he be deceiving me? No, he is certainly not your father. Upon hearing this, Narcissa immediately began to frantically wave her hands and shake her head. terrified that she might be misunderstood. Angelia appeared to exhale with relief, yet a hint of melancholy seeped into her voice. Recently, I have found myself developing certain feelings towards a woman named Leah. I cannot shake the concern that Uncle Severus has mistaken me for her. What perplexes me is why I care so deeply about this. After hearing the full narrative, Narcissa seemed to grasp the underlying dynamics of the situation. However, she deemed it unwise for Angelia to be privy to such matters at this time, especially since Severus was determined to keep them concealed. Thus, she refrained from divulging anything to her. Angelia remained oblivious to Narcissa's thoughts as she continued to dwell in her own musings. Recently, during my moments spent with Uncle Severus, I occasionally experience a peculiar blend of familiarity and strangeness, a sensation that has never graced me before. Moreover, there seems to be an inexplicable emotion that suddenly arises within me, yet I am acutely aware that it does not belong to me. Angelia was evidently perplexed. Her lovely little face contorted in confusion. What exactly was the matter? Narcissa maintained her gentle smile, yet the gravity in her gaze gradually deepened. Angelia unconsciously tilted her head, seemingly striving to articulate the sensation she was experiencing. It was as if she ought to have reacted to the matter at hand, yet the memory eluded her, leaving her body to respond on its own, while she remained perplexed by the whole affair. Contemplating this, Angelia diligently delved into her recollections, firmly convinced that there were neither gaps nor alterations within them. Given her proficiency in memory concealment, achieving a flawless modification of her memories would be an arduous task, one that even a wizard of Dumbledore's remarkable prowess would find insurmountable. Thus, the likelihood of her memories being tampered with was virtually non-existent. It was precisely for this reason that she found herself engulfed in confusion over the matter. Narcissa's smile softened further. Do not fret. It may merely be an illusion born from your recent multitude of affairs and insufficient rest. Angelia possessed no experience in this matter, yet she held an unwavering trust in Narcissa. She gently blinked, nodding with a half-understanding. Is that so? I suppose it is, but when do you have time? Perhaps we could visit St. Mungo's for a checkup. Narcissa affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. A checkup would indeed bring peace of mind. All right, Angelia obediently nodded, her eyes brimming with trust, which stirred a deep sense of guilt within Narcissa. Fearing that lingering too long might reveal something to Angelia, she reluctantly spoke. Then would you mind going to sleep? Perhaps I should return to comfort your Uncle Lucius. Angelia displayed a sweet smile, obediently lying down and tucking herself under the covers. Her voice, gentle and soft, floated through the air. Aunt Narcissa, you may return now. I can manage on my own. Good night, darling, Narcissa cooed, affectionately pinching her cheek. Good night, Aunt Narcissa. With measured steps, Narcissa exited Angelia's room. The moment the door clicked shut, the smile on her face was swiftly replaced by a grave expression. As she passed the study, Narcissa was surprised to find the light still aglow within. Lucius was hunched over the desk, engrossed in the documents before him, a substantial pile stacked on his right, indicating that he had no intention of sleeping tonight. Not sleeping tonight? Narcissa inquired, standing at the threshold of the study. Lucius immediately lifted his head. I can't sleep. His expression softened, the proud arch of his eyes drooping slightly, making him appear rather pitiful. Yet, Narcissa feigned ignorance, her voice still gentle, then dimmed the light a little. Don't strain your eyes. I shall return to sleep. With that, she turned to leave. Seeing his plan falter, Lucius lowered his gaze in disappointment, returning to the documents, her tender words echoing in his mind. I shall return to sleep. Suddenly, he raised his head, glancing at the ajar study door, realization dawning upon him. The disheveled files in his hands were hastily closed and tossed aside as he stood up in a rush, hurrying back to the bedroom. Narcissa was half reclined against the headboard, lost in thought, the warm yellow light illuminating her profile, imparting an aura of softness and warmth. A gentle smile involuntarily graced Lucius's lips as he approached the bed and leaned down, almost brushing against her lips, when a delicate hand suddenly halted his advance. Narcissa firmly pushed his face away, her expression serious as she spoke. It seems Angelia's health has encountered some issues. Lucius's romantic musings were instantly dispelled by her words. What is wrong with her? She seems to be recalling past events, Narcissa replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps the contract has weakened. Lucius's brow knitted in concern. We must inform Severus. I shall go right away. He began to rise. Narcissa swiftly reached out to grasp his arm, gently reassuring him. Do not rush. He is likely still drunk and hasn't sobered up yet. Moreover, Angelia is already asleep. There is no need to hurry. We can tell him tomorrow. The tender words of the person beside him made Lucius understand that urgency was unwarranted. He acquiesced to her gentle pull and took a seat, leaning to plant a soft kiss near her ear. "Then we shall tell him tomorrow." Narcissa shot him a playful glare, though it lacked any real malice, and her expression of resigned amusement only enhanced her allure. Lucius's throat bobbed as he leaned in to kiss her. But a sudden noise from the fireplace below interrupted the moment. "Is someone home?" As the two exchanged glances, Lucius promptly donned his attire and turned to descend the stairs. In the living room, Severus sat on the sofa, his disheveled hair a testament to his turmoil. "What brings you here at this hour? Have you not indulged a bit too much?" Lucius inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Sobered up, have we?" Severus wore an expression mingled with regret and despair. His head bowed low as he spoke in a hushed tone. "I uttered words that should have remained unspoken." "I had an inkling," Lucius replied, settling beside him with a shrug. "No wonder Angelia returned in tears." "She cried?" Severus's gaze shot up, the bitterness in his eyes deepening. "What did she say?" Lucius regarded him with a knowing look. "She mentioned that Uncle Severus refused to cover himself with a blanket and insisted on clutching a pillow." Severus lifted his head, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Was that all she said? What else transpired?" Lucius widened his eyes in astonishment, but quickly masked his expression, speaking nonchalantly. "Though I am unaware of the specifics, Narcissa conversed with her for quite some time. Perhaps she possesses further insight. Narcissa has not yet retired. I shall summon her. And there is something of great importance I must reveal to you." Lucius teased the suspense, striding upstairs. Severus, however, was not preoccupied with those latter words. His urgency lay in discovering Angelia's reaction. Narcissa soon appeared, having changed her attire, and upon spotting Severus, she directly stated, "It seems Angelia is on the verge of recalling her past." Severus froze, the questions he had prepared evaporating, leaving only Narcissa's recent proclamation echoing in his mind. Without granting him a moment to process, Narcissa swiftly summarized Angelia's condition. Upon hearing the inexplicable emotions and familiarity, Severus grasped her implication. "Are you suggesting the contract may be loosening?" Weary, he rubbed his temples. Having consumed too much wine that evening, he had already strained his faculties to be present. And now this revelation sent a jolt of pain through his mind. Lucius instructed a house elf to fetch a calming potion, handing it to Severus with a resigned tone. "Drink this. You must remain composed tonight." "Thank you," Severus said, uncorking the vial and downing its contents. The potion coursed down his throat and into his stomach, enveloping him with a soothing enchantment that quelled his agitation. His expression steadied, and he spoke with resolve. "Tomorrow, I shall meticulously examine the contract within her." "Could you elaborate on her condition this evening?" "I realize I spoke erroneously," he began, but Narcissa interjected, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "In truth, I seem to have gleaned quite a few other things. I cannot disclose the particulars of our conversation, but perhaps I can provide a summary." Her face lit up with a mischievous glint. "I have proven that you are not her father." A rare hint of embarrassment flickered across Snape's face, while Lucius, astonished, turned to Narcissa and inquired, "What father?" Narcissa offered him a calming glance and continued, "In truth, I believe that perhaps Angelia has fallen in love with you anew." Snape clenched his fists suddenly. Perhaps the influence of the contract loosening could not be dismissed. Narcissa regarded him thoughtfully. "Then why not simply reveal the truth to her? Share a part of it, such as your shared past." "I do not wish to interfere with her choices," Snape replied, lowering his head to bury his face in his palms. "She has escaped the shadows and embraced a new life. I hope she is afforded the opportunity to choose again." "And what if she ultimately does not choose you?" Lucius regarded him earnestly. "What if she falls for someone else? She has no memory of her past and is surrounded by countless boys her age. What if she loves another? Then I shall quietly watch over her." Snape's voice was resolute and steady, though his hands trembled slightly. "I have become that sort of person. If she finds love elsewhere, I will only be grateful that she need not be tainted by darkness again. But you know she still—" Lucius could not help but interject, but was cut off by Snape's unwavering voice. "If she chooses a life free from filth, then those sordid deeds shall be mine to bear." At last, Snape lifted his head. Though his expression remained neutral, his tone softened. "I only wish for her happiness." Lucius fell silent, fully aware of Snape's feelings for Angelia, as well as the sacrifices he had made for her. What would happen if Angelia fell for another? He could not bear to witness her affection for someone else. How could he endure such a sight? He would likely fulfill her grim tasks in silence, bearing the weight of guilt until his quiet demise. Lucius sighed and shifted his gaze towards the staircase. If only she would not fall for another. Snape had sacrificed far too much for her. Alas, she remained oblivious to everything. After a prolonged silence, Narcissa spoke again. What if the contract loosens and she remembers on her own? Snape's expression grew grave as he shook his head. I will regularly check and reinforce her contract. She is still young. It is not suitable for her to know just yet. Furthermore, I am uncertain of any side effects that may arise from the contract being undone. I can only strive to maintain it, ideally for a lifetime. Severus. Lucius began softly, but Snape interrupted him. I cannot endure this once more, Lucius. I cannot bear even the slightest risk. Snape's voice was barely a whisper. He bowed his head, burying his face in his palms, and his despair radiated outward, entwining him like a dense web of silken threads. Lucius was reminded of the time after Leah's tragic demise, when Snape had cradled her lifeless body. Weeping to the point of coughing blood, driven to madness as he attempted to strike a bargain with death itself, Lucius cast his gaze down at Snape's right arm, where a grotesque scar, snaking along nearly the entirety of his limb, lay concealed beneath his sleeve. It was a wound inflicted by a sharp blade during his suicide attempt. A desperate measure to regulate the flow of blood, allowing him a fleeting glimpse of the Grim Reaper in his near-death state. In that moment, he had succeeded in reclaiming her from death's grasp, but at the cost of nearly half his own life. His arm no longer possessed its former agility. There were numerous intricate potions he could no longer concoct, and the potion research he had devoted himself to since his school days was now beyond his reach. Had it not been for that protective charm, perhaps today would mark the end of Severus Snape. Do not be so pessimistic, Lucius reassured, patting his shoulder and dispersing the suffocating despair that enveloped him. Perhaps if given another chance, she would still choose to love you. Narcissa finally spoke up. You must have faith in Leah. There was a truth known to neither Snape nor Lucius, but Narcissa was aware of it. The protection surrounding Snape, the very thing that had salvaged his life from the clutches of death, was a favor granted by Leah. Only she understood the depth of Leah's feelings for Snape. As profound and terrifying as his own, Snape had descended into madness, contemplating suicide to barter with death for Leah. But what of Leah herself? She had simply chosen not to reveal this to him in the past, and now to disclose it would only burden him further. The following morning, Angelia unexpectedly spotted Snape at the dining table. He appeared utterly wretched, his complexion more pallid than usual, dark shadows under his eyes, and his brow etched with fatigue and unease. Upon noticing Angelia's approach, Snape mustered all his strength to offer a semblance of a gentle smile. Angelia averted her gaze, her expression indifferent, as if she were addressing someone irrelevant. Ah, you are finally awake, Draco remarked, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere between them. He pouted, revealing his displeasure. You didn't return last night until I fell asleep. Harry said you would bring me something to eat, yet you did not. Why have you been going out alone lately without taking me with you? As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly aggrieved, his delicate features contorted in a frown, and his eyes were filled with silent reproach directed at her. Lucius reflexively turned to glance at Snape, and upon seeing the frozen, gentle expression on his face, he immediately admonished, Draco, do not speak while eating. Draco appeared even more aggrieved, his gray eyes fixed unblinkingly on Angelia, silently conveying his grievances. His expression was rather amusing, causing a faint smile to bloom on Angelia's face. She reached out to tousle his hair before pulling out a chair to sit beside him. Snape abruptly clenched his hands, the neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh with a slight sting due to the force. He diverted his gaze to the steak before him, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. He needed to acclimate to her intimacy with others. It must be said, Harry's intuition was remarkably sharp. He almost instantly sensed the increasingly bizarre atmosphere at the dining table. He glanced at the oblivious Angelia and Draco, then at the taciturn Snape, Lucius, and Narcissa, quietly lowering his head to diminish his presence. The tension was palpable. He would rather be back at the Dursleys for dinner. Draco, seated beside Angelia, had developed a habit over the years of being particularly attentive to her at the table. He unconsciously refilled her drink when her cup ran dry, consumed the side dishes she disliked, and offered her a napkin whenever her hands became greasy. Throughout the meal, everyone except for Draco and Angelia seemed to suffer in silence, devoid of any enjoyment. Lucius and Narcissa vigilantly monitored Snape's expression, exchanging glances to signal their foolish son whenever possible, yet Draco hardly glanced their way throughout the meal. Snape, in contrast, was diligently trying to control his emotions, forcing himself to accept their closeness. Harry, on the other hand, appeared much simpler. He just wanted to finish eating and escape. Finally, breakfast concluded. Angelia was content with her meal. Draco was pleased to finally be able to speak. And Harry bolted outside to the backyard, where Alon awaited him for flying his broomstick. Angelia, we wish to discuss something with you, Narcissa said gracefully, dabbing her lips with her napkin. It concerns the matter we talked about last night. Perhaps you could come to the study? Angelia's gaze briefly flickered to Severus before returning, her voice softly articulating, "All right." The four individuals settled into the study, with Severus clasping his hands upon his lap, seemingly lost in thought as he focused intently on his fingertips, clearly not inclined to speak. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, and it was Narcissa who first broke the silence. "Darling, we would like Severus to conduct a preliminary examination of your health." Her voice was exceedingly gentle. "In truth, I have suddenly realized that while St. Mungo's may be more professional, the matter of confidentiality is evidently of paramount importance. Perhaps we should seek someone skilled in this area and trustworthy to perform an initial assessment." Angelia's gaze swept over Snape, who remained unmoved in his posture, as though the mention of his name did not pertain to him at all. "No matter." She averted her eyes and spoke in a subdued tone. Upon hearing her response, Snape finally stirred. He approached her and drew forth his wand, a waft of potion's cold fragrance dispersing towards her nostrils with his movement. "Relax. I need to penetrate your mind," he stated, his voice lacking the usual tenderness he reserved for her. Angelia lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and obediently eased her defenses. A peculiar, dark luminescence erupted from the tip of Snape's wand, swiftly burrowing into Angelia's mind. She sensed something invading her consciousness, yet it did not rummage through her memories. Rather, it delved deep within. After a moment, Snape withdrew his magic, and the dark glow at the wand's tip faded accordingly. He swayed slightly, as if struggling to maintain his composure, before reaching out to steady himself against a nearby bookshelf. Angelia noticed something amiss with Snape. She abruptly lifted her gaze, only to discover his pallid face drenched in sweat, his hand gripping the wand trembling slightly, suggesting an overexertion of magical energy. "What is troubling you?" Angelia inquired, her brow furrowed as she rose to support him. "How could your magical energy be so severely depleted?" "Nothing," Snape replied with an inscrutable demeanor, evading her touch as he leaned against the bookshelf to straighten himself. "Your condition seems to be merely a disruption of magical energy. I have just assisted in realigning the magic within your body. You should no longer experience those inexplicable emotional fluctuations." While it is indeed true that emotional upheavals can influence one's magical capacity, Angelia had never heard of magical disruptions affecting emotions. Given that Snape would not deceive her in such a peculiar manner, she felt no suspicion, despite her surprise. "Then allow me to assist you back to rest." Angeli, filled with concern, reached out to assist him, only to have Severus evade her touch. "No need," he said, his voice chillingly indifferent. "Lucius will escort me back." Lucius, who had been leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping tea while observing the scene, paused momentarily before resignedly rising to stand beside Severus. "Indeed, I can take her back." "You may return first," he remarked, offering Angeli a gentle smile. Yet, it was evident that her focus lay not on him. Her azure eyes remained fixed upon Severus, brimming with disbelief. "Allow me to accompany you back," Angeli urged, biting her lip as she extended her hand once more. Severus coldly recoiled from her grasp, his dark gaze locking onto hers. "I reiterate, I do not require your assistance." Angelia gazed at him for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a faint smile. "Very well," she uttered, turning on her heel and departing without affording him a second glance. The study door closed with a definitive thud, and Snape coughed violently, spitting blood, while his right hand trembled more violently. Lucius quickly reached out to steady him, his voice rising in alarm. "What is wrong with you?" "Pain relief." Snape gritted through clenched teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, the veins at his temple throbbing ominously. Narcissa, quick to react, found a vial of potion from the nearby cabinet, uncorked it, and handed it to him. Snape shakily swallowed the contents. Yet the agony in his hand showed no signs of abating. Instead, it began to spread outward. "Knock me out." Quickly, Snape's voice was laced with anguish, his entire body trembling under the intensity of the pain. Lucius swiftly drew his wand, pointing it at him. "Sleep." Snape immediately lost consciousness, collapsing to the floor, though his body continued to tremble involuntarily. After Angelia exited the study, she swiftly retreated to her bedroom, grappling with the perplexing shift in Severus's demeanor towards her, a stark reversal of 180 degrees. Wasn't everything perfectly amiable during breakfast? Regardless, His sudden indifference left her in a state of turmoil. She irritably flung herself onto her bed, yet her mind remained a chaotic whirl, refusing to untangle itself. I merely find it difficult to acclimate to your closeness with others. Angelia suddenly recalled what Snape had uttered last night in his inebriated state. Was he implying that he was unaccustomed to her proximity to others? What could this signify? Angelia pondered deeply over Snape's sudden emotional shifts during her interactions with Draco. Could it be? Angelia's pupils widened in astonishment. Could it be that Snape actually harbored disdain for Draco? Yet he is Draco's godfather. Angelia was reminded of the disparate treatment Snape afforded Draco compared to her, and she seemed to grasp something significant. Lucius brought Snape back to his chamber in Malfoy Manor, laying him upon the bed and observing his now steady form before finally lifting the curse. Almost immediately upon the incantation's application, Snape opened his eyes. Noticing the absence of anguish on Snape's face, Lucius exhaled a sigh of relief. What just transpired? I reinforced the contract with magic, Snape replied, his voice a mere whisper. Drained of vitality. The energy of the contract was too potent. It depleted my magic. And what of your hand? Lucius queried, eyeing Snape's still somewhat rebellious right hand. Surely this cannot be a mere consequence of magical exhaustion? The contract harbors the power of death, Snape observed, watching his trembling hand with resignation before closing his eyes momentarily. It is a lingering after-effect from years past. Lucius, noting Snape's frail demeanor, swallowed his multitude of questions for the time being. I shall summon a house elf to bring up 2 vials of magical replenishment. You should rest for now. Thank you, Snape murmured, his lips barely moving. With a soft sigh, Lucius departed the room. Snape shut his eyes again, yet the image of Angelia's last smile lingered in his mind. That smile was foreign, yet its message was undeniably potent. I have given you up. Merely contemplating this thought sent a pang of anguish through his very being. His earlier actions must have wounded her deeply. Even if she regarded him as merely an elder, she must have felt sorrow. Turning his gaze to his uncontrollably trembling right hand, Snape's eyes reflected a profound emptiness. He could not allow the contract to weaken any further. He lacked the strength to mend it once more. The wisest course would be to distance himself from her. The very notion caused his heart to constrict painfully, conjuring memories of Angelia smiling as she affectionately ruffled Draco's hair that very morning. How delightful it was. They had grown up together, attending the same school. Draco's attentiveness to her was meticulous, and he understood her preferences intimately. Perhaps. Snape furrowed his brow in anguish, hesitant to delve deeper into his thoughts. Yet he found himself powerless to suppress them. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Mr. Snape, the master has sent me to deliver your potion, came the voice of a house elf. Weary, Snape rubbed his temples. Come in. The depletion of Snape's magical energy was indeed profound. As he fell into slumber shortly after consuming a magical replenishment potion, Angeline lay upon her bed, pondering various matters, and soon succumbed to sleep as well. Lucius and Narcissa had been engaged in conversation with Snape throughout the night and rose early in the morning, now resting in their chamber. Thus, only Draco and Harry, frolicking on the backyard lawn with their brooms, remained awake in the entire manor. Hey, look at this, Draco exclaimed, performing an impressive aerial maneuver on his broom before hovering before Harry. Isn't it remarkable? Harry, distracted, responded nonchalantly. Yes, indeed impressive. Why are you acting like this? Draco dismounted his broom, sitting beside him with a discontented pout. It seems like you all have been keeping secrets from me lately. Noticing Draco had taken a seat beside him, Harry cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure their privacy before leaning closer to whisper. Have you sensed that the atmosphere between Angeline and Professor Snape has been rather unusual lately, Godfather? Draco looked at him in surprise, then pondered seriously. Not at all. Harry, feeling dejected, closed his mouth, swallowing back his subsequent words. That's good then. You stay here. I'll go take another flight. With that, Harry seized the broom that had been cast aside and soared into the distance. That fool, impossible to converse with. Draco watched as Harry gradually melded into the azure sky, tilting his head in bewilderment. Angelia slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon awakening, she found Lucius and Narcissa seated in the living room, engrossed in their books. Uncle Lucius. Aunt Narcissa, she greeted as she approached the sofa, noticing that only the 2 of them were present. Her brow furrowed slightly, yet she chose to remain silent. Darling, are you awake? Narcissa gently lifted her gaze upon hearing Angelia's voice. Are you hungry? Shall I summon the house elf to prepare something for you? Angelia shook her head, the thoughts that plagued her before sleep still haunting her, leaving her bereft of appetite. Noticing Angelia's silence, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, both recognizing a sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Snape was reluctant to disclose the matter to Angelia, and they found themselves powerless to intervene. Draco and Harry are in Draco's room. Perhaps you should pay them a visit, Narcissa remarked with a gentle smile. Draco has been mentioning you for quite some time. Angelia pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from inquiring about Snape, and turned to leave the living room. After a brief slumber, Snape felt a significant restoration of his magical energy. Rubbing his temples, he rose and made his way outside. As he opened the door, he caught sight of Angelia walking past him with an impassive expression before she entered Draco's bedroom. Snape averted his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and clenched his fist beneath his robes. After a moment, he managed to restore his usual demeanor and continued on his way. He had to adapt. Angelia caught sight of Snape. In truth, she was startled when he suddenly flung open the door. However, she chose not to acknowledge him and boldly strode directly into Draco's chamber. Did he not harbor disdain for Draco? Yet, she was determined to engage with Draco right before his very eyes. As Angela entered the room, Draco was engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Harry. The queen cannot move here, Draco exclaimed indignantly, returning his white queen to its original position. It can only move in this manner. A look of confusion crossed Harry's face, his emerald eyes shimmering with a dazed light. Utterly charming. Angelia approached him, extending her mischievous little hand to gently pinch his cheek. Her mood considerably brightened. Angelina, you have finally arrived, Draco exclaimed in frustration as he pushed the wizard's chess set aside. Quick, teach Harry. It was evident that Draco had been thoroughly exasperated in his attempts to instruct Harry in the intricacies of wizard's chess. In truth, he had yet to familiarize himself with all the pieces, and now it was entrusted to you. Without hesitation, Draco promptly climbed to the side, pulling Angelina to sit opposite Harry. Angelia gazed into Harry's bewildered eyes, unable to suppress a gentle smile, as her previously troubled mood finally brightened. Behold, this piece is called the King. It moves in this manner. This piece is known as the Knight. It moves in this way. Angelia's explanations were both detailed and patient, and whenever Harry occasionally struggled to understand, she was always quick to provide answers. With her assistance, Draco memorized the fundamental rules in less than half an hour. How impressive! When Harry accurately answered Angelia's question for the 5th time, Draco gasped in astonishment. Angelia, why don't you teach me like this tomorrow? Draco's eyes sparkled as he gazed at her. My father has tasked me with memorizing the entire compendium of rare potions during the holiday. Is there any way around it? None. Angelia coldly interrupted him. Dream on. Memorizing it word by word is far more reliable. Draco's smile faded, and he rested his chin in his hand, lowering his gaze in evident discontent, looking utterly aggrieved. That book is so difficult. I can't comprehend it, and I can't memorize it either. My father will surely punish me. His long eyelashes fluttered down, and his cherubic face, still carrying traces of baby fat, was cradled in his hand, while his rosy lips curved downward, exuding an air of vulnerability. Angelia gazed at him, her fingers itching with mischief as she raised her hand to pinch his cheek, only to find herself unsatisfied and pinch again. Draco looked at her with a hint of accusation, yet he did not shy away from her playful touch. Instead, he softly remarked, Are you trying to take advantage of me once more? Angelia was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then she playfully pinched his cheek. Isn't it just this book? I'll help you memorize it. Really? The lingering sorrow in Draco's eyes dissipated, replaced by a flicker of joy that illuminated his gray irises. Of course it's true, just memorizing a book. When have I ever deceived you? Angelia chuckled at his antics and reached out to pinch his face again. Draco did not flinch. Instead, he affectionately nuzzled against her hand, proclaiming, I knew you were the best. Harry lowered his gaze, intently studying the wizard chess in his hands, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of growing brightness within him. Lately, this sensation had become all too frequent, and he was beginning to acclimate to it. Snape descended the stairs and returned directly to Spinner's End, reluctant to remain at Malfoy Manor to witness the interaction between Angelia and Draco. The house was as cold as it had been when he left the previous night, the air still thick with the scent of whiskey. The sofa and the small tea table beside it were askew, a glass having toppled over, spilling melted ice water onto the table and leaving a small stain, an accident from his hurried departure. Outside, the weather was gloomy, as if snow could descend at any moment. Even during the day, the streets were deserted, and the already dilapidated brick wall across the way seemed to have crumbled further, exposing the ruins of the house within. He belonged in such a place, just as broken as it was. As Snape pondered this, an image of Angelia from that day surfaced in his mind. She had sat on this very sofa, in the spot where he now occupied, feeding him cake bite by bite. He had crossed a line. As dusk settled, the winter evening in Spinner's Inn felt even more frigid than usual. Snape reclined on the sofa, remaining utterly still, allowing the darkness to envelop him. That night, Angelia dreamt. In her dream, Snape was cradling a woman named Lila in a dimly lit room. This version of Snape appeared younger. His right arm seemingly sliced open by a sharp object, blood gushing forth to form a pool at his side. Yet he showed no sign of pain. His expression devoid of anguish as he gazed down at the woman in his arms, a tenderness in his eyes that could drown a soul. He held her tightly with his left arm, yet his dark eyes held an emptiness. The woman appeared peculiar, her eyes shut tight, skin an eerie shade of pallid gray. Devoid of life. Lila, I will save you. I've found a way. Soon, very soon, you will be well again. Snape's voice was both fervent and gentle. Yet his aura was steeped in despair. Angelia sensed something amiss. Before she could contemplate further, Snape's gaze abruptly shifted towards her, a wild, joyful smile breaking across his face. You have come. Angelia believed that Snape could perceive her presence. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering how to initiate a conversation. However, she soon realized that Snape was not addressing her. His gaze shifted away, fixating on something in front of him. Angelia vowed that she had seen nothing there. Snape opened his mouth to utter something into the empty air before him. Yet strangely, Angelia could no longer hear his voice. She observed Snape initially furrowing his brow in apparent discomfort, as though confronted with a perplexing dilemma, but he soon spoke again, and a look of relief graced his face. Before long, his gaze returned to the woman in his arms, as the entity before him seemed to have departed. She witnessed the figure of the woman in his embrace gradually becoming translucent, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Snape appeared unfazed by this occurrence. He wistfully clenched his empty left hand before directing his attention to the spot where the entity had just stood. There, a radiant orb of white light began to coalesce into the form of an infant. Snape looked exceedingly frail, devoid of color on his lips, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Yet, he paid no heed to his bleeding arm, resolutely moving closer to the infant. Extending his trembling left hand, shaking from the loss of blood, to gently caress the baby's face. Leah, from now on, you shall be called Angelia, all right? Snape's voice was faint, nearly dissipating into the air upon utterance, yet Angelia distinctly heard each word. Her heart constricted sharply, and with labored breaths, Angelia jolted awake from her dream. Outside, dawn was just breaking. The rising sun peeked shyly over the horizon, casting a rosy hue across the clouds ahead. Angelia sat dazedly on the bed for a while, and suddenly put on her shoes and dashed out of the bedroom. The living room was devoid of anyone. At this hour, everyone was still lost in slumber. Angelia had no time to change out of her nightgown and rushed directly into the fireplace. A flash of green flames enveloped her, and she reappeared in the house on Spidertail Alley. The atmosphere here was dimmer than Malfoy Manor, and with the scant light filtering through the tattered windows, Angelia barely discerned Severus Snape curled up on the sofa. He appeared to be asleep, his face involuntarily revealing a weariness and pain that made his brow furrow restlessly. The sofa beneath him sagged awkwardly against the carpet, creating a small wrinkle at his feet, while a small tea table beside him was askew, its surface still holding a toppled cup. Angela approached him, her gaze fixed upon his right arm, yearning to ascertain whether the dream had indeed transpired in reality. The dreams of a wizard seldom manifest without cause, and the Snape of her visions appeared considerably younger than the man before her, suggesting that these events must have occurred in the past. Angelia raised her wand and gently shook it, causing the sleeve on Snape's right side to gradually roll up, revealing a grotesque scar beneath. She stood there in a daze, gazing at the serpentine mark, as if the mangled arm from her dreams and the scarred arm before her had converged at that very moment. Feeling the chill emanating from his right arm, Snape slowly opened his eyes, only to find Angelia, clad in her nightgown, standing before him in a stupor. "What are you doing here?" Snape exclaimed irritably, shaking his head as he straightened up. It was then that he realized his right sleeve had inexplicably been rolled up, and Angelia's gaze was fixed on the winding scar. "Go back." Snape's expression suddenly froze, and he hastily pulled down his sleeve, then sternly reprimanded Angelia. Angelia slowly blinked her eyes twice, shifting her gaze to Snape's face, attempting to discern something. What could have caused that scar? Angelia had never spoken to Snape in such a tone. In fact, it was almost as if she were questioning him. "I believe there is no need for me to elucidate the scars that adorn my body," Snape's voice was icy cold. "Leave, and do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." Angelia's once tumultuous mind suddenly found tranquility. She paid no heed to his words, instead choosing to seat herself on the sofa beside him, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. If that Leia was indeed her, then she had perished once, only to be resurrected by Snape through some means, transforming into an infant. Thus, the individuals in that photograph were, in fact, reflections of herself. And each time Snape uttered the name Leia, he was calling out to her. The peculiar feelings that had long resided within Angela found their explanations. That inexplicable emotion perhaps stemmed from her former self. Each time she was addressed as Leia, the irritation that once plagued her heart dissipated with this newfound understanding. Angela did not exhibit much difficulty in accepting her resurrection. In fact, she had sensed from an early age that she was different from the other children. She acquired knowledge with remarkable speed, mastering numerous spells with just a single attempt, and her concoction of simple potions rarely went awry. Her intuition was keen, often proving to be accurate. She frequently felt that, at times, Narcissa and Lucius communicated with her not as a junior, but more as a peer. It turned out that the questions she had once pondered, yet could not answer, seemed to unveil their truths at this moment. Angelia opened her eyes and gazed at Snape, who was fixated on her, his brows knitted tightly together. Perhaps it would be wise to keep her recollection a secret for the time being. Angelia tilted her head slightly, her face adorned with the same sweet smile as before. "Uncle Severus." Snape sensed something amiss in her demeanor. He gazed at her intently, yet her expression remained unchanged, as if the events of the past few days had never transpired. "If there is nothing else, you may return," he remarked, furrowing his brow as he averted his gaze. Regardless of her intentions, all he needed was to maintain a distance from her. "Does Uncle Severus not wish to see me?" Angelia suddenly leaned closer, her striking azure eyes piercing into his. Snape immediately shifted his gaze away, coldly retreating a step. "I do not, but I long to see you," she replied. Angelia's voice was soft and delicate, and Snape felt as though he had not heard her speak to him in such a manner for quite some time, prompting him to ponder the implications of her words. He shifted uncomfortably, his throat constricting, yet he refrained from uttering a sound, fearing that to do so would lead to an inevitable compromise. Without any action from Snape, Angelia leaned her small head closer to him. The warm breath mingled with her uniquely sweet fragrance enveloped his face, causing Snape to hastily rise and distance himself from her. "Uncle Severus." Angelia's voice was innocent and pure. Yet Snape dared not meet her gaze, inadvertently missing the playful glimmer that danced in her eyes. "Angelia." Snape exerted all his effort to infuse his voice with authority. "Return to Malfoy Manor at once." Angelia remained motionless, her small hands twisted fiercely at the soft flesh around her waist, the sharp pain causing her eyes to well up with tears. Did Uncle Shifu harbor disdain for her? Angelia's voice was tinged with a deep sense of grievance. Snape instinctively raised his gaze, only to catch sight of the moisture welling in her eyes and the faint flush around her eyelids. The hand concealed beneath his robes clenched tightly, the rounded tips of his nails digging into his palm, restoring a modicum of rationality. "Do not make me repeat myself," he uttered, his tone as frigid as shards of ice. With a heart full of sorrow, Angelia lowered her head, rising from the sofa to approach him, her voice sounding impossibly gentle. "Leon understands," she murmured. Snape averted his gaze, unwilling to behold her sorrowful countenance. His palm nearly pierced to the point of bleeding beneath his sleeve. Before he could utter any further hurtful words, Angelia had already reached out to embrace him. Uncle Severus was unhappy. He desired comfort, and Leah understood. Her voice regained its former sweetness, like clouds enveloped in sugar, gently brushing against his heart. Snape felt an uncontrollable wave of joy radiate from his heart, spreading throughout his entire being. Angelia's movements were delicate, her arms encircling his waist like a feather, as if they might drift away at any moment. Deep within, Snape fervently wished for her to hold him tighter. Yet he bit down on his desires and restrained such thoughts. He raised his hand to brush away Angelia's grip on his arm, roaring at her in a fit of rage. What on earth? Before he could finish, Angelia's tears had already begun to fall. She lifted her slightly flushed arm before Snape's gaze, her voice trembling. "It's red." Snape, vexed, swallowed the remainder of his words. He had not anticipated his strength would be so overwhelming. The vivid mark upon her fair skin was particularly striking, sending a jolt through his heart. After much contemplation, he could not help but inquire, "Does it hurt?" Angelia cautiously lifted her gaze to glance at him, only to immediately avert her eyes once more. Was Uncle Severus still angry with Leah? She had always been bright and exuberant, and he had never witnessed her in such a state of trepidation. Snape felt as though his heart had been shattered by some unseen force. He lowered his eyes to the crimson mark upon her arm. Consumed by a profound sense of regret, she remained oblivious to everything, and how could he treat her in such a manner? Angelia gazed into his eyes, which revealed a profound sense of compassion, and she couldn't help but gently smile. She knew well that the tactic of feigned suffering was most effective. Fortunately, she had been quick-witted enough to discreetly pinch herself. Snape remained silent for a moment, finally letting out a soft sigh. "Wait here. I shall fetch the potion." His tone had lost some of its previous chill, yet it could hardly be deemed warm, resembling the manner in which he addressed Draco. Angelia tilted her head slightly and took a step closer, wrapping her arms around his waist once more. This time, she had learned her lesson, her hands firmly encircling him, determined to hold on unless he were to sever her grasp. "Uncle Severus, I am so frightened," she said, her voice tinged with a delicate vulnerability. Despite the quiver of her nose and the innocent expression on her small face nestled against him, there was no trace of complaint. "Do you not want me anymore?" she inquired. With neither mother nor father, and relying solely on Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, and Draco, Severus was all that Angelia had. Angelia spoke these words with a palpable lack of sincerity. In truth, her life had been quite joyful. Lucius and Narcissa showered her with affection, and even the Dark Lord showed her considerable concern. As for Harry and Draco, their regard for her was beyond question. She was surrounded by friends like Pansy and Theodore, and had even taken on a leadership role within the Pure Blood Party. However, Severus held a different perspective. To him, Angelia was merely a child, oblivious to her lineage, devoid of parents or family, confined in a prison since childhood, stripped of freedom. The only source of unconditional love she had was himself, yet he could not allow her to realize this truth. Angelia is truly the most unfortunate child in the world. Snape gently placed his hand on her shoulder, offering silent comfort as he softly patted her, yet he uttered not a single word. What could he possibly say? He could neither promise to be by her side forever nor confess his love for her. He could only silently pat her shoulder, offering her a feeble semblance of solace. The mere fact that he did not push her away was a positive start. With a sense of justified relief, Angelia wrapped her arms tightly around him, burying her small head against him to inhale deeply. The scent of alcohol lingered. He had yet to shower or change his clothes. Angelia cast a sorrowful glance upward at him, letting out a resigned sigh. She still refused to rest properly. Angelia nuzzled her small head against him, her voice soft and sweet. "Uncle Severus, Leia is so tired. I want to sleep for a while." "Then I shall escort you back," Severus replied, his tone softened. "But I don't wish to leave Uncle Severus. May I sleep here for just a little while?" "I promise." Angelia gazed up at him with reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears, her voice soft and pitiful. A sharp pang pierced Severus's heart as he beheld the anxiety etched upon her face. He found himself unable to refuse her plea. "Come here," he instructed, turning first toward the bedroom, with Angelia quickly following suit. The air in the bedroom still lingered with the cool scent of potions that clung to Severus. She timidly perched on the edge of the bed, casting a hesitant glance in his direction. "Uncle Severus, I'm scared. Will you stay with me?" Severus understood he ought not to linger. Yet the imploring look in Angelia's eyes rendered him speechless. "Uncle Severus," she repeated, her gaze once again brimming with unshed tears. However, she blinked fiercely, attempting to dispel the moisture, and softly lowered her head as if to reassure herself, murmuring, "It's all right, I can manage." So remarkably mature for her age. A sharp twinge gripped Severus's heart, the ache radiating through his veins, rendering him powerless against her request. He was still clad in his clothes from the previous evening, the scent of whiskey clinging stubbornly to his robes, acrid and overwhelming. Observing her downcast head, he ultimately relented. Just this once, he conceded. Striving to keep his tone as indifferent as possible, he moved to the wardrobe, retrieving a set of loungewear before retreating into the bathroom. Angelia had never been fond of unpleasant odors. He needed to wash away the remnants of alcohol to ensure she could sleep peacefully. The sound of water echoed softly, prompting Angelia to roll over on the bed in delight as the crisp, slightly bitter aroma wafted into her senses, uplifting her spirits. Moments later, the water ceased, and Severus emerged, his dark hair still damp, beads of moisture clinging to him. The deep gray loungewear bore evidence of his hasty drying efforts, marked by darkened patches where water had dripped. With a flick of his wand, he cast a drying charm upon his hair, then casually pulled a chair closer, positioning himself a respectful distance from the bed. "Sleep now," I shall remain here with you. Uncle Severus, could you sit a little closer? I'm so frightened. Angelia glanced nervously around, the fear in her eyes unmistakably genuine. Severus recalled the day she first arrived at Spider Alley, startled by the shadows lurking there. Perhaps she still harbored some trepidation towards this place. With a resigned sigh, he dragged a chair to the bedside and seated himself. Observing as her anxiety gradually transformed into a gentle smile, softening his heart in response. Noticing Severus at her side, Angelia seized the moment. Obediently lying down and closing her eyes. The bedclothes were soft and warm, and the faint scent of potion lingered in the air, reminiscent of Severus. Like a kitten, she nuzzled against the pillow, enveloped in comfort. Severus maintained an expression of indifference, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her, capturing every subtle nuance of her expression. As time passed, Angelia's breathing became steady and prolonged, and Severus found himself unexpectedly drowsy. He propped his head with one hand, leaning back in the chair, allowing his consciousness to drift away. Just as he was on the verge of slipping into slumber, a delicate rustling sound reached his ears, followed by the sensation of his body being gently lifted by a levitation charm. With a discreet flutter of his eyelids, he stole a glance. Angelia was perched on the bed, cautiously waving her wand in an attempt to move him onto the mattress. Severus remained still, closing his eyes once more as he felt her carefully place him on the bed and tenderly cover him with the blanket. The fabric, imbued with her sweet fragrance, felt even softer and warmer than usual. He inhaled deeply, wishing to prolong the scent that lingered at the tip of his nose. The mattress beside him sank slightly, and the blanket was tugged away. Frowning slightly, Severus attempted to shift and make room for her, but before he could act, Angelia's arms encircled his waist. Her soft body pressed against him, reminiscent of a fragrant butterfly, stirring a hint of sweetness in his heart. Perhaps he ought to rise immediately and leave this room. Yet the alluring scent and her gentle touch captivated him completely. Just this once, he told himself, he would allow indulgence. He relaxed his body as much as possible, permitting Angelia to nestle comfortably against him, her head resting on his chest. Perhaps it was the softness of the blanket or the comfort of the bed, but before long, both Severus and Angelia had drifted into slumber. When Angelia awakened again, it was close to noon. Severus remained asleep, and she discovered him lying on his side, holding her close, her head resting upon his arm. This position felt strikingly familiar to her, evoking a sense of nostalgia, as if they had shared such embraces every night long ago. Angelia felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility as she languidly nestled in his embrace, refusing to rise from the warmth of his hold, even nuzzling against his chest. The crisp, intoxicating aroma of the potion wafted into her nostrils, causing her to blissfully squint her eyes. He smelled divine. Severus Snape, rarely afforded such a respite, found himself in a state of complete relaxation, a luxury he seldom experienced. No nightmares plagued his slumber, nor was he burdened by the incessant vigilance that usually accompanied his waking hours. Even in dreams, a subtle smile graced his lips. In the fleeting moments of awakening, Snape was momentarily convinced he remained ensnared in another layer of dreams. The soft warmth enveloping him felt astonishingly real, and he exerted considerable effort to recall his current circumstances. It was his Leah. For once, Snape entertained a hint of reckless longing. He was reluctant to open his eyes, to confront the pressing matters that awaited his attention. He wished to hold her a little longer, to pretend he was still lost in slumber. His yearning for Leah was insatiable. As reason and emotion waged their silent battle within him, he remained utterly still, steadfast in his repose, even the rhythm of his breathing unchanged. Angelia was evidently unaware that he had awakened. She was nuzzling against him, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped him, unable to resist rubbing her head against him once more. How delightful it was, much like a cat's fondness for catnip. This aroma seemed to possess a peculiar allure for her. The little head nestled in his arms squirmed restlessly, and Snape struggled to suppress the curve of his lips, wishing to linger in this intimate moment a while longer. I truly adore you, Severus, Angelia purred with her eyes half closed in bliss, causing Snape's body to stiffen suddenly. Did she just call him Severus? Memories rushed back to a time long past, when Lilia would also nuzzle against him in the mornings, her eyes squinting with joy as she would say, I truly adore you, Severus. Why did Angelia address him as Severus? Did she recall something? Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he gently opened his eyes to gaze at her, shattering the dream that clung to him, reluctant to awaken. What did you call me? The sudden, harsh voice from above startled Angelia, causing her to timidly withdraw from his embrace like a child caught in wrongdoing. Uncle Severus. Snape regarded her with a frigid stare, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he demanded sternly, "Speak the truth." Angelia trembled in fright, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her nose and the corners of her eyes flushed with a rosy hue, resembling an adorable little rabbit that elicits sympathy. Why did Uncle Zypher scold Leia? Angelia wept with a profound sense of injustice, raising her hand to rub her eyes while stealing glances at Snape's expression. It was careless of her not to notice that he had already awakened. The sight before him of her sorrowful tears caused Snape a throbbing headache as he massaged his temples. He was acutely aware that this was not the moment to show compassion. Yet he found himself unable to utter the hurtful words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Noticing his silence, Angelia rubbed her eyes vigorously until they turned a fiery red, then cast a pitiful glance at Snape. "Uncle Severus, please don't dislike me." Snape's heart trembled with a pang of sympathy, and reason urged him to speak words that would inflict even greater pain, ideally provoking her to never speak to him again. As his thoughts wavered between conflicting emotions, the sorrowful little figure before him suddenly leaped into his arms. "Uncle Severus, do you no longer want me? I was wrong. I will be good from now on. Please don't abandon me." Angelia clung desperately to Snape's waist, her tears cascading down her cheeks and soaking into his garments, leaving a small dark stain upon his deep gray nightwear. Each tear was searing, striking his heart as if to ignite a painful ache within his very core. The moment her distressed form collapsed into his embrace, all semblance of reason shattered. Snape held her tightly, his voice hoarse as he whispered an apology. "I am truly sorry. Uncle Severus will never abandon you." Angelia sobbed uncontrollably in his embrace, as if reliving every sorrow of the past 11 years. Only after Severus had exhausted every comforting word he could muster did her tears finally cease to flow. She intended for him to understand just how challenging it was to console her once she had been brought to tears, and to see whether he would dare to provoke such emotion again in the future. Angelia, with a sense of grievance, wiped her tears on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes still shimmering with traces of moisture, while the area around her eyes had become red and swollen. "Does it hurt?" Snape gently tapped her eye socket, his tender voice tinged with an unmistakable concern that made Angelia feel inexplicably guilty. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. The sorrow in Snape's eyes deepened. He grasped his wand nearby and softly touched her eye socket, instantly alleviating the discomfort that surrounded her. Angelia affectionately nestled back into Snape's embrace, her soft voice tinged with lingering grievances. "Uncle Severus, could you please refrain from being harsh with me in the future?" Snape gently patted her back in a soothing manner, his voice barely above a whisper. I shall not be harsh with you any longer." He resolved to let everything unfold naturally. If unforeseen circumstances arose following the loosening of the contract, he would seek Dumbledore's counsel or perhaps implore death once more. He wished for her second chance at life to be devoid of sorrow. Snape was uncertain whether this was merely an excuse born from his own selfish desires. Yet he could not bear to witness her tears again. Angelia seized the opportunity for comfort, nestling against Snape for an extended period, and he allowed her to indulge in her affectionate antics. She sensed the subtle shift in his demeanor towards her, filling her heart with immense joy, and a soft, playful smile emerged on her face. "Uncle Severus, I am hungry," Angelia murmured, leaning gently into his embrace. "I wish to have the little cakes from that Muggle shop." "Very well, I shall procure them for you." Snape finally restored his usual tender smile, lightly pinching her cheek before rising to his feet. Angelia promptly followed his movement. Sitting up, "I wish to accompany you." Snape raised an eyebrow at her, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "It seems you only donned your nightgown upon your arrival." Angelia cast a glance at her nightgown and, feeling a pang of frustration, furrowed her brow. She then looked up at Severus with hopeful eyes, asking, "Uncle Severus, could you lend me a robe?" With a resigned sigh, Severus rose from his seat and approached the wardrobe, retrieving a cloak which he draped over her shoulders. With a flick of his wand, he magically tailored the garment to fit her perfectly. Angelia gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her voice imbued with sweetness. "Uncle Severus is the best." Snape gently tapped her little head with his index finger, his tone tender. "Go wait in the living room. I shall change my clothes and join you shortly." "All right." Angelia obediently responded and gracefully made her way to the living room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Severus retrieved another robe to don, yet the image of Angelia wrapped in his outer cloak lingered in his mind. The sight of her fair, delicate visage enveloped in the voluminous, deep black robe was utterly enchanting. A deeper smile crept upon Severus's lips as he waved his wand to refresh himself before opening the door. Angelia sat with her legs crossed on the living room sofa, impatiently adjusting her robe. The soft expression that once graced her face had vanished, replaced by a gaze of disdain and a dismissive smirk. "Mr. Dumbledore, it is rather unpleasant to see you on such a splendid day during the Christmas holidays," she remarked, her aversion unmistakable. "Must the headmaster pay visits to the professors of Hogwarts even during the break?" Dumbledore, evidently taken aback by the encounter, furrowed his brows and wore a look of discomfort. "What brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Angelia raised an eyebrow, a scornful click of her tongue escaping her lips. "Perhaps I should inquire what brings you here?" "I am looking for Professor Snape regarding a matter," she continued, as Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully. "Is he here?" Angelia disregarded his inquiry, casting a disdainful glance at Dumbledore's calculating visage, and coldly remarked, "I hope you are not here to exploit him for brewing potions." Before Dumbledore could utter another word, the bedroom door swung open, and Snape emerged, having changed into his attire. The moment he laid eyes on Dumbledore, the smile that had adorned his face vanished, and the aura of delight around him dissipated entirely. "What is it?" Snape inquired, his expression impassive as he approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze swept over to Angelia. Yet he remained silent. Understanding the unspoken cue, Snape turned his head toward Angelia, saying, "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore." Angelia let out a cold sound and rose to leave the house, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected her to cause at least a commotion, yet it was evident he still did not fully understand her. Cautiously, he surveyed the room and then glanced out the window, where he saw Angelia sitting listlessly on the stone steps, which finally put his mind at ease. Since she had not eavesdropped, Dumbledore decided to be more direct. He adjusted the crescent-shaped glasses resting on his nose, a glimmer of insight flashing in his blue eyes. "Severus, you do remember what you promised me, do you not?" Snape lowered his gaze to the small tea table before him, now returned to its original position, the fallen quilt having been lifted. "I remember," he replied coolly, though his hands clenched tightly beneath his robes. Dumbledore seemed to see through his facade, his tone growing significantly more severe. "Allow me to remind you, Severus, if you cannot uphold your end of the bargain, I shall extinguish any threat before it has the chance to blossom." Dumbledore subtly urged him to keep the pact from years past firmly in mind. Snape's complexion paled considerably, and he weakly tugged at the corners of his mouth, his voice laced with sarcasm. "I understand. I am merely offering some elder care, nothing beyond that." Dumbledore regarded him with a penetrating gaze before coldly shifting the topic. "By next Friday, I require 2 vials of the elixir of life, 3 vials of veritaserum, and 2 vials of the polyjuice potion. Moreover, should an incident akin to today's occur again, I may have to reconsider our previous agreement." The final statement served as a blatant threat and warning, causing the light in Snape's eyes to dim. With a sense of despondency, he responded, "I understand. I will deliver the potions you require by next Friday. There will not be a repeat of today's events." In the corner, a plump mouse listened intently to their conversation. Once Dumbledore's figure vanished into the fireplace, it scurried out of the house to Angelia's side. The little mouse clearly did not comprehend the specifics of their dialogue, chattering away in her ear for a considerable time without her grasping a single word. Reluctantly, she resorted to using a memory charm. Animal memories are quite simple, and through the mouse's recollections, Angelia discerned every word exchanged between the two. Threats? Intimidation? Angelia laughed in exasperation. After expending so much effort to placate Snape, it seemed that Dumbledore's words would render her endeavors futile. As for that agreement, Angelia suspected it pertained to herself. However, Snape would certainly not divulge the details of the pact, and one could hardly expect Dumbledore to do so either. Perhaps she needed to adopt some of Dumbledore's methods and administer a truth serum to extract the information. Angelia was still pondering how to make Dumbledore unwittingly consume the truth serum when the door behind her swung open, revealing Severus Snape's impassive visage at the threshold. "Come in," he commanded, his tone returning to its characteristic coolness. Internally, Angelia cursed Dumbledore, yet she wore a facade of obedience. Once inside the room, Snape discreetly clenched his fist and regarded Angelia with an indifferent gaze. "I have matters to attend to and shall be quite busy henceforth. You should return to Malfoy Manor." "What is it? Can I assist you?" Angelia inquired innocently, tilting her head. "No," Snape replied, averting his gaze from her. Angelia pouted in a petulant manner. "But you promised to take me to that little cake shop. The house elf at Malfoy Manor will prepare it for you." In Angelia's eyes lingered a hint of unshed tears as she lifted her gaze to him. "You promised you would never abandon me." Severus clenched his palm tightly, striving to maintain the impassive facade upon his countenance. You are overthinking. Shall I then return to Draco for amusement? Do as you wish. Draco is truly wonderful. He is gentle and considerate, attending to my every need with utmost care and thoughtfulness. Severus gritted his teeth, forcing out a reluctant sound of agreement. Angelia suppressed the curve of her lips, feigning concern as she spoke again. Theodore is quite commendable. He sampled 3 or 4 puddings himself in his quest to find one that I would enjoy. He is exceedingly gentle with me, showing none of the aloofness he displays in the presence of others. Severus Snape licked his back molars, pondering. Theodore, is it? That name is etched in my memory. She continued, on another note, Harry has also been exceptionally kind to me. He possesses an uncanny ability to attune to my emotions, always coming to comfort me when I am feeling down. Angelia lifted her gaze to him. So you truly wish for me to return to Malfoy Manor? Snape cast his eyes down upon her. Her face bore no discernible expression, the soft, pale contours slightly puffed, rendering her exceedingly endearing. Yet, he spoke with a frosty detachment. Very well, let us return. Angelia was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She suddenly lunged into Snape's embrace, twisting fiercely at the soft flesh around his waist. I never expected you to be so generous, Severus. Snape once again heard that name. Severus. He gazed incredulously at the person in his arms, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. What did you call me? Severus. Angelia regarded him gently, her beautiful azure eyes reflecting his astonished countenance. Snape struggled to force out a few words from his parched throat. Do you know something? Know what? Angelia replied sweetly, nuzzling against him. Do you mean that you were intentionally avoiding me? Or perhaps that you slashed your entire arm open to save me? Or maybe that you have an agreement with Dumbledore? Snape's body trembled violently, the sudden rush of complex emotions rendering him at a loss. The potent blend of joy, shock, and concern caused his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Do you remember now, my dear? Snape's voice, slightly choked, reached Angelia's ears. She was moved by his emotions, her own eyes reddening, yet her tone remained tender. I know everything, Severus. Snape crouched down and fiercely enveloped her in his arms, his strong embrace tightening as if he sought to meld her into his very being. Angelia did not recall their past memories, yet in moments akin to this, she could feel those intense emotions surging from the depths of her soul. She gently patted his back, allowing him to rest his head upon her shoulder. After a considerable time, Severus finally calmed his emotions. A hint of concern flickered across his face, and his voice took on an urgent tone. How did you know? Leo was unaware when he injured his arm. Such an event would be absent from her memories. Last night, I had a dream. Angelia leaned against him, softly recounting the scene from that time. Severus was certain it was indeed the moment he had inflicted a wound upon his arm. Yet he swore he had never divulged the details to anyone, not even Lucius. The dreams of wizards are often remarkably peculiar and generally imbued with some form of omen or suggestion. Could this be considered an indication? Severus cast his gaze upon Angelia's face. Did it imply that he could reveal these matters to her? Do you recall those previous events? Severus hesitated to speak, uncertain if he truly wished for her to remember. Reason urged him that it would be best for her to forget entirely, preserving the current state of their bond. Yet, his emotions selfishly yearned for her to recollect the fragments of their shared past. Severus scorned his own selfishness. He allowed his rationality to prevail. Yet his feelings remained deeply rooted in a corner of his heart, impossible to expel. Angelia was oblivious to his myriad of entanglements. She silently shook her head, appearing somewhat disheartened. I cannot recall anything, save for that dream. I am sorry, Severus. With an embrace around his neck, she buried her head in the crook of his shoulder, her voice muffled as she confessed, I think I have forgotten those significant matters. Even if she could not remember the past, she could surmise the depth of their previous happiness and sweetness. The joy that surged within her whenever she was near Snape was undeniably genuine, and though those habitual gestures had never surfaced in her memory, her body instinctively performed them. Her feelings for him seemed etched into her very soul, even in a new form. That profound emotion could not dissipate. It does not matter. None of it matters. Nothing is more important than having you by my side. Snape wrapped his arms around her, gritting his teeth as he swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Angelia inhaled deeply at the nape of his neck, the familiar, soothing scent of the potion bringing her a profound sense of tranquility. So, do you still wish for me to return to Malfoy Manor? She straightened up, gazing into his eyes, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Snape raised an eyebrow, looking at her with intrigue. Did you not just mention that Draco treats you quite well? That Theodore is exceedingly gentle? And that Harry possesses a remarkable talent for comforting you? Angelia's teasing smile froze momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by a charming, ingratiating expression as she wrapped her arms around his neck and purred, "I was just trying to provoke you. After all, we are friends, quite unlike you. Indeed, unlike you. For I am your professor." Snape revealed a deceptive smile that instilled fear in the hearts of Gryffindor students. Angelia shook her little head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, no. You are my Severus." The mere utterance of my Severus from her lips was enough to soften his heart. Snape reached out to gently ruffle her hair, and the expression on his face instantly softened. Once she had placated him, Angelia finally returned to the matter at hand. "Severus, there is something I wish to discuss with you." She gazed up at him earnestly. "Could we not be a bit more candid with each other? I shall reveal all that I have done, and you shall disclose everything you have kept from me. Let us clarify all matters seriously, shall we? I do not wish for misunderstandings to linger between us, nor do I want us to be forced apart due to any miscommunication. I understand that you may have concealed many things from me for my sake, but can we not trust one another a little more? You must believe in my ability to protect myself, just as I trust in your capability to safeguard me." Angelia's tone was exceedingly sincere, yet Snape remained silent. His head bowed, refraining from responding. She was merely 11 years old. Such burdens should not rest upon her fragile shoulders. Angelia sighed, retrieving her wand from behind her, and with a hint of resignation, proposed, "Why don't we engage in a duel right now?" Snape finally stirred, lifting his gaze to meet hers, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "You wish to duel with me?" Angelia discerned his underlying implication and, feeling indignant, prodded his chest with her wand. "Do you look down on me? I shall see if you can best me." A hint of resignation appeared on Snape's face as he drew his wand and gently tapped her on the head, his tone affectionate. "Very well. Let us engage in a duel." Detecting his nonchalance, Angelia's ire intensified. "You mustn't go easy on me." "All right, I shall not." Snape affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice soothing. Previously, Leah possessed an extraordinarily high level of magical prowess. However, Angelia lacked her former memories and was merely 11 years old. Despite knowing her innate talent, Snape did not believe she could surpass him. Thus, when she toppled him to the ground for the third time, his astonishment was palpable. He had dueled with Dumbledore, and Angelia's magical abilities were nearly on par with his. Such power should not be possessed by a child of 11. Even the former Leah could only manage a stalemate against Dumbledore. As she observed the shock on his face, Angelia proudly lifted her chin. "I told you to believe in me." Watching him rise from the ground, a mischievous smile graced her features. This time, Snape genuinely believed in her ability to defend herself. He reached out and tousled her hair, a reluctant smile gracing his lips. All his previous concerns seemed to dissipate in that moment. "Very well, let us be candid. Before we proceed, perhaps we should first treat our little glutton to a slice of strawberry cake." Angelia's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned into Snape's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. "How wonderful!" Snape meticulously adjusted her robe and gently patted her back, signaling her to rise. However, Angelia promptly declined his offer. "Oh dear. I used too much magic just now. I feel so exhausted." Her cerulean eyes blinked with anticipation, filled with a yearning thought, "If only someone could hold me." With a tender affection hidden in his gaze, Snape affectionately lifted her into his arms, the curve of his lips betraying his restrained warmth. If the students of Hogwarts were to witness such a side of Snape, they might very well faint on the spot. As Angelia gazed at the warm smile gracing his lips, her heart transformed into a soft, honey-coated cloud, light and delicate, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Remembering the grotesque scar adorning his right arm, she nestled her head against his side and whispered, "In light of your profound affection for me, I shall confide a little secret." Before the warmth of her breath could dissipate, Severus felt a lightness in his embrace. Angelia had metamorphosed into a dainty white kitten, curling up in his arms. Momentarily taken aback, he cradled the feline before his eyes, the smile upon his lips deepening. Indeed, she was a charming little tease. The white kitten blinked her cerulean eyes and let out a soft, adorable meow. Severus enveloped her in his cloak, securing her snugly before stepping outside. The wind outside howled fiercely, yet he shielded her with utmost care. Nestled in his embrace, the soft, white bundle gazed at him with unwavering blue eyes, causing his heart to soften. Upon arriving at the bakery, Severus finally released the little kitten, who stretched languidly and tentatively placed her delicate paw on his arm, her azure gaze shifting from his face to the array of cakes before her. The display was replete with an assortment of confections, and the salesgirl, a muggle with golden curls, looked on curiously at the little white cat, her expression revealing a fondness for the creature. Severus furrowed his brow slightly. scooping the kitten back into his arms to prevent the girl from reaching out to touch her unexpectedly. Startled by the sudden embrace, the little kitten blinked up at Severus in confusion and let out a soft, plaintive meow. He crouched before the display window, cradling her as she sat up contentedly, her rosy pads tapping against the glass atop 3 cakes. The contrast of her white fur against her pink paws was utterly endearing. Severus gathered the kitten back into his arms, gently pinching her tiny paw before purchasing the 3 cakes she had just selected. Young Angelia had not yet reached maturity, and the little cat she transformed into was equally youthful. With a joyful roll in his embrace, she extended her delicate paws to climb onto his shoulder, then daintily licked his cheek with her soft, pink tongue as a gesture of gratitude. The tiny barbs on a cat's tongue grazed his skin gently, causing no pain but rather a slight tickle. Severus Snape, with a resigned smile, ruffled her fluffy little head and cradled her back into his arms, wrapping her snugly in his cloak. "Be good now. We mustn't let you catch a chill," he spoke with a blend of exasperation and tenderness. The small white cat emitted a soft meow, settling obediently against him, no longer restless, to ensure she did not feel confined. Snape left a small opening at his eye level for her to gaze out. The curious little white cat peered around, her feline perspective revealing a world that differed significantly from that seen through a wizard's eyes, and she appeared utterly captivated. Suddenly, an eerie sound of footsteps approached from behind, belonging to the figure they had encountered at the alley's end. The individual, limping with a pronounced gait, drew closer to Snape's side and, as if sensing something, slowly turned their gaunt frame towards the little white cat, revealing a chilling smile that sent a shiver down her spine. Startled, the small cat let out a frightened yowl, burrowing her tiny paws into Snape's robes, trembling as she sought refuge in his embrace, her tail puffed up in alarm. Recognizing her fear, Snape gently stroked her fur with one hand while soothingly murmuring, There, no need to be afraid, we're almost home." However, the image of the face they had just encountered haunted her, rendering her unable to absorb his words. She pushed against Snape's outer robe, desperately trying to burrow deeper until her fluffy head nestled against his pale chest, trembling to a halt. The warmth of his body mingled with the cool scent of potions, finally allowing the little cat to relax. Snape paid little mind to his torn clothing, clearly distracted by the fright that had befallen the small creature. He securely gathered her in one arm while clutching a bag of cake in the other, hastening back to the house. Upon entering, the little white cat immediately whimpered and nuzzled against his neck. "Meow," she trembled, her fragile voice tugging at Snape's heartstrings. He set the cake down and cradled her in both arms, whispering, "We are home now, dear, there's nothing to fear." With a tender caress of her fluffy head, he reassured her, "You are safe here." In an instant, the little cat leapt down and transformed back into Angelia, who, in tears, flung herself back into Snape's embrace. Smiling up at him, Angelia wept with a profound sense of injustice, and Snape gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears, softly murmuring, "He cannot see you." "Yet," she lamented, "but he smiled at me." With her tear-streaked face, Angelia looked up at him with a pitiful expression, confessing, "I am afraid." Snape gathered her into his embrace, his slender fingers tenderly caressing the nape of her neck in a protective gesture, his voice soothing and gentle, "Do not fear, for I am here. Whatever dangers you may encounter, I shall protect you." The warmth radiating from the back of her neck brought a sense of comfort, and Angelia wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her small face in the crook of his shoulder, inhaling the cool scent that enveloped him, her emotions gradually stabilizing. The little one clung to him, her warm breath caressing the side of his neck, and though Snape felt a twinge of discomfort, he remained steadfast, allowing her to hold him. It was only when she playfully nuzzled against him that he let out a soft sigh of relief. "Are you hungry? Shall we have something to eat?" Snape seated himself on the sofa with Angelia in his arms, reaching for the bag containing the cakes, unwrapping it to reveal an assortment of 3 distinct flavors, which he elegantly arranged upon the table. Angelia remained nestled in the crook of his neck, reluctant to lift her gaze. Severus gently patted her back, his voice soft and soothing as he coaxed her, "You used to adore the cakes from this bakery. We often return to purchase them. Can you guess which flavor you indulged in the most?" This marked the first occasion Severus had voluntarily broached the subject of the past, successfully diverting Angelia's attention. At last, she turned her head to glance at the 3 cakes displayed on the table, hesitating before speaking. "Chocolate? No, that's not right." A spark of amusement flickered in Severus's eyes as he recalled a delightful memory, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You used to loathe their strawberry cake." Angelia tilted her head in distress, pondering, "Why? The reason lay in a singular incident when he had fed her chocolate cake, unable to contain himself, and thus crossed a boundary. Since that moment, she resolutely refused to indulge in any confection from his household. Of course, such thoughts were best kept from Angelia. Severus, suppressing a smile that tugged at the corners of his lips, deftly shifted the conversation. You have yet to guess correctly. There are still 2 opportunities remaining. Angelia blinked in confusion. Strawberry? No, that's not right. Snape picked up the slice of matcha cake and opened it, his tone laced with amusement. Once upon a time, you adored matcha-flavored cake. Why is that? Angelia tilted her head in slight confusion, for she typically favored the flavor of strawberries. You mentioned that their matcha flavor was remarkably unique, differing from those of others. As Severus spoke, he deftly retrieved a fork and offered a piece to Angelia's lips, inviting her to taste. Angelia opened her mouth and took a bite of the cake. A rich aroma of matcha mingling with a familiar taste awakened her palate. In that instant, she suddenly comprehended why she had once been so fond of this flavor. As the cake melted in her mouth, a unique and refreshing fragrance penetrated her senses, bearing a striking resemblance to the cool scent that enveloped Severus. It dawned on her that she had once cherished him so deeply. Angelia lifted her gaze towards Snape, who was poised with a fork, awaiting her response. Once again, it had become my favorite flavor. A radiant smile graced the corners of Angelia's lips. Would you care to try? Snape furrowed his brow slightly. I failed to discern any distinction between this matcha and others. Did I ever allow you to sample it before? Snape's frown deepened. In truth, you made me sample an entire half of the cake. Angelia nestled into his embrace, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps only I can discern the subtlety in this matcha cake. She mused. Would you like more? Severus, non-committal, took another spoonful of cake, prompting Angelia to eagerly lean forward and consume the morsel from his spoon. The cake, merely the size of a palm, was soon devoured by Angelia, who then opened a box of strawberry-flavored cake. Without hesitation, she scooped up a spoonful and inserted it into Severus's mouth. How does it taste? She inquired, tilting her head to observe him. I recall your fondness for strawberry cake. Severus was suddenly reminded of the torturous experience of being fed an entire half of a strawberry cake last time. The expression on his face was far from pleasant. While Angelia savored the cake, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. If you dislike it, just tell me. This time, I'm claiming the entire cake for myself. Having satisfied her hunger, Angelia finally remembered that Severus was still hungry. Shall I summon a house elf to bring some food? She asked, tilting her head towards him. I'm not hungry, Severus replied, waving his wand to collect and dispose of the cake boxes on the table. Have you had enough? Angelia nestled affectionately into his embrace, saying, I've had my fill. Would it be too much to ask for the house elf to bring us some food? You haven't eaten anything this morning. Severus felt his heart soften. In the past, he often neglected meals while brewing potions, and she would always express her concern for his well-being. Very well, Severus replied softly, summoning the house elf to bring lunch. He hastily took a few bites before setting it aside. Is that all you're going to eat? Angelia looked at him with concern. Severus raised an eyebrow in resignation. In truth, I am not hungry at all. Perhaps we could first engage in a candid conversation? Angelia nodded in reluctant agreement. She raised her wand and cast numerous anti-eavesdropping charms around the house, then severed the Flu network connection to the fireplace before nestling back into Snape's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Allow me to begin, Angelia spoke softly. I have taken charge of the Pure Blood Party. Snape's body tensed suddenly. I have been attempting to thwart Dumbledore's plans. I am aware of the Order of the Phoenix. She paused for a moment before continuing. I know that Voldemort is not dead. Angelia lifted her gaze to meet the astonished, taut figure of Snape. He possesses numerous Horcruxes. Snape's mouth opened and closed several times before he finally regained his voice. How do you know this? His tone was dry. Angelia offered him a charming smile. Hades revealed it to me. Before school commenced, I had a dream in which he appeared. It seemed we had made some sort of pact in the past. And he shared this information with me, stating that our agreement had been fulfilled. What pact? Snape's voice grew tense as he lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Angelia. What did he require of you? Angelia shook her head in bewilderment. In truth, I cannot recall either. He did not specify. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, sensing his concern. Angelia gently reassured him. You need not fret excessively. Hades did not remind me. Perhaps the agreement has already been fulfilled. Or maybe that matter does not require my intervention at this moment. Snape's anxiety remained unabated. The power of Hades was not something an ordinary wizard could contend with. What if Angelia had consented to something unattainable or was faced with demands involving significant sacrifice? Angelia gazed at the concern etched upon his face and softly spoke. Perhaps the pact was fulfilled in my previous life. I can sense that Hades has not exerted any pressure upon me. How I wish I could recall the events of your... Snape's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, yet he hesitated before responding. There may be a chance for you to remember. The Grim Reaper left a sealed contract within you, containing all your memories. During our last encounter in the Malfoy Manor study, I was not merely examining your health. I was reinforcing that very seal. Observing the sudden spark in Angelia's eyes, Snape continued, I am uncertain of the consequences that may arise should the seal be broken. Thus, I dare not shatter it recklessly. He pondered the unknown aftermath of such an event, contemplating the potential calamities that could ensue if the seal imposed by the Grim Reaper were to be undone. What would he do if unforeseen complications were to arise during the unsealing? Angelia lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes, only to discover that he was intently scrutinizing her expression, an unmistakable concern etched upon his face. She truly yearned to regain her memories. Yet Snape's words resonated with an undeniable truth. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly taken the risk, but now, doubt clouded her mind. Snape had gone to great lengths to rescue her. What if she were to encounter another misfortune? Her gaze fell upon his right arm, where beneath the dark fabric lay a grotesque scar, stirring memories of the scene from her dreams. A Snape consumed by despair and madness. What would he do if she were to face another calamity? Snape sensed her hesitation. His heart trembled in anguish as he suppressed the plea in his eyes, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by you. Angelia lifted her head once more to gaze at him, where deep affection and concealed fear intertwined within his eyes. His voice remained gentle as he spoke. Just wait a little longer. She buried her face in his embrace, inhaling deeply, blinking away the moisture that threatened to spill from her eyes. With a hint of lightness in her tone, she remarked, I know nothing. You must protect me. I will, he assured her, and at last, Severus felt a sense of calm settle within him. He exhaled softly and enveloped Angelia in a tender embrace, resting his chin atop her head. I swear. I know, she replied, wrapping her arms around his waist, her fair visage nuzzling against his chest. With a smile, she deftly shifted the conversation. Isn't it your turn to confess now? Very well, Severus responded, a smile gracing his lips as he released his hold on her, affectionately pinching her cheek. He leaned back slightly, his dark eyes meeting her beautiful gaze. I confess. After I rescued you, Trelawney made a prophecy, declaring that you would grow to become the third Dark Lord. Consequently, Dumbledore sought me out, intent on eliminating you. At that time, I had just forged a pact with death and was utterly incapable of safeguarding you. The only option I had was to strike a bargain with him, persuading him to spare you. He agreed, but required me to perform tasks for him and mandated that I maintain a certain distance from you. Angelia tilted her head inquiringly. Did he put you in a difficult position? How could he not? Leah replied, for she had always been at odds with Dumbledore. He would never easily relinquish an opportunity to eliminate her. He knelt at Dumbledore's feet, pleading desperately, and even swore a solemn oath. After considerable deliberation, Dumbledore concluded that the potion's master might prove to be of greater assistance, thus granting his request. To prevent any emotional attachment from forming, he sent Angelia to Newmontguard, where she would be cared for under the supervision of Gellert. He could not even bring himself to visit her. No, Snape stated flatly, gently ruffling Angelia's hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Angelia was not inclined to trust him. After all, someone like Dumbledore would never let such an opportunity slip away easily. He would undoubtedly exert every effort to torment Snape, pushing him into despair, only to later dangle a glimmer of hope before him, compelling him to take a binding oath. Did he force you to swear? Angelia inquired, her gaze scrutinizing his eyes. Before he could respond, she interjected, You mustn't deceive me. We agreed to be honest today. Snape hesitated before nodding, then subtly shook his head. We forged an unbreakable vow. He swore not to kill you, and I pledged my allegiance to him, vowing to avoid frequent contact with you. He paused deliberately, noticing how Angelia's small head leaned in with eager curiosity. But what? A smile danced at the corners of Snape's lips. He found great amusement in her anxious demeanor, yet he was reluctant to cause her genuine distress. However, the unbreakable vow seems to hold no sway over me, he remarked, observing her expression with keen interest. It has been this way since the Great Battle. The unbreakable vow imposes a formidable constraint upon wizards. Those who violate it face the penalty of death, and to date, There has been no account of its effectiveness ever failing. Angelia's small face revealed a fleeting moment of confusion. Are you not deceiving me? Snape reached out to gently ruffle her hair, deliberately adopting a stern expression as he spoke. Did we not agree to trust me? Angelia innocently blinked at him, nestling softly in his embrace as she playfully pouted. I fear you might conceal things from me to spare me worry. It must be said, Angelia possessed a profound understanding of him. Given his nature, had an unbreakable vow been able to bind him, he likely would have kept secrets from her. Even without her previous memories, her insight into him remained intact. Severus sighed resignedly, yet a tender smile graced his eyes as he replied. It seems I shall no longer dare to keep secrets from you. Angelia raised her small head, gazing intently at him. Do not conceal anything from me. We can face any challenge together. Her words fell upon his heart like a delicate cotton blossom, gentle and soft, yet causing an overwhelming surge of emotion within him. Snape responded with a soft hum, but his arms suddenly enveloped her tightly. She had uttered similar sentiments before, in the dim recesses of the attic. During the bleakest moments of his childhood, she had spoken to him in that very manner, whether as Leah or Angelia. She possessed an innate ability to warm his heart with the simplest of phrases. Sensing the tumult of Snape's emotions, Angelia gently wrapped her arms around his waist, silently allowing him to hold her without uttering a word. Unaware of the events that had transpired in the past, she could only surmise that he must have endured considerable suffering. The condition of this room suggested that his childhood was perhaps not filled with joy. Upon her first entrance into the attic room, an unpleasant sensation washed over her. That intense instinct she felt at the time may indeed have been true. He had possibly lived there once, in that cramped, dark, and damp attic. Angelia was uncertain of her former character and whether she had ever promised him that she would stand by his side through any adversity. She wished she had uttered such words in the past, yet if she had not, it mattered little. From this moment forward, she resolved to accompany him through any trials they might face. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally gathered his emotions and spoke. I will not conceal anything from you, nor should you hide from me. He gazed earnestly into her eyes and declared, no matter what challenges arise, we shall confront them together. Angelia raised a gentle smile. Meeting his gaze, within the azure depths of his eyes, only his reflection lingered. Very well, the matter had been broached. Angelia's gaze fell upon Snape's right arm, and with a hint of hesitation, she inquired, could you recount in detail how you brought me back to life? Snape's expression darkened, as if reluctant to revisit that harrowing experience. Yet, the earnestness in Angelia's eyes was unmistakable, prompting him to press his lips together and eventually speak. I carved into my own arm, and in that near-death state, I encountered death. Making a bargain with him, he agreed to restore you. Snape articulated the events with utmost succinctness, for he had long sought to evade memories of that time devoid of Lilia. He struggled to recall what transpired during those days. Everything was shrouded in gray and chaos. He only remembered isolating himself in a small room, engulfed by darkness, where he often glimpsed her smiling at him, playfully teasing him, and conversing with him. The room was filled with alcohol. It was then that he succumbed to the bottle. After Lilia's revival, he endeavored to shed this loathsome habit. Yet whenever matters concerning her arose, he would still find himself drunkenly lost. He harbored a profound distaste for alcohol, particularly for those who indulged excessively. His father was a notorious drunkard. He had once been a violent alcoholic, lashing out at his mother and young self while inebriated. He could scarcely recall how many times he had been struck or what his mother, Erin, had looked like beneath the bruises. His hatred for alcohol and its abusers ran deep. On several occasions, he had nearly perished at his father's fists, had it not been for Lilia. He might have met his end long ago. The psychological scars of his childhood had instilled in him a resolute aversion to alcohol until that fateful day when Lilia was struck by the killing curse. The subsequent events were too chaotic, as if he resided amidst a jumble of shattered fragments. He could only remember his father's drunken state and began to feel an emotion beyond mere aversion for that inebriated wretch. Perhaps alcohol could indeed numb the anguish? He began to experiment with drinking. Initially, the taste of alcohol was unbearable, the sharpness assaulting him alongside the memories of his youth, inducing bouts of nausea. Nevertheless, he endured the repulsion and swallowed an entire bottle of whiskey. He drifted into a stupor, and there she was, Lilia, standing in the corner, smiling and conversing with him. However, he drank too deeply, succumbing to slumber on the floor, and upon awakening, she had vanished. He started to regulate his intake, striving to maintain a state of semi-consciousness to spend more time with Lilia. His tolerance grew, and the amount of alcohol required to achieve that state increased. He became dependent on it, living day by day with a bottle cradled in his arms. Occasionally, during moments of clarity, he pondered what distinguished him from his father of yore. Yet the agony of consciousness was unbearable. He could not confront a world devoid of Leah. In this decayed and frigid realm, the sole source of warmth was Leah herself. Without her, what purpose did life hold? It is somewhat absurd to admit, but he had attempted to embrace death, only to find himself incapable of doing so. He could not even achieve the morbid union of life and death with her. During that harrowing period, he exhausted every conceivable method of suicide, yet death eluded him as if a curse had rendered him invulnerable to its grasp. To this day, he remains perplexed as to why this curse failed to take hold, yet he is profoundly grateful for it. It is precisely this circumstance that spurred his desire to beseech the Grim Reaper for Leah's resurrection, for only then could they share the moments they now cherish. Severus remained silent for an extended duration, while Angelia, too, refrained from uttering a word. He spoke but a brief sentence. Yet she could sense the overwhelming despair that enveloped him. Those days must have been excruciating for him. From that earlier photograph, she could envision the sweetness they once shared. She had no intention of forcing him to revisit those memories, but her curiosity compelled her to inquire about what Severus had sacrificed. What was the price for the Grim Reaper to restore her to life? Severus remained ensnared in his emotions. And as Angelia propped herself up to gaze into the anguish etched upon his face, she suddenly reached out with her delicate, pale hand to cradle his visage. Severus. Angelia's pure and crystal-clear voice summoned Severus's thoughts back. As he struggled to extricate himself from that memory, his dark eyes gradually focusing on Angelia's face. You saved me. Angelia gazed earnestly into his eyes, the depths of which shimmered with ripples of emotion, radiating boundless tenderness. Look, I have returned. We can continue to be together. Severus felt a subtle movement in his throat as he met Angelia's cerulean gaze, deciphering the unmasked emotions within. His heart began to greedily devour reason, spiraling into a frenzy that could no longer be restrained. Regret surged within him. He did not wish to release her, nor could he bear the thought of her reveling in happiness with another. She had said they could continue to be together. Surely she was willing, wasn't she? Did she still wish to be with him? Severus longed to voice his questions, yet as his gaze fell upon her still youthful visage, the words perched on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Without the memories of the past, no matter how mature her thoughts seemed, she was merely an 11-year-old child. Could such a child truly ascertain her own feelings? Could she distinguish between gratitude and love? Could she make definitive choices for her future? Perhaps her current affections for him stemmed from gratitude, or perhaps they were the remnants of memory sealed by a contract. Was she capable of differentiating between these emotions? Severus felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, as the greed within his heart was gradually dispelled and reason finally returned. He truly was a fool. Angelia was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. She only observed the profound emotions that welled up in Snape's eyes, gradually retreating to their depths as a gentle and restrained smile reappeared on his face. Severus? Angelia spoke softly, yet Snape appeared startled, hastily lifting his gaze. You may address me as such in private, but in the presence of others, it is imperative that you refer to me as Uncle Severus. The expression on Snape's face reverted to its former tender and indulgent demeanor, to avert any unnecessary complications. Angelia was uncertain about the nature of the unnecessary troubles. Yet she speculated that it might be a precaution against Dumbledore, and thus she acquiesced, observing that his emotions seemed to have stabilized. Angelia finally mustered the courage to pose a pressing question. Could you tell me what price you paid for that transaction with death? He replied in a detached manner. He merely required me to fulfill one request. He expressed a desire that, when the time was right, I assist him in eliminating a particular individual. Angelia's heart leapt to her throat. Who? Her typically melodious voice now bore a hint of tension. Snape gently patted her back, reassuringly stating, Dumbledore. Angelia let out a slight sigh of relief, yet her brow furrowed deeply. What would become of the old wizard if Dumbledore were to perish? Snape, seemingly aware of her distress, offered a reassuring smile. Fear not, for the moment in question pertains to Voldemort. He desires that I eliminate Dumbledore at the height of Voldemort's power. Angelia instantly comprehended her implication. You mean to say that if Voldemort cannot return, then the moment shall never arrive. This might indeed be a prudent strategy. Angelia's original plan was to eradicate Voldemort's influence, yet she hesitated on whether to eliminate him personally. It now appears that Voldemort's demise is inevitable. Angelia nestled softly into his embrace, her voice finally relaxing as she said, That's wonderful. Snape gently stroked her silky golden hair, a hint of amusement lacing his tone as he inquired, Are you ready to share your plans with me? Angelia fell silent for a moment, then abruptly propped herself up, gazing at him with wide eyes, her voice exceedingly soft. Then you mustn't scold me. Snape felt a twitch in his brow, instinctively wishing to rub his temples. The last time she had exhibited such an expression was when she had pilfered the Philosopher's Stone. Angelia still gazed at him with trepidation, and Snape let out a resigned sigh. Speak, he urged. I am poised to allow the Death Eaters to gradually erode Voldemort's influence, taking over the ranks of the Dark Lord after his demise, and subsequently disbanding the Order of the Phoenix. The veins on Snape's temple throbbed fiercely. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Death Eaters are a wretched lot. Snape seethed through clenched teeth. Angelia pouted in a manner that conveyed her grievance, her glistening eyes fixed upon him without a blink. They cannot best me, she asserted. Unlike the purest faction, the Death Eaters were far from united. The ancient families harbored their own ulterior motives, and even violent suppression would not compel them to unite in rebellion. In the days when Voldemort was powerless and destitute, he relied solely on his personal charisma, strength, and some subtle tactics to win them over. However, many had succumbed to his coercive methods, and his increasingly unstable mental state had sown seeds of dissent among them. But she was different. She commanded the purest faction and did not require their unwavering loyalty. Merely a demonstration of their allegiance would suffice. Thus, she need not exert herself excessively. She could impose her will through force, subduing those who resisted and shattering the obstinate. In the face of overwhelming power, even the proudest neck must bow. Should there be a few who were truly oblivious to the circumstances, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Snape gazed at her in silence, his thoughts a tumult of confusion. He had always been aware of her ambition, yet he had not fathomed the depths of her scheming. To absorb the purest faction, subdue the Death Eaters, and dissolve the Order of the Phoenix, this would leave her as the sole power within the British wizarding world. But what lay ahead for her? What was her ultimate objective? Angelia gazed into his dark, somber eyes and softly interrupted his reverie, inquiring, what occupies your thoughts? Angelia's gentle voice drifted into Snape's ears, drawing his attention to her eyes as he spoke with steady resolve. I am pondering what it is you truly wish to accomplish. Will you support me in whatever I choose to do? Her voice remained soft, yet Snape discerned a hint of cautious anticipation within her gaze. I shall, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his tone softening considerably. Whatever she desired, he would assist her in attaining it. I aspire to establish a new order within the wizarding world, Angelia declared earnestly, her eyes fixed upon his, though her hands, clenched nervously at her sides, betrayed her anxiety. The impact of Voldemort's prior actions upon the wizarding community has been profound. The rift between pureblood and half-blood wizards is increasingly evident even among families of ordinary wizards, with more individuals beginning to place emphasis on bloodlines. The lives of Muggle-born and half-blood wizards within the magical realm have grown increasingly arduous, prompting many to return to the Muggle world. If this persists, the wizarding community in Britain faces inevitable decline. The Dark Lord's ideology seeks to establish a new order governed by wizards, rooted in an extreme belief in pureblood supremacy. In contrast, Dumbledore's vision encompasses equality that extends beyond wizards and muggles to include magical creatures as well. Clearly, none of these ideologies are destined for realization. Extremist beliefs will not garner popular support, and for ages, the wizarding community has considered itself superior to muggles, further divided by distinctions of pureblood, half-blood, and muggle lineage. Whether advocating for equality or extreme purity, both stances are sure to incite considerable opposition. Dumbledore may have garnered the backing of half-blood and muggle-born wizards, and perhaps some magical creatures, yet he seemingly lacks support from the aristocracy. Voldemort enjoys the favor of many pure-blood aristocrats, albeit with a scant number of half-bloods. But he fails to win the populace's allegiance. As for the Dark Lord, he challenges not only public perception, but also the authority of the ruling class. Therefore, I must navigate a middle ground among these three ideologies, garnering support from each, and gradually expanding my influence to realize my vision. And what is your ideology? Snape inquired, gently caressing her cheek with his hand. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Angelia's eyes. She advocated for equality among wizards, as well as between wizards and muggles, desiring to dismantle the secrecy laws to foster communication between the magical and non-magical realms. The rulers require authority, the nobility seeks advantage, and the common folk yearn for stability. Severus's voice remained steady. This path is destined to be fraught with challenges. Without the anticipated doubts and accusations, Severus calmly analyzed the situation for her. Angelia met his gaze, which was deep and dark, filled only with trust and affection. "But I believe in you." Snape observed her somewhat dazed expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I shall remain by your side." Angelia pressed her lips together in silence, her gaze fixed intently upon his face, as a glimmer of moisture suddenly welled in her cerulean eyes. Never had anyone placed such unwavering faith in her. Not even the ancient sorcerer who had watched her grow from childhood had offered her such steadfast support. In his eyes, there was not a hint of doubt, and the smile that adorned his face was light and carefree, as if she were merely speaking of trivial matters. Angeli felt a pang of sorrow swell within her, an unfamiliar emotion gripping her mind. Before her rationality could intervene, her body acted on its own accord. She wrapped her arms around Snape's neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. The helplessness of being confined in Nurmengard by Dumbledore, the desolation of being without parental companionship, the long and tedious years of childhood spent under constant surveillance, and the resentment of being monitored, controlled, and ostracized. All the negative emotions that she had long convinced herself would fade away suddenly erupted in this moment. From the tender age of 3, she had been immersed in learning, living in a prison where she was perpetually watched. Apart from eating and sleeping, nearly all her waking hours were devoted to study. This existence continued for 4 years, until she turned 7, when she finally had the opportunity to leave Nurmengard, to meet Draco and Harry, and to find peers with whom to play. Since childhood, she had been acutely aware of the burdens of her lineage, destined to become the 3rd-generation Dark Lord, reviled and loathed by all. Before the age of 7, she had believed that her arrival in this world was unwelcome, having been abandoned even by her parents. Gellert had scarcely smiled at her before she turned 10. He was a competent teacher and a capable guardian, but not a nurturing elder. He provided her with the finest books, imparting his vast knowledge, ensuring her needs were met with the best of everything. Yet, he could not comprehend the turmoil and dread that resided in her heart. He attributed her struggles to a lack of strength, intensifying her training whenever he sensed the slightest hint of her inner turmoil. She had attempted to take her own life numerous times, yet she found herself incapable of succeeding. Nurmengard was rife with surveillance. Any deviation from the norm would be immediately detected. Gellert noticed her emotional state, but he offered no solace. After each failed attempt at suicide, he would subject her to relentless training and study until she collapsed from exhaustion. His methods appeared effective, as she gradually grew stronger, burying those negative emotions deep within her. Her ambition intensified, leaving her little time to dwell on her fears. Nevertheless, the fear remained, deeply entombed beneath her rational faade. Angelia seldom allows herself such an unrestrained release of emotion. She resembled a wronged child, weeping in Snape's embrace to the point of breathlessness, her body trembling uncontrollably. Snape could not comprehend the sudden surge of emotion that had overtaken Angelia, yet it was evident that she was in the throes of catharsis. He gently placed his hand on her back, offering a soothing pat, silently standing by her side. Angelia wept until her voice became hoarse, and Snape listened with a heavy heart, though he dared not interrupt her. After holding and comforting her for quite some time, her cries gradually subsided. With her emotions finally released, Angelia felt a great sense of relief as her rationality returned. She propped herself up and gazed at Snape. Her eyes and the tip of her nose flushed red, her sapphire blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, 2 droplets precariously clinging to her lower lashes. Her curled eyelashes, dampened by tears, stuck messily to her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. Snape lifted his hand gently to wipe away the tears on her face. His voice soft and tender. "Are you feeling better?" Within the depths of his obsidian eyes lay unease and uncertainty, yet his first words were laced solely with concern. No matter the circumstance, he always placed her above all else. Angelia lifted a radiant smile, nestling affectionately into his embrace, her voice returning to its usual sweet timbre. "I am fine now." Severus let out a discreet sigh of relief, drawing his wand to pour a glass of water, which he offered to her. However, Angelia did not reach for it. "Drink some water." Severus assumed she was disinterested, his brow slightly furrowing, yet Angelia whimsically shook her head. "You feed me." Severus displayed a faint, resigned smile, obediently bringing the cup to her lips. Angelia leaned in, taking several sips from his hand, then contentedly nestled back into his embrace. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Will you still be going to Malfoy Manor this year?" Angelia inquired, her face alight with anticipation. In truth, Severus had spent nearly every Christmas at Malfoy Manor for the past several years. Noticing her eagerness, he affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, "Very well. Shall we head back now?" Angelia lazily yawned against him. Crying had truly drained her energy. She sleepily closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, seemingly wishing to rest for a while. As dinner time approached, Severus contemplated briefly before rising with her in his arms. "Let us return now. Hold on tight." He had no intention of setting her down, prompting Angelia to wrap her arms securely around his neck. With one hand firmly supporting her, Severus used the other to toss some flue powder into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor. As his deep voice resonated, a swirl of green flames engulfed their figures. Inside Malfoy Manor, Draco sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Harry had gone to play on his broomstick, and Angelia, who had promised to study with him yesterday, was nowhere to be found, leaving Draco feeling quite aggrieved. He flipped through the pages of the book at a frantic pace, confronted by a myriad of unfamiliar yet familiar terms, ultimately resting the book on his face in frustration. Damn it, this knowledge just one tea stick. Before he could finish his lament, a sudden flash of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and Severus emerged, cradling Angelia. Draco instinctively thought Lucius and Narcissa had returned, causing him to drop the book and stand at attention. It was only after his reflexive reaction that he realized the ones before him were Severus and Angelia. "Godfather," Draco greeted respectfully, his gaze surreptitiously darting towards Angelia in Severus's arms, concern evident in his voice. "What happened to Angelia?" "She is merely tired," Severus replied, casting a faint glance at him before striding purposefully towards Angelia's room on the second floor. Draco shivered involuntarily, uncertain why that fleeting glance had instilled such a sense of danger within him. Angelia had become drowsy, her awareness reduced to the fact that she was placed upon a bed. The warmth beside her, infused with the enchanting aroma of a potion, seemed to be departing. In a swift motion, she reached out, grasping at the lingering fragrance. "Do not leave. Stay with me as I drift into slumber," Angelia murmured softly as she shuffled forward. And Snape observed her little head inching towards the edge of the bed. With swift reflexes, he gently supported her. Angelia nestled against his hand, which bore the warmth and fragrance of his presence, and contentedly drifted off to sleep. Snape maintained his position, cradling her head, as he watched her gradually succumb to slumber. This little girl. With a resigned sigh, Snape adjusted her sleeping posture and pulled the blanket over her before turning to leave the room. In the living room, Draco was still grappling with the burden of memorization, his lovely face wrinkled in dismay, as if the book in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. In the blink of an eye, Snape had arrived, prompting Draco to rise immediately and greet him. "Godfather," Snape responded coolly, taking a seat beside the sofa and casually picking up the tome that had tormented him relentlessly, the comprehensive compendium of special potions. "Have you memorized it?" Snape's voice was as cold as ever, causing Draco's heart to sink, and he straightened himself. "Not yet." Draco's voice was tinged with disappointment, prompting a slight furrow in Snape's brow as he flipped through the pages of the hefty book. "How far along are you?" Draco pouted, somewhat dejectedly replying to page 10. Snape glanced at the 400 pages in his hands, his frown deepening. "Is there anything you do not comprehend?" Draco hesitated, nodding and then shaking his head. If he confessed to understanding nothing, his godfather would surely reprimand him. Noticing Draco's ambiguous demeanor, Snape's brow knitted further. "If your mind has not been devoured by a slug, I expect a definitive answer from you, rather than leaving your godfather to speculate on your thoughts." Draco shivered at the sudden intensity. "I don't understand any of it." He let his small head droop, yet the anticipated scolding did not come. "It is entirely normal not to grasp it. This book exceeds your current level of study." Snape closed the book and handed it to him, causing Draco to brighten and eagerly reach for it. If his godfather deemed it beyond his learning scope, did that mean he need not continue memorizing? However, before he could revel in his excitement, Snape added, "Nonetheless, a bit of memorization would benefit you. Start by committing it to memory." The joy on Draco's face froze in place. Snape paid him no further heed, rising and departing, leaving Draco standing there, dazed, clutching the book. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of memorization. Draco pouted and settled back onto the sofa, resuming his arduous task of memorizing the text in his hands. Angelia awoke after approximately half an hour of slumber, her gaze wandering in a daze around her surroundings. Shaking her head to dispel the remnants of sleep, she gradually recalled that she had returned to Malfoy Manor. But what of Severus Snape? Angelia swiftly leapt from her bed, donned her shoes, and dashed outside. As she passed Severus's room, She noticed him leaning against the bedside, engrossed in a book, the door wide open. "Severus," she exclaimed, rushing over to nestle into his embrace, nuzzling affectionately against him. "I've missed you." A tender smile crept onto Severus's lips as he gently ruffled her hair. His voice soft as silk. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well," Angelia replied, her delight evident as she tilted her head to glimpse the text he was reading. Curiously, she inquired, "What are you reading?" The book in his hands was entirely in French. With a spark of curiosity, she peered at it and was astonished to discover that she could comprehend it. Leaning closer, she scrutinized the pages for a while before suddenly reciting a passage aloud. Les matériaux magiques doivent très manipules in strict conformité avec les procédures de fonctionnement afin d'éviter les pertes inutiles. Severus stared at her, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Before he could respond, Angelia's somewhat bewildered voice interjected once more. "This sentence means that potion ingredients should be handled in strict accordance with operational procedures to avoid unnecessary waste, correct?" Angelia lifted her head to gaze at him, her face adorned with evident perplexity. Indeed, Snape set down the book he was holding and regarded her with earnestness. "Are you able to comprehend French?" Angelia, in a state of confusion, shook her head and then nodded. "I am unsure. It seems I can comprehend, yet I have never studied it." Severus regarded her with a gaze of intricate emotions, and after a moment's pause, he spoke softly. "You were once a Frenchwoman." Angelia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this my original memory?" Snape furrowed his brow and replied, "Not quite. Your memories are sealed by the contract and may merely be an instinct." Angelia was evidently thrilled by her inexplicable acquisition of a new skill point. With great enthusiasm, she leaned forward, resting her small head, to observe the book in his hands, translating each word for him with fervor. Severus Snape rubbed his weary eyes, reclining against the bed frame with eyes closed, listening to the melodious clarity of her voice as she meticulously read aloud from the text. The atmosphere in the room was imbued with warmth and tenderness, until Draco happened to pass by the doorway and witness this charming scene. "Angelia!" Draco exclaimed excitedly from the threshold, but as his gaze shifted, he suddenly noticed Snape reclining with his eyes shut, prompting him to lower his voice significantly. "You're awake." Snape furrowed his brow in discontent but did not open his eyes. Angelia paused her reading, lifting her gaze to Draco before turning her head to glance at Snape. He was reclining against the headboard, his eyes closed and breathing steadily, appearing to be in slumber, showing no reaction to the sudden cessation of her reading. She carefully closed the book and set it aside, then quietly descended from the bed and approached Draco, gently shutting the bedroom door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, Snape opened his eyes, casting a shadowed glance towards the entrance. "What is the matter?" Angelia inquired, tugging Draco a few steps away before speaking. The excitement on Draco's face was promptly replaced by a look of indignation. "You've been quite enigmatic lately. You promised to accompany me in my studies, yet you vanished early this morning. This book contains a total of 453 pages, and I have managed to memorize only a handful. You vowed to assist me. You cannot renege on that promise." Angelia helplessly spread her delicate white palm towards him, and immediately, Draco placed a hefty tome of specialized potions into her hand. She accepted the book and casually flipped through its pages, a knowing smile gracing her face. "It is entirely understandable that memorizing this book would prove challenging. Its contents surpass your current level of study. However, reviewing it will undoubtedly benefit you." Draco's small face fell, as he glanced back at the door of Snape's chamber, then turned to Angelia with a soft, complaining tone. "Why does everyone say that?" "What?" Angelia did not quite catch what he was saying, but Draco evidently wished to put the matter to rest. "Are you free now? Would you accompany me in studying?" Draco's striking gray eyes blinked eagerly, awaiting her consent. "Shall we perhaps wait until after dinner to study?" It seemed they had already missed the dinner hour. Angelia rubbed her empty stomach, suddenly realizing that she had not partaken in dinner that evening. Draco nodded as he took the heavy book from her hands and cradled it in his arms. "Then let us wait a moment longer. Father and Mother mentioned they would be home a bit late and advised us to eat first. I instructed the house elves to hold off on preparing anything while you and Godfather were resting." "Oh, how thoughtful of you," Angelia replied with a gentle smile. "Let us wait for Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. They should be returning shortly." No sooner had she spoken than their voices echoed from downstairs, prompting both to exchange glances before racing down the stairs. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa." Angelia dashed into Narcissa's embrace. Narcissa immediately wrapped her arms around her, her face adorned with her customary gentle smile. "You're back. The house elves mentioned you left quite early today. I went to Spinner's End. Angelia tilted her head slightly. Uncle Severus has returned as well. Just as the words left her lips, Severus Snape descended the staircase. Oh, Severus, Lucius exclaimed, his eyes suddenly brightening as he stood with arms outstretched and an aristocratic tone. You must stay for Christmas this year. What would we do otherwise? His overly affectionate tone caused Severus to furrow his brow, and even Narcissa shivered at the sentiment, shifting slightly aside with Angelia in her arms. Keep your distance. We wouldn't want any blood spattering on her should a quarrel arise. Angelia could hardly bear to look. She turned her head and buried it in Narcissa's embrace, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to conceal them both. Draco, however, exhibited far greater composure. He averted his gaze to the side, strenuously attempting to mask the disdain etched upon his features. If there is one lesson to be gleaned from the past few decades, I hope it is the virtue of silence. Severus disregarded his outstretched arms, sidling up to Narcissa and crouching down with open arms. Angelia. Angelia promptly lifted her gaze to glance at him, decisively throwing herself into his embrace. Lucius and Narcissa's fervent eyes instantly shifted to the pair. Angelia tilted her head, burying her face in the crook of Snape's neck, and whispered softly, a voice only the two of them could hear, "Did we not agree to keep this a secret?" Snape's arms around her stiffened momentarily, and he cast a furtive glance at Draco, who stood nearby, utterly bewildered, before reluctantly loosening his hold. Lucius had already retracted his arm and was now observing the pair with keen interest, arms crossed, just as Angelia contemplated saying something to salvage the situation. Narcissa let out a soft laugh. Look, Severus would rather embrace Angelia than you. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and seizing the subtle hint from Narcissa, Angelia teased, Indeed. How could I possibly compare to little Angelia's charm? The four shared an unspoken understanding and diverted the conversation, though Draco took it earnestly. It was evident that even the godfather favored Angelia. Harry, having grown weary from his afternoon play, returned to his room for a nap and only just awoke at that moment. As he groggily descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of Angelia and Professor Snape in the living room. Angelia, you're back, Harry exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he hurried into the living room, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor towards Snape. Professor Snape. Snape turned his head to regard him with a cool glance and offered a curt acknowledgement. Could he always attend to Angelia's emotions, providing her comfort? Snape silently ground his teeth. With everyone gathered, it was time for dinner to commence. Angelia sat beside Draco as usual, and he, as ever, attended to her with great care. He would occasionally pour her a drink and lean in to remind her which dishes were particularly delectable, performing these small acts with remarkable ease. Angelia, however, felt as though she were seated upon a bed of nails. The gaze emanating from the diagonal direction was too intense. Even Harry sensed the oddity of the situation, nearly burying his head in his plate. Yet Draco appeared oblivious to the circumstances. No need. I can manage on my own, she replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head as he attempted to assist her in slicing the steak. It was amusing. If she did not refuse him soon, it might lead to calamity. Nevertheless, Draco seemed entirely unaware of Snape's penetrating stare, and with a haughty tilt of his head, he reached for Angelia's plate, muttering in a tone laced with disdain. By the time you finish cutting your steak, it will have grown cold, and eating it then would be detrimental to your stomach. Allow me to prepare it for you, so that when you dine, it will be at the perfect temperature. Angelia could no longer summon the courage to lift her gaze, for the piercing stare from across the table seemed poised to bore a hole into her forehead. She could only hope that Draco would hasten his meal and return the plate to her. Clearly, Harry was the most unfortunate of all, seated beside Snape. His face appeared as though it might plunge into his plate. In a desperate attempt, he stretched his legs beneath the table and finally managed to kick Draco. Draco looked up, bewildered, and asked Harry, "Why did you kick me?" Instantly, all eyes at the table turned toward Harry, who clenched his teeth in frustration. A somewhat bashful smile broke across his face as he replied, "Sorry, it was an accident." Narcissa cast a grateful, yet sympathetic glance at Harry. She had grown weary of managing her son's antics, and it seemed he alone remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Let him endure the trials of Slytherin, she thought, perhaps reflecting on the training lessons imparted by the Malfoy family. Were it not for the limitation of only one course per child, she would have considered sending him back for a refresher. Typically astute in his dealings, it was perplexing how he could display such a lack of awareness in the presence of those close to him. Lucius, indifferent to the tense atmosphere at the table, had come to terms with the idea of neglecting his son. In this peculiar ambience, Draco leisurely finished slicing his steak and returned the plate to Angelia. Here, eat up. It should be just the right temperature now. With care, Draco also transferred some of his broccoli onto her plate. Angelia has a particular fondness for broccoli. When it accompanies her meal, she can indulge in a few extra bites of steak. The more meticulous she becomes, the quicker Harry devours his food. Help? It appears that Professor Snape is about to consume someone. In truth, their fears are unfounded. Snape is not experiencing any intense emotional upheaval. He is merely observing Draco's actions. Angelia remarked on Draco's meticulousness, so he decided to observe how Draco conducted himself. After a meal, Snape noted that Draco indeed exhibited great attentiveness, considering every detail for Angelia's sake. However, he simultaneously discerned that Draco had yet to awaken to his feelings. At this stage, notions of affection were far beyond him. He remained merely an 11-year-old child. Snape curled his lips in satisfaction as he savored a piece of steak. By the time he matures and gains insight, it would be too late. As for Harry beside him, there was little to say. He appeared to be almost burying his face in his plate, embodying a friendship that was pure and devoid of any impurities. Angelia experienced a meal fraught with trepidation. As soon as dinner concluded, Harry swiftly made his escape, dragging Draco along with him. Angelia vowed that she had witnessed Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa casting appreciative glances towards Harry. Draco, bewildered, was pulled away, but not before he mischievously gestured towards Angelia and winked, indicating the upper floor. Angela comprehended his intentions. They had arranged to study together in the evening, and he implied they would meet in his bedroom shortly. She understood, yet she lacked the courage to proceed. Angelia discreetly cast a glance at Snape, who displayed no discernible expression. His demeanor remained composed and unperturbed, suggesting he was not angered. Nevertheless, Angelia resolved to eliminate any potential threats to their relationship at the outset. Lucius and Narcissa had already ascended the stairs, leaving only the two of them in the dining room. Angelia approached him, opened her arms, and playfully implored, "A hug, please." Snape, well aware of her intentions, responded with a gentle smile, extending his arms to lift her and place her upon his lap. "Are you upset?" she inquired, although Snape appeared anything but angry. Yet, for the sake of reassurance, she asked. "Not at all," Snape replied, tenderly pinching her cheek. Angelia's skin is remarkably fair, her cherubic face adorned with a slight baby fat, soft and tender to the touch. The sensation is exquisite. Her complexion is devoid of any pores, and the gentle caress of one's fingers upon it feels akin to stroking the most delicate silk, smooth and supple, evoking an irresistible allure. Severus Snape cradles her face with his right hand, his thumb gliding gently along her delicate cheek, imparting a subtle tingling sensation. Angelia gently pressed her face against his palm, her bright blue eyes gazing at him unblinkingly, her tone affectionate. "Severus, I promised to go to Draco's room shortly to help him with his studies." Snape responded with a soft his gaze lingering on the side of her face. The gentle caress of his fingers had caused her skin to flush slightly. Feeling a pang of concern, Snape furrowed his brow and withdrew his fingers, leaning in to examine the area closely before cautiously tapping it. "Does it hurt?" "What?" Angelia was completely taken aback. Were they not discussing going to Draco's room to study shortly? Why did they suddenly inquire if she was in pain? What was there to be pained about in studying? Angelia tilted her small head in confusion as she gazed up at him. Yet his gaze was solely fixated on the crimson mark adorning the side of her face. It was flushed. Snape extended his hand once more, gently tapping her cheek. Angelia was entirely unaware of what had transpired. She honestly shook her head, saying, "It doesn't hurt." Snape gently traced his thumb over the patch of redness for a moment before finally releasing his grip. "You may go now." When Angela arrived at Draco's room, he was sorrowfully resting his small face on the bed while engrossed in a book. Upon hearing a sound at the door, Draco's eyes lit up, and he eagerly lifted his head to look. "Angela, you have finally come." Angelia adeptly climbed onto the bed and nestled beside him, seizing the book before him, and playfully pinching his woeful little face. "Where did you leave off?" Draco inquired, gesturing towards a particular passage on the page, his lovely brows knitted in concentration. "I don't understand this part." Angelia delicately spread the book between them, her voice soft as she elucidated the content, while Draco listened intently. With understanding, memorization became significantly easier. They engaged in a seamless exchange of dialogue, unwittingly committing a substantial portion to memory. As the evening wore on, having recited numerous passages from the book, Draco, growing weary, rubbed his eyes, and his voice took on a heavy timbre of fatigue, rendering his responses to Angelia increasingly indistinct. Angelia had been sleeping soundly during the day, which left her quite refreshed. Noticing Draco's fatigue, she gently closed the book in her hands and set it aside, her voice soft as she spoke. You should rest. We can continue our study tomorrow. Perhaps due to their recent separation, Draco displayed an unusual attachment to her. Almost as soon as she made a move, he instinctively grasped her sleeve. Are you planning to sneak out again? By the time I awaken tomorrow, you might have vanished. His voice was filled with a pitiful tone. And Angelia's heart softened. She reached out to tousle his hair. I am merely going to find Uncle Severus. Draco, inexplicably discontent, burrowed deeper into the blankets, burying his head while his fingers continued to cling tightly to her sleeve. Angelia helplessly patted his hand, yet Draco appeared even more discontented. His grip tightened, and his tone turned rather fierce. You will stay with me today. Although the words were a plea, they carried an inexplicable air of imperiousness when uttered by him. Leaving Angelia at a loss for how to respond, she patiently negotiated with him. Why don't you sleep first? Once you are asleep, I shall return. I promise I will still be at Malfoy Manor by morning. Draco cast her a mournful glance, his voice softening with a hint of grievance. Really? Indeed. Angelia fervently nodded her head. I assure you. Draco pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment, before ultimately conceding. Then you must stay with me until I fall asleep. And you are not to leave secretly tomorrow. Seeing that he was appeased, Angelia eagerly nodded in agreement. Of course. Draco, evidently exhausted, soon succumbed to slumber. His delicate brows slightly furrowed, while his hand restlessly clutched Angelia's sleeve. Angelia was not initially weary, yet the bed beneath her was exceedingly comfortable. The flickering glow of the fireplace maintained a cozy warmth within the bedroom, and the steady, gentle rhythm of Draco's breathing lulled her into a tranquil slumber alongside him. Snape, who had been engrossed in his reading within the confines of the bedroom, glanced up to discover that it was already past 11 o'clock. It appeared that Angelia had yet to emerge from Draco's room, concerned that the two children might strain their eyes from reading late into the night. He intended to remind them to retire for the evening. However, as he approached the door, he found them nestled together, peacefully asleep. With a resigned sigh, Snape softly entered the room, gently lifted Angelia into his arms, and deftly covered Draco with the blanket he had kicked off, before carrying her away from Draco's chamber. The room of Angelia was devoid of the warmth of a crackling fireplace. Severus cradled the girl and gently placed her upon his bed. As soon as he withdrew his hands, the little girl stirred awake. Severus, she murmured, her voice a soft whisper, imbued with the remnants of slumber. Her cerulean eyes shimmered with a hint of drowsiness. She blinked in bewilderment at Severus, seemingly seeking confirmation of his presence, before nestling back into his embrace and closing her eyes once more. Severus, hold me. In that moment, Severus's heart melted like a tuft of cotton candy, sweet and tender. A gentle smile unconsciously graced his lips. He did not release her, instead lying beside Angelia and drawing her into his arms. She instinctively sought a comfortable position within his embrace, nuzzling against him before drifting back into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, Angelia found herself momentarily disoriented by her surroundings. Severus had risen early, and she stared in confusion at the dark gray blanket enveloping her. Straining to recollect the events of the previous night, she distinctly remembered falling asleep in Draco's room. Could it be that Severus had carried her back? The thought of Severus witnessing her and Draco together on the same bed sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to quickly slip on her shoes and hastily make her way outside. As Angelia rushed to the door, Severus was just about to enter from the outside. She lost her footing and stumbled directly into his embrace. With tears welling in her eyes, Angelia rubbed her forehead, which had been hurt from the impact, and looked up to meet Severus's weary gaze. How clumsy of you, he sighed softly, bending down to tenderly soothe the small, reddened area on her skin. Does it hurt? Angeli dared not speak of her discomfort. Instead, she grasped his sleeve with a hopeful gaze, her voice laced with a hint of appeasement. Was it you who carried me back yesterday? Indeed, Snape replied, arching an eyebrow as he observed the subtle unease in her expression. Please don't be angry. I didn't intend to share a bed with him, Angeli pleaded, her mind racing to find the right words of explanation. Just then, a warm hand rested gently atop her head. Snape tenderly tousled her hair, his voice imbued with an unexpected softness. I am not angry. Nor would I ever restrict your friendships. I understand you regard him merely as a good friend, and you will be mindful of your boundaries, won't you? Angelia blinked and nodded earnestly. I shall not lose my temper over trifles, nor shall I harbor anger for such minor matters. You need not feel constrained on my behalf. I do not wish to impose any tiresome choices upon you, for I understand how significant they are to you. A gentle smile graced Snape's lips. Yet Angelia felt a sudden sting in her eyes and abruptly threw herself into his embrace. You are truly kind. Draco and Harry, having grown up alongside her, are immensely important friends. If Snape were to take issue with their camaraderie, it would place her in a most uncomfortable position. Snape soothingly patted her back, teasingly admonishing her. No tears, lest Lucius come up and think I have mistreated you. I'm not crying. Angelia straightened up, proudly tilting her head, and boldly pinched Snape's cheek, declaring, You must not slander me. With that, she swiftly dashed away before he could react. Snape watched the little girl retreating with a helpless smile, a faint curve at the corners of his mouth. She grows increasingly audacious. Half an hour later, Lucius dragged Draco from his bed, compelling him to join everyone for breakfast. He yawned wearily, one hand cradling his head, while the other poked at the steak on his plate with a fork, displaying an utter lack of enthusiasm. Angelia gazed at the steak on his plate, which resembled a sieve, and wrinkled her brow in distaste. Do you harbor a grudge against this cow? Draco tilted his head to observe her vibrant little face, stifling a yawn. It was unfair, despite having slept the same number of hours. She appeared so energetic while he felt utterly fatigued. Harry, observing the interaction between Draco and Angelia, was astonished to discover a distinct absence of the usual oppressive atmosphere at the dining table today. Seizing the opportunity to reach for his cup, he discreetly glanced at Professor Snape, who was intently consuming his steak, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. What transpired? The tension at the table had been palpable just yesterday. Harry hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering a bit longer, only to catch Snape's lips curling into a slight smile before he quickly reverted to his stern demeanor and shot a frosty glance at Harry. A shiver ran down Harry's spine, prompting him to bury his head into his plate, frantically shoveling food as if to escape. Oh dear, help. Professor Snape was terrifying. In truth, Snape had noticed Harry's fleeting glance the moment it occurred. He was inherently cautious, and years of being on high alert had ingrained this habit within him. How could he possibly overlook such a blatant gaze? Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging it, but soon found himself intrigued. Deciding to seize the opportunity to instill a bit of fear, consider it a fortification of mental resilience. Draco, however, remained blissfully oblivious. Having missed the tension in the atmosphere a couple of days prior, and today, he was equally unaware of the renewed warmth. He lethargically speared a piece of steak, only to lack the enthusiasm to return it to his plate, having barely consumed a few bites. Angelia felt somewhat helpless as she leaned closer to Draco and softly urged, You should eat more. We still have to recite our lessons later. Her intention was merely to encourage him to partake in the meal, but unexpectedly, her words only diminished his appetite further. How frustrating it was, knowing they had yet another task to tackle. Life was indeed quite arduous. Angelia poured a glass of orange juice for him and gently nudged the plate containing fried eggs closer to him. If he had no appetite for steak, he could always indulge in some bread or eggs instead. In the past, it was Draco who tended to Angelia at the dining table, but now, for the first time, Angelia was looking after Draco. Clearly, she lacked his finesse, as she had hardly touched her own steak. Snape furrowed his brow at the sight of Angelia's nearly untouched steak, contemplating a small cake for her later. Narcissa, observing the knit of Snape's brows and then glancing at Angelia's earnest efforts to care for Draco, decided to intervene for her son. Darling, please eat without worrying about Draco. Narcissa gently encouraged Angelia before turning her gaze to Draco. What would you like to eat? Just summon the house elf to prepare it. You must have a proper meal in the morning. As Draco met Narcissa's warm gaze, he suddenly felt the chill of Lucius's cold stare beside her, prompting him to sit up straight and obediently respond, No need, mother. I was just a bit tired earlier, but I feel much better now. Both Narcissa and Angelia exchanged puzzled looks at his sudden compliance, but seeing him begin to eat properly, they chose not to comment further. Lucius subtly withdrew his gaze and elegantly cut a piece of steak before bringing it to his mouth. By the end of the meal, Draco appeared considerably more alert. He contemplated the book he had only partially memorized and recalled Lucius's icy glare from the morning, ultimately deciding to continue his studies and finish the book. Angelia was nestled on the sofa with Snape, engrossed in their reading, when Draco approached them, gazing at Angelia with a pitiful expression. Let us go study, he implored. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly but did not lift his gaze. Angelia turned her head to glance at Snape, then softly addressed Draco. You go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Although Draco was perplexed, he obediently retreated to his room without hesitation. Angelia tilted her head to glance at Snape. Her voice soft and playful as she said, I'm going to keep Draco company while he studies, all right? You mustn't be upset. Snape, with a resigned sigh, set down his book and turned to her, gently pinching her cheek as he replied, Very well, go ahead. Draco was at the table, diligently reviewing the material he had memorized the previous night, and as Angelia entered, she caught sight of his furrowed brow. What troubles you? She inquired. Angelia approached him and gazed at the contents of the open pages. This part was spoken by Draco just as he was about to fall asleep. He likely did not recall it accurately. Indeed, Draco, feeling somewhat guilty, blinked at her with a hint of shyness. He had evidently not retained the information from last night. Angelia raised her hand to gently tousle his hair and sat beside him, earnestly recounting the tale once more. Draco listened intently, as the hazy memories from the previous night suddenly crystallized in his mind. Feeling bored after playing alone on his broomstick, Harry decided to join them in their study. However, the pace at which Draco and Angelia progressed was swift, rendering Harry nearly unable to comprehend their discourse, and before long, he found himself resting his head upon the table, succumbing to sleep. Angelia gazed helplessly at the slumbering Harry, levitating him onto Draco's bed with her wand, before continuing her discourse with Draco, books in hand. After a morning of relentless dialogue, her throat parched and Draco's mind in a whirl. Only Harry awoke rejuvenated from his slumber. As the trio descended the stairs for their meal, Angelia was taken aback to find Severus absent. Where is Uncle Severus? She inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Narcissa. He had some matters to attend to and has returned to Hogwarts, Narcissa replied gently, stroking her head. He should be back before dinner. Though Narcissa's voice remained as soothing as ever, an inexplicable worry gnawed at Angelia's heart. She furrowed her brow at the steak before her, devoid of any appetite. I wish to go see him, Angelia softly implored Narcissa, her bright, glistening eyes blinking with hope. May I, Aunt Narcissa? Narcissa hesitated, her expression troubled. He must be busy. Uncle Severus will not hold it against me. A glimmer of pleading emerged in Angelia's eyes. Please? With a resigned glance at Lucius, Narcissa sighed softly. Very well. Let your Uncle Lucius accompany you. Angelia tilted her head slightly, her voice becoming softer and more delicate. I wish to go by myself. There is nothing dangerous at Hogwarts. Uncle Severus will protect me. If Dumbledore were to continue troubling Snape, she would undoubtedly confront him. Lucius, as the head of the Malfoy family, was clearly ill-suited for such an awkward situation. Very well. Narcissa gazed into Angelia's glistening eyes and ultimately relented. She reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gently ruffled her hair. Go ahead, and do take care. Angelia responded with a nod and swiftly dashed into the living room, seizing a handful of flying powder from the fireplace. In the potion office, a man slumped despondently on the sofa. One of his legs was a gruesome mess, while his shoulder and abdomen bore gaping, bloody wounds. A deep gash, visible to the bone, ran from his brow to his jawline, and both arms hung at his sides in an unnatural manner, resembling mere decorations, clearly dislocated. The room was frigid, the fireplace unlit, and a chilling dampness seeped from the stone walls, gradually encroaching upon her body. Angelia cautiously raised her wand, her gaze fixed upon the stranger before her, a man she had never encountered, his presence here inexplicable. A flicker of green flame in the hearth startled him, prompting him to glance up, only to find an 11-year-old girl regarding him warily, her grip on her wand unwavering. Who are you? Angelia inquired, her brow furrowing as she studied his face, an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirring within her, though she was certain she had never met him. A faint smile graced the man's lips, yet the scars adorning his visage lent him an unsettling aspect. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in his eyes, yet his voice remained surprisingly amicable as he replied, I am your father. Angelia clutched her wand, poised to unleash an Avada Kedavra upon him. Just as she raised her wand, Snape entered, pushing the door open. He was momentarily taken aback by the palpable tension between the two, but quickly intervened, exclaiming, Leah, stop. Angelina gazed at Snape's anxious expression, then turned her attention to the man before her, obediently placing her wand down. Who is he? A hint of displeasure crossed Angelina's delicate features, her sweet visage turning cold as her right hand remained tightly clenched around her wand. Snape glanced at the provocateur lounging on the sofa and then back at Angelina, reluctantly beginning to explain, he is your father. Angelia turned her head in surprise to glance at Snape, whose expression did not suggest he was jesting. She finally took a serious look at the man before her. His injuries appeared quite severe, rendering nearly his entire body immobile, leaving only his head capable of movement, and at that moment, he wore a nonchalant demeanor as she scrutinized him. Upon closer inspection, Angelia noticed that his face bore a resemblance to Leah's, though the expression upon it was most distasteful. Observing Angelia's earnest gaze, Snape's fingers curled slightly as he rapidly contemplated how to console her should she weep upon recognizing him as her father. Before he could formulate a coherent thought, Angelia turned her head disdainfully and raised her chin, declaring, "I don't want to." The man on the sofa widened his eyes in indignation, inadvertently aggravating the wounds on his face, which caused him to grimace in pain. Yet he did not forget to glare at her once more. "What did you say? I have yet to punish you for betraying the family. And you dare to scorn me?" Angelia was perplexed by his words, turning her head in confusion as if awaiting an explanation for the accusation of her having forsaken her home. Observing her bewildered expression, the man widened his eyes and shifted his gaze to Snape, speaking in a gruff tone. "You haven't restored her memory yet, have you?" Snape lowered his eyes to glance at Angelia and gently shook his head. "I fear." "What is there to fear? She won't die," the man replied, tilting his head. Miraculously, all his wounds had vanished as if they had never existed. "Come here," he beckoned to her. "I shall assist you in reclaiming your memories." Angelia had yet to comprehend why the wounds upon his body had mysteriously vanished, when, in the next moment, the man beckoned her closer. An inexplicable sense of danger washed over Angelia, prompting her to swiftly turn and plunge into Severus's embrace. The man clicked his tongue in impatience, rising to his feet and striding over to her, seizing the collar of her attire and lifting her up. With a disdainful remark, he chided, "Cowering like this, do you not resemble a member of the royal family? Has your memory faded alongside your demeanor? Stand tall." Angelia was brought to a halt before the sofa, her fingers tightly gripping her wand as she contemplated whether to unleash an avada against the man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her father. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind. The sensation intensified, causing her to falter and collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath while clutching her head in agony. Snape, filled with concern, stepped forward but was halted by the man. "She will not die." The man leisurely seated himself on the sofa, observing Angelia's torment as he casually conjured a cup of tea from thin air and took a sip. For the next half hour, Angelia remained ensnared in a whirlwind of suffering and illusion, her thoughts bombarded by two conflicting memories, driving her to the brink of madness. Snape, yearning to reach her side, found himself thwarted by an unseen barrier that prevented him from approaching Angelia. Gradually, a warm crimson light emanated from her body, and as the radiance intensified, she began to transform, appearing as a woman in her 20s. Through the blinding red glow, Snape immediately recognized the figure as Leah, his breath catching in his throat, a mixture of joy and fear enveloping him. "Leah?" As the red light gradually dissipated, the figure shifted and slowly rose to her feet. Angelia's gaze first fell upon Snape's face, and she remarked, "It has been a long time." Snape's eyes brimmed with tears. He trembled as he reached out, longing to approach her, yet was thwarted once more by the invisible barrier. Angelia also noticed his peculiar behavior. She tilted her head to glance at the man seated behind her, whose smile was both enigmatic and mocking, and took a deep breath. "Are you all right?" A formidable reaper reduced to such a state, resorting to the powers of death to mend your wounds. "How have you deteriorated so significantly after all these years? I hope the royal family has not fallen under your watch." This was indeed his daughter. Surprisingly, the man was not angered. Rather, his smile seemed to grow more genuine. "It's quite remarkable that you still recall the royal family. In the past, you risked everything to save him, even striking a bargain with Hades. If it weren't for the blood that runs through your veins, which is mine, I would have ensured your limbs were severed and your skin flayed. As the daughter of a reaper, you dare to engage in dealings with the old adversary of death? Do you believe I possess an eternity to spare?" Angelia felt a twinge of guilt, nervously touching her nose. Yet she immediately retorted, "Wasn't it my fear of his retaliation that led me to betray the family?" Snape stood frozen, absorbing their exchange. He was aware that Leah was the daughter of the Grim Reaper and that she had struck a deal with Hades. But whom did Mr. Royal refer to when he mentioned saving someone? Was it him? Mr. Royal shifted his gaze slightly, as if finally noticing Snape's presence, and regarded him with a detached expression. "Yes, it is indeed you. Were it not for you, my daughter would not have been foolish enough to engage in a transaction with Hades, betraying her family for you." and causing her poor father to endure the Grim Reaper's punishment for a full decade. Snape's eyes darkened, yet confusion lingered within them. Mr. Royal, perceiving his bewilderment, magnanimously continued to elucidate. She foresaw your demise in that great battle and sought to save you. As I am the Grim Reaper's envoy, she could not implore me for favoritism, nor could she negotiate with Death himself. He cast a harsh glare at Angelia. Thus, she turned to Hades. Hades consented to ensure your safety until the age of 97. Apologies, it seems I inadvertently revealed your lifespan. Kindly disregard that. Mr. Royal innocently blinked and continued. Consequently, Angelia made a pact with him, trading Dumbledore's soul. Though the motives behind the Grim Reaper and Hades' desire for Dumbledore's soul remain a mystery, it is evident that your fates are now intertwined. Mr. Royal's expression bore no trace of concern, only a sheer delight in others' misfortunes. After absorbing the unfolding events, Snape's emotions swirled within him, predominantly a blend of gratitude and sorrow. He attempted to stride towards Angelia but was thwarted once more by that detestable barrier. Angelia gazed at the complex emotions etched upon his face and, in a sudden burst of warmth, bestowed upon him a radiant smile. With a gentle touch, she eliminated all the barriers that lay before him. Severus, I have missed you dearly. She was the first to approach him, enveloping him in a tender embrace. The figure in her arms was no longer that endearing little girl, but the genuine and true Leah. Severus held her tightly, his slightly pallid lips brushing against her ear. Yet no words could escape his lips. It's all right. I understand everything. Leah, reminiscent of days gone by, offered a soft smile as she tenderly patted his back, her beaming presence providing solace. Severus was not adept at articulating his feelings, a fact she was acutely aware of. During moments of emotional turmoil, he often found himself at a loss for words, a trait he had exhibited in the past. Thus, she had cultivated the habit of reassuring him, gently patting his back whenever he choked on his words, whispering to him, I understand. Suddenly, Mr. Royal cleared his throat twice, casting a disapproving glance at the two embraced figures. With a flick of his wrist, he carelessly tossed his teacup into the air, watching it vanish without a trace. You two should be mindful. I am still here. Angelia suddenly remembered and turned to look at him. Why are you still here? Royal took a deep breath, revealing a disingenuous smile. Now that you have returned, why not accompany me back to the royal family? I shall not go, Angelia retorted, turning her face away and burying her head once more on Snape's shoulder. I have already betrayed my family. Mr. Royal raised an eyebrow, stepping back without insistence. Very well. Then Snape's mission must be fulfilled without negotiation, otherwise he will perish. He is under Hades' protection, so he cannot die, Angelia replied nonchalantly. Mr. Royal chuckled ominously. But he could still be harmed, couldn't he? Angelia took a deep breath and stepped back from Severus's embrace. I will return with you, she declared. Sensing the suppressed anger in Angelia's voice, Mr. Royal curled his lips into a smirk. No need, for you have already betrayed your family. Angelia forced a benevolent smile. Yet my name remains on the family tree. It's nothing. A mere flick of the wrist could erase it. The smile on Mr. Royal's lips broadened. Angelia tilted her head to glance at Snape, then at Royal, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. You're right. Then you can return by yourself. Mr. Royal's expression darkened instantly as he reached out to grasp her by the neck, conjuring a sphere of dark energy that soon enveloped the two of them. Moments later, the dark mist dissipated, and the two vanished into thin air. Snape's gaze, heavy with unease, followed the direction of their disappearance, a vague disquiet settling in his heart. Suddenly, a wisp of dark mist emerged from the air, carrying with it Angelia's voice. Do not worry, I shall return tonight. The unease within Snape dissipated along with the dark mist. The tranquil night gradually swallowed the remnants of light, leaving Snape alone on the sofa, anxiously intertwining his fingers. Approaching midnight, Angelia still had not returned. The royal family was notoriously strict, and as the Reaper's envoy, Mr. Royal often had to heed the commands of death itself. The daughter of the Reaper's envoy making a bargain with Hades was likely a tremendous affront to the Reaper, especially since both the Reaper and Hades coveted Dumbledore's soul. He was exceedingly worried, yet he had no recourse but to wait. The royal family was an exceedingly enigmatic hidden lineage. No one outside the family could possibly know its whereabouts, and even if a member chose to divulge, the recipient would invariably forget. Thus, Snape was unaware of the royal family's location and was rendered incapable of finding Angelia. If Mr. Royal wished to prevent their meeting, then it seemed he would be utterly powerless to see Angelia again. Time ticked away, each second stretching into an eerie silence. A chill seeped into his bones. robbing him of warmth. The fire in the hearth gradually dimmed, dwindling to a feeble flicker. Snape sat silently on the sofa, his fingers frozen in place, unwilling to move even slightly, as though any motion would ensure Angelia's absence. By the following morning, Angelia had still not returned. The clock on the wall made a full rotation and pointed once more to 6, tolling heavily 6 times. Morning had arrived. Snape, in a flurry of anxiety, lifted his gaze to the ancient clock, squinting to scrutinize the numbers as if he could will time to retreat. Yet time never affords leniency to anyone. The hour hand lingered heavily above the number 6 before slowly inching towards 7. It was already the next morning. She had promised to return last night. Snape, in agony, covered his face with his hands, his fingertips now pale from the cold, and the muscles in his face rigid from a night of tension. He rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to rouse his sluggish mind. Angelia would never fail to keep her promises. Had she encountered danger, or was it merely a matter of losing track of time? Severus hoped it was the latter, yet could not suppress his concern that it might be the former. He exhaled heavily and rose to his feet. Remaining in one position for an extended period had rendered his legs numb and devoid of sensation. He swayed unsteadily for a moment, grasping the back of the sofa to steady himself, while a wave of discomfort surged through his legs. The tingling sensation, accompanied by a slight itch and sharp pain, caused him to stumble slightly as he took a step forward, gritting his teeth against the torment that felt more excruciating than the Cruciatus curse itself. Fortunately, after a brief interval, his legs regained their feeling. He hurried to the fireplace, seizing a handful of flue powder. And just as he was about to toss it into the flames, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Severus. He froze in place, unconsciously releasing the powder, which scattered to the ground and stirred up a small cloud of dust. Spinning around abruptly, he found Angelia standing behind him, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Severus. It's me. A sudden wave of emotion welled up in Severus's eyes, and he strode forward, enveloping her in his arms, his voice slightly hoarse. Are you well? Angelia gently patted his back in a soothing manner. I am well. It's just that I encountered a few minor issues on my way home, which caused a slight delay. However, everything has been resolved. Has the Grim troubled you? Severus's voice quivered slightly, and Angelia's heart constricted momentarily, yet her tone remained tender. No, not at all. Everything went smoothly. Severus finally relaxed, realizing that his fingertips had been trembling. He exhaled softly, straightened up, and tenderly brushed his fingers over the familiar features before him, allowing a smile to grace his lips. That is a relief. Angelia concealed the emotions swirling within her eyes and offered him a gentle smile. There were matters best left unspoken for now, at least until the Christmas festivities had concluded. Today marked Christmas Day, yet neither of them had returned to Malfoy Manor the previous day, and convention dictated they should do so today. However, Angelia felt little inclination to return to the Malfoy estate. In truth, she yearned to spend a private Christmas with Severus. As she contemplated how to articulate her thoughts, Severus spoke softly across from her. Shall we forego our visit to Malfoy Manor this Christmas? His dark eyes held a hint of pleading. I wish to celebrate it with just the two of us. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Snape's neck. Her voice a soft murmur. I was just thinking the same. A glimmer of joy danced in Snape's eyes, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he instinctively drew her slender waist closer. How about we return to Spinner's End? I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for us this evening. Angelia recalled the few times Severus had cooked, and a shiver ran down her spine. Oh, Severus. She playfully blinked her eyes, suggesting that perhaps the atmosphere would be more delightful if they prepared the meal together. Severus furrowed his brow in contemplation but ultimately succumbed to the sparkle in her gaze. Very well, let us first procure the ingredients. With a flash of green fire from the fireplace, the two vanished from Hogwarts, leaving behind only a small dusting of flue powder on the floor. Even on a day such as Christmas, Spinner's End was devoid of visitors. The family at the corner still appeared pale and emaciated. The woman was kneeling on the ground, scrubbing it with a frail demeanor that suggested she might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, her small children huddled together at the door, trembling against the biting wind, their thin clothing offering little protection. They looked utterly pitiable, and Angelia had once genuinely sympathized with them. She had previously brought 2 large bags filled with food and clothing to offer them, only to have the children rush forward the moment the door opened, seizing the provisions from her hands along with some muggle coins from her pockets. The woman who opened the door shot her a venomous glare before promptly closing it. After that incident, Angelia still felt sorry for them but resolved never to assist them again. Severus was aware of this, and he briefly followed her gaze before withdrawing his attention. Let us return and change into different attire, then we shall buy some food. Severus grasped her hand firmly, and as Angelia lowered her gaze, she noticed his long, pale fingers and a small scar peeking from his wrist. What is it? Severus, noticing that Angelia had not moved, turned back in curiosity, only to find her staring at his wrist. Does it still hurt? Angelia gently touched the dreadful scar with her finger, her lowered lashes fluttering softly. Severus pulled down his sleeve to cover the scar, softly reassuring her, "It no longer pains me." Angelia steadied her emotions and raised her head, revealing a gentle smile. Choosing not to pursue the topic any further, the two returned to Spinner's Inn together, where Snape entered the bedroom, while Angelia settled onto the sofa. In but a moment, Snape emerged from the bedroom, adjusting the collar of his muggle coat. He slightly tilted his head towards Angelia and spoke, "You should go change." Angelia looked up at him in surprise. "There are no clothes of mine here." Snape raised an eyebrow. "You used to leave many garments here. You haven't discarded them, have you?" Angelia's eyes brightened suddenly. She promptly lifted her leg and strode toward the bedroom, leaving Snape standing helplessly in place with a sigh. How could he possibly dispose of her belongings? For all these years, he had been living almost entirely on the memories evoked by those items. Before long, Angelia emerged from the bedroom, dressed in light blue jeans and a loose, casual warm yellow sweater, topped with a larger, thicker Christmas red cashmere coat, and on her feet, a pair of leather ankle boots. These were all purchased by Leah in the past. She had a penchant for buying clothes, and in every place she had stayed, there were countless garments she adored. You would wager that even now, the wardrobe in the room of requirement still held her clothes that she had stowed away during her school days. There were far too many memories of the two of them there. The room of requirement had become the most vivid part of his recollections of their time at Hogwarts. They often nestled together in that room, he delving into potion studies while she read beside him. Their innate understanding of one another made silence feel comfortable rather than tedious. Every first experience they shared took place within those walls. Until later, when Leah. After that, he had never dared to return to the room of requirement. "Hey, don't space out." Angelia puffed her cheeks in annoyance, waving her delicate white hand in front of his eyes. "Do I look good?" Snape surveyed her from head to toe. Nodding seriously, "You look lovely. Those jeans accentuate your legs beautifully, and the color of the sweater compliments you well." In the past, he would never have offered such compliments. Leah had once been upset with him for that. Following that incident, he devoted half a month to brushing up on fashion knowledge, ensuring he would never again provoke her ire over such matters. "You're quite sweet." Angelia beamed as she leaped into his embrace. "That's a lovely compliment." The Muggle shops were bustling with people, perhaps because of the Christmas festivities, enveloping the atmosphere in joy. Snape and Angelia struggled to squeeze through the shop's entrance. To be precise, Angelia was actually sheltered within Snape's embrace as he entered. He grabbed a shopping basket from the side, and they plunged directly into the throng of shoppers. Inside the shop, it was even more crowded, with people nearly shoulder to shoulder as they shuffled forward. Angelia's keen eye spotted a broccoli on the vegetable shelf. Ooh. Eager to reach it, she attempted to squeeze through, but a long hand obstructed her movement. "Wait, don't move." Snape's calm voice reached her ears, his thin lips brushing against her petite ear, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. Snape wrapped one arm around Angelia, creating a small space around her to protect her from the unintentional jostling of others. With the advantage of height and the extension of his arm, he successfully reached for the broccoli with his other hand. Angelia offered timely encouragement, gazing up at him with eyes that seemed to shimmer with starlight. "Severus, you are truly remarkable." The praise from his beloved served as a profound motivation for Snape. In the ensuing moments, he adeptly secured carrots, potatoes, onions, parsley, steak, and an exceptionally large turkey. Soon, they had gathered all the necessary ingredients. The shop was overwhelmingly crowded, and it was not until they stepped outside, laden with their purchases, that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "What a crush. I'm utterly exhausted," Angelia remarked, her heart still racing. Under normal circumstances, she would never have ventured into such a place. Fortunately, the faint aroma of potions emanating from Snape seemed to shield her from all the peculiar odors, or she surely would have lost her composure. "Are you all right?" Snape inquired, his hands burdened with their bounty, as he had been maneuvering around Angelia to ensure she had as much space as possible. Even so, his immediate concern remained whether she had endured any discomfort. Angelia's heart was incredibly tender. She leaned in, rising on her toes, slowly approaching him. As her crimson lips drew near, Snape nervously swallowed, his entire body taut. not daring to move an inch. The imagined softness he anticipated against the side of his face did not materialize, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he tilted his head slightly, only to catch sight of the mischievous smile playing on Angelia's face. Her lips hovered less than half a centimeter from his cheek, curving with a lively grace. Her eyes shimmering with a captivating brilliance, utterly enchanting. Snape felt his heart stir, instinctively leaning in to brush his cheek against her lips. Angelia gazed wide-eyed in confusion. "Thank you for your reward." Snape stood upright with satisfaction, finding her round, wide-open eyes utterly adorable. He was tempted to reach out and tousle her hair or pinch her cheek, but his hands were occupied with an abundance of items, so he reluctantly refrained. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Upon hearing Snape's voice, Angelia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a look that was a blend of indignation and annoyance. Yet her thoughts were drawn back to him. "I have nothing else I wish to buy." Angelia gently spoke, her tone rising slightly at the end, lending her words an air of delicate softness. Severus Snape's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he quickly averted his eyes, responding with an air of indifference. "Very well. Let us return home." Carrying several large bags in front of him, he naturally had no hand available to take Angelia's. She walked silently beside him, her eyes fixed on the cumbersome bags, inexplicably finding them rather unsightly. As Snape continued forward with the 2 hefty bags, he suddenly sensed that the person behind him had not kept pace. Surprised, he halted and turned, only to discover that Angelia's gaze was fixed upon the bags he carried. "Is something the matter?" Snape inquired, glancing down at the bags in his hands before lifting his gaze in curiosity. "Did I forget to purchase something?" Angelia, in a huff, strode over and snatched the bag from his grasp. She then extended her delicate, pale fingers to firmly entwine with his, a satisfied smile gracing her lips only when their fingers were interlaced. This was how it ought to be. Snape felt as though his heart had been plunged into a warm spring, a wave of warmth coursing through him, sending delightful shivers throughout his body. He gently caressed the tender back of Angelia's hand with his fingertips, an immense sense of satisfaction leaving him slightly lightheaded. Snape's steps remained steady, and the expression on his face was still somewhat restrained, yet Angelia could sense the joyful atmosphere that enveloped him. She glanced down at their clasped hands, unable to suppress a radiant smile. How wonderful! The two strolled hand in hand back to Spinner's End, where the chill of the alley was palpable, even during the day, lending an air of somberness. Angelia, feeling the cold, curled her fingers in a pitiful manner, her nose and cheeks slightly reddened by the biting wind. Snape seemed to notice her discomfort. He subtly turned his head towards her and gently released her hand. Angelia's cold fingers remained rigid, unwilling to release his hand. At that moment, Snape took the initiative to let go, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved, her beautiful red lips pouting in displeasure. Snape unfastened the buttons of his coat and drew her hand into his embrace, then reached out to take the bag from her other hand, with both hands occupied. Angelia could only stare at him blankly, prompting him to helplessly suggest, "Just place it inside." Angelia, realizing the moment, smiled radiantly as she nestled her hand into his embrace, her bright blue eyes shimmering as though filled with starlight. "How can you be so wonderful, Severus?" Severus Snape could not help but curl the corners of his lips, his face adorned with boundless affection as he leaned closer to her, his voice deep and alluringly husky. "Aren't you going to show your appreciation?" Angelia blinked, her crimson lips gently brushing against the side of his face, her eyes radiating innocence. "Is this acceptable?" Severus gazed at her supple lips, his expression darkening momentarily. Yet he swiftly reined in his impulses and straightened his posture. "For now, I shall let you be." Angelia's hand remained nestled in his embrace, rendering any attempt at walking normally quite futile. Fortunately, their home was not too far away, and they proceeded step by step in this manner. Upon entering, Snape headed to the kitchen to set things down, while Angelia promptly drew her wand and ignited the fireplace. The warm glow of the flames illuminated the entire room, casting a gentle radiance upon even the most aged of furnishings. Once Snape returned after placing his belongings, they shed their outer garments and settled together by the fireside, basking in the warmth. Angelia nestled against him, her arms wrapped tightly around him. How she longed to remain in this moment with him forever, yet alas, time was fleeting. In a fleeting moment, a shadow passed across Angelia's eyes as she sensed a loss of control over her own body. Yet, she immediately summoned her resolve, determined to share this Christmas with him, come what may. Unbeknownst to Severus, he relished the ambience that enveloped them. It had been quite some time since he had felt Angelia's presence beside him. In the past, She had no memories and likely regarded him merely as an elder figure. Though their thoughts diverged, both found solace in the warmth of the moment they were sharing. Only when her hands and feet grew warm did Angelia release him and rise to her feet. "All right, let us prepare a grand feast," she exclaimed, leaning down to gaze at Severus, who remained seated by the hearth. Startled by her sudden movement, he looked up at her, a hint of perplexity gracing his features. The flickering light of the fire danced in the depths of his dark eyes, rendering him more gentle than usual. Angelia longed to kiss him. Yet due to her physical limitations, she refrained from drawing near, bestowing only a gentle kiss upon his forehead. "Come now. One must not merely seek affection without undertaking any effort." A look of perplexity deepened on Snape's countenance. He struggled to comprehend why the kiss that ought to have graced his lips had merely settled on his brow. More baffling still was the fleeting glimmer of regret he had glimpsed in her eyes moments prior. Hadn't Leah returned? Why then did she impose such restraint upon herself? In days gone by, Leah's greatest delight was to nestle in his embrace, demanding kisses, each morning heralded by a good morning kiss, hugs accompanied by embraces, and hand-holding punctuated with tender pecks. That photograph had been captured during one such moment of her affectionate solicitation. Yet upon her return, she no longer clung to him in the same yearning manner. Why? Did Leah no longer love him? Yet he felt a fervor from her that was even more intense than before. What could be the reason? Snape found himself ensnared in confusion. But Angelia offered him no respite for contemplation. With a soft touch, she playfully pinched his cheek, feigning an exaggeratedly fierce expression. "Hurry, come, prepare. A sumptuous feast. No drifting off." Snape suppressed the doubt swirling within him, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as he captured her delicate hand in his, pressing it to his mouth for a gentle kiss before finally rising to his feet. Preparing a grand meal was exhausting. It was only fitting to seek a reward in advance. Angelia's palms were tenderly pink, reminiscent of her delicate pink paw pads when she transformed into a kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to gently nibble on them. However, Snape refrained from being overly audacious, bestowing only a soft kiss before releasing his hold. Leah exhibited restraint. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind it, he honored her wishes. Angelia retracted her palm and gently clenched it, the faint tingling of his soft lips lingering there, causing her ears to blush a delicate pink. How skillfully this man has learned to charm her. Upon noticing Severus gazing at her with a subtle smile, Angelia feigned indifference and turned her head towards the kitchen, utterly unaware that her rosy ears had betrayed her. Severus fixated on that hint of pink, his gaze deepening. In the past, he had adored her exquisitely petite earlobes, often extolling their beauty, yet now he found himself unable to do so. Severus averted his gaze, his fingers gently curling. How adorable! He longed to kiss her. Angelia was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. She stood at the kitchen counter, methodically opening each package, while casually directing Severus, who had entered behind her. "Severus, please wash this." Angelia casually handed over a few potatoes. Snape reached out to take the potatoes from her hand, carefully washing them under the faucet. Angelia could not help but turn her head to gaze at him. Severus Snape's eyelashes were remarkably long, casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes when he focused intently on his work, enhancing his exquisite appearance. His complexion was fair, and beneath his prominent nose lay a pair of thin lips that appeared somewhat harsh. His dark, slightly curled hair fell gracefully to the side of his face, accentuating his pallor, yet he possessed an undeniable allure. "What is it?" Noticing the gaze beside him, Snape turned his head to look at Angelia with a puzzled expression. Angelia felt a gentle warmth on her face, hastily averting her gaze as she casually handed him the parsley, instructing him to wash it clean. She avoided looking at him, and as soon as he accepted the parsley, she immediately bowed her head to continue organizing. She believed she was concealing her embarrassment well. Yet Snape noticed the blush at the corners of her eyes and earlobes. As she shifted her focus back to the array of ingredients, Snape felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He tossed the parsley and the partially washed potatoes into the sink, swiftly drying his hands with a towel before striding over to Angelia's side. He encircled her waist from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder, his lips brushing against her flushed earlobe. "After washing all these items, won't you grant me a reward?" His voice was low and husky, imbued with an irresistible allure, and Angelia found herself unwittingly entranced. "What kind of reward do you desire?" Angelia has never been able to resist him. Each time, she is the one who provokes the most ardently. However, when Severus counters her advances, she finds herself utterly defenseless. Severus possesses an intimate understanding of her, He leans in close, his soft lips barely grazing her earlobe, as a warm, suggestive breath carries his voice into her ear. A reward awaits. Angelia slightly tilted her head to evade his lips, yet her body could not help but tremble. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, and her voice emerged as a soft whisper. "No, you have not finished yet." Angelia endeavored to maintain her consciousness, striving not to succumb to his allure. Yet it was evident that such resistance was futile. Severus Snape's voice was husky as he gently nibbled on her earlobe, sending a faint pang coursing through it, while a tantalizing shiver danced at the edge of her heart. A tingling current surged throughout her being, and despite Angelia biting her lip to suppress her response, her body had already softened, leaning into Snape's embrace. "What do you mean by stop?" Snape queried, teasingly flicking his tongue against her earlobe. Angelia pressed her lips together, her gaze sweeping across the glass window before her, where she caught sight of her own reflection. "No, this cannot be." Suddenly, she regained her composure and forcefully turned to push Snape away. "Go wash the vegetables. We still need to prepare a grand feast." Snape furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by the abruptness of her dismissal. He took a tentative step forward, but Angelia instinctively retreated 2 steps. A shadow darkened Snape's eyes, his fingers twitching slightly. Yet he refrained from advancing further. Perhaps realizing that her actions were excessive, Angelia composed herself, offering a faint smile as she raised her head, her voice reverting to its customary gentleness. "Shall we prepare the grand feast first? What are you afraid of?" Unlike his usual demeanor, Snape did not acquiesce to her. Instead, he gazed intently into her eyes, as if seeking some elusive answer within them. There was none. Angelia responded swiftly, as if she had prepared her answer in advance, which only served to reveal her underlying intentions. Snape's gaze darkened, his lips moved slightly, yet he refrained from speaking, merely observing her in silence. She was deceiving him. Angelia turned her gaze towards the window. Snow had fallen in the alley, and the pristine, icy flakes were swept by the cold wind against the glass, producing a faint sound. The overcast sky mirrored the somber mood of the 2 individuals. They remained in tense silence for a while, until Snape ultimately relented. "If you do not wish to speak, then so be it." He averted his eyes from her, the darkness within them concealed beneath his lowered lashes. Angelia withdrew her gaze and turned towards Snape. After a brief pause, she let out a resigned sigh and stepped closer, gently enveloping him in her embrace. The moment her arms encircled him, Angelia distinctly sensed a slight tremor coursing through Snape's body. Tentatively, he reached out to hold her, unable to restrain himself as he tightened his grip, drawing her further into his embrace. Angelia gently caressed his back, allowing him to pull her ever closer. After a moment, Snape spoke in a dry whisper, "You still love me, don't you?" Angelia's body stiffened, and her voice faltered momentarily. However, her brief hesitation and rigid posture did not escape Snape's keen observation. He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of his lips, embracing her tightly with a sense of longing, only to release her with restraint, swiftly adjusting his expression. "Then let us continue preparing the grand feast," he declared. His demeanor remained unchanged, the gentle smile still gracing his lips, and Angelia, believing she had appeased him, displayed a faint smile. "Very well." Yet, as Snape turned to return to the basin, the smile vanished abruptly from his face. Angelia gazed at the reflection of Snape in the window, witnessing the entire spectrum of his expressions shift like a master of disguise. "Severus." Angelia approached him from behind, softly speaking as she tugged at his arm, compelling him to turn and face her. "Severus, I love you." Her gaze was earnest, unwavering as she looked into his eyes. "You need never question this, whether in life or in death, regardless of how many times we may be reborn. I will never cease to love you." Snape's eyelashes fluttered. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the depths of her eyes, as if seeking any trace of deceit. Yet, her eyes were clear and pure, harboring only boundless love for him. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his eyes growing warm with emotion as he pulled her tightly into his embrace. I know." Angelia, ever perceptive, spoke gently, her fingers caressing his back, her voice soft and tender. She had long recognized his lack of security. His upbringing and familial environment had destined him to a life devoid of comprehensive emotional affection, and the absence of love in his childhood, coupled with a dysfunctional family, rendered him more fragile and sensitive than others. As he matured, he learned to conceal those vulnerabilities, revealing his weaknesses only in her presence. The missing sense of security could not be restored, no matter how fervently he endeavored to compensate and offer her a healthy relationship. The psychological shadows from his youth would occasionally drag him back into despair. Yet, she understood all of this, and it mattered not to her. His insecurity prompted her to tirelessly reassure him of his significance in her heart. She could profess her love for him daily, cling to him at any moment, and bestow upon him unique care and affection, ensuring he knew he was perpetually cherished. In the past, she had succeeded in this, and he had not displayed such unease for quite some time. She believed he had emerged from that shadow. However, during the 11 years of her absence, he had retreated into a solitary existence, and those dark times had once again begun to tear him apart. Angelia gently patted his back in a soothing manner, fully aware that she could not remain by his side indefinitely. At most, she could support him through this fleeting Christmas, unwilling to squander the precious moments they had together. Snape leaned against her shoulder, nuzzling slightly, then looked up at her with an expression of silent pleading. The corners of his eyes were faintly reddened. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, revealing a hint of anxiety. "It seems you are concealing something from me." Angelia gently curled the corners of her lips, her delicate fingers caressing his pale cheek. "Shall I tell you tonight?" Severus hesitated for a moment, then nodded, displaying a hint of compliance. "All right," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Angelia's heart softened at his response, and she playfully pinched his cheek, coaxing him gently. "Shall we prepare a grand feast first?" Her childlike tone made Severus blush slightly, yet he lowered his voice in agreement. "All right." As the atmosphere warmed, Angelia, though not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, excelled in various forms of magic. With the aid of her enchanting culinary spells, she successfully conjured an impressive spread before dinner. In the center of the table lay a golden brown turkey, its skin crisp and its meat tender and juicy. Flanking it were roasted potatoes, cut into small pieces and drizzled with garlic butter, alongside a vibrant arrangement of steamed broccoli. On the edges of the table were several plates of bacon-wrapped Gibraltar sausages, their aroma enticing, accompanied by 2 servings of Christmas pudding. Today was Christmas, and with a hint of mischief, Angelia dashed into the storeroom, soon emerging with a bottle of brandy and 2 glasses. "Would you care for a little?" Angelia gazed at Snape with sparkling eyes, clearly yearning for a drink. With a resigned nod, Snape observed as Angelia, filled with excitement upon receiving permission, eagerly uncorked the bottle and poured the liquid into her glass, a rich fragrance wafting through the air. Seizing the moment as she replaced the cork, Snape swiftly extended his hand, transferring a significant portion of one glass into another, subsequently placing the excess glass before himself. Angelia was evidently displeased with his actions. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at him and exclaimed, "Severus, how could you possibly steal my wine?" Snape rubbed his brow, seizing the opportunity to mask the smile that threatened to escape from the corners of his lips. "Drink a little less. You are only permitted to indulge in so much today." Angelia gazed sorrowfully at the minuscule remnants of brandy in her glass, her lips forming a slight pout. "Siver, may I indulge in just a tad more?" Angelia playfully pouted, her cerulean eyes gazing into his, blinking softly, filled with a plea. "Please, just a little bit. I beg you." Angelia extended her hand to form a small circle. "Is this amount acceptable?" Severus Snape, who usually found it difficult to be stern with her, was particularly swayed by her fondness for drink. Ultimately, he could not resist Angelia's gentle coaxing. He lifted his own cup and poured her half a glass. "This is all you may have, no more than this." Angelia smiled contentedly, her lips curving gently, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Very well," she said. As dinner time arrived, the two raised their glasses and clinked them softly. Angelia gazed at him with shimmering eyes and spoke in a tender voice, "Merry Christmas, Sefer." "Merry Christmas." The brandy was smooth and rich, its flavors of grape and oak intertwining on the palate, accompanied by the robust aroma of honey and sweet orange. Angelia narrowed her eyes with satisfaction, yet her gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Severus watched as she blissfully cradled the blanket while sipping from her cup, and he sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples. She had always been this way, easily intoxicated by the allure of drink, despite her evident craving for it. "Be good, let us refrain from drinking for now. Let us first indulge in some food," he gently coaxed, as he took the cup from her hands and settled beside her. Angelia's delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. She gradually turned her head to him and blinked her eyes, somewhat sluggishly and obediently uttering a simple, "All right." When inebriated, she was invariably docile. Severus placed the wine glass at a considerable distance, extending his hand to carve a slice of turkey, which he then deftly cut into smaller morsels to feed her. "Would you care for a bit of this?" he inquired, inserting a small piece of turkey into her mouth. Angelia dutifully chewed and swallowed, then gently parted her crimson lips, anticipating the next offering. The smile at the corner of Severus's mouth deepened as he earnestly continued to feed her the food laid out on the table. Angelia had been offered an abundance of food, yet she refrained from opening her mouth, merely turning her head with a look of innocent distress towards Snape. Her beautiful eyes blinked pitifully as she declared, "I am full." As if fearing he might doubt her words, her delicate hand reached out, guiding his own to rest upon her belly for reassurance. Snape's gaze darkened slightly. He discreetly withdrew his hand and gently reassured her, "Then we shall not eat." Angelia shook her head, her watery eyes fixed upon him without a blink, her voice soft and mellifluous. "You haven't eaten yet." Snape's gaze lingered on her tender, crimson lips, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. "Just a moment ago, I fed you. Now, would you be so kind as to feed me?" Angelia, with her not-so-bright little mind, pondered earnestly and concluded that there was merit in his words. He had fed her, and thus she ought to reciprocate. Having grasped this notion, Angelia nodded earnestly and declared, "All right." With that, she imitated him, slicing a piece of turkey and placing it onto her plate, grasping the nearby moving knife and fork, endeavoring to chop the wobbling turkey into smaller morsels. Severus observed as Angelia, in her innocent clumsiness, pressed a piece of roasted potato onto the tablecloth with her fork, then attempted to mangle the potato alongside the table covering with her goblet and fork. "Yeah," Severus softly interjected, rubbing his brow, as he reached over to take the fork and goblet from her grasp, discarding the roasted potato onto the adjacent empty plate. Leah gazed at his actions in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend his intent. Severus sighed softly, a fond smile playing at the corners of his lips that could not be concealed. "Let me handle this," he said, admiring the tablecloth now marked with several scratches, as he gently pinched her cheek with a smile. Angelia was bewildered as to why he suddenly no longer required her assistance with feeding him, yet she obediently nodded and quietly seated herself in a chair, observing Severus as he dined. His movements were marked by an elegance, yet he consumed his meal with remarkable swiftness, concerned that Leah might grow impatient with the wait. He hastily filled his stomach, and with a flick of his wand, the items from the table swiftly soared back to the kitchen, tidily cleaning themselves in the process. Angelia's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the slender branch in his hand, and she clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! It's magic!" Snape could not suppress a chuckle, but upon noticing the bewildered expression on Angelia's face, he stifled his smile with great effort and faint seriousness, stating, "Indeed, it is magic." Angelia appeared to be brimming with excitement as she suddenly leapt into Snape's embrace, playfully nuzzling against his chest. "Could you teach me magic?" she inquired softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his shoulder. The warmth of her breath, imbued with the scent of brandy, caressed his neck. Snape swallowed, instinctively drawing her closer, yet mindful not to startle her. He lowered his voice. "You already possess the gift of magic." Angelia propped up her little head, her eyes shining brightly. "Really?" Snape gently pressed down on her head, ruffling her hair, and couldn't help but lean closer to her side, whispering enticingly, "If you give me a kiss, I will tell you." Angelia, devoid of any sense of caution, planted a soft kiss upon the corner of his lips, and then, brimming with excitement, sat upright and inquired, "Is this acceptable?" The fleeting softness at the edge of her lips departed almost instantly, yet it lingered, leaving behind the fragrant essence of brandy upon his skin. Severus's gaze darkened, his hand instinctively caressing her waist. "Severus?" Noticing his silence, Angelia tilted her head in curiosity. Severus, his eyes fixated on the luscious hue of her lips, pressed his own together, unable to resist the urge to lean in gently. Just as he was about to make contact with her vibrant lips, a delicate, pale finger intervened, positioning itself between them. Angelia, feeling aggrieved, placed her hand to halt his lips, retreating a little, her expression one of discontent. "Severus is deceiving me. I shall ignore you." Her voice was soft and delicate, a blend of accusation and playful petulance. Snape's gaze deepened, and he opened his mouth to envelop her slender fingers, gently nibbling on her fingertip. The warmth of her fingertip drew Angelia's attention back, and she gazed in confusion at her finger nestled in Snape's mouth, questioning softly, "Is it delicious?" "Quite sweet," he replied, his tongue gliding lightly over her fingertip, his dark eyes unwavering as they remained fixed upon her. Angelia felt an unspoken agreement between them. Curiously, she grasped his fingertips and brought them to her lips, her pearly white teeth gently biting down, while her nimble tongue traced the contour of his fingertips, sending a shiver through her heart. Leah Snape had released her fingers, his voice low and enticing, which Angelia found utterly captivating. With a beaming smile, She leaned closer and planted a kiss on his cheek, momentarily forgetting his earlier deception. Severus's voice was truly melodious. She adored Severus Snape. His tone deepened as he inquired, "Do you love me, yeah?" "Of course, you are the one I cherish the most in the entire world," Angelia replied, wrapping her arms around his neck with joyful exuberance. "Who am I?" Snape continued to probe, his gaze fixed intently on her lips. Angelia blinked curiously. "Severus Snape." Snape restrained himself as he leaned in slowly until their foreheads touched. "May I kiss you?" His voice was subdued and restrained. Angelia vaguely felt something uncomfortable beneath her. Yet Snape held her tightly, rendering her immobile. "No." Unhappily aware of the discomfort, Angelia pouted and pushed his face away with her hand. "I don't want to kiss. I want to return to the bedroom." Snape sighed softly, acquiescing to her gentle push as he distanced himself slightly, then affectionately ruffled her hair. "Very well. Let's return to the bedroom." He lifted her by the bend of her knees, striding confidently into the bedroom, where he placed her gently on the bed, then turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Angelia immediately grasped his hand, peering out from the blankets with only her little head visible. "Could you please not go? I'm frightened." Although Angelia has restored Leah's memories, the portion of her own memories remains intact. She still harbors a certain trepidation towards this place. As the terrifying man she encountered twice in Spider's Tale Alley has left her with considerable psychological scars. Snape, feeling helpless, gently patted her hand and said, "I shall take a bath." Angelia gazed at him with an expression of earnest pleading, her eyes fluttering as they quickly glistened with unshed tears. "Please don't go," she implored softly. Severus lowered his gaze to his awakened senses, then glanced at Angelia's pitiful little face, gritting his teeth as he settled beside her. "You should rest. Once you are asleep, I shall wash." He positioned himself as far away from her as possible, yet her delicate hand remained entwined with his, refusing to let go. The soft warmth of her touch traveled from his arm to the depths of his heart, her slender wrist seeming as if it would bruise at the slightest contact. He could easily restrain both of her wrists with a single hand. With half of her face buried in the blanket, her petite visage bore an expression of slight grievance. Her large eyes misty, even the corners tinged with a hint of crimson. It was utterly exasperating. Severus abruptly averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of her. Striving to steady his breathing, his awakened senses fluttered, and with clenched teeth, he shifted slightly, allowing Angelia to reach him, gently prying her soft hand away to place it back beneath the covers. "Sleep well," he urged. Angelia felt utterly wronged. She could not comprehend why Severus had suddenly distanced himself from her. Instantly, she nestled closer, sliding beneath the covers to reach him. Wrapping her small arms tightly around his thigh, her delicate face nuzzling against the fabric of his trousers. Severus's brow furrowed, and he swiftly pushed her aside. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the mist of confusion in her eyes, a pang of sympathy and helplessness welling within him. "I will take a shower and return shortly, all right?" he said softly, leaning closer, yet refraining from any further physical contact. The mist in Angelia's eyes deepened as she pouted her lips, her voice soft and delicate. Does Severus no longer love me? Love? He was madly in love. This thought lingered in Snape's mind, yet fearing it might frighten her, he dared not voice it. Instead, he softened his tone. "Of course I do love you. It's just that I feel quite unwell at the moment and need to take a bath to recover. Can you manage to take care of yourself for a little while?" "My dear?" Angelia tilted her head slightly, as if contemplating his words. After a moment, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "I will take good care of myself." Snape reached out to tousle her hair before swiftly retreating into the bathroom. Angelia tilted her head and sat for a moment, her gaze gradually becoming clearer. Had she perhaps indulged a bit too much? What had she done, after all? Angelia meticulously recalled the events that had just transpired and suddenly grasped the true meaning behind Severus's discomfort regarding bathing. A flush crept across her cheeks, and even the sound of water cascading from the bathroom began to feel oddly inappropriate. She threw herself onto the bed, burying her face in her hands, her ears burning with embarrassment. The gentle patter of water from the bathroom continued, and after a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and tiptoed to the bathroom door. Clearing her throat before speaking, "Severus, please refrain from using cold water, or you might catch a chill." The sound of water abruptly ceased, followed by a rustling noise. And shortly thereafter, a pair of footsteps approached the door, which was then pulled open. "Awake now?" Severus stood before her, his hair still dripping with water. Clad in a deep gray nightgown, the buttons at his chest slightly undone, revealing his pale skin beneath. Angelia immediately turned her head away. The warmth that had not yet dissipated surged back to her face. "I merely came to remind you," Snape said, lowering his head with a soft chuckle. "I am aware. I have already completed my washing." Angelia finally lifted her head, gazing at Snape, whose hair still dripped with water. She entered the bathroom and retrieved a dry towel. In his childhood, he harbored a distaste for washing his hair, a fact that greatly displeased her, prompting her to remind him of this task almost daily. Gradually, he developed the habit of washing his hair. However, being the cunning Slytherin he was, he employed some underhanded tactics to secure her promise to always assist him in drying his hair with a towel, for which he had often indulged himself in certain privileges. The tingling sensation on his scalp had long been absent. Ever since Leah departed, he had resorted to using a drying charm to eliminate moisture during his hair-washing routine. The soft, warm towel gently caressed his hair, absorbing the dampness as the fibers gradually transformed his locks into a state of dryness. Angelia cast aside the damp towel in her hand and gently tousled his still slightly moist hair, her voice soft and melodious. "It's nearly dry." Snape swallowed hard, drawing her into his embrace, his hand resting tenderly at the nape of her neck. "Leah, I have missed you dearly." Angelia's heart softened as she reached out to encircle his waist, nuzzling against his shoulder, and then gently bit down upon it. "I miss you too." A tingling sensation coursed through her shoulder as Snape's hand caressed the nape of her neck, yet he did not halt her actions. A faint imprint of her teeth remained. And after taking a deep breath, Angeli straightened up. "Severus, I have something to tell you." Her expression was earnest, causing Snape's heart to flutter with an unsettling premonition. "What is it?" A hint of pleading flickered in his eyes, as if he yearned for her to convey some good news. But it was evident that this hope would remain unfulfilled. Angelia reached out, wrapping her fingers around his neck, her gaze penetrating deeply into his eyes. "After today, a portion of memories from the past may be sealed away. The two lives' memories cannot currently merge, leaving only the option to retain one, under the present circumstances. It is evident that preserving the memories from the second life is the wisest choice." Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he tenderly caressed her cheek, his voice thick with emotion. "It is still you, isn't it? Whether as Angelia or Leah, it is still you, correct?" "Indeed, it is all me," she replied. Angelia turned her head to plant a soft kiss on his palm. "However, I may need to forget the past for a while." The tension in Snape's eyes eased. "It does not matter, as long as it is you." Angelia buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled as she explained. "It's not that I'm rejecting you. I must return. In time, this body will revert to that of my childhood, and I fear it may have some impact on my physical state." A searing warmth enveloped his chest, as if it penetrated his skin and burrowed into his very heart, softening it with its heat. "I apologize. It was my oversight," Snape murmured, lowering his head to gently kiss her cheek, his voice imbued with a deep sense of regret. Angelia shook her head gently and continued in a hushed tone. "Tomorrow, the memories of the first life will likely be sealed once more." Snape stiffened at this unexpected speed, but soon relaxed. "All right, I understand. As long as she is here, it matters not whether she remembers those events." The inability to merge memories from two lives would lead to a profound mental fatigue, akin to two personalities incessantly battling for dominion within a single body. It was evident that Angelia was also weary. She had barely laid down before drifting into slumber, while Snape remained awake throughout the night, quietly lying beside her and holding her close. The following morning, Mr. Royal arrived again. "Good morning, my dear lady. I apologize. I did not witness anything." Mr. Royal, drawn by the aura surrounding Angelia, entered the bedroom, where she was curled up against Snape like a koala, and Snape appeared to be enduring the dual torment of morning irritations and Angelia's tempting presence. Upon seeing Mr. Royal in the room, Snape quickly pushed Angelia aside and sat up. "Is there something you need?" Snape's voice was still somewhat hoarse. Mr. Royal recalled the scene he had inadvertently encountered and felt a twinge of discomfort. "I am here to seal Lilia's memories." Mr. Royal's tone turned serious. "I had a rather poor impression of you initially, but your plea to death for Lilia's revival touched me deeply. I am willing to grant you a chance. However, Angelia is only 11 years old. This body has been forced to mature abruptly due to the awakening of Lilia's memories. Once those memories are sealed again, she will revert to her 11-year-old self. How can you be so inconsiderate of her physical state?" Snape listened in confusion, glancing between Mr. Royal's indignant back and the peacefully sleeping Angelia tucked beneath the covers, as he seemingly grasped the situation. "I did not." Snape, feeling a headache coming on, began to explain. "We merely slept. We did nothing. Just sleeping?" Mr. Royal turned back skeptically. Snape affirmed with a slight lick of his back teeth. "Indeed. Mr. Royal relaxed, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation and felt somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and turned back, gesturing towards the still slumbering Angelia on the bed. A dark mist began to coalesce from Mr. Royal's fingertips, then drifted into Angelia's body in the direction of his hand. Snape wished to awaken Angelia, but Mr. Royal halted him. The sealing must occur while she is unconscious. Do not wake her, or I will have to knock her out, which would be quite troublesome. Snape pressed his lips together, ultimately discarding the notion of waking her to spare Angelia from any further distress. After a moment, the dark mist retreated back into Mr. Royal's body, and he withdrew his hand. Finally, Snape found the opportunity to speak. Is she all right? Mr. Royal tilted his neck and glanced at him with a disdainful tone, declaring, I am a harbinger of death. How could I possibly fail at such trivial matters? This seal has been in place for half a month, and after this period, she will regain her memories. This was her request, as she stated that every fortnight she would have the opportunity to tease you. Severus Snape, feeling a twinge of headache, rubbed his temples, yet a flicker of exhilaration surged within him. Perhaps this was a blend of excitement and resignation, the thrill stemming from her desire for him, which he sensed was no less potent than his own, and the helplessness of being tormented by something he could see but not possess. Nevertheless, joy outweighed despair in the end. When will she awaken? Snape inquired softly, gazing at the still form of Angelia. Mr. Royal, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Angelia, murmuring, that shouldn't be. She ought to have awakened by now. No sooner had he spoken than the delicate figure on the bed stretched languidly and stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes and beholding the two figures in the bedroom, she was momentarily struck with fear, her eyes widening in alarm. However, she quickly regained her composure, casting a swift glance down at her own body. As she rapidly organized the memories swirling in her mind, she was astonished to find that everything had fallen back into place, with all recollections from her past life having vanished without a trace. Angelia raised her gaze to meet Mr. Royal's eyes, and the two exchanged a glance, uttering in unison, could it be? A few moments later, Angelia, Snape, and Mr. Royal found themselves seated on the sofa, deliberating on their next course of action. Due to Mr. Royal's inadvertent locking away of the memories from the second life for half a month, Angelia's prior plans had been utterly dismantled. Moreover, she now found herself devoid of the memories from that second life, leaving her with no recollection of her own strategies. Consequently, she could only defer all decisions until after the lapse of those 2 weeks, awaiting the return of her second life memories. As for Hogwarts, if Angelia failed to return to school in a timely manner, Dumbledore would undoubtedly take notice of her absence. However, in her current adult form, it was evident that returning to school was not a feasible option. Angelia gently tapped her fingers on the sofa beside her, a habitual gesture she often resorted to during moments of contemplation. In light of this, I believe it might be prudent to postpone our actions. Let us temporarily excuse ourselves from school and defer any decisions regarding the affairs of the Dark Arts Society until after the seal has been lifted. That may not be feasible, Severus remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. Dumbledore harbors significant suspicions towards you. Should you suddenly take an extended leave of absence from classes, he is bound to become suspicious. This may lead him to intensify his scrutiny and monitoring of you. Perhaps I could concoct a few vials of youth serum for you, enabling you to remain at Noseless for several days. After all, Gellert is one of his own, and the presence of spies at Noseless is pervasive. Even if he were to question your absence from class, it is unlikely he would pay it excessive attention. Angelina sighed in resignation. Very well. After finalizing the plan, Mr. Royal took his leave, deciding to retreat for half a month to hone his skills, striving to avoid errors in memory sealing in the future. His demeanor before departing was evidently tinged with sorrow, as the mishap with the memory had profoundly affected him. Once Mr. Royal had left, Severus's expression dimmed. His lips pressed into a taut line, revealing his discontent. What troubles you? Angelina inquired, observing the tension in his lips with curiosity. Severus lifted his gaze to meet hers, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering in his dark eyes. For the next half-month, I must remain at Hogwarts, while you are in Noseless. We shall be unable to see each other for this entire duration. Angelia felt a tinge of melancholy as she nodded softly, observing the deepening gloom on her face. Snape discreetly settled beside her, extending his arms in an attempt to embrace her. Will you spend more time with me during these few days of holiday? Over the course of the next 2 days, Angelia came to understand the true meaning of spending time together. During meals, he would hold her on his lap, feeding her. At night, he would cradle her in his arms as she slept. While reading, he would draw her into his embrace for tender kisses, even during walks. She found herself nearly lifted off her feet, indulging in a leisurely stroll as if her feet scarcely touched the ground. Angelia felt that if this continued, her limbs would surely deteriorate. After much anticipation, she believed that with Severus preparing potions, she would finally have a few hours of solitude, for he usually devoted himself to his craft for extended periods. However, she was taken aback when Severus retrieved a small box of potion vials from his stock shelf, filled to the brim with dozens of bottles of pre-prepared aging potions. Fortunately, I have reserves. Otherwise, the potion making would take hours, leaving no time to accompany you, Severus remarked, contentedly closing the box. Angelia, gazing at the box clutched in her hands and the man approaching from behind, felt a surge of tears. How can this be? This is too much. It is utterly unacceptable. I can no longer endure this. Consequently, early the next morning, on this joyous day of returning to Hogwarts, Angelia firmly dragged him to the fireplace. It's all right. I can return tonight, Severus replied, his brow furrowing in confusion. Angelia immediately shook her head resolutely. Severus, do you recall the promise you made to Dumbledore? He requested that you brew a potion for her. He requires it by tomorrow, and you have yet to commence. Have you? I do not wish for you to sacrifice your health by burning the midnight oil, so please attend to it now, if you would. Her words carried a sense of gravitas, and Snape was momentarily taken aback, before resignedly ruffling her hair. All right, I understand. I shall go at once. You must take care to ensure your safety, and endeavor to avoid any contact with Gellert. Always remember that he is unaware of your true identity. Angelia promptly replied with an obedient tone, assuring, Yes, I understand. I promise I will keep my distance from him. After meticulously reviewing in his mind the matters that required addressing, Severus Snape, under the fervent gaze of her expectant eyes, grasped a handful of flue powder and tossed it forcefully into the fireplace before stepping through. Hogwarts. In a flash of flame, Snape found himself back in the potions office at Hogwarts. The atmosphere remained as cold and damp as usual, yet for the first time, he felt a twinge of annoyance. How vexing! The absence of Leah rendered the place devoid of warmth, utterly frigid. Impatiently, Snape approached the potion cabinet, extracting the several vials that Dumbledore required. Although he had a stockpile of these potions, Leah seemed rather disinclined for him to remain by her side, compelling him to find some task to occupy himself. Naturally, freshly brewed potions would be preferable, so Snape tidied up briefly before seizing a cauldron and moving aside, preparing to concoct some new potions to replenish his supplies. The assortment of old potions he had unearthed was, of course, reserved for Dumbledore's use. Thanks to Dumbledore, the unwitting benefactor, Snape had access to an inexhaustible supply of potion ingredients and avenues for disposing of outdated potions. After Snape's departure, Mr. Royal reappeared in Spinner's End. Tell me, do you truly believe it is wise to deceive him so? Mr. Royal remarked, glancing at Angelia, who sat upon the sofa, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not let it slip beyond your control. Angelia pressed her fingers against her temple, expressing her discomfort. Enough with the trivialities, let us discuss the matter at hand. Mr. Royal, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor. Your physical condition is quite concerning. As it stands, the memories of your second life can only be sealed for a fortnight. Should you fail to integrate them within this period, the memories of both lives will become intertwined once more. At that point, you will be compelled to seal all your memories, resulting in a complete loss of recollection. However, there is a silver lining. If you manage to successfully merge these memories, you will no longer require the age-enhancing agents to transition between your current self and your 11-year-old state. This ability will likely dissipate only when your 11-year-old body naturally matures to your present age. Undoubtedly, this would facilitate many endeavors for you. Yet the immediate priority remains the integration of your memories. Angelia lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before speaking calmly. You previously mentioned that once I become a Reaper's emissary, the Reaper could assist me, correct? Mr. Royal displayed a look of concern. If you become a Reaper's emissary, you will no longer be able to intervene in the affairs of the magical realm. It would be wise for you to ponder this carefully. Angelia nodded slightly, disregarding his words. So, the Grim Reaper has a way to assist me in merging my memories. Mr. Royal suddenly gazed at her with keen awareness. What are you planning to do? As Angelia met his gaze, her beautiful crimson lips curled into a gentle smile. Take me to meet death. The first class of the new term for Slytherin was potions. And Draco had learned about Angelia's absence from Snape well before the lesson began, yet he felt a deep sense of grievance. Why hadn't she confided in him about her situation? With this feeling of resentment weighing heavily on him, Draco took his seat alone in the front row of the potions classroom. The lesson focused on brewing the dreamless sleep potion, which posed no significant challenge to Draco. Yet he found himself frequently distracted, nearly causing the cauldron in his hands to explode. Draco, just as he was about to toss African snake venom into the cauldron, Snape strode over and seized his wrist, halting his fourth attempt to detonate the cauldron. If your mind hasn't been left behind at Malfoy Manor, you would do well to avoid my catching you daydreaming for a fifth time. Snape gritted his teeth as he uttered this warning. Heaven knows he had spent the entire class vigilantly watching Draco to prevent him from blowing himself up in the classroom. In the past, only Gryffindor had received such attention. Evidently, Snape's admonitions bore little fruit, as Draco, under Snape's unwavering scrutiny, almost triggered 4 more explosive incidents during the latter half of the class. Snape found himself at a loss, compelled to stand beside Draco, observing every one of his movements to safeguard his life from his own foolish, near-suicidal behavior. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students enjoyed an unusually relaxed lesson, with Snape's focus solely on Malfoy, his expression darkening not at Gryffindor, but rather in exasperation. The first-year Lions even deemed this a noteworthy event worthy of the school's chronicles. Finally, the class came to an end, and Snape exhaled in relief. Never having felt such exhaustion before, the first-year students filed out, and Snape waved his wand to restore order to the disheveled classroom before retreating to his office. As he swung open the door, he was surprised to find Draco waiting for him. "Apologies, Professor, I lost focus in class today," Draco confessed, his head bowed in remorse. Before Snape could respond, Draco quickly added, "May I inquire why Angelia was absent?" It was evident that his visit was motivated by concern for Angelia. Snape snorted softly, removing his outer robe and draping it over a hanger before striding to his desk to sit down. "She has taken a leave of absence." "I know," Draco replied, appearing somewhat disheartened, "but she hasn't shared anything with me." Snape clenched his jaw. "You can ask her yourself upon her return. When will she be back?" Draco inquired, lifting his gaze towards Snape with eager eyes. The anticipation shining in Draco's gaze pierced through Snape, who coldly averted his eyes, his hands clenched tightly beneath the desk. "In about 2 weeks." Severus Snape spoke coldly, seemingly composed as he casually picked up a paper from the table, glancing at it before viciously marking it with a nearby quill. How infuriating. How could Lucius neglect to discipline his son? Clearly, Draco possessed a modicum of animal-like instinct, yet it was scant. Sensing Snape's displeasure, he empathetically offered, "Godfather, you must take care of your health. Normally, Angelia would remind you to rest on time, but since she is away, I shall take it upon myself to remind you." The words sounded terribly awkward. Snape licked his back molars and squeezed out a reply through clenched teeth. "No need. It's quite all right, Godfather. I will assist you with the tasks Angelia usually manages for you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me," Draco said respectfully, lowering his gaze. Snape, with a scowl, marked another assignment with an F. "No, if you find yourself idle, practice brewing potions. I do not wish to witness today's events repeated." His tone was far from pleasant, sending a shiver down Draco's spine as he instinctively replied, "Yes, Godfather," with a blend of acute and dulled senses to danger. Draco finally made the prudent choice to exit the potions office. It was not until Draco had left and closed the door that Snape lifted his head. He tossed the quill aside, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. Once, he had yearned for Angelia to make a different choice. Yet now he found himself craving more. He could feel her sentiments towards him. Since she had chosen him once more, could he not hold on to her? What was she doing now? Surely, she was dutifully negotiating with Mr. Grindelwald and Ermengarde. In the royal family's secret chamber, a figure enveloped in swirling dark mist hovered in midair. In his grasp was a massive black scythe, draped in a voluminous black cloak. With a hood obscuring his face and hands, shrouded in dense shadows that concealed his skin and visage. "Why have you summoned me?" His voice was ethereal. Though he stood before them, it echoed as if from a distant realm. The moment he appeared, the seal in Angelia's mind lost its potency, and memories from her second life surged forth, yet curiously remained orderly and restrained within her consciousness. Both lifetimes' memories were vividly clear, gazing at the grim reaper before her. Angelia suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Lord Death," Mr. Royal respectfully bowed. Before he could finish, Angelia raised an eyebrow and stepped closer to the reaper. "Mr. Royal broke into a cold sweat. yanking Angelia back behind him, his legs trembling. However, Angelia paid no heed to his fear, curiously leaning towards the Reaper once more, her voice brimming with delight. "Kona?" As the words left his lips, the dark aura surrounding the Grim Reaper immediately fell still. He hesitated momentarily, turning his head toward Angelia. "Cortana?" Mr. Royal stood frozen in place. Noticing the imposing figure of the messenger lingering nearby, the Grim Reaper resumed his enigmatic demeanor, coolly instructing, "Royal, you may leave." Mr. Royal was utterly astonished, yet it was evident that he could not defy the Grim Reaper's command. Despite his desire to unravel the unfolding mystery, he dared not linger and promptly turned to depart. It was only after the door to the chamber was firmly closed that the Grim Reaper finally dissipated the dark mist enveloping him, revealing a face that appeared somewhat youthful. "Did you not call yourself Cortana?" The Grim Reaper, no longer hovering in the air but standing firmly on the ground, expressed his dissatisfaction. "You deceived me." Angelia was taken aback. "Aren't you called Kona?" Kona nodded with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, my name is Kona." "There's no rule stating that the Grim Reaper cannot be named Kona, is there?" That was a valid point. Angelia touched her nose. "Feeling somewhat guilty, I changed my name because I sneaked out at that time." After her rebirth, Angelia became acquainted with Connor at the tender age of 6. Seizing an opportune moment when the old sorcerer was distracted, she stealthily slipped away and journeyed to London, England. In a mobile park on the streets of London, she encountered Connor, who was seated upon the grass, gazing at the fountain. He appeared to be of a similar age to her, with a delicate and fair complexion. Without hesitation, Angelia approached him to strike up a conversation. Desiring to conceal her true identity, she casually adopted the name Cortana. The two spent an entire afternoon on the lawn, engaging in delightful discourse, until she inadvertently noticed a wisp of dark energy escaping from him, which led her to realize that he too was a wizard. Angelia resided in Numengard, and naturally, she was hesitant to casually exchange contact information with others. However, it appeared that Kona also harbored some reservations. That evening, the two parted ways with lingering reluctance, and Angelia believed she would never see him again. To her surprise, the following day Will arrived in Numengard, bearing letters from Kona. While he refused to disclose Kona's address, he consistently ensured the safe delivery of their correspondence, albeit with a considerable delay for each exchange. Although the two never met again after that, their letters continued to flow uninterrupted. Angelia had attempted to use other owls for correspondence, but only Will could locate Kona. No other owl succeeded, and even if they accompanied Will, they would inevitably lose their way. It turned out that he was the Grim Reaper. Angelia gazed upon the still exquisite visage of Kona, and in an instant, all her previous uncertainties unraveled. The individual before her was a familiar face. Kona no longer assumed the demeanor of a Grim Reaper. Casually, he sheathed his scythe and removed the hood from his head, nonchalantly taking a seat on the empty chair beside her. "What brings you here?" Angelia also relaxed. "I would like to ask for your assistance. I possess the memories of 2 lifetimes, yet I am unable to merge them. I seek your help in unifying these recollections." A look of astonishment crossed Kona's face as he responded. "You are the Royal?" "Indeed." Angelia blinked in confusion. "I assumed you were already aware." Kona smirked slightly, extending his hand to conjure 2 swirling masses of black mist from the air. The mist coalesced in his palm into 2 cups of tea, one of which floated towards Angelia. "I have only recently assumed my position." "It was the previous Reaper who resurrected you," Kona remarked, taking a sip from his cup. "I have perused the records, and in nearly a century, you are the sole individual to have been revived by the Reaper." Angelia's curiosity was piqued. "Just appointed? This hardly qualifies as a secret." Kona nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I had just assumed my position when we met. At that time, I was overwhelmed with learning new things every day, which is why I ventured into the Muggle world for a respite." Angelia let out a soft chuckle, realizing, "So that's how it is. I thought you had quarreled with your family and run away, which explains your previous gloom." Qian shrugged dramatically, letting out a deep sigh. "My predecessor left behind an array of unresolved matters, all of which I inherited. I have been tirelessly navigating through them for 3 long years. And you are the final piece of the puzzle." "Me?" Angelia gazed at him in astonishment. "What could possibly concern me?" "Resurrection," Qian replied, resting his chin on his hand against the edge of the table. "The resurrection of the Grim Reaper is a violation of the rules, and my predecessor faced severe repercussions for it. Did he not mention requiring Dumbledore's soul as a trade?" Angelia immediately nodded. Kona sighed and continued, "In the struggle against Voldemort, To thwart his destruction of the magical realm and to save both wizards and muggles, Dumbledore's soul was exceptionally pure. Voldemort, having fragmented his own soul, acted in direct defiance of the established rules. According to the natural course of events, Dumbledore would have sought to stop him, thereby rendering his own soul even more pristine. Such a soul is exceedingly rare, and the power harvested from it would be significantly greater. One might simply interpret it as the rewards gained from completing a task. However, the former Grim Reaper resurrected you, and heaven knows the darkness of your soul. This action altered the trajectory of subsequent events, drawing the attention of the rules, and consequently, the former Grim Reaper faced punishment. Kona sighed in resignation, and then I took on the mantle. Angelia blinked innocently. So, are you also going to harvest Dumbledore's soul? No. Kona replied earnestly, shaking his head. His soul has lost its purity. He harbored murderous intentions towards you in your infancy. Moreover, the course of events has already shifted, rendering the future once again uncertain. Dumbledore's soul has now become utterly worthless. Angelia tilted her head, seemingly perplexed. How do you intend to resolve the matter of my resurrection? According to the essence of the rules, achieving the ultimate goal is all that truly matters. Initially, the rules aim to obliterate you, as that would be the simplest solution. Kona turned to gaze at her, letting out a resigned sigh. However, as long as we attain the ultimate objective, we have alternative means. What objective? Angelia looked at him with confusion. To restore everything to its rightful course, eradicate Voldemort, and regulate the order of the magical realm. This objective seemed somewhat familiar to her. Angeli's eyes sparkled as she cast a fervent gaze towards Kona. Before she could finish her thought, Kona glanced at her coolly, curling his lips slightly. This deviates from your original plan, he remarked. The concept of maintaining order refers to preserving the existing framework and eliminating detrimental elements, rather than establishing a new order. It could be said that this objective stands in stark contrast to your intentions. Angelia's expression immediately wilted. After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head and spoke wearily. Can you assist me in merging my memories? Certainly. Kinna extended his right hand into the air, and wisps of dark energy began to swirl and coalesce in his palm, gradually forming a small orb the size of a palm. It might sting a bit. Bear with it, Kinna cautioned as the black orb flew towards Angeli, tendrils of darkness seeping out and gradually penetrating her temples. A sharp pain akin to needles pierced through her mind, causing Angeli to clutch her head and crouch down in agony. But in an instant, the pain vanished. Surprised, she looked up. The dark orb had completely disappeared, and Kinna was leisurely lifting a teacup to his lips. It doesn't tea hurt anymore. Angeli stared at him in astonishment. Did it fail? Kinna gently blew on his tea and took a cautious sip. It was successful. So soon? What did you expect? Kinna regarded Angeli with a look of mild disdain, as if she were foolish. It has been a while. You seem to have lost your sharpness. Angelia snapped back to reality, rolling her eyes. I thought it would be quite troublesome. Kona set down his teacup, a proud smile gracing his face. I am rather skilled. With the matter resolved, Kona placed his cup aside and prepared to depart, but not before offering a cautionary note. The rules have taken notice of you. Strive to avoid actions that contravene them. You may have your own plans, but it is advisable to refrain from conflicting with the rules. I understand. Nowadays, numerous circumstances had surpassed her expectations, necessitating a revision of her plans. Nonetheless, the overarching goal of vanquishing Voldemort and undermining Dumbledore remained unchanged. As for establishing a new order within the magical realm, that would require a fresh strategy. Once Kona had left, Angelia opened the door to the secret chamber and emerged, immediately spotting Mr. Royal, who was waiting anxiously by the wall. You've returned. How did it go? Mr. Royal inquired, concern etched upon his face. It's resolved. The memories have successfully merged. Angelia cast a glance at her adult form, her eyes momentarily downcast. In an instant, a burst of white light enveloped her. And when it faded, she had reverted to her 11-year-old self. Seeing that her memory issues were resolved, Mr. Royal felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to shift his focus to other matters. Contemplating Kona's identity, he hesitated before speaking. You and Lord Death. Angelia was not inclined to divulge that information, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Students are returning to school today. Severus must be quite distressed. I shall check on him. This was a clear evasion of the topic, and Mr. Royal understood her implication, choosing not to press further. Very well. In the potions office, Snape was grappling with a heap of essays, his head throbbing. Merlin, Why did I assign so much homework to those little brutes before the Christmas holiday? Mechanically, his quill inscribed suitable grades on the parchment, while Snape numbly scrutinized the incoherent mess, diligently attempting to read every line. Suddenly, the fire in the fireplace flickered to a vibrant green, capturing his attention. He lifted his gaze impatiently, expecting it to be Dumbledore or some other interruption. To his surprise, a small figure emerged from the flames. Uncle Severus, Angelia, having just materialized from the fireplace, leaped into Snape's arms. He gazed at her, astonished by her return to the 11-year-old form, instinctively reaching out to catch her. The portraits on the wall observed the scene, discreetly stepping out of their frames. How did you? Snape seemed poised to inquire further, but he abruptly halted, his instincts kicking in as he regarded her with uncertainty. He was unsure whether she retained any memories from her previous life. Angelia had discerned his unspoken inquiry. With an air of mystery, she playfully winked at him and subtly mouthed the name, Severus. A glimmer of surprise ignited in Severus Snape's eyes as he glanced at the vacant picture frame. He lifted her into his lap, enfolding her tenderly in his embrace. And in that moment, the emptiness that had lingered in his heart throughout the day was suddenly filled with a profound sense of bliss. Angelia nestled comfortably in his embrace, her delicate head resting upon his shoulder, while her arms encircled his neck. This posture was undeniably intimate. After a brief moment of quietude, Severus gently released his hold. What is it? Angelia gazed at him, her expression one of bewilderment. Severus's embrace was so utterly soothing that she felt on the verge of slumber. He tenderly tousled her slightly dazed head, a hint of affectionate amusement gracing his lips as he remarked, "If you're weary, why not retire to the room for a brief rest?" Angelia, with a delicate demeanor, entwined her arms around his neck and nestled into his embrace. Her voice soft and coaxing, "Then carry me there." Severus reveled in her dependence. He pushed aside the cumbersome parchment on the table and lifted Angelia into his arms, standing steadily as he prepared to make his way to the common room. However, as he took a few steps, the flames in the fireplace suddenly changed color, revealing Dumbledore's visage. "Severus, summon Angelia," Dumbledore began, but upon discerning the scene within the room, the latter part of his instruction faltered in his throat. Severus stiffened, turning to face Dumbledore while still cradling Angelia, their eyes locking in a moment charged with unspoken meaning. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore broke the stillness. "I believe, Severus, it might be time for you to visit the headmaster's office." Angelia languidly stifled a yawn and, preempting Snape, spoke up. "Headmaster, I happen to have matters to discuss with you. I trust you won't mind my accompanying you." Dumbledore turned his gaze to Angelia, his expression inscrutable. "That may not be entirely convenient, Miss Royal." "Not at all. I find it rather convenient," Angelia retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by his thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and leaned against Snape's shoulder, coolly adding, "Just wait in the office." Without allowing Dumbledore to respond, she averted her gaze first. "Uncle Severus, let us proceed." The green flames behind them extinguished, and the flames in the fireplace returned to their original state as Dumbledore departed. Snape tightened his grip around Angelia, concern flickering in his eyes. "Perhaps you should wait here for a moment? I shall return swiftly. Take me with you," Angelia commanded in a petulant tone. "You must not abandon me." Snape gazed down into her eyes, and she unwaveringly met his stare. After a moment, it was Snape who relented first. "Shall I carry you?" He raised an eyebrow, tightening his hold on her. "I can walk myself." Angelia's ears flushed a soft pink as she buried her face in his chest and mumbled, "Put me down." Snape pressed his lips together to suppress an impending laugh and bent down to set her on the ground. It was precisely the time when students were attending classes, and the corridors were nearly deserted as they made their way to the headmaster's office. "Severus, you have arrived." Dumbledore turned to Snape, casting a deeper glance at Angelia. "Miss Royal." Angelia cast a cold glance at him before gracefully making her way to the chair, leisurely crossing her legs. "What brings you to us?" Dumbledore's eyes narrowed behind his spectacles as his voice deepened. "I have matters to discuss with Professor Snape. Perhaps Miss Royal should take her leave." "There's no need." Angelia met his gaze and then nonchalantly averted her eyes, stating, "He has nothing to conceal from me. You may speak freely." Dumbledore shifted his attention to Snape, yet the latter's eyes were devoid of emotion, clearly employing the mental blocking technique. "Severus," Dumbledore's tone grew stern. "Perhaps you recall our agreement? Why are you raising your voice?" Angelia shot him an annoyed glance. "I am rather timid. Should you frighten me?" I cannot guarantee what I might do. Perhaps I would even demolish your office." Dumbledore disregarded her, his gaze still fixed on Snape, though his expression was now tinged with anger. "Severus, if you choose to disregard our covenant, I believe I am under no obligation to uphold mine. Furthermore, you ought to reflect deeply on the oath you once swore." Snape coolly redirected his gaze to Angelia, his eyes remaining hollow. "I only care for her." Dumbledore, incensed, shot an intense look at Angelia, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "You would do well to understand that violating an unbreakable vow comes at the cost of one's life." Angelia rested her chin on her hand, observing Dumbledore's furious demeanor with great intrigue, and softly remarked, "I beg your pardon, Uncle Severus, but it is not you who shall face the consequences of an unbreakable vow. Rather, it is you who will suffer should you take my life. In essence, he may disregard the pact, yet should you choose to end my existence, your own life would be forfeit." The anger that had etched itself upon Dumbledore's face transformed into astonishment as he regarded Angelia with skepticism, clearly struggling to accept her assertion. Angelia curled her lips into a subtle smile and slowly approached Severus, saying, "Since you harbor doubts, and I have always been benevolent, allow me to demonstrate for you." "Dear Uncle Severus." Angelia tugged at his sleeve, and Snape obediently bent down. Angelia leaned in and gently placed a kiss on the side of his face, then provocatively glanced back at Dumbledore's darkened expression. "Have you seen clearly now? Would you like me to bestow another kiss?" Even the ever-cold Severus felt a faint blush creeping up to his ears. This girl was growing increasingly audacious. Dumbledore's face was a picture of displeasure, his chest heaving violently as he evidently struggled to contain his rage. After a moment, he finally managed to compose himself and spoke. "Severus, I know you are not this kind of person." Angelia raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of his thick skin. When threats proved futile, he resorted to emotional manipulation. Yet, this indirectly underscored Snape's significance to him. Despite being unable to sever ties with Snape, he relentlessly employed various tactics to intimidate and exploit him. Angelia curled her lip in disdain, finding Dumbledore increasingly disagreeable. Severus Snape dismissed his moral coercion. Casting a gentle gaze toward Angelia at his side, his voice icy, "I only care for her." Implicitly, this meant that Angelia's wishes aligned with his own. Should she request further assistance on your behalf, he would not object. Dumbledore's lips twitched, his tone turning frosty. "As the potions master of Hogwarts, you are obliged to supply the school with potions." "Not so," Snape replied coolly, fixing Dumbledore with a steely gaze. "My duty as potions master is to instruct students in the understanding, differentiation, application, and brewing of potions." He was acutely aware of the scope of his responsibilities, but had previously acquiesced to Dumbledore's unwarranted tasks out of concern for Angelia's safety. Now that he recognized her capacity for self-defense and acknowledged Dumbledore as one of her adversaries, he was disinclined to assist him any further. Dumbledore fixed a penetrating stare on Snape, who maintained his indifferent gaze in return. After a moment, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and declared sternly, "If I choose to, I can expel you." Snape remained unfazed, replying languidly, "Do as you wish." A glint of intensity flickered in Dumbledore's azure eyes behind his spectacles. "Are you truly comfortable leaving her alone at school, with the Malfoy family present? No one would dare bully her within these walls." Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, resting his hands behind him as he stood by the window, choosing not to speak further. Angelia felt drowsy, and she stifled a soft yawn, her voice considerably gentler. "Are we done chatting? I'm quite sleepy." Dumbledore remained silent, while Snape crouched down, tenderly gathering her into his embrace. "Are you tired? Shall I carry you back to sleep?" Angelia nestled lazily into his embrace, comfortably nuzzling against him, before mustering her energy to open her eyes and gaze at Dumbledore. "If you are well, we shall return to our slumber," she stated. Dumbledore eventually turned his gaze back to her, studying Angelia intently. She met his gaze unflinchingly, her eyes reflecting both tenacity and purity. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore suddenly broke into a gentle, affectionate smile. Angelia turned her gaze away in disdain. "Miss Royale, there might be a matter of significance you ought to be aware of." The smile on Dumbledore's face deepened as he continued. "Severus once had a beloved, and their affection for one another was profound. It was for her that he agreed to work for me. Their romance commenced in their youth, and they shared over a decade of cherished moments together." Angelia wore a gentle smile of delight, expressing her awareness of having encountered such a deeply affectionate man. Dumbledore, with a hint of exasperation, emphasized his profound love for that girl. Angelia's face still bore a sweet smile as she remarked, "I know, but does that not still signify a separation?" Dumbledore gazed at her with profound significance and replied, "Indeed, that girl perished, yet she was later resurrected." Angelia, with a keen interest, playfully engaged him in a roundabout conversation, feigning confusion as her eyes widened in surprise. "Is that so? How could this be? Then why is Uncle Sepher no longer with her?" Dumbledore, noticing that she appeared to be swayed by the discussion, wore an even more benevolent smile on his face. "They will surely reunite in due time." Angelia tilted her head, and instead of the anger and sorrow he had anticipated, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "That's wonderful. I wish them a lifetime of happiness together." Dumbledore's expression shifted, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him, yet Angelia chose to disregard him. She nestled her head once more against Severus's shoulder, her voice soft and playful as she said, "Uncle Severus, would you abandon me for someone else?" Severus's throat moved slightly as he gently reassured her, "Of course not." Angelia provocatively gazed at Dumbledore, declaring, "See, Uncle Severus would never abandon me. I have faith in him." Dumbledore regarded her with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, momentarily at a loss to discern Angelia's true intentions. He had assumed she was already aware of the past, yet it appeared that this was not the case. Angelia's capricious demeanor left him bewildered, his gaze darkened, and a flicker of murderous intent emerged from his eyes. Should Angelia regain her memory, she must not be allowed to remain. Even Voldemort had not been eradicated. The wizarding world could not afford the rise of another Dark Lord. Angelia was not oblivious to his murderous intent. Rather, she simply chose to disregard it. After all, he would soon be removed from the heart of the battlefield, and it would be prudent to deal with him before he could set his plans in motion, thus preventing future complications. Dumbledore refrained from further probing, and Angelia was equally disinclined to engage in any further entanglements with him. She leaned her head against Severus's neck, nuzzling slightly, and murmured, "Uncle Severus, I feel so tired." "Then allow me to carry you back to rest," Severus replied, enveloping Angelia in his cloak as he strode away, casting not a single glance back at Dumbledore. By the time they departed, the class had ended. Angelia struggled to leap from Severus's embrace, insisting on walking back to the potions office on her own. Severus's demeanor was consistently gentle in her presence, and today was no exception. As they made their way towards the dungeons, they unexpectedly encountered Draco emerging from a classroom at the turn of the second-floor staircase. "Angelia, you're back," Draco exclaimed, his excitement evident as he spotted her through the crowd, rushing towards her. However, the moment his arm was about to drape over her shoulder, he caught sight of Severus standing nearby. His hand trembled, and he promptly withdrew it. Standing stiffly before them, "Godfather," he greeted. Severus cast a fleeting glance in his direction, eventually emitting a nonchalant response from his nose. Draco inexplicably shivered at the sound, cautiously glancing up at Severus's impassive expression. Tentatively, he turned to Angelia and suggested, "Shall we return to the dormitory together?" Draco believed he was subtly conveying a message to Angelia with a wink, indicating he had something to discuss. Severus, however, observed his every gesture with a discerning eye, choosing to dismiss him with a disdainful glance. Angelia perceived Draco's subtle gestures and tilted her head to gaze at Snape, her voice soft and delicate. "Uncle Severus, shall Draco and I return now?" Snape's gaze shifted to Angelia, his tone softening slightly. "Very well. Make sure to rest early upon your return." With that, he cast a fleeting glance at Draco before striding purposefully towards the cellar. It was not until Snape's robe vanished around the bend of the staircase that Draco, still shaken, patted his chest and exaggeratedly exhaled. "Our godfather is becoming increasingly formidable." Angelia looked at him with a hint of amusement. "What brings you to seek me out?" Upon hearing this, Draco immediately adopted a melancholic expression. "What has been troubling you of late? You didn't return for Christmas, and you've been absent from class. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being." Angeli felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze, her voice unconsciously softening. "I have been rather busy lately. Angelia harbors certain secrets, which Draco is aware of. It appears she has been preoccupied for many years. Draco assumes she is engrossed in these mysteries and does not press her further, merely gazing at her with a look of forlornness, lamenting, "You haven't even returned for Christmas." Angeli, feeling a twinge of guilt, gently touched her nose and softly reassured, "I was simply too occupied at the time to return." Draco, recognizing her reluctance to divulge further, chose not to press the matter. yet continued to gaze at her with eager anticipation. "And what of your Christmas gift?" Angelia's complexion grew even more rigid. She had been preoccupied with her affairs and those of Zypher over the past few days, completely neglecting the preparation of Christmas gifts. It seemed that not only Draco, but everyone had been overlooked in receiving their Christmas presents from her. Draco stared at her with wide eyes, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Angelia opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. She had indeed forgotten. Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly on the brink of an emotional outburst. As Angelia contemplated how to soothe him, Fortune smiled upon them as someone approached. Draco, ever mindful of his dignity, swiftly masked his impending tears. "Mr. Malfoy, is this your potions textbook? I found it in the Transfiguration classroom," a dark-haired Slytherin girl said, extending a book towards him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Draco regained his composed and aristocratic demeanor, graciously accepting the book and expressing his gratitude to the girl, accompanied by a charming smile. The poor girl, utterly captivated, blushed fiercely, her cheeks aflame as she shyly muttered a quick "no need to thank me" before hastily retreating. Once again, they were left alone. Draco cradled the potions textbook in his arms, yet his previous emotional turmoil had dissipated. He cast a haughty glance at Angelia, his tone laced with arrogance. "I am upset. Find a way to appease me." Angelia playfully leaned closer, winking as she proposed, "How about I gift you a collection of dragon models?" Psychologically, she had reached adulthood, yet she had never anticipated manifesting such behavior. However, her interactions with Draco and Harry felt akin to muscle memory, before her rational mind could catch up. Her body instinctively knew how to respond. Strangely, as an adult, her intellect did not reject such actions. Lacking sincerity, Draco remarked with a discontented pout, "I already possess this set. The Compendium of Dragons? Not interested. A dragon's nerve? Absolutely not. A dragon egg? Isn't that illegal?" Draco gazed at her in astonishment. "I have no desire to visit Azkaban to see you." Angelia shrugged nonchalantly, tilting her head innocently. "What is it that you desire?" Draco pursed his lips, defiantly raising his chin. "Why don't you contemplate whether you wish for the dragon egg?" Angelia was somewhat troubled, leaning against the railing. She rested her delicate head in contemplation for quite some time before letting out a gentle sigh. "What is the matter?" Draco inquired, keenly observing her expression. As soon as he noticed a hint of worry on Angelia's face, he immediately spoke up. Angelia turned her head to glance at him, her sapphire blue eyes reflecting a hint of guilt and grievance, which instantly softened Draco's heart. "Ahem. I have heard that there will be a dragon exhibition in Drackletown in a few days," Draco muttered softly, casting his gaze aside as if it were merely a casual remark. Angelia's face immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance." Draco's ears flushed with a rosy hue as he glanced at her with a hint of pride, yet he etched her beaming visage deeply into his heart. His heart raced fervently, and a blush crept across his cheeks. In an attempt to mask his feelings, Draco lifted his leg to descend the stairs, intentionally proclaiming aloud, "I merely thought you were rather foolish." Angelia smiled as she kept pace with him, agreeing, "Yes, yes, yes." The two of them laughed and descended the stairs, while Snape materialized in the corridor not far from them. A trace of a bitter smile played at the corners of his lips as he observed the cheerful figures of the two, and he let out a soft sigh. He was able to restrain himself from interfering in her social life, yet he found it impossible to suppress his concern. As Angelia and Draco made their way back to the common room, they chanced upon Pansy, Aloysia, Blaise, and Theodore engaged in conversation upon the sofa. Noticing the playful entrance of the duo, Pansy was the first to turn her head. Upon catching sight of Angelia, her eyes sparkled momentarily, only to swiftly contort into a pout, an expression teetering on the brink of tears. This visage seemed hauntingly familiar. Angelia pressed her lips together, suppressing her smile, and obediently took a seat beside Pansy, bracing herself for the impending reproach. However, the anticipated admonition never materialized. Instead, Pansy enveloped her in a warm embrace, her voice tinged with tears. "Yeah, my dear, are you all right? Why did you take a leave? You didn't come to see me during the holidays, and after Christmas. When we visited Malfoy Manor, you were absent. What troubles you?" A warmth enveloped Angelia's heart as she reached out to gently pat Pansy's back in reassurance. "I am perfectly fine. I simply became rather occupied during the holidays and could not return to Malfoy Manor." Pansy remained unaware of the secrets that lingered within Angelia's heart. Yet children of nobility possess an innate understanding of boundaries, knowing precisely what inquiries are appropriate and which are best left unspoken. Consequently, she chose not to dwell on the topic any longer and instead gazed at Angelia with glistening eyes. "Are you truly all right?" "Indeed, I am," Angelia softly reassured, lifting her hand to delicately wipe away the moisture from Pansy's tear-streaked eyes. "I promise." Pansy blinked, the glimmer of tears dissipating, only to be replaced by a look of feigned grievance. "Then what about my Christmas gift?" Angelia's hand, which was wiping away her tears, froze. She knew it. There was no escaping this matter. Angelia learned her lesson and promptly admitted her mistake with a gracious demeanor. "I apologize. I was quite overwhelmed during Christmas and completely forgot." Pansy gazed at her for a moment, then sighed with a resigned smile, wrapping her arms around Angelia's waist playfully and saying, "Then you must make it up to me." Angelia's eyes sparkled with excitement, her little head nodding vigorously as she sweetly cooed, "I promised to choose the most beautiful gift for you. I knew Pansy would treat me the best." Pansy cast a sidelong glance at her, ultimately choosing silence, though she disdainfully poked a finger at Angelia's head, saying, "I just inquired, and it appears that none of the attendees have received your Christmas gifts. Everyone assumed you had lost them." Angelia was acutely aware that an opportunity for her to save face had been extended, and she hurriedly nodded in response, apologizing profusely. "I assure you, I will thoughtfully select a gift to make amends." Pansy, fearing that someone might press her with difficult questions, promptly interjected, "Enough, as long as you make it up." She then continued, "Now, where were we?" In the potions office, Severus Snape was striving to concentrate on the assignments before him. He diligently read the first 2 lines of a paper, yet his mind incessantly drifted back to the scene he had just witnessed between Angelia and Draco in the corridor. The more he scrutinized the paper, the more vexed he became. Ultimately, he cast the parchment aside and clasped his hands together, leaning on the desk as he directed his gaze toward the door. Angeli has yet to return. Severus grew increasingly agitated, as if the chair beneath him had transformed into a bed of nails, rendering him almost unable to sit still. He anxiously glanced at the clock, then at the doorway, and forced himself to examine the assignments in his hand. This cycle continued for dozens of iterations until he could no longer contain himself. Severus abruptly swept aside the stacks of parchment before him, rose from his seat, and kicked the chair aside, intending to go outside and summon a student to fetch Angeli. Just as he was about to exit the office, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a delicate figure slipped inside. "Uncle Severus." Angelia fluttered into his embrace like a delicate butterfly, dispersing all his restlessness and insecurity. Snape crouched down, enveloping her in his arms, and a peculiar sense of calm washed over his heart. "How was it? Did you enjoy the conversation?" Snape inquired as he lifted her and made his way toward the common room. Angelia leaned against his neck, her voice soft and sweet. "I'm happy." Snape gently laid her on the bed, removing her outer robe and shoes. "Are you still tired? Perhaps you should rest for a while. I shall awaken you for dinner." After a long day, Angelia indeed felt a touch of fatigue. Her delicate fingers clutched the hem of his robe, her eyes clouded with drowsiness. "Stay with me." Following her gentle tug, Snape sat at the edge of the bed, his tone becoming even more tender. "I shall remain here with you. Now, sleep." Angelia stifled a yawn, stubbornly shifting to the side to create a space beside her. "Sleep with me," she implored. Severus, with a resigned sigh, leaned against her, gently wrapping his arms around her. "Now, rest," he coaxed softly. Angelia nestled against his waist, contentedly rubbing her face against him, obediently closing her eyes. Snape gazed quietly at her sleeping visage, waiting until her breaths grew deep and languorous before he gently slipped away. Angelia experienced a most terrifying dream. The events within it were shrouded in vagueness, and she could scarcely recall the details, yet the lingering sensation of panic remained upon her awakening. In a flurry, she hastily descended from her bed, her bare feet meeting the floor, and reached out to draw open the door to the lounge. There, she beheld Severus seated behind his writing desk, meticulously reviewing papers. His brow was furrowed in stern concentration, his countenance betraying no emotion, as his long fingers deftly grasped a quill, carefully scrutinizing the words inscribed on the parchment. Angelia's inner restlessness was curiously soothed as she quietly gazed at Snape's profile, her emotions gradually settling. "Yeah?" Snape sensed her gaze and looked up, meeting her still misty blue eyes. "What is it?" A flicker of alarm surged within him, prompting him to abruptly cast aside what he held and stride towards her, gently brushing his fingers over her eyes, dissipating some of the moisture. "I had a nightmare." A wave of vulnerability unexpectedly surged within Angelia. and she gazed at Snape with a pitiful expression, tears gradually gathering in her eyes before they slipped down her cheeks. Snape's heart trembled in response. He reached out to wipe away the tears from her face, enveloping her in his embrace, softly patting her back while whispering soothingly, "Do not cry. It was merely a dream. It is over now. There is nothing to fear." Angelia's delicate fingers, filled with a sense of grievance, clutched the edge of his garment. She buried her small head into the crook of his neck, nuzzling against him, her voice tinged with a heart-wrenching sob. "Severus, you cannot abandon me." "I shall never forsake you," Snape replied, straightening his posture as he tenderly caressed her cheek. His dark eyes gazed earnestly into hers. "I swear." Angelia's eyes were rimmed in a rosy hue, her nose glowing with a similar blush, and her gaze held glistening tears that seemed reluctant to fall. She appeared utterly pitiable. In a soft, melodious voice, she said, "Then it's settled. You must not deceive me." Severus could not help but curl his lips into a faint smile, his long fingers moving to gently pinch her earlobe. "Very well," he replied. Angelia's emotions settled as she obediently wrapped her arm around his neck, her voice soft and endearing. "Shall we have dinner here?" Snape furrowed his brow slightly. There was a back-to-school feast scheduled for today. As a student, Angelia should not be absent. And as the head of Slytherin, he certainly should not be either. Angelia gazed at his furrowed brow, pouting in a pitiful manner. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Snape reached out and gently tapped her little head, his voice tinged with mild exasperation. "Tonight is the welcome back feast. Our absence would be inappropriate." Angelia bit her lip in a display of grievance. His words rang true, yet they did little to alleviate her discontent. Silenced by her sense of injustice, she refrained from responding. Severus, with a gentle gesture, ruffled her hair and, in an act of reluctant concession, declared, "Very well, we shall not go. Instead, let us dine together here." Angelia still wore a rather discontented expression. She glanced at him with a hint of defiance and declared, "I do not wish to dine with you. I am going to the evening banquet." Severus's gaze darkened, and with his right arm encircling her waist, he drew her closer. His left hand caressed the side of her face, his thumb gently pressing against her lips, inquiring, "What do you not desire?" Angelia was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she suddenly stepped back, pushing Snape away. "Do not touch me, unless you can enter the common room." Angelia cast a swift remark before deftly slipping into the lounge. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a locking spell to buy herself some time, and swiftly enveloped the surroundings in a myriad of concealment incantations. Once she ensured that her environment was absolutely secure, Angelia hastily shed her garments, slipped beneath the covers, and lowered her gaze in quiet contemplation for a brief moment. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped her, and she transformed back into her adult form. Satisfied, she tousled her golden curls that cascaded down to her waist, cocooning herself snugly in the blanket as she awaited Severus's imminent entrance with earnest anticipation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Angelia gazed at the eerily silent lounge, beginning to doubt whether Snape had truly comprehended her previous words. Why had he not yet entered? Was unlocking a simple door charm truly such a formidable task? Angelia gazed at the wand in her hand, pondering whether her magical prowess had indeed ascended once more. After enduring a protracted 2 minutes of anxious anticipation, she could no longer remain still. Wrapping herself in her blanket, she stealthily descended from her bed and approached the door, pressing her ear against it to discern any sounds from the outside. However, the corridor lay eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest whisper, suggesting that no one was diligently attempting to unravel the secrets of the spell. Could it be that Snape had already taken his leave? As Angelia contemplated this possibility, her brow furrowed in concern. She instinctively reached out to open the door, only to be suddenly halted by a firm hand pressing against it. Angelia stared blankly at the man materializing before her, her mind clouded with confusion. She had not seen him enter. The door had remained firmly shut. How then? Had he come inside? Severus observed her bewildered expression, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. He leaned closer, his thin lips brushing against her earlobe, gently capturing it, and then nipping it softly with his teeth. Angelia trembled, her legs almost giving way beneath her, when Severus, having anticipated her distress, swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. "How did you get in?" She bit her lip, lifting her gaze to meet his. The warmth mingled with a slight tingling sensation at her earlobe rendered her vision somewhat hazy, while the occasional warm breath against her ear threatened to strip her of every ounce of reason. Severus's thin lips remained firmly attached to her earlobe. His low voice slightly muddled as he murmured, "Just now, when you were wrapping yourself in the blanket." Indeed, she had lowered her head during that moment. Her gaze diverted from the door. Angelia's gaze grew increasingly entrancing, her eyelids tinged with a subtle redness, exuding an unintentional allure that rendered Snape's breath heavier. He exhaled deeply into her ear, causing Angelia's legs to weaken further, compelling her to lean into his embrace, her body supported solely by his arm, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Despite her dwindling rationality, Angelia pressed against his chest, murmuring, "No." Snape gently nibbled on her earlobe, his voice a low, gravelly warning. "Do not move." Angelia cast a hazy glance at him, her eyes glistening with a touch of moisture, imbued with a shy allure that seemed to both invite and resist. Snape, captivated, felt a surge of warmth in his gaze as he gently covered her eyes with his hand, his breath growing deeper. Suddenly, Angelia found her eyes covered, a sense of confusion washing over her. She gently blinked within the confines of his palm, her long eyelashes brushing against it, sending a subtle tickling sensation that traveled straight to her heart. Snape recoiled as if scalded, gritting his teeth as he took a half-step back, his expression bordering on a grimace. This was truly unbearable. Angelia blinked innocently, seemingly perplexed by his meaning. Her stunningly beautiful visage was tinged with a rosy hue, enhancing her captivating allure, yet those azure eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, radiated an unparalleled purity. Snape, enduring a pang of frustration, abruptly turned and strode out of the room, slamming the door behind him in a fit of exasperation. Angelia leaned alone against the corner of the wall, the innocence and bewilderment on her face fading away, replaced by a hint of mischievous smile at the corners of her lips. She granted him a brief respite, only to launch a second wave of assault. After all, a competent hunter knows that to pursue victory is paramount. Angelia donned a visage of distress, crouching down as she pitifully enveloped herself in a blanket, leaning against the wall while emitting a few whimpering sounds tinged with the tremors of impending tears. Indeed, it was not long before Severus Snape burst through the door with fervor. "What is the matter?" he inquired urgently, drawing her into his embrace. "Why are you crying?" Angelia pouted in indignation, her watery blue eyes gazing at him in reproach. "Why did you slam the door?" Snape, still grappling with his own simmering ire, found the moisture in her eyes stoking the flames of his own frustration. Yet, he realized he must first soothe the distressed soul in his embrace. "I merely wished to step outside to gather my thoughts." Angelia appeared more aggrieved, asking, "Do you no longer like me?" "No," I replied, as Snape licked his back molars, his gaze fixed on Angelia's eyes, which shone with a startling brilliance. "I simply could not restrain myself." Angelia feigned a melancholic demeanor as she lowered her gaze. Yet a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. She delicately ran her fingers through her flowing hair, causing the quilt that was loosely draped across her chest to slip down, revealing a tantalizing curve. Snape found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the soft white flesh and the alluring dip, the Adam's apple in his throat involuntarily rolling as the flames of desire surged within him, nearly consuming his reason. "Severus, what troubles you?" Angelia did not overtly entice him. Instead, she promptly gathered her hair and lifted the quilt to conceal the delicate expanse of skin. The deep gray fabric obscured the vision of springtime beauty. Yet the contrast between her porcelain skin and the dark coverlet created a striking visual impact, eliciting an irresistible urge to touch that flawless surface. Snape struggled to divert his gaze, yet his mind remained ensnared by the image of pristine whiteness. "Severus?" A similarly soft and delicate hand waved before his eyes, jolting him back to reality. "Severus, what is the matter?" Angelia's voice was utterly innocent, her beautiful eyes fluttering gently, devoid of any hint of discord. Snape's throat felt parched and strained. He opened his mouth, struggling to regain his composure. "It is nothing." Angelia wore a sweet and gentle smile upon her face. "Would you carry me to dinner?" Without waiting for Severus to express his agreement or dissent, she had already leaped into his embrace. Severus's arms were both sturdy and warm, prompting Angelia to nuzzle against his neck. However, Severus abruptly recoiled. "I need to take a shower." He felt as though he was on the brink of bursting, gritting his teeth as he uttered a few words before swiftly turning away and retreating to the bathroom, not pausing for Angelia's response. Nor did he take any change of clothes with him. Angelia sat bewildered in place, blinking her eyes, when a faint chuckle unexpectedly escaped her lips. Indeed, it was rather excessive to put him through such turmoil. Angelia, for once, exhibited a semblance of conscience. She brandished her wand, reinforcing the concealment charms within the room, and cast several spells to securely lock the door before rising to her feet. First, she tossed the blanket back onto the bed. Then, clad in nothing but her skin, she approached the wardrobe and casually selected a black silk nightgown belonging to Severus Snape. The garment was somewhat oversized, its hem barely reaching her thighs. Satisfied, Angelia glanced down and deftly unfastened 2 buttons at her chest. The sound of rushing water emanated from the bathroom, prompting her to retrieve a set of deep gray pajamas from the wardrobe, cradling them in her arms as she made her way to the bathroom door. Severus, I have brought your nightwear. The cold water cascading over him had quelled some of Snape's ire, yet upon hearing her voice, a surge of annoyance welled within him. Gritting his teeth, he glanced down, striving to temper his tone. Please leave it at the door. Angelia discerned the restraint in his voice and, with a teasing smile, feigned ignorance. What? Let me in? Very well, I meant to say, place it by the door. Severus hastily turned off the faucet and called out. But Angelia had already entered the room. He stood with his back to her, merely turning his face in her direction, and instantly recognized the attire she wore. Her porcelain complexion was tinged with a delicate flush from the steam, and there was a hint of allure in the corners of her eyes and brows. Her azure eyes shimmered with a captivating glimmer, and her lips parted slightly, revealing a sensuousness beneath her gracefully elongated neck, leading to her enticing collarbone and the soft, alluring skin partially concealed. She resembled the most enchanting siren, with not a trace of innocence left on her visage. Every inch of her was exquisite, and as she moved, her long legs intertwined, causing the hem of her garment to lift slightly, offering a tantalizing glimpse. Angelia casually tossed aside the garment in her hand, her bare feet gliding softly towards Snape, observing the flush at the corners of his eyes and the rise and fall of his chest. Her gaze shimmered with an enigmatic allure. Shall I offer you my assistance? Angelia's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice sultry and soft. Each word seemed to delicately land upon his heart. Severus found himself unable to think, struggling to move his throat as he rasped. This was your initiative. He reached out to grasp Angelia's arm, yearning to pull her into his abyss, yet she evaded his touch with a graceful smile. If you desire my assistance, you must obediently comply. Angelia lifted her hand to gently grasp his chin, compelling him to bend closer, yet she only bestowed a fleeting kiss upon his jawline. Naturally, Snape was dissatisfied, but Angelia had already nimbly retreated. She resembled a delicate, serpentine beauty, elusive and enchanting. He yearned to capture her, yet she always slipped away. The shower in the bathroom was turned on once more, the cascading water drowning out the heavy breaths that permeated the air, interspersed with muffled moans and alluring whispers. Steam rose, shrouding everything in a hazy veil. Ultimately, the two missed the return-to-school banquet. Angelia, nursing her swollen palm, was carried out, while Snape wore a satisfied grin. You've worked hard, he murmured affectionately, brushing his lips against hers, then tenderly massaging her delicate, battered hand. Angelia blinked softly, stifling a yawn, her countenance devoid of any displeasure, and instead, she tilted her head with keen interest to observe him. Are you happy? Indeed, Severus replied, a profound smile gracing his features. A rarity for him to exude such delight. I miss you dearly. For now, this will have to suffice as a compensation. Angelia allowed him to gently massage her palm, affectionately nuzzling against him. I know you miss me, she replied. Severus gazed down at her slightly swollen palm, a pang of tenderness overwhelming him as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss upon it. With his papers yet to be graded, and at his earnest request, Angelia transformed back into her 11-year-old self, perched upon his lap as they worked together on his assignments. Once they exited the lounge, they were under the watchful eyes of portraits. Initially, Angelia had been wary of Dumbledore's spies, but now that they had openly discussed matters, there was no longer a need to consider his feelings, especially since he was on the verge of being ousted from the gang. Angelia perched herself upon his lap, her petite head resting against his shoulder, while Snape gently stroked her long hair with one hand, the other occupied with grading assignments. He devoted himself to his work with utmost seriousness, and Angelia was reluctant to disturb him. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow, accompanied by the crackling of burning wood, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, a sudden knock at the door startled her, causing her to sit up abruptly. Snape furrowed his brow and soothingly patted her back, watching as she regained her composure and leapt from his embrace to dash towards the sofa. He then called softly towards the door, Enter. the moment the door swung open. Angelia quickly seated herself on the sofa. "Godfather," she began, but Draco's anxious voice cut through the air as he entered, halting abruptly upon seeing Angelia. "What are you doing here?" Angelia tilted her head and gazed at him. "I have always been here." Draco exhaled a sigh of resignation and rolled his eyes at her. "Can you please refrain from wandering off next time? I noticed you weren't at the banquet and thought you had gone astray." Upon hearing the mention of the banquet, a faint blush rose on Angelia's face, and she reproachfully cast a glance at Severus, mumbling, "I was with Uncle Severus." Severus, intrigued by the flush on her cheeks, arched an eyebrow at the mention of himself, then turned his icy gaze back to Draco. "Have all the tasks been completed?" Draco, caught off guard, immediately straightened his posture, shedding any semblance of casualness in Angelia's presence. "I have memorized the texts, and I have completed the assignments you left." Severus replied curtly, "There are some issues with your essay." He lifted a hand and extracted a piece of parchment from a stack of graded papers. "Come here." Draco promptly moved to Severus's side, bowing his head respectfully to observe the paper in Severus's hand. The toxicity research report on white fresh and wolfsbane and antidotes was originally published by Barnabas in 1864. However, the experimental process described in that article lacked rigor. In another article published in 1894, she acknowledged this flaw and conducted new research, which remains incomplete to this day. Severus pointed to a particular line in the excerpt, stating, "Since the experimental process is not rigorous, it implies that the research findings may be inaccurate. Thus, citing this article here is inappropriate." Draco lowered his head in shame. "Yes, Godfather." Severus casually shifted his finger to indicate another paragraph. "The history of antidote development was published in 1648 by Hilberdester in the series of Magical Potion Development Monthly. Here you have written 1846, and the author is also incorrect." Draco bowed his head even lower, his face turning crimson with embarrassment over such a novice error. For the remainder of the time, Severus expertly and meticulously critiqued Draco's essay, pointing out its shortcomings. Finally, just before curfew, Draco was granted permission to leave the office. He stumbled out of the potions office, clutching the parchment, his pale face marked by fatigue. As he watched the door to the potions office close, Angelia shook her little head and remarked, "Poor child," before nestling back against Severus to continue assisting him with the essay corrections. Just before the clock struck midnight, Severus finally completed all the assignments. Angelia lay comfortably in his embrace, her delicate golden strands brushing against his neck, evoking a slight tickling sensation. He gazed at her serene visage, a corner of his heart quietly swelling with emotion. This was his Leah, his most cherished Leah. She had returned. Though this moment had unfolded some time ago, an immense joy and contentment continued to expand within him, as if he were only now able to fully acknowledge the reality of her presence. The gentle warmth of her small form, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of her breath, enveloped him, radiating warmth straight to his heart. Snape wrapped his arms around her completely, tenderly stroking her porcelain cheek, savoring the exquisite beauty of the moment. As the clock's hand trembled and finally reached midnight, Snape stirred. He carefully lifted Angelia, making every effort to avoid disturbing her slumber, and steadily made his way toward the lounge. The echoes of the recent events still reverberated in his mind, and upon entering the room, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he gently placed Angelia on the bed. She seemed to feel the sudden absence of his warmth, furrowing her brow. But Snape quickly lay beside her. Reacquainted with the familiar source of warmth and breath, Angelia's frown unfurled, and she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist, nuzzling her small head against him, soon drifting back into a gentle slumber with a faint, sweet smile. Snape had to make his garments vanish to undress without waking Angelia. Though he had no inclination to mourn the loss of the finely crafted robe, he was contentedly cradling her, delightfully preparing to surrender to sleep. The soft rhythm of her breathing seemed to possess a certain magic, gradually easing his emotions into relaxation. With a gentle smile, he closed his eyes and allowed the comforting embrace of dreams to envelop him. Time passed, perhaps hours or merely minutes, who could say? In any case, both were jolted awake by a tremendous explosion. Oh, Dobby did not mean to disturb Mr. Snape and Mrs. Rest. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. A house elf appeared in the room. But he immediately recognized the situation. Bowing his head, he refrained from looking at the two nestled in slumber and bumped his large head against the floor. Stop, Dobby. Angelia yawned, sitting up. What brings you here? With tearful eyes, Dobby looked up at Angelia. Miss, Master wishes for you and Mr. Snape to come at once. He says there is something important to discuss. Lucius typically would not disturb them at such a late hour without cause. It seems something urgent had arisen. Angelia and Snape exchanged a glance, swiftly rising to don their cloaks before following Dobby out. The Malfoy manor remained aglow with light. As Lucius and Narcissa sat upon the sofa, their brows furrowed in deep concern, seemingly troubled by some pressing matter. "What has transpired?" Angelia inquired, taking her accustomed seat beside Narcissa. Indeed, a predicament had arisen. Lucius finally lifted his gaze, his gray eyes heavy with fatigue. "For reasons unknown, Dumbledore has suddenly commenced an assault on the Malfoy family's enterprises today, even dispatching a few trinkets." He gestured towards the coffee table. And it was then that Angelia noticed several jewelry boxes adorning its surface. Within lay exquisite brooches, cufflinks, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Each piece resplendent, yet unmistakably emanating the aura of dark magic. Lucius issued a cold smirk, stating, "These are intended for me, Sissy, and Angelia." Angelia tilted her head slightly, letting out a soft laugh. That was her sole talent. Before anyone could react, she eagerly reached for one of the necklaces, holding it against her neck, and turned to Narcissa to inquire, "Is it beautiful?" Lucius was taken aback and immediately stretched out his hand to snatch the necklace from her grasp. But Angelia swiftly evaded his reach. "Don't touch it. It's imbued with dark magic," she warned, tossing the necklace back into the box. She then casually picked up a pair of earrings, examining them closely. Lucius, flustered, turned red and nearly barked, "You know better than to handle such things. Throw it away." Before Angelia could respond, Severus interjected with a furrowed brow, "Lucius, calm down, she would not act recklessly." Angelia promptly interjected, "Do not worry, Uncle Lucius. These dark spells hold no power over me. For reasons you are undoubtedly aware of, I am almost immune to any form of magical harm, including dark magical artifacts." Lucius paused momentarily, bewildered by her words. "What do you mean by reasons you are aware of?" He glanced at Narcissa, who met his gaze with a look of confusion, prompting him to turn his attention back to Snape. Yet, Snape merely stood there, arms crossed, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Angelia bit her lip, striving to articulate her thoughts as succinctly as possible. "What I mean is the matter of my resurrection. In truth, I have regained my memories." Angelia bit her lip, subtly raising her eyes to glance at Narcissa and Lucius, portraying an expression of having committed a transgression. This was a habitual gesture of Angelia whenever she felt remorseful. She would look up at you with such a pitiable demeanor that it was nearly impossible to chastise her. Almost, but not entirely. On rare occasions, Narcissa would indeed confront her with palpable anger. Such was the case now. Narcissa noticeably took a deep breath, and then Angelia heard the loudest outburst she had ever received from Narcissa throughout her life. "How could you conceal such an important matter from me?" Angelia charmingly linked her arm with Narcissa's, her bright azure eyes sparkling as she gazed at her, her voice soft and endearing. "Sissy, I was wrong. I was uncertain whether my memories would persist, so I intended to wait until circumstances stabilized before revealing anything to you." Narcissa cast a sidelong glance at her. Her expression softened slightly, yet she remained silent, her lips pressed together. Lucius turned to observe Snape, mimicking his posture as he crossed his arms, preparing to witness the delightful spectacle of Narcissa putting Angelia in her place. However, before he could assume a spectator's demeanor, Narcissa suddenly shot him a glare, and the fury that had nowhere to go seemed to find its outlet. "What are you doing? Watching a performance?" Narcissa's beautiful blue eyes regarded Lucius, laced with a hint of ire. Lucius instinctively straightened his posture, reflexively denying, "No, Sissy, I wasn't." Narcissa's blue eyes narrowed dangerously. A chill ran down Lucius's neck, prompting him to swiftly move beside Narcissa, adopting a similarly conciliatory stance as Angelia. "Sissy." Yet, it was evident that he did not receive the same treatment from Narcissa as Angelia did, at least not in this instance. He quickly realized that Narcissa was reluctant to unleash her anger on Angelia, but indeed required someone to bear the brunt of her frustrations. And he was clearly the optimal choice. Thus, Lucius prudently sealed his lips, swallowing back his retorts. Narcissa perceived Lucius's understanding, and though she parted her lips to speak, she ultimately restrained those vexatious feelings. The silence lingered for 2 full minutes as Narcissa finally regained her composure. "Leah, you should have informed me at the earliest opportunity. I am deeply saddened by this matter." Narcissa turned her attention back to Angelia, her blue eyes shadowed with melancholy. I'm sorry, Sissy, Angelia replied, feeling a pang in her heart as she enveloped Narcissa in an embrace. I was uncertain how long my memories would last, and feared it might lead to false hopes for you all. Narcissa sighed softly, gently patting her back. Her tone once more tender. I understand your concerns. I just worry for you. Angelia nestled into her neck, her eyes slightly reddened. Yet her lips curled into a radiant smile, her voice imbued with a newfound sweetness. I know, Sissy has always been the kindest to me. Lucius and Snape simultaneously stifled their displeasure with a cough. As their emotions settled, Angelia released Narcissa and straightened her posture, while Lucius finally diverted his resentful gaze from her. It seemed that Dumbledore had already devised a plan to eliminate me. Suppressing the Malfoy family and bestowing these items might merely be the initial step. Angelia casually picked up the pair of earrings from the table. They are rather beautiful. Lucius disdainfully averted his eyes from the earrings adorning her hand. What prompted his sudden change of plans? Previously, Dumbledore's primary objective was to vanquish Voldemort, with Voldemort looming. He hardly ever directed his attention towards those he deemed inconsequential. Angelia nervously pinched her earlobe, pondering that perhaps the words she uttered instilled in him a sense of impending urgency. Angelia calmly recounted the conversation that transpired in the principal's office. Yet Lucius seemed on the verge of leaping from the sofa in alarm. Is this how you exposed yourself? Do you comprehend the peril you have placed yourself in? You haven't even set the stage properly. He redirected his frustration towards her. What will you do now? In truth, she replied, I have devised a new plan. The restoration of memories was unforeseen. However, since the memories have returned, certain aspects of the previous plan require modification. Angelique cast aside the earrings she held, sitting upright to gaze at Lucius. What is the current situation with the Malfoy family? Lucius raised an eyebrow, responding, there are no significant issues. Among the supporters of the Order of the Phoenix, there are few nobles, and the Malfoy family's business is predominantly conducted with the aristocracy. Given Dumbledore's current level of pressure, it is likely that the Malfoy family can endure for several centuries. Angelia emitted a laugh that lacked decorum, prompting the notion that it would be delightful to present Dumbledore with a grand surprise. Over the past month, Dumbledore had observed an unsettling array of peculiar occurrences. Several noble families supporting the Order of the Phoenix found their enterprises unexpectedly devastated, while businesses once aligned with the Order were compelled to cease operations for various reasons, leading to a near collapse of their financial resources. Concurrently, members of the Order faced a series of assaults, or, more accurately, mischievous pranks. The aggressors seemed to indulge in childlike antics, deliberately tormenting them by, for instance, rendering them unconscious and discarding them in refuse heaps or pushing them into ditches. Most of these attacks inflicted no significant harm, save for Sienna, who suffered a broken nail during her unfortunate tumble into a ditch. Nonetheless, this left the members of the Order in a state of trepidation, as none wished to emerge from their homes only to be thrust into a filthy predicament. These minor troubles appeared to have no resolution, for regardless of the members' caution, they were inevitably ensnared. Even more infuriating was their utter ignorance regarding the identity of the perpetrator, whose actions were remarkably stealthy, eluding their every effort to uncover any trace. Moreover, Dumbledore himself encountered a series of vexations. Initially, his acquisition of a substantial quantity of magical protective gear from the goblins was inexplicably leaked, prompting the Ministry of Magic to establish a special investigative team to scrutinize the matter. Shortly thereafter, members of the International Confederation of Wizards collectively demanded a change in leadership, while those at Wisingamot suddenly called for a new chief warlock. Simultaneously, Harry Potter mysteriously vanished from Hogwarts, with no one aware of his whereabouts. However, all witnessed him stepping through the doors of the headmaster's office moments before his disappearance, where he was personally received by Dumbledore. Merlin, at that moment, he was preoccupied with the myriad troubles besieging the Order and had no time to attend to Harry Potter. Yet, the portraits within the headmaster's office unanimously affirmed that he had indeed received Harry and subsequently incapacitated him, whisking him away through the fireplace. The ministry once again constituted a special investigative team to examine the incident, but all findings pointed back to him, compelling him to appear before the court organized by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for questioning. You claim you did not encounter Mr. Harry Potter on that day, correct? The presiding female judge regarded him with a stern gaze. Indeed, Dumbledore wished fervently to pinch the bridge of his nose, but his hands were shackled, rendering such a gesture impossible. I was occupied with certain matters. Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? The judge furrowed her brow as she perused several parchments in her hand. Dumbledore hesitated, his voice faltering slightly, drawing an irritable glance from the judge. In fact, there is no one. On that day, he was engaged in matters concerning the purchase of magical protective gear, a situation only the Fairy King had witnessed. However, it was evidently entangled with another investigation by the Ministry of Magic, and he was reluctant to reveal that he had previously met the Fairy King in private. As far as I am aware, at least 3 classmates confirmed that Mr. Harry Potter was summoned to the headmaster's office that day, where you personally met with him and, taking advantage of his unguarded moment, rendered him unconscious and dragged him into the fireplace, thus removing him from Hogwarts. All the portraits within the headmaster's office can attest to this. Do you admit to the charge of kidnapping Mr. Potter? No, I do not admit it. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. In fact, I did not see Mr. Potter that day. The female judge furrowed her brow as she glanced towards a certain spot in the audience, where Cornelius Fudge sat in a very inconspicuous corner, subtly gesturing to her. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore. The judge returned her gaze to him. As the principal suspect in this case, you are obliged to cooperate with the law enforcement officials. Therefore, please drink this compliant dosage of truth serum, so we may clarify the events of the case. A woman clad in a black professional suit entered, carrying a cup containing a small amount of transparent liquid. Without a hint of hesitation, Dumbledore accepted the cup and imbibed the truth serum. He was confident that this dosage would have little effect on him. However, matters seemed to exceed his expectations the moment the serum entered his mouth. Dumbledore sensed his thoughts becoming disjointed. He struggled to maintain rationality, desperately battling the overwhelming dizziness in his mind, but it was a futile struggle, and he swiftly succumbed to chaos. Noticing that the truth serum appeared to be in effect, the judge spoke sharply. What is your name? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore had lost consciousness, his head drooping as he slumped in the chair, his once keen eyes now tightly shut, involuntarily answering the judge's questions. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Typically, court proceedings are not to be interrupted, and everyone turned their heads towards the entrance, but the judge seemed unfazed. She even appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as she called out to the door, "Please enter." The newcomer was another official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who also served as the head of the investigation into Dumbledore's acquisition of magical protective gear from the fairy. As soon as she entered, she immediately handed the documents she held to the judge. Here are the details of another case involving the suspect Dumbledore. Considering the suspect's age, I request that this incident be consolidated with the current case for trial. The female judge took the documents and turned to glance at Mr. Barty Crouch, the director of the Magical Law Enforcement, who nodded in acknowledgement. The head of the investigation team, who had just entered, found an empty seat. The judge briefly perused the materials in her hands before asking, "Mr. Dumbledore, did you see Mr. Harry Potter on the day of his disappearance?" "No," Dumbledore replied. His gaze lowered and vague. "Have you ever kidnapped Mr. Harry Potter?" "No." "Have you ever purchased a substantial quantity of magical protective gear from goblins?" "Yes." Fudge in the audience shifted in his seat. The judge continued her inquiry. What was the intended use for the magical protective gear? To protect the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Given that we are not currently in a time of war, why do you believe the members of the Order would require such protective gear? To prepare for war. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, followed by a murmur that filled the courtroom. The judge had to raise her voice to restore order. Silence. The surrounding buzz dissipated, and calm returned to the courtroom. Though the anxiety was palpable, evident in the expressions of those present, the judge glanced down at the documents once more and pressed on. Who was preparing for war? The Dark Lord's new followers. The effects of the Veritasrum were gradually waning, and Dumbledore began to stir in his seat, but all pertinent questions had already been posed. Before he could fully regain his composure, the judge delivered her final verdict. Mr. Dumbledore is not implicated in the case of Mr. Potter's disappearance. However, he is charged with multiple offenses, including endangerment of public safety, spreading false rumors, and disturbing the peace, among others. He is hereby sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. As her words hung in the air, 2 Aurors stepped forward to escort Dumbledore from his chair. He had regained some awareness, but it was insufficient to reclaim his reason. Thus, he complied with their guidance without a word of protest. Once the Aurors had led Dumbledore from the room and closed the door, the judge, the head of the investigation team, Cornelius Fudge, and Barty Crouch all exhaled a sigh of relief. This trial had been meticulously orchestrated from beginning to end. As Dumbledore was incarcerated in Azkaban, Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts. Aunt Narcissa asked me to bring you these small cakes. Harry brushed off the dust that had clung to his robes from the fireplace. Oh, thank you, Harry. Angelia stepped forward to accept the cakes from him and, with a flick of her wand, sent a cleaning charm his way. How have the past few days been? Marvelous. Harry could scarcely contain his excitement as he exclaimed. You cannot possibly imagine the brilliance of their daily training. In truth, all of this was merely a component of the schemes devised by Angelia and Lucius. The suppression of the business conducted by the Order of the Phoenix and its supporters was orchestrated by Lucius, while the mischievous antics were carried out by Angelia's minions from the Death Eaters, all aimed at diverting Dumbledore's attention. Simultaneously, Angelia discreetly leaked information to the Ministry of Magic regarding Dumbledore's substantial purchases of magical protective gear from the goblins. Initially, this revelation did not cause much of a stir. However, as an article appeared in the Daily Prophet, thanks to the friendly assistance of Rita Skeeter, an increasing number of wizards became aware of the situation. Under mounting public pressure, Cornelius Fudge felt compelled to initiate an investigation. Dumbledore was caught off guard, although he could not fathom how the ministry had come to regard this matter with such significance. He promptly endeavored to manage the situation with remarkable ingenuity. Had it not been for Angelia's interference, he might have succeeded. In an effort to distract him and render him incapable of responding, Angelia, leveraging the power of the Death Eaters and the Malfoy family, exerted pressure on the Wizengamot, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Ministry of Magic, seeking to expedite Dumbledore's imprisonment in Azkaban. However, events unfolded contrary to her intentions. The investigators from the ministry appeared to inherit their minister's cowardly disposition of glossing over matters, resulting in little progress in the inquiry into Dumbledore's acquisition of the magical gear. As time dragged on and the situation at the Wizengamot and the International Confederation began to stabilize, Angelia found herself compelled to intervene once more. On one hand, she pressured Cornelius Fudge to accelerate the investigation, even assigning 2 members of the Death Eaters to assist. On the other hand, she orchestrated the kidnapping of Harry, which would provide the ministry with an undeniable reason to put Dumbledore on trial. Disguised as Dumbledore through the use of Polyjuice Potion, she personally greeted Harry in plain view, then brazenly dragged him into the fireplace before the multitude of portraits. Unsurprisingly, Dumbledore was caught unawares by this turn of events, lacking even the opportunity to defend himself before being brought before the court. Naturally, everything that transpired in the courtroom was meticulously orchestrated. The female judge is a member of the royal family, and Mr. Barty Crouch happens to have some acquaintance with Malfoy. Connolly Fudge would certainly not wish to offend the Malfoy family or anyone else for the sake of a person who is about to be imprisoned. Hence, they all cooperated seamlessly in executing this plan. Harry's disappearance served merely as a pretext to bring Dumbledore to court and administer the truth serum. In reality, he had spent the previous 2 days observing the daily training of a renowned Quidditch team in Pennsylvania. Given Angelina's profound wariness towards Dumbledore, she specifically requested Snape to prepare a potent truth serum, its efficacy being several times that of the previous version. This precaution evidently proved effective, as Dumbledore, in a daze, divulged a multitude of matters and was successfully dispatched to Azkaban. When Dumbledore regained consciousness, he found himself within the confines of Azkaban prison. The atmosphere was dark, damp, and frigid, permeated with the scent of despair and death. Dementors drifted through each cell, ever ready to siphon away any remnants of joy from the prisoners. Leaning against the cold stone wall, the chill seeped into his very core. Weary, he closed his eyes, striving to recollect the recent events. The timeline of occurrences felt intricately woven, as if an invisible hand orchestrated everything, with each event unfolding at just the right moment. Before Dumbledore could fully organize his thoughts, a Demento approached. It raised its decayed, withered hand to touch his skin, transmitting a wave of icy breath through its motion. Dumbledore sensed his soul being gradually torn away from his body, and he beheld that summer in Godric's Hollow, where his Gale resided. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he witnessed that fateful duel. As Dumbledore's visage grew paler, the Dementor withdrew, yet his thoughts remained in relentless turmoil. He recalled the duel, the Elder Wand soaring into his grasp, and Gale being taken away to Nurmengard. He had thought he had come to terms with it. He could have reconciled. During the protracted solitude of his years, he had nearly ceased to dwell on that time, and seldom thought of him. Thus, he could easily deceive himself into believing it was all in the past. But now, those memories that should have faded resurfaced in his mind. Each frame as vivid as if they had never departed. Perhaps he had never truly forgotten. In Azkaban, the distinction between night and day was indiscernible. The sole source of light was the dim oil lamps spaced several meters apart. Dumbledore leaned against the wall, quietly fixated on the flickering flame within the lamp across from him, his once sharp and brilliant eyes now devoid of any glimmer. Time passed without measure, until a cacophony of noise echoed from afar. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, only to be met with the unforgiving barrier of the cold wall obstructing his view. He lacked the desire and strength to move toward the iron bars to peer outside, merely gazing at the wall as if he could see the world beyond it. A sound of footsteps approached, drawing nearer, and Dumbledore's gaze followed the sound, shifting from one wall to another before settling on the iron bars. An unexpectedly familiar face emerged there. "Long time no see, Headmaster." Angelia stood between two Dementors, smiling at him. "How have you been lately?" They locked eyes for a moment, and Angelia scrutinized his complexion. Aside from a slight pallor, he appeared to be well. Dumbledore also studied Angelia for a while, before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Not too bad, though I miss my pile of cockroaches." He spoke in his customary manner, which truly relieved Angelia. If he had been subjected to torment, the old dark wizard would undoubtedly have been heartbroken. Angelia turned her head and whispered something to the Dementors, subsequently handing them a piece of parchment made from sheepskin. After perusing it, the two Dementors departed. Once they were a considerable distance away, Angelia drew her wand and pointed it at Dumbledore, swiftly casting two spells, Petrificus Totalis and Reductio, drawing upon his years of combat experience. Dumbledore evaded her incantations with remarkable agility. The spell struck the stone wall, igniting sparks before vanishing into thin air, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Angelia was clearly taken aback that he could evade her sudden incantation. Dumbledore, too, found himself perplexed as to why it was the petrifying spell and the shrinking spell, rather than the killing curse. The two shared a moment of awkward eye contact for several seconds before Angelia broke the silence, commanding, "Petrify them all, and swiftly shrink them." Two spells were cast in her direction, yet Dumbledore once again nimbly dodged them without hesitation. Angelia gritted her teeth, refraining from uttering another word, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. The wand in her hand quivered slightly as a silent incantation was discreetly cast. At last, Dumbledore, caught entirely off guard, was rendered immobile by the petrification spell. Angelia huffed with a hint of pride, casually casting a shrinking spell while murmuring, "Let us see you evade me again." With a flash of incantation, a diminutive statue gently descended to the ground. Shaking her wand, the statue soared into the air and landed gracefully in her hand. Angelia clutched the statue tightly as she strode confidently away from Azkaban. The parchment obtained by the Dementors was a release order personally signed by Cornelius Fudge. Thus no one would dare to obstruct her in taking Dumbledore. She had merely transformed him into a small statue for the ease of transporting him to Numengard. After several apparitions, Angelia materialized before an abandoned fireplace, the closest to Numengard. Rarely did anyone know that this fireplace was connected to the flue network leading to Numengard. Angelia seized a handful of flue powder and cast it into the hearth, returning to Numengard alongside Dumbledore. The place appeared unchanged since her departure. As soon as Angelia materialized in the fireplace, the house elf Tina promptly approached her. "Mistress." Angelia emerged from the hearth, brushing off the dust from her attire. She nonchalantly seized the hem of her robe, carelessly wiping the small statue in her hand. "Where's the old sorcerer?" Before Tina could respond, Gallard's voice echoed from the staircase. "Humph, isn't this a holiday? What brings you back?" "Expelled?" Gallard descended the stairs, scrutinizing her with a look of disdain as he clutched his cane. Angelia arched an eyebrow, casually tossing the small statue in her hand. "I've returned to present you with a gift. Should you not desire it, I shall take my leave." "What manner of gift necessitates your personal delivery?" Gallard inquired, settling onto the sofa as he observed her tossing the statue with a furrowed brow. "A gift," Angelia replied, shrouded in mystery as she extended the statue towards him. Gallard accepted the statue, scrutinizing it closely. An inscrutable emotion flickered in his eyes, yet his demeanor softened considerably. Nevertheless, he feigned a stern expression and spoke. "Is a mere statue truly worthy of such a personal return?" "Certainly not," Angelia replied, pursing her lips, seemingly attempting to suppress the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. "It would be wise to place the statue on the sofa now." Gallard regarded her with a touch of skepticism, yet complied with her request. Angelia retrieved a small vial of pale purple potion from her bosom, emphasizing, This vial contains a potion that nullifies magical powers. Consuming it will eradicate all magic within your body, rendering you powerless. Gellert clicked his tongue in response. Angelia shrugged. Yet she resolutely placed the bottle into his hands, emphasizing its significance and the necessity of safeguarding it. Gellert furrowed his brow in irritation, but nonetheless accepted the bottle, delicately tucking it into his bosom. Seizing the fleeting moment of his patience, Angelia approached the magical circle she had previously established, adjusting several positions with her wand. Once everything was meticulously prepared, she gracefully stepped toward the fireplace and grasped a handful of flue powder. Gellert sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Angelia had already waved her wand and uttered the spell, stupefy. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the small statue began to undergo a transformation. Taking advantage of Gellert's diverted attention, Angelia swiftly slipped away from the fireplace. In truth, giving the potion to Gellert rather than administering it directly to Dumbledore was not the wisest of choices. She had no assurance that Gellert would indeed allow Dumbledore to consume the potion. However, Dumbledore's wand was not in his possession, and with the magical suppression present in Nurmengard, it was evident that he could not escape without assistance. Tina would not extend her aid, and Gellert lacked the capability to facilitate his departure. The members of the Pureblood Party were even less inclined to assist him. In fact, she had altered the defensive state of the magical circle. Currently, aside from herself, it was impossible for anyone else to enter Nurmengard unless they obtained her permission beforehand. Angelia fled swiftly, and Tina, perceptive as ever, followed suit. The living room was left with only Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who exchanged wide-eyed glances. Upon the sudden appearance of Dumbledore, Grindelwald's mind came to a complete standstill, and a rare, foolish expression graced his face. It was Dumbledore who first broke the awkward silence. It's been a long time, Gellert. Grindelwald had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion, yet when the moment arrived, reality felt oddly surreal. His hair and beard had turned gray, and his face bore numerous bothersome wrinkles, yet the sharpness and wisdom in his eyes remained unchanged. It's been a long time, Gellert, he repeated. Grindelwald struggled to pull the corners of his mouth upwards, but his facial muscles remained unresponsive. He was uncertain of what expression to wear. He had so much to say after all these years, yet his emotions swirled chaotically within him, a tempest of joy and sorrow, while his lips remained tightly sealed, refusing to give voice to his thoughts. Decades ago, it was Dumbledore who had taken the first step, and now, history seemed to repeat itself, though Grindelwald's mindset had shifted. In the past, he had deliberately ignored such feelings for the sake of his ambitions, yet after decades of confinement, he came to realize that his lofty goals were seldom on his mind, while those 2 months in Godric's Hollow replayed in his thoughts for years. Dumbledore remained silent, gazing at him as he once did, with those sharp, blue eyes sparkling with intensity. Albus, it's been a long time, Grindelwald murmured, suddenly aware of how hoarse his voice had become. Dumbledore chuckled softly, lifting a white porcelain cup from the coffee table, containing some lukewarm tea. He offered the cup to Grindelwald. Lowering his gaze, Grindelwald accepted it and took a sip. The cold tea flowed down his throat, sending a chill to his very core. The faint aroma of tea dissipated almost instantly, while the bitterness lingered long on his tongue. A sip of cold liquid calmed his tumultuous thoughts and cooled his mind. Yet it stirred a pang of nostalgia. In this renewed encounter, whether fueled by resentment or joy, emotions proved uncontrollable. The greatest fear lay in facing the truth. Grindelwald dared not raise his gaze again, perhaps fearing what he might see in Dumbledore's eyes, or perhaps afraid of the void that might greet him. He stared intently at the pale brown tea stains on the porcelain cup, before speaking again. You were just beginning, only to fall silent once more. What was there left to say? He was uncertain, merely wishing to shatter the oppressive silence. Dumbledore regarded his youthful lover with keen interest. In truth, upon their initial encounter, he had been utterly flustered. He had not experienced such a moment in many years. He sat quietly on the sofa, locking eyes with him, yet unexpectedly discerned fear and confusion mirrored in those very eyes. He was equally anxious. Upon realizing this, Dumbledore felt an immediate sense of relief, an indescribable joy and ease pulling his heart from the thorns of despair. He had believed he would no longer care for this youthful beloved, convinced that their shared past, laden with myriad experiences, had rendered their paths forever divergent. Yet, following their reunion, he found that joy eclipsed all other emotions. Time had etched deeper lines upon his face, and his hair had turned a silvery hue. They were no longer young. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming weariness. For years, he had tirelessly championed the cause of Muggles and other magical beings, seeking equality alongside wizards. He had founded the Order of the Phoenix to combat Voldemort, tirelessly working to stabilize the magical realm, even resorting to manipulations involving infants to maintain peace. He had seemed to possess boundless energy, flitting between the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and the International Confederation of Wizards, navigating the intricate web of power. But in that moment, he was genuinely fatigued. His once buoyant spirit seemed to settle, replaced by a profound sense of exhaustion. He scarcely wished to contemplate the chaos unfolding outside or the motives behind Angelia's elaborate schemes. He simply desired to remain in that wretched prison, to be an ordinary old man, and to spend his remaining days in peace. There were countless unfinished tasks awaiting him. Yet he knew Angelia would never permit his escape. Would she? Gellert remained seated, his cup cradled in his hands, head bowed. Dumbledore pressed his lips together and spoke once more, breaking the silence. I believe we have ample time for conversation. Perhaps we might continue this discourse later. After all, I have just emerged from Azkaban, and I am utterly exhausted, yearning for a proper meal and a brief respite. Dumbledore's words, laced with a teasing tone, reached Gellert's ears, prompting him to immediately set down his cup and rise, hastily making his way to the kitchen without even grasping his cane. Dumbledore, leaning wearily against the sofa, closed his eyes, genuinely fatigued. He had not rested a single day prior to the court proceedings, and the Veritastrum had drained much of his vigor. Moreover, he had endured torment at the hands of Dementors during his time in Azkaban. When Gellert returned, he found Dumbledore frowning, reclined against the sofa, his features betraying an unmistakable weariness. He did not wish to disturb his rest, so he approached him quietly to retrieve his wand. However, it seemed he sensed his presence. Dumbledore gently opened his eyes, and the gaze of Gellert, which had been fixed upon him, was inescapably met, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. There was no hint of defense in his eyes. The almost transparent blue seemed to reveal depths unfathomable. Dumbledore remained silent, and he too was intently observing the brilliance of Gellert's deep blue eyes, which no longer bore the reckless exuberance of the past. Instead, a more tranquil and reserved emotion emanated from them, rendering their depth even more profound. This serene exchange was ultimately shattered by Tina's voice. "Master, the meal is ready." Gellert suddenly awoke as if from a dream, hastily averting his gaze from Dumbledore. "All right, I understand." Tina, perceptive as ever, discreetly departed. Dumbledore had no intention of pressuring Gellert. He composedly rose and made his way to the dining room, with Gellert promptly following, cane in hand. It was the weekend, and Angelia had not returned to Hogwarts. After leaving Neumont she had gone directly to Malfoy Manor, where Snape awaited her. Merlin, at last, that wretched old bee has been sent away. Angelia appeared to be in high spirits. As she emerged from the fireplace, she dashed straight into Snape's embrace. Snape, seated on the living room sofa with a cup of tea in hand, was compelled to set down his drink to welcome her. Lucius, sitting beside him, shivered in discomfort. With Sissy absent today, he was left to endure the presence of this affectionate couple alone. Fortunately, Angelia was acutely aware of her purpose for being there. She swiftly resumed a serious demeanor and turned her gaze to Lucius. Dumbledore has departed. Hogwarts requires a new headmaster. Lucius nodded, his expression adopting a more solemn tone. Currently, the majority of the board members support selecting the next headmaster from among the 4 house heads at Hogwarts. Some advocate for McGonagall, while others favor Severus. The factions are nearly evenly matched. Angelia turned her head to Snape and inquired, "Do you wish to become the headmaster?" "If you deem it necessary." Snape, while discussing serious matters, exhibited a demeanor almost identical to Angelia's, calm, composed, and articulate. Angelia averted her gaze, turning her head to continue her discussion with Lucius. "What are the odds of Severus assuming the position of headmaster?" 80%, Lucius replied with unwavering certainty. "The majority of the families on the Board of Governors are collaborators with the Malfoy family. They require merely a trifling incentive." Angelia raised an eyebrow, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. "Well then, I shall take my leave. After Severus assumed the position of headmaster, I shall endeavor to place some of my own people within the Ministry of Magic. Fudge has held the position for far too long. He must be weary, and perhaps I should offer him my assistance. Following that, we must locate Voldemort and his Horcruxes." "What?" Lucius gazed at her in confusion. "Isn't he already a Horcrux?" It is indeed a rarity to witness such bewilderment on the face of an adult Malfoy, and Angelia could not help but chuckle derisively at his expense. Oh, indeed. I suppose. She lifted the cup belonging to Severus and took a sip. The cold tea was exceedingly bitter, causing her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Voldemort is not dead. He is merely hiding in secrecy. He has also split his soul, creating several Horcruxes. In his later days, Voldemort's emotions became increasingly unstable, and his decision-making was less astute than before, likely due to the fragmentation of his soul. Lucius took a large gulp of the now cold tea, forcing down his astonishment. How many Horcruxes are there? I do not know, Angelia replied, pressing her lips together. However, there is a limit to the number of times one can split their soul. No matter how powerful he may be, it is impossible for him to create more than 10 pieces of his soul. Let us proceed with the assumption of 10. Having solidified the next steps with Lucius, Angelia ventured alone to the Riddle Manor, with the previous mission reaching a conclusion. Most members of the Pureblood faction were now gathered at the Riddle Manor. When Angelia convened a meeting, she was unexpectedly pleased to find Lena also present, assisting Riddle with some internal family affairs. Such matters were typically shrouded in secrecy, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to intervene. This was true even for ordinary families, let alone a noble lineage like the Riddles. Angelia raised an eyebrow with keen interest. Perhaps she should hasten the return of Lena. The core members soon gathered, and Angelia, known for her aversion to lengthy discourses and meetings, addressed the assembly directly. Everyone executed the last mission exceptionally well. Dumbledore has been successfully extracted from the heart of the conflict. We now have some new tasks ahead. She turned her gaze to Mori, seated to her right, who still sported his gold-rimmed glasses. Leader, the apothecary business is thriving. We have expanded to 2 branches in Hogsmeade and have opened several new shops in France and Germany. Additionally, we have secured our position as one of St. Mungo's suppliers, successfully displacing 2 competitors. Angelia raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Rochelle, how are negotiations with the fairies progressing? The fairies have agreed to sell us a batch of magical protective gear, but the pricing remains unreasonable. We are still in negotiations, Rochelle replied, bowing his head. Angelia let out a derisive laugh. It matters not. There is no need for further discussion. Let the avaricious fairies clutch their pile of enchanted armor until it decays. Here, it is established that Gigi retains his early deep blue eyes, without the heterochromia. Previously, Dumbledore had procured a batch of magical armor, and the fairies, sensing that war might be imminent, began to manufacture an abundance of enchanted gear, hoping to profit handsomely when the conflict ensued. Angelia had indeed contemplated procuring a batch of protective gear from them. However, it was evident that a reasonable price could not satiate the insatiable greed of the fairies. Unfortunately, 3 days prior, she received a letter brought back by Will, in which the Cinder agreed to sell her a batch of alchemical products, thus alleviating her from having to deal with the avaricious fairies. With Dumbledore sidelined, the Order of the Phoenix was no longer eligible to partake in the central conflict, and Voldemort's resurrection remained a distant prospect. Naturally, she would exert every effort to thwart his return. Aside from her, no one else would take on that batch of magical protective gear. The poor fairies were still reveling in their possession of a substantial stock of magical armor. But soon they would come to regret their current decisions. Patrick, please stay after the meeting. I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Angelia directed her gaze towards a handsome man, who respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. Lena, Angelia said, turning her attention to Lena, who was seated beside Rogier. She had been gazing at Rogier's profile, but immediately snapped back to reality upon hearing Angelia's voice. Leader, she responded. Angelia's gaze subtly shifted between herself and Rogier. Next, we shall advocate for Snape to assume the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. Should this endeavor succeed, it is certain to stir considerable upheaval within the walls of Hogwarts. I require you to remain vigilant regarding this matter and report to me promptly, particularly among the faculty. If this venture fails, then the mission shall be deemed null and void. Indeed, Angelia cast a sweeping glance around the table, ultimately allowing her gaze to settle upon Rogier, who sat to her left. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Rogier, find a way to place a few individuals within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the International Magical Cooperation Department, and the Department of Magical Transportation. Additionally, identify a suitable candidate to prepare for the position of Minister for Magic. Rogier accepted her request without complaint, which only deepened Angelia's sense of guilt. The members of the Pure Blood Party were numerous, yet in terms of capability, Rogier and Lena stood unrivaled. Their perspectives and visions surpassed those of their peers, rendering them uniquely qualified to undertake many crucial tasks. With Lena now assigned to Hogwarts, the responsibilities outside would have to be entrusted to Rogier. Angelia maintained a serious facade, yet inwardly, she let out a quiet sigh. It was time to contemplate the reintegration of Lena. Let us conclude today's meeting here. Patrick may remain, while the others are free to depart. Angelia spoke softly, and the members of the witchcraft party quietly withdrew. Rosiel, as the last to depart, kindly closed the door behind them. Once everyone had left, Angelia finally inquired, "How much usable capital do we currently possess?" 1,700,000 gold gallons was the response. Angelia, with a subtle press of her lips, effortlessly reached for the nearby parchment and inscribed a few lines, subsequently handing the document to him. "In 3 days, bring 500,000 gold crowns to this address to collect a batch of alchemical products I have arranged." She cast a glance at his luxurious robe adorned with intricate golden patterns and raised an eyebrow, advising, "It would be prudent to dress more discreetly, concealing your face." And don a hood. Patrick, possessing a strikingly handsome visage with sharply defined features and lovely light golden hair, exuded an undeniable charm that rendered him unforgettable. He glanced at his exquisitely crafted robe in confusion, but obediently nodded in agreement. Having completed the tasks, Patrick rose and departed, while Angelia made her way out of the conference room towards Rogier's office. There was another matter that required a private discussion with him. The door to Rogier's office was ajar, and as Angelia approached the entrance, she unexpectedly beheld Lena perched upon his desk, tilting her head up towards him in a bid for a kiss, while Rogier, in a manner of evasion, attempted to push her away. Angelina did not wish to intrude upon them. She nearly instantaneously lightened her steps in preparation to depart. However, Rogier had already caught sight of her. He shouted as if he had seized a lifeline, "My lord." Angelia awkwardly turned her head. Lena, somewhat surprised, glanced back at her, but it quickly transformed into a charming smile. She gracefully leaped down from the table, tidied her robe, and then sauntered toward the door. "You all continue your conversation. I shall take my leave," she said, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. As she reached the door, she cast one last glance at Rogier, saying, "See you in the evening." As Angelia cast her gaze, she noticed Rogier gently furrowing his brows, though the tips of his ears were tinged with red. Lena did not await his response and turned to leave. Rogier promptly adjusted his demeanor and focused on Angelia. "I have a matter to discuss with you." Angelia composed herself and took a seat in the chair opposite Rogier. "What are your thoughts on the selection for the Minister of Magic?" Rogier pondered for a moment, his brow knitting as he spoke. If one were to disguise themselves as Fudge using Polyjuice Potion, there might be someone suitable. However, finding an appropriate successor for Fudge within the Pure Blood Party may prove challenging. "Do you wish to become the Minister of Magic?" Angelia inquired, tilting her head towards him. Rogier hesitated before shaking his head. "There are numerous affairs within the Pure Blood Party that require my attention. I am currently unable to divert my focus." "Do not fret over such matters. I am merely interested in your inclination." After a brief silence, Rogier again shook his head. "I apologize, my esteemed leader. I understand you may wish for me to assume the position of Minister of Magic, but I do not harbor such intentions. Nevertheless, should you require me to undertake this task, I am willing." Given that Angelia sought him out for this private discussion rather than announcing it in a meeting, it was clear she was offering him a choice, a notion Rogier grasped well. "Indeed," Angelia responded with a gentle smile, "it is of no consequence. This is not a task. Focus on your current responsibilities. For the time being, we will find someone to masquerade as Fudge for the position, and I shall select a more suitable candidate later. Thank you." Once their conversation concluded, Angelia used apparition to return to Malfoy Manor, then utilized the Flu network to arrive back at Hogwarts. Severus Snape was in his potions office, grading essays, his brow furrowed deeply, his grip on the quill tightening. His expression one of disdain, as if he were examining refuse. Upon hearing the sound from the fireplace, Snape discarded his quill and turned around, his expression finally softening somewhat. "Oh, Severus, what troubles you?" Angelia exclaimed dramatically as she playfully leaped into his embrace, teasing him in a mock tone. "Let me see which wretched little troll has incited our Severus's ire." Angelia leaned in to glance at the open paper on the table, the name Harry Potter gleaming brightly in the upper left corner. Angelia retracted her head. Severus, amused by her antics, felt the tension in his brow dissipate, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "How about we peruse the essay on the troll together?" he suggested, as he lifted her to sit upon his lap and reached for the quill once more. Angelia nestled obediently in his embrace, laboriously perusing Harry's thesis. The paper cited a plethora of references, exhibiting a seamless flow and a coherent structure. It contained no apparent errors and even incorporated some insightful discussions. This thesis could undoubtedly be deemed exceptionally well-crafted. Angelia gazed up at Snape in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the source of his anger. Sensing her confusion, Snape clenched his jaw and extracted a sheet of parchment from a neatly organized stack of assignments beside him, placing it next to Harry's paper. Driven by curiosity, Angelia leaned in to take a closer look, only to discover that the two assignments were identical. Angelia lifted her gaze and beheld the elegantly inscribed name at the top, Hermione Granger. Well, she mused, she presumed she understood why Severus was irate. Unsurprisingly, Harry had received an F. Severus, of course, would not let such a grievous matter slide easily. Thus, during the potions class the following morning, he summoned Harry to the forefront and publicly chastised him for an extended period as a quintessential example. Oh, how pitiable! Draco, feeling a twinge of sympathy, averted his gaze, busying himself with slicing pieces of African snake skin. Angelia cast a fleeting glance at the cauldron, where a verdant potion bubbled vigorously, and casually added the freshly prepared snail slime. Uncle Severus's countenance was exceedingly grim last night. Speaking of which, you have been spending an increasing amount of time in the potions office lately. Draco regarded her with a hint of confusion. I haven't seen you in the Slytherin common room for quite some time. Pansy mentioned you hadn't returned to the dormitory to sleep at all. Lately, Uncle Severus has been rather busy, and I am assisting him with some matters. Angelia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to keep this information to herself for the time being. Should he discover that his childhood companion is, in fact, a resurrected adult woman and his godmother, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to him. Draco, unaware of Angelia's thoughts, harbored no suspicions about her words, bolstered by the profound trust cultivated over the years. You must also remember to take care of yourself. As Draco tossed a piece of African snake skin into the pot, he distractedly urged her. All right, I understand. Angelia lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Their potion was completed swiftly, yielding a clear, pale yellow concoction that shimmered faintly, indicating its superior quality. Professor Snape, in high spirits, awarded Slytherin 5 points. The second lesson was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, who, as usual, donned her deep green robes. Her face bore signs of fatigue, with faint shadows under her eyes, clearly a result of insufficient rest. During this past month, while Dumbledore was occupied with external matters, Professor McGonagall had taken charge of nearly all affairs at Hogwarts. Moreover, with Dumbledore now imprisoned in Azkaban, letters from students' parents had nearly filled the headmaster's office, necessitating her attention to these matters. Today, we shall learn a new transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall drew her wand and waved it at a feather resting on the desk, causing it to quiver before transforming into a toad. The creature leaped from the desk, making a beeline for Ron's face in the front row. Ron emitted a horrified shriek. But before the toad could land upon him, Professor McGonagall deftly flicked her wand, reverting the toad back into the feather midair, which then floated gently onto Ron's face. Embarrassed, Ron shut his mouth, his complexion turning as red as his hair. Professor McGonagall paid him no mind, her gaze sternly sweeping across each student. Each of you has a feather on your desk. Let us begin. The students commenced their meticulous movements, while Angelia, as before, turned her attention to the book in her hands. Unlike previously, Professor McGonagall did not overlook her actions. She approached Angelia with measured steps and softly spoke. Miss Royal, please visit my office after class. Angelia raised her eyes in mild confusion to regard her, yet there was not a trace of malice in her demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Angelia acquiesced with a nod. For the duration that followed, Professor McGonagall did not intrude upon Angelia's reading. She remained stationed beside the lecture desk, hardly shifting from her position. Angelia glanced at her several times, but McGonagall appeared somewhat preoccupied, even when Granger successfully transformed a feather into a toad and back again. It failed to capture her attention, and she did not award any points to Gryffindor. Clearly, the young lions of Gryffindor had also noticed their head of house's unusual demeanor. They huddled together, whispering cautiously, yet none dared to interrupt her. At long last, the class concluded, and Professor McGonagall returned to herself, announcing the end of the lesson. She cast a fleeting glance at Angelia before gathering her books and departing the classroom. Angelia handed her book to Draco and immediately rose to follow him. The two of them made their way to the Transfiguration office, and it was not until the door closed behind them that Professor McGonagall's previously tense and serious demeanor relaxed, giving way to an expression that was oddly tinged with both anticipation and anxiety. Angelia was perplexed by the situation. However, her confusion was short-lived. For the moment the door closed, Professor McGonagall immediately spoke up. "Professor Dumbledore has vanished. Are you aware?" Angelia's heart skipped a beat. The task of escorting Dumbledore away was a collaboration she had undertaken with the Ministry of Magic. Both Cornelius Fudge and Barty Crouch were aware that Dumbledore was not in Azkaban. Only those two possessed the authority to issue visitation permits for Azkaban, rendering the fact of Dumbledore's disappearance from the prison nearly unknown to anyone else. So, how did she come to know of it? Angelia maintained a facade of composure. Yet a myriad of possibilities flickered through her mind in an instant, and her hand, concealed within her robe, had quietly grasped her wand. Clearly, Professor McGonagall was oblivious to Dumbledore's whereabouts, nor was she there to confront anyone. Without awaiting Angelia's response, she continued, "After Professor Dumbledore was imprisoned in Azkaban, I had intended to visit him. However, the Ministry of Magic steadfastly refused to grant me the visitation rights. Thus, I was compelled to return. Yet, just this morning, Fawkes unexpectedly soared into my office, conveying that Dumbledore was confined in an inaccessible location, but he could sense Dumbledore's essence emanating from you. Have you encountered him recently?" Angelia bit her lips silently, vexed by the cursed phoenix. Professor McGonagall was intently observing her expression, while Angelia feigned a look of confusion. Though another thought suddenly flickered in her mind. She slowly blinked and uncertainly spoke. "I have not had the pleasure of meeting Professor Dumbledore, but I have been spending considerable time with Uncle Severus lately. He mentioned just a couple of days ago that he seemed to have encountered Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps I could inquire about this when I assist him in his office this evening." Professor McGonagall's eyes brightened momentarily, yet she declined Angelia's suggestion. "I appreciate your offer, but I will seek him out personally." Angelina nodded obediently. "May I leave now, Professor?" "Oh, indeed. You may return." Professor McGonagall finally revealed a rather relaxed smile. Angelia returned a gentle smile, turning away from the Transfiguration office and making her way directly back to the potions office. Snape, seated on the sofa, was engrossed in a hefty tome. Upon noticing Angelia's entrance, he promptly set the book aside and opened his arms to her. Angelia swiftly approached him, grasping his hand with a hint of urgency etched upon her visage. "Come, we must go to Malfoy Manor." Without the slightest hesitation, Snape rose to his feet, yielding to her insistence as they made their way to the hearth. Angelia raised her hand and urged him forward, pushing him into the fireplace while handing him a handful of Floo powder. "Quickly, to Malfoy Manor." Snape accepted the powder, casting it at his feet, and in an instant, a surge of emerald flames enveloped him, causing him to vanish within the hearth. Angelia hurriedly seized a handful of Floo powder and stepped into the fireplace. The moment she uttered the name of Malfoy Manor, a series of knocks echoed from the door. What was amiss? What had transpired? Snape caught Angelia, who nearly stumbled due to her lack of balance, before the hearth at Malfoy Manor. Angelia lifted her gaze towards him, revealing the events that had transpired in the Transfiguration office, a hint of guilt gracing her features. "I devised a plan on a whim without consulting you, and my urgency to escape stemmed from the fact that Professor McGonagall was likely already at the door of the potions office. I heard a knock before I arrived." Snape raised his hand to gently pinch her cheek, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "How may I assist you in this endeavor?" "Remain here for the time being and do not stray. I must return to Numinous Academy. We shall discuss matters upon my return." Angelia felt a surge of relief that neither of them had classes that afternoon. "Do not allow Professor McGonagall to find you." "No problem," he replied, lifting her hand to his lips for a soft kiss. "Take care on your journey." Indeed, as Angelia vanished once more into the fireplace, Lucius emerged from the staircase. He had refrained from interrupting their discussion out of courtesy. Hearing footsteps behind him, Snape turned to glance at Lucius, a faint smile adorning his face. "Pardon the intrusion." Lucius approached him with intrigue, teasing, "Your visits to Malfoy Manor have nearly surpassed the sum total of the last 30 years. Snape raised an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. Angelia cautiously emerged from the fireplace as she arrived in New Mungard. She harbored concerns that the old sorcerer might have had an unfavorable encounter with Dumbledore, potentially attributing any fallout to her. The drawing room was devoid of occupants, and Angelia ascended to the second floor, where she discovered the two individuals in the study. Dumbledore was seated at the table, perusing a substantial tome, while Gellert sat beside him, diligently inscribing notes. Between them rested a pot of red tea, with a cup placed at each of their sides, and the air was imbued with an ineffable sense of harmony. Angelia pressed her lips together and gently rapped on the door, shattering the prevailing atmosphere. Qian looked up at her in surprise, his eyes revealing an unmistakable disdain. "Why have you returned again?" Angelia rolled her eyes and, with a sense of propriety, began to explain. "I merely have a few matters to discuss with him. Rest assured, I shall return promptly after our conversation, without causing any disturbance to you." Gellert let out a dismissive huff through his nose, then lifted his cane from where it rested beside him, rising to his feet and making his way towards the exit. As he approached Angelia, he offered a final, concerned admonition: "Be mindful of your boundaries." Angelia shuddered, unable to bear it any longer. "Stop being so clingy. I'll return him to you shortly." Gellert shot her a glare before turning on his heel and, with thoughtful consideration, closed the door behind him. Dumbledore sat at the table, gazing up at her with a relaxed and pleasant smile, his eyes devoid of the shrewd calculation they once held, replaced instead by an unusual tranquility and softness. "What brings you to me?" Dumbledore inquired, abandoning his previous peculiar tone. Angelia exhaled a deep sigh of relief. She truly wished never to hear the phrase, "Oh, my child," again. "Fawkes sensed your absence. Professor McGonagall is already aware," he continued. Angelia scrutinized his expression, yet he maintained his gentle smile, showing no signs of alteration. "So, what is it you wish for me to do?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "Provide me with something that can confirm your identity," Angelia replied, tilting her head. "It must be unique and universally accepted." Dumbledore nodded in understanding, his trust in her words evident, devoid of even the slightest doubt. He produced an object resembling a lighter from his robe and handed it to her, speaking in a gentle tone. "This is a dimming device, crafted by my own hands. Those close to me are aware of it, including Fawkes." He added, "Fawkes can also vouch for my identity. He is capable of communicating with wizards and can offer you considerable assistance if required." Angelia instinctively became wary, beginning to suspect that there might be a hidden trap. Rather than recklessly reaching for the extinguishing device that Dumbledore offered, she cautiously tightened her grip on her wand and inquired, "Why are you revealing this to me?" Dumbledore appeared somewhat resigned as he replied, "I believe it is improbable that you would allow me to leave, and besides, Gale has informed me that you wish to eliminate Voldemort. Fawkes may be of assistance." Angelia raised her eyebrows with keen interest. "What if I were to allow you your freedom?" Dumbledore paused momentarily, then shook his head. "You would not." "What if I did?" Dumbledore fell silent for a while, and at last, a glimmer of struggle appeared in his eyes. Angelia observed the turmoil within his eyes, and, feeling a sudden wave of disdain, coldly grasped the lamp switch from the table before rising to depart. As she opened the door, she found Gellert standing at the threshold, leaning on his cane, his gaze traversing past her to rest upon Dumbledore, who sat at the table with his head bowed. "You did not administer that potion to him, did you?" Angelia inquired with an indifferent tone. Gellert suppressed the emotions flickering in his eyes, pressing his lips together in silence. Angelia had no desire for his response. She cast him a cold glance before turning away and descending the stairs, leaving through the fireplace. Although Angelia had been compelled to remain with Gellert in the past, he was both her mentor and a figure of kinship. Raised under Gellert's care from a young age, he imparted upon her a wealth of knowledge and the wisdom of navigating life. Despite their lack of blood relation, their bond transcended that of many familial ties. From her earliest days, she was aware of Gellert's beloved, a person distant from him, separated by numerous obstacles, with an uncertain future of reunion. Yet, his love remained steadfast. At that time, Angelia did not realize that Albus Dumbledore was that beloved, nor did she comprehend that he was the one who had confined her. Naively, she envisioned that once her magical prowess had grown, she would assist the Dark Lord in reclaiming his love. As she matured, her understanding of their entangled fates deepened. She came to know that Dumbledore was indeed the one who had imprisoned her and was Gellert's one true love. This revelation bred resentment towards Dumbledore. Though she never contemplated ending his life, she recognized that he was Gellert's sole affection, and she could not bear to see him suffer. The moral complexities of the past were beyond judgment. Angelia vowed to Gellert that she would not kill Dumbledore, but she would ensure his disgrace. Years prior, when Gellert was imprisoned in Ermengarde, a curse had bound him, preventing his escape. Thus, she confined Dumbledore within as well, forcing him to endure the torment of captivity alongside Gellert, both to fulfill Gellert's desires and to punish Dumbledore. Yet Dumbledore harbored ambitions of returning to the magical realm to pursue his grand aspirations. At that moment, Gellert stood at the door, undoubtedly hearing everything. Though he struggled to suppress his emotions, Angelia knew him too well. He was deeply saddened. Gellert had never been one to exhibit patience. Angelia marveled at his ability to refrain from storming through the door in a fit of rage, instead choosing to stand restrained, battling his sorrow. Could love truly inspire such transformation? As she witnessed her loved ones being harmed, a surge of murderous intent towards Dumbledore surged within her for the first time. Yet she understood that their matters were theirs alone to resolve. In the Malfoy family's drawing room, Severus Snape and Lucius were seated on the sofa, sipping tea, when the flames in the fireplace suddenly shifted in hue. In an instant, Angelia emerged from the dancing flames, her countenance pale and seemingly struggling to suppress her fury. Snape furrowed his brow sharply and rushed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Upon encountering the familiar scent, Angelia relaxed entirely. She wearily draped her arms around Snape's neck, but refrained from uttering a word. Snape, in turn, chose not to inquire further. Instead, he quietly held Angelia in his embrace, gently caressing her back with his palm. Lucius, ever considerate, ascended the stairs to grant them the privacy they needed. After a while, Angelia finally lifted her head. "I am fine," she assured him with a soothing smile. "Everything is progressing smoothly, and I have obtained what I desired." Yet, Snape continued to gaze at her with concern. "You appear quite fatigued." Angelia closed her eyes and shook her head, expressing a sentiment that after all these years, the Dark Lord had awaited Dumbledore's response. Snape instantly grasped her meaning. "Mr. Grindelwald undoubtedly possesses the capability to manage this situation, so do not fret," he reassured her, gently pinching her cheek. "So much has transpired between them. It is not a matter that can be resolved with simplicity." Angelia let out a soft sigh, appearing considerably more relaxed. "You are right," she said. "Perhaps we should discuss how to deal with Professor McGonagall." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise, we may find ourselves remaining for dinner." Angelia finally revealed a smile as she wriggled out of Snape's embrace, retrieving the dimmer from within and handing it to him. "This was given to me by Dumbledore. He said that those close to him are familiar with it, as it is a dimmer of his own creation." Snape examined it intently, nodding with certainty. "Indeed. Then, I have devised a new plan," Angelia said, a playful smile gracing her lips as she casually summoned a house elf to fetch Lucius. Lucius felt as though he had spent the entire afternoon ascending and descending stairs. Reluctantly, he descended with his cane, only to find Angelia and Snape in an intimate TTE. At that moment, he yearned dearly for his beloved Sissy. He settled down beside the sofa, and Angelia straightened her posture with a serious demeanor. "I have conceived a new strategy. Perhaps the Malfoy family need not concede any advantages for Snape to successfully assume the position of headmaster. The Board of Governors is hardly composed of benevolent souls. They are primarily swayed by self-interest. However, we can circumvent this step." She handed him the dimmer. "Professor McGonagall is already aware of Dumbledore's disappearance. I informed her that Severus recently encountered Dumbledore. She will undoubtedly seek him out for information regarding the matter. This is Dumbledore's possession, and we can fabricate a story that he has become ensnared in other troubles and is temporarily unavailable, allowing Severus to take up the mantle of headmaster in the interim. The discovery of Dumbledore's vanishing was made by Fawkes. Perhaps we should first deal with that insufferable phoenix. Dumbledore claimed it recognizes this dimmer. We could enlist Fawkes as a witness, thereby enhancing our credibility. Professor McGonagall is fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. She will strive to comply with his directives. As long as she voluntarily steps aside, the board will have no choice but to endorse Severus." Lucius took the dimmer into his hands, examining it with a slight furrow of concern. "What if Fawkes refuses to assist us?" "I shall find a way to persuade it. I first need to meet Fawkes." Angelia turned her gaze towards Snape. "Could you wait here for a while longer?" "Of course," Snape replied, raising an eyebrow at Lucius. "I believe Mr. Malfoy would be quite willing to accommodate me." Lucius rolled his eyes in a rather undignified manner. Angelia, armed with a dimming charm, re-entered the potions office through the fireplace. The room was devoid of any presence, and the portraits on the walls were absent from their frames. Typically, Fawkes resided in the headmaster's office, but with Dumbledore's disappearance, Angelia was uncertain of its current whereabouts. The headmaster's office was filled with countless eyes, prompting her to seek assistance to ascertain the situation. It was the afternoon, and clusters of students gathered in the corridors. As Angelia navigated through the hallways, she eventually discovered a secluded corridor, completely deserted. She cast several concealment charms around her and then crouched by the wall, locating a small mouse hole. "Hello, is anyone home?" Angelia whispered against the wall. The mouse hole emitted a series of faint rustling sounds, and soon a plump gray mouse emerged. It cautiously glanced around before fixing its gaze on Angelia, squeaking in confusion. "Are you the one speaking?" "Indeed, it is I," Angelia replied, extending her hand toward the mouse. However, it warily retreated a few paces, not daring to leap onto her palm. "You see, it is quite rare for a wizard to converse with a mouse. Perhaps we should maintain a safe distance." The mouse squeaked in response, "What business do you have with us?" Angeli reluctantly withdrew her hand and said, "I would like to ask for your assistance in checking the principal's office on the 8th floor for a phoenix." "A phoenix?" The mouse appeared somewhat perplexed by the term. "It is a magnificent creature with wings that can soar gracefully through the air," Angeli endeavored to describe. "Oh, very well. I believe I can take a look," the mouse replied, turning to scurry back into its hole, only to re-emerge shortly thereafter. "Hey, don't just stand there. In exchange, could you sneak into the kitchen and procure some cheese for me?" "Certainly." Satisfied, the mouse disappeared into its burrow, while Angeli dispelled her concealment charm and made her way directly to the kitchen. Inside, the house elves were busy preparing an array of delectable dishes. The sudden appearance of Angeli startled them, causing a few to scream nervously, and several elves darted directly towards her. "What do you require?" one inquired. "Could you please provide me with some cheese?" Angeli smiled gently at the questioning elf. The little elf, brimming with excitement, swiftly flew to a cabinet, nimbly retrieving 2 large platters of cheese and presenting them to her, then stood expectantly before her, seemingly awaiting her next request. "Oh, thank you." Angeli accepted the 2 platters of cheese with a grateful smile and departed the kitchen under the watchful eyes of the elves. In the corridor, many people lingered, and Angelia's peculiar behavior of carrying 2 platters of cheese attracted their attention. However, they appeared disinclined to intervene, merely observing as she turned into a deserted hallway. The gray mouse had returned, peeking out from its hole with curiosity. Angeli casually cast a few concealment charms before crouching beside the mouse hole and placing the 2 platters of cheese down. "How did your search go?" Angeli inquired softly, nudging the platters toward the mouse hole. The gray mouse's eyes widened in astonishment as it fixated on the cheese, yet surprisingly, it refrained from taking any, instead reporting to Angeli in an orderly manner. "There is nothing particularly beautiful with long wings in the room, but there is a rather drab gray bird on the desk, covered in quite a bit of dust." Angelia paused for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I understand. Thank you." The gray mouse, sensing her apparent satisfaction, boldly approached the plate and sniffed. "Can I take these cheeses with me?" "Of course," Angelia replied softly, rising to her feet. "They're all yours." The gray mouse, exhilarated, summoned a group of mice to transport the cheese into their burrow, while Angelia turned to leave the corridor. It was time to seek out Fox in the headmaster's office for a discussion. She had not anticipated that Fox would undergo a rebirth at this moment. Yet perhaps it was precisely due to the impending transformation that Fox had not departed from Hogwarts. This serendipitously alleviated her search for him. Before exiting the corridor, Angelia cast an invisibility charm upon herself. She navigated unobtrusively to the headmaster's office and quietly pushed open the oak door. The portraits failed to notice the slightly ajar door, as a more compelling spectacle captured their attention. The phoenix, Fox, was fervently attacking the frame of one particular headmaster's portrait, prompting the headmaster to shrink back into the edges of the frame to evade the assault. "Oh, hello, Fox." Angelia quietly cast a concealment spell to ensure the portraits could not overhear their conversation. Fox's frenzied attack ceased, and it looked around in confusion, evidently unaware of Angelia's presence. "Hey, I'm here." Angelia leaned closer, intending to touch its feathers, but Fox, sensing her through the movement of air, jumped back warily before her fingers could make contact, emitting 2 sharp cries in her direction. "Don't be alarmed. I just need to discuss something with you." Reluctantly, Angelia cast another concealment charm and lifted the invisibility spell. Although it was somewhat risky, the concealment spell seemed to be effective against the portraits, as they remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences in the room. Fox, startled by Angelia's sudden appearance, appeared taken aback, but before it could vocalize its alarm, Angelia produced the silencing device, prompting it to immediately close its beak. The silver silencer glimmered softly in the sunlight, and Fox hesitantly approached, perching on a peculiar ornament near Angelia to scrutinize the device closely, cautiously sniffing it before finally speaking again. "How did you obtain this?" Fox, evidently less guarded now, continued to tilt its head, fixated on Angelia. At that moment, she comprehended why Professor Dumbledore had mentioned that Fawkes could communicate with wizards. When it wished to converse, one could intuit its meaning. It was given to Mr. Snape by Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Snape is presently occupied with other matters outside, and sent me in his stead to find you. Angelia regarded it with a serene demeanor, which piqued Fawkes's curiosity. Are you not surprised? Fawkes inquired, fluttering its wings in confusion. It is rare for a wizard to maintain such composure during our first interaction. In fact, Mr. Dumbledore had informed us in advance of your ability to communicate with wizards, Angelia candidly replied. Fawkes appeared to harbor a greater trust in her. So, you know where he is, do you not? Indeed, Mr. Dumbledore has other matters to attend to, making it inconvenient for him to communicate with anyone at present. However, prior to his departure, he met with Mr. Snape and entrusted him with several tasks. Angelia spoke earnestly. Mr. Snape is currently engaged in handling one of those matters. Fawkes seemed to trust her immensely, almost eagerly flapping its wings and extending its neck to ask, "What do you require of me?" Angelia gently narrowed her eyes, her hand discreetly grasping her wand behind her back. She observed Fawkes with an impassive demeanor, her voice remaining sincere. Mr. Dumbledore has instructed me that, for some reason, Mr. Snape may face obstacles from within the school or the Order of the Phoenix while carrying out his duties. Fawkes tilted his head slightly. At that time, I hope you can assist him in gaining trust. Angelia tightened her grip on the wand concealed in her palm. Fawkes lowered his head, preening the feathers on his body, appearing somewhat despondent. When will he return? I am uncertain, Angelia replied softly, leaning closer to reassure him. But for now, we must proceed as he has advised, mustn't we? Suddenly, Fawkes lifted his head, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he warily spread his wings, preparing to fly away from Angelia. However, the ever-vigilant Angelia swiftly reacted, casting a binding spell upon him. Fawkes found himself suspended midair, crashing awkwardly to the ground. Release me, he screeched in fury. Angelia gazed at it with great interest, leisurely approaching Fawkes and crouching beside him to meet his eyes, her tone remarkably relaxed. It is rumored that Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, is exceptionally astute and profoundly attuned to human nature. How could he so easily trust the words of someone who is nearly an adversary of his master? Fawkes continued to struggle in vexation, yet Angelia remained unfazed. She merely required a Fawkes willing to cooperate with her. Let me think, what was that incantation again? Angelia joyfully flicked her wand, Obliviate. A spell struck Fawkes, but he merely paused for a moment before erupting in furious rebukes. It appeared that this spell was ineffective against the Phoenix. Angelia licked her lips with excitement, a smile brightening her face. I do relish a challenge. The killing curse. A red beam hit Fawkes, and this time his gaze wavered for a few seconds, but he quickly regained clarity. Angelia sensed a fleeting connection with him. Yet this feeling dissipated almost instantaneously. It seemed the spell too had little effect. Angelia's beautiful eyes crinkled with delight, her smile sweeter than before. Not to worry. I happen to know quite a few spells. Considering that someone might unexpectedly barge into the headmaster's office, Angelia grasped Fawkes and dove into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor. When Angelia emerged into the drawing room of Malfoy Manor with Fawkes in tow, both Lucius and Snape momentarily displayed expressions of astonishment. What is this? Lucius inquired, glancing at the still irate Fawkes in Angelia's grasp before silently closing his mouth. Angelia elicited a mischievous smile. It refused to cooperate, compelling her to seek alternative methods. She had heard that the feathers and tears of a phoenix were rare ingredients for magical potions. Turning her gaze towards Snape, she inquired, would you like some? Snape nodded in agreement, of course. Under the fearful gaze of Fawkes, Angelia raised her hand and plucked one of its tail feathers, the most exquisite and resplendent of all. Fawkes emitted a piercing wail, glaring at Angelia with fury, appearing ready to take flight and peck her, though it was regrettably unable to do so at that moment. It seemed reluctant to cooperate with them. Angelia tenderly caressed Fawkes' beautiful plumage, her eyes devoid of compassion. What a pity for such splendid feathers, she remarked. As yet another feather fell to the ground. Fawkes began to tremble, its eyes still filled with resentment, though it refrained from the earlier cries and curses. A sign of progress. Angelia gently stroked Fawkes' head, inquiring, so, have you come to terms with it? Fawkes continued to glare at her defiantly, refusing to speak. Such heartbreaking pride. With a soft sigh, Angelia withdrew her hand, the warmth in her gaze gradually dissipating. What a shame that I have grown weary of this. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot from Angelia as one directly towards Fawkes. The instant the light struck, she perceived a hint of disdain in its eyes. Indeed, the killing curse could not slay a phoenix, it merely facilitated its rebirth. Yet, her intention was never to extinguish its life. Fox was consumed by flames, reduced to ashes, only to emerge from the remnants with a small, gray head. Seizing the opportunity, Angelia swiftly cast another spell. Obliviate. Fox, half buried in the ashes, ceased its movements. Staring vacantly at Angelia, who held her wand pointed at it. It tilted its head in confusion, then suddenly, affectionately, fluttered to her side. Master. Fox nuzzled against Angelia's cheek as it perched on her shoulder. Angelia was momentarily taken aback. She gently pulled the dusty little phoenix from her shoulder, cradling it in her hands. The creature blinked in confusion, yet showed no signs of resistance, obediently nestling in the palm of Angelia's hand. Allowing her to gaze at it from various angles, Angelia employed a soul-binding enchantment on Fox, rendering his mind a blank slate, completely devoid of past memories, which were replaced by an unwavering trust in her. His eyes no longer bore any trace of resentment or dissatisfaction. They sparkled with a clarity akin to a flawless black gemstone, filled to the brim with affection and reliance. In that moment, Angelia was reminded of another pair of obsidian eyes. She turned to gaze at Snape, who sat upon the sofa, only to find within his dark eyes the same bewilderment mirrored in Fox's. Angelia tilted her head slightly, a sudden, joyful laugh escaping her lips. She realized that keeping a phoenix could indeed be quite delightful. Severus and Lucius seemed to harbor some skepticism towards Fox. Thus, Angelia settled back onto the sofa, cradling Fox, and casually handed him to Severus. The phoenix looked utterly dejected, struggling to leap back into Angelia's embrace, but she restrained him. He is also your master, she pointedly remarked. Gesturing towards Severus with a stern expression, you must not disdain him. At last, Fox ceased his struggles, standing pitifully in Severus's arms, reluctant to inch any closer. With a look of disdain, Severus tossed Fox back into Angelia's lap, declaring, truly unattractive. Fox, as if his tail feathers had been plucked, suddenly sprang up, vociferously hurling a torrent of invectives at Severus. Yet, he clearly wished to keep Angelia oblivious to his tirade. Thus, she could only hear his furious screeches without comprehending their meaning. Severus, of course, was not one to lodge complaints. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, reached out, and seized Fox, carelessly tossing him onto the ground a short distance away. Fox seemed to be hurt from the fall, limping as he hopped toward Angelia, desperately flapping his wings, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Angelia stepped forward helplessly, cradling it in her arms. Fox nuzzled affectionately against her palm, then turned to Snape, provocatively parting its lips. Angelia remained oblivious to the subtle movements of Fox. Cradling him in her arms, she approached the fireplace and picked up several fallen phoenix feathers from the ground. Perceiving a familiar scent, Fox curiously tilted his little head closer, his expression morphing into one of puzzlement upon seeing the feathers. How curious it was that such exquisite plumes would be found here. He cast a bewildered glance at Angelia, who, with unwavering composure, elucidated, previously, I sent you out on an errand, and along the way, you were ambushed by a villain named Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. You struggled to return to me, but it seems you fell victim to some enchantment, and upon your return, you were reborn. Fox accepted this explanation without doubt, casting an indignant look at the beautiful feathers, and resolutely memorizing Dumbledore's name. I remember nothing, he lamented, lowering his head in despondency. I thought this was a new beginning. No. You were merely ambushed by a wicked foe, Angelia reassured him, gently stroking his small head. You have performed admirably. Fox emitted a soft, brief chirp, then continued to inquire. So, have I completed my task? Not yet, Angelia sighed softly. Dumbledore attacked you prior to that. Do not fret, I have imprisoned him. But this task still requires your assistance. Will you help me? She coaxed further. I shall, Fox exclaimed, joyfully fluttering his wings. Dumbledore is confined by my master. Surely, she seeks to avenge me. My master is truly benevolent. Fox successfully navigated through a cycle of self-affirmation, enhancing his affection for Angelia. Dumbledore and his associates covet you. They have been devising ways to sow discord between us. I suspect you may have fallen prey to some malevolent forgetting spell, allowing them to deceive you into their clutches. Angelia continued to influence his thoughts. Perhaps they believe their scheme has succeeded, and when they next encounter you, they may attempt to beguile you. Fox proudly lifted his head, proclaiming, a magnificent phoenix would never be deceived by wizards. Angelia displayed an encouraging smile and praised, Indeed, Phoenix is the wisest. Fawkes proudly lifted his head even higher. Having completed the brainwashing of Fawkes, Angelia glanced up at the time. "Oh, Fawkes," she said, gently ruffling his gray fur. "I fear this is the optimal moment to execute our mission. Are you willing to embark on it now? This time, I shall accompany you." "Of course," Fawkes replied, appearing somewhat anxious, eager to prove himself. "What is it that you require of me?" "I need you to convey to a woman, Professor McGonagall, that you simply need to perch upon Severus's shoulder." Angelia gestured toward Snape, and declare, "My master has assigned a task to Severus, and wishes for him to assume the role of headmaster at Hogwarts." Fawkes tilted his head in confusion, but obediently acquiesced. Angelia, as if in reward, gently tapped her small head and tilted it toward Snape, saying, "It is nearly time. We may return now." Snape nodded, rising to don his outer robes. The two bid farewell to Lucius and made their way back to the potions office at Hogwarts. Upon their arrival, the portraits on the wall swiftly exited their frames. As Fawkes emerged from the fireplace, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Angelia quietly cautioned, "Try to appear more composed. Do not let them discover that you have lost your memory." Fawkes immediately adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze ahead and ceasing his aimless wandering. Angelia gently stroked its still soft fur, softly reassuring. "I'll take you for a stroll this evening." Fawkes let out a gentle chirp, nuzzling her palm affectionately, before promptly resuming its composed demeanor. Angelia nodded in satisfaction, casting a discreet glance at the portrait on the wall, revealing an enigmatic smile. "It is nearly time." No sooner had she spoken than a series of knocks echoed from the door. Snape instantly adopted a stern expression, draping his robe over the coat rack, while Angelia tossed Fawkes and the extinguishing device to him and rose to answer the door. Professor McGonagall appeared utterly indifferent to Angelia, scarcely acknowledging her as she briskly approached Snape, her urgency palpable. "Oh, Merlin, you have finally returned. What transpired?" Snape maintained his usual impassive demeanor. A hint of impatience etched upon his brow. Clearly accustomed to his manner, Professor McGonagall pressed on. "Miss Royal mentioned that you have recently met with Professor Dumbledore. Is that correct?" Snape regarded her with a flat expression. "Yes, he assigned me several tasks." "What tasks? Where is he?" McGonagall's excitement intensified, nearly drawing her face to Snape's in her eagerness, prompting him to take an uncomfortable step back. "I do not know his whereabouts, nor can I disclose the specifics of my assignments, but he wishes me to temporarily assume the role of headmaster at Hogwarts, as it will facilitate the completion of my tasks," Snape said coldly, his gaze unwavering. McGonagall furrowed her brow, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Her attention drifted to the phoenix perched upon Snape's shoulder, a detail she had only just now noticed. "Fawkes, what brings you here?" she inquired, her astonishment evident as her gaze flitted between the bird and Snape, her confusion apparent given that Fawkes rarely showed affection for anyone other than Dumbledore. Fawkes, sensing the moment had arrived for him to speak, proudly straightened his posture and declared, "My master has assigned him a task. He hopes for him to take on the role of headmaster at Hogwarts." "Oh, Fawkes." McGonagall regarded him with curiosity, her instincts telling her something about Fawkes seemed different. But she quickly brushed it aside, as her interactions with the Phoenix had been limited. Perhaps she was overthinking it. "Well, since this is a task from Headmaster Dumbledore, I suppose I can gracefully withdraw from the competition for the position. Merlin, the influx of letters from parents these past few days has nearly overwhelmed my office." McGonagall appeared far from dissatisfied. Rather, she seemed to exhale a significant sigh of relief, as if shedding an enormous burden. "Oh, Severus, I wish you the best of luck." Casting a sympathetic glance his way, McGonagall swept away her earlier tension, departing with a light-hearted smile. As the door to the potions office closed once more, Snape raised an eyebrow at Angelia. "Perhaps I have unwittingly embraced a rather considerable dilemma." Angelia gently touched the tip of her nose, nuzzling affectionately into Snape's embrace as she sweetly remarked, "To whom much is given, much is expected." Snape revealed a faint smile, effortlessly enveloping Angelia in his arms, and teasingly responded, "Perhaps I have encountered a supervisor more demanding than Dumbledore himself." Angelia pressed her heart against his chest, remaining silent. "Hey, do you work for Dumbledore?" Fawkes leaped onto Angelia, glaring furiously at Snape. Angelia's moment of uncertainty was swiftly shattered as she promptly propped up her little head and poked Fawkes. "He is a spy I assigned, so speak with due respect." Fawkes cast a glance of indignation at Angelia, burying his little head in her palm as if seeking comfort, which, in turn, provoked Snape's displeasure. He disdainfully pinched Fawkes with 2 fingers and flicked him aside, causing Fox's grayish little body to be unceremoniously tossed away. Fox frantically flapped his wings to avert a painful fall. "Hey, you!" Fox angrily beat his wings, seemingly in search of suitable words, yet Angeli shot him a warning glance. "I meant you, quite impressive," Fox immediately deflated, lowering his wings and substituting his intended insults with innocuous praise. "Thank you," Snape replied, displaying a quintessential aristocratic smile. After a long day of toil, a considerable pile of unmarked student assignments loomed on Snape's desk, compelling him to return to his seat and confront that vexatious heap of work. Angelia stifled a yawn, yet dutifully settled beside the table, ready to assist him in grading assignments. "Aren't you tired? You should go rest," Severus remarked, gently ruffling her hair with a voice imbued with tenderness. Angelia shook her head, shifting a stack of assignments from the edge of the table to her side and drawing out a quill from the ink pot. "Let us finish the assignments together before we retire for the night." Severus wished to offer further counsel, but Angelia seemed to anticipate his thoughts. She lifted her gaze to him and softly murmured, "I cannot sleep without your company." A misty veil clouded her cerulean eyes, and an air of pleading graced her porcelain-like visage. Severus, despite having a plethora of admonitions, found himself at a loss for words. He could only hasten the grading of the assignments, eager to allow Angelia to return to her slumber, which regrettably resulted in a notably low assessment of the work. As twilight descended, the flames in the hearth danced and flared, gradually warming the room. Fox had long since nestled into a corner, his ashen form now adorned with the exquisite plumage characteristic of a phoenix, appearing even more resplendent in the glow of the firelight. Angelia and Snape diligently reviewed the students' assignments, the majority of which were met with dismal grades of D or F, save for a few fortunate Slytherin students who achieved an A. Through their relentless efforts, the mountain of assignments on the table was finally completed. "Merlin," Angelia sighed dramatically, pouting as she extended her delicate, fair arm towards Snape, playfully requesting, "It's so sore. Please massage it for me." A hint of a smile graced Snape's face as he enveloped Angelia in his embrace, his fingers gently kneading her arm. "You have worked hard," he murmured. Angelia shook her head, gazing at the cluttered tabletop, and wearily stifled a yawn. "Please tidy up a bit. I need to go change." "Very well," Snape replied, gently ruffling her hair, his voice soft as he advised it might be a tad chilly in the bedroom. "So remember to raise the temperature of the fireplace a bit before you take your bath." Angelia nodded nonchalantly, turning to enter the lounge. Severus gazed tenderly at her silhouette as it vanished at the threshold of the bedroom, before promptly bowing his head to deftly tidy up the assignments strewn across his desk. Angelia entered the lounge and securely locked the door, the weariness on her face vanishing in an instant. She closed her eyes, bowing her head in quiet contemplation for a moment, and when she opened them again, she had transformed back into her adult self. She shed her garments and glanced at the clean clothes in the wardrobe, yet did not approach to retrieve them. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips as she stepped into the bathroom. When Severus tidied up and entered the bedroom, his gaze immediately fell upon the discarded clothing at the door. He let out a resigned chuckle, picking up each item and neatly folding them to set aside. He stoked the flames in the fireplace to a brighter glow, then retrieved his nightwear from the wardrobe and placed it at the edge of the bed, subsequently taking a seat and waiting for Angelia. Inside the bathroom, Angelia heard the sounds from the bedroom, and a mischievous smile emerged on her face as she reached out to turn off the tap. The sound of running water ceased, and a gentle rustling noise followed before a figure swiftly emerged. Angelia stood helplessly by the wall, wrapped in a towel, droplets of water glistening on her fair skin. Her golden locks cascaded elegantly into a bun, with a few playful strands cascading down the side of her face. Barefoot, she stood upon the deep brown floor, leaving behind faint imprints of water. Perhaps the humidity of the bathroom was too intense, as her skin emanated a delicate blush, seemingly accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Snape's gaze traveled from her slender, straight calves upward, and he almost unconsciously swallowed hard, but he regained his composure upon meeting Angelia's innocent, startled eyes. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, he hastily seized the robe beside him and retreated into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Angelia, on the verge of accidentally dropping her towel, found this scenario to be quite different from her expectations. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, and she pressed her lips together, placing the towel on the chair's back before slipping under the covers. How infuriating! Surely he would not disregard her this time. Angelia bit her small white teeth, thinking fiercely, if he dared to ignore her again, she would never allow him to hold her again. In the bathroom, Snape was still consumed by remorse for his earlier actions, contemplating to the point that he nearly slapped himself. How could he have stared at her like that? She must have been terrified, perhaps thinking he was some lecherous old pervert or a scoundrel taking advantage of her. Surely, she wouldn't believe that his affection was rooted solely in her beauty. The more Snape pondered, the more agitated he became. He turned the cold water to its maximum, hoping to cool his tumultuous mind. Yet it proved to be of little relief. The timid gaze of Angela lingered in his mind. What a scoundrel he was! The turmoil within Snape intensified as he hastily washed up and donned his nightclothes, abruptly flinging open the bathroom door. He needed to clarify this matter with her. Angela, upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door being pulled open, immediately shut her eyes, feigning slumber. She could sense Snape's footsteps drawing nearer, ultimately halting beside her. Quick, lift the covers. Angela was filled with a sense of excitement as she anticipated the moment. Snape seemed to comprehend her innermost thoughts. He reached out to lift the covers, and upon laying his eyes on the bare form beneath, he momentarily froze, only to hastily replace the bedding, just as Angela was preparing to open her eyes. Snape shut his own, taking a deep breath. He harbored a flicker of doubt, wondering if his eyes had deceived him. Yet his mind firmly insisted that what he had just witnessed was indeed reality. Why was Angela lying bare under the blanket? Snape turned his head to glance at the neatly folded nightgown of Angela placed in the wardrobe, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. Sensing that Snape had halted his movements beside her, Angela quietly opened her eyes to steal a glance at him, just in time to catch his puzzled expression directed at her nightgown. That look seemed to inquire, "Why are you not wearing your nightgown?" Angela felt a wave of despondency wash over her, which swiftly transformed into indignation. In a huff, she turned away from Snape, resolving to ignore him for the remainder of the night. Startled by her abrupt movement, Snape cautiously peeked at Angela. She lay with her eyes tightly shut. Half of her face nestled into the plush pillow, yet the other half betrayed her dissatisfaction, as if she were in a silent quarrel with someone. Surely, she was vexed by his previous gaze upon her. Perhaps her choice to forego her nightwear was an act of defiance, or maybe a test of his resolve. He was determined to prove that his affection for her transcended mere physical attraction. With renewed conviction, Snape gazed lovingly at the profile of Angela before resolutely picking up his own pillow and exiting the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. As Angela turned at the sound of the door clicking shut, she caught a glimpse of Snape's unwavering silhouette, cradling the pillow. Angela fiercely withdrew into her blanket, resolutely deciding to disregard him henceforth. Severus, oblivious to Angelia's current emotions in the bedroom, believed he had acted with utmost correctness. He placed the pillow upon the sofa and retrieved a blanket from the adjacent cabinet, enveloping himself within it, and drifted into a serene slumber. However, Severus's sleep was not tranquil. He had grown accustomed to Angelia's presence beside him. The previous night, he had tossed and turned restlessly, finally succumbing to sleep only as dawn approached. Likewise, Angela, who had become accustomed to Severus's company, found her slumber equally disturbed. Consequently, when the two met the following morning, they each regarded the prominent dark circles under the other's eyes with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, Angela chose to ignore him, coldly departing from the potions office without uttering a single word. Severus, too, found no opportunity to speak. He was perplexed by Angelia's sudden aloofness. Having believed that his apology the day before would earn her forgiveness, it appeared she was still irate. Weary, Severus rubbed his temples, striving to devise a means to seek Angelia's pardon. Draco noticed Angelia's foul mood that day. The prominent dark circles beneath her eyes, coupled with the absence of a smile, rendered her demeanor impatient and unapproachable whenever anyone attempted to converse with her. The first lesson was defense against the dark arts, and as usual, Professor Lena's class was lively, filled with spirited practical training punctuated by cries of pain and laughter that seemed to pierce Angelia's heart like sharp needles, causing her increasing vexation. Abruptly, she stood and approached Lena. "Professor Du Bois, I would like to join them in practice today, if that is permissible," Angela stated coldly, drawing forth her wand. Noticing Angelia's dismal mood, Lena hesitated momentarily, but before Angela could furrow her brow in impatience, she quickly responded, "Of course. Which student is willing to team up with Miss Royal for practice?" Angela had never engaged in combat during the defense against the dark arts class. Despite numerous students having witnessed her discipline Ron and subsequently spreading the tale, there remained skeptics. Consequently, a multitude of challengers emerged. "Professor, I am willing. I am willing too. Professor, I can." As soon as Lena's voice faded, Several hands from Gryffindor shot up eagerly. Lena glanced at Angelia, seeking her opinion. But Angelia merely raised her gaze indifferently. Let's do this together. Upon her utterance, those who had raised their hands appeared affronted, immediately gearing up for the challenge, while those who had not joined and retreated to the sides of the classroom, clearing a vast space in the center. Lena felt a surge of anticipation and truth. She had never witnessed Angelia in action. Some, such as Harry, Draco, Pansy, and Theodore, who were aware of Angelia's prowess, began wagering on how long these challengers could endure against her. The onlookers gathered, buzzing with excitement, while Angelia found the commotion bothersome. Her brow furrowing deeper. Let's face this together. The challengers exchanged glances, and a girl was the first to make a move. Stupefied, Angelia did not even cast a glance at her. She was too indifferent to utter a spell. With a mere flick of her wand, she effortlessly neutralized the incantation. Hurry. Strike together. You may yet endure for a few more seconds. Angelia's arrogant words instantly ignited a throng of furious little lions, who, no longer hesitating, brandished their wands and unleashed a flurry of spells directed towards her from various angles. Angelia still did not chant the incantation. She gently tapped her wand a few times, causing the spells to instantly suspend in midair. Angelia flicked her wand once more, and several spells retraced their path back to their caster. Two individuals reacted swiftly, dodging just in time, yet the others were not so fortunate. One chubby boy unexpectedly sprouted enormous front teeth. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. But Draco and his companions understood well that Angelia had merely held back. This hardly constituted a genuine effort on her part. Angelia still bore an expression of discontent as she waved her wand, dispelling the spells cast upon the students. With a hint of irritation, she urged, again. The group exchanged glances, trepidation evident in their eyes. Hurry up, Angelia impatiently pressed on. Do not allow others to perceive Gryffindor as lacking in prowess. Summon your courage. Her words were a blatant provocation, inciting the onlookers from Gryffindor to cheer, leaving the hesitant few no choice but to comply. Angelia cast a glance over the gathered crowd, her voice cold and indifferent. Anyone who dares to challenge may step forward. Do not attempt to play the hero from below. As her words lingered in the air, the members of Gryffindor faltered momentarily, only to be swiftly joined by a dozen others on stage. Lena looked at Angelia with concern. Yet the latter's expression remained one of impatience. Let us proceed. Commence at once. The Gryffindors, fueled by a newfound determination, launched an unrelenting assault. A flurry of vibrant spells soaring towards Angelia. Finally, she lifted her eyelids, wordlessly flicking her wand, causing the spells to return with an even swifter intensity than before. Fortunately, this time, the majority were prepared, managing to evade the onslaught, with only a couple caught unawares. Undeterred, the Gryffindors regrouped and initiated a second wave of attack. This time, they applied their prior experiences, with some launching their spells first while others delayed a half-second, attempting to catch her off guard. Angelia stood still as if entranced, allowing the incantation to soar towards her. The young lions of Gryffindor had just begun to beam with joy when, to their astonishment, Angelia suddenly vanished. The spell whizzed past the spot where she had stood, striking the ground and igniting a flurry of sparks, while one by one, the Gryffindor students found themselves inexplicably suspended in midair. Draco instantly recognized the spell, the hanging charm. His eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld each Gryffindor dangling helplessly above. This was a spell he had longed to master, yet his magical prowess had yet to reach the effortless execution exhibited by Angelia. It was only when the last Gryffindor hung in terror that Angelia finally reappeared. She surveyed the scene, her satisfaction evident as she gazed upon the Gryffindors suspended like shimmering beads. A faint smile graced her lips as their flushed, humiliated faces reflected a sense of indignity, amplifying her delight. How splendid! Angelia felt invigorated, her earlier frustrations dissipating entirely. Observing Angelia's evident enjoyment, Lena stepped forward, remarking, a truly exquisite spell, Miss Royal. Slytherin earned significant points. Angelia revealed a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Du Bois. The Gryffindors showed no dissent, as they continued to ponder how to lower their classmate from midair. Various spells had been attempted, including the levitation charm, yet none had yielded any effect. Oh, I almost forgot. Angelia turned back to the suspended Gryffindors and beamed at them, brandishing her wand with a gentle flick. Instantly, they descended to the ground, one after another. Lena offered Angelia a tender smile, to which Angelia responded cheerfully with a discreet wink before returning to her seat to resume her reading. Henceforth, no one dared to question her special privileges during class. During the second period, with no lessons scheduled, Angelia and Draco made their way back to the Slytherin common room. Severus Snape, who had been waiting in the potions office for Angelia to finish her class, found himself disappointed as she did not appear. Concerned, he grasped a passing Slytherin student to inquire, only to learn that Angelia was engaged in conversation within the common room. "Fetch Angelia to my office," Snape commanded with a stern expression, and the student promptly complied, heading back to the common room. The headmaster appeared quite irate. How intimidating. The student approached Angelia directly, stating, "Royal, the headmaster requests your presence in his office." "Understood," Angelia replied with a grateful smile, then resumed her casual conversation with Draco, seemingly unfazed. "Your godfather is calling for you. Aren't you going to go?" Draco asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Angelia tilted her head slightly, seemingly pondering earnestly. "I won't go. I cannot be bothered." Draco appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he surmised that the godfather must have incited Angelia's ire. The two continued to nestle on the sofa, engaged in conversation, while Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore joined them, creating a lively cacophony of laughter and chatter, leaving Severus nearly stewing in his office. Why had she not yet arrived? Severus, feeling irritable, raked his fingers through his hair. He rose and opened the office door, intending to fetch another student to remind her, only to find no Slytherin students in sight. Severus's agitation intensified. He slammed the door and sat on the sofa for a brief moment before drawing his wand to cast an invisibility charm upon himself, then strode purposefully toward the Slytherin common room. Inside the common room, clusters of students were scattered about, with Angelia and Draco seated on the sofa before the fireplace, laughing heartily, evidently in high spirits. Severus clenched his teeth and advanced a few steps closer, at which point Angelia perceptibly sensed his approach. Her body tensed momentarily before she relaxed again, catching the faint scent of potion wafting from him. Recognizing that it was Severus, Angelia did not rush to acknowledge him. Instead, she leisurely reclined against the back of the sofa, continuing to listen to Draco and Pansy debate. Angelia could undoubtedly resolve their dispute in mere seconds. She was intentionally allowing it to drag on. Draco shot her an indignant glance. "I should have won this round." Yet, precious Lila still extended it to 5 seconds. This was her affection for me. She wished for my victory. Pansy provocatively leaned against Angelia's shoulder. "You cannot deny that." Draco, his face flushed with frustration, turned his gaze toward Angelia, who was sitting aside, watching the spectacle, and huffily inquired, "Tell me, who should win this round?" Angelia raised an eyebrow as she gazed at him. "Are you truly certain you wish to involve me in this?" she inquired. "I assure you, I can eliminate you within a mere 3 seconds." Draco instinctively recoiled, his neck retreating slightly. A soft chuckle reached Angelia's ears, followed by a warm, deep voice whispering gently, "Please, do not be angry." Angelia's ears suddenly flushed with warmth. Pansy, perplexed, sat up and pinched her own ears, casting an uncertain glance at Draco and Angeli beside her. "Did you hear someone else speaking?" she inquired. Draco, bewildered, shook his head. "What sound?" Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he regarded her with suspicion. "You aren't trying to change the subject, are you?" Pansy had no time for his banter and redirected her gaze to Angeli. Just moments ago, they had been quite close, and Angeli was aware that Pansy might have overheard Snape's words. However, it was evident that the headmaster's covert apology in the students' common room was not something meant for others' ears. Thus, Angeli resolved to channel her ire towards Draco, for it was he who had just attempted to drag her into this predicament. Angelia tossed her hair lightly, a delicate smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. "Perhaps someone is clandestinely speaking ill of you," she remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Draco. Pansy immediately shot him a scornful look. Draco stared at Angelia in disbelief, his eyes wide with the anguish of being wronged. "No, it wasn't me. You were framing me." Angelia innocently blinked her eyes. Pansy, without hesitation, chose to place her trust in Angelia. In a fit of anger, she delivered a punch to Draco, who, in pain, leaned back against the sofa, his eyes still reproachfully fixed on Angelia, seemingly attempting to awaken her long-lost sense of conscience. Of course, this was an impossible endeavor. Angelia merely clicked her tongue in amusement, discreetly whispering in a tone audible only to Draco and perhaps Severus, "This is what you get for dragging me into this." Draco appeared even more aggrieved, rendered speechless and devoid of justification. forced to bear the brunt of the blame for Angelia. Amidst the commotion, Angelia felt a gentle tug on her fingers, followed by a rush of warmth against her ear. "Would you return with me?" Severus murmured softly beside her. "I have missed you." Angelia felt a warmth envelop her ears. She instinctively rubbed her flushed earlobes. Rising from her seat, she bid farewell to her companions, saying, "Professor Snape just mentioned he needed to speak with me. I shall see what he requires. Do enjoy yourselves in the meantime." With that, she departed in a hurried manner. Draco gazed after her retreating figure, bewildered. Had she not just been angry moments ago? Angela made her way to the potion office, and just as she closed the door, Severus materialized before her. "I have missed you so," he said, pulling Angela into his embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of longing. Angelia let out a soft huff. Yet she obediently nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Sensing her change in demeanor, Snape cautiously inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to the reason for your anger?" Instantly, memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing a faint blush to rise to Angelia's cheeks as she buried her face deeper into Snape's chest and murmured, "Why did you not sleep in bed last night?" Snape gazed at her in bewilderment, responding, "Were you not testing me?" With that, he promptly straightened up, earnestly assuring her, "I swear, my love for you is not merely based on your appearance. Are you suggesting that I lack allure?" Angelia retorted, her temper flaring. "What?" Snape struggled to grasp her line of thought, but quickly realized, No, I meant that my affection for you transcends mere physical attraction." "Then why did you choose to sleep elsewhere?" Angelia questioned him with a hint of sorrow. "You even pulled back the covers." Snape's mind momentarily faltered, but he swiftly recognized that he might have inadvertently created a significant misunderstanding. "So when I gazed at you after your shower, you were not upset?" he asked, his tone laced with regret, hardly able to fathom what he might have overlooked. "Of course not. Why do you ask?" Angelia appeared momentarily confused, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her. "So, you thought I was angry? Believing I believed you only cared for my exterior? Is that why you retreated to sleep outside to clear your name? When you pulled back the covers, you didn't think I was testing you, did you?" In silence, Snape buried his head in the crook of her neck. Angelia found herself in a bemused state, unable to fathom how such a reason could have escaped her understanding. Severus, seemingly burdened by some unseen distress, refused to lift his gaze. In an effort to console him, Angelia gently patted his back. Leaning against her shoulder, Severus voiced his frustration. "Do I still have a chance?" "Of course," Angelia replied, turning her head to plant a tender kiss upon his ear. "It is merely a delightful little misunderstanding." Gradually, Severus regained some semblance of strength. He lifted his head and playfully pinched Angelia's cheek, softly suggesting, "If you ever find yourself angry in the future, would you kindly let me know the reason?" "Absolutely," she affirmed. With their misunderstanding resolved, Severus finally felt inclined to attend to his own matters. Angelia nestled on the sofa, perusing a book, while Severus sat behind his desk, diligently working on his recent research papers. As time slipped away, the hour of lunch approached, and together, Angelia and Severus made their way to the dining hall. As usual, Angelia took her place at the Slytherin long table, while Snape occupied the professor's seat. "Hey, he hasn't given you a hard time, has he?" As Angelia seated herself, Draco leaned in closer. "No, merely a few minor tasks," she replied, offering a faint smile. "Where's Pansy?" Draco gestured towards the middle of the table, where Pansy was laughing heartily beside an unfamiliar Slytherin boy. "Who is that?" Angelia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she scanned the room, her gaze ultimately settling on Blaise, who sat across from her, his expression stern as he sliced into his steak. "What is going on?" Angelia whispered as she leaned in closer to Draco. Draco shifted his plate nearer to Angelia and murmured in her ear, "Pansy has a fondness for Blaise, you know. It seems someone from Blaise's circle has arranged a betrothal for him, another Slytherin student. Lately, that girl has been quite attached to Blaise, which has made Pansy irritable. She has been spending time with that suitor, what's his name, Cormac. And Blaise? Does he have feelings for Pansy?" Angelia didn't know him well and was uncertain about his relationship with Pansy. Draco shrugged. "He wouldn't admit it, but it's evident. Just look at his sour expression. I haven't seen him smile in days. If he doesn't care for her, could he appear this way? Then why has he severed ties with the betrothed girl?" Draco pressed his lips together. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems rather complicated. It's not merely a family arrangement. There are many factors involved, making it difficult to extricate himself for the time being." "No wonder," Angelia mused, shaking her head. "Pansy is certainly not one to be trifled with. It all hinges on Blaze's actions. The two continued their gossip as they finished lunch. With no classes during the first period of the afternoon, Angelia bid farewell to Draco and returned to the potions office. As soon as the door closed behind her, Snape approached from behind. "You seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation with Draco," he remarked. Angelia turned around and wrapped her arms around his neck. "We are discussing Pansy and Blaze." "Oh, now is hardly the opportune moment for romance," Snape remarked with a hint of indifference. Angelia raised an eyebrow and gazed at him quietly, and Snape immediately comprehended her meaning. "No, we are not included. You have already reached adulthood." Angelia let out a soft sigh, remarking that they were not in a romantic relationship, yet it seemed far more troublesome than if they were. Snape pinched her cheek, clearly showing little interest in the gossip surrounding his students. Angelia did not intend to divulge her thoughts. As the headmaster, such matters were not his to know. The two of them gracefully shifted the conversation. "Recently, Lucius wrote to inform that the Board of Trustees had approved my appointment as headmaster, and it is anticipated that the official letter of appointment will arrive in the next couple of days." Snape, cradling Angelia, settled into the chair. Dumbledore had left behind a considerable mess. Angelia tilted her head and affectionately kissed the side of his neck. "They are quite swift in their actions. After our conversation last night, Professor McGonagall promptly approached the Board of Governors to withdraw from the competition, and this morning they convened to approve her request." Snape furrowed his brow in resignation, as if handling a burning hot potato. Professor McGonagall must be thrilled. She no longer has to contend with those parental letters. All day today, a relaxed smile has adorned her face, nearly frightening the pride of Gryffindor. Angelia pressed her lips together. Seemingly recalling a particular scene, Professor McGonagall appeared genuinely disinterested in the position of headmaster. She merely adhered to Dumbledore's directives, remaining one of his staunchest supporters. Severus Snape's thin lips were tightly pursed, yet it was undeniable that she was indeed an exemplary professor. Angelia recalled Professor McGonagall's kindness in class and nodded in agreement. As the two were conversing, a sudden crack echoed through the air, and a house elf materialized in the room. "Mr. Snape, Miss Royal, your presence is urgently requested at Malfoy Manor." The house elf's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Angelia and Snape exchanged a glance, promptly rising to leap into the fireplace. In the sitting room of Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narciso were intently observing a small wooden box resting on the coffee table. The box, though modest in size, was adorned with exquisite carvings, clearly suggesting it was of considerable value. However, at that moment, it emanated an aura of malevolent magic. As flames danced in the fireplace, Angelia and Snape materialized in the sitting room. "What is it?" Angelia inquired as soon as she regained her footing. Lucius gestured towards the small box on the table, stating, "Inside lies a tome that appears to be a dark magical artifact, yet it does not resemble anything previously entrusted to me by the Dark Lord, Voldemort." Angelia approached to lift the box, but the instant her fingers brushed its surface, a chilling sensation coursed through her. Yet, this feeling dissipated swiftly, leading her to question whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. She opened the box and perused its contents, discovering that the tome was devoid of any inscriptions, appearing entirely pristine. "Why did he entrust this to you?" Angelia asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It merely seems like an ordinary notebook, perhaps even new." Lucius shook his head, his gaze resting on the tome in her hands, also knitting his brow in contemplation. "I am uncertain, but he insisted that I safeguard this tome. It seemed to hold great significance for him. Could it possibly be related to some form of concealment magic?" Angelia withdrew her wand and cast several summoning spells upon the notebook in her grasp, yet the tome remained utterly unaltered. It appeared to be impervious to her efforts. She lifted the notebook and shook it vigorously, hoping to dislodge something from within. However, such an endeavor proved to be futile. The group contemplated the notebook in silence, each struggling to conjure a viable idea. With determination, Angelia tore at the inner pages of the notebook, yet the sheets remained pristine and unblemished, devoid of even the slightest crease. "Do we have a pen?" Angelia turned her head towards Lucius, who promptly retrieved a quill from the drawer of the coffee table and handed it to her. Angelia furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before inscribing a line on the inner page. "What exactly are you?" The ink was swiftly absorbed by the page of the notebook, prompting several individuals to gather around in astonishment. "I am a human, though perhaps not entirely at present. However, I shall inevitably reclaim my humanity in due time. This is my diary." Angelia furrowed her brows even tighter as she grasped the quill once more, inscribing another line. "Who are you?" "I am Tom Riddle." Angelia was momentarily taken aback, already forming a few conjectures. She lifted her gaze towards Snape and Lucius, discovering the same astonishment reflected in their eyes. "So, you are a Horcrux?" Angelia continued to write. "Who are you?" This time, the diary offered no reply to her inquiry, seemingly harboring a certain wariness towards her. If this truly is a Horcrux of Voldemort, then the soul fragment within it would remain in a fragile state until his successful resurrection, making it understandable why he would exercise such caution. "I am your successor." Angelia was nearly convinced that the diary in her possession was indeed a Horcrux of Voldemort, effortlessly acquiring one of his Horcruxes, which filled her with immense delight. "Successor? Are you my subordinate?" Angelia tilted her head slightly and continued the conversation with him. "No, I am your leader, and you are my subordinate. No one can lead me. I am the great Dark Lord." Angelia's lips curled into a relaxed smile. It wasn't the case before, but now it is. "Soon, you shall no longer be the Dark Lord." The pages within the diary began to flip rapidly, and Voldemort appeared to be quite enraged. However, Angelia had no intention of concerning herself with him any longer. She closed the diary and placed it on her lap, then turned her gaze towards Lucius with ease. "What are you planning to do with this Horcrux?" Lucius furrowed his brow as he stared at the book resting on her lap, remaining silent for a moment before finally responding, "You may do as you wish. You understand what this entails, do you not?" Angelia raised an eyebrow at him. "Will you not reconsider? The Malfoys would always choose family." A gentle smile graced Lucius's face, which elicited a displeased click of the tongue from Snape, who stood beside Angelia. Handing the Horcrux over to Angelia undoubtedly signified a stance against Voldemort. Should Voldemort manage to resurrect in the future, he would certainly not forgive the Malfoy family for such a grave error. This action similarly indicated to Angelia that the Malfoy family stood united with her. "Thank you." Angelia beamed brightly. "Trust me, I will not let you down." After bidding farewell to Lucius and Narcissa, Angelia and Snape returned to Hogwarts with the diary. "What do you intend to do with that?" Snape inquired, eyeing the diary that Angelia had placed on the table. "Horcruxes are indeed dark magical artifacts. It is best not to keep them close for extended periods, especially those belonging to Voldemort." Angelia leaned wearily against him, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall seek out Old Royal for answers." Noticing her evident exhaustion, Snape lifted her and carried her back to the common room, refraining from further inquiries about the diary. For it seemed she had already formulated a plan. The bedroom was devoid of a lit fireplace, the air tinged with a chill. As Snape laid Angelia upon the bed, the moment her body made contact with the covers, the cold seeped through her robe and into her skin, prompting an involuntary shiver as she instinctively clutched Snape's arm. "Is it too cold?" Snape asked, a hint of concern in his voice as he pulled the blanket closer, but Angelia evaded the encroaching warmth. "I have yet to change," she replied with a frown, shifting away. "I do not wish to lie in bed." With no other choice, Snape lifted her once more, softly coaxing. "Shall I carry you to the bathroom?" "Very well," she acquiesced. Obediently, Snape carried her into the bedroom, where Angelia gently released her grip on him. "Could you fetch my nightgown?" she requested. Once Snape had acknowledged her and exited to retrieve it, Angelia swiftly shed her garments and closed her eyes, transforming back into her adult form. This time, she vowed to succeed. Barefoot, she approached the shower, anticipating Snape's return to turn on the faucet. Preparing to turn back with feigned nonchalance, she was determined to redeem herself. Snape did not take long to procure the nightgown, and soon the sound of footsteps echoed from the door. Angelia anxiously awaited the moment Snape would open the door, but his footsteps halted at the threshold. "The clothes are at the door. You can easily reach them," came Snape's gentle voice from outside. "I shall be in the front office for a moment, but I shall return shortly." With that, the sound of his footsteps gradually receded. Angelia clenched her teeth in determination. Very well, indeed. She was certain he would comprehend her intentions. Angelia furiously turned on the shower, the cold water cascading over her, drenching her thoroughly, while the feelings of grievance and anger within her swelled ever higher. It was always she who took the initiative. Did he not desire her? They had once shared a harmonious bond. Surely he was capable? After all, he was merely 31. Yet, throughout the preceding 11 years, it seemed he had not had many opportunities for experience. She believed Snape would not seek solace in another, but perhaps he had developed some issues during those 11 years? Contemplating this, Angelia paused for a moment, and her feelings of grievance and anger suddenly dissipated. Perhaps he too was feeling a profound sadness in his heart. Angelia had already envisioned how he had just chastised himself outside, ultimately unable to compose his emotions, in a desperate attempt to conceal his turmoil from her. He had resorted to sneaking away, appearing utterly pitiful. This thought pierced her heart with profound sorrow. She swiftly took action, cleansing herself with haste before rushing to the door to retrieve her nightgown. This garment was from her coming of age, and upon seeing it, the weight of her guilt intensified. Would he believe that if she were to discover his shortcomings, her affection for him would wane? Angelia bit her lip in frustration, donned her nightgown, and stepped outside. Seizing the moment before Snape's return, she instantly transformed back into her 11-year-old self and retrieved a modest set of pajamas from the wardrobe. After completing this, she wrestled with the decision of whether to seek him out, but Snape had already entered. Upon seeing the tightly clad young Angelia on the bed and glancing at the adult-sized nightgown she had carelessly discarded nearby, Snape was momentarily bewildered. Was this not her intention? Meanwhile, Angelia gazed at the pale lavender potion in Snape's hand, lost in contemplation. Had she misunderstood something? That potion was all too familiar to her. It was his personally concocted, improved version of a contraceptive potion. Their eyes met in the air, and Snape quickly realized, concealing the vial behind his back. They both began, only to simultaneously close their mouths. Angelia had grown weary of the incessant misunderstandings. She swiftly donned her slippers and rushed before Snape, seizing the potion bottle from his grasp. Her tone tinged with agitation as she commanded, "Go take a shower." Snape, momentarily taken aback by her fervor, complied and made his way to the bathroom. A short while later, he hesitated, turning to her with a questioning gaze. "My pajamas. I will bring them to you shortly." With an urging look, Angelia insisted. "Hurry." Though he could not quite fathom the reason for her tightly wrapped demeanor, he understood the underlying implication of her words and cheerfully entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. Angelia decisively uncorked the potion bottle and consumed its contents. The nightgown lay on the bed, and as she shed her clothing, she transformed back into her adult form. Yet, before she could don the gown, an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloped her, and she collapsed beside the bed, succumbing to slumber even before she had the chance to put on the dress. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Snape grew concerned when Angelia did not bring him his clothes. He called out several times, but silence met his inquiries, compelling him to emerge from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel. As he opened the bathroom door, his gaze fell upon Angelia, lying naked at the edge of the bed. Her recently worn pajamas discarded at her feet, the nightgown clutched in her hand. Evidently, she had fainted mid-change. Panic surged through him as he rushed to her side, kneeling in fear, calling out, "Leah, Leah." Yet, she remained unresponsive. Snape felt an uncontrollable tremor seize him as he cautiously reached out to nudge her, his fingers encountering the warm, smooth touch of her skin, which momentarily rekindled a semblance of rationality within him. Angelia remained unresponsive, prompting Snape to slowly extend his finger, cautiously probing her breath. His trembling digit inadvertently dislodged a few strands of her hair, which wafted to her nose, eliciting a faint tickle that made Angelia scrunch her nose in displeasure. In that instant, Snape felt a sudden sense of relief wash over him. He had just realized he had been holding his breath. The acute lack of oxygen and the tumultuous surge of emotions left him gasping for air. And as the panic subsided, a profound joy, akin to the relief of surviving a catastrophe, permeated his being, rendering him nearly incapable of any action beyond breathing. For a fleeting moment, the fear that enveloped him when Leah had perished in his previous life resurfaced, leaving his mind a blank slate, and he hesitated to reach out, fearful of an outcome he might not endure. A shiver coursed through him as he became acutely aware of his soaked attire. After several minutes, or perhaps even a dozen, Snape gradually regained his composure, reclaiming control over his body. His limbs remained somewhat weak, yet the latent strength within him was sufficient to carry Angelia to the bed. With a gentle sway, he steadied himself, lifting her from the ground and carefully dressing her with the clothes she had held, before finally laying her upon the bed. Angelia had completely succumbed to a profound slumber, blissfully unaware of her surroundings as she remained immersed in her dreams. Severus bent down to gather her discarded garments from the floor, neatly folding them and placing them in the wardrobe. He then donned his own nightwear and retrieved the empty vial from the ground. It was only at this moment that he began to sense something amiss. This vial, indeed intended for contraceptive potions, appeared to contain a sedative instead. Severus carefully inhaled the scent emanating from the vial in his hand. It unmistakably was a hypnotic agent. His gaze shifted towards the peacefully slumbering Angelia, and he felt a pang of guilt for having made such a grave oversight. Although the appearance of the dreamless potion and the modified contraceptive potion was indistinguishable, He ought to have scrutinized each vial of potion he dispensed, especially one intended for her consumption. His negligence weighed heavily upon him, and he felt a surge of relief that it was merely a vial of sedative. Had it been some other poison, many of which also bore a pale violet hue, he shuddered at the thought. Severus began to meticulously recall the entire process of acquiring the potion. In his haste to prepare for the forthcoming events, he had rushed out of the chamber, too eager to check the potion. However, a sedative should not have been present in that box. He remembered the exact placement of each potion within his storage. He had arranged them in a particular order and, in doing so, had become careless, neglecting to verify the potions. A sedative could not possibly be stored alongside contraceptive potions. He would never commit such an error. It was evident that someone had tampered with his vials. Furrowing his brow, Severus immediately approached the potion cabinet, methodically opening each compartment to inspect its contents. He quickly deduced that numerous vials had indeed been displaced, with at least a dozen potions relocated to inappropriate positions. These vials were clustered with potions of remarkably similar hues, though several could be distinguished by slight variations visible to the naked eye, and others possessed scents that were nearly entirely dissimilar. This indicated that the individual who had disturbed the potions was not particularly knowledgeable about potion making and lacked the time to discern the aromas. Severus moved to his desk, retrieving a sheet of parchment that meticulously catalogued the quantity of each potion within the cabinets. He began to cross-reference the contents of the cabinets with his records. His potion cabinet was nearly overflowing with vials, rendering this an extensive task. Thus, Severus labored diligently for nearly an hour to complete the inventory. In total, there were 3,098 vials of potion, but 2 were missing. A vial of sedative had just been consumed by Angelia, while another contained a soul stabilizer. Severus Snape, without a moment's hesitation, directed his gaze towards the diary, which lay quietly on the table, unchanged from before, yet he sensed an uncanny disturbance. The soul stabilizer was designed to fortify unstable souls, preserving their state. The timing was indeed suspicious, coinciding precisely with the moment the diary had been returned and the potions cabinet had been rummaged through. He opened the cabinet nearly every day. It was improbable that he would not have noticed such a significant disturbance. The span of time he and Angelia spent in the bedroom, while neither overly long nor particularly short, should have been ample for locating several vials of potions. To his knowledge, Voldemort excelled in potion making, but the short duration and his own fragmented soul might impose certain limitations, making it possible to mistakenly misplace similarly appearing potions. The diary remained silently on the table, betraying no signs of abnormality, yet with his suspicions aroused, Snape dared not allow it to linger here unchecked. He attempted to levitate it to another location with his wand, but the levitation charm proved ineffective. Snape, wary of recklessly handling the diary, sought alternative measures. He procured a highly secure box specifically designed for dark magical artifacts, and with great care, he nudged the diary to the edge of the table, swiftly capturing it within the box. Only when the lid was sealed tightly did he release the tension in his furrowed brow. He secured the lock on the box and cast several incantations to reinforce its closure, finally placing it back on the table with a sense of relief. Having completed this task, the clock hand pointed to midnight, and Snape's mood lightened, ushering in a wave of drowsiness. He returned to the bedroom, where Angelia slept soundly. Her beautiful lips slightly pursed, delicate brows knit together as if troubled by an unpleasant dream. A softness enveloped Snape's heart as he tiptoed to the bedside, gently lifting the covers to lie beside her. In the depths of slumber, Angelia caught a whiff of a familiar scent, and her furrowed brow instantly relaxed. A subtle smile graced her lips as she unconsciously leaned forward, finally settling into Severus's embrace, which brought her tranquility. Observing her movements, Severus felt the tension in his body dissipate. He reached out, gently drawing Angelia into his arms, and together they sank into a blissful sleep. Angelia enjoyed a profoundly restorative slumber, having toiled exhaustively throughout the previous day, leaving her utterly fatigued. In the evening, she consumed a substantial bottle of a hypnotic agent, which allowed her to sleep soundly until the following morning. Remarkably, Snape had also chosen to remain in bed, reveling in the moment beside her. His profile rested gently against the pillow, his dark, expressive eyes gazing tenderly at her, while his long eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon his pallid skin. Angelia leaned in to bestow a gentle kiss upon his forehead, a gesture that reminded her of her adult self. This recollection instantly brought to mind the unexpected weariness she had experienced the night before. How did I fall asleep yesterday? She pondered, furrowing her brow in an effort to recall. I seem to remember changing my clothes, But after that, my memories become hazy. She cast a pleading glance towards Snape for assistance. Snape, with a soothing touch, caressed her head and explained, "Yesterday, I mistakenly administered the wrong potion. The vial I gave you was not a contraceptive, but rather an identical-looking hypnotic agent. After you fell asleep, I inspected the cabinet where the potions are stored and discovered that many had been displaced. Upon comparing the inventory list, I noted the absence of a vial of soul stabilizer, which I suspect may have been tampered with by that diary." His gaze shifted to a small box resting beside the fireplace. "Thus, I procured a box that shields against dark magic to securely contain it and placed it by the hearth." Angelia was somewhat taken aback as she followed his gaze to a seemingly inconspicuous little box. If the soul stabilizer had been taken by Voldemort, it indicated his intention to seize the fragment of soul contained within the diary to resurrect himself. Yet, it was peculiar that he had been lingering in a state of profound weakness, barely surviving in some secluded location. It would be utterly impossible for him to integrate the soul fragment in such a frail condition. If he had regained his strength, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to summon his Death Eaters, rather than attempting to merge the soul fragment. Thus, Angelia lifted her head with a serious demeanor. It is only plausible that the weakened Voldemort encountered some unforeseen mishap, leading to his demise once more, forcing him to rely on the Horcrux he had previously crafted for resurrection. Snape comprehended her implication, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that by stealing that vial of soul stabilizer, he is already preparing for resurrection? At this, Angelia found herself unable to remain still. She propped herself up and, in a somewhat perfunctory manner, planted a kiss near Snape's lips before immediately rising to the wardrobe. Changing her clothes as she spoke, "I shall take it with me to seek out death." Snape sat up, leaning against the headboard as he observed her bustle about, somewhat helplessly reminding her, "You have classes today. You missed yesterday's lessons. However, I suspect Professor Du Bois would not hold that against you. Yet, this morning's Slytherin class is taught by Professor Binns in History of Magic." "Oh no." Angelia turned around in despair, but upon meeting Snape's gaze, an idea seemed to illuminate her face. "Perhaps. No, it's impossible." Snape, seeing the glimmer in her eyes, understood her thoughts. "But I can assist you in obtaining an excuse." Angelia sought to persuade him to consume the potion in her stead. For Professor Binns' class required the submission of notes, which would significantly impact her final grade, whether through absence or legitimate excuse. Any lapse would result in a deduction from her overall score. She aspired to achieve a perfect O in her final evaluation, after all. It would be quite disgraceful for a formidable Dark Lord to fall short of such an accolade. Severus, however, remained resolute. "I shall not drink the potion for your benefit. Yet I may approach Professor Binns on your behalf." "Professor Binns will remain unmoved. He will undoubtedly reduce my grade," Angelia lamented, affectionately shaking his arm as she pleaded. "Please, Severus, I implore you." Severus averted his gaze, unwavering in his decision. Moments later, Angelia departed from the hearth, her diary in hand and a satisfied smile gracing her features, while Severus grimaced as he downed an entire vial of the pale golden elixir. The first class was History of Magic, and Draco and Blaise entered the classroom, engaged in light-hearted banter, only to discover Angelia already seated in the front row. "Hey, Angelia, you're here so early," Draco exclaimed, taking a seat beside her. "Why weren't you in class last night? I didn't TC you in Defense Against the Dark Arts." Angelia silently perused her book, disregarding his inquiries. "What is the matter?" Draco leaned closer, scrutinizing her visage. "You don't look well. Did you not sleep properly? I didn't TC you at the table either. Are you still waking up?" Severus, observing the suddenly enlarged golden head before him, felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy rise within, yet he restrained himself, merely shifting back slightly while continuing to read in silence. "What is troubling you?" Draco discerned that Angelia seemed somewhat discontented. Her demeanor was not the catastrophic aura she typically exuded when in distress, but rather a semblance of disdain. "Have you encountered something vexing?" He gently coaxed, leaning closer. "If there is something troubling you, feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist." Just as Severus was on the verge of succumbing to his jealousy and contemplating an uncharacteristic retort towards Draco, Professor Binns floated through the wall. Severus swore that never in his life, from his student days to the present, had he yearned for Professor Binns' arrival as fervently as he did today. He nearly reached out to shove Draco's golden head aside, feigning a smile to deliver a scathing remark that would deter Draco from addressing him before class concluded. Severus successfully tempered his jealousy but could not quell his irritation. Why did he talk so much? It was unbearably noisy. He truly could not fathom how Angelia tolerated him on a daily basis, returning to request Lucius to add a few more classes for him. Surely he had not learned enough, nor was he fatigued enough. Severus Snape contemplated with a fierce intensity, unfurling the parchment in his hands to commence his note-taking. Professor Binns' lectures seldom involved questions. Students merely needed to attentively listen to his discourse and meticulously transcribe a substantial portion onto parchment to earn ample points. Professor Binns showed little concern whether his pupils were engaged. His gaze rarely strayed from the pages of his book, and Snape had long suspected he might not even recognize the faces of his students. As Binns' calm voice resonated through the classroom, the sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air, and Snape was among them, diligently synthesizing the lecture's content from superficial to profound, ultimately culminating in an exemplary set of notes. Throughout the entire class, Draco found no opportunity to converse with Angelia. In truth, he was nearly asleep, only the pen in his hand and the incomprehensible script on the parchment betraying a struggle for academic success. Most of the classmates were similarly ensnared in slumber, their eyes closed, quills laboriously tracing circles on parchment, producing an array of unintelligible characters. Snape could be regarded as the sole alert individual in the room, neatly inscribing each word, ultimately submitting what was likely the only comprehensible notes in the class. "Merlin, are you not weary?" Draco finally roused in the last fleeting seconds before the class concluded, gazing in astonishment at Angelia's impeccably organized notes. "How can your handwriting be so neat?" He scrutinized it closely, his voice tinged with confusion. "This doesn't quite resemble your script." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Snape unveiled his characteristic smirk. Leaning toward Draco's ear, and in his usual sardonic tone, whispered, "Then whose handwriting does it resemble?" Poor Draco remained oblivious to Angelia's peculiarities. Hesitantly raising his head to respond, "It resembles the Godfather's." At last, Draco beheld the familiar false smile of Snape adorning Angelia's face, and he instinctively recoiled a half-step, his expression momentarily contorting in fear. "The Godfather?" His voice quavered in fright, and Snape felt a measure of satisfaction, letting out a cold hum before striding away with his book in hand, leaving Draco standing alone in stunned silence. For many years thereafter, Draco was haunted by a nightmare in which the Angelia, who merrily played with him, would suddenly morph into Snape, whispering in his ear, "Whose does it resemble?" Angelia was unaware of Draco's tragic fate. At that moment, she sat before Mr. Royal, clutching her diary. "Are you capable of this or not?" Angelia urged impatiently for the 19th time. "I have been waiting here for over an hour. Just a moment longer. I am currently unable to reach him," Mr. Royal replied, rolling his eyes. "Do you think the Grim Reaper can be summoned at will? Hurry up. I have other matters to attend to." Angelia regarded him with disdain. "Are you truly a harbinger of death? Perhaps it is your inadequacy that has led him to ignore you." Mr. Royal's mustache bristled in indignation. He was about to retort when a sudden disturbance rippled through the air. Wisps of dark mist materialized, coalescing into the figure of a hooded entity wielding a scythe, emanating an aura of death. The Grim Reaper. Mr. Royal immediately straightened and saluted. The Reaper's gaze drifted past him, landing on Angelia's face. "Hey, long time no see." Angelia greeted him with a cheerful tone, nonchalantly waving from her seat. The Reaper's attention shifted back to Mr. Royal. "You may leave." Yes, Mr. Royal thought. A competent tool should quietly depart after completing the task. Once the room was left with only Angelia and the Reaper, Kona finally felt liberated from maintaining the Reaper's imposing demeanor. He descended from the air with a carefree demeanor, plopping down beside Angelia. "You called for me?" Kona's gaze fell upon the diary in her lap, his elegant brows knitting together. "What are you doing with that filthy object?" Angelia casually tossed her diary towards him, intending for him to examine it. Before she could utter a word, Kona swiftly shifted away, causing the diary to fall with a thud onto the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, wrinkling his nose in distaste as he scooted further from the diary. "Don't throw filthy things my way. I am not a trash can." "I merely wanted you to take a look at this diary," Angelia replied, bemused, as she picked it up and handed it to him. "It is a Horcrux of Voldemort." However, Kona was reluctant to reach for it, merely peering over with a grimace before promptly retreating. "All right, I've inspected it. You can keep it," he declared. Angelia had no choice but to retract her hand helplessly. "Did you discern anything?" She casually flipped through her diary. "Yesterday, I misplaced a vial of soul stabilizer. I wonder if he secretly took it." "Indeed." Kona, wrinkling his nose in disdain, turned his head away. Could you dispose of it, please? It reeks terribly. A fractured soul emits a peculiar odor, a scent only the Grim Reaper can perceive. Kona was nearly overwhelmed by its stench. Angelia shrugged nonchalantly, tossing her diary into a corner behind her. After all, with Kona present, even Voldemort would not dare to stir up any trouble. Finally, Kona seemed willing to draw closer to her. What would you like to know? Is it possible for Voldemort to resurrect through this Horcrux? Certainly, Kona replied, his brow furrowing in distaste. However, given his current state, he is still far from achieving that. The soul stabilizer, while useful, has only a modest effect. What should I do to destroy it then? You could, Kona began, but abruptly turned away in revulsion, directing his gaze toward the diary. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a tendril of dark energy that struck the diary, rendering it immobile in midair. Do you still wish to escape before me? Kona cast a cold glance at it, emanating wisps of black mist. These tendrils swiftly enveloped the diary, and a piercing scream erupted, followed by the emergence of a somewhat ethereal figure in the air, Voldemort in his youth, writhing in agony. TSK, Angelia remarked with a hint of pity, observing his prominent nose. What a shame for such a distinguished nose. Soon, the horrific scream ceased, and the spectral figure vanished, allowing the diary to fall back to the ground. All done, Kona said with a look of disdain. The fragment of the soul has been eradicated. Fantastic. Then I can. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Kona, akin to a child eyeing a delightful treat. Kona immediately interrupted her. No, absolutely not. I refuse to touch such filthy things again. However, I can share other methods with you. There are additional items that can destroy Horcruxes, such as the fangs of a venomous snake or weapons imbued with considerable magical properties. Generally speaking, items with potent magical essence can eliminate Horcruxes. Potent magical essence? What about me? My wand is also an object, Angelia exclaimed, brandishing her wand eagerly. That will not suffice, Kona replied coolly, regarding her with indifference. A wand's magical prowess relies on you. Fundamentally, it does not possess intrinsic power. What you need is an object that inherently possesses formidable magic. Angelia sheepishly set down her wand and touched her nose, saying, All right, I understand. By the way, through this soul artifact, I can probably deduce that he possesses 7 additional soul fragments, making a total of 8 pieces of his essence including his own. At this point, even Kona couldn't help but chime in. Does he truly believe himself to be some kind of sliced cookie? Perhaps so. Angelia flicked her wand toward her diary, which immediately settled firmly in her hand. Indeed, it appears as fragile as a sliced cookie. Is there any method by which I can locate or discern which of these is the soul artifact? Angelia attempted to coax some more treasures from Kona, yet it was evident that he had discerned her intentions. He guarded his pockets with vigilance, asserting, No, I do not know. Do not entertain thoughts of my beloved. Thus, it was settled. Angelia immediately donned an expression of feigned vulnerability and fear, yet she resolutely turned her head away, declaring, It's all right. I can bravely face the merciless Dark Lord alone. I do not fear the dangers that lie ahead, even if ambushes lurk at every corner. Even if I were to inadvertently resurrect Voldemort, unleashing a massacre upon the wizarding world, even if the realm of magic teeters on the brink of war, and countless innocent wizards may suffer, I am willing to strive to organize all of this, contributing my minute strength. Were it not for the calculating glint in her eyes, Connor might have truly believed her. Nevertheless, he absorbed her words. Confronting Voldemort was indeed perilous, especially since he had fragmented himself and scattered his pieces in unknown corners. It was only fitting to provide the Grim Reaper with appropriate assistance. Thus, Connor rationalized to himself, reluctantly producing his cherished possession, a ring of ancient design. He carefully extended the ring towards her, his gaze seemingly glued to it, unable to look away. He watched, spellbound, as the ring shimmered with a radiant white light upon being placed on Angelia's finger, immediately resizing to fit her perfectly. Had it recognized its master? Connor felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him as he glanced at the equally perplexed Angelia, then down at the ring, now claimed by her. With a pout of frustration, he lamented to himself. He had possessed it for 3 years. No matter his efforts, he had failed to bind it to himself. How could it so readily acknowledge Angelia as its master the moment she donned it? Angelia found herself in a state of bewilderment, as she sensed an inexplicable connection between her soul and the ring. She felt the immense power contained within it and understood its purpose. If any dark magical artifact was within a certain vicinity, the ring would automatically draw it to her, including Horcruxes. Additionally, it appeared to possess further capabilities. such as granting a portion of the death god's power and allowing passage into the death god's realm. However, what captivated her most was its ability to control wizards, compelling them to obey commands unconditionally. Unlike the soul-binding curse, this form of control preserved the individual's memories, intellect, and magical prowess, offering a higher degree of compliance without any adverse effects. Truly, it was a miraculous artifact. Kona finally regained his composure, casting a sorrowful glance at his empty fingers, nearly on the verge of tears. Why would a ring passed down through the death god's lineage recognize another as its master? Why? He looked at Angelia with a hint of resentment, while she, slightly flustered, met his gaze. I have no idea how this happened. I know, Kona replied, pressing his lips together. This is a ring from the death god's family. No sooner had he spoken than Angelia instinctively reached to remove the ring from her finger. Surely, wearing a ring from the death god's family wouldn't entail adhering to some familial covenant? She had no intention of becoming a death god. Kona seemed to understand her thoughts, rolling his eyes to deter her foolishness. Do not worry, this is not a mark of the death god. Merely a trinket passed down through the family. Kona smirked. While we occasionally used it for various purposes in the past, in truth, no one has successfully claimed it as their own for centuries. As the power of the death god grew stronger, the instances of its use diminished, until it became merely a decorative piece in the family's glass cabinet. I only took it out because I liked its design. Yet I never anticipated as tone shifted to one of indignation, you would become its master. Will this recognition of mastery affect you in any way? Angelia asked, her concern evident. Realizing her genuine worry, Kona quickly adopted a serious demeanor, assuring her, it will not, so do not fret. This ring may never have belonged to us. And you could even gain a portion of the death god's power through it, which would be advantageous for you. Then may I take it with me? Angelia asked tentatively, retracting her hand. Let us go, Kona waved dismissively. I must return as well. There are matters left unresolved. By the way Kona's gaze flicked to Angelia's hand, his expression once again tinged with a hint of grievance, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. If you are willing, could you wear the ring and visit me? The ring will guide you. Of course, Angelia responded, assuming he was reluctant to part with the ring, eagerly agreeing. Indeed. Taking away his ring filled her with guilt. I will come to see you once I finish my tasks. Splendid. A smile of excitement illuminated Kona's face, as though the previous grievances had vanished. Marvelous. He had finally caught hold of someone capable of assisting him with his affairs. Kona suddenly felt that this transaction was not a loss. He joyfully grasped the scythe and returned. In his office, Severus Snape was engrossed in grading assignments when an unfamiliar owl abruptly swooped in through the window. The owl, with an air of arrogance, landed on his desk and dropped the letter it had been carrying in its beak. Snape, reaching for a handful of biscuits from a nearby box, tossed them onto the desk and casually opened the letter. The owl, seemingly displeased with his demeanor, hooted indignantly a few times but then lowered its head to peck at the biscuits. Snape paid it no mind, glancing at the letter before discarding it on the desk and resuming his grading. The owl tilted its head, observing him, yet it was clear that Snape was disinterested, his pen continuing to scribble as he coolly remarked, "Finish your snacks and be gone." The owl, in a huff, flapped its wings and transformed into a woman. Excuse me. How rude can you be? Snape's gaze remained fixed on the assignments, not affording her a single glance. You may leave now. Hey, you. The woman appeared increasingly agitated, striding up to Snape's desk in a bid to engage him in argument. However, Snape swiftly sidestepped, creating distance between them. Do you even understand what courtesy means? The woman stood before him, hands on her hips, fuming. I traveled a great distance to deliver this letter to you, and you haven't even looked at me or offered a word of thanks. Finally lifting his head, Snape furrowed his brow in annoyance. Still not meeting her gaze, I believe I have been sufficiently polite for an owl. I provided you with biscuits, all you needed to do was consume them and depart, rather than standing here shouting. But you should at least express gratitude. The woman's agitation seemed to diminish slightly, yet she clung to her grievance. Snape, weary of the trivial dispute, contemplated how to dismiss her without physical contact. Noticing Snape's distraction, the woman's face flushed with anger as she abruptly stepped in front of him, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Hey, are you even listening to me? How unreasonable can you be? As the words left her lips, the flames in the fireplace instantaneously transformed into a vibrant green hue. Angelia, cradling her diary, emerged joyfully from the hearth. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, her smile faltered, frozen upon her visage. A striking woman with cascading red curls was intimately leaning towards Severus Snape, gazing up at him with a hint of bashful crimson adorning her cheeks, while Snape regarded her with a profound intensity in his eyes. Upon hearing the sound from the fireplace, the pair turned in unison to face Angelia, their synchronicity unmistakable. Noticing the rigidity of Angelia's expression, Snape promptly took a significant step back, distancing himself from the woman, exclaiming, "No, no, this is a misunderstanding." Angelia cast a cold glance at the anxious Severus, then turned her attention to the bewildered, curly-haired woman, revealing a sardonic smile. "Is that so? Are you implying that she merely sought you out for a matter of importance, inadvertently encroaching upon your space, and before you had the chance to step away, I returned?" "Indeed," Severus faltered momentarily before quickly adding, "But, however." Angelia was unwilling to hear more. She scoffed audibly, interrupting him. "Enough. I do not wish to listen any further. Farewell." Severus, realizing her intent, urgently reached out to grasp her, but Angelia had already pressed her wand against his heart. "You ought to take responsibility for at least one of them. Do not seek me out again. Please give me a chance to explain," he implored, seemingly unperturbed by the wand at his chest, as he stepped forward to seize Angelia's hand. "I swear I have not betrayed you." Angelia merely regarded him with a frosty stare. She was an owl, sent to deliver the letter of appointment, yet, for reasons unknown, she lingered here, refusing to depart until I expressed my gratitude. "Hey, you ought to say thank you." The woman, who had remained silent until now, immediately retorted upon hearing this. Angelia's gaze flitted between the two, yet she remained silent. The woman, however, was quite animated. She cast a glance at Snape, who was intently observing Angelia, not granting her even a fleeting glance. Displeased, she pouted and, standing still, transformed into an owl only to revert back almost immediately. "I truly am an owl. I mean, I'm a wizard working at the Ministry of Magic, but my animagus form is that of an owl." The woman shot another disgruntled glance at Snape and reluctantly defended him. "I did come to deliver a message. Pretending to be an owl for this purpose is merely a hobby of mine. I was ready to take flight, yet he has yet to utter a word of thanks. Which is why I'm so irate. Is being so close merely to receive a simple thank you too much to ask?" A glimmer of darkness flickered in Angelia's eyes as a cold smirk graced her lips as she turned to Snape. "If I hadn't returned, would you have needed another gesture to express your gratitude? I swear, I have done nothing to wrong you." Snape, anxious, drew his wand as if to make an oath. Yet Angelia continued to regard him with scorn. As she moved closer to the curly-haired woman, she coldly addressed Snape. "This is futile. We both know you wouldn't think I would forget this matter." Snape's grip on his wand faltered. Indeed, this was ineffective against him. What else could he do to prove himself? With a sense of defeat, he lowered his wand, while the curly-haired woman gleefully observed the unfolding scene, and Angelia approached her. To be cautious, Angelia discreetly withdrew her wand. Seizing the moment while the woman's attention was still on Snape, Angelia swiftly aimed her wand at her, simultaneously tapping the woman's shoulder with her ring-adorned hand, murmuring an incantation under her breath. The woman had no time to react before she was rooted in place. Her expression gradually dulled, only to return to clarity moments later, resuming her previous demeanor and actions, seemingly unchanged. Yet, Angelia distinctly felt the newfound ability to manipulate her. Angelia silently compelled the woman to apologize to Snape, who immediately displayed an expression of discomfort, nervously tugging at her hair. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have clung to this matter so stubbornly," she said. Snape regarded her with a furrowed brow, his confusion evident. Angelia paid no heed to Snape. Instead, she approached the woman and gently patted her shoulder. "Hey, your attire is soiled." "Is it? Where?" The woman immediately lowered her gaze to inspect her clothing. Angelia was exceedingly pleased with the ring's efficacy, finally able to set her mind at ease. The curly-haired woman exhibited no signs of sluggishness after being controlled. Rather, she adeptly fulfilled Angelia's desires in a manner befitting her own character, even in moments when Angelia did not exert deliberate control. The woman lived as if she had never experienced such manipulation, rendering this method of control nearly undetectable. Upon completing her experiment, Angelia silently commanded the woman to depart. The woman instantly transformed back into an owl and flew away. The room now contained only Angelia and Severus, who seemed eager to explain something. However, Angelia halted him. "It's all right. I understand now. You have not betrayed me. It was all a misunderstanding." Wearily, she leaned against him. "I suppose you are quite curious about what just transpired?" "No, Carry me to the bedroom, and I shall elucidate. Severus carefully bent down to lift her into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. He produced his wand, intensifying the flames in the fireplace, and began to remove the outer robe from Angelia, preparing to place her on the bed. Yet, just as her backside was about to touch the bed, she abruptly voiced her objection, clinging to his neck and shifting upwards. I do not wish to lie on the bed. I have not changed into my nightgown. Angelia stiffened, striving to keep her body away from the sheets. Severus, aware of Angelia's mild obsession with cleanliness, resignedly straightened his posture while still holding her. Do not worry. I will replace all the bedding shortly. Just lie down for a moment, will you? You are weary and in need of rest. Angelia indeed felt a tinge of fatigue. She bit her lip in contemplation for a moment before finally nodding. All right, I shall rest for just a little while, but do remember to change the bedding soon. Angelia blinked her eyes at him, saying, no slacking off. Very well, I assure you I will change it, Severus replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He softly laid Angelia upon the bed, then, with a tentative inclination, leaned closer and bestowed a light kiss at the corner of her mouth. As he prepared to rise, Angelia quickly grasped his arm. Stay with me for a short while, she implored, her eyes filled with earnestness. I have something I wish to discuss with you. All right. Severus acquiesced, reclining beside her. Angelia nestled herself into his embrace, seeking comfort before she spoke. What should I begin with? Perhaps I should recount my recent encounter with death. He assisted me in purging the fragment of Voldemort's soul from my diary and even bestowed upon me a ring. She raised her hand, showcasing the jewel before Severus. This ring, a relic of the Death family, inexplicably recognized me as its master and was thus gifted to me. It possesses the ability to locate Horcruxes and to exert control over others. Angelia elaborated on the ring's capabilities. I recently experimented with its power on that curly-haired woman, and it proved remarkably effective. Severus displayed an expression of understanding. So her apology and subsequent departure were orchestrated by you? Precisely, Angelia affirmed, a proud nod punctuating her words. Now, we have someone within the ministry whom we can trust implicitly. Severus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the subtlety of the method, even after being manipulated. Her responses remained alert and unremarkable. It is indeed a covert approach. Indeed, Angelia whispered, her hand gently resting against Severus's chest. Moreover, I must confess that I was genuinely upset. How could you be so close to her? With a teasing yet deliberate pinch to his chest, she continued, I know it was unintentional and that you share no feelings for her, but your proximity to her still irks me. I am jealous. The more she reflected on it, the angrier she became, prompting her to sit up and glare at him, indignation evident in her expression. Angelia, with her chubby cheeks and wide-open eyes, appeared utterly adorable. Snape, reflecting on his recent sorrows, could not help but chuckle. This time, however, Angelia became even more irate. She puffed up like a little ball and poked her finger into Snape's chest, threateningly admonishing him. No laughing. Snape could almost envision that if she were in her animagus form, the white fur on the back of her little cat would be standing on end, making her even cuter. As Snape struggled to suppress his smile, Angelia's eyes glistened with impending tears, her cerulean gaze becoming misty. You mustn't laugh. Snape, witnessing her reddened eyes, felt a pang of compassion that extinguished any mirth. He immediately gathered her into his embrace, softly soothing her. I am sorry. I was wrong to laugh. Please do not feel aggrieved. It is my fault, and I sincerely apologize. Angelia nestled in his embrace, her voice soft and plaintive as she voiced her grievances. You must never get so close to women who are about to part again. Very well. I vow it shall never happen again. Severus tenderly brushed the still reddened corners of Angelia's eyes, pleading, Forgive me, will you? All right, she replied with pursed lips, adding with a hint of concern, just this once. Severus, his tone laced with affection, reassured her, Yes, just this once. This evening's dinner at Hogwarts bore a distinct atmosphere. The students noted that Professor Snape was not seated at his customary position at the head of the teacher's table, but stood where Professor Dumbledore would typically address the assembly. The students had nearly grasped the gravity of Professor Dumbledore's situation, and for the Gryffindors, this was undoubtedly shocking news. Some students stubbornly refused to believe that their once kind and benevolent headmaster could be imprisoned in Azkaban for wrongdoing, convinced that he had been the target of a malicious scheme. The kind-hearted Hufflepuffs felt a sense of sorrow but did not express dissatisfaction with the ministry's decision. In contrast, the Ravenclaws and Slytherins exhibited a more composed demeanor. The Ravenclaws immerse themselves in academic pursuits, indifferent to the identity or actions of the headmaster. Many Slytherins seemed to revel in the unfolding events. A portion of their number appeared to possess insider information, showing no astonishment at Snape's presence on the podium, instead engaging in hushed conversations with their peers. Having been informed in advance of an important announcement, all students from the 4 houses, along with the professors, were in attendance for this dinner. Angelia sat at the Slytherin table, her gaze fixed upon Severus Snape, who stood at the podium. His expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of impatience danced within his dark eyes. At last, all the students had gathered, and dinner could commence. Snape, positioned at the forefront, addressed the assembly in a monotone voice. "Before we begin our meal, I have an announcement to make. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the previous headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, is unable to continue in his role at Hogwarts. Following a deliberation by the Board of Governors, it has been decided that I shall assume this position, concurrently serving as head of Slytherin House until a new head is appointed next semester." A wave of murmurs rippled through the students. "Silence," he commanded, his voice devoid of volume yet imbued with authority. A mere glance from him silenced the hall instantly. "Should you have any objections, I invite you to the 8th floor headmaster's office for a discussion." A forced smile graced Snape's lips. "I shall do my utmost to assist you in resolving any issues." The students who had been murmuring immediately averted their eyes, the hall enveloped in a blanket of quietude. "Now, you may commence your dinner," Snape concluded coldly, turning back to his seat. Many Slytherin students had already learned of this development through various channels, and they sat in silence at their places, no one daring to speak. The only sound being the gentle clinking of goblets. With a Slytherin as headmaster, they were determined to uphold his dignity. Moreover, Snape's lingering influence persisted. Even as he returned to his seat, the students remained reticent, whispering in small clusters. Even the usually boisterous Gryffindor table was unusually subdued, with the young lions merely exchanging hushed conversations without creating any significant disturbance. Snape, however, paid little heed to this, preoccupied with acknowledging the congratulations of his fellow professors. Angelia vowed that this was undoubtedly the most tranquil dinner at Hogwarts in recent years. It was not until the conclusion of the meal, as they exited the Great Hall, that the students dared to engage in conversation. The Gryffindors regained their usual vivacity, laughing and chatting in small groups as they made their way back, while students from other houses also strolled together in pairs or small clusters, exchanging words. Angelia did not return to the communal lounge. Instead, she awaited Severus in the potions office. The portrait frames on the walls had been devoid of images since Professor McGonagall withdrew from the competition for the position of headmaster, and thus the portraits had ceased to oversee their activities. Severus had yet to return as the headmaster. He needed to attend to a backlog of urgent matters in his office. Not wishing to remain idle, Angelia moved behind the desk, intending to assist him in grading the remaining assignments. Severus's desk was impeccably tidy. As Angelia seated herself in the chair and selected a paper from the ungraded stack, she found no quill upon the desk. How peculiar. Angelia opened the drawer and rummaged through its contents, only to discover an unexpected item, a diary. The book appeared quite antiquated, its surface marred by what seemed to be remnants of some liquid, which had dried to leave behind brownish stains. The exterior was embossed with the word diary in gilded letters, accompanied by a line of dark green script, an unmistakable handwriting belonging to Severus Snape. It read, "Death and suffering shape life." In her memory, Snape had never exhibited a penchant for journaling. This diary looked aged and seemed to have remained unopened for a considerable time. Angelia paused for a moment, then closed the drawer without disturbing the diary. She opened another drawer and, as hoped, found a quill. Having diligently worked for a substantial part of the morning, Snape had left behind only a modest amount of assignments. Angelia spent an hour grading all the work, massaging her sore neck afterward, and neatly organizing the assignments before tidying up her desk. The clock had struck 10. Yet Snape had still not returned. Peering at the time, she drew her wand and cast an invisibility charm upon herself. Since he was preoccupied, she resolved to seek him out. The grotesque stone statue on the 3rd floor remained vigilantly stationed, and Angelia preferred not to make a grand entrance. She aimed to surprise him. She circumvented the statue and descended the stairs to the 8th floor. Standing before the door of the headmaster's office, she gently pushed the oak door ajar, then swiftly slipped inside. Snape sat behind his imposing desk, his expression stern as he impatiently rifled through a piece of parchment, his demeanor suggesting discontent. After a cursory glance, he hastily scribbled a few words before tossing the parchment aside and reaching for another, repeating the process. Angela glanced at the towering stack of completed documents strewn carelessly by his side, clearly indicating that he had been engrossed in these matters since dinner. Snape, feeling somewhat detached, finished reading the file in his hands and jotted down a few words before casting it aside. He surveyed the untouched pile of papers to his left, a wave of irritation washing over him. Why were there so many? How did Dumbledore manage such a workload? And what of McGonagall? He had already reviewed countless documents. Why did more continue to accumulate? Snape's brow furrowed tightly, and he yearned to retreat to the potions office to embrace Angela. Yet the pressing need to complete these papers loomed over him, darkening his mood further. Angelia discerned his agitation and gracefully approached him, drawing near. Suddenly, Snape caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, and before he could react, a tender, soft lip pressed against his ear. "I am here to keep you company." Angelia's voice was soft and gentle, akin to a feather delicately brushing against Snape's heart, stirring it to beat with a sudden fervor. The headmaster's office was adorned with portraits, yet Angelia had no intention of manifesting. She gently took Snape's hand, settling into his embrace, intertwining his fingers around her waist until she was entirely enveloped in his arms. With a gentle motion, she draped her arms around his neck, resting her head against his shoulder, softly murmuring, "You may continue your work. I shall remain here with you." The furrowed lines of Snape's brow gradually relaxed, and a tender smile graced his lips as he felt Angelia nestled comfortably in his embrace, rendering the documents before him no longer an intrusion. Angelia remained silent, allowing Severus to swiftly attend to the documents at hand. The two nestled together in tranquil companionship for over an hour. At last, Severus managed to complete all the paperwork just before midnight. Exhausted, he embraced Angelia tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck and inhaling deeply. Angelia sensed his fatigue, gently caressing his back with comforting strokes. Her soft, tender face nuzzled against his ear, and her voice, sweet and melodious, whispered softly, "You've worked hard." As Snape felt her soothing touch and listened to her gentle voice, all his weariness seemed to vanish in that moment. Unable to suppress a smile, he turned his head and placed a tender kiss on her cheek, murmuring, "It's not hard at all." The portraits in the headmaster's office observed Snape with curiosity. He appeared to be cradling something and murmuring to himself. However, being wizards, they could surmise that someone was concealed there, though they remained unaware of the individual's identity. Angelia sensed the penetrating gazes of the portraits. She found this scrutiny, even from those who could not truly see her, quite unsettling. With a playful tone, she draped her arms around his neck and murmured, "Shall we return? They seem to be watching us incessantly." Angelia did not intentionally lower her voice, and thus, all the portraits present were privy to her words, which rendered them somewhat abashed. Several portraits discreetly tucked themselves away at the edges of their frames. Some even vacated their confines entirely, while a few turned their backs in embarrassment. Severus Snape, wishing to avoid public scrutiny, lifted Angelia and prepared to rise. Angelia subtly extended her wand and tapped Snape's body. A chill enveloped him from head to toe, rendering him invisible. "The way you are holding me must appear quite peculiar to others. We might encounter patrolling professors on our way back. Let us return discreetly and unseen." Angelia explained. "Very well," Snape acquiesced, aligning with her suggestion. The pair opened the door and departed, restoring the room to its previous tranquility. While the portraits returned to their original positions, "That voice just now sounded somewhat familiar. I feel as though I've heard it before," one of the portraits hesitantly remarked. "Indeed. I share that sentiment," another portrait eagerly chimed in. "Yes, it does seem familiar to me as well. How is it that I do not recall? Perhaps you were not present at that time. That reminds me, I believe I heard her voice not long ago." "Yes, but I cannot recall who it was." "Neither can I." Amid the chattering discussions within the headmaster's office, Angelia and Snape navigated their way back to the potions office without encountering any professors. As soon as the door to the potions office closed behind them, Angelia promptly lifted the invisibility charm from Snape while maintaining her own invisibility. She deftly leaped from his arms and swiftly dashed away from him. Snape raised an eyebrow, scanning the room with a cautious gaze before tentatively inquiring, "Yeah?" Angeli, of course, paid him no heed. She concealed herself in a hidden corner, transforming into a diminutive white cat. The effects of the invisibility spell lingered upon the feline form, granting Angeli the confidence to emerge. With delicate footsteps, she approached the door of the bedroom, and, utilizing her small and supple physique, squeezed through the crack. The door emitted a faint scraping sound, which Severus keenly detected. However, he did not turn to investigate, continuing his pretense of ignorance as he searched the surroundings. Upon entering the bedroom, Angeli immediately reverted to her adult form. The invisibility spell remained in effect, and she shed her garments, donning a crimson nightgown before retreating to the bathroom. There, she cast several silencing and locking charms on both the bathroom and bedroom doors. The fragrance of her presence faded behind the bedroom door, prompting Severus to wear a faint smile of resignation. He approached the potion cabinet and retrieved a vial of violet potion, scrutinizing it meticulously until he was assured of its safety, after which he placed it at the rear of the shelf. He then tore off a piece of notepaper, inscribing a few riddles upon it, positioning it prominently for visibility. Having completed these tasks, Severus pushed against the bedroom door, which, as anticipated, was locked. He drew forth his wand and tapped the lock, silently reciting the incantation, and the door opened soundlessly. On the floor lay the garments Angeli had discarded, and a crimson nightgown was conspicuously absent from the wardrobe. With understanding, Severus bent down to gather the clothes from the floor, neatly folding them and placing them upon a chair before casting an invisibility spell upon himself. Angelia soon emerged from the bathroom, still cloaked in invisibility. However, Severus, reclining upon the bed, observed the bathroom door swing open and then shut once more, revealing several damp footprints upon the floor at the entrance. She was barefoot again. Severus furrowed his brow in disapproval. Angelia did not notice that her recently discarded garments had been neatly folded and placed upon the chair. In truth, she was vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Once she ascertained that Snape was not present, in fact, he was lying on the bed, observing the tiny footprints she had left behind, Angelia quietly approached the bedroom door, gently pulled it ajar, and peered outside. However, she did not glimpse Snape. Angelia presumed that he had stepped out due to some urgent matter. Promptly, she exited the bedroom and secured the door, stealthily making her way to the cabinet of potions. Upon encountering the riddle, she harbored no doubts. She believed that the establishment of the puzzle was a precautionary measure to prevent any future incidents of potion theft. Consequently, she immediately immersed herself in the task of solving it. Meanwhile, Snape, noticing the small footprints retreating from the bedroom and the door being shut, sprang from the bed and dashed into the bathroom. As Angela had just bathed, the absence of water sounds suggested she had cast a soundproofing spell. Given her level of magical prowess, the effects of such a spell could last approximately 10 hours. Consequently, Severus did not squander any time. He swiftly dashed into the bathroom and turned on the faucet, cleansing his body. He estimated that Angela would solve the riddle in 3 minutes, so he limited his bathing to around 2.5 minutes. To expedite the process, he even employed a few minor charms, such as the cleansing and drying spells. He successfully completed his bath within 3 minutes and reappeared invisibly on the bed. Meanwhile, Angela also took 3 minutes to procure and consume the contraceptive potion. Severus's absence from the room left Angela somewhat puzzled. She dispelled her invisibility charm and sat at the edge of the bed, preparing to await Severus. However, just as her bottom grazed the sheets, she felt the immediate presence of another person behind her. Angelia was taken aback. Just as she intended to free herself from the arm encircling her waist, she realized that the person behind her was Snape. "You startled me." She voiced her complaint in a soft tone, gazing at the manifested Snape. His lips traced a path along her shoulder, and upon hearing her grievance, he murmured something indistinct before pressing her down onto the bed. Angelia innocently blinked at him, and Severus's gaze darkened as he leaned in to press his lips against hers. It had been a long time since they had engaged in such intimacy, yet the unspoken understanding between them remained intact. The alignment of their bodies and souls ignited a fervent desire to possess one another. It had been ages since Severus had felt such unrestrained passion. He sought her again and again, as if attempting to reclaim the 11 years that had slipped away. Angelia indulged his cravings, surrendering to her own desires with abandon. As dawn approached, their fervor finally subsided. The consequence of their night of indulgence was that Angelia found herself unable to rise for class the following day. Severus's prowess had not waned with time, much to her delight, yet the soreness in her back left her with a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have halted him in the early hours, but his hoarse whispers in her ear had proved irresistible. Perhaps she could have stopped him just before the dawn. But with his lips brushing against hers, murmuring sweetly, calling her baby, she had succumbed. In that final moment, when she should have deterred him, he had presented himself to her with a pitiful expression, a faint blush gracing his eyes, and his soft nibbles at her ear left her utterly defenseless. In any case, Angelia lay in bed, cradling her aching back, glaring at Severus, who appeared vibrant and full of life. "Are you still in discomfort?" he inquired, his mood remarkably buoyant. Leaning closer, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Take the day off. Rest well. Today, there were classes in Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall and Charms with Professor Flitwick." Angelia gazed at him with discontent. "But those classes count toward our credits." "Do not worry. Leave it to me," Severus replied, a joyful chuckle escaping his lips. He reached out to pinch Angelia's cheek, his eyes filled with a warm glow. "Rest well. I shall summon a house elf to bring you breakfast shortly. I still need to ascend and tackle that dreaded pile of paperwork, but I will return at noon to have lunch with you." Angeli responded with a muffled acknowledgement. "I understand." As Snape departed the room, Angeli, utterly fatigued from the previous night, promptly nestled back into the warmth of her blankets and succumbed to slumber once more. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed when she was stirred awake by a faint murmur of conversation. "Hey, are you aware of that recent incident?" "Indeed. I witnessed it firsthand. I always thought he was a bit peculiar, but who would have guessed he was an animagus? In the past, whenever we tried to engage him in conversation, he seemed rather disinterested in us. It turns out he harbored an inflated sense of superiority, looking down upon us. What is there to be so haughty about? After all, he is merely one of us, scurrying through the tunnels to pilfer cheese." Angelia gradually emerged from her slumber, her eyes squinting as she surveyed the room, finding it devoid of any presence. The bedroom, stripped of portraits, jolted her into full awareness, prompting her to cautiously grasp the wand beside her. Just as she was scanning the surroundings with vigilance, a voice seemed to recognize her, and she heard an excited exclamation from the corner. "Hey, what are you doing here?" A gray shadow darted swiftly from the corner, leaping toward her in mere moments. At last, Angelia recognized it as the gray mouse that had assisted her in investigating the headmaster's office previously. "Is it you? Were you the one speaking just now?" She sighed in relief, lowering her wand. "Indeed, it was I, along with my brother. He is over there." The gray mouse glanced back toward a different corner where a black mouse was eyeing them warily. "Hey, brother, come over here. It's all right. This girl is quite nice. She helped us steal that cheese last time, and she can understand us." The black mouse hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to trust his companion. Scampering a few steps closer, though still maintaining a respectful distance from Angelia, the gray mouse made no further attempts to persuade, instead hopping closer to Angelia and whispering, "Let me tell you, something significant has recently transpired among us mice." "What is it?" Angelia inquired, curiosity piqued. Mice residing in the various nooks of Hogwarts were undoubtedly the most informed about happenings within the castle, far surpassing the portraits in their ability to observe. "Well, we were just discussing this matter. We discovered that a student's pet mouse is actually an animagus." The gray mouse spoke mysteriously. "My brother even witnessed the transformation. In fact, many mice were startled by it." "An animagus?" Angelia gazed at him, puzzled. "What kind of animagus?" "Oh, there is much to discuss on that front." The gray mouse leaned in excitedly. "To be honest, I've never seen a mouse so unattractive. It's all gray and patchy, missing tufts of fur and even a toe. Usually timid and quick to flee from humans, it completely disregards us mice. Such a disgrace to our kind. Missing a toe." Angelia furrowed her brow slightly. "Have you seen what it looks like in human form?" "Not personally," the gray mouse replied, his eyes darting towards the silently crouching black mouse. "But my brother has." "Right, brother. Come and share your tale. Don't be afraid. She is a good person. Look, I've been here with her for quite some time and nothing has happened to me." As he spoke, seemingly in disbelief, the gray mouse made an effort to hop about. The wariness in the black mouse's eyes diminished considerably, and he cautiously advanced, stopping only when he reached the side of the gray mouse. "I indeed witnessed the animagus transform back into a wizard," he murmured, his voice lacking the boldness of the gray mouse. Angelia had to lean closer to catch his words, which startled him once more. "I saw him. He was rather diminutive, even for wizards." The black mouse's speech was slow, as if he were recollecting. His head was devoid of hair, just as it was in his rodent form, with fingers that were stunted and eyes that were small and peering, exhibiting a timidity that made him appear even more rodent-like. By the end of his account, the black mouse's tone had grown notably more resolute. The gray mouse immediately interjected, "It's no wonder his animagus form is that of a mouse." Angelia smiled in a calculated manner, yet a terrifying suspicion loomed in her heart. "Do you know who his master is?" she inquired, feigning curiosity and leaning in to seek further information. The gray mouse tilted its head thoughtfully, contemplating the question. "To be honest, I do not know." He hardly ever converses with us mice. However, he frequently associates with a boy from Gryffindor, and they seem quite familiar with each other. Can you recognize that boy?" Angelia pressed on. "What does he look like?" The gray mouse recalled with intent. "He has reddish hair and possibly a number of freckles. He is not very tall and appears quite young. By the way, wasn't it you who had an argument with him? You even stuck him to the wall in the corridor." The gray mouse suddenly gazed at Angelia with excitement. "That's him. I was watching you both from the corner." Angelia immediately realized whom he was referring to. "Does that mouse often accompany him?" Angelia continued to inquire. "No, he frequently remains alone, either in the boys' dormitory or in some concealed corner." The gray mouse disdainfully interjected, timid and seemingly not a commendable rodent. "Could you assist me in locating him? Once found, please return and inform me without alarming him." Angelia lowered her gaze and coaxed the gray mouse. "I can offer you 2 plates of cheese in exchange." The gray mouse's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "No problem. Leave it to me." With that, he promptly departed alongside the black mouse. Angelia gazed as the 2 mice vanished into the corner, letting out a resigned sigh as she lifted the covers, preparing to rise from her slumber. How infuriating it was to have such a rare holiday. She had her suspicions regarding the identity of the one with the severed finger. Once, the social butterfly from Gryffindor had wed into the Potter family, namely, Harry's parents. James Potter, Harry's father, had 3 close friends: Sirius Black, the werewolf Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. The 4 of them were, at that time, the notorious quartet of Hogwarts, incessantly stirring up trouble, particularly with the students of Slytherin. Though they were undeniably irritating, they had never dared to provoke her or Severus. This could perhaps be attributed to their defeat at the hands of her and Severus, who had bested over 30 students in a duel shortly after the term began. Or perhaps it was due to Sirius and James warning them against provoking the daughter of a Death Eater. It might also stem from the incident when she had dragged a student who dared to taunt her from the 1st floor all the way to the Gryffindor Tower, tossing him off the rooftop in the presence of 6 professors. In any case, these 4 rarely crossed her path in her previous life. Although she was not well acquainted with them, her extensive network of connections had afforded her knowledge of numerous matters concerning them, including the fact that, apart from the werewolf Lupin, the other 3 were unregistered animagi. The network referred to the Whomping Willow behind her. Merlin. Was it truly unknown that the Whomping Willow could speak? Or was it merely her serendipitous discovery? She had heard the Whomping Willow complain on more than one occasion, lamenting how, during the full moon, a few insufferable children would pin down its sensitive branches, compelling it to let them crawl into the tree's hollow. Several times, she had heard howls and barks emanating from within, leaving her to ponder what they were up to. It wasn't until one time they chased a werewolf out from the hollow that she realized they were all animagi. Angelia had often heard the complaints of the striking Lou, and naturally she retained a vivid impression of the matter. Coupled with the previous incident involving the Potter family, she began to form a conjecture that Animagus might very well be Sirius Black, though the descriptions provided by the rats did not quite resemble him. Rather, they bore a closer resemblance to the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Angelia tossed her head and swiftly donned her attire. It mattered not who he was. The truth would unveil itself once captured. Angelia donned her robe and grasped her wand, preparing to venture forth. As she reached the threshold of her bedroom, she was suddenly alerted by a faint rustling sound emanating from a corner behind her. In an instant, a gray figure darted forth. "Hey, we have located him." Right in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, the gray mouse exclaimed, its eyes sparkling with excitement. "He is currently fast asleep, and I have instructed my companions to keep watch." "Thank you. I shall head over immediately," Angelia responded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. After a brief deliberation, she proposed, "Would it be possible for me to deliver the cheese to you later? Perhaps through that same entrance as before?" "Not a problem. Do hurry along." The gray mouse replied generously. "However, be forewarned that there are many individuals present at the moment, and you certainly cannot enter without drawing attention." Angelia raised her hand and cast an invisibility spell upon herself, vanishing before the eyes of the gray mouse. The gray mouse, accustomed to grand spectacles, gazed unperturbed at the emptiness before him and urged, "Are you ready? I shall take you there now." A voice resonated in the air, echoing Angelia's assurance. "No problem." The bedroom door was ajar, and the gray mouse darted out first, followed closely by Angelia. Snape wore a chilling smile, remarking, "Some words once spoken seal one's fate." Seizing the moment while the diminutive Peter Pettigrew was startled, Snape swiftly conjured a silencing spell to stifle his incessant noise. Fortunately, Lucius and the Minister of Magic arrived promptly. their faces etched with urgency as they burst through the fireplace, only to find the potion's office entirely deserted. Hearing the commotion from within, Snape called out from behind the bedroom door, "We are here," before unlocking the door. The two outside complied and pushed the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The unfortunate Peter Pettigrew was cowering in the center of the floor, two wands aimed at his head, while Angelia stared intently at Snape, who regarded Pettigrew with evident disdain. The Minister of Magic, struggling to comprehend the scene before him, inhaled deeply and asked, "What is happening here? Could someone elucidate this situation?" Previously, Angela had intended to replace the Minister of Magic. However, due to the lack of suitable candidates, she was compelled to alter her plan and instead resort to using the Imperious Curse to control him. Just a couple of days ago, news arrived from Rogier's side confirming that the placement of spies had been successfully completed, yet there had not been an opportunity to cast the curse on Cornelius Fudge. Now, a ready-made opportunity has presented itself. Angelia gazed at Fuji with the eyes of one who beholds a lamb destined for slaughter. Upon hearing his inquiry, she promptly volunteered to approach him. "The gentleman before you, Mr. Peter, is none other than the mastermind behind the explosion that transpired 11 years ago." Unfazed, Angelia positioned herself beside Fuji and remarked, "Behold." Angelia waved her wand, and Peter's right hand involuntarily rose. You see, he was missing a finger on that hand. Angelia turned her head to look at Fudge. The perpetrator of the explosion years ago had left behind a severed digit, had he not? The mastermind behind that explosion had already been apprehended, and the individual convicted was Sirius Black. For many years, the victims' families had raised no objections, the public had remained silent, and the Blacks had expressed no dissent. He believed this matter had been laid to rest. If the owner of that severed finger was not Black, it would mean that the true culprit of the explosion had been misidentified. The Ministry of Magic had mistakenly imprisoned the wrong man in Azkaban for 11 years, while the actual criminal roamed free. Clearly, if this information were to leak, it would incite a media frenzy beyond measure, and Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, would find himself in an untenable position. Thus, Fudge's instinctive first reaction was to deny the allegation. No, it was impossible. The true perpetrator of that case was Sirius Black, who had been confined to Azkaban. A gentle smile graced Fudge's face, revealing no hint of trepidation. "Dear child, you may not fully grasp the events of that time. This case has long been resolved." Angelia's eyes turned icy upon hearing his words, yet her face blossomed into a tender smile. "Is that so?" she inquired. As she spoke, Angelia gently patted Fuji's arm and quickly murmured a few incantations. Instantly, Fuji's gaze shifted from clarity to a state of confusion, only to swiftly revert back to lucidity. How does the minister intend to handle this true perpetrator? Angelia continued from where she had left off. In truth, her movements were swift. To an outsider, it merely appeared as if she had paused momentarily while speaking. Since the true culprit had been identified, a public trial would ensue before the perpetrator was confined to Azkaban. As for Sirius Black, once the true culprit was confirmed, he would naturally be exonerated. Of course, he could also seek appropriate compensation. Fudge maintained his gentle smile. Yet the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. Lucius appeared perplexed, Snape was fully aware, while Peter Pettigrew was utterly incredulous. "No, Minister, I am the victim. That Black is the real murderer," Peter Pettigrew wailed once more. However, this time it was evident that no one paid him any heed. Among the 4 individuals present, 3 were aligned with Angelia. No amount of his shouting could alter the outcome. Fudge acquiesced to Angelia's directives, retrieving an object from his pocket and pressing it a few times before tapping it with his wand. Before long, commotion emanated from the fireplace outside. "We're here," Fudge called out, beckoning 2 robust and alert men into the room. "Come, lads, bind this individual and take him away for questioning," he instructed, gesturing towards the man on the floor, a repeat offender. Upon hearing this term, the 2 men immediately rushed forward to restrain Peter Pettigrew. He was already incapacitated. With both his hands and feet pinned down, he was utterly immobilized. "These gentlemen are Aurors. This repeat offender shall be entrusted to them for transport." "Thank you for the information provided," Fudge smiled amiably at Angelia. Angelia responded with a gentle smile. "Oh, I almost forgot. He is an unregistered animagus, transforming into a grotesque bald rat. You must be vigilant to ensure he does not escape." "Rest assured, we shall ensure he receives the punishment he deserves," assured Fudge playfully, waving his hat at her. "Good luck, clever child." With that, Fudge departed through the fireplace, accompanied by 2 oars, escorting the wretched Peter Pettigrew. It was only at this moment that Lucius finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Was the wretched Peter Pettigrew truly the perpetrator of the incident from 11 years ago? Was Sirius Black wrongfully accused? The true murderer of the Potter family was, in fact, Peter Pettigrew? Lucius gazed incredulously at Angelia and Snape, bombarding them with a flurry of questions. Angelia shrugged. As you can see. Lucius furrowed his brows. How did you manage that just now? Initially, it seemed that Fudge was not inclined to make such a decision, and based on my understanding of him, he does not strike me as someone capable of such choices. He cast an inquiring glance at Angelia, only to be met with a mysterious smile from her. Guess. Lucius exclaimed in frustration. How infuriating. Desperately. He turned his gaze towards Snape, but Snape did not even spare him a glance. His full attention was devoted to Angelia, seemingly sensing his gaze. Angelia turned to meet Snape's eyes, which held a hint of curiosity, and playfully blinked at him. Snape, understanding, revealed a relaxed, faint smile. Lucius observed the silent exchange between the two, utterly perplexed. He has seen through it, Lucius thought with a smile. He is merely a tool brought forth by Fudge. Now that the task is accomplished, if the tool does not retreat, it shall be crushed by the fallout. Consequently, he swiftly bid farewell to both of them, not waiting for their responses, and plunged directly into the fireplace, making his hasty exit. Angelia stared blankly at the empty fireplace, her expression tinged with anxiety. Perhaps there was something urgent that needed attending to, but it mattered little to her. Severus stepped closer and enveloped Angelia in his embrace. Leave the rest to the Ministry of Magic, he assured her. The return of Peter Pettigrew to the ministry naturally stirred up a considerable uproar. The public's outrage manifested as a flurry of letters, akin to snowflakes, swirling into the ministry suggestion box. Those tasked with addressing these correspondences found themselves working overtime, the office resonating with the cacophony of angry missives. Under immense public pressure, the ministry expedited the investigation with unprecedented swiftness, promptly interrogating Pettigrew. The proceedings unfolded with remarkable ease. Under the influence of the Veritaserum, Pettigrew confessed to all his transgressions over the years. The populace, enraged at having been deceived by the true culprit for so long, collectively petitioned for a life sentence. By the time the dust settled a month later, Pettigrew was incarcerated in Azkaban, while Sirius Black was finally exonerated, his 11-year ordeal coming to an end. That afternoon, the weather was unusually clear, and Angelia, Draco, and Harry gathered by the shores of the Black Lake for a casual chat. Hey, did you know? Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his striking emerald eyes shimmering with joy. I actually have a godfather. He was wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, and he was just released yesterday. He wrote to me about so many things and expressed a desire to meet. Aside from the Dursleys, Harry had never realized that other family members were alive. At first, I couldn't believe it, but even Professor McGonagall came to congratulate me, and Hagrid too. I think this might actually be true. Harry beamed at his friends. I know I might be overly excited, but I'm genuinely happy. I feel I should meet him. Oh, you absolutely should, Draco interjected with a mysterious smile. Perhaps you're unaware, but your godfather is actually a member of the Black family, which means he is my mother's cousin. Harry's mouth dropped open in shock, and he turned to Angelia, only to find her face devoid of any surprise. You knew about this? He exclaimed, raising his voice in disbelief. You all knew and didn't tell me? In truth, we all believed Sirius Black to be the real culprit, so we hesitated to share this information with you. Angelia gently reassured him. Why? Would I deny my connection to him simply because he was accused of being a murderer? Harry gazed incredulously at both of them. Wait, you don't know why he was wrongfully imprisoned? Angelia perceptibly sensed the underlying issue. Harry shook his head in confusion. Does it really matter? Angelia and Draco exchanged a glance, uncertain whether they should disclose this matter to him. However, Harry immediately sensed their hesitation. Hey, we are friends, Harry said, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. I have the right to know about this. A hint of resignation appeared in both their eyes as Draco hesitantly began to explain. But you must prepare yourself mentally first. Harry eagerly leaned in. I am ready. Please, go on. Draco let out a soft sigh. This story dates back 11 years. Back then, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, your father, James Potter, and Remus Lupin were very close friends. When your parents sensed danger, they designated Sirius Black as the secret keeper for their home. Yet, he strongly urged your father to change the secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew, who had always been timid and appeared exceedingly cowardly. Who could have imagined he would dare to commit such an act? In any case, your parents agreed, and only the four of them were privy to this information. Thus, to outsiders, the secret keeper was Sirius Black, and they would naturally seek trouble with him, ensuring Peter's safety, as well as that of your parents. However, Peter Pettigrew had long since aligned himself with Voldemort, betraying his closest friends. After your parents were murdered, Sirius Black realized that Pettigrew was the one who had betrayed them. He set out alone to confront Peter, cornering him in a crowded street, seeking answers. Yet, Peter conjured an explosion with his wand, severing one of his own fingers and vanishing. Following this, Sirius Black was arrested under the charges of betraying the Potter family and murdering Peter Pettigrew along with a Muggle bystander. He believed that if he had not insisted on changing the secret keeper, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Therefore, he offered virtually no defense at trial and was convicted. These details were confessed by Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew in court, of course. They would not be published in the Daily Prophet, but it was not difficult for Angelia and Draco to uncover them. Harry stood frozen, his face a mixture of anger and shock, clearly struggling to process the information. "Are you all right?" Angelia gently approached Harry, patting his shoulder softly. He immediately snapped back to reality, directing his gaze towards her. "Oh, I'm fine, actually," Harry stammered, looking somewhat disoriented, but he quickly turned to Draco again. "So, my godfather is released because Peter Pettigrew has been captured?" "Yes," Draco confirmed. "He has been sent to Azkaban." Draco gently patted his shoulder. Harry appeared to be in a daze, needing a moment of solitude to gather his thoughts. Angelia and Draco anxiously escorted him back to Gryffindor Tower. They watched as Harry, seemingly lost in contemplation, uttered the password and crawled through the portrait hole, subsequently sitting on the floor just inside the entrance. Was he truly all right? Angelia gazed with concern at the now-obscured portrait. He seemed to have suffered a considerable blow. This was something he would have to confront sooner or later. Draco sighed, suggesting they allow him some time alone and return to check on him later that evening. Evidently, Harry was stronger than they had anticipated. During dinner, Angelia and Draco spotted him at the Gryffindor table. Though he was not as lively as before, he no longer bore the look of despair. It seemed he was recovering well. Draco leaned closer to Angelia and whispered, "At the very least, he no longer appears as he did this afternoon." Angelia nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Voldemort ceased to engage in any peculiar activities, and the Death Eaters flourished remarkably, swiftly establishing a foothold in London. The magical realm was enveloped in tranquility, with Angelia increasingly placing her confidence within the Ministry of Magic. Almost all significant officials and positions within the ministry had either been controlled or replaced, all functioning under her dominion. Thus, they spent several months in this serene manner, until they finally arrived at the conclusion of their first term at Hogwarts. The professors inundated the students with a substantial increase in homework, transforming the library into the most frequented location and the act of memorization into the most common endeavor. Amidst this intense atmosphere, even Draco diligently reviewed his textbooks from cover to cover, despite having already mastered the material. However, the pervasive academic fervor did not sway Angelia. She either spent her time with Severus or managed affairs pertaining to the Death Eaters, exhibiting no sign of concern regarding the impending examinations. Those close to her were acutely aware of her capabilities and therefore found nothing unusual. Her peers recognized her preferential treatment in class, and while most were not surprised, a minority harbored different sentiments. In their eyes, such privileges did not necessarily imply her prowess in examinations. How could someone who disregarded lectures and neglected reviews perform well? Yet, these individuals merely awaited the spectacle of her potential failure, without any boldness to confront her directly. After a month of rigorous revision, the day of the Hogwarts final examinations finally arrived. The majority of first-year students were understandably anxious, as Angelia witnessed several classmates taking deep breaths, some even trembling. Soon enough, Professor McGonagall entered, carrying a stack of examination papers. The first subject to be tested was Transfiguration, divided into theoretical knowledge and practical application. The examination stipulated that students first address the theoretical section. Upon completion, they could promptly submit their papers and proceed to the practical assessment. Once both components were completed, they were free to depart. Angelia has a brief meeting that she cannot avoid today, which she has scheduled for 30 minutes later. In preparation for this meeting, she must strive to complete her examination for this subject within the next 30 minutes. Angelia swiftly completed the theoretical portion of the examination to the best of her abilities. being the first to approach Professor McGonagall and submit her paper for the practical assessment. Transform this matchbox into a mouse, she was instructed. Professor McGonagall accepted the paper she handed over and casually placed a matchbox on the lectern. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the matchbox on the desk transformed into a small mouse scurrying about. Angelia cast an eager glance at Professor McGonagall, who seemed to hesitate for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement of Angelia's urgent gaze. Very well, you may leave now. Thank you. Angelia replied with a grateful smile before hastily departing. Rushing back to the potions office, she scarcely acknowledged Severus, who was hunched over his desk, writing. Seizing a handful of flue powder, she dashed into the fireplace and vanished in the blink of an eye. Severus, who had lifted his head to utter something, was met only with a blinding flash of fire. The members of the Death Eaters had gathered, seated in anticipation of Angelia's arrival. Shortly thereafter, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the meeting room, and Angelia entered, pulling open the door. I apologize for my tardiness, she said as she walked in, shedding her outer robe and tossing it over the back of her chair. She then swiftly seated herself and surveyed the faces of the attendees. Let us begin. The members of the Death Eaters understood well that Angelia had little patience for idle chatter. Thus each one succinctly presented their reports, omitting any superfluous words. My lord, the Death Eaters have recently exhibited a surge in activity, albeit limited to a small faction fiercely loyal to Voldemort, excluding the families we are particularly concerned about, reported the man seated fifth on the left, rising to address the assembly. Angelia gently nodded, signaling to continue the surveillance. The individual seated beside him promptly rose to his feet. My lord, he began, our agents have located young Barty Crouch at Mr. Barty Crouch's residence. Barty Crouch, once the esteemed head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was later supplanted by the members of the Death Eater faction, who appointed him as the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. This turn of events could be largely attributed to young Barty Crouch. Mr. Barty Crouch was once held in high regard, a respected director, and a formidable contender for the position of Minister of Magic. However, at a critical juncture in his rivalry with Cornelius Fudge for the ministerial role, the revelation of his son's notorious affiliations with the Death Eaters effectively derailed his career. Had it not been for the Malfoy family's favorable relationship with him, which afforded him considerable protection during this scandal, he might have lost even his position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. While he managed to retain his post at that time, the incident left an indelible blemish on his reputation, making it remarkably effortless for Angelia to seek a replacement for his role. Following Voldemort's downfall, Barty Crouch personally incarcerated his son in Azkaban, and it was not long before the younger Barty Crouch succumbed to illness within the prison walls, a fact well known to many. Angelia raised her head slightly, signaling him to continue. The man immediately understood and proceeded, stating that their operatives had discovered a small sprite named Sparkling residing in the home of Barty Crouch, who was responsible for the care of young Barty Crouch. Currently, only the father and son resided there. Shortly after the news of young Barty Crouch's demise spread, Mrs. Crouch also passed away. Mr. Crouch claimed that his wife fell gravely ill due to overwhelming sorrow from missing their son. Upon reflection, there might be more to this tale. Contemplating this, Angelia's gaze sharpened as she looked at the man who had just reported. Ensure you locate young Barty Crouch and bring him back. As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she cautioned, avoid using the soul-snatching curse. It is preferable to render him unconscious or petrify him for transport. Refrain from engaging in conversation or conflict. Send someone clever to execute a surprise attack. The man appeared somewhat perplexed by her instructions, yet he was obedient enough not to indulge in his own interpretations, dutifully following Angelia's directives. Events would later confirm that Angelia's strategy was indeed astute. Young Barty Crouch was highly skilled in manipulation, possessing a keen sense of caution, an exceptionally resolute will, and remarkable magical prowess. For someone of his caliber, a stealthy approach was the most effective tactic. At that moment, a figure seated at the far right stood up. Leader, the fairies wish to discuss the matter of the magical armor with you once more. Angelia curled her lips into a cold smile, dismissing them with a wave. The man complied and took his seat, while Patrick immediately rose to his feet. My esteemed leader, our business in London is progressing remarkably well. The Malfoy family has facilitated our access to the private potion stores of noble families. We have successfully captured the entire market share of high-grade potion supplies within the British wizarding community. Strangely, our most formidable competitor has inexplicably withdrawn from the contest. relinquishing all their channels to us. Patrick, evidently puzzled by this turn of events, conveyed his report with an unmistakable hint of confusion in his voice. Angelia blinked in bewilderment. Equally perplexed, I shall inquire about this matter. She pressed her lips together, noting it down. How is the progress of our other ventures? Very promising, he replied, a hint of confidence gracing his smile. Our overseas business is thriving as well, thanks to the special permissions granted by the Ministry of Magic. We have successfully expanded our potion supply business into Germany, France, and several other countries, achieving commendable results. Excellent, Angelia affirmed with a satisfied nod. Patrick settled back into his seat, a sense of pride swelling within him for the remarkable execution of his duties. After a brief pause, as no one else rose to report, Rogier finally stood. My leader, the progress within the Ministry of Magic has been exceedingly smooth. We have secured key positions across various departments. In your last correspondence, you mentioned that the minister need not be disturbed for the time being. Hence we have refrained from employing the imperious curse upon him. Rogier respectfully presented the compiled list to her. That will suffice. I have already placed the imperious curse upon him. Angelia took the document, glancing over it. Categorize which individuals are under the curse and which have been replaced, and submit a refined version to me. Cornelius Fudge did not appear to be under the influence of the curse, however. He had recently engaged in behavior starkly contrary to his character by publicly apprehending and bringing to trial Peter Pettigrew, leading Rogier into a moment of contemplation. Sensing his doubt, Angelia offered a calm explanation. I have recently discovered a new variant of the imperious curse, one that allows the bewitched individual to continue living according to their original character and habits without any apparent deviations. It exhibits an exceptionally high level of compliance, with an almost guaranteed success rate. Upon hearing Angelia's words, Rogier immediately comprehended the situation. He took the list that Angelia had handed him, marked a few items on it, and then returned it. These 3 individuals are under the influence of the soul-snatching spell, while the others have all been substituted with our own people. Angelia took the list, diligently noting down the 3 names along with their respective positions, before returning the document to Rogier. Excellently done, Angelia praised with satisfaction. Rogier's exceptional capabilities and his keen understanding of her intentions were commendable. He managed to execute her directives with precision, and he endeavored to devise solutions for her troubling dilemmas, thereby alleviating her of considerable burdens. Angelia inevitably recalled Leah, contemplating the possibility of reinstating her at the end of the term. However, next year, Snape would no longer serve as the part-time head of Slytherin House. She also harbored ambitions of securing that position for herself. After all, having a headmaster who was family would be far more convenient for her. Angelia's gaze swept across the table, only to find nothing of use. It was not a matter of capability. Rather, they had all made appearances in the outside world. The Wusue party had not deliberately concealed its growing influence. Any discerning individual could easily ascertain their affiliation. Should a parent of a student stir up trouble over this, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for Snape. Observing Angelia's silence, Rogier gently interjected, My leader, shall we conclude today's meeting? There are less than 10 minutes remaining until your next examination. Angelia was abruptly pulled from her reverie, and in disbelief, she glanced at the time before hastily donning her outer robe and declaring, The meeting is adjourned. No sooner had the words left her lips than she dashed out of the conference room. The members, resigned, rubbed their noses and dispersed in their own directions. In a flurry of urgency, Angelia finally arrived at the classroom a mere minute before the examination commenced. The subject of this test was the history of magic. Just as she found her seat, Professor Binns entered with a stack of exam papers. Fortunately, this course focused entirely on theoretical knowledge. As Angelia settled into her chair, she took a moment to steady her breathing while swiftly answering the questions on the paper. In the past, her performance in magic history had not been exemplary. Yet she was determined not to see a single E amidst a sea of O's on her report card. Thus, she fervently memorized the entire textbook on magic history. Thankfully, her remarkable memory proved advantageous, and her diligent studies from a previous life now bore fruit. Angeli swiftly completed her examination, however. This particular subject did not permit the luxury of immediate submission. Fortunately, she had no further commitments awaiting her. Setting down her pen, she lifted her gaze to Professor Binns, who stood at the front of the classroom, his countenance devoid of any expression. His eyes were not directed towards the diligent students laboring over their papers, but were instead fixated upon the floor. Fortunately, the The first-year students were indeed devoid of any inclination to cheat. It was also possible that they lacked the capability to do so. After all, the very essence of this room was imbued with anti-cheating enchantments, which were far beyond the means of the first-year students to unravel. Angelia could not turn her head. Yet from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a student on her right, who was scratching their head in deep contemplation. The quill danced across the paper, writing and rewriting, evidently struggling to recall a particular piece of knowledge. How pitiable, as Angelia observed him anxiously tugging at his hair. She could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. The morning's examinations had finally come to an end, and the students exhaled in relief, forming small groups as they made their way to the hall. The incessant stream of complaints and grievances nearly grated on Angelia's ears. However, once she finally settled at the Slytherin table, basking in the distinctive tranquility of her house, an unprecedented sense of ease enveloped her entire being. The serene atmosphere of Slytherin is simply magnificent. Following Slytherin, it is Ravenclaw that embodies tranquility. It seems that this examination poses little challenge to them. The first examination of the afternoon is potions. As they entered the potions classroom, Severus Snape stood at the front, awaiting their arrival. Each desk was adorned with a cauldron and the necessary ingredients for the lesson, while the blackboard merely displayed the examination questions, devoid of any recipes or procedural steps. The examination content is on the board. You have 2 hours. Submit your potion to me before the conclusion of the exam, Snape announced coldly. Casting a sweeping glance over the room, all students were silently bowing their heads, avoiding his gaze. Now commence. The potions examination did not permit group work. Each student was required to complete their own potion. Consequently, those accustomed to riding the coattails of their partners for high marks suddenly wore expressions of dismay. Simultaneously, some were eager to witness the folly of Angelia. Who could be unaware of Professor Snape's pronounced favoritism towards Angelia? In every class, she was paired with Draco, rarely engaging in practical tasks, while Draco shouldered the responsibility for their potion assignments, with her involvement limited to the most rudimentary of tasks. This time, however, the potions examination was strictly individual, and the results would be nearly instantaneous. There was no possibility for Angelia to resort to cheating. Angelia remained blissfully unaware that someone was eagerly anticipating the unfolding of events. Even if she had known, it would have mattered little to her. With an air of calm diligence, she meticulously prepared the potion ingredients, methodically casting them one by one into the cauldron. Her mastery over magical energies was exceptionally precise. And soon, a delightful spiral of mist began to rise from the cauldron. The liquid within gradually transformed into a translucent blue, prompting Angelia to cease the flames and prepare to lift the cauldron to pour its contents into a potion vial. However, an unexpected incident occurred. An odd object had been carelessly tossed into her cauldron by an unknown hand. Engrossed in her potion, Angelia had not considered the possibility of someone contaminating her brew. The once clear blue liquid abruptly morphed into a ghastly brown, bubbling ominously, while hissing and repugnant odors emanated from the cauldron. In a flurry, Angelia raised her wand, attempting to expel the liquid, but it was too late. The brown substance splashed high, and as she instinctively sought to evade it, she found herself flanked by Draco and Pansy. In a split second, gritting her teeth, Angelia threw herself over the cauldron. Severus Snape had never anticipated that Angelia would cause an explosion. His focus was primarily directed toward a group of trembling Gryffindors. When the cauldron erupted, Snape stood in the farthest corner from Angelia, and by the time he realized something was amiss, he was unable to reach her in time. Fortunately, the cauldron did not explode. The liquid inside gradually settled, but Angelia was far from unscathed. Her face, neck, and arms bore the marks of the potion, which appeared to possess corrosive properties, seemingly melting her flesh. In her desperate leap toward the cauldron, her robe suffered numerous burns, manifesting countless holes. It was summer, and the fabric of the school robe was not thick. Some of the potion had indeed seeped through to her skin. Snape was at her side in an instant, lifting Angelia and turning to leave without a moment's consideration for the stunned students around them. Draco and Pansy, equally alarmed, quickly grasped that something was amiss. While the others were unaware of Angelia's capabilities, they were acutely aware that she could never have caused the cauldron to explode. Exchanging a knowing glance, Draco furrowed his brow and stepped closer to Angelia's table. The potion within the cauldron had cooled completely, now a sticky, brown substance exuding an unbearable stench. Draco's gaze sharpened as he took a stirring rod from the side and stirred the contents of the crucible. only to discover something that seemed to remain unmelted within. Furrowing his brow, he glanced around but found no spoon or similar utensil. Thus, he resorted to a nearby potion bottle, lifting the crucible to pour its contents into the vessel. The viscous liquid proved rather obstinate to transfer. Yet Pansy comprehended his intent and promptly endured the unpleasant odor to assist him in scraping the liquid into the bottle. As the liquid gradually diminished, the unmelted object finally came into view. It was a piece of parchment, corroded to the point of being reduced to half its original size, encasing a largely deteriorated strip of African snake skin. The African snake skin was the material required for their current examination. Draco and Pansy exchanged a knowing glance, and she hastened away, fully understanding the urgency. Draco then announced with clarity, "Pansy has gone to fetch the professor. I ask everyone to please wait a moment." As the representative for the potions class, his presence was sufficient to quell any dissent. In the infirmary, the pallid figure of Angelia lay upon the bed, while Snape stood motionless at her bedside, observing Madame Pomfrey as she diligently attended to her injuries. How could this happen? How could students be permitted to concoct such perilous potions? Madame Pomfrey lamented incessantly, skillfully using her wand to mend the wounds upon Angelia's body. Angelia cast a furtive glance at Snape, intuitively sensing the depth of his anger merely by observing his expression. For a moment, silence enveloped them, and it seemed that Madame Pomfrey also perceived the palpable tension in the air. She silently attended to Angelia's wounds, meticulously tending to each one, before retrieving several potions, uncorking them, and presenting them to her. "Drink these," she instructed. Angeli dared not defy the order. She obediently consumed all the potions handed to her by Madame Pomfrey, even refraining from displaying any sign of distaste. Observing her compliance, Madame Pomfrey's tone softened considerably. "Stay here. I shall return in approximately 10 minutes. If all is well, you may leave." With that, she seized the empty vial and departed. As Madame Pomfrey's footsteps faded into the distance, the infirmary was left in an eerie silence, with only Angeli and Snape remaining. The atmosphere felt oddly tense, and though Angeli wished to shatter the silence, she found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Pansy approached. "Professor," she knocked gently at the door, uncertain if she should enter. The ambience inside felt peculiar. Snape uttered not a single word. He did not even glance at Angeli as he rose and strode toward the entrance. He passed Pansy without acknowledgement, striding decisively towards the potions classroom. Pansy instinctively recoiled, sensing the murderous aura that had momentarily enveloped Professor Snape. Casting a glance back at Angeli, whose pallor suggested a mix of guilt and helplessness, Pansy blinked in confusion but wisely refrained from further inquiry. "Are you all right?" Pansy leaned closer, whispering, "You nearly frightened me to death." Angelia helplessly tugged at the corners of her lips. "Fortunately, someone has cast something into my cauldron. We are already aware of it." Pansy's voice turned icy. "Draco discovered something in your cauldron, wrapped in parchment, African snake skin. No wonder." Angelia's gaze sharpened, and a mocking smile lightly curved her lips. "Who harbors such animosity towards me, willing to jeopardize this class to harm me?" Pansy gently reassured, "Do not dwell on it too much. Focus on resting and recuperating. We will unearth the culprit." Angelia lowered her gaze to the areas of her body marred by corrosion. After treatment, the once ghastly wounds had healed, leaving only faint, crimson scars in their wake. Having exchanged only a few words, Madame Pomfrey re-entered the ward, exhibiting no surprise at the shift from Severus to Pansy at Angelia's bedside. She bent down to meticulously examine the scars on Angelia's body, then waved her wand, casting several spells upon her. The shallow red scars began to heal at an astonishing pace. "All done, you're free to go," Madame Pomfrey declared, straightening up to glance at Angelia before turning to leave once more. Pansy blinked in astonishment. "You're all right now?" "Indeed," Angelia replied, a gentle smile curving her lips at Pansy's rare look of bewilderment. She reached out to pinch Pansy's cheek lightly, her voice soft as she said, "Let us go home." Pansy quickly regained her composure, wrinkling her nose as she noticed the numerous holes burned into Angelia's robes. "Your clothes." Angelia suddenly recalled her singed garments. With a flick of her wand, she mended the holes in her attire, and then, alongside Pansy, she returned to the potions classroom. At that moment, Severus Snape was casting a stern gaze over the students below. As Angelia entered, she distinctly heard him declare, "You are afforded but a single opportunity. Who has cast this object into Miss Royal's cauldron? Stand up immediately." Silence ensued. Not a single voice responded, nor did anyone rise to their feet. Angelia entered the classroom with an air of tranquility, drawing the gaze of nearly every student present. It was evident to her that some stares were particularly intense. One of these came from Draco, who was anxiously scanning her with his eyes, seemingly seeking confirmation of her condition. Their seats were in close proximity, and Angelia leaned closer to him, whispering, "I am fine now." Draco immediately appeared relieved. A glance from a distance caught her attention, and upon turning, she met the worried gaze of a pair of emerald green eyes, Harry. Angelia bestowed upon him a soothing smile, to which Harry responded with a faint grin. From behind her, a fervent gaze emerged, prompting Angelia to turn her head slightly, locking her gaze with a pair of dark eyes. Noticing her glance, Theodore anxiously mouthed a few words. "Are you all right?" Angelia revealed a faint smile, which instantly seemed to ease Theodore's tension. From the moment she entered the classroom, Severus Snape's attention was fixated upon her, yet she did not spare him even a fleeting glance. With a brief downward cast of his eyes, Snape's voice turned icy as he proclaimed, "Since no one has admitted to anything, I now require all of you to place your potions and hands upon the table, and no movements shall be permitted." The students promptly complied. Snape approached the nearest student, leaning in to gently sniff the contents of his cauldron, while casting a cursory glance at the potion ingredients on his desk, before swiftly moving on to the next. His pace was remarkably swift. Within a minute, he had inspected an entire row of students. After the examination, the students visibly exhaled in relief, not due to guilt, but rather because the proximity of Professor Snape was undeniably daunting. As he reached the midpoint of the second row, Snape halted before a particular student's desk. He merely sniffed the potion and furrowed his brow. His gaze swept over the remaining potion ingredients, and he was nearly certain of his suspicions. "Mr. Weasley, could you enlighten me as to why you omitted the African snake skin?" Snape fixed his gaze upon him. Ron Weasley finally raised his head, his legs trembling slightly, his body leaning precariously, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and cheeks, yet he feigned composure as he replied, "I added it." Snape scoffed. "Yet it is conspicuously absent from your cauldron. Who knows, perhaps it melted away, or maybe you simply misinterpreted the aroma." Ron continued to argue, though his confidence clearly waned. "I trust you comprehend my expertise, Mr. Weasley," Snape stated coldly. "A potion containing African snake skin possesses a distinct aroma, and its color transforms to a clear hue." Ron nervously swallowed. "Perhaps I may have misordered some potion ingredients, or perhaps the African snake skin itself lost its efficacy. It's possible it simply vanished from my cauldron." "Mr. Weasley," Snape stared intently at him, "allow me to reiterate my expertise. Given your doubts, I can assure you that regardless of the order, the unique scent of African snake skin cannot be obscured." Snape's expression turned exceedingly fearsome. "Moreover, African snake skin cannot lose its potency, for it is among the few potion ingredients that can be preserved indefinitely." Ron trembled almost uncontrollably. "I advise you not to question the olfactory senses of a potion's master. Of course, if you insist that I am mistaken, I can have your potion analyzed. Though it may take a bit longer, I believe it would be worthwhile." Snape spoke calmly. After all, material evidence is required during a trial. Trial? Ron appeared somewhat alarmed. It was merely a harmless prank. How could it necessitate a trial? A prank? Suddenly, Snape revealed a sardonic smile. "Mr. Weasley, I believe you have failed to grasp the nature of this matter. This is a malicious act of murder." As soon as Snape's words fell, a gasp of shock rippled through the students, and Ron staggered back a step. "No, it was merely a jest, a prank. I only intended to make a joke." This undoubtedly acknowledged his involvement in the incident, and the students' gazes towards him shifted instantaneously. "Adding an excess of African snake skin to our potion enhancer would cause the concoction to boil violently, churn, and possess a corrosive nature. If the cauldron were still heated, an explosion could indeed occur." At this point, Snape could not help but clench his fists. He felt an immense sense of relief that Angelina had completed her potion and extinguished the flame. Had she not done so, the consequences would have been unfathomable. "No, I had no idea." Ron shook his head in disbelief. Snape did not grant him the opportunity to argue. "Miss Granger, please enlighten me as to which chapter we acquired this knowledge." Snape's gaze suddenly shifted to Hermione Granger, who typically relished raising her hand in class. But this time she clearly wished to remain silent. Hesitantly, she stood, casting a glance at Ron, but under the pressure of Snape's stare, she spoke. "It was mentioned in the section regarding the effects and preparation of enhancers." "Very well." Snape gestured for her to sit down, then turned his attention back to Ron. "Mr. Weasley, your classmate has articulated the matter quite clearly. I believe I did not overlook this point during our lessons. Since you are aware of this incident, you must also comprehend the consequences it entails. Thus, this is not merely a simple prank. I am loath to speculate on the extent of malice that may lie behind your actions, but I will pursue this matter relentlessly. Snape shot him a cold glance before turning away and announcing loudly, "This examination concludes here. Due to certain circumstances, we shall reschedule another test. Please return and review diligently." With that, he strode out of the classroom. The students raised no objections. In fact, they were all deeply unsettled by the events of the day. They left the classroom in small groups, still murmuring about what had transpired. Not a single person acknowledged Ron, who stood in the center of the room, dazed and forlorn. Even the boy who usually accompanied him departed alone. Angelia did not return to the Slytherin common room with Draco and the others, for she had one more task to accomplish. She pushed open the door to the potions office and entered, yet Snape was absent. Undeterred, she searched the dormitory but found no trace of him. He now frequented only 2 locations daily. If he was not in the potions office, he was most likely in the headmaster's office. Angelia pouted unhappily. She had expected him to await her in the potions office. If he truly wished to forgive her, he would surely be there. Yet, she was wounded, and fear had gripped her at that moment. She understood he was blaming her for not evading the situation. But Draco and Pansy were right beside her, and had she chosen to flee, they would undoubtedly have been harmed. He did not offer her a single word of comfort, instead choosing to seethe in his own anger, without even inquiring about her reasons for her actions. Angelia originally intended to seek him out in the principal's office, but the mere thought of it deflated her spirits. Amidst her disappointment, there lingered a tinge of grievance. This time, she was unwilling to bow her head. Angelia curled up languidly in the chair behind the desk, resting her chin on her arms as she leaned over the table, pouting in a display of distress. She never intended to be hurt. It was not her intention at all. Why did he deny her even a single opportunity to explain, choosing instead to ignore her completely? Angelia sat in a daze, her gaze fixed upon the ink bottle on the table, her heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of grievance. A sudden wave of emotion surged through her, causing her nose to tingle and her eyes to redden instantly. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, splattering onto the surface beneath her. Severus, in a hurried manner, returned with a salve, and as he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of Angelia, forlorn and weeping alone at the table. The once bright and clear gaze of her large eyes was now clouded with tears, and her thick lashes were dampened, rendering her utterly pitiable. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Severus felt a pang of concern in his heart as he rushed to her side, cautiously reaching out to tug gently at her arm, as if to inspect her injuries, yet hesitating to apply any pressure for fear of causing her pain. Angelia was still lost in her emotions when someone suddenly rushed past her, startling her. "What brings you back?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Angelia turned to look at him, her voice still carrying a hint of tenderness. "I have found the scar-removing ointment. Once applied, the scars will soon vanish." Snape placed the ointment he had just discovered upon the table, his gaze still scrutinizing her with concern. "How are you faring? Is there any discomfort?" Angelia gazed at the small box of ointment on the table, shaking her head in a daze. "Did you just go to fetch the ointment?" "Indeed." Seeing that Angelia appeared to be genuinely unharmed, Snape finally exhaled in relief. He casually picked up the small box of ointment from the table and opened the lid. "Applying this ointment will swiftly diminish the scar." Angelia blinked her eyes playfully and suddenly threw her arms around Snape's neck, burying herself in his embrace. "Severus." Angelia's voice was soft and tender, laced with a hint of affectionate attachment, which melted Snape's heart and dispelled the lingering anxiety in his gaze. "It's all right now." Snape lowered his voice soothingly, cradling Angelia closer and gently stroking her little head. Angelia nuzzled into the crook of his neck and murmured softly, "I apologize. I should not have thrown myself onto the cauldron." Snape's breath hitched for a moment, and after a pause, he sighed gently. "You did it to protect Draco and Parkinson." "I understand." Angelia gently caressed the nape of Snape's neck, her fingers delicately pinching his earlobe before she turned her head slightly and playfully nipped at it. Snape's breath caught sharply. One hand pressed her petite head against his shoulder to restrain her movements, while the other hand, as if in punishment, pinched her ear, admonishing her. "You must not do that again." Angelia promptly replied with obedience, "I won't do it again next time." Severus let out a resigned sigh as he gently lifted her and placed her on the chair. He then used the pad of his finger to carefully apply a soothing ointment to her wounds. Those injuries had completely healed, leaving behind only faint, flesh-colored scars that were gradually fading with Severus's ministrations. Methodically, he traced the scars on her arm, applying the ointment until every mark was adequately treated before retracting his hand and speaking with an air of calm detachment. I will pursue this matter to its conclusion. In the meantime, I advise you to minimize contact with the Gryffindor students and refrain from venturing out alone. Severus lowered his gaze to Angelia's delicate fingertips, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Angelia gently lifted his chin with her hand. Snape looked up into Angelia's beautiful blue eyes, and his expression gradually softened. He reached out and pinched her cheek, appearing utterly resigned. Behave and do not wander off. Understood, Angelia replied obediently, but you must also be cautious. For the students, the most pressing matter was to contend with the examinations of various subjects. And thus the incident during the potions exam was swiftly forgotten as they immersed themselves in their next assessments. By the time the final exam concluded, the matter was never revisited. After all, the two parties involved, Angelia and Ron, participated in each exam with nonchalance, and no further unexpected occurrences transpired. The announcement that the potions exam would have a retake after the second year commenced was undoubtedly exhilarating news for many students, as it afforded them an additional holiday to prepare without the pressure of obtaining potions grades during the break. During the period leading up to the holiday, Harry and his godfather, Sirius Black, had cultivated a profound bond. To escape the cold reception of the Dursleys, he resolved to accept Sirius's invitation to spend the holiday at his home. Spending the holiday in the wizarding world was immensely thrilling for Harry, as it would facilitate his interactions with Draco and Angelia. Although Draco fervently invited Angelia to the Malfoy Manor for the holiday, she declined, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, this sorrow was assuaged once Angelia repeatedly assured him that she would visit often during the break and bring him gifts. Upon disembarking at the London platform, Angelia first greeted Narcissa and Lucius before making her way back to Newmontgard. To be frank, she was not particularly eager to return, but she felt compelled to check in regardless. As a plume of green flames erupted from the fireplace, Angelia materialized in Newmontgard. In the living room, Dumbledore and Gellert sat side by side on the sofa, engrossed in their books, each with a cup of red tea before them, accompanied by a heap of sweets, exuding an aura of contentment. Upon noticing Angelia's return, both of them looked up in unison. Gellert's eyes shimmered with delight, though his face quickly adopted a haughty, dissatisfied expression. So you finally decided to come back. Dumbledore, on the other hand, wore a relaxed smile, greeting her with, "It's been a long time." Angelia disregarded Dumbledore, rolling her eyes at Gellert and retorting without reservation, "What? You're at home cozying up with your old flame, and you blame me for not returning?" Gellert's eyes widened in indignation as he glared back at her, exclaiming, "What do you mean by cozying up? Is this what you learned at Hogwarts?" As if a sudden thought struck him, he immediately turned to Dumbledore, speaking gently, "You know I didn't mean to imply anything negative about Hogwarts." Angelia cast a disdainful frown at Gellert, as if repulsed, and shivered slightly. "Could you behave normally?" she remarked, her brow furrowed as she regarded the overly affectionate Gellert. "Do not disgust me." Gellert's expression momentarily shifted, only to be replaced by an exceedingly gentle smile as he gazed at Angelia. "What did you say?" Angelia was startled, retreating hastily into the fireplace, stammering, "It's nothing. I wish you both a long life and everlasting happiness." With that, a plume of green fire erupted, engulfing her figure. Gellert furrowed his brow in displeasure, while Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the now empty fireplace, eventually exhaling a gentle sigh, his face breaking into a warm smile. "Do not be upset. She returned specifically to check on you," indicating her concern. Dumbledore then lifted the cup of red tea from the table and offered it to Gellert. "Have a cup of tea." Upon departing from Newmontgard, Angelia instantly apparat to Spinner's End. Today marked the beginning of the Hogwarts holiday, and while students were required to take the Hogwarts Express home, the professors were not bound by such necessity. Thus, Severus had returned here early. The two had decided to spend the holiday nestled in Spinner's End, making the renovation of their abode the most pressing matter at hand. Angelia gazed down at the worn wooden floorboards and the antiquated furnishings, feeling that this matter could no longer be postponed. The house was steeped in unflattering memories of Severus. They had once contemplated renovating it together, yet tragically, fate intervened before they could realize their plans. As soon as she broached the subject, Severus readily acquiesced. Upon returning, he emerged from the bedroom, peering out with a gentle smile. "I brought you a cake from the corner bakery. It's in the kitchen." Angelia's eyes sparkled with delight. Instantly casting aside her previous plans for modification, she excitedly dashed to Severus's side, tiptoeing to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, before swiftly turning and racing into the kitchen. On the kitchen table lay 2 cake boxes, one filled with matcha and the other with strawberry, both flavors that she adored. Angelia sat joyfully at the table, scooping a spoonful of dessert into her mouth. The sweet, velvety flavor enveloped her tongue, dispelling the psychological shadows she had left behind in Newmontgard. As Severus emerged after organizing his belongings, he beheld Angelia, feeding herself with an enthusiasm reminiscent of a hamster. Upon noticing Severus' presence, she promptly offered him a spoonful of cake, urging him to take a bite. Severus bent down to taste the cake from her spoon, observing her triumphant smile akin to a kitten's mischievous delight, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. Lunch, as usual, was delivered by the house elf, and Severus dined on steak while Angelia, lacking an appetite, merely seized a piece of the cut steak from his hand, considering it sufficient sustenance. Following their meal, Angelia and Severus decided to venture out for a stroll. With the style of the newly renovated space yet to be determined, they opted to explore home decor stores together. Before departing, Angelia transformed herself back into her adult form. "Let us go," she said, playfully tossing her flowing, light golden curls. Her eyes sparkled with an unconscious allure. Naturally striking, she donned a wine-red gown paired with satin heels of the same hue. Around her neck lay an exquisite necklace adorned with ruby and diamond fragments, while delicate ruby earrings dangled gracefully, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Her every gesture radiated a perfect blend of charm, while her eyes remained pure and clear. The striking contrast of red and blue, seduction and innocence, did not diminish her allure. Rather, it added an enticing layer of mystery. Severus approached her, lips pressed together, and with his slender fingers, he gently tilted her chin, poised to bestow a kiss upon her brilliant crimson lips. However, just as their lips were mere millimeters apart, Angelia suddenly smiled and softly spoke, "If you dare smudge my lipstick, you shall sleep on the sofa tonight." Severus found himself halted, suspended in that moment, mere inches from her alluring lips. Angelia flashed a charming smile, deftly stepping back as she gently nudged his shoulder. "Come, let us venture out for a stroll." Snape's gaze lingered stubbornly on her lips, unwilling to divert. Angelia, with a sense of resignation, leaned closer and whispered softly into his ear, "Wait until we return tonight." Severus, exercising restraint, shifted slightly away, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Angelia. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely responded, "Let us go." In the home goods store, Angelia linked her arm with Severus, attentively listening to the salesman's presentation. Angelia is enamored with ornate and extravagant styles, while Severus prefers simplicity and cleanliness. Although Severus had previously stated that the matter would be entirely to Angelia's liking, she still intended to find a design style that would please them both. After wandering through various home decor stores for an entire afternoon, Angelia finally began to formulate some ideas. She selected a few pieces of furniture that she adored and arranged for delivery with the store's personnel before departing with a sense of satisfaction. By this time, it was already dinner hour, and the two sought out a French restaurant to enjoy a meal, only to encounter an unexpected acquaintance within. "Leah?" Narcissa looked at Angelia and Severus with a hint of surprise as they entered the restaurant, immediately breaking into a gentle smile. What a coincidence! The other two at the table, who had been engrossed in the menu, lifted their heads, Lucius and Draco. "Severus?" Lucius raised an eyebrow as he observed the pair. Draco stared in astonishment at Angelia's face, momentarily forgetting to greet Severus. His gaze was so unguarded that it wasn't until Severus, frowning in discontent, shifted slightly to envelop Angelia in his embrace that he snapped back to reality. "Oh, Godfather, good evening." Draco hastily greeted Severus, yet his eyes furtively darted back to Angelia. Lucius, noticing Severus's unkind gaze, firmly pressed Draco's head down onto the menu. "Order properly." He cast a discreet glance at Severus as he spoke. Draco struggled for a moment but ultimately resigned to resting his head on the menu in defeat. Angelia found the scene amusing but dared not laugh, so she followed Severus to a table situated neither too far nor too close. It wasn't until Severus and Angelia were seated and had placed their orders that Lucius finally released Draco's head. "Mother, do you know Godfather's companion?" Draco inquired curiously as soon as he was free, leaning toward Narcissa. "She is a friend," Narcissa replied, still wearing her gentle smile. "How come I've never seen her before?" "She looks remarkably like Angelia," Draco ventured, casting a surreptitious glance. Aside from the age, They are almost identical. Narcissa chose not to respond. Draco pressed his lips together, leaning in closer to whisper, "Is she related to Angelia?" "You will have the opportunity to learn about that in due time," Lucius interjected, gently stroking the serpent head of his cane. "But not now." Draco, deterred from further inquiries, fell silent with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Angelia, seated in her chair, felt the weight of a probing gaze from behind her. She leaned forward slightly, feeling somewhat guilty. She regretted entering the restaurant, unprepared to disclose her circumstances to Draco. The abrupt encounter today would undoubtedly pique Draco's curiosity, compelling him to delve deeper. Angelia's troubled little face was contorted in a frown, as she repeatedly flipped through the menu without absorbing a single word. "Do not worry," Severus said with a hint of exasperation, gently holding her hand resting on the table. "Lucius will find a way to conceal it. But that would be deceiving him. He would certainly be angry." Angelia pouted despondently. "I do not wish to lie to him." "It is not you who is deceiving him," Severus reassured her, giving her hand a comforting squeeze. "It is Lucius who is the deceiver. You are not to blame." Angelia pressed her lips together, yet she could not muster any enthusiasm. Not revealing the truth to him was for his own good. He would come to understand it in due time. Snape let out a soft sigh, suggesting, "Shall we perhaps choose a different restaurant?" Angelia shook her head, striving to muster her spirits as she perused the menu. "It's nothing," she murmured. The restaurant served its dishes promptly, and the items ordered by the two soon arrived. Angelia absent-mindedly prodded the food on her plate with her fork, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Noticing her vacant gaze fixed upon her plate, Narcissa turned her head to observe her, while Severus, across the table, appeared equally taciturn. She glanced over at Draco, who was blissfully enjoying his meal, having seemingly cast aside the matter at hand. With a resigned sigh, she discreetly flicked her wand when no one was paying attention. Angelia was lost in her thoughts when a note unexpectedly appeared amid the chaotic array of food before her. "Stop overthinking. Just eat." Severus looks utterly despondent. Draco had nearly forgotten about the matter, on the verge of swallowing his plate whole. "I assure you, I shall devise a way to placate him. For Merlin's sake. Do enjoy your date." Angelia blinked in bewilderment as the note before her vanished once more. She lifted her gaze towards Narcissa, who had just turned to cast a reassuring glance in her direction. Beside her, Draco was thoroughly enjoying his meal, his eyes scarcely leaving the plate before him. Draco exclaimed, "Hurry up and eat. I must return swiftly to pen a letter to Angelia and inform her of this matter." Under the soothing presence of Narcissa, Angelia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her gaze to Severus Snape across from her, who was meticulously and gracefully slicing the food on his plate, seemingly oblivious to her presence. "Severus?" Angelia ventured to speak. Although he did not acknowledge her, he presented the neatly cut food in his hand towards her, while he discreetly removed the disheveled portion that lay before her. Angelia puffed her cheeks as she inserted a piece into her mouth, the sauce and juices bursting forth, instantly captivating her taste buds, while the crispy outer layer bestowed a richer texture to the beef. Angelia squinted her eyes in delight as she swallowed the morsel of meat in her mouth. Snape, too, took a piece of the disheveled meat she had prodded and placed it into his own mouth. His expression remained inscrutable, his gaze slightly lowered to the plate before him, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. "Severus," Angelia cooed, softening her voice, "won't you attend to me?" Snape lifted his eyelids to cast her a fleeting glance, only to lower them once more, resuming his solitary meal with no intention of responding. This peculiar atmosphere lingered until the conclusion of their dining experience. The Malfoy family had long since finished and departed, leaving the renowned romantic French restaurant teeming with couples reveling in the sweetness of love. Yet, Angelia and Snape remained a pair of silent diners throughout their meal. As dusk settled in, the summer evening breeze carried a hint of chill. Angelia, dressed lightly, could not help but shiver as she stepped outside. Snape furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could react, Angelia had already leapt into his embrace. "It's so cold. Will you carry me home?" she implored, nestling against him, her red lips pouting in a playful, endearing manner. Snape regarded her intently, while Angelia feigned innocence under his scrutiny. After a moment, he exhaled softly, shedding his outer coat and enveloping her entirely within his embrace, lifting her chin to plant a kiss upon her lips. Under the veil of twilight, they stood quietly at the street corner, sharing a tender kiss. The street was sparsely populated, and those who did pass by seemed to hasten away, eager not to disrupt their moment. Angelia's chin remained captured by his hand, compelling her to gently rise on tiptoe to facilitate his kiss. Suddenly, the streetlights illuminated, casting a warm golden glow above them and softening their silhouettes. Angelia wrapped her arms around his neck, while Snape tightened his hold, transforming what had initially been a kiss tinged with inexplicable jealousy into something tender under Angelia's fervor. Only when the last vestiges of discontent dissipated did Snape finally release her. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her clear blue eyes shimmered with an enchanting mist. Unknowingly alluring. Snape's throat tightened. An overwhelming urge to lean down and kiss her again surged within him, but Angelia covered her lips and pulled away. No. She playfully chastised him, her voice soft as silk. Let us go home. Without hesitation, Snape led her away via apparition. The night in Spinner's End felt darker than elsewhere, and they reappeared at their home in the alley. The sky had completely surrendered to night, and as Angelia's feet touched the ground, she was instantly drawn into Snape's embrace. Her lips captured in a fervent kiss. They stumbled through the doorway, the lights left unlit, as Snape carried Angelia, guided by memory, to the bedroom. Angelia found herself in a daze from the kiss, feeling as though her body had been lifted into the air one moment, only to land softly on a plush bed the next. This was the bedroom where Snape typically resided, the sheets still imbued with his distinctive scent. Enveloped by this familiar aroma, Angelia's body instinctively relaxed. As they lay closely entwined, Snape immediately sensed the transformation within her. The once delicate form in his embrace seemed to lose all rigidity, becoming a fluid, silken essence. He traced the contours of her newfound softness, casting aside the obstructive fabric that fell carelessly to the floor. The temperature in the room steadily rose, as did the synchronization of their heartbeats. If there were any advantage to being with a master of potions, it would surely be the absence of concern regarding potion-related matters. As Angelia opened her eyes, she was met with a bottle of purple potion before her. Awake? Snape inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Did you sleep well? Quite well, Angelia replied, shaking her still drowsy head as she redirected her gaze to the potion. Noticing her focus, Snape uncorked the bottle and offered it to her. I forgot about this last night. Angelia took the bottle, pressed her lips together in a moment of resignation, and remarked, You truly resemble someone who, after a night of indulgence, is reluctant to take responsibility. Snape raised an eyebrow as he observed her swallow the potion, casually placing the empty vial aside before leaning in closer. To demonstrate that I am not averse to responsibility. His gaze fixated on her crimson lips. Perhaps I should exhibit a modicum of sincerity. Allow me to remind you that you have an engagement at 9 this morning. And it is already 8:25, he continued, unless you can accomplish what you intended to do last night within the next 35 minutes. Angelia arched an eyebrow in defiance. However, I have heard that those of advanced age often lack consistency in their performance. Perhaps you could manage it? Snape's expression darkened noticeably. I cannot. He gritted through clenched teeth, then rose to retrieve the empty potion bottle, striding towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back with an enigmatic smile. But we can revisit this issue tonight. With Snape preoccupied with other matters throughout the morning, Angelia set about her home renovation plans. The agreed-upon furniture arrived promptly at 9. And after settling the payment and sending the workers away, she closed the door and waved her wand to commence her transformation of the space. Snape returned home at 2 in the afternoon, and the moment he stepped out of the fireplace, he nearly thought he had entered the wrong domicile. The living room was devoid of the moldy, cracked wallpaper, replaced instead by soft beige walls. The dilapidated floor had been supplanted with elegant wooden flooring, adorned with a plush, patterned carpet, over which a set of deep green velvet sofas now sat. The once meager coffee table had vanished, replaced by a charming wooden tea table in a matching hue, upon which rested a beautiful white porcelain vase brimming with vibrant camellias. The ceiling, too, had been painted a soft beige, and the swaying chandelier had been substituted for a stunning feathered lamp, the feathers seemingly enchanted, glimmering in the light with a delicate silver sheen. Welcome home, Angelia greeted cheerfully, emerging from the bedroom with her wand in hand, her radiant expression imbued with warmth. Instantly soothed Snape's weary heart. Angelia gracefully approached Severus, coming to a halt before him. She extended her arms, encircling his waist, and rested her cheek gently against his chest. The delicate fragrance wafting from her hair infiltrated his senses, cascading down his torso and ultimately lingering at the very core of his being, precisely where her face made contact. You have worked hard today, she said, bestowing upon him a radiant smile, one that was truly generous. She rose slightly on her toes to plant a soft kiss upon his lips, her eyes narrowing playfully as she added, "This is a reward." An increasing wave of her scent enveloped him, merging with his bloodstream, flowing through every corner of his body, infusing each part with boundless warmth and vitality. Severus shifted his throat, feeling a slight ache in his eyes, and lowered his gaze to capture her beautifully shaped crimson lips in a kiss. Angelia obediently closed her eyes and tilted her head in harmony with him. She sensed his restless heart and perceived the tumult of emotions he struggled to suppress. In her own gentle manner, she offered him the softest comfort. She felt the tremors upon her lips gradually subside, his touch becoming ever more tender. Only when their lips parted did he lean his forehead against hers, revealing a faint smile. "Thank you." Angelia's gaze remained gentle as she playfully nudged his nose, only to mischievously create distance between them. "Lunch is ready, prepared by my own hands," she declared. With her eyes narrowing like a sly little fox, she asked, "Would you care to taste it?" "Of course," Severus replied, a subtle smile of delight gracing his lips. He removed his outer robe and hung it on a rack before following Angelia into the kitchen. The dining table was adorned with 2 steaming plates of steak. After washing his hands, Severus took a seat, and Angelia promptly placed one of the plates in front of him. She seemed a tad anxious, her bright blue eyes shimmering with unmasked anticipation, which elicited an involuntary smile from him. Amused by her nervousness, he deliberately took his time, picking up the knife and fork and slowly slicing into the steak. Oblivious to his teasing, she continued to gaze at him with eager expectation, waiting for him to take a bite. Under her watchful eyes, Severus brought the steak to his mouth, his mind racing to formulate a sincere yet reasonable compliment that would delight her. The moment the rich flavor enveloped his senses, the smoky aroma of the wood-fired charcoal dominated his palate, followed closely by the equally potent essence of the sauce. Amidst the mingling scents, a subtle hint of creaminess wove its way through. The steak was cooked to perfection. The outer layer boasted a tantalizing char, and as the knife pierced through, the tender, juicy pink interior revealed itself. The primal aroma of the succulent beef danced between his teeth and wafted through his nasal passages. Severus looked up in surprise, and from the astonishment in his eyes, Angelia understood his thoughts but could not resist asking, "How does it taste?" "Excellent," he replied, not particularly skilled in giving praise. Yet at that moment, he endeavored to convey his admiration, better than any other flavor. He clearly struggled with this mode of expression. And as Angelia observed the faint flush on his ears, she noticed the slight furrow of concern on his brow, a manifestation of his clumsy attempts at flattery. A mischievous thought crept into her mind, and she approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and settling into his embrace, her delicate brows knitting together in playful irritation. "Is it better than my cooking?" Severus momentarily faltered, his expression caught in a moment of bewilderment, yet he quickly regained his composure, offering a cryptic smile. "One must taste it to truly know." Before Angelia could fully comprehend his intentions, her body was already lifted into the air. Instinctively, she clung tightly to Snape, only to hear a soft, low chuckle beside her ear. "Do not be afraid." Snape gently patted her back, then with a flick of his wand, preserved the food on the plate before carrying Angelia back to the bedroom. "After all the effort I put into making that steak, you were just going to waste it?" Angelia's back sank into the soft bed, her arms still draped around Snape's neck. She teased him with a question, yet there was no trace of anger in her tone. "I apologize," Snape murmured as he leaned in, capturing her lips. "We shall eat later." Fortunately, Snape's magical prowess was formidable, and by the time they emerged in the evening, the steak retained the flavor and warmth of its freshly cooked state. With satisfaction, Snape sliced the steak into small pieces, tenderly offering them to Angelia with a fork. Angelia was sweetly cradled in his arms as he fed her. Although this should not have been tiring, the inquisitive potions master suddenly recalled something, prompting him to attempt a new position with her, which he aptly dubbed the practice of consolidating new knowledge. Thus, they engaged in this exercise repeatedly. Reflecting on this, Angelia, with a hint of melancholy, nibbled on her small fangs and discreetly leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "I've heard that men tend to decline with age. Be wary of excessive indulgence." Snape raised an eyebrow, gently placing a piece of cut steak into her mouth. Yet his voice bore an undertone of threat. "It seems you are not entirely satisfied? Fear not. Once you are full, I shall demonstrate my worth to you." Angelia rubbed her sore waist, yet defiantly provoked him. "Don't strain yourself to the point of being unable to rise. You seem well fed." Severus curled his lips into a perilous smile. He leisurely set down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and gently wiped Angelia's mouth. "Then let us return and see if I can still manage to get up," he replied. With that, Severus tossed the napkin onto the table, scooped Angelia into his arms, and strode back to the bedroom. Angelia could no longer recall how many times she had uttered the words okay and satisfied last night. Nor could she remember how many endearing phrases she had been coaxed into saying, all of which he delighted in hearing. In any case, when she gazed into Severus's large eyes, they brimmed with accusation. Severus, aware of her exhaustion from the previous night, had risen early that morning to brew potions. Now, he returned with 2 vials just as Angelia awoke. She parted her lips to speak, but her throat ached painfully, and the sound that emerged was a hoarse whisper. So she opted to close her mouth instead, looking at him with a mournful expression. Severus, who had been oblivious to the toll of his actions the night before, now felt a genuine pang of remorse. He stepped closer, sitting at the edge of her bed, and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. His hand lightly brushed her throat, revealing a flicker of guilt in his eyes. I apologize. I was excessively harsh last night. Severus uncorked one of the potion vials and brought it to her lips, urging, please drink this first. Angelia lowered her gaze and obediently consumed the liquid from the potion vial with his assistance. Her long eyelashes brushed against her cheeks, and the delicate blush at the corners of her eyes, reminiscent of a gentle awakening, rendered her both pitiable and adorable. Severus tenderly caressed her soft, fluffy head and cradled her in his arms, allowing her to rest comfortably against him. Do you feel better? As the potion slid down her throat, the fiery sensation was swiftly quelled. Angelia tentatively spoke, her voice restored to its usual softness. It doesn't hurt anymore. Her tone was sweet and delicate, and her demeanor seemed almost ethereal, as if she might dissolve into a puddle of water within his embrace. Yet, he could not help but draw her even closer. Angelia was utterly exhausted. Her entire body felt languid and devoid of strength. Her waist had been painfully sore, but perhaps the potion that Snape had just administered was beginning to take effect, as the discomfort in her lower back had subsided. Snape had intended to rise and fetch another vial of potion, but Angelia seemed to sense his intention to leave. She immediately lifted her small head, gazing at him with bleary eyes, and then quickly pouted her lips, a hint of mist forming in her gaze as she plaintively murmured, "Hug." Snape, realizing he could not dare to leave her side, promptly returned to his seat, enveloping her in his arms and soothing her with gentle words, managing to dispel the mist in her eyes. Angelia was utterly exhausted yesterday, having only succumbed to slumber as dawn approached, and naturally, she had not had enough rest. The presence of Severus beside her brought her immense comfort, and it wasn't long before she drifted back into sleep, noticing the gentle rhythm of her breath growing deeper. Severus meticulously cradled her and laid her upon the bed, gently pulling a nearby blanket to cover her. Angelia seemed to sense something amiss in her slumber. She furrowed her brow and drowsily grasped Severus's arm, pulling it close to her chest, which allowed her to drift back into a peaceful sleep. Severus, unable to exert any force against her grip yet unable to withdraw his arm, found himself in a moment of stillness, ultimately resigning to gently call her name from the edge of the bed. "Leah, could you please let me go? I have matters that require my attention." His voice, tinged with helplessness, seemed to penetrate through layers of dreams into Angelia's ears. The little figure in her dream appeared to ponder for a moment, eventually relinquishing his hand, only to sulkily seize his pillow, hugging it close and nuzzling her face against it before once more succumbing to slumber. Severus couldn't help but chuckle softly. He carefully tucked her in with the blanket before reluctantly departing. As he stepped out of the bedroom and closed the door, the gentle expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual cold indifference. This matter needed to be resolved promptly. He could not possibly leave her alone at home throughout the holiday. With a slight furrow of his brow, he donned his outer robe and swiftly made his way to the fireplace. For the Weasley family, today was undoubtedly a significant day. From the moment their youngest son, Ron Weasley, returned home from school a few days ago, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sensed something was amiss. He scarcely interacted with the family, spending most of his time secluded in a corner, lost in thought, his expression one of anxiety, as if he were afraid of something. Before Mr. Weasley had the chance to engage in a heart-to-heart with his son, a letter from the Ministry of Magic arrived at their doorstep. "Dear Mr. Ron Weasley, we have received a report regarding an incident occurring on June 3rd at 2:03 p.m. in the potions classroom at Hogwarts, wherein dangerous substances were added to the potion of your classmate, Miss Angelia Royal, posing a life-threatening risk. We regret to inform you that this case is of a serious nature and constitutes a criminal offense. Such actions severely violate wizarding law. resulting in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Furthermore, the Ministry will pursue criminal charges against you for this behavior. You are required to appear for a hearing at the Ministry by 9 a.m. on June 5th. Take care. Yours sincerely. Hidania Noyce Magical Law Enforcement Office for the Weasley family. This was akin to a bolt from the blue. Mrs. Weasley nearly lost her footing. Drained of even the strength to express her anger, facing Ron with an unprecedented calmness. What is happening? Ron, knowing he had landed himself in trouble, stared at the letter bearing the Ministry seal, his face ashen as terror surged within him, quickly followed by a tempest of rage. How could this happen? I was merely playing a prank, just a harmless joke. George and Fred often pull pranks. Why must I face imprisonment? Ron shouted frantically. It was her fault. It was their fault. I merely intended to ruin her potion, to inflict a little pain. How could I have known that it might blow her up? Why didn't it kill her? Exhausted, Ron yelled, seemingly attempting to vent all the fear and panic he had endured during that time. Is she not alive? She is perfectly fine. I haven't committed murder, so why should I be imprisoned? A myriad of emotions intertwined, and for a moment, Mrs. Weasley found herself surprisingly calm as she gazed upon her nearly deranged son, her heart heavy with despair, yet a flicker of hope lingered amid the overwhelming gloom. After all, he was her son. Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but ponder that if Mr. Weasley had any acquaintances within the Ministry of Magic, indeed, he had a few. Though none held significant positions, perhaps a connection could ease the case or even lead to its dismissal. However, she was all too familiar with Mr. Weasley's social circle and realized that this avenue was nearly devoid of hope. Thus, she contemplated a second option. Perhaps she could seek out that girl and acquiesce to any demands she might make, as long as she agreed to retract the charges. With these two paths in her mind, Mrs. Weasley was uncertain if either could lead to success, but at least a glimmer of hope had emerged within her heart. Ron appeared to have calmed down. His head hung low as he sat on the ground, lost in thought, his letter crumpled in his hands. Yet the Ministry of Magic's postmark still gleamed brightly. Mrs. Weasley's heart ached for him, but instead of comforting Ron, she sent Errol to the Ministry with a letter for Mr. Weasley and then retreated to her own room. Everything would have to wait until Mr. Weasley returned. Mr. Weasley had been working. That morning, a wizard had enchanted a muggle's dining table, causing it to race around the house, creating chaos. He and his team had spent the entire morning resolving the matter. In truth, Mr. Weasley was quite intrigued by the runaway table and was about to inspect it when Errol suddenly flew in through the window. Hey, Errol, what's the matter? Mr. Weasley was in good spirits as he caught the almost exhausted owl, casually retrieving a small piece of biscuit from the jar on his desk to offer it. However, Errol behaved unusually, not pecking at the crumbs, but instead flapping his wings insistently, urging him to open the letter. Finding this strange, Mr. Weasley furrowed his brow and opened the letter, only to immediately turn and dash out of the office. The letter contained but a single, simple line. A pressing matter has arisen. Please respond promptly. With decades of unspoken understanding between them, Mr. Weasley immediately sensed that something significant had transpired at home, prompting him to hastily navigate the fireplace back to their modest dwelling. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. Fred and George had yet to return from their morning escapades. Percy was frowning while perusing a book that appeared to pertain to legal matters, and his youngest daughter, Ginny, was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, his son Ron sat despondently on the floor, clutching a piece of parchment. What is going on? Mr. Weasley anxiously scanned the room, hoping one of them could elucidate the situation. However, Percy merely glanced at Ron, hesitating to speak, while Ron remained absorbed in his own thoughts, oblivious to his father's presence. Before Mr. Weasley could utter another inquiry, Ginny's voice echoed from the staircase. Dad, she began, casting a hesitant glance at Ron before returning her gaze to Mr. Weasley. Mum is in the bedroom. With that, Ginny silently descended the stairs and sat quietly on the sofa. Observing the state of his three children, Mr. Weasley's heart sank, and he dashed upstairs with urgency. The bedroom door was ajar, and as he ascended the stairs, he spotted Mrs. Weasley seated on the edge of the bed, her back to him. Though he could not see her expression, years of familiarity allowed him to sense her profound distress. Relieved to find her unharmed, Mr. Weasley's relief was short-lived as anxiety quickly took hold. Had George and Fred found themselves in some dire predicament? As Mr. Weasley pondered the possibilities, Mrs. Weasley turned to face him. Her eyes were slightly swollen, clearly having shed tears recently, and the despondency reflected in her gaze startled him. What could have transpired? Molly had always been a warm and cheerful soul. How could she suddenly? Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, Mrs. Weasley spoke. Arthur, Ron has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic. He is to be judged. Minutes later, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley emerged from the bedroom, both clad in their outerwear. Their expressions grave as they sat on the sofa, their complex glances directed at Ron. Yet, they broke the silence. You are not to leave the house until tomorrow. We must step out, and it is possible we will not return tonight. Mr. Weasley turned to Percy, who was still engrossed in his book on wizarding law. Percy, as the eldest, it is your responsibility to look after your siblings. Should George and Fred return, ensure they do not venture out again. I understand, Percy replied. Percy set down the book he was holding, pressed his lips together in response, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Ron. He had already been aided by Ginny to sit on the couch, his head bowed in silence, uttering not a word. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley exchanged a few brief words before donning their outer robes and departing through the fireplace. The moment they vanished into the flames, Ron rose and ascended the stairs. It was only when the sound of a door slamming shut echoed from above that Ginny timidly leaned closer to Percy. Brother, everything will be all right, won't it? The plan devised by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley was to first seek out acquaintances within the Ministry of Magic to see if they could be of assistance. Recently, for reasons unknown, the ministry had undergone a significant upheaval, with many familiar faces being reassigned or even dismissed from their positions. The current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was also a new appointee, one with whom Mr. Weasley was not well acquainted, to say the least. After several attempts through former friends, he finally managed to reach the current head of the department. Good day, I am Arthur Weasley. The head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, Mr. Weasley greeted the man before him with a polite smile. The disguised Shacklebolt, observing Mr. Weasley, likely surmised the purpose of his visit. A gentle smile graced his face as he warmly replied, "Hello." Arthur's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment after his greeting. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Shacklebolt, understanding his unspoken request, slightly stepped aside to grant him passage, his tone remaining gentle. "Please, come in and speak." The room was a modest bachelor apartment, a necessity for Shacklebolt-esque guise as a middle-aged man entrenched in the bureaucratic world of the ministry. Having been compelled to vacate the luxurious confines of Rosy Ree Manor to reside here, after inviting Mr. Weasley in and preparing tea, he finally found the courage to speak after much contemplation. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley, leveraging her husband's connections within the ministry, located the file for Angolia. Eagerly, she flipped to the page containing the home address, only to find it utterly blank. Bewildered, she stared intently at the empty field, as if trying to will words into existence, yet her efforts proved futile. How can it be blank? Upon the birth of every wizard, a personal dossier is established, containing information that is unequivocally accurate and comprehensive. The addresses of underage wizards automatically adjust according to their current locations, as it is essential to restrain their use of magic outside school through tracking spells. Mrs. Weasley lingered in the archives for an extended period, prompting the file administrator to urge her departure. The disclosure of wizarding records is strictly prohibited, and permitting Mrs. Weasley to peruse the archives posed a significant risk to his employment, were it not for his amicable rapport with Arthur. Fortunately, Mrs. Weasley did not create any difficulties for him. She hastily glanced over Angelia's file before returning it and subsequently exited the premises under the guidance of the file administrator. Once outside the Ministry of Magic, Mrs. Weasley found herself at a loss in the middle of the street, uncertain of how to locate Angelia, as the ministry's records did not contain her address. Desperately, she racked her brain until an alternative solution dawned upon her. Since Angelia was a student at Hogwarts, it was certain that her records would be housed there. The newly appointed headmaster was Snape, whom she recognized. She could implore Snape, requesting merely a glimpse at the girl's file. They had crossed paths numerous times during Order of the Phoenix meetings. Yet Snape's former affiliation with the Death Eaters rendered him somewhat unapproachable, despite the absence of any animosity between her and Arthur. Hence, they had never initiated contact with him. After reflecting on her limited interactions with Snape, Molly was confident that she had never offended him, though they were not particularly familiar. Yet now, even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled her to take a chance. With determination, Molly resolved to seek Snape. But a new dilemma arose. She was unaware of his home address. Turning back, she re-entered the Ministry of Magic. As the file administrator finally relaxed in his office, Molly reappeared. "What brings you back?" he inquired, his astonishment evident. I wish to find another person S file. Thankfully, this inquiry proceeded smoothly. Snape S file was exceptionally detailed, allowing Molly to discover his home address, 19 Spinner S End, in the suburbs of Cokeworth. Grateful to the file administrator, she hurriedly exited the ministry and immediately apparat to Spinner S End. The surroundings were far from pleasant. In fact, they were utterly dismal. A pervasive scent of decay and putrefaction permeated the air, as various refuse and excrement littered the streets. A few individuals reclined against the crumbling wall nearby, casting wary and malevolent glances at passers-by. Molly tightened her hood, shielding herself from those unsettling gazes. She had never imagined that Severus would reside in such a place. After all, he was a man of stern demeanor, sharp intellect, and meticulous nature. Morley counted the dilapidated brass door numbers, ultimately halting before a house that appeared aged and in disrepair. Yet, at least compared to its neighbors, it seemed to pose no immediate risk of collapse. She ascended the stone steps and cautiously rapped on the door. Naturally, no one would come to greet her. At the very moment she departed from the Ministry of Magic, Severus and Lucius entered the minister's office. Moreover, half an hour prior to her arrival, Angelia had already apparat to Rosy Manor, leaving Morley alone in despair upon the stone steps. This day marked Angelia's first meeting with the Purity Party following her holiday, and it was also her inaugural appearance as an adult. Aside from those temporarily employed at the ministry, nearly everyone who could attend had gathered. Yet they all furtively scrutinized her. Even though Rosy had briefed them on certain aspects of her background, it did little to quell their insatiable curiosity. Angelia felt a tinge of helplessness. However, the scrutinizing glances directed her way bore no malice, merely a sincere curiosity, which she chose to tolerate. Glancing over the assembled attendees, she noticed that most had arrived, prompting her to declare the commencement of the meeting. She requested an update from the individual responsible for overseeing the situation concerning young Barty Crouch. As she cast her gaze downward, a particularly stern-looking middle-aged man rose in response. Angelia narrowed her eyes slightly, convinced that this individual had never attended a meeting before. The man, evidently aware of her unfamiliarity with him, began with an introduction. Esteemed leader, I am Shallenbull, responsible for managing the investigative task force within the Purity Party. I have not participated in previous meetings due to my continuous engagement in external assignments, but I am personally overseeing the matter regarding young Barty Crouch. Angelia nodded, indicating for him to continue. We have observed that Mr. Bataclouch has recently exhibited an unusual level of agitation. Investigations reveal that his mental state has remained remarkably stable over the past few years. However, his emotions have recently become increasingly elusive. The house elf, Twinkle, under his influence, has begun to engage in activities that Mr. Bataclouch explicitly forbids, such as letting him outside and secretly procuring his wand. We have attempted to track him on several occasions, but his counter-surveillance instincts are exceptionally keen. He detects even the slightest hint of irregularity and promptly returns home, thus preventing us from ascertaining his activities during these outings. Angelia furrowed her brow slightly. However, our team seized the opportunity to incapacitate him during one of his solitary outings and brought him back. He is currently confined in the basement of the manor. We have adhered to your instructions, allowing no one to have contact with him, not even the house elves, who promptly depart after delivering food and water. The basement is surrounded by defensive spells and surveillance personnel, and to prevent any thoughts of escape or rebellion, a magical array has been arranged around him to drain his magical energy. Angelia's brows unfurled as she lifted her gaze towards the man who stood quietly in place after completing his report, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Well done. The man visibly exhaled in relief. In truth, without having personally interacted with this leader, mere hearsay had not sufficed to elucidate her temperament. Yet, at this moment, it appeared that her disposition was quite agreeable, provided one fulfilled their duties. No one else seemed inclined to rise and speak, indicating that everyone's tasks were progressing smoothly. Free of complications, Angelia surveyed the room and nodded in satisfaction. Since there were no further reports to be made, I shall delineate the forthcoming focus of our work and personnel adjustments. Upon hearing of the personnel changes, the attendees immediately perked up. After a period of acclimatization, it was believed that the leader had developed an initial understanding of each individual's capabilities, leading to the possibility that those who did not meet her standards might be replaced. Uncertainty loomed regarding the criteria she would employ for her judgments. With this thought, a palpable tension arose among some present. Their contributions primarily revolved around maintenance and development, with minimal resistance in their daily tasks and seldom any reports made during meetings. Would the leader perceive their efforts as inadequate? Regardless of the thoughts circulating in the minds of those below her, Angelia maintained an impassive demeanor as she continued to issue directives. "Lena," she called, directing her attention to the young woman seated beside Rogier. At that moment, Lena sat upright in her chair, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she promptly raised her gaze upon hearing Angelia's voice. "For the upcoming term, you shall no longer attend Hogwarts. I am reallocating you to the Purity Party to assist Rogier in his duties." Lena appeared somewhat taken aback, but bowed her head in acquiescence. "Yes, my leader." Seated beside her, Rogier exhibited no discernible expression, seemingly aloof to the proceedings. Angelia did not pay them much heed and continued, "Next semester, I need to appoint someone to take on the role of head of Slytherin House and professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Is there anyone who would like to nominate themselves?" As her words faded, Rogier raised his hand eagerly. Angelia and Lena both turned their gazes towards him. Yet he chose to fix his eyes solely on Angelia, maintaining a calm demeanor. Angelia furrowed her brow. As the vice leader of the Pure Blood Party, she was burdened with numerous responsibilities, and the Rochelle Manor required a steadfast leader. Her presence could not be easily relinquished. Lena was capable of managing most matters within the Pure Blood Party, and the remaining issues could be addressed remotely from Hogwarts. Rochelle gazed calmly at Angelia. However, as a core member of the Pure Blood Party, she had openly declared her stance in earlier years, and Hogwarts prohibited the recruitment of wizards with clear affiliations as professors. Angelia continued to counter with a frown. "To my knowledge, Mr. Snape was once a Death Eater, and many professors at Hogwarts are members of the Order of the Phoenix." Rochelle's tone remained placid, yet Angelia detected a hint of urgency within it. Rochelle seemed reluctant to remain in close proximity to Lena for an extended period. Beside him, Rochelle struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions that surged within. He could sense Lena's unwavering gaze upon his profile, her disbelief and sorrow palpable even without his direct attention. Yet, their connection was no longer viable. He doubted his ability to make such rational decisions while constantly in Lena's presence. Thus he felt compelled to distance himself from her. Snape had absolved himself of his Death Eater identity, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix at Hogwarts had never publicly declared their positions. Angelia sensed the undercurrents swirling between Lena and Rochelle, yet she resolutely declined Rochelle's request. She was unaware of the nuances in their relationship, but it was evident that their bond was not merely one-sided affection. The sincerity and fervor in Lena's gaze towards Rochelle, coupled with the tenderness and longing in Rochelle's eyes for Lena, made it impossible to deny the depth of their connection. Perhaps it was because she had once experienced a passionate and tumultuous romance herself. Or perhaps it was due to the warmth and fondness Lena had shown her from the outset, that she was willing to create small opportunities for them, provided the circumstances allowed. It was merely a collaboration, the rest was up to them. Moreover, Rochelle's situation was ill-suited for leaving the Rochelle Manor. She could not be present there at all times, and the Pure Blood Party required a competent and influential individual to oversee affairs, making Rochelle the most suitable choice. For both personal and professional reasons, she could not acquiesce to Rochelle's request. Rochelle understood Angelia's implications clearly. In truth, he was not the most appropriate candidate either. And after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately relinquished his hold. Angelia's gaze swept over the other attendees of the witchcraft party, and she noticed a few individuals raising their hands after Roque's withdrawal. However, they were predominantly individuals of considerable magical prowess, yet lacking in strategic acumen, evidently unsuitable for placement at Hogwarts. Observing her slight frown of discontent, one more hand hesitantly rose. It was Patrick. Angelia's eyes sparkled with delight as she raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. "Patrick?" Upon being called, Patrick immediately began to explain. "The financial situation of the Death Eaters has recently stabilized, and my workload is manageable, allowing me to remotely handle matters from Hogwarts. I am entirely capable of continuing my roles as the head of Slytherin House and professor of defense against the dark arts, and I have never publicly declared my stance. More importantly, while Patrick's magical prowess may not be formidable, his intellect certainly ranks among the elite." "Excellent, you shall do," Angelia declared, scanning the table for dissent. There was none. Those not selected promptly set aside their hands. With no objections raised, the matter was settled. Having concluded the discussion on personnel adjustments, Angelia dismissed most of the members, retaining only a select few: Rochelle, Lena, Patrick, and Shaolin, who were crucial to the impending tasks. Everyone has performed extraordinarily well thus far, and we have established an initial framework. Before our adversaries can react, we must prepare further. Shallan, you will lead a team to track, investigate, and interrogate former Death Eaters who fervently followed Voldemort, particularly those from the Lestrange, Black, Nott, and Caro families. Voldemort is believed to have created 7 Horcruxes. At this, a collective gasp echoed around the table, even from the usually stoic Rochelle. I need you to find them by any means necessary. Angelia fixed her tranquil gaze on Shallan, adding, you only need to locate 6, as one has already been destroyed. The Malfoy family requires no investigation, regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Shallan. He maintained a veneer of composure. Understood. This matter must remain strictly confidential. No one beyond those present today may be informed. Angelia's cold gaze swept across every face at the table. In truth, she had interacted with everyone present, except for Shallan, whom she had only heard about through others. Nevertheless, she trusted him to the extent that this task could only be undertaken by him and his investigative team. Moreover, it could serve as a subtle test of loyalty. For Voldemort would eventually learn of the Horcrux's destruction. If anyone proved untrustworthy, this would be the perfect opportunity to expose them. Seeing everyone nod solemnly, Angelia reiterated, this is our most critical task at present. All others must provide Shallan with utmost assistance. Additionally, we must continue to monitor Numengard and the Order of the Phoenix. Yes, Rogier received the assignment. This matter was originally intended to be the responsibility of the Investigation Task Force. However, they are currently engaged in more pressing endeavors. He would delegate this trivial task to someone else. Angelia was utterly satisfied with Rogier, a subordinate whose exceptional abilities, quick wit, broad perspective, and unwavering loyalty to the Witch Purity Party rendered him a rare gem indeed. Having conveyed all necessary instructions and advice, Angelia adjourned the meeting and accompanied Rogier to her office. Previously, her commitments at the academy had precluded her from managing many matters herself, thus leaving Rogier to handle them on her behalf. Now that she found herself with time at her disposal, it was clear that decision-making could no longer rely solely on the diligent efforts of Rogier. However, upon glancing at the towering stack of documents nearly 2 feet high on her desk, she felt a wave of disheartenment wash over her as she looked at Rogier, who calmly gestured toward the 2 stacks of papers beside his feet, each soaring to a height of 4 feet. Angelia was suddenly jolted, her gaze towards Rogier shifting from despondency to guilt. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lena arrived to lend a hand, which greatly assuaged Angelia's feelings of remorse. Indeed, she was a leader who genuinely cared for her subordinates, in stark contrast to the oppressive nature of someone like Dumbledore. It was not until evening that Angelia completed all her tasks and returned home. The house was empty. Snape seemingly had not yet returned. She discarded her outer robe carelessly and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Rogier had truly borne an arduous burden. Angelia pressed her hand against her conscience, silently reprimanding herself for the exploitation of her subordinates. The day had gradually descended into twilight, and with a flick of her wand, she illuminated the room. The exquisite feather lampshade shimmered brilliantly under the glow, and her feelings of guilt began to subside. She refrained from attending to her paperwork not out of laziness, but rather out of a desire not to intrude upon the precious moments shared between Lena and himself. Angelia struggled to persuade her conscience when a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Molly had been sitting despairingly on the stone steps, teetering on the brink of collapse, unable to fathom what she would do if Severus did not return that night. With no other options available, she could only sit there, praying and waiting. Fortunately, before the night enveloped everything in darkness, the lights in the house behind her flickered to life. In an instant, Molly sprang to her feet, the abruptness of her movement causing her legs, numbed from sitting too long, to ache fiercely, and her vision momentarily blurred. Steadying herself against the nearby wall, she regained her composure, and, once everything returned to normal, she knocked on the door as gracefully as she could manage. Angelia was jolted back to reality by the sound of a knock at the door, immediately furrowing her brow in response. In truth, few were aware of the address of Spider's Alley, and even fewer would knock in a formal manner. Most of her acquaintances arrived via the fireplace. She highly doubted that any muggles from Spider's Alley would come knocking at her door in the evening. Thus, it was evident that the individual standing outside was someone unfamiliar with Severus and possessed a palpable urgency. Angelia quietly tightened her grip on her wand as she approached the door. Just as she was about to unlock it, a burst of green flames suddenly erupted from the fireplace. As a familiar figure stepped forth from the flickering light, the person outside urgently implored, "Severus, I beg you. I implore you to assist me. There is no one else who can offer me aid." Angelia turned around in astonishment to glance at Snape. For the voice that echoed from outside was one that sounded both unfamiliar and steeped in despair. Upon hearing this voice, Snape appeared to recollect something. He furrowed his brow and strode purposefully to Angelia's side, whispering to her, "You should return to your chamber." Angelia gazed at him, bewildered, blinking slowly, yet she obediently complied. She swiftly turned and retreated to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. At the very moment the door shut, Snape pulled it open. Standing outside was indeed Molly Weasley. Her face awash with tears, her once kind expression replaced by a heartbreaking despair. "Severus, I have no other recourse but to appeal to you," Molly implored upon seeing Snape. Her face reflecting the desperate hope of a drowning soul grasping at a lifeline. She leaned against the wall for support, nearly collapsing as she pleaded, "Please, tell me Miss Royal's address." Snape's gaze suddenly turned icy. "What do you seek her for?" Molly failed to notice the chill in Snape's demeanor. In truth, her vision was blurred by tears. She resembled a desperate swimmer flailing for breath, clinging to a thread of hope as she uttered, "My son Ron has found himself in a predicament. He is to be prosecuted. I wish to beseech her forgiveness. Please, I implore you, disclose her address." "A predicament?" Snape's eyes grew colder still. He crossed his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "I do not know her address." "How could you not?" Molly's composure finally shattered, and she fell to her knees before Snape, grasping his robe tightly. "You know, you must know. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts. You have access to student records. And why would I be obliged to share that with you?" Snape retorted, regarding her with contempt, stepping back in revulsion. "Ron is your student. We are all allies of the Order. You cannot turn your back on him," Molly implored, propelled forward by Snape's retreat, landing on her knees yet again. Her mind consumed by desperation as she fervently shook her head. "You cannot abandon him. Please, whatever you desire, I will grant it, whatever it takes. If only you can save him." A sudden scoff escaped Snape's lips as he leaned down to scrutinize the prostrate Molly, his voice laced with mockery. "You remain unaware of who lodged the complaint, do you?" Molly looked up at him, bewildered, finally realizing the shift in Snape's expression. He straightened, looking down at her with an air of cold detachment. "It was I. Therefore, you have beseeched the wrong person." "No, it cannot be, it cannot be." Molly murmured in disbelief, but he merely regarded her with derision, his stance one of superiority. A torrent of regret, shock, and despair flooded Molly's heart. "Why? I believe the ministry's correspondence has elucidated everything," Snape replied curtly, unwilling to expend further words on her. "I trust Ron Weasley will attend his trial punctually. Let our reminiscence conclude here. I have matters to attend to." Snape concealed his emotions and coldly regarded Molly, yet she remained motionless. Unbeknownst to him, her mind was consumed by a singular thought, the Imperius curse. If she could cast it upon Snape, he would be compelled to retract the case at the Ministry of Magic. Molly's grip on her wand tightened silently, though uncertain of Snape's magical prowess. She believed that a sudden strike would enhance her chances of success. However, the Imperius curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Snape had reported his son, but the boy had indeed harmed an innocent girl. She should not resort to such measures to protect her child. Yet, that case threatened to obliterate her son and potentially her entire family. With her head bowed in hesitation, she alternated between tightening and loosening her grip on the wand, ultimately deciding against action. She could not proceed this way. Despairing, she rose and departed in silence, hoping for a favorable outcome for Arthur. Meanwhile, despite Molly's fervent hopes and prayers, Arthur's situation was far from fortuitous. Herman was anything but the gentle soul he appeared to be. He led Arthur on a convoluted detour for nearly an hour, denying him the opportunity to express his intentions. When Arthur finally discerned a moment to speak, Herman deftly redirected the conversation, leaving Arthur unable to voice his request. Moreover, Arthur was not inherently skilled at making requests of others. Thus, he found himself discussing a myriad of trivial matters with Herman until midday approached, when Arthur finally seized an opportunity to shift the topic. "Mr. Clare." Arthur directed his gaze at Herman. To maintain his anonymity within the ministry, Herman had assumed the alias of Senac Clare. "I have come today to seek your assistance regarding a matter." Arthur spoke earnestly. Herman feigned attentiveness, all the while calculating the passage of time. It was nearly time. He could afford to dismiss Arthur. His fingers, resting on the arm of the sofa, subtly drummed against the soft leather. Once, twice, thrice. Just as Arthur prepared to utter his next sentence, a house elf suddenly appeared in the room. "Mr. Clare, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge urgently requests your presence in his office," the house elf announced respectfully after bowing, effectively silencing Arthur's impending words. Herman cast an apologetic glance at Arthur and, with a hint of reluctance, stated, "I'm afraid, Mr. Weasley, that an unexpected matter has arisen, and I cannot continue our conversation." Arthur stood up awkwardly, his mouth opening as if he wished to utter more, yet Herman, with an anxious glance at the time, assumed an air of obligatory politeness, effectively stifling Arthur's words. With a bitter heart, Arthur rose. The pleas that had churned in his mind transformed into a farewell. "I apologize for the intrusion today. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." Herman immediately displayed a semblance of gratitude, ushering him out with a courteous yet slightly hasty demeanor. The moment the door closed behind Arthur, the expressions of anxiety and appreciation vanished from Herman's face. Finally rid of him, Herman wondered if everything on their end was settled. With a languid yawn, he acknowledged that his throat was parched from the morning's discussions. The house elf promptly replied, "I have received word that arrangements have been made." "Understood," Herman responded, as the perceptive house elf discreetly departed. There was no minister of magic seeking him. It was merely an excuse to see Arthur off. Herman reclined back on the sofa, propping his feet up, relishing the tranquil solitude. After leaving the home of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in a dejected manner, Arthur sat at the roadside, lost in thought. He had failed to find the opportunity to plead for his son, yet doing nothing left him restless. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait by the entrance, hoping for a chance to meet the director again upon his return from the ministry. Deep down, Arthur understood that the director had likely surmised his intentions but had not afforded him the opportunity to speak. This indicated a lack of desire to intervene or assist, merely extending the courtesy of hosting him. Arthur had no true intention of troubling the director again. He simply felt lost regarding his next steps, enveloped by a paralyzing sense of dread. Sitting on the stone steps, he hung his head, striving to devise a solution. Yet he could not escape the reality of the two pivotal figures, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the injured girl. His wife, Molly, had already sought out the girl, and now he could only hope for a favorable outcome. As darkness fell, Arthur had yet to conceive a third solution. The lights in the director's residence illuminated, signaling that he was home. However, Arthur had no intention of knocking on the door once more. He shifted his legs in preparation to rise, but prolonged sitting had impeded circulation, causing a tingling sensation to spread from his toes throughout his legs. He had to remain seated for a moment to stretch his legs, only standing once the tingling subsided. Warm light streamed through the windows of the nearby house, and through the glass, Arthur glimpsed the director leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. He lowered his head and withdrew his wand, silently vanishing into thin air. Inside the room, Herman wore a cryptic smile, glancing at the now deserted street before returning his gaze to the newspaper in his hands. The once lively abode felt devoid of warmth and energy. The children sat silently on the sofa, awaiting the return of Arthur and Molly. Ron remained alone in the corner, his head bowed as he stared at his palm, a posture he had maintained for the entire afternoon. The others sat in silence, even George and Fred, usually the most boisterous, were muted, not a word exchanged, nor a glance shared. Ginny, who had always been closer to Ron, unexpectedly nestled beside Percy today. Percy continued to peruse the wizarding law in his hands, alongside a copy of Hogwarts' motto, yet his brow remained furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. In this oppressive atmosphere, Arthur returned. Everyone looked up in unison, but Arthur's face bore no trace of a smile. His expression was tense and rigid, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. It was evident from his demeanor that the news was not good. No one dared to inquire further. Instead, they averted their gazes, resuming their silent wait. Ron remained hunched in the corner, seemingly indifferent to the outcome they had brought back. Arthur sat down beside Ron, who did not react at all. No one spoke. The children resumed their previous calm, each absorbed in their own silence. Arthur, too, melded into this atmosphere, anxiously praying alongside them, each waiting in silence. Before long, Molly returned. Her face mirrored Arthur's tense expression, her eyes swirling with shock, despair, regret, and guilt, but lacking any trace of joy or hope. She, too, had failed. A collective sense of despair enveloped the room. The children's faces reflected palpable disappointment and fear, while Arthur managed a faint, pale attempt at reassurance. which only highlighted the underlying despair and guilt that rendered his comfort ineffective. Ron continued to sit quietly, head down, resembling a marionette devoid of life, an emotionless ornament. In a sudden moment, all eyes turned to Ron. With Arthur and Molly bringing no good news, it was clear that tomorrow Ron would have to face judgment in court. Even George and Fred, known for their playful jests, exhibited compassion and reluctance in their eyes. Molly, observing the children's expressions, felt a surge of resentment. Why couldn't the case be dismissed? Why did it have to escalate to this point? Ron was merely an 11-year-old child. Molly approached the sofa and sat down, the first to shatter the suffocating silence. Ron, she said, her gaze fixed intently on the boy with his head lowered. Did you deliberately intend to harm that girl? Upon hearing his name, Ron lifted his head in confusion, his vacant gaze taking quite some time to focus on Molly's face. No, I did not intend to harm her. I merely wished to play a small prank. Ron shook his head in bewilderment. I only wanted to cause her some discomfort or perhaps ensure her failure in that exam. I never contemplated killing her. While I did not think of murder, I did entertain thoughts of causing her harm. Molly's heart sank. Yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. Why would you wish her ill? At this, Ron's gaze turned venomous, and he shouted passionately. Simply because she made me bark like a dog in the corridor, humiliating me in front of everyone at school. She targeted me, isolating me from professors and classmates alike. Clearly unaware of this incident, Molly's expression shifted multiple times as she pressed on. But do you know why she would target you? Ron's expression froze. He certainly knew the reason. It was all due to a remark he had made in potions class. But so what? She always carried herself with an air of superiority, much like the serpents of Slytherin, and her very presence was nauseating. He had merely spoken the truth. Why should he endure such treatment? It was evident that she had deliberately sought to make his life miserable, and now she acted as if she were the victim. Why hadn't she been blown up in the process? With this thought, Ron regained his indignation. How am I to know why she targets me? What gives her the right to do so, strutting around with that repulsive demeanor, while nearly all the students and faculty seemed to favor her? Ron shouted, glaring at Molly. Even you question me? Do you not believe me? Do you all think I provoked her first? It was she who initiated this. She was always lingering in Snape's office. And Snape treated her so well, one could not help but suspect they shared some unsavory connection. That must have been why Snape favored her so. Even conspiring with others against me. Ginny had yet to enroll, and although the Weasley boys were in the same house, they did not communicate much with one another. They had only heard snippets about Ron's situation, lacking the specifics. Furthermore, the incident in the corridor had ultimately been resolved in the headmaster's office. And one could trust that Professor Dumbledore would handle it fairly, ensuring Ron would not suffer. Additionally, after that incident, Professor McGonagall had specifically approached George and Fred, warning them against any private retribution, stating she would keep a close watch on them. Even if they wished to avenge Ron, they dared not act, allowing the matter to fade away. Thus, for the time being, the children attending Hogwarts remained oblivious to the true nature of the conflict between Ron and Angelia, naturally accepting whatever narrative Ron presented. Typically, Ron was not the most mischievous or troublesome at home. While not entirely obedient, he was generally well-behaved. At that moment, his eyes were red, presenting an expression of profound grievance and misunderstanding, which convinced both Molly and Arthur of his words, particularly since Molly had witnessed Snape's protection of Angelia earlier that day. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, Snape's defense of Angelia was undeniably genuine. An 11-year-old child, subjected to such significant bias and misinterpretation, resorting to extreme measures for retaliation, merely failed to accurately foresee the consequences. This might prove beneficial in court. Regardless, Arthur and Molly breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Molly, in silence, recounted the day's events. And when she mentioned that Snape was the one who reported to the Ministry of Magic, even Mr. Arthur's face betrayed resentment, while the children were filled with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Ron, in the corner, looked aggrieved with reddened eyes, prompting even more sympathy from Molly and Arthur. They coaxed the children back to their rooms and then spoke to Ron about the trial, advising him on what to say and what to avoid. Before retreating to their own rooms, each lost in thought. This night was destined to be sleepless. After Molly departed, Angelia emerged from the bedroom. She scrutinized Snape with suspicion for a while, yet remained silent. Although the members of the Pure Blood Party assigned to the Ministry had not attended meetings for quite some time, they had not missed a single piece of news that needed to be relayed, and Angelia was already aware of Ron's situation. Snape was certainly cognizant of this too. Although he had not directly informed Angelia, the Pure Blood Party had nearly overhauled half of the ministry, and Angelia would undoubtedly be aware of it. He did not wish to disturb her good spirits, hence he had refrained from mentioning it in her presence, managing all matters himself. But what was with Angelia's current expression? Snape observed Angelia squinting at him suspiciously, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Indeed, the next moment, Angelia pouted, and her beautiful eyes quickly clouded with mist. Snape, momentarily bewildered, was instinctively propelled to move swiftly to Angelia's side, enveloping her in his embrace and softly comforting her. "What's wrong? Are you scared? You're hiding something from me now?" Angelia pouted, her tone laden with grievance. A flicker of understanding passed through Snape's eyes as he helplessly raised an eyebrow. "You don't know about this? How could I know if you didn't tell me?" Angelia appeared dissatisfied with his demeanor, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting Snape to abandon the argument. "I'm sorry, I merely wanted to surprise you." Upon hearing Snape's exasperated yet affectionate tone, Angelia couldn't help but smile slightly before reverting to her previous expression of distress. "Then you deceived me," she pouted, looking at him defiantly, clearly unwilling to concede. Snape couldn't suppress a light chuckle. He reached out to ruffle Angelia's hair, obediently asking, "How should I make it up to you?" Seeing that Snape was somewhat perceptive, Angelia could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips, shedding her previously pitiable facade. She leapt into Snape's embrace, revealing a triumphant grin. "Tonight, I shall be in charge. You are forbidden from voicing any objections. You must heed my words." Snape raised an eyebrow at her mischievous smile, sensing she might have concocted a new scheme, and felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. That evening, as he lay on the sofa, Snape found himself regrettably wishing to return to the moment when he had readily acquiesced, despite the Weasley family's distress and suffering. The sun rose the following day as it always did. Molly silently prepared breakfast for her family, yet it was evident that none of them had much appetite. After their meal, Ron was set to head to the Ministry of Magic. After a discussion, Mr. Arthur and Molly decided that Arthur would accompany Ron to the trial, while Molly and the children remained at home. The children, though reluctant, recognized the weariness etched on Arthur and Molly's faces and refrained from protesting, anxiously awaiting news in their home. On the morning of June 5th at 9 o'clock, Ron was promptly brought to the courtroom. The lighting was dim, with walls constructed of black stone, adorned with rows of flickering torches. Surrounding him were tiers of benches, gradually ascending, occupied by wizards clad in deep crimson robes, who regarded Ron with solemnity from their elevated positions. At the foremost benches sat several wizards appearing even more grave and dignified, perusing the parchment in their hands. Ron was led to the center of the room, where a chair awaited him, its armrests bound by chains on either side, seemingly poised to secure him firmly upon his seating. A sudden chill coursed through Ron as his mind fell blank. He hesitantly sat down in the chair, and the chains on either side quivered but did not ensnare him. Overwhelmed by fear, he struggled to swallow. Lifting his gaze to the stern wizards seated at the highest bench, who had set aside their parchment to fix their serious attention upon him. In their penetrating gaze, Ron felt as though all his past actions were laid bare, igniting a panic about the secret he had concealed the previous night, coupled with an unavoidable anxiety regarding his future. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that he had committed no wrongdoing, which lent him a modicum of courage. A sudden, jarring sound of metal clashing echoed from somewhere, akin to someone striking wood against an object. Ron jumped at the noise, but the jury fell silent, and the entire room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness. With an air of suffocating tension, the presiding wizard judge posed the first question. "Mr. Ron Weasley, do you plead guilty to the charge of attempted murder of Miss Angelia Royal?" Ron's heart raced, almost leaping into his throat as he spoke with fervor. Nearly springing from his seat, "No, I do not acknowledge that." "Then you may commence your defense." "I have not committed those acts. I did not do it." Ron's mind was in disarray, devoid of coherent thoughts, merely repeating his denials. "Are you implying that you did not cast African snake skin into Miss Angelia Royal's cauldron?" No, I did throw it," Ron stammered, his words tumbling out chaotically, "but she did not die." The judge's voice resonated with authority. "So, you admit to the attempted murder of Miss Angelia Royal?" "No, I did not attempt to murder her." Ron's anxiety rendered his tongue nearly inoperative. He scanned the room for help and caught sight of Snape in a shadowy corner. In a moment of desperation, Ron pointed wildly at Snape. "It's him. It's all his fault. He conspired with Royal against me." Snape stood unmoved, his expression inscrutable, calmly observing Ron's frantic outburst as he leaped from his chair, only to be yanked back by the chains binding him, tightening and rendering him immobile. The cold iron links grazed his skin uncomfortably, particularly in such an oppressive atmosphere. Ron struggled to breathe, his face pale, gasping in distress. "Calm down, Mr. Weasley," the judge warned, his tone icy. "This is a courtroom, not a venue for your outbursts." Any semblance of courage that had flared within Ron extinguished instantly. "Do you have anything further to say?" the judge inquired, his voice reverting to its serious tone. Amidst his extreme fear and animosity, Ron found an unexpected calm, recalling the words of Arthur and Molly from the previous night. He spoke steadily. "Yes, sir. I did not intend to murder Angelia Royal. It was merely a prank, and I was unaware it would harm her. The reason behind my actions is that Angelia Royal and Severus Snape maliciously targeted me at Hogwarts, collaborating with other teachers and students to isolate me, rendering my ability to pursue my studies and live normally impossible. Snape had publicly expelled me from class for Angelia, and she had cursed me in the corridor before our peers." Upon this remark, Ron lifted his gaze towards Snape, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes. Snape, with an unruffled demeanor, met his gaze and unexpectedly unleashed a cryptic smile, which sent a chill racing down Ron's spine. Before he could decipher the meaning behind Snape's smile, the judge interjected once more. Mr. Snape had already submitted evidence to the court regarding these two matters. According to the evidence provided by Mr. Snape, the incident in class was a result of your blatant disregard for classroom discipline, where you were the first to verbally defame Miss Royal. Mr. Snape's punitive actions were merely to restore order in the classroom, devoid of any favoritism or cover-up as you alleged. As for the incident in the corridor, Miss Angela cast a spell on you as a consequence of your provocations, which had already been personally mediated and addressed by the former headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore. Furthermore, you did not pursue the matter afterward. Regarding your claims of a malevolent curse, the judge calmly inquired, "Do you possess any evidence?" Not only the judge, but all the wizards present turned their attention to Ron's face. He had once yearned for everyone's focus, yet it always culminated in various forms of embarrassment. Each time connected to that girl, Royal. Clenching his teeth tightly, Ron concealed a tumultuous and fervent hatred within his eyes. How could he possibly have any evidence? Everyone favored that girl, they all shielded her. Ron fell silent, and after a brief pause, the judge resumed, "If you cannot provide evidence to substantiate your claims, it shall bear no influence on the outcome of your trial." "And what of his evidence?" Ron fixed his gaze directly upon the judge. The fear that had once graced his features now vanished. "What evidence does Snape provide for you?" "Mr. Snape submitted records of incidents at Hogwarts and testimonies from students and professors." The judge's expression remained composed. "Do you have any further inquiries?" "Testimonies?" Ron forced a sardonic smile. "On what grounds do you presume I intentionally harmed Royal? Do you possess any evidence?" "Surely, it cannot be merely testimonies. I have stated that it was but a prank. I never anticipated such dire consequences. Thus, you cannot accuse me of attempted murder. At most, it can only be deemed as unintentional injury." "Mr. Weasley, allow me to remind you that after I posed my first question, you admitted to merely wishing to prank, thereby implying an intent to harm," the judge noted. Flipping through the parchment in hand, he continued, "Mr. Snape has provided records of the curriculum for potions class at Hogwarts, alongside your class notes and homework assignments, which all state, if an excessive amount of African snake skin is added to the enhancer, the potion will boil violently, roll, and possess a highly corrosive nature. If the cauldron remains heated, an explosion may also occur. Given this, we can surmise that you are aware of the potential repercussions of your actions." "No, I am not," Ron retorted, staring intently at the judge. "Surely, you cannot assert that your word is absolute?" "I am not versed in this matter. During class, I was not attentive. My notes and homework were merely copied from a classmate, hence I remain oblivious to this issue." Such a defense, of course, bore no weight in court, and scarcely anyone on the jury sided with Ron. His arguments fell flat. Upon witnessing the verdict, Ron's heart sank, and he lowered his head in despair. Realizing he had forfeited his chance at exoneration, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claims against Royal and Snape. Nor could he rely on those foolish classmates and professors who yielded to Royal and Snape, becoming accomplices in framing him. It was indeed true, Snape was the headmaster. As headmaster, who would dare oppose his wishes? What manner of individual is fit for such a position? Amidst Ron's boundless resentment and fury, the judge announced the verdict. By unanimous decision of the jury, the charge of attempted murder against Mr. Ron Weasley was substantiated, and due to his lack of remorse and disruption of court proceedings, he should have faced a harsher sentence. However, considering his minority status, it was resolved to impose a 9-year imprisonment in Azkaban. Ron slumped despondently in his chair, utterly defeated. Had it not been for the iron chains binding him, he might have slipped beneath the seat. The trial concluded, and the courtroom door swung open. Arthur Weasley anxiously peered inside. Lacking the standing to enter, he could only wait outside. He witnessed Ron being roughly hoisted from his chair by 2 aurors, his complexion ashen, his gaze vacant, epitomizing despair. Arthur's heart lurched. He yearned to inquire about the situation, yet the aurors did not spare him a glance as they escorted Ron away. Unacquainted with the personnel of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he refrained from recklessly obstructing their path. Individuals from the courtroom exited one by one, but he lacked the courage to halt any of them. He had nearly deduced that Ron's removal by the aurors signified a guilty verdict. Arthur staggered slightly, his mind clouded. Yet he persistently sought someone to elucidate the circumstances. At last, he discerned a somewhat familiar face within, the infamous Severus Snape. With a triumphant smile gracing his lips, Snape approached him with a brisk gait. Arthur instinctively hesitated, believing he would rather not hear what Snape intended to convey, yet his feet felt anchored to the spot. Unwilling to budge, in a moment's sway, Snape stood before him. "Mr. Weasley," he addressed. Snape commenced with his customary tone of derision, remarking, "Your son's recent conduct in court was truly remarkable. It is a pity you were unable to witness it." Arthur, observing the smirk that danced upon Snape's lips, felt a rush of blood to his head. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words. "What have you done?" "Perhaps you should inquire about the actions of your own son," Snape retorted, a sneer curling his lips. "However, I fear it may not be so easy for you to see him again anytime soon." Arthur initially assumed Snape was alluding to Ron's imprisonment in Azkaban. But it was only later, when he was repeatedly denied visitation to Ron, that the true meaning of Snape's words dawned upon him. At that moment, Arthur was consumed by rage, teetering on the brink of fury. Yet, Snape cast a fleeting glance in his direction, lightly mocking. "I am uncertain whether the Weasley family's upbringing fosters a foolhardy kind of bravery. But I do know that if both father and son were to be incarcerated in Azkaban for violence, it would certainly make headlines in the wizarding world." Snape's gaze fell upon Arthur's tightly clenched fists, and he chuckled lightly. Arthur's anger surged to a boiling point, his fists trembling uncontrollably. Yet he refrained from striking out, even as Snape disdainfully turned to walk away. In high spirits, Snape returned to Spinner's End, a place now utterly transformed from its former self. The home radiated warmth and brightness, and merely standing within its confines uplifted one's mood. This sense of joy reached its zenith when Angelia burst from the room and leapt into his embrace. "You're back. Was everything smooth?" Angelia inquired, her demeanor evidently cheerful as she gazed up at him with sparkling eyes, playfully encircling his neck. Snape instinctively donned his gentlest expression, the coldness and sarcasm he exhibited towards others vanishing entirely. He skillfully wrapped his arm around Angelia's slender waist and kissed her near the ear. Everything went exceedingly well. "Ron Weasley has been successfully sentenced to 9 years in Azkaban." The duration was far longer than Angelia had anticipated, and she blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, "So long?" Every expression of Angelia appeared utterly adorable in Snape's eyes. He leaned in closer and gently kissed her cheek, the soft and tender sensation leaving him reluctant to part. Angelia had been patiently awaiting Severus's response, yet he remained silent, nuzzling against her cheek. With no choice but to extend her finger and gently press it against his forehead to still his movements, she inquired again, "Why is it taking so long?" Severus, clearly displeased by her gesture of restraining him, allowed himself to be pushed away by her force, his smile waning and his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. He had openly defied the judge in court, disrupting the proceedings. His voice, somewhat hoarse, conveyed a sense of urgency as he seized the moment when Angelia appeared momentarily distracted, leaning in to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. The searing kiss robbed Angelia of her ability to think as she entwined her arms around Severus's neck. Surrendering herself to the passionate embrace, they traversed from the living room sofa to the bedroom, and by the time Angelia found a moment to speak, her back was already pressed against the bed. "Wait," she protested, pushing against Severus's bare chest. "We haven't eaten yet." "However," he replied, his voice husky and his dark eyes glimmering with desire, "feed me." Angelia found herself engulfed by the mist within his gaze, her initial resistance gradually morphing into a playful seduction, drawing away the remnants of Snape's reason. Just before everything slipped into the abyss, she heard a low sigh, imbued with the cold fragrance of potions, whispering in her ear. So obedient. Today, the burrow remained hauntingly silent. Since Arthur had departed with Ron in the morning, Molly and the children had been ensconced in the living room. Molly endeavored to maintain a sense of normalcy throughout the day, as ever. She waved her wand to tend to household chores, orchestrating the dishes to leap into the sink for cleaning, while the broom busily swept the floors. She resumed knitting. Transitioning from one half of a sweater to the other, the rhythmic clinking of her needles indeed brought a semblance of liveliness to the burrow. However, the children did not engage in their usual playful banter. They sat in unison on the sofa, gazing toward the fireplace. "What are you all doing just sitting there? Get on with your tasks. Have you completed your holiday assignments?" Molly was reluctant to witness even the slightest deviation from their routine. It was as though, if today unfolded just like any other, Ron would return safely. The children, wishing to avoid further aggravating Molly's anxiety, obediently ascended the stairs back to their rooms. Even George and Fred, known for their penchant for cheekiness, remained silent. It was only after the children vanished around the corner of the staircase that Molly, fraught with unease, settled onto the sofa. For reasons unknown, despite her efforts to create a day like any other, an unsettling dissonance lingered in the air. Molly's gaze swept across the room. The dishes were diligently washing themselves in the sink, the broom continued to chase dust out the door, and the yarn on the chair was being skillfully woven into the other half of the sweater. Yet, the absence of the children in the living room rendered everything eerily ordinary. Her eyes fell upon the clock on the wall, which displayed the whereabouts and statuses of the Weasley family. Ron and Mr. Weasley's hands pointed steadfastly toward the Ministry of Magic. "Merlin, let Ron return home safely," Molly murmured, fixated on Ron's face on the clock. This suffocating wait persisted until after lunch. Although Ron's trial had concluded before the meal, Mr. Weasley perhaps wished to spare his family the torment of waiting, thus delaying the delivery of news until after lunch. At that moment, Molly and the children had just satisfied their hunger, and the dishes were lined up, ready to leap into the sink. Suddenly, an owl swooped in through the living room window, delivering a letter. Molly instinctively reached out to catch the letter, and the children rushed to her side, sensing her fingers trembling. With trembling hands, she carefully tore open the envelope and unfurled the parchment within, which bore but a single chilling sentence: Azkaban, 9 years. It felt as though the world around Molly plunged into darkness in that moment, and she subsequently lost consciousness. A cacophony of frantic, terrified screams erupted in the hovel. The following morning, Angelia came across the report delivered by members of the Purity Party, revealing the news of Mrs. Weasley being admitted to St. Mungo's. This information was not typically meant for her ears. As the leader, Angelia had a plethora of pressing matters to attend to, and such trivialities ought not to reach her. However, ever since the day Molly had sought Severus and Spinner's End, Angelia had dispatched several individuals to surveil the Weasley family's every move, including Bill in Egypt and Charlie in Romania, both of whom remained under her watchful eye. It was preferable for the Weasley family to harbor no thoughts of revenge. Yet Angelia, ever the prudent strategist, ensured that they were monitored regardless of their intentions. Thus far, the Weasley family appeared to be maintaining a semblance of normalcy. After all, Bill and Charlie had yet to receive news of Ron's incarceration, and Mrs. Weasley had only just awakened from her ordeal at St. Mungo's. The Purity Party's recent focus had shifted towards the pursuit of Horcruxes, significantly amplifying Angelia's workload. Few possessed the ability to easily discern the difference between Horcruxes and other dark magical artifacts, compelling them to present all suspicious items to Angelia for her scrutiny. Given the dangers of direct skin contact with dark magical objects, Angelia had even instructed Patrick to procure a batch of boxes designed to contain such items, shielding against dark magic's harmful effects. This substantial expense left Patrick feeling quite pained for several days, prompting him to incessantly urge Molly to expand her business ventures. Nevertheless, progress was steadily maintained. After a brief period of adjustment, Lena had adeptly begun managing the affairs of the Purity Party, significantly alleviating Rochel's burdens. Initially, Angelia harbored concerns that Rochel might resist the collaboration, yet she had observed over the past few days that the two shared an impressive synergy, seemingly relishing their time working together. The trio toiled diligently until noon, at which point Angelia finally concluded her tasks. Lena and Rochel remained seated behind the desk, engrossed in the considerable pile of documents before them, indicating that their work would continue for some time. In the afternoon, Severus was to attend to certain matters outside of Spinner's End, bored by her own solitude. She contemplated for a moment before deciding to interrogate young Barty Crouch in the basement. Prior to pushing open the door, Angelia transformed herself to the appearance of her 11-year-old self. Barty Crouch's time here had evidently been dismal. He appeared gaunt, with deep hollows beneath his eyes and cheeks. His light golden hair in disarray atop his head, and stubble of a dark hue sprouting on his chin, a far cry from the dashing young gentleman he once was. The basement was fortified with numerous restraints, leaving Barty with no semblance of an escape. Consequently, Angelia had decreed that no one was to communicate with him. Food and water were delivered daily, with the providers placing the sustenance at the door before hastily departing. It was likely that he had not conversed with anyone for an extended period. At that moment, he sat despondently in the corner, head bowed, and did not react to the sounds at the door. Sunlight was a foreign concept in the basement. He could only gauge the passage of time through the delivery of meals. This particular person seemed to linger, as he did not hear the clatter of the tray being set down, but rather sensed footsteps approaching. Barty, in a daze, lifted his gaze and found himself confronted by a strikingly fair face. Unbeknownst to him, he had been apprehended by someone he did not recognize. He had always assumed it to be the Order of the Phoenix, yet it seemed improbable that they would send a young girl to engage with such a perilous individual. Through his observations over the past few days, he had surmised that this place was heavily guarded, and those delivering meals appeared to be under strict orders. Disregarding him completely and refusing to utter a single word, regardless of his actions, he had attempted to demolish everything within reach, to vandalize the walls and floors, to embark on hunger strikes, to feign illness, and even to assault the stunning woman named Merlin who brought him his meals, acutely aware of her fierce demeanor. Barty's thoughts returned to the girl before him. He was certain she was no ordinary child. She had entered alone, daring to approach a tightly monitored prisoner. He stared intently at Angelia, who met his gaze without flinching. The two locked eyes for an extended moment until Barty Crouch broke the silence first. "Who are you?" he inquired, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, reclining against the wall with an air of casualness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Angelia did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she crouched down, observing the relaxed smile on his face juxtaposed with the wariness in his eyes. A warm smile graced her lips as she reassured him, "Do not fret. I am here to set you free." Upon hearing her words, the suspicion in little Batik Louch's eyes deepened. He squinted, scrutinizing her intently, and questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Angelia paid little heed to his wariness, nor did she intend to respond to his inquiries. With a resigned sigh, she extracted her wand before him. Observing the immediate tension in his muscles, she nonchalantly tossed the wand into the corner behind her. Young Barty Crouch furrowed his brow in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp her intentions, yet Angelia brazenly took a seat beside him. Engaging in conversation, she appeared untroubled by the prospect of Barty launching an attack. Tilting her head, she gazed at the blend of bewilderment and suspicion etched on his face, her smile deepening. "Do not be anxious," Angelia remarked, extending her ring-adorned hand in an attempt to pat his shoulder, only to have it deftly evaded as anticipated. Angelia did not press the issue. She merely shrugged and withdrew her hand, turning her gaze towards young Battycloth. "Why are you silent? Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose here?" Young Battycloth appeared visibly tense, his nerves taut with anxiety. Angelia rested her chin in her hand, observing the tension etched upon his face, and suddenly burst into a light-hearted chuckle. "Well, I did throw away my wand the moment I entered. That must count as a gesture of sincerity, wouldn't you agree? I know you are young Barty Crouch, and your master is the Dark Lord." Seated beside him with her knees drawn close, Angelia wore an expression that perfectly balanced mischief and curiosity. "The two brothers at the door have gone out for a meal, and the sister delivering food was just summoned by the leader. She won't be back for a while. I managed to slip in unnoticed." Upon hearing Angelia's reference to Voldemort, young Barty Crouch's brow furrowed even deeper. He seemed poised to inquire further, but Angelia preempted him. "I know what you're about to ask. I cannot disclose my identity, but I am aware of who you are and of the Dark Lord." Angelia fixed her gaze upon young Barty Crouch, her long lashes fluttering as her pure blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, devoid of any hint of deception. "I am merely a bit intrigued. I have never encountered a Death Eater before." At this, a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes as she leaned closer to young Barty Crouch, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I've heard that you all bear the dark mark. Is that true?" In an unexpected turn, Young Barty Crouch responded with a gentle smile, nodding slightly, his voice a touch raspy as he replied, "Would you like to see it?" In an instant, joy brimmed in Angelia's eyes. "Is it possible?" she inquired. "Indeed," replied the gentle smile of young Baticlosh. "Do come a little closer." As he spoke, he pretended to roll up his sleeves. To prevent him from succumbing to hunger, Angeli permitted only the binding of his hands, thus rendering his movements not overly difficult. Curiously, as he wished, Angeli leaned in, her little head craning forward, only to be unexpectedly seized by his bony hands, pressing her against the wall. In that fleeting moment of success, a glimmer of delight danced in young Baticlosh's eyes, but he soon realized something was amiss. The girl, held by her throat against the wall, exhibited not a trace of fear or panic. Instead, a radiant smile adorned her face as she grasped his hand that clutched her neck, softly reciting an incantation. He felt his consciousness begin to wane gradually. As Baticlosh's gaze shifted from dazed to lucid, Angeli commanded him to release his grip on her throat. With the forceful hold lifted, Angeli coughed violently, leaning against the wall as she gasped for breath. His vigilance was indeed formidable, and his magical prowess exceptionally high, rendering a successful ambush with her wand quite unlikely. She had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Fortunately, she had finally managed to gain control over him. Angelina gently caressed the ring upon her hand, which had once again proven immensely beneficial. Young Barty Crouch had been successfully subdued, and Angelina retrieved her wand, sitting cross-legged on the ground, while Barty was compelled to sit opposite her. "Has Voldemort contacted you recently?" Angelina inquired directly, her voice somewhat hoarse, a result of the recent choking incident. Barty Crouch obediently replied, "The Dark Lord reached out to me recently, locating me through the Dark Mark and assigning me a task." "What task?" Angelina pressed further. "The Dark Lord wishes for me to locate a ring." Barty Crouch continued to respond earnestly to her inquiries, yet under the ring's suppression. "Even the strongest will must yield. It is Marvolo Gaunt's ring, which bears a black stone inscribed with the Peveril crest, hidden at the ruins of Gaunt's shack." "So, have you found it?" Marty's expression momentarily flickered with disappointment. "No, I was apprehended before I could search for it." Having gleaned the information she sought, Angelina nodded in satisfaction. Initially, she intended to keep Barty imprisoned in this place, but she suddenly felt that it would be a gross underutilization of such a brave, cunning, and powerful individual. It would be most advantageous to have him at her disposal. With the ring suppressing him, he would be compelled to obey her commands, should a task need executing. She could simply have him wear a mask. Alternatively, she could employ the Polyjuice potion or a permanent transfiguration spell. Though she entertained such thoughts, this matter required further deliberation. Thus, Angelina decided against taking him out immediately, opting instead to keep him in the basement for the time being. Before entering, Angela had specifically instructed the guards at the door not to allow anyone inside. Therefore, as soon as she stepped out, she noticed Lena, who was chatting with the guards while carrying a tray of food. Upon seeing Angela emerge, Lena immediately approached her, a look of surprise crossing her face as she beheld Angela, who had reverted to her 11-year-old appearance. During her scrutiny, Lena's gaze fell upon the crimson marks around Angela's neck. Sensing Lena's attention, Angela swiftly gestured for silence before she could speak, effectively stifling any words. "I am fine. Please go inside." Angelia revealed a soothing smile, prompting Lena to obediently close her mouth and step into the basement. At the entrance, Angelia transformed back into her adult form. The decision regarding the adoption of young Barty Crouch did not necessitate deliberation at the regular meeting. A mere discussion with Rogier sufficed. After all, his identity was peculiar, and it was preferable for as few people as possible to be aware of it. Furthermore, Angelia had no intention of allowing him to join the Witch Purity Party, making his attendance at their meetings unnecessary. Angelia ascended the staircase and arrived at Rogier's office, where he remained seated behind his desk, meticulously reviewing documents, seemingly undisturbed since her departure. "Rogier?" Angelia approached the table and called out to him, prompting him to lift his gaze from the documents he was engrossed in. "My lord," he acknowledged. "Haven't you had your meal yet?" Angelia, he glanced at the mountain of papers laid out before him, and, feeling a touch of embarrassment, touched her nose. "I am not hungry yet. I am almost finished with these files." Rogier then inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Indeed. There is a matter I would like to consult with you about." Angelia pulled a chair from the side and seated herself across from Rogier, sharing her thoughts. "I have successfully employed a new type of soul-binding curse to control young Barty Crouch. Thus far, None subjected to this spell have exhibited any unusual behavior. However, for reasons of safety, I do not intend to allow young Barty Crouch to join the Death Eaters. I plan to use a polyjuice potion or a permanent transformation spell to alter his appearance. Additionally, I will seek out a death row inmate, administer the polyjuice potion to him, and subsequently eliminate him, ensuring that his body reaches Mr. Barty Crouch. It is likely that young Barty Crouch was exchanged from Azkaban in a similar manner. Currently, the only individuals aware of young Barty Crouch's survival are Barty Crouch himself, the house elf Winky, and Voldemort. As long as Mr. Barty Crouch believes young Barty Crouch is deceased, Winky will naturally share that belief. As for Voldemort, he holds no significance in this context. Rogier pressed his lips together, harboring some reservations about the plan. Many tasks indeed necessitate the involvement of an individual devoid of identity to circumvent numerous complications. However, the effectiveness of the soul-binding curse is paramount. Rogier furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Angelia. Young Barty Crouch is astute, resilient, and adept at disguising his true nature. Should he break free from the soul-binding curse, it could lead to significant complications for us. Angelia's greatest concern lies within this very issue. Although the control of the ring has yet to falter, she remains uncertain about what the future may hold. There must be alternative means to regulate this matter. Regulation. Angelia suddenly conceived an alternative approach. What if I bound this matter with an unbreakable oath? I could establish an indissoluble vow with the bewitched little Barty Crouch, demanding his unwavering loyalty and forbidding him from disclosing any information to anyone. Thus, even if he were to eventually break free from my control, he would still be unable to betray me or provide any information to others, lest he violate the unbreakable oath. The furrowed brow of Rogier relaxed, and a hint of ease graced his countenance. Indeed, this is an excellent idea. Angelia rose contentedly, preparing to release the individuals in the basement. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back to look at Rogier. Oh, by the way, make sure to have your meal. Rogier was taken aback for a moment, then resignedly closed the documents in his hands and replied, "All right, understood." Angelia's spirits soared as she basked in the fortune of having encountered someone like young Barty Crouch. The trials she endured were indeed worth it. She returned to the basement, boldly plucking a few strands of Barty Crouch's hair before making her exit from the Rogier Manor through the fireplace. The first step was to procure a vial of polyjuice potion. Although Severus was not at home, his stock of potions was plentiful. Upon reaching Spinner's End, Angelia hurried into Severus's potion storage room. The potions were meticulously organized, with various types and effects categorized on the shelves. Following the labels affixed to the cabinets, she swiftly located the one containing the polyjuice potion. Inside, 3 vials remained. She extracted one, uncorked it, and cast Barty Crouch's hair into the liquid. The moment the hair made contact with the potion, it dissolved, transforming the mixture into a vibrant and clear shade of green, from which a subtle scent of fresh grass wafted forth. Angelia meticulously replaced the cork and subsequently brought the compound potion to the Ministry of Magic. A visitation order was required to access Azkaban, while the removal of a prisoner necessitated a release order jointly signed by Cornelius Fudge and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fortunately, it was currently working hours, so Angelia first proceeded to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to obtain a signed release order from Herman. With the release order in hand, she made her way to the minister's office. The door to the office was not completely shut. Angelia gave it a symbolic knock and, without waiting for a response, pushed it open. Cornelius Fudge was leisurely seated behind his desk, sipping tea and perusing the day's newspaper. He had yet to conceal the paper when the sound of knocking was followed by the intrusion of a visitor. "Sign here," Angelia declared, unwilling to squander time. She emphatically placed the release order on the desk and, with a swift motion, retrieved the quill from the inkpot and placed it beside him. "Hurry up." For a fleeting moment, a flicker of irritation crossed Cornelius Fudge's features, only to dissipate under Angelia's authoritative presence, transforming into his customary cheerful demeanor. Compliantly, he took the quill and signed the document, then resumed his casual perusal of the newspaper under Angelia's watchful gaze. With the release order in hand, Angelia vanished into the fireplace of the minister's office, her next destination being Azkaban to seek a death row inmate. Angelia strode unimpeded into Azkaban, bearing the release order. The inmates here were mostly gaunt and pallid, their bodies ravaged by torment. Upon the arrival of a newcomer, they merely glanced up with hollow eyes, devoid of any spark of life. Angelia followed a Dementor into the depths of the prison, where the most heinous of death row inmates were confined, while those merely sentenced to imprisonment lingered outside. After traversing a short distance, Angelia suddenly beheld a somewhat familiar figure within one of the cells, slumped against the wall with a dejected demeanor. Upon hearing a sound, the individual lifted his gaze towards Angelia, and she instantly recognized him, Ron Weasley. Angelia approached in a state of adulthood, leaving Ron momentarily bewildered, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. However, his eyes betrayed a glimmer of disdain and hatred. "Mr. Weasley, it has been quite some time," she remarked with a mischievous smile, stepping closer to the iron bars to gaze down at Ron, her eyes shimmering with a chilling allure. "It seems you have been faring rather well here." Before Ron could regain his composure, she bent down, feigning sympathy, and clicked her tongue twice, her delicate brows furrowed, her words dripping with malice. Perhaps if Mrs. Weasley, confined to St. Mungo's, were to find out, her condition might improve somewhat. "Alas, you shall never see her again." With that, Angelia straightened up, distancing herself from the bars, a victorious smile gracing her lips as she observed Ron, who was now frantically pounding against the iron. His eyes reddened with fury. "Do savor your 9 years, Mr. Weasley," she taunted, dismissing his vile insults and erratic behavior as she glided away, following the Dementor. A few Dementors, noticing the commotion, swooped in to administer minor punishments, swiftly silencing the cacophony behind her. The process of locating the offenders proved more efficient than she had anticipated. Many inmates of Azkaban had been so thoroughly tormented that they had become unrecognizable, desperately yearning for a change in their dismal, oppressive existence, even if it meant death. Angelia whisked away a condemned prisoner, compelling him to consume a potion of compounded ingredients. Subsequently, she rendered herself invisible and transported him to the doorstep of Mr. Barty Crouch. The location was rather secluded, devoid of any onlookers. Following Angelia's command, the prisoner uttered the incantation Speckle, and forthwith, a house elf materialized at the entrance. "Master," the elf exclaimed, bowing enthusiastically, its large, yellow-green eyes brimming with tears. Yet, before it could articulate its next words, the concealed Angelia had already cast the killing curse upon the prisoner, who was disguised as young Barty Crouch. The emerald light struck him directly, and the prisoner, having ingested the potion, was forever trapped in the visage of young Barty Crouch. Upon hearing a piercing scream emanating from Shan Shan, Angelia immediately vanished into thin air. She had initially intended to escort the condemned prisoner directly to Mr. Crouch's residence. However, the premises were heavily fortified, and a brazen intrusion would undoubtedly raise alarms. Reluctantly, she summoned Shan Shan, compelling it to witness the demise of young Barty Crouch. Young Barty Crouch ought not to be revealed to others. Regardless, Shan Shan would first transport his lifeless form into the house before any further plans could be devised. With Shan Shan as a witness, Mr. Crouch would be more inclined to accept young Barty's identity. As anticipated, Shan Shan returned to the house, cradling young Barty's corpse, and promptly rushed to the Ministry of Magic to seek Mr. Crouch. Indeed, Mr. Crouch was convinced that the body belonged to his son, and in the subsequent period, he appeared to have aged a decade, enveloped in an inescapable aura of despair. The loss of both his wife and son was an undeniable blow to Mr. Crouch. He had once entertained the notion that young Barty might have escaped to continue serving Voldemort. Yet he could never have fathomed that he would be so inexplicably slain right at the threshold of the Crouch home, before the eyes of the house elf. Alongside his sorrow festered a bone-deep hatred. He was determined to unearth the identity of his son's murderer. Meanwhile, Angelia was diligently fabricating evidence, preparing to cast the blame upon Voldemort. Angelia returned to the basement of the Rosier Manor, where young Barty Crouch leaned against the wall, his head bowed, lost in thought. Without a moment's hesitation, Angelia approached him, crouched by his side, and extended her hand, compelling young Barty Crouch to reciprocate. Drawing her wand, she lightly tapped their joined hands and whispered a series of incantations before inquiring, "Do you vow to be eternally loyal to me?" "I do." Under Angelia's influence, young Barty Crouch exhibited remarkable compliance. A silvery light emanated from the tip of Angelia's wand, entwining their clasped hands. "Do you pledge never to betray me?" "I do." "Will you promise not to divulge any knowledge to anyone but me?" "I do." 3 beams of light danced and swirled around their joined hands before gradually fading away. The pact was sealed. Before long, Angelia released young Barty Crouch from the confines of the basement. She had employed a permanent transformation spell to alter his appearance. His once lustrous golden hair had turned to a rich chestnut, his blue eyes transformed into a translucent emerald, and the sharpness of his facial structure had softened, with his cheeks taking on a hint of youthful plumpness. Young Barty Crouch had metamorphosed into a gentle, doll-like youth. To facilitate her control, Angelia also employed an ancient dark magic to modify a portion of his memories. The advantage of this dark magic lay in its ability to retain some memories she wished to preserve while erasing others she desired to obliterate. In young Barty Crouch's mind, Angelia had become his kin. He had once been under the memory-altering control of Voldemort, performing numerous tasks for him, until a minor blunder nearly cost him his life. A fate averted by Angelia's intervention. She rescued him from Voldemort's clutches, though the memories he had lost could not be reclaimed. Fortunately, Angelia did not reject him. She wished for him to remain by her side and assist her in avenging Voldemort. From Angelia, he learned that he was not, in fact, Barty Crouch, but rather Noah Royal. She had arranged for someone to assume Barty Crouch's identity, allowing him to finally reclaim his true self. Angelia first led him to meet Rogier and Lena, arranging for him a new abode. Subsequently, amidst their astonished gazes, she brought him to her desk. At that moment, Noah was dutifully seated before Angelia's desk, penning a letter. "Dear Father, the great Dark Lord has summoned me once more. He has expressed his dissatisfaction with my prolonged absence over the past few years, yet he has afforded me another opportunity. He has commanded me to undertake a task, and should I succeed, I shall regain the Dark Lord's trust. However, if fortune does not favor me and I fail, I may face severe repercussions. Regardless, I am resolved to strive to accomplish this task for the grand cause of the Dark Lord, willing to devote all that I am. Your son, Little Barty Crouch." Having completed the letter, Little Barty Crouch retrieved an envelope, carefully placed the letter inside, and sealed it with wax in his customary manner before presenting it to Angelia. Angelia stood steadfastly by his side, her letter imbued with heartfelt sincerity, perfectly in tune with the essence of young Barty Crouch. With a satisfied nod, she tucked the letter away and affectionately pinched his cheek in an encouraging manner. It must be said, the sensation of that cherubic face was utterly delightful. In Noah's eyes, the wariness he once felt upon their first encounter had dissipated. To him, Angelia was akin to a sister, deserving of his utmost trust. According to Angelia, she had confronted Voldemort directly while rescuing him, suffering from a curse that had remarkably diminished her age. Initially, he had harbored doubts about her honesty, questioning whether she was deceiving him. However, upon witnessing her transform into a child before reverting back, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame for his prior suspicions, realizing that her transformation was a sacrifice made for his sake. Consequently, he was prepared to bestow upon her his complete trust. Noah exhibited exemplary behavior. Sitting quietly in his chair, observing as Angelia carefully stored the letter, patiently awaiting her next command. "There was a matter that required your assistance." Angelia lowered her gaze to meet his, a flicker of guilt evident in her eyes. "I apologize. I should have allowed you more time to recuperate. But this task must fall to you, for I trust no one else." "It is of no concern. I have fully recovered," Noah replied with a gentle smile. "There is no need for hesitation. I shall act whenever you require my assistance." Angelia tenderly tousled his hair and softly spoke. "I hope you can personally visit the site of the Gunther cabin, where a ring adorned with a black gemstone awaits, inscribed with the emblem of Peveril. I need you to bring it back." "No problem," Noah replied, flashing a reassuring smile. Angelia, filled with concern, gently admonished, "That is a powerful artifact of dark magic. You must exercise utmost caution. I shall instruct Lena to procure a suitable box for storing dark magical items. Once you find it, place the artifact within and bring it back. Should you encounter any danger, prioritize your safety above all else. Do not push yourself." She gracefully bent down to meet his gaze, her voice softening. "Your safety is paramount." Noah immediately responded with a beaming smile, his cheeks revealing two adorable dimples, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly curved, exuding charm. "I have matters to discuss with Royal and Lena. You should return to your room for now. You shall set off for the site of the Gunther cabin early tomorrow, all right?" Angelia spoke with gentle persuasion. "If any issues arise, seek out Lena. She will assist you." "Very well, I understand," Noah replied obediently, rising to return to his room. Angelia seated herself behind her desk, summoning her guardian to fetch Lena and Rogier. In no time, the two arrived together. Angeli briefly recounted the situation, to which Rogier responded favorably, while Lena could only stare in disbelief, her eyes wide. "You mean Noah is little Badaclake?" she whispered, her astonishment palpable. "Indeed, he shall henceforth be known as Noah Royal." Angeli pursed her lips. "I have just assigned him the task of locating a soul artifact, which serves as a test of his capabilities. He will reside at the Rogier estate, so do keep an eye on him and inform me immediately of any irregularities." Although the task of searching for the ring did not strictly require Noah's involvement, Angeli intended to use this as a subtle trial to assess whether his abilities warranted his continued presence by her side. Lena and Rogier expressed no objections, and after a brief exchange, Angeli dismissed them. By this time, night had descended, and Angeli, having spent the entire afternoon in relentless activity, felt utterly exhausted from the exertion of 2 high-level spells. As she finally found a moment to rest, she realized just how fatigued she had become. Weary, she grasped a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace, allowing the emerald flames to envelop her. Number 19, Spider's Tail Alley. The lights in the sitting room had been turned on, and the blanket before the fireplace was warm and inviting. From the kitchen, a cacophony of clattering echoed, followed by a flour-dusted face peeking out. "You're back," Severus greeted, looking disheveled, his black hair limply plastered to the side of his face. A dusting of flour adorning his prominent nose, and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, giving the impression that he had just battled a flower creature. "How was your day?" he inquired, straining to lean out and converse with Angeli, too timid to fully emerge from the kitchen, revealing only the cleanest portion of himself to greet her. He glanced down at his own disarray, a robe thickly coated with flour, and hands ensnared in a viscous mixture of flour and eggs that he could not extricate. His face was the only part of him presentable enough for social interaction. "Not too bad," Angeli replied. Just the sight of him allowed her to envision his culinary endeavors, and she chuckled softly, shaking her head as she shed her outer robe and moved toward the kitchen. "What on earth have you done?" Severus hurriedly spoke up to deter her approach. "Don't come over. I can manage." However, before he could finish his sentence, Angeli had already reached the kitchen door. She surveyed the flour, milk, and egg mixture splattered everywhere, her eyebrow arching with intrigue. "Are you quite certain?" Severus despondently attempted to free his hand from the sticky, wretched concoction, but the viscous mixture clung to him tenaciously, rendering any escape impossible. "I believe I may indeed require some assistance." Severus Snape pressed his lips together, reluctantly confronting the reality before him. Sensing his discomfort, Angelia stifled her smile and approached him, gently wiping the flour from his face. However, Snape, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted his gaze. Observing the tips of his ears turning a shade of crimson, Angelia soothingly murmured, "Would you allow me to handle this? Why not take a shower first and join me shortly?" "Very well," Snape replied, his lips pursed as he explained with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I followed the instructions on the menu, yet they were so vague that it didn't even specify which direction to stir the batter." "Indeed, how infuriating." Angelia could not help but lean in and plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. "Shall I teach you personally next time?" "Certainly," Snape conceded, feeling somewhat reassured. He tugged at his own hand with determination, but the stubborn batter remained obstinately clinging to him. In a moment of desperation, he glanced at Angelia, who smiled softly, drew her wand, and effortlessly cleared away the batter. At last, Snape's hand was liberated. "I shall take a shower first and return swiftly," he said, reaching out as if to embrace Angelia, but upon glancing at his flour-covered robe, he relinquished the thought. Watching Snape exit the kitchen, Angelia finally exhaled in relief. With a flourish of her wand and a few incantations, the kitchen returned to its pristine state. The open page of the menu displayed a pineapple pie, and noting the half-remaining pineapple, Angelia decided to continue with that. The once unruly ingredients now complied splendidly under her command, with a mere shake of her wand. They dutifully leaped into the bowl and mixed themselves. It was only after she placed the blended batter into the oven that Snape emerged from his shower. "I've prepared a pineapple pie. May I also make some creamy mushroom soup and steak?" Angelia asked, turning to plant a kiss on Snape's cheek as he wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Snape cast a glance at the oven, his face unconsciously revealing a touch of grievance. "Would you be willing to teach me how to pan-sear the steak?" Angelia would certainly not refuse him. She presented 2 perfectly prepared steaks to Snape, instructing him to apply the marinade and teaching him how to sear the steaks while retaining their juices. With Angelia's personalized guidance, Snape learned rapidly. He deftly flipped the steaks and concocted some seemingly innocuous sauces, restoring a measure of confidence that had been shaken by the pineapple pie incident. He carefully transferred the steak onto a plate and, unable to contain his excitement, cut a small piece to cool before offering it to Angelia. "What do you think?" The gleam of expectation in Snape's eyes made Angelia almost overlook the overly salty taste of the steak. She numbly swallowed the morsel and, her voice slightly hoarse from the saltiness, remarked, "Did you add something while I wasn't looking?" Snape's eyes sparkled with a hint of the meticulousness he displayed during potion making as he replied, "I heard that a touch of sugar enhances the flavor. So I added just a pinch. Isn't it delightful? Well done, but perhaps refrain from doing it again." While Snape stood there, momentarily bewildered, Angelia seized a cup and took a large gulp of water. The cool liquid washed away the saltiness, reviving her dulled taste buds. In the interim, Snape had cut a small piece of steak for himself, and just as Angelia turned around, she saw him bringing the fork to his mouth. It was too late to intervene, so she could only shut her eyes in despair. The air was oppressively silent. Angelia cautiously opened her eyes to find Snape frozen in place, as if caught in a moment of disbelief. "Are you all right?" she exclaimed, rushing to his side. Snape turned to her, looking down with a sudden impulse to embrace her. "That last bite. I'm sorry for putting you through that." Dinner remained a creation of Angelia's, as Snape's portion had proven nearly inedible and now languished in the trash. To avoid further waste, and consider both their safety and health, they both agreed to abandon the notion of Snape learning to cook. By the time dinner concluded, it was past 9 in the evening. Exhausted from a day of running around, Angelia took a refreshing shower before retreating to her bedroom for rest. Snape, however, was still encumbered with unfinished work and retreated to his study. The following morning, Angelia received a letter from Draco. "Dear Angelia, how has your holiday been? Allow me to remind you that it has been quite some time since we last met. Interestingly, a couple of days ago, I saw my godfather dining at a restaurant with a woman who bears a striking resemblance to you. I inquired with my parents, but they were reluctant to divulge any information, only that the woman is a friend of my mother's. I intended to write to you that very day, but my father forbade me from contacting you, insisting that you have pressing matters to attend to. He even went so far as to take away my owl to prevent me from disturbing you. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to the owl post in secret. Moreover, please do not forget to attend Pansy's ball tomorrow evening. Should you overlook this matter, I assure you that she will be quite displeased. I eagerly await your swift return home, Draco." Angelia's eyes softened with warmth as she approached the desk, intending to compose a reply to Draco. Just as she grasped the quill, Severus entered, carrying a stack of documents. He paused momentarily upon seeing Angelia, the icy demeanor on his face dissipating in an instant. "What brings you up so early today?" he inquired, moving to the side of the desk to set down the papers. With a gentle embrace, he leaned in to place a tender kiss by her ear, asking, "What are you up to?" Angelia lightly tapped the stationery on the table, a letter to Draco. Snape's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly before he casually inquired, "Does he seek you for something?" "No, he merely mentioned our encounter in the dining hall a few days ago and reminded me not to forget to attend Pansy's ball." "The ball?" Snape nuzzled her neck. Indeed, a tingling, almost ticklish sensation coursed through her neck, prompting Angelia to emit a sound that was both delicate and responsive. "Pansy informed me a month in advance. Will Draco be attending as well?" Snape's head brushed against Angelia's ear, his lips grazing her earlobe as his deep voice took on a coaxing tone. Angeli remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger, responding sweetly, "Yes, he is my dance partner. Of course I will go." No sooner had the words left her lips than a gentle bite from sharp teeth grazed her earlobe. A slight sting accompanied by a wave of tingling sensation coursing through her body. Instantly, Angeli leaned softly against Severus's chest. She cast him a playful glare. Yet her hands found their way around his neck, embracing him. "I still need to reply to Draco." This statement seemed to trigger something within him. As Severus's gaze darkened, one hand cradled Angelia's head while the other caressed her waist. The kiss that followed was starkly different from their previous tender exchanges. It bore an urgent intensity, a fervent expression of possessiveness tinged with a hint of jealousy. Angelia felt a sense of bewilderment at his sudden assertiveness. She blinked in confusion, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the letter from Draco that lay upon the table. In an instant, a spark of realization illuminated her mind, and she grasped the source of his unexpected fervor. With a hint of resignation, she began to respond to him, gradually aligning her pace with his. As the fervor began to wane and Severus's actions returned to their customary tenderness, Angelia gently pressed her forehead against his and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" The lingering intimacy of their earlier kiss imbued her voice with a seductive huskiness, causing Severus's ears to flush crimson as he fiercely reclaimed her lips. He knew he ought not to feel jealousy over such trivial matters, yet he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the pangs of envy that surged from within. In the past, he could compel himself to remain rational and composed, but now he was consumed by the desire to reclaim what was his. The longer he spent with her, the more challenging it became to maintain his composure regarding matters that involved her. Naturally, Draco ultimately did not receive a reply to his letter. The Parkinson family, as a lineage of pure-blood nobility, had an extensive social network. Most pure-blood families were invited to the Parkinson ball. However, due to the head of the Parkinson family's aversion to Muggle-borns and half-bloods, the guest list notably excluded pure-bloods who were sympathetic to Muggles, such as the Weasley family. In truth, Angelia had never encountered the Weasleys at any of the balls. She had privately inquired with Pansy, who had scoffed dismissively, referring to wizards like the Weasleys as pure-blood traitors. Their fondness for and closeness to Muggles had nearly ostracized them from the pure-blood aristocracy's social circles. The Weasley family, being one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, should have basked in unparalleled honor, yet they expressed profound regret and helplessness due to their enduring fascination with the Muggle world. Perhaps this very affinity was why they held such unwavering support and affection for Dumbledore, positioning themselves as one of the rare pure-blood families that stood by him. As Angelia and Draco arrived earlier than others, being close friends of Pansy, it was only natural. The Malfoy and Parkinson families had always maintained a cordial relationship, and Lucius and Narcissa had accompanied them well in advance. Upon emerging from the fireplace, they found that only Blaise and his mother had arrived. "Long time no see, Lucius." Narcissa greeted Mrs. Zabini with a charming smile. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, her 7 marriages having become something of a legend within the British wizarding community. However, she seemed indifferent to the discussions surrounding her past. Dressed in a black backless gown and adorned with a delicate pearl necklace, the lustrous pearls nestled against her flawless neck, adding an air of nobility to her allure. A finely crafted black lace had adorned her head, embellished with small freshwater pearls. Unlike the elegant and understated makeup favored by many noblewomen, she wore striking red lipstick, her every movement imbued with a captivating grace. While the adults gathered to converse, the children naturally clustered together. After exchanging greetings, Angelia took Draco's arm and followed Blaise to find Pansy, who was in the living room finalizing the arrangement of the desserts. The 4 of them had barely exchanged a few words when guests began to arrive in succession. As the host, Pansy stood with her parents at the entrance to greet the attendees, while Blaise, as Pansy's dance partner, dutifully remained by her side. The ball served as a social arena for the aristocracy, where acquaintances would engage in brief pleasantries. Before long, Draco and Angelia were whisked away to greet other noble families. In such a setting, it was somewhat unconventional for Angelia to accompany the Malfoys, as she was not technically one of them. Yet, from a young age, she had attended various social events alongside Lucius and Narcissa, and whenever Draco was invited, she was included as well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Angelia could be regarded as a significant member of the Malfoy family. The other nobles seemed to have accepted this arrangement quite well, almost tacitly acknowledging her as one of their own. Although her excellent upbringing had equipped her with impeccable manners and an understanding of aristocratic etiquette, the nobility was often exclusive. Despite knowing that Angelia was undoubtedly of pure blood, the aristocracy was stratified. A child of uncertain lineage, even when accompanied by the Malfoys, could face scrutiny and provocation. However, she had never encountered such situations. It was as if she truly embodied the status of a Malfoy heiress, genuinely enjoying the privileges that came with the family's esteemed name in the social sphere. Children from noble families are generally eager to befriend her, often willing to extend special privileges that even many lesser nobles do not enjoy. In the past, Angelia struggled to comprehend this phenomenon. She presumed that Lucius had covertly influenced matters. However, in truth, Lucius's intervention was entirely unnecessary. Even if the nobles were unaware of Angelia's true identity, the mere mention of the surname Royal commanded their respect and courtesy. After all, few dared to bear the name Royal, and those who did were often linked, however tenuously, to the harbingers of death. In reality, only a select few understood the significance of the royal name, primarily those from the sacred 28 pure-blood families. Yet, noble families, despite their inability to discern her identity, possessed a certain perceptiveness. Observing the deference shown to her by members of the sacred 28, others naturally followed suit in their attempts to curry favor. Now that Angelia had regained her memories, she effortlessly grasped these dynamics. As she accompanied Lucius and Narcissa through the throng, Angelia wore an elegant and warm smile, greeting all her acquaintances. After making her rounds, she found herself too fatigued to continue conversing. Weary, she settled in the dessert area, selecting a slice of strawberry cake. Before she could savor her treat, the ball commenced. Noticing Draco approaching, Angelia seized the opportunity to quickly indulge in 2 hefty spoonfuls of cake, her delicate visage puffing up adorably like a greedy squirrel. Nearby, a lady adorned in a shimmering gown woven with golden threads watched her with disapproval, her brow furrowed. How could a noble girl exhibit such a lack of decorum? One could only wonder which household she hailed from. Such behavior was utterly unbecoming for an invitee to a noble ball. As the festivities began, Pansy and Blaze glided into the dance floor together, having been partners for years, their unspoken connection evident. Moreover, there seemed to be an inexplicable bond between them, their exchanged glances radiating a sweetness that could make one's teeth ache. Soon, pairs of dancers filled the floor, and Draco, with gentlemanly grace, approached Angelia and extended his hand. Angelia was Draco's dance partner, and according to tradition, the first dance was always shared with one's partner. Thus, when a second hand reached out from beside them, both Angelia and Draco momentarily froze in surprise. They simultaneously lifted their gazes to the owner of that hand, only to encounter an exceedingly unfamiliar face. "Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you?" The boy, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age, was slightly plump and bore an air of arrogance. The same words, when spoken by Draco, would have conveyed gentlemanly courtesy, but when uttered by this boy, they sounded more like an act of condescension. Angelia furrowed her brow. Yet she maintained the decorum befitting her noble upbringing. "I apologize, but I believe the first dance should be with my partner," she gently declined him, raising her hand to place it in Draco's palm. The boy seemed somewhat reluctant, yet he refrained from further protest, casting a fierce glare at Draco before withdrawing. Draco remained motionless, his expression contorted in distaste before he quickly relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glided with Angelia into the dance floor. One hand cradled Angelia's, while the other rested at her waist, his face adorned with a practiced, noble smile. Yet he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice to complain. "How dare he glare at me? He is attempting to provoke a Malfoy. I have never encountered him before, and he appears quite arrogant. To steal my partner in my presence, he had better hope his connections are formidable enough to intimidate me. Otherwise, I shall have to teach him a lesson." Draco appeared notably agitated, the pride characteristic of a Malfoy manifesting as he stepped more heavily than usual. In truth, Angelia was not overly concerned about the incident. But observing Draco's escalating ire, his fair complexion reddening with indignation, she promptly offered gentle reassurance. "I have never seen him before. Perhaps he has only recently entered this circle. He could be a noble from another country, a newly elevated aristocrat, or simply someone fortunate enough to attend this ball. Regardless, a child raised in a noble family would never act in such a manner, so it is unlikely he possesses any status that would intimidate you. Nevertheless, let us not act impulsively. We shall inquire further shortly." Angelia's gentle voice successfully soothed Draco's anger, prompting him to lift his chin in a haughty manner, his steps gradually becoming more buoyant. As the melody concluded, Draco's hand, which had been resting at Angelia's waist, was just released when a familiar figure approached. Theodore's icy demeanor melted away the instant he laid eyes on Angelia. "May I have the pleasure of a dance with you?" he inquired, bowing graciously and extending his hand. Before Draco could respond, a slightly plump figure rushed forward. "You will dance with me." It was the same boy, his expression more arrogant than before, his words devoid of any civility, sounding more like a command. Theodore was taken aback, glancing at the presumptuous boy who had appeared from nowhere, then looking at Draco, whose expression darkened with displeasure as he stared at the boy. Angelia felt a twinge of annoyance as she ignored the boy and directly reached for Theodore's hand. Clearly unwilling to let them depart so easily, the boy furiously positioned himself in their path and let out a disdainful huff directed at Angelia. "I am a member of the Cabucal family, a distinguished nobleman. Are you truly certain you wish to reject me?" Before Angelia could respond, Theodore furrowed his brow and retorted, "Which family is Cabucal? I have never heard of it." With that, he attempted to lead Angelia away. The boy, evidently feeling humiliated, glared at Theodore with malevolence and demanded, "And who might you be?" Theodore stopped in his tracks, Theodore raised his eyes coldly to the boy, his expression betraying his irritation. Not. You hail from the Not family? The boy visibly recoiled, his fierce demeanor dissipating as he stepped aside. Draco, unwilling to be overshadowed by Theodore, eagerly interjected. He stepped forward, standing proudly beside the boy and lifting his chin. Do you know who I am? The boy's gaze immediately turned unfriendly again, though he now recognized that anyone acquainted with Not was likely no ordinary individual. He regarded Draco with caution, inquiring, And you are? Draco Malfoy. Draco flashed a charmingly aristocratic smile, relishing the moment as the boy stood frozen in place. Theodore had already led Angelia to the dance floor, and not wishing to linger, Draco gracefully adjusted his attire and sauntered away, leaving the boy standing there, bewildered. Soon after, the boy's mother approached him. Corey, what are you doing here? Did you not say you would invite the girl you like to dance? A radiant woman adorned in a gown woven with golden threads gently ruffled his hair. She was bedecked with several gold bracelets around her neck, earlobes, and wrists, each embedded with deep crimson cat's eye stones. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Corey fearfully dashed into his mother's embrace, trembling as he stammered, Mother, I just encountered members of the Malfoy and Not families. At this, Corey hesitated. But the woman eagerly pressed on. What happened? Did you meet them? Do they like you? Corey merely pressed his lips together, nestled in the woman's embrace, refusing to utter another word. Draco, feeling somewhat bored on his own, anticipated that Angelia would soon arrive for refreshments. Thus he made his way directly to the dessert section. Selecting a delicacy with casual ease, he took a bite while leaning against the table, scanning the dance floor for the familiar figures of Angelia and Theodore. As his gaze wandered, he spotted the boy from the Kabul family, being escorted toward Lucius and Narcissa by a shrewd-looking man and a woman adorned with opulent jewels. The boy's face was marked by unmistakable resistance and fear. Draco raised an eyebrow and proceeded in the direction of Lucius and Narcissa, who were engaged in quiet conversation at the table, clearly intent on avoiding the crowd for a private discussion. Typically, those with any sense would refrain from interrupting. Yet for certain lesser families, this presented an opportune moment. The Malfoy family seldom afforded them such chances. It was only during moments like this that they could attempt to forge connections with the Malfoys. Draco approached slowly, just in time to overhear the man attempting to ingratiate himself. Good day, I am the head of the Kabul family. I have heard that my son Corey has become quite friendly with your young master, and I brought him here to extend a greeting. Lucius cast a glance at the boy, whose face had paled with fright, trembling at the knees, and whose gaze was vacant, exuding an aura of foolishness. Standing there without offering even a salutation, he was acutely aware that it was utterly inconceivable for Draco to associate with such a child. Nevertheless, out of refined decorum, Lucius maintained a quintessentially aristocratic smile, appearing sincere, elegant, and trustworthy. This was a typical social smile, easily recognized by Mr. Kabul. Though his wife and son clearly did not share the same perception, the Kabul family was not of noble lineage. Their presence at this ball was merely a result of timely assistance provided during a recent business setback at the Parkinson estate, revealing that Mr. Kabul was indeed a shrewd individual. Regrettably, his wife and son did not share his acumen. Upon seeing the smile on Lucius's face, Mrs. Kabul visibly displayed satisfaction, and Corey's fear seemed to dissipate. Truly, how foolish. Lucius maintained his smile, curious to discern the family's intentions. However, before Mr. Kabul could utter another word, Draco had already approached. Father, mother, he said with an appropriately polite smile as he turned to the Kabul couple. Lucius introduced, This is Mr. Kabul, his wife, and their son Corey Kabul. I understand you have become quite friendly with Corey? The moment Lucius spoke, Corey instantly quivered into a bundle of nerves. He was acutely aware of how he and Draco had met in delightful circumstances, yet he still endeavored to lift his gaze towards Draco and wink, hoping he could assist in covering this falsehood. Corey believed his ruse was flawless, but the four adults observed his subtle antics in their entirety. While the smiles on Lucius and Narcissa's faces remained unchanged, Mr. Capker's expression abruptly froze. He was well aware of his son's character and thought that his repeated warnings before leaving had taken effect. Corey finally comprehended what he should do. Yet it seemed that there might be more to the situation than met the eye. However, at that moment, they stood before the Malfoy family. Even if there were underlying issues, it was too late to remedy them. Mr. Capker could only hope that Corey had not offended the Malfoys. Even if he genuinely did not know them, at least not to the point of enmity. Unfortunately, Corey was destined to fall short of Mr. Capker's wishes. Oh, We did indeed meet a few moments ago, Draco remarked, still adorned with an elegant smile. Mr. Corey seems quite interested in my dance partner, Angelia Royal. Regrettably, our first dance is traditionally reserved for one's partner, and Angelia's second dance is typically with Theodore. It is unfortunate that you were unable to extend an invitation. Perhaps you could have attempted to invite her for the third dance. Draco feigned a look of regret and shrugged. But, if I may be frank, your recent remarks were rather offensive towards a lady. I fear you have forfeited the opportunity to invite Angelia to dance. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present began to piece together the situation. The smiles on Lucius and Narcissa's faces diminished significantly, while Corey's face turned pale with fear, his legs trembling involuntarily. Mr. Capker's expression also became rigid, though Mrs. Capker appeared to be somewhat oblivious to the unfolding drama. The displeasure on Lucius and Narcissa's faces was unmistakable, prompting Mr. Capker to offer an awkward, sycophantic smile. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy. I believe Corey merely wished to befriend your son and his dance partner. However, he has been rather unruly and foolish, failing to gauge the appropriate boundaries and inadvertently offending the young lady. I am deeply sorry for this. After this dance concludes, I shall personally accompany Corey to apologize to her, hoping for her forgiveness. Mr. Capker was indeed astute, yet his wife and son did not grasp his intentions. Upon hearing his words, Corey immediately frowned, tugging at Mr. Capker's sleeve, and, with a misguided attempt at subtlety, displayed a pleading expression, shaking his head. His wife regarded him disapprovingly. Lucius and Narcissa remained silent, and Draco, naturally, did not interject, leaving the atmosphere in a state of tension. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Angelia approached. Ah, there you are. I was just looking for you. With a beaming smile, Angela approached Draco, only to suddenly become aware of the awkward atmosphere surrounding them. She cast a fleeting glance at the three individuals standing opposite her, her gaze momentarily lingering on the boy in the middle before she turned back to Draco, bewildered, and blinked. Simultaneously, the Cabot family was scrutinizing her. Mr. Cabot was diligently pondering the girl's background and deliberating on the appropriate demeanor to adopt. Mrs. Cabot frowned at Angela, recalling having seen her at the dessert table moments ago, noting that she bore no semblance of the refinement expected of someone from an aristocratic family. Meanwhile, Corey's expression was more akin to indignation, as he struggled to comprehend why he should apologize to a girl from a family he had never heard of. Before Draco could offer any explanation, Mr. Cabot spoke up. Good day, Miss Royal, he began gently, breaking the ice. I understand that Corey inadvertently offended you today, and I sincerely apologize. He has a mischievous disposition, and my shortcomings in his upbringing often result in his social interactions lacking finesse. I believe Corey merely wished to make your acquaintance, along with that of young Master Malfoy, without any ill intent. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Though he claimed to be there for an apology, his words were more a defense of his son. Mr. Cabot reflected for a moment and realized that he could not recall any noble family by the name of Royal, implying that this girl was not of noble lineage. Knowing she was not aristocratic made the situation considerably simpler. He could extend a gentle apology without lowering his stature too much, lest he become the subject of ridicule within the aristocratic circles. A girl who maintained such close ties with a pure-blood family like the Malfoys and could serve as a partner to young Master Malfoy surely possessed some discernment and would not dare cause any trouble. She would likely cooperate with him to swiftly brush the matter aside. Mr. Cabot's assumptions were astute, yet he failed to grasp Angela's true identity and her standing within the noble social sphere. Angelia held a disdain for Mr. Royal, her brow gently furrowing as she spoke candidly. I do not believe such an affront could be deemed an inadvertent mistake, nor do I think your son's intentions were merely to forge a friendship. If he were truly aware of his missteps, he wouldn't remain silent, waiting for you and me to offer apologies. Therefore, I shall not forgive him. However, you have made one accurate observation, Angelia remarked coolly, casting a glance around the room. Your upbringing leaves much to be desired. At her words, the faces of the Kabul family darkened instantly. Even Mr. Kabul, who had maintained a smile, wore a stern expression. It seemed that Miss Royal's upbringing was likely lacking as well. Mrs. Kabul, who had been silent until then, suddenly glared at Angelia, lifting her chin in arrogance. You bear no semblance of noble refinement. Could it be that the royal family is merely an obscure lineage? Such arrogance, when directed at Lucius and Draco, might have conveyed an unexpected air of grandeur, but directed at the Kabul family, it was thoroughly irksome. Speaking of obscure lineages, It was likely that the Kabul family was even more unknown. After all, I had never encountered their name at any ball prior to this. Angelia offered a delicate smile. Today is the Parkinson family's ball, and I have no desire to cause a scene here, so I suggest you conduct yourselves accordingly. Her words were blunt, causing Mrs. Kabul to tremble with rage, while Lucius and Narcissa remained disinterested, leisurely observing the unfolding drama, even taking 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter. At that moment, a soft, melodic voice broke through. "Leah, darling, what are you doing here? We've been searching for you." Accompanying the voice were Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore. Upon seeing Angelia, Pansy released her hold on Blaise and swiftly approached, wrapping her arms around Angelia's waist and leaning softly against her shoulder, her gaze sweeping the room. Mr. Kabul watched as the heirs of the Knot, Parkinson, and Zabini families stood by Angelia's side, appearing quite familiar with her, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was well aware of how discerning pure-blood social circles could be to penetrate their ranks and establish such intimate connections. One must first belong to a pure-blood family and possess significant influence, including power, connections, vision, and wealth. An obscure lineage could never forge such profound friendships with the illustrious 28 families. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Mr. Kabul sought to salvage the moment with words. But Pansy spoke before he could. She perceptibly sensed the discordant atmosphere, casting her gaze around the Kabul family before returning to Angelia. "Is something amiss? This is the ball at the Parkinson residence," and Angelia, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, gently shook her head, declaring, "It has all been resolved. Let us go and enjoy ourselves. We shall leave this in the capable hands of Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa." Pansy playfully winked at Lucius and Narcissa. Lucius responded with a warm smile, encouraging, "You may go and have fun." With this affirmation, Pansy seized Angelia and Draco by the arms and led them outside, while Blaise promptly followed suit. However, Theodore turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Mr. Cappuccule. Once the 5 children had departed, Mr. Parkinson and Mr. Knot received messages from their respective children to address the matters at hand. In truth, after conversing with Theodore, Pansy had gathered a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the dance partner incident. The two then deduced from Angelia and Draco's expressions that the issue remained unresolved, prompting them to dispatch messages to their fathers without delay. From the perspective of friendship, Angelia was their companion, and it was only natural for them to support her. From the standpoint of familial interests, one belonged to the enigmatic and noble royal family, while the other stemmed from an obscure minor house. Any fool could discern the prudent choice. Moreover, Mr. Cappuccule had offended not only Angelia, but also Draco and Theodore. Lucius, too, preferred to keep the matter discreet. As this was a ball held by the Parkinson family, he had initially intended to address the issue in the business realm following the event. However, Mr. Parkinson and Mr. Knot's hasty arrival made it impossible for the situation to be downplayed. Ultimately, the Cappuccule family was ejected from the ball and barred from the aristocratic social circle henceforth. Naturally, with the loss of favor from the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Knot families, the future of the Cappuccule business remained uncertain. Thus, this minor episode passed. And until the conclusion of the ball, no further unpleasantness arose. The group reveled together until midnight, reluctantly bidding farewell to one another. As Angela accompanied them back to Malfoy Manor, she was taken aback to find Severus Snape seated on the sofa in the living room. Upon their return, Snape cast a cold glance in their direction, his gaze ultimately settling on Lucius's face, a place to stay. Lucius, with an air of resignation, glanced at Angela, who was completely captivated by Snape and oblivious to his presence. "Very well," Lucius sighed, observing his obedient son standing beside him. "You shall have your old room." Snape's attention returned to the newspaper in his hands. "Thank you." Lucius and Narcissa excused themselves to change upstairs, leaving only Draco, Angela, and Snape in the room. Draco discreetly stole glances at his godfather, whose countenance was dark and evidently troubled. The last time he had seen such a grim expression on Snape's face was when he worried about Angela's mishaps in potions class, where she had blown up 5 cauldrons. Draco furtively glanced at Angela again, but she was still entranced by his godfather, unaware of his gaze. Feeling somewhat perplexed, Draco pursed his lips and, seizing the moment while Snape was distracted, quietly approached Angela. "Hey, you'd best avoid annoying the professor right now. He's in a rather foul mood." Angelina regained her composure and looked at him with a radiant smile, saying, "I am aware." The graceful motion of Angelia turning her head did not escape the keen observation of Severus Snape, who had been quietly watching her. Although the exchange between her and Draco was too hushed for him to discern, it was evident that she was in high spirits, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Several creases had formed on the newspaper in Snape's hands due to his tightening grip. Just then, Lucius and Narcissa descended the stairs, catching sight of this scene. They exchanged a brief glance, and Lucius, furrowing his brow, spoke up. "Draco, why did you not change your clothes upon returning?" "Coming," Draco replied without turning back. Then quietly murmured something to Angelia before making his way upstairs. It was only after his figure vanished around the corner of the staircase that Lucius and Narcissa breathed a sigh of relief. Why did their son always tread on dangerous ground? Was school life truly that delightful? Those present were well aware of the circumstances, and Angelia promptly sidled up to Snape, her demeanor eager to please. Severus Snape shot her a frosty glance, abruptly tossed the newspaper onto the table, and, lifting her into his arms, ascended the stairs. Not neglecting to coldly bid Lucius and Narcissa a good night, Angelia nestled effortlessly in his embrace, their figures vanishing before the turn of the staircase. Lucius and Narcissa beheld the scene as Angelia planted a resounding kiss upon Severus's cheek. Witnessing this moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within them, akin to the disquieting realization of their daughter being courted by an unsightly suitor. Angelina was carried back to Snape's chamber, only to be immediately transported with apparition. The two materialized in the bedroom of Spinner's End, where Angelina was swiftly pressed onto the bed. The newly replaced mattress was incredibly soft, causing her to sink into it. Snape leaned over her, one hand gripping both of her wrists above her head, while the other supported his weight. "Transform back," he commanded, his voice husky and haunting. With an unnameable spark dancing in his dark eyes, shimmering mesmerizingly in the stillness of the night, Angelia feigned innocence as she blinked her eyes, the small hand atop her head moving slightly. Then, she donned a pitiful expression and soft voice, pouting, "It hurts." Snape instinctively loosened his grip. In an instant, Angelia transformed back into her adult form. Seizing the moment before Snape could react, she swiftly flipped over and pinned him beneath her, revealing a wand she had long held in her grasp, conjuring a green ribbon that tightly bound around Snape's wrist. She straddled him, mirroring his previous actions by securing his bound hands above his head, leaning in with an enchanting gaze fixed upon his eyes. "Good evening, sweetheart." As dawn approached, this wild exchange reached its conclusion. The consequences of their indulgence became evident when Angelia awoke at noon, her body aching, unable to rise from the bed. Snape appeared quite invigorated, unusually nestled under the covers beside her, engrossed in a thick potions textbook. Only when he sensed Angelia stirring did he turn to glance at her. "Good morning." Snape seemed in remarkably good spirits, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he leaned in to place a kiss on her cheek. The strands of his black hair cascaded down, brushing against her face with a light, ticklish sensation. Angelia smiled and turned her head to evade his kiss. "Stop it. That tickles." Upon hearing this, Snape paused, though a hint of melancholy lingered in his gaze, prompting an inexplicable wave of guilt within Angelia, as if she were the villain abandoning him. Noticing her distraction, Snape discontentedly wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice low as he leaned closer to her ear. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Angelia's ears flushed with warmth, her cheeks inexplicably reddening. She gently pushed against Snape's body, shyly averting her gaze. "I need to get up. It's still early." Snape's voice took on an unexpectedly husky tone as he nuzzled against her neck, his hand at her waist gradually moving upward. "No rush." The lingering soreness from the previous night made Angelia widen her eyes, glaring fiercely at him. "It's not early. It's noon. I have to get up." Snape, detecting her reaction, felt a surge of triumph within him. With a sense of accomplishment, he whispered in her ear, "Just lie there." With those mere words, Angelia's rationality swiftly returned. The dazed look in her eyes was gradually replaced by clarity, and the blush on her face faded. Snape continued to nuzzle her, and Angelia curved her lips in a smile, lowering her gaze. Suddenly, Snape realized that the delicate figure in his arms had transformed into an adorable young girl. "Uncle Severus." The 11-year-old Angelia playfully raised her voice to a childlike pitch. "What are you doing?" A sudden wave of intense guilt surged through Snape, and his eager little wand fell silent in an instant. "Angeli." This was undoubtedly the darkest expression she had ever witnessed on Snape's face since their acquaintance. Angelia had reverted to the age of 11, and thus, the situation could not persist. Snape, filled with indignation, rose from his seat and made his way to the study, slamming the bedroom door behind him with a resounding thud. Inside, Angelia, unburdened, rolled over in her quilt and, resting her head on the pillow, fell back into a deep slumber. After a considerable time in the study, Snape managed to calm himself. He reflected on the previous day's tumult, pondering that she might be weary, which could explain the gradual softening of her previously stormy demeanor. Feigning composure, he sat in the study, ostensibly engrossed in the documents before him, yet his thoughts perpetually wandered back to Angelia. He scarcely absorbed a single line of the material. Surely, she must have realized his anger when he slammed the door. Would she come to soothe him? Might she be upset by his actions? Should he return and comfort her first? Caught in this inexplicable turmoil, time slipped by, and over 20 minutes elapsed without any sign of Angelia approaching. Was she truly angry? Snape furrowed his brow in frustration, chastising himself for losing his temper and for exiting so abruptly, while a flicker of grievance emerged within him. This sense of grievance and guilt gradually morphed into irritation. He closed the documents, which he had not even glanced at, and strode purposefully back to the bedroom. The door was firmly shut, just as he had left it. Angelia had not ventured from the confines of that room. The grievance in Snape's heart seemed to intensify. Yet this sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by his mounting irritation. He stood outside the door, straining to discern any sounds within. Was she perhaps hiding away in solitude, weeping? Confronted with this possibility, Snape could no longer remain patient. He gently pushed the door open. Angelia lay soundly asleep in her bed. Severus's expression darkened further as he abruptly yanked the door that had been pushed ajar, yet softened his movements just as it was about to close. The lock emitted a faint click, and with a scowl, Severus retreated back to his study. Angelia enjoyed a deep slumber, awakening to find it was already dinner time. And Snape was absent from the room. The prolonged rest left her limbs somewhat languid and her mind in a hazy state. She lay quietly in bed, patiently awaiting the return of her consciousness and the restoration of her strength. After a minute or two of stillness, she recalled that Snape had seemingly stormed out before she fell asleep. It was likely that he was still sulking somewhere at this very moment. With a sense of resignation, Angelia curled her lips into a faint smile, yet she rose to don her clothes and entered the room. The study door was not fully closed, and through the crack, Angelia beheld the warm, golden light illuminating the space. Severus Snape was hunched over the table, engrossed in writing something. However, he appeared somewhat agitated, his elegant brows furrowed. One slender finger pressed against his forehead while the other clutched a quill, making alterations on the parchment. It seemed as if he was grappling with a perplexing conundrum. Angelia gently pushed the door open. Snape distinctly sensed the movement at the threshold, yet he did not lift his gaze, nor did his demeanor alter in the slightest. Angelia approached him and gently tugged at the hem of his robe. "Uncle Severus, are you still angry?" Upon hearing this address, Snape was reminded of the incident at noon, and he clenched his jaw, feeling the tension in his forehead pulse. In response to the numerous comments labeling this book as OOC, I would like to address this collectively. In the original work, many characters are not fully fleshed out. Their names are mere shadows, and their virtues and vices appear excessively simplistic. In my heart, this novel unfolds within a grand magical realm, not solely centered on Harry Potter. Here, every individual exists in vivid reality. They possess flesh and blood, harbor their own thoughts, exhibit unique personalities, navigate life in distinctive ways, and follow their own trajectories. Perfection is unattainable. Even the most virtuous individuals have their flaws, while even the most nefarious possess a softer side. This narrative focuses on Slytherin, with most scenes unfolding within that house. I believe the Slytherins are not merely cunning. They must possess a gentler side when interacting with friends, lovers, and family. I have endeavored to portray them as they exist in my imagination. In the original text, the protagonists are Gryffindors, often at odds with Slytherins, leading to frequent discord. However, this book's protagonists are Slytherins, and their companions are predominantly those deemed villains in the original story. I am convinced that the protagonist witnesses the softer aspects of these so-called bad individuals in their friendships. 1,000 readers will perceive 1,000 Hamlets. Perhaps the characterizations in this book differ from your understanding or diverge from the original text. Yet, this is the magical world that resonates best with me, and I hope readers can appreciate the personal nuances and shortcomings within this work. I will strive to grow and improve, delivering better creations in the future. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my cherished supporters for their unwavering encouragement. I shall continue to write with fervor. I am determined to keep writing. He still chose to ignore her. Angelia's eyes were rimmed with red as she timidly tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with a sense of grievance. Uncle Severus, could you please not be angry with Leah? Snape's fingers twitched, and the weight of his frustration dissipated entirely in an instant. Before him stood the small figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a picture of utter vulnerability. Instinctively, he turned slightly and drew her into his embrace, murmuring softly, "Do not cry. I am not angry. I was merely teasing you. It's not funny. Uncle Severus mustn't be angry." "Leah is so scared," she replied. "I am not angry," Snape sighed gently, wiping away her tears. "Can you stop crying for me? Does Uncle Severus still like Leah?" Angelia inquired cautiously, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Her blue starry eyes filled with a hint of trepidation. Snape's lashes fluttered, and his touch became even more delicate. His voice softened further, "Always." Angelia had initially feigned her plight to provoke him, yet Severus responded with utmost sincerity, the affection in his gaze melting the darkness, surging forth with an indescribable light. Angelia's heart raced uncontrollably, an urgent desire to articulate a reply swelling within her, but tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. Severus appeared somewhat at a loss, tenderly enveloping her once more, his fingers delicately wiping away the traces of moisture from her face. "Why are you crying again?" Angelia immediately shook her little head, yet her tears flowed uncontrollably. She had intended to console him, but now it was he who softly comforted her. Realizing this, Angelia averted her gaze in self-reproach, her sobs intensifying. Severus was utterly bewildered. He meticulously retraced the events that had just transpired, yet he could not comprehend where he had erred. The little one in his arms wept fervently, and Severus, feeling a sense of urgency, gently lifted her chin to meet his gaze, unsure of how to soothe her. If she were an adult, he could employ more intimate gestures to comfort her, but given her current 11-year-old demeanor, such actions would be inappropriate. Pondering this, Severus furrowed his brow in distress and spoke, his tone slightly stern, "Do not cry." Angelia was so startled that her body trembled, leaving her completely frozen in place. Even forgetting to cry, Snape himself was taken aback. He had merely intended to soothe her gently, but in his anxiety, his voice inadvertently dropped to a tone that sounded somewhat harsh. Realizing her surroundings, Angelia looked up at Snape with a sense of grievance, pouting her lips. Snape awkwardly raised his hand, intending to wipe away her tears, only to have her recoil from him in disdain. Angelia wiped away her tears with her own hand, believing that she had managed to regain her composure. Only then did she cast her gaze toward Snape. Upon meeting her eyes, Snape felt an even greater sense of panic. His muscles tensed involuntarily, and his hands, hesitant to touch her, fell helplessly at his sides. His thin lips pressed together repeatedly, yet no words escaped his mouth. Angelia cast her gaze downward, momentarily enveloped in silence, as her form seamlessly transformed back into that of her adult self. Snape discreetly exhaled in relief, only to be keenly observed by Angelia. "What is it?" she inquired, her striking fox-like eyes narrowing playfully. "Do you not find my youthful appearance to your liking?" A chill coursed through Snape's spine, prompting him to sit upright and obediently reply, "No, you were quite adorable as a child." "Then why did you sigh in relief upon seeing me revert?" Angelia clearly refused to let him off the hook easily, drawing her face nearer, the intoxicating fragrance of her presence invading his senses and unsettling his heart. "I simply found myself at a loss as to how to console someone so young," Snape confessed, wrapping his arms around Angelia's waist and resting his chin upon her shoulder, letting out a gentle sigh near her ear. As Angelia's heart softened, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, her earlier inquiries transforming into a tender, almost playful tone. "How will you coax our daughter in the future?" Snape froze for a moment, the concept unfamiliar to him. His childhood experiences were far from pleasant. Warmth and love were scarce within his family. It was only after meeting Angelia that he began to acknowledge the notion of home, yet thoughts of anything beyond that had never crossed his mind. He had envisioned marriage, dreamed of a life together with Angelia, but the prospect of children had never entered his considerations. They had consistently relied on contraceptive potions, and the topic of parenthood had never been broached between them. However, with Angelia now raising the subject, if she had such intentions, he was compelled to contemplate it. Snape's silence stretched on for an uncomfortably long time before Angelia, puzzled, straightened up to look at him. "Severus?" Snape, abruptly jolted from his reverie, responded, "What is it? What are you thinking?" Unconsciously furrowing his brow, he did not answer her question but instead inquired, "Do you have a fondness for children?" Angelia blinked, seemingly discerning his thoughts. The melancholy etched upon Snape's face was unmistakable, prompting Angelia to stifle a laugh. "Do you not like children?" upon hearing what appeared to be an affirmative response. Snape's countenance grew even more troubled. It is not that I dislike them. Rather, I cannot fathom what that state should entail. I cannot envision it. Snape's voice was subdued, tinged with sorrow. Having never experienced paternal love, how could I possibly bestow it upon another? Angelia affectionately pressed her forehead against his, gently nuzzling his nose tip. As long as you are willing, I believe you will undoubtedly be a wonderful father, for you possess a sense of responsibility and commitment. Unlike him, Angelia brought the atmosphere back to a light-hearted tone. Even if you desire children, it is beyond our reach at this moment. The tasks she yearned to accomplish remain unfinished. Voldemort has not been vanquished, and the dealings with the Grim Reaper and Hades are still unresolved. Her body oscillates frequently between childhood and adulthood, making it premature to discuss such matters now. Snape exhaled a sigh of relief, drawing Angelia closer. A familiar soft smile finally gracing his face. Thankfully, I am not yet compelled to confront those issues. If you wish, let us refrain from doing so. Angelia gazed earnestly at him. Nothing is more paramount than you. Thank you. Snape lowered his eyes, concealing the emotions within. Yet the kiss he placed upon her lips bore an urgency unlike before, as Angelia's hand gently caressed his back, welcoming him tenderly. The study was bathed in a dim, golden light. The trembling desk emitted a sound of burdened protest. Chairs were hastily pushed aside, and pages from books lay scattered across the floor, seemingly swept away in haste. The quill, which usually resided in the inkpot, was carelessly discarded upon the pale gray carpet, where a few drops of ink stained it a deep green. The fireplace's temperature was elevated, flames crackling and illuminating the dark room, casting flickering shadows in the near distance. The old site of Gunter's cottage is located in Darnhagen, approximately 4 to 5 miles from Little Hangen. The walls here are overrun with moss, a thick, dark, unidentifiable substance clinging to the untouched sections of the walls. Much of the roof tiles have vanished, with some shattered and others possibly weathered away. Surrounding the house, an abundance of obnoxious weeds thrived, audaciously encroaching upon the space, nearly blocking the windows. Noah struggled to navigate through these stinging weeds toward the cottage door, where the foliage grew denser and taller, almost obscuring the entrance. As he walked, he waved his wand to clear the underbrush. Fortunately, the plants here were not magical, and he soon arrived at the door. It was only then that he noticed a serpentine figure fashioned in an S-shaped nail to the door. Angelia's objective was unmistakably clear. Noah cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, only to discover that the interior offered no greater solace than the outside. The walls had long since lost their original visage, now overtaken by a wild proliferation of untamed flora, while the floorboards beneath his feet emitted ominous creaks. Noah searched both inside and out for an entire day, and as darkness descended, he still had not located the ring that Angelia had described. Where could it possibly be? The third floorboard to the right of the fireplace had been broken, yet curiously, the surrounding boards showed little sign of damage, only that one. Noah, wand in hand and muscles taut with anticipation, approached the fractured floor tile, crouching down to peer into the recess. There, nestled within, lay a small hidden compartment, and within it rested a black ring. He had found it. When Angelia received the news, it was 9 o'clock the following morning. She had just risen and was seated at her table, preparing to have breakfast, when Rogier's owl flew in through the window. A new development awaited her prompt attention. Angelia immediately cast aside her breakfast and rushed toward the fireplace. In the corner of Rogier Manor, Rogier, Lena, and Patrick were engaged in hushed conversation, their glances frequently darting toward the opposite side of the room. There, Noah sat silently in a chair, cradling a ring. What was happening? As Angelia hurried over, she was met with this peculiar scene. Had the ring been found? She prepared to approach Noah, but Lena swiftly grasped her arm. Do not go, she whispered, casting a wary glance at Noah. He is acting strangely. What is amiss? Angelia queried, scrutinizing Noah with suspicion. Is he unhappy? Hurt? Lena sighed, her voice dropping even lower. He has been like this since he returned yesterday, unresponsive to anyone, occasionally lifting his gaze to offer a chilling smile. Today, after much anticipation, his first words were merely to summon you. Summon her? Angelia approached Noah in a few strides, and as she did, Noah happened to lift his gaze, meeting her eyes. Miss Royal, it has been quite a while, he said, his voice sounding peculiar, almost foreign to his own, tinged with a hint of frailty. Do you still remember me? Angelia cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze settling upon the ring in his hand. Tom. Noah appeared quite displeased with this appellation. His expression bore a hint of anger, yet he endeavored to force a chilling smile. "Miss Royal, I am surprised that you still remember me." Angelia gazed upon the once charming and radiant visage of Noah, which was now marred by a grotesque smile, and felt a surge of indignation. The face she had meticulously crafted had been ravaged by Voldemort. Consumed by fury, she denied Voldemort the chance to utter another word, raising her wand with determination. Flames engulfed him. This was a form of mental magic. The afflicted would experience their soul being seared, yet their body would remain unscathed. Noah's expression contorted in agony as he unleashed a cacophony of curses, but Angelia remained unfazed, allowing the power from her wand to intensify. After a brief stalemate, Voldemort relinquished his hold over Noah's body. A semi-ethereal shadow hovered above the ring, revealing a younger Voldemort. Angelia lowered her wand. Intrigued as she admired his face before it had been disfigured, Noah had already succumbed to unconsciousness. While the ring floated serenely in midair, Voldemort appeared exceedingly weak, clearly in dire need of an environment to nourish his soul. Angelia, with a heart full of kindness, stepped forward and grasped the ring in her hand. With a tone tinged with regret, she spoke, "You need to rest now, do you not? A soul stabilizer would be most beneficial for you, wouldn't it? Allow me to assist you in finding one." Voldemort, of course, was skeptical of her seemingly benevolent intentions, yet he found himself incapable of breaking free. As long as the ring remained in her possession, escape was impossible. He was even too weak to ponder why she could touch the Horcrux directly without suffering any repercussions. The moment the ring fell into Angelia's hands, the Horcrux had already met its demise. Angelia paid no heed to whether he believed her or not. She took the ring and returned to Spinner's End, making her way directly into Snape's potions chamber. This place housed not only potions but also a plethora of magical ingredients. Angelia approached a cabinet and swung open its two doors, revealing vials that appeared indistinguishable from one another. Inside were the soul stabilizer and serpent venom. "You may choose one for yourself." Angelia stood to the side, arms crossed, watching him with an air of amused detachment, as if she would accept any choice he made. However, Voldemort was not one to be easily swayed. He clearly disdained such flamboyant wagers and lay quietly in Angelia's palm, as unassuming as an ordinary ring. "Since you are unwilling, allow me to make the selection for you." Angelia appeared unfazed, or perhaps she had orchestrated this moment long ago. Without hesitation, she approached one of the cabinets, removed a vial of potion, and uncorked it. Before she could take any further action, the ring stirred slightly. "I shall choose another cabinet." Angelia had no intention of going back on her word. She shrugged, replaced the stopper on the vial she had been holding, and returned it to the cabinet. From another cabinet, she retrieved a different vial and removed its stopper without a moment's hesitation. This time, without any doubt, Angelia cast the ring into the bottle. The potion reacted violently, and a tumultuous burst of gas erupted from the neck of the vial. Within, the ring writhed and churned, as if it were enduring some profound agony. Angelia gazed with delight as the ring struggled within the confines of the vessel, her smile deepening as she leaned closer, her crimson lips parting to utter a bewitching yet innocent tone. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. In the cabinets, there exists but a single vial of soul stabilizer. The rest are filled with serpent venom. So, do relish the experience, Voldemort." In the instant the ring, a Horcrux, was obliterated, Noah emerged from the boundless abyss of darkness. With terror etched upon his face, he opened his eyes wide and gasped for breath, as if he had just endured an unspeakably horrifying ordeal. Patrick, nearby, perusing a newspaper, promptly approached upon hearing the commotion from the bed to ascertain his condition, then relayed the news to Rogier. Before long, Rogier, Lena, and Angelia arrived. "How do you feel?" Angelia inquired after ensuring the ring was properly dealt with and returning to Rogier Manor, coincidentally catching wind of Noah's awakening. Upon seeing Angelia's visage, Noah abruptly sat up, frantically searching for something. His vigorous movements caused a wave of dizziness, and his body swayed involuntarily, prompting Angelia to reach out and steady him. "The ring is with me." "You successfully brought it back," she assured as she gently pressed him back onto the bed, bestowing a light pat on his head as a reward. "Well done." Noah appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, obediently reclining as Angelia guided him, seemingly free of issues. "Is there any lingering discomfort?" Angelia queried once more, to which Noah promptly shook his head slightly. "You performed admirably in this task. From now on, you shall recuperate here. Should you require anything, seek out Rogier," she soothed, her voice softening. "Do refrain from venturing outside for the time being. The injuries you sustained during this mission were inflicted by Voldemort. He has already noticed you, and I fear he may pose a threat." Noah nodded in acquiescence. Once assured of Noah's well-being, Angelia departed with Rogier and the others. Ever since the fateful day when the body of young Barty Crouch was discovered, old Barty Crouch had not set foot in the Ministry of Magic. Herman had once visited him in a professional capacity, but he was ushered out after mere moments. It was said that old Barty spent his days in a drunken stupor at home, consumed by grief and lamentation, while also vociferously declaring his desire to vanquish the Dark Lord, though thus far, no actions had been taken. At present, 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes had been destroyed, yet the whereabouts of the remaining 5 remained unknown. Voldemort had entrusted the Malfoy family with the preservation of the diary, suggesting that his former loyal subordinates might be tasked with safeguarding the remaining Horcruxes. In the previous meeting, Angelia had already assigned someone to keep a watchful eye on all his loyal subordinates, yet thus far, no useful leads have emerged. In truth, most of his trusted aides remain confined within Azkaban, where they are tormented daily by Dementors, rendering the likelihood of them contemplating Voldemort's Horcruxes exceedingly slim. This predicament cannot persist indefinitely. The heart that Voldemort seeks to resurrect stirs with restless anticipation, and in the pursuit of his swift demise, Angelia must devise alternative strategies. For instance, the use of Veritaserum. Severus had spent the entire day tutoring Draco in potions at Malfoy Manor, only declining Lucius's invitation to dinner as dusk approached. Returning to Spinner's End, as he emerged from the fireplace, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. "Leah?" Severus removed his outer robe and hung it on the rack, at which point a cheerful little head peeked out from the kitchen. "You're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Would you like some tea in the meantime?" Angelia's smile radiated warmth, and Snape's previously somber expression was finally illuminated, unconsciously revealing a gentle smile. "Why are you so cheerful today?" he inquired as he rolled up his sleeves, ventured into the kitchen, arranged the utensils, and retrieved juice to pour into a glass. Meanwhile, Angelia busily plated the steak. "I will tell you shortly," she replied while continuing her task. Snape instinctively approached and carried the prepared dishes to the dining table. With Snape's assistance, dinner was swiftly completed. Angelia sat by the table, raising her juice glass and gazing at Snape, her fox-like eyes gleaming with joy. "Let us celebrate the destruction of another one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Snape was momentarily taken aback, but soon a joyful smile graced his features. The two gently clinked their glasses together, and Snape looked at her tenderly. "Congratulations. Such a momentous occasion ought to be celebrated with a bottle of wine." Yet knowing Angelia's propensity to become inebriated at the mere scent of alcohol, Snape dared not take the risk and settled for juice instead. They conversed and dined until the meal concluded, at which point Angelia spoke again. "Severus, I require your assistance with something." Snape regarded her with a serious demeanor. "What is it?" "I need a substantial quantity of Veritaserum." Angelia tilted her head in slight distress. She was uncertain of the number of individuals that required interrogation, thus unable to ascertain the precise amount of Veritaserum needed. A substantial quantity? Snape appeared equally perplexed regarding the definition of substantial. How many individuals are to be interrogated? Angelia appeared increasingly distressed, her small face creasing in contemplation as she pondered uncertainly. "Dozens?" Snape seemed to exhale in relief. 5 vials should suffice. I shall retrieve them for you shortly. Do we still have the potent Veritaserum? The one administered to Dumbledore? Among the Death Eaters, individuals like Bellatrix were not uncommon. They were both deranged and astute, compelling Angelia to prepare meticulously. Snape, unusually furrowing his brow, remarked, "Only half a vial remains, which should be adequate for one more use. Is it possible to brew another batch?" As soon as the words left her lips, Angelia was taken aback to see a look of difficulty crossing Snape's face. "Not at present," he replied, sensing Angelia's gaze. He sighed softly. "One of the ingredients required for this potion is exceedingly rare. Our last encounter with it was mere fortune, as we happened upon a cellar, and the portion I acquired has been entirely consumed. To my knowledge, it has only surfaced once in the UK in recent years, the very batch I obtained." Snape sighed again, a hint of resignation in his tone. "That ingredient is irreplaceable." "What ingredient?" "I shall seek it out." Angelia nodded in understanding, yet her concerns were minimal. The members of the Pure Blood Society predominantly hailed from noble lineages, and the royal family itself possessed substantial resources, making the procurement of potion ingredients a manageable endeavor. Soulgrass. Perhaps, sensing Angelia's contemplations, Snape regarded her with a hint of resignation. Soul grass could only be cultivated by those of exceptionally pure intent. It required a decade to reach maturity. And one could not cultivate any other herbs simultaneously. Only a single plant could be grown at a time, lest it wither. Furthermore, it was exceedingly rare for soul grass to be preserved, lasting no more than 15 days before wilting. Fortunately, the potions that necessitated soul grass were few, with some being substitutable by other herbs. Thus, despite its extraordinary rarity, the price of soul grass was not exorbitant. However, it remained a commodity difficult to procure. Upon hearing the term soul grass, Angelia felt a pang of helplessness. No matter how vast her reserves, the ephemeral nature of this magical ingredient posed a significant challenge. She could only send someone to gather information and immediately purchase it upon discovery. For now, she resolved to utilize Veritaserum instead. Angelia blinked, momentarily casting aside thoughts of soul grass. Her face brightening with a soft smile. I appreciate your efforts, Severus. I am delighted to assist you in any way I can. Snape gazed at her tenderly. Fortunately, you require me. I shall always need you. A warmth crept to Angelia's ears under his gaze, and she turned to embrace his waist, nestling into his arms. Snape instantly wrapped her in his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Angelia had come to rely on Snape more than ever. This reliance was not born from an inability to stand alone, but rather a yearning to remain intertwined with him at all moments. When Angelia found herself alone at home with Snape, she preferred to nestle against him, curling up in his embrace. Snape appeared to relish this state as well, his hold on her becoming increasingly adept. Even on the rare occasions when she did not cling to him, he would draw her back into his arms. Both of them had grown accustomed to this arrangement, yet suddenly, a thought from a book she had once read crossed her mind, suggesting that two individuals who remain entwined for too long may eventually grow weary of one another. Angelia was naturally confident in their relationship, so she whimsically posed a question. Severus, do you ever grow weary of being so attached to each other every day? Little did she anticipate the consequences that would ensue from her words. She felt Severus beneath her suddenly stiffen. His hands, which were wrapped around her waist, tightened abruptly. A low, slightly trembling voice whispered in her ear, Are you tired of me? Angelia wanted to shake her head in denial, but as she lifted her gaze, her crimson lips were captured, subsequently overwhelmed by a tempestuous and fervent kiss that silenced her intended denial. Angelia stood in a daze, bewildered by Severus's sudden emotional shift. It seemed as though the emotions he had long suppressed had now erupted, flooding his mind with images of Angelia frolicking with Draco, engaging in lively conversation with Harry, dancing with Theodore at the ball, and offering a gentle smile to that Hufflepuff upperclassman. The unease within him magnified, as moments tinged with helplessness, jealousy, and powerlessness engulfed him, tearing his rationality asunder. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he recalled the words he once uttered to Lucius, regardless of right or wrong. I wish for her to have the chance to choose anew. I shall not interfere with her. That thought haunted him like a nightmare, entwining itself around him for many years. He dared not overstep, only permitting himself to express concern from the perspective of an elder. While secretly envying every companion who could play intimately with her, he refrained from harboring even a hint of selfish desire, fearful that once he allowed such thoughts to surface, he would no longer be able to rein in his own impulses. Angelia is well-liked, frequently attending various balls, always accompanied by Draco. Severus Snape occasionally graces these gatherings, standing solitary in the shadows, observing Angelia dance gracefully beside Draco, her movements a delicate ballet. He watches as she, bewildered, witnesses Theodore and Draco bicker over the chance to dance with her, ultimately retreating with Parkinson to indulge in small cakes. These memories are tinged with discomfort, and Snape often wishes to forget them. From the perspective of a mentor, he finds it both absurd and immature to succumb to feelings of jealousy. He strives to mask his emotions with a stoic facade, yet falters in Angelia's presence, unable to suppress a gentle smile. His self-discipline only extends to refraining from avenging himself by burdening Draco with an insurmountable workload, beyond his comprehension, yet he cannot quell his desire to draw closer to her. Even in a mentor's guise, lost in his thoughts, Snape's dark eyes lack their usual warmth, a tempest of unknown origin wreaking havoc within. Concerned for his emotional state, Angelia remains obediently accommodating. Snape's mind is a tumult, and he has never entertained the notion that Angelia might, one day, cease to love him. In matters of the heart, It is often the one who loves less who finds it easier to withdraw. If Angelia truly wished to part ways, what would he do? This question had never crossed his mind before. Yet today, her words seemed to trigger a switch, and despite his efforts to evade the thought, he found it futile. Compelled to contemplate it numbly. If she truly desired to leave, would he still be able to grant her another chance, as he once envisioned? After having regained her affection, could he truly achieve that? Merely considering this notion felt suffocating, yet he forced himself to confront it. Did Angelia's mention of this topic today suggest that she had begun to contemplate such an idea? Perhaps it was merely a fleeting thought of which she herself was unaware. Angelia's love for him is undeniably profound. However, if one day she were to grow weary, fatigued, and unwilling to continue, would he possess the strength to let her go and grant her freedom? Snape felt a sudden constriction in his breath. A wave of anguish spreading relentlessly through his heart, as a chilling sensation coursed through his veins, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Angelia sensed Severus's trembling and, feeling a pang of anxiety, embraced him tightly, her delicate hands gently caressing his back. She tilted her head slightly, attempting to evade his lips. This gesture deepened the tempest in Severus's eyes, and without hesitation, he pursued her, reclaiming her lips with fervor. His long fingers cradled the back of her head, securing her in place, leaving her no avenue of escape. Why would she flee? This had never occurred before. As Severus contemplated, a chill enveloped him. Angelia noticed his disquiet and instinctively wrapped her arms around him, momentarily refraining from resistance. Thus, she allowed Severus to vent his emotions for a while, until her lips grew numb, nearly devoid of sensation, at which point he seemed to regain his composure. His dark, fathomless gaze remained, and his usually gentle voice was now hauntingly hoarse. Will you grow weary of this? Of course not, Angelia replied earnestly, locking her gaze with his. I promise. I wish to cling to you every day. Severus, coming back to himself and meeting her gaze, felt his emotions spill forth, and his rationality began to mend itself. His eyes lingered on Angelia's lips, and he spoke with a hint of remorse. I am sorry. It is of no consequence. Angelia immediately leaned in to embrace him, her voice soft. Can you tell me what troubles you? Severus held her tightly, but did not respond to her inquiry. How could he articulate it? Jealousy, longing, helplessness. Those wretched thoughts were words he could never utter. Angelia sensed that Severus's mood was rather amiss this evening, though she could not grasp the reason behind it. Hadn't their conversation been pleasant? Severus remained silent, uttering not a word, and Angelia chose not to break the silence. Within the confines of Severus's coat pocket, an exquisite locket box glimmered with a silvery green hue. Tonight, number 12 Grimmauld Place was more boisterous than usual. The incessant shrieks of the house elf had awakened the portrait of Mrs. Walburga Black, which soon transformed into a duet of screams. Harry and Sirius, bleary-eyed, descended from the upper floor. After a tiring afternoon of play, the two had retreated to their rooms for a nap, only to be abruptly roused by a piercing scream in the evening. Harry appeared somewhat dazed, ruffling his disheveled dark brown hair in an attempt to comprehend the situation. His godfather, Sirius Black, seemed considerably more irate, his own lustrous black hair tousled and his handsome face contorted with irritation. Shut up. All of you, be quiet. Sirius bellowed furiously, yet his roar was drowned out by the cacophony, both screams continuing unabated. Reluctantly, Sirius drew his wand to silence Mrs. Walburga Black, raising his voice further to command, Creature, I order you to be quiet. At last, the screams subsided, and Harry lowered his hands from his ears, shaking his head in an effort to dispel the ringing in his ears. What on earth is happening? Sirius directed his gaze toward Creature. I warned you. Do not show your face before me. A rare expression of sorrow flickered across Creature's typically expressionless visage, tears and mucus streaking his face, his murky blue-green eyes betraying both anger and despair. The locket is missing. The Master's locket is gone. Creature has lost the Master's locket. As he spoke, Creature began to bang his wrinkled forehead against the floor, prompting Sirius to once again command him to cease. What locket? Sirius asked, bewildered, running a hand through his hair. Then gesturing impatiently, if it's lost, it's lost. I don't want to hear you screaming down there again, or I shall throw you out. No, it is Master Regulus's locket. Creature showed no sign of halting, continuing to scream as he resumed banging his head against the wall. It was given to Creature by Master Regulus. Creature has failed. Creature has disobeyed his orders. Enough. Upon hearing Regulus's name, Sirius's expression turned icy, his gaze fixed menacingly on Creature. Do not let me hear his name again. That foolish idiot. Creature glared back with equal ferocity. Master Regulus is not a foolish idiot, he retorted with the loudest sound a house elf could muster. And upon contradicting his current master, he was promptly compelled to slam his head against the wall, where a small patch of blood soon appeared. He was no fool. Yet, someone in this household surely was. Creature glared at Sirius with gritted teeth, his forehead already bloodied and bruised, presenting a horrific sight. Harry could not comprehend why the situation had escalated to this point, but he managed to restrain Sirius before he erupted in fury. Godfather, let us go back. Spare him this time. At the very least, he possesses some loyalty. As Harry urged him along, he guided Sirius upstairs. Sirius's chest heaved with rage, and he appeared on the verge of drawing his wand to deliver an Avada Kedavra to Creature, compelling Harry to embrace his waist and push him upward. Once they finally separated their gazes and reached the upper floor, Harry sighed in relief. The second floor was hardly inviting, and the two seldom ventured there. The walls beside the staircase were adorned with the heads of house elves that had once faithfully served the Black family, startling Harry whenever he descended at night. The decor of the sitting room hinted at its former grandeur. Two magnificent glass cabinets stood prominently, while across the wall hung a tapestry depicting the family tree of the Blacks, where Harry easily spotted the name that had just ignited the conflict, Regulus Black. Harry stared silently at the name for a moment until Sirius approached. He was younger than I. Sirius pointed to the name, his voice suddenly breaking the silence. The dim light of the room obscured Harry's view of his expression. I am constantly reminded that he, their son, was far more accomplished than I. Harry's gaze fell upon the date of birth, followed by another set of numbers denoting the date of death. But he is dead. Indeed. Sirius seemed to emit a derisive snort, though his tone was fraught with complexity, mockery, anger, sorrow, and regret intertwined. The foolish imbecile. He joined the Death Eaters. Death Eaters? Harry was taken aback, not having anticipated this revelation. Why? Have you not realized yet? Sirius emitted a scornful laugh. Look around, Harry. Observe this house. Do you still not comprehend what sort of wizards my family comprises? Your parents, were they Death Eaters as well? No. Sirius scoffed derisively. But they believed in Voldemort's ideals. They supported the preservation of pure wizarding blood. They all did. Perhaps in their minds, Regulus, who joined the Death Eaters, was seen as a brave little hero, especially after most had discovered that Voldemort was willing to employ any means necessary to gain power, yet he chose to remain loyal. Harry fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he hesitantly inquired, was he killed by a Auror? No, it was not. Sirius bore a sardonic expression. Yet Harry sensed a slight deviation in his demeanor regarding this brother. He was slain by Voldemort. Sirius's tone gradually descended into a more somber cadence. Or perhaps he was murdered under Voldemort's directive. He was deeply ensnared, and a sense of dread enveloped him. He yearned for an escape. Such was the nature of Voldemort. Sirius emitted a derisive laugh. It was either a lifetime of servitude or a dead end. In a long-abandoned, dimly lit mansion, a man cloaked in black sat elegantly upon a sofa, holding a goblet aloft. His visage was obscured by a shroud of darkness, but the fingers that gripped the chalice were long and powerful, yet devoid of vitality, appearing a pallid gray. Beside him, an indescribable pink mass writhed grotesquely. This endeavor was executed exceptionally well. The undulating mass, seemingly manifesting a face, was enveloped in a thin pink membrane and pulsating veins, rendering it even more repulsive. Next, I wish for you to visit Azkaban. The voice of the mass sounded feeble. It paused to gather strength before continuing. I have some loyal servants there. Find them and rescue them. A hoarse voice, nearly inaudible, emerged as the man in black gracefully raised his goblet, the ruby liquid inside swaying gently with his movement, revealing a crystalline hue. No problem. The rich wine burned as it coursed down his throat, evoking memories of that fateful night when his vocal cords were torn apart. As long as they can be eliminated, everything will be fine. Of course. A flicker of hatred crossed the mass's face. This time, they must perish. As twilight descended, Analia finally found the opportunity to coax Snape into taking a bath. Fortunately, after his bath, Snape's mood seemed considerably improved. With damp hair, he emerged from the bathroom, the moisture from his locks leaving a small, wet mark upon his gray nightgown. Why don't you dry your hair? Analia asked, puzzled. But Snape merely raised the dry towel in his hand. Angelia smiled softly, her understanding evident as she accepted the dry towel from his hand. Snape settled naturally in front of her, and a serene silence enveloped them. It was only when his hair had been thoroughly dried that he turned to regard Angelia with earnestness. "Leah, I am truly sorry." Snape's dark eyes brimmed with guilt and despondency. "I am uncertain as to what overcame me just now." "It's all right. I merely have my moments of melancholy," Angelia replied, leaning in to embrace him, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek in a soothing manner. Snape instinctively wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, reluctant to let go. Angelia gently struggled twice, but found herself unable to break free, so she could only softly coax. "Shall I take a shower first?" Snape inhaled deeply at the side of her neck and, albeit reluctantly, released his grip. Angeli gently pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth, assuring him, "I shall return shortly." The following day, she arrived at the Rogier estate, laden with a substantial supply of veritaserum. It was merely a small assembly today, attended by Rogier, Lena, Patrick, and Shallon. Recently, our focus had shifted towards surveilling the core members of the Death Eaters and seeking Voldemort's Horcruxes, yet thus far, both endeavors had yielded little progress. Shallon maintained a stern countenance, but it was evident that he bore a sense of frustration. The spirited demeanor he had displayed during his last visit had faded, replaced by an unmistakable agitation. These developments were anticipated by Angeli, who revealed no trace of disappointment, merely nodding in acknowledgement before retrieving a small box from her side. Inside lay the veritaserum, intended to be administered to the inmates of Azkaban. She pushed the box towards Shallon, suggesting, "Perhaps it will coax them into divulging the information we seek." A flicker of hope crossed Shallon's face, and just as he reached for the box, the door to the meeting room was abruptly thrust open. The assembled individuals lifted their gazes in unison to find Herman hastily entering from the outside. Upon spotting Angeli, he breathlessly exclaimed, "Leader, the Death Eaters from Azkaban have staged a mass breakout." "What?" For figures simultaneously rose from the table. The weather in London today was gloomier than usual. Dark, heavy clouds blanketed the sky, blocking any hint of sunlight. Diagon Alley was not as bustling as it typically was, with only a handful of witches and wizards hurrying along, each displaying an unmistakable expression of unease. The Ministry of Magic remained abuzz with activity, yet every face seemed to carry a cloud of worry. Among all the departments, only the Auror office was eerily silent, as no Aurors were present. Each had been dispatched in search of the escaped Death Eaters. In the minister's office, Angeli, Rogier, Herman, and Fudge convened to deliberate on the ensuing matters. News from Shallon indicated that several members of the investigation teams had observed the dark mark on the Death Eater's arms appearing to ache, suggesting they had been summoned by Voldemort. These members were still tracking the successfully escaped Death Eaters and would relay any new findings as they arose. The public was rife with speculation that Voldemort had either returned or was on the verge of doing so. "Shall we proceed?" Rogier's words were abruptly interrupted as the flames in the office's fireplace transformed into a vivid green, capturing the attention of those present. Before their eyes, Lucius emerged hastily from the fireplace. The situation here evidently caught him off guard. Upon noticing the four individuals seated on the sofa, Lucius momentarily paused in surprise. "Rogier, Herman, the head of the Malfoy family, Elise, please take a seat." Angelia succinctly introduced them to one another, then turned her gaze towards Rogier, urging him to continue. Lucius promptly seated himself beside Angelia as Rogier elaborated. "The populace is currently in a state of unease. Should we seize this opportunity to openly acknowledge the resurgence of Voldemort?" Before Angelia could utter a word, Fuji immediately interjected with a gentle rebuttal. "I see no necessity for that. A mere excuse would suffice to brush it aside. There is no need to instill fear among the populace. We reside in an era of peace, and that individual was eradicated over a decade ago. This is a universally acknowledged truth. If this is indeed merely a straightforward prison break, must we hunt down another Voldemort to eliminate once more?" As soon as he finished speaking, both Lucius and Rogier turned their gazes toward him, their eyes betraying a profound disdain and contempt. "Fool." Angelia controlled Fudge's silence before shifting her gaze to Lucius. "What do you think? Mr. Riddle's suggestion is quite commendable. At present, it appears to be the most viable course of action. However, we shall undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges thereafter." Lucius lowered his eyes to the two gleaming emeralds adorning his serpent-headed cane and replied coldly, "Fudge is not the only one inclined to retreat into his shell. Regardless, the resurrection of Voldemort must be disclosed. Should any difficulties arise subsequently, we shall address them as they come." Angelia frowned at Fudge, who was currently leaning on his cane. his gaze fixed on the patterns of the carpet. If some are truly unwilling to believe, we shall employ certain extraordinary measures to compel their conviction. I am not one of those benevolent souls like Dumbledore. Those who yield to fear far outnumber those who succumb to kindness. The repercussions of the mass escape from Azkaban meant that Angelia's work hours extended considerably, and her return to Spinner's End grew increasingly delayed. Initially, upon returning home, she could still share a meal with Snape and exchange a few words. Gradually, it devolved into Snape waiting until midnight to see the weary Angelia. And after a brief exchange of goodnights, she would collapse into bed, scarcely affording him the opportunity for further conversation. This routine persisted for approximately half a month, until the impact of the Azkaban breakout was finally brought under a tenuous control. Upon the announcement of Voldemort's resurrection, it was indeed met with widespread disbelief. Countless letters were delivered to the Ministry of Magic by owls, filled with inquiries, accusations, and protests, all unambiguously evading the stark reality of this news. Angelia had patiently awaited for an entire week, yet the letters deposited into the Ministry of Magic's mailbox only multiplied, until her patience was utterly exhausted. After a week, she selected a dozen or so individuals who had received the most correspondence and dispatched members of the Purity Party disguised as Death Eaters to wreak havoc upon their homes, sending several of them to St. Mungo's. Of course, she did not employ any excessively severe methods. Following this, an increasing number of individuals became convinced that they had witnessed Death Eater activity, and consequently, the clamor of public dissent naturally dissipated. During this fortnight, Angelia scarcely had the energy to pay attention to Snape. She was oblivious to his daily activities and had not engaged in any communication with him. Thus, as soon as matters were resolved, Angelia promptly left work early, eager to return and surprise Snape. When Angela returned, it was already 6 in the evening, and the sky outside had darkened. However, the lights in Spidertail Alley remained unlit. Angelia felt a twinge of melancholy, yet she swiftly adjusted her mindset, preparing to cook and await Severus's return home. She walked lightly towards the bedroom to change into comfortable attire, but froze at the threshold upon opening the door. Severus was at home, sitting dazedly on the bed, gazing out the window. The room was dim, devoid of light, with the outside cloaked in darkness, and only the faint glow of the fireplace barely outlined Severus's silhouette. Upon hearing the sound at the door, he turned to look at her, his eyes devoid of luster, his expression lacking any semblance of joy, leaving only a profound sense of numb solitude. Neither spoke a word, as Angelia's heart was besieged by an unsettling guilt and concern. She recalled that night 2 weeks prior when Severus's mood had appeared quite troubled. Since that day, she had been preoccupied with matters concerning Azkaban, neglecting to check on him. Was he all right now? Angelia yearned to break the suffocating silence that enveloped them, to utter at least a few words to dispel the awkwardness that lingered in the air. Yet, her voice eluded her, stolen away by an overwhelming sense of guilt. She found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Severus who shattered the stillness. He cast his gaze downward, adjusting the blanket around him before lying back, his tone indifferent as he uttered, "Good night," much like he had over the past fortnight. Severus. With a heavy heart, Angelia knelt by the bed, gazing at him. He maintained a posture of sleep, yet his dark eyes, devoid of focus, stared blankly into the void. "Severus, can we talk?" she implored. Slowly, he moved his eyes, finally fixing his gaze upon Angelia's face. A tempest brewed within his eyes as he replied, his voice even colder, "It is unnecessary. Severus, I was wrong. I should not have neglected you for so long." As she drew closer, Angelia noticed the toll the past month had taken on him. His already gaunt face appeared even more hollow, an unhealthy pallor clung to his skin, and his lips bore little trace of color. Angelia trembled as she reached out to caress his cheek, but Snape turned his head aside to evade her touch. Though he did not meet her gaze, his actions clearly conveyed his rejection. Angelia opened her mouth once more, but Severus impatiently interrupted her. "I have said it is unnecessary. What is this? A mere act of charity? After becoming engrossed in your grand pursuits, you finally remember that you have a lover in need of consolation, returning early to placate me? Should I express my gratitude by crawling to your feet, thanking you for taking a moment to recall my existence?" As Severus spoke, his entire being trembled, and the hatred emanating from his eyes caused Angelia's heart to skip a beat, yet she immediately sensed something was amiss. Impossible. Severus would never regard her with such a gaze. The chilling scent of potions wafting from him confirmed that the man before her was not an impostor. Yet his demeanor was undeniably peculiar. The only things capable of instigating such a radical shift in temperament were potions or dark magical artifacts. Given that Severus was a master of potions, it was unlikely he had been drugged. Could it be that he inadvertently ingested some experimental concoction? Contemplating this, Angelia cautiously inquired, "Severus, have you been concocting any new potions recently?" Severus scoffed, his gaze still icy as he replied, "Should I say yes, merely to ease your conscience? Alas, I have not. If it was not a potion, then it could only be a dark magical artifact." Angelia, with a steely resolve, spoke once more. "Have you encountered anything peculiar of late? What? Have you brought your unfinished work back with you?" Snape's gaze suddenly turned even colder. "Are you intending to interrogate me? Fetch a vial of veritaserum then. Otherwise, this incessant suspicion will only squander our time." Angelia, filled with exasperation, extended her hand in an attempt to touch Snape's face, yet he immediately recoiled, distancing his head as if her hand were some fearsome object. Angelia gritted her teeth and stealthily drew her wand, casting a swift, binding spell that instantly ensnared Snape. "What are you doing?" Angelia heard Snape's teeth grinding, and she hardly dared to lift her gaze to behold his expression. Yet she could surmise that his countenance was undoubtedly foreboding. Seizing the opportunity while Snape was restrained, Angelia promptly threw back the covers and meticulously searched every inch of his body for anything unusual. After a thorough examination, Snape's ears flushed crimson, and his face darkened as though it had been scorched. His muscles tensed, fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his temples throbbed incessantly. There was nothing on him. Angelia shifted her gaze towards the bed, her hands meticulously examining the sheets and blanket. Finally, she felt a hard object nestled within the seam of Snape's pillow, a small metallic rectangle. Ignoring the murderous glare emanating from Snape, she swiftly yanked his pillow away, causing his head to crash onto the soft mattress, fortunately sparing him from any significant harm. Before Snape could crush his teeth in frustration, Angelia extracted a diminutive silver-green locket box from his pillow. Snape, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated the presence of an object within his pillow. Before him lay the locket box, and he immediately recognized its significance. The Slytherin locket box. It shimmered with a cold, eerie silver light, and Snape instantly detected the aura of dark magic emanating from it. A Horcrux. They both spoke in unison. With the locket box now removed, Snape's mood considerably improved, as he finally grasped the reason behind his inexplicable, volatile temper. Angelia, too, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It was indeed due to the Horcrux. Snape felt a deep sense of embarrassment and guilt over his recent erratic emotions, while Angelia experienced immense frustration and anger. They had both discovered a shared outlet for their feelings, the Horcrux. Amidst a bubbling effervescence, the locket box was submerged in the venomous snake liquid. Under the potent magical suppression of the snake venom, the soul fragments within the locket box were swiftly annihilated. Angelia and Snape simultaneously exhaled in relief, their gazes fixed upon the now tranquil serpent venom and the still sunken locket. A sense of ease washed over them at last. With the destruction of the locket, Angelia and Snape were finally free to engage in a meaningful conversation. The emotional turmoil inflicted upon Snape by the Horcrux had dissipated, leaving him only with a desire to find a crevice in the earth to hide himself away. Angelia felt a profound sense of guilt. Recently, she had been preoccupied with the affairs of Azkaban and had failed to notice Severus's peculiar behavior. This matter had lingered in Severus's vicinity for at least a fortnight, and had she been more observant, perhaps she could have averted it. The guilt etched upon Angela's face was unmistakable, and Snape discerned her thoughts with a mere glance. He let out a soft sigh, enveloping Angela in his embrace, and spoke gently to reassure her. "This is not your fault. I had it beside me for half a month without realizing it. My negligence is to blame." Angelia nestled in his embrace, silent, for it had been far too long since she last heard Severus's gentle voice, a sound she deeply yearned for. Severus, too, held her tightly. For in the past half-month, Angelia had been leaving early and returning late, and he had not held her in his arms for what felt like an eternity. Angelia nestled her small head into Snape's neck, affectionately nuzzling against him before speaking again in a muffled tone. "We haven't purchased any new pillows recently. This pendant box must have been placed here intentionally. However, I cannot discern the purpose behind it, nor do I know who is responsible." Snape's gaze gradually darkened. "Leave this matter to me. I shall uncover the truth." Angela nodded, affectionately nuzzling against his neck, before finally uttering a pitiful, "You've worked hard." Severus Snape reflected that his mind must have been clouded with confusion over the past fortnight. as he had spent each day at home doubting Angeli, accomplishing nothing in the process. The tutoring sessions for Draco had been postponed for 2 weeks, and the experimental phase that should have progressed to its second step had yet to commence. The potions in the storage cabinet had not been replenished, and the shop's business had been neglected. Snape anticipated a prolonged period of relentless busyness ahead. Draco had been indulging in reckless abandon lately. His godfather, for reasons unknown, had failed to visit for tutoring sessions for an entire fortnight. His father had also been busier than ever, often leaving early and returning late, leaving Draco with scant opportunity to see him. In this serendipitous environment, Draco had spent an entire fortnight without touching a book, though he had become increasingly adept with his newly acquired broomstick. He had heard snippets of events occurring outside. Lucius had imposed restrictions, forbidding him from leaving Malfoy Manor to visit friends. It seemed his peers had received similar admonitions from their parents, as his usual companions, Blaise and Harry, had also been conspicuously absent. Gradually acclimatizing to this lifestyle, Draco rose at his usual leisurely pace that morning, groggy as he descended the stairs with his newly purchased broomstick in hand, ready to partake in breakfast. However, halfway down, he noticed an unusual atmosphere within the house. The living room appeared far less vacant than usual. Startled, Draco turned to gaze at the sofa, where Lucius and Snape sat elegantly, perusing their newspapers. Upon noticing Draco's gaze, Lucius broke into a warm smile, remarking, "It seems you have been faring well lately." Draco jumped in surprise, dropping his broomstick with a clatter. Snape, shaking the newspaper in his hands, shifted his gaze to Draco, offering a chilling smile. Draco's face contorted into a grimace, struggling to muster a smile that resembled a frown more than anything else. "Father, Godfather, I am ready for lessons starting today." Snape, with a look of disdain, averted his gaze, stating, "Over the next fortnight, I shall impart all the knowledge you have missed in the past 2 weeks. You should have completed the memorization task I assigned you a fortnight ago." Draco gulped, his eyes evasively darting to the floor beside him. He had intended to study, but the book was simply too lengthy, and he often dozed off while attempting to memorize it. When he realized Snape had not returned to teach him, he had chosen to disregard the assignment altogether. Snape, unsurprised by the ensuing silence, flipped through the newspaper, his voice as flat as ever. "Since you have not memorized it, we shall commence lessons when you are prepared." Lucius's fury surged violently to the forefront of his mind. "Draco!" Lucius abruptly stood, abandoning any semblance of noble composure as he roared at Draco. "Is this how you choose to learn? I grant you 2 hours. Now, immediately, return to your chamber and commit your studies to memory. Should you fail to do so within this time frame, you shall never lay eyes upon your nimbus again." Trembling with fear, Draco dashed back to his room, hardly daring to pause for a meal. Lucius, engulfed in a tumult of emotions, regarded Severus, who sat leisurely on the sofa perusing a newspaper, feeling much like a wayward child's parent confronting a teacher. Fortunately, Severus broke the oppressive silence first. "I have something to discuss with you. Let us proceed to the study." Lucius promptly complied. Once settled in the study, Severus began. "It is said that the recent escape of the Death Eaters was summoned by Voldemort. Are you aware of this?" "Indeed," Lucius replied, his brow furrowing. "Yet I do not sense a summons." "Neither do I," Severus said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark on his arm, which remained unresponsive as usual. "I suspect Voldemort has come to realize that we can no longer be trusted. Our close association with Angolia is well known, and Voldemort is not one to take unnecessary risks." Lucius had contemplated this from the outset. In fact, he had long resolved to extricate himself from Voldemort's grasp, deeming him no longer worthy of allegiance. "I am aware." Lucius leaned back against his chair, raising an eyebrow in expectation. However, at present, it appears he lacks the energy for any covert schemes. The Malfoy estate remains undisturbed. Severus shook his head gloomily. "Yesterday, we discovered one of Voldemort's Horcruxes hidden within my pillow, a locket." Lucius gasped in astonishment. "Within your pillow? Who could have done such a thing?" "I do not know," Severus replied, his expression stony. "There are no leads. Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix are largely out of the picture. Even with the recent news of Voldemort's resurrection prompting some action, it is implausible that they would suddenly gain knowledge of the Horcrux or place it in my pillow. Voldemort himself would never expose such a vital piece of his resurrection." Severus frowned, a headache forming. Now we are left with only Leah and Voldemort's factions, neither of whom would engage in such behavior. Could it be the work of other enemies? "Unlikely," Severus countered, shaking his head. "The number of individuals aware of the Horcrux is exceedingly small. Leah's followers would not betray her, and the other knowledgeable parties are trustworthy. Voldemort would never allow such sensitive information to leak. The situation had reached an impasse. Lucius and Snape had deliberated for an extensive period yet failed to identify any suspicious individuals, ultimately arriving at a chilling conjecture. Perhaps a new force had intervened in this matter. An ambiguous entity, likely adversarial in nature, could potentially jeopardize the meticulously crafted plans of Angolia, rendering years of effort futile, and possibly influencing the eventual outcome, an idea that was profoundly unsettling. This speculation darkened the countenances of both men, yet presently there was no evidence to substantiate the involvement of any new power. They had no choice but to pursue this line of inquiry for the time being. I fear that this individual may strike again. Currently, the only ones close to Angolia are you and me. We must remain vigilant until we uncover further clues. Weary. Snape rubbed his temples. Lucius promptly replied, I understand. I will ensure that those at home limit their outings, and I will meticulously inspect everything within the house. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and Draco stood apprehensively at the door of the study, clutching his textbooks and waiting for their conversation to conclude. He could only hope that their exchange remained amicable. The study door soon swung open, and Lucius and Snape emerged in succession, their expressions increasingly grim. Draco was so frightened that he dared not breathe, striving to diminish his presence. Unfortunately, his position at the door was too conspicuous. Snape spotted him immediately upon opening the door. After being ignored when seeking silent assistance from Lucius, Draco was reluctantly taken away by a disgruntled Snape for additional instruction. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Death Eaters was equally somber. Several members of the Death Eaters tasked with tracking had vanished without a trace, and no means of communication could reach them. Their disappearance occurred in remote areas near Tanalorn. Analysis of their tracking routes indicated that the Death Eaters had regrouped in a dense forest following their escape, yet inexplicably turned back before ultimately vanishing near Tanalorn. According to the Aurus investigative report from the Ministry of Magic, it was highly probable that the Death Eaters would assemble in Tanalorn. The precise reasons remained unclear, but it was likely influenced by Voldemort's summons. Strangely, however, Voldemort had not called upon any other Death Eaters. Those who had not been imprisoned in Azkaban, such as Nott, Avery, and Crabbe, were also not summoned. Angelia speculated that Voldemort had summoned only those individuals who had recently escaped from Azkaban, a group characterized by their unwavering loyalty and lack of alternatives, rendering them easily manipulable. This suggests that Voldemort is likely still in a relatively weakened state, lacking the confidence or energy to exert control over those who narrowly evaded capture after his initial defeat, despite their potentially greater power. However, one must ponder why Voldemort would hastily orchestrate a mass escape from Azkaban while in such a tenuous position, for a leader in a disadvantaged state. Such a course of action seems imprudent, unless he is compelled to undertake urgent matters requiring additional manpower. This large-scale mobilization cannot simply be a trivial endeavor. Whatever his intentions may be, they must be thwarted. With this thought in mind, Angelia lifted her gaze towards Shallon. Send someone to Tanel to ascertain their plans. For the time being, let's set aside the investigation into the Horcruxes. I suspect Voldemort may be plotting something significant. Keep a close watch on the Death Eaters. Understood. Shallon replied, dutifully accepting the task. Angelia perused the investigation report sent by the Ministry of Magic once more, yet found no information pertaining to the outcomes from Azkaban. Has the investigation regarding Azkaban not yet yielded results? Angelia furrowed her brow as she glanced towards Rosier. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden knocking echoed at the door. Enter. Angelia, somewhat vexed, rubbed her temples as Herman entered the room, clutching a stack of documents. Leader, here is the investigative report from Azkaban. Angelia meticulously perused the report she received, while Herman discreetly took a seat. The document indicated that someone had forcibly breached the defenses of Azkaban, yet there were no signs of significant movement of personnel in the vicinity. Inside Azkaban, there were accomplices responsible for unsealing the locks of various cells, and the Dementors had been driven away by some unknown force, allowing the inmates to escape with minimal hindrance, resulting in no casualties during the entire prison break. Worthless. Angelia furiously slammed the investigative report onto the table. Dementors fleeing in terror? Defenses breached? Is Azkaban constructed of mere flour? What were those responsible for managing Azkaban doing? It was said that the night was particularly strange. Herman, bracing himself against Angelia's ire, spoke up. The Dementors seemed to have encountered an overwhelmingly formidable opponent, yet in truth, no combat had transpired. It resembled a suppression akin to the natural intimidation exhibited by tigers and lions towards smaller creatures. Suppression? Angelia seemed to have an epiphany as she furrowed her brow. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, we must remain vigilant regarding Voldemort's next move. Orchestrating such a grandiose prison break cannot merely be for the sake of the daily profit. We should be wary of the potential for him to instigate widespread activities. I shall personally continue the investigation concerning Azkaban. Angelia raised her gaze towards Herman. Herman, redirect the Auror's investigative focus towards arms trafficking, ensuring closer scrutiny, particularly concerning the foreign weapons dealers associated with the goblins. Understood. Patrick, please assess the available liquid assets. We need to procure a new batch of weaponry. Certainly. Angelia's gaze swept around the room before finally resting upon Shaolin's face. Shaolin. Angelia, with a hint of exasperation, pursed her lips and remarked, safety first. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, we must evacuate promptly. Indeed. Well, the meeting is adjourned. After the conference, Angelia made her way directly back to the royal manor. Mr. Royal was comfortably seated in the living room, indulging in tea and literature, his feet propped up in a relaxed manner. The splendid weather allowed warm sunlight to pour through the windows, enveloping the room in a cozy glow. As he contemplated whether to relocate his recliner to the lawn for some sunbathing, a figure unexpectedly materialized before him without a sound. Startled, Mr. Royal's hand trembled, causing half of his cup of red tea to spill, leaving a small stain on his pristine white shirt. What brings you back? He stammered, setting down his cup and gently brushing at the tea stain on his shirt, lamenting, you could have at least given me a heads up about your return. What a shame for my attire. Angelia impatiently waved her wand, and her white shirt instantly became spotless. What entities can suppress demeanors? Where has the royal family's knowledge gone? Mr. Royal cast a disdainful glance at her, the adults and the emissaries. Aren't they all unable to easily intervene in matters of the magical realm? What about the others? What others? There are no others. Mr. Royal furrowed his brow. Have you encountered any issues? Are you aware of the recent mass escape of Death Eaters from Azkaban? I have heard about it. Mr. Royal shrugged. No casualties. Indeed, that is true. Angelia looked up at him. However, it seems that the Dementors that day encountered something terrifying. They fled in panic without any resistance. Moreover, the defenses of Azkaban were deliberately breached without any large-scale attack or casualties. It is rare for something to frighten Dementors. Mr. Royal's expression grew unusually serious. If this is true, then this matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. Perhaps I should report this situation. Minutes later, Connor arrived at the royal manor. I heard your summons. Connor floated in the air, gazing at Royal, then his gaze fell upon Angelia behind him. You may step outside. Royal? My lord, I have matters to report. Royal bowed his head respectfully, while Angelia, seizing the moment when Royal was not looking, shrugged helplessly at Connor. Connor paused for a moment before continuing in a calm, steady voice. What is it? Over half a month ago, a mass escape of Death Eaters occurred at Azkaban prison. Investigations indicate that the Dementors seemed to be terrified that day, even fleeing without any resistance. Go investigate. Connor's voice remained tranquil. There seemed to be some unusual traces in the magical realm. Yes. Mr. Royal immediately bowed his head in compliance. Connor's gaze shifted to Angelia, who playfully waved at him. Is there anything else? Mr. Royal respectfully lowered his gaze. Nothing more. Then you may leave. Yes. Mr. Royal skillfully rose and exited the room, closing the door behind him, while Connor promptly descended to the ground. Did you come to see me regarding this matter as well? Once they were alone, Connor appeared notably more casual, the dark aura he used for disguise receding to the side as he conjured 2 chairs and 2 cups of hot tea on the ground. Indeed, Angelia sat in the chair conjured by Connor, her brow furrowed in irritation. This situation is rather peculiar. I have a vague feeling that someone else has intervened. Voldemort is currently likely in a relatively weakened state, and this escape from Azkaban does not seem like something he could orchestrate under such circumstances. According to the results of the investigation, the number of individuals responsible for breaching the defenses is exceedingly limited, likely not exceeding 3. Considering the formidable strength of Azkaban's defenses, the prospect of merely 3 individuals successfully penetrating them seems virtually impossible. Moreover, based on the situation at the scene, we have only definitively tracked the activities of a single individual. Konar gradually sat up straighter, his expression growing increasingly grave. The ability to wield extraordinarily potent energy, coupled with the capacity to instill fear in Dementors, allowed him to narrow the suspects down to just a few individuals. Yet, these individuals were the least likely and most improbable candidates. If his suspicions were indeed correct, this matter transcended the confines of the magical realm. He would need to dispatch someone personally to investigate. Noticing Konar lost in contemplation, Angelia chose not to disturb him. She had already surmised that this issue was beyond her capacity to handle. Otherwise, she would not have sought assistance directly from Mr. Royal and Konar. Now that they had taken the initiative to investigate the matter, she could temporarily set aside her concerns. Angelia lifted the tea conjured by Kona and took a sip. It possessed a peculiar and enchanting aroma that lingered on her palate, leaving an endless aftertaste that beckoned for more. When Kona emerged from his reverie, he found Angelia gazing at him with fervent longing reflected in her glistening eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. "What are you doing, Kona?" she purred, her eyes fluttering flirtatiously. "This tea is delightful." Kona turned away in distaste, conjuring a handful of tea leaves from the void, which materialized in his hand. He tossed the leaves to Angelia, whose delicate face lit up with a smile. "Here, this is what you need. Quickly, banish that ghastly expression of yours." As Angela received the tea leaves, her expression transformed from a radiant smile to an endearing, demure grin. "How could I possibly accept this?" "Thank you." With that, she hastily tucked the tea leaves into her pocket. Observing Angela's increasingly foolish grin after obtaining the tea, Connor bit his lip and furrowed his brow. Unable to suppress a hint of disdain, Severus had initially resolved not to disclose his suspicions regarding Lucius to Angela. Lacking any concrete evidence, he wished to spare her from unnecessary worry. However, during dinner, Angela broached the subject of the discoveries made during the meeting earlier that day. It appeared that perhaps other parties were indeed involved in the matter. Angela, cutting a piece of steak and bringing it to her lips, stated, "For now, I need not be concerned about this. In fact, I too suspect that other forces have emerged." Severus unfolded his napkin and dabbed at his lips, remarking, "Today, I spoke with Lucius regarding the matter of the Horcruxes. We both concur that it is highly improbable that any existing faction is responsible for this." Angelia nodded affirmatively. Severus furrowed his brow in mild frustration, remarking that they currently had no leads and could only conduct a preliminary investigation. It was possible that the forces behind these two incidents were interconnected. Angelia pressed her lips together, expressing optimism that results would soon emerge. Progress on Connor's end was swift. By the third day, Angelia received news that they had detected a faint trace of a force belonging to the Grim Reaper near Azkaban. Although this power was exceedingly weak, they were confident in their findings and intended to pursue this lead further. Concurrently, Connor conveyed a message expressing a desire to collaborate with her. The Grim Reaper and its emissaries were often constrained in their actions within the magical realm, necessitating the aid of a partner. Angelia naturally consented to the arrangement. Kona merely required her to undertake certain tasks that they could not perform during their restricted circumstances, while all other matters would be managed by themselves. This collaboration could almost be deemed assistance from her perspective. Initially, it was anticipated that the investigation would swiftly clarify matters with Kona's involvement. However, their adversary appeared exceedingly cunning. Despite several days of pursuit, Kona failed to uncover the true mastermind, as all leads ultimately converged at a singular location, Tianai. This place was one of the few where the Grim Reaper was not permitted to tread, the specific reasons for which had become shrouded in mystery. Yet, the stipulations inscribed in the rules were unequivocal and must not be contravened. Reluctantly, Kona sought out Angelia. Upon hearing the entirety of the circumstances, Angelia grasped his intent. "So, you wish for me to personally journey to Tianai, do you?" "Indeed," Kona replied, his delicate brows knitting together slightly. "That place is perilous. It would be prudent to bring along additional companions and ensure all weaponry and gear are adequately prepared. According to my findings, that individual possesses formidable power, a peculiar force that seems to amalgamate the powers of the Grim Reaper with arcane might." Kona's brow furrowed even further, an expression of perplexity crossing his features. "Yet, the Grim Reaper cannot wield magical power. Sorcerers are incapable of obtaining the power of the Reaper, and the forces of death and magic cannot coexist within one individual." Angelia understood this principle as well. Mr. Royal was once considered a mute. It was not uncommon for children of the royal family to be born without the ability to wield any magical power, devoid of any magical essence within them. Yet, they possessed the capacity to perceive a different kind of enigmatic force. In truth, they were not truly mute. They simply lacked the means to harness magic. This condition would persist until the day they reached adulthood, at which point they would become harbingers of death, wielding the power of the Reaper. Such were the chosen children of the family, destined to become emissaries of death. Ordinary alchemical armor would likely prove useless. Angelia furrowed her brow in distress, pondering. What should I bring? Perhaps you need not bring anything at all, Ken mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You are a person resurrected by the power of death. This body is also conjured from the same force. The power of the Reaper should have no effect on you. Shall we put it to the test? Catching the inquisitive glint in his eyes, Angelia instinctively recoiled, her caution evident. What exactly do you intend to test? To see if you can withstand the onslaught of the Reaper's power. As he spoke, Kenna stepped forward, grasping her sleeve and guiding her outward. Let us find a more solid location. Angelia, with a sense of resignation, led the individuals to the training grounds of the members of the witchcraft party. This was a chamber constructed from unique materials, its walls built from exceptionally resilient stones, while the floor and ceiling were fashioned from a robust metallic substance. The entire room had been enhanced by a master of magical arrays, who utilized countless rare materials to establish numerous formidable defensive formations, rendering it arguably the most secure room in all of England. In the center of the chamber stood Connor, who casually unleashed a wisp of dark energy. Observing as it swiftly approached the wall, only to be halted by an invisible barrier before gradually dissipating, he nodded in satisfaction. The defenses are commendable, Connor remarked casually, then shifted his gaze toward Angelia. I shall commence now. Angelia swiftly brandished her wand, eyeing him warily. Relax, do not resist, she urged. Kona shook his head solemnly. Put down your wand. Angelia anxiously retracted her wand, her gaze fixed upon the dense mass of dark energy coalescing in Kona's hand. She swallowed hard, fear gripping her throat. Are you certain I can withstand this? Perhaps you might want to test it lightly first? Kona, however, paid her no heed. Directing the dark energy forth with unwavering resolve, the shadowy tendril soared towards Angelia at an alarming speed. She watched helplessly as it approached, summoning every ounce of her willpower to resist the urge to flee. In a mere moment, the dark energy loomed before her. Angelia, trembling with trepidation, shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain that never came. Instead, she felt only a gentle breeze caressing her face. Cautiously, Angelia opened her eyes, only to find the ominous presence had vanished. Is it over? She inquired softly, realizing only then that her voice quivered with residual fear. Kona approached with a faint smile, reassured her. It is over, yet you appeared quite frightened. Angelia cast a resentful glare at him, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. With such a dense cloud of dark energy, are you deliberately seeking revenge? Kona chuckled with delight. Indeed, I am exacting my vengeance upon you. Those 2 pouches of tea were rather expensive. However, you needn't worry any longer, as the power of the Grim Reaper holds no sway over you. All you need is to don your magical protective gear. Yet, others remain vulnerable to its influence. With a soft sigh, Angelia suddenly seemed struck by an idea, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she turned to Kona. Might I devise a means to create something from my own blood that would grant everyone immunity to the Grim Reaper's power? Kona, with a twinkle in his eye, interrupted her. Angelia nodded with excitement, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Connor. No, Connor's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. What do you think? Would it be permissible to create a batch of individuals immune to the power of death? Angelia's gaze, once filled with anticipation, dimmed instantly. She pursed her lips, reluctantly relinquishing the thought. Immunity to the power of death was tantamount to immortality, a notion that undoubtedly lay beyond the bounds of established regulations. Contemplating immortality, Angelia suddenly recalled the stone left forgotten in the cluttered storage room of Spider's Tail Alley. Are you familiar with the magical stone? She inquired, tilting her head toward Kona. It is said to grant eternal life. Surely it must contain the essence of death's power. Does that not constitute a breach of the regulations? Indeed, Kona nodded. The magical stone does harbor certain powers akin to that of death, yet it is sanctioned by the rules. Nicholas Flamel entered into a contract wherein he pledged to safeguard the stone, ensuring that its beneficiaries would solely be himself and his wife. In return, he would provide all research materials and reports. Is that all? Angelia looked at him incredulously. Perhaps you should be aware that the stone is currently in my possession. I acquired it at Hogwarts. How is that possible? The fact remains, Angelia interjected, Dumbledore concealed it at Hogwarts, employing an array of ineffectual defenses to protect it. In truth, I encountered no significant obstacles in obtaining it. If you truly wished to safeguard it, there was no need to resort to those extravagant yet utterly ineffective protections. Angelia shrugged. Kona was unaware of these details. He had always believed the magical stone remained safely in Nicholas Flamel's hands. If he and his wife did not regularly consume the elixir of life, they would perish like any ordinary wizard. making it evident that entrusting the stone to another was far too perilous. Nevertheless, now that the magical stone was in Angelia's possession, Kona could almost fathom the reason for her sudden mention of it. Indeed, Angeli followed up, since the magical stone is permitted for use, might I create something from it to resist the power of death? Perhaps potions or alchemical products. While the stone was indeed restricted for the use of Nicholas Flamel and his wife, the contract did not specify a course of action in the event of its theft. Manufacturing a being capable of resisting death's power would certainly be prohibited. However, crafting items that could momentarily fend off such power was not entirely out of the question, especially since the immediate priority was to capture the individual wielding death's power. Yet, the proper protocols must still be adhered to. Very well. But you will need to sign a contract. Kona conjured wisps of shadowy mist from the void, which spiraled and solidified in his palm, ultimately forming a sheet of parchment. The contract stipulated that the magical stone could only be utilized against the enigmatic figure disrupting the magical realm with death's power. The stone itself and its derivatives could not affect any other matters. Should there be a violation, Angeli would be immediately obliterated by the rules. Angelia had initially no intention of utilizing the magic stone for any other purpose. Thus she readily affixed her signature. After Kona departed, Angelia returned to the spider's tail and retrieved the magic stone. The development of protective gear necessitates a series of experiments. And given the limited quantity of the magic stone, it is imperative to find a person of exceptional capability to oversee this endeavor. In truth, Angelia had already contemplated a candidate for this role, though she was uncertain if he would be willing to assist. Deep within a secluded forest in the mountains, a figure suddenly emerged beside a fragrant crystal guava tree. Almost instantaneously upon Angelia's appearance, a house elf manifested before her. "My lady, please follow me," it declared, snapping its fingers. Instantly, the dense woodland parted at a designated point, revealing a magnificent estate that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Angelia followed the house-trained sprite as they made their way toward the manor. Even though it was not her first visit, she remained in awe of the opulent and exquisite decorations that adorned the estate. Upon entering the grand gates, she was greeted by a vibrant display of blossoms. Various magical flowers were meticulously nurtured in small flower beds lining the path. Elegant European benches, crafted with exceptional skill, flanked either side for weary guests to rest. At the heart of the garden stood a magnificent fountain, its stone statue intricately carved with the family crest of the manor's owner. Angelia was escorted into a reception room, where the decor exuded an air of rustic elegance. The complete set of solid wood furniture, complemented by emerald green satin, accentuated a sense of understated luxury. The master of the estate was seated upon a deep green wooden sofa, gently cradling a cup of English black tea as he regarded Angelia with a warm gaze. "Miss Royal, it is a pleasure to meet you," he said. Angelica gracefully performed a noble curtsy, addressing Mr. Come-On. "Good day to you." The Come-On family, renowned for their alchemical heritage, is represented here by the most distinguished alchemist of this generation, the current head of the Come-On family, Mr. Come-On himself. The last alchemical product purchased by Angelia was crafted by Mr. Come-On. "Please, have a seat." Mr. Come-On gestured towards the chair opposite him. His face retained a gentle smile as he raised his teacup and took a delicate sip before directly inquiring, "Miss Royal, what brings you here personally this time?" Mr. Come-On was not fond of beating around the bush, nor did Angelia wish to squander time. Complying, she sat down in the chair across from him, retrieved a box containing magical stones, and earnestly looked at him, saying, "I have come unannounced with a matter for which I seek your assistance." Angelia opened the box in her hands, revealing the magical stone that lay quietly upon the emerald satin, emitting a faint glow. "This is a magical stone crafted by Mr. Nico Miller." No sooner had she spoken than Mr. Carmen sat up straight, his gaze firmly fixed upon the magical stone, observing his reaction. Angelia felt a surge of confidence and spoke with even greater sincerity. "I would like to request your assistance in developing a batch of alchemical armor using the magical stone as a material." "Using the magical stone as a material?" Mr. Carmen withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his chair, a gentle smile returning to his face. Yet a flicker of something darker glimmered in his eyes. "Miss Royal's desires are likely more complex than merely alchemical armor, are they not?" Angelia revealed a faintly bittersweet smile as she confessed, "To be candid, what I seek is a set of alchemical armor capable of resisting the power of death." Upon hearing the mention of death, Mr. Carmen's demeanor instantly turned frosty, his tone chillingly severe. The more illustrious the family, the greater the need for caution, especially since no one wishes to oppose such a formidable entity. For a being of that caliber, the survival of a family hangs by a mere thought. Angelia's words nearly pushed the Carmen family to the brink of peril. Miss Royal, I fear the Carmen family is unable to undertake such a monumental task. I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he rose to escort her out. Angelia promptly interposed. Mr. Come On, please allow me to clarify this matter. Mr. Come On's expression remained icy, yet he settled back into his chair. This issue is known to Lord Death, and he has consented to it. Angelia gazed earnestly at Mr. Come On, you alone possess the capacity within the entire magical realm. This is the only magic stone available. I wish for it to realize its utmost potential in your hands. Mr. Come On appeared somewhat apprehensive, his belief in Angelia's words wavering. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, Angelia continued to persuade him. You know that the royal family is inherently a lineage of messengers for Lord Death. As the heir of the royal family, I would never act against his commands. Mr. Come On was certainly aware of this, which is precisely why he chose to remain seated and hear Angelia's explanation. Otherwise, he would have dismissed her long ago. I hope you will consider this matter with gravity, as it pertains to the safety of the entire magical realm. Lord Death wishes to resolve the troubles we face as swiftly as possible. This statement carried a hint of opportunism, yet it was not unfounded. Kenna indeed sought a prompt resolution to this issue, as a sorcerer wielding the powers of death intervening in the current situation posed a genuine threat to the magical community. Mr. Come On's gaze returned to the magic stone, and after a moment of internal struggle, he reluctantly acquiesced. I accept your proposal. However, should any complications arise, you alone shall bear the consequences. The Come On family will not endure Lord Death's wrath. Mr. Come On inhaled deeply and extended his right hand. I require an unbreakable oath. As the head of the Come On family, his considerations were always rooted in the family's interests, and Angelia was not taken aback by this demand. In truth, his willingness to undertake this matter already entailed significant risks. Angelia would have no objections to an unbreakable vow. She immediately extended her hand to join Mr. Come On in the oath-taking ritual, until a faint silver light faded where their palms met, at which point a gentle smile returned to Mr. Come On's face. Now, what is your request? Mr. Come On reclined once more against the back of his chair, adopting a more relaxed posture. Angelia let out a sigh of relief as they began to discuss the intricate details of the alchemical armor's development, the atmosphere becoming light once more. The two engaged in pleasant conversation for several hours, ultimately finalizing every aspect of the project. Very well, as per your request. I shall exert every effort to fulfill this endeavor, Mr. Come On remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Their dialogue flowed exceptionally well. Her language was succinct, clear, and methodical, mirroring his own approach to matters, which significantly endeared her to him. If all proceeded smoothly, the prototype would likely be ready for testing in about 2 weeks. And I shall keep you informed of the progress and developments in real time. Excellent. The subsequent tasks will be in your capable hands. Angelia said gracefully as she rose to take her leave. Mr. Come On promptly stood as well. I shall not detain you further. I will take my leave now. He accompanied Angelia to the entrance of the manor, watching her disappear from view before he finally relaxed with a languid stretch. The royal family has produced such an individual. It appears that tumult is imminent. Leaning on his cane, Mr. Come On mused, then called for the manor's steward. We shall cease all visits for the time being. Relocating the estate to another continent, it would be prudent for us to maintain a distance in the coming years. Upon returning to Spider's Tail Alley that evening, Severus had already arrived. He had recently found some free time, and when Angelia returned home, she discovered him brewing a potion of Veritaserum. Not wishing to disturb him, she quietly peered in before closing the door and retreating to the kitchen, knowing that once they departed for Tainal, they would be unable to see each other for an extended period. She wished to cherish their time together. Dinner consisted, as usual, of steak and creamy mushroom soup. In the past, Severus had only indulged in black coffee. However, since Angelia's return, he rarely drank coffee during meals, opting instead for various soups and juices. He had grown accustomed to the absence of coffee, so when a cup of black coffee appeared on the table today, the bitter aroma wafting into his nostrils caused him to frown uncomfortably. Why is coffee prepared today? Severus inquired as he lifted the cup to his lips. Only to have the sweet, rich scent of the creamy mushroom soup swiftly overshadowed by the intense, sour bitterness of the coffee. Angelia was intently sipping the soup in her hands when she heard Snape's question. She immediately raised her head and explained, I just saw you brewing potions. Perhaps a cup of coffee would help you maintain your concentration as you used to. Used to? Snape furrowed his brow, recalling the days of concocting potions alone at Hogwarts, during which he indeed indulged in several cups of black coffee. Strangely, at that time, he did not perceive the rich bitterness of the coffee. Instead, he could discern a hint of sweetness amidst the complex interplay of acidity and bitterness. Perhaps Snape had been silent for too long, as Angelia once again interrupted his thoughts. Severus? Snape immediately returned to the present, offering her a gentle smile as he lifted his coffee cup and took another sip. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I truly appreciate it. The dinner was unusually quiet, with Angelia contemplating how to inform Snape about her impending journey to Teneron in a few days. Snape was not particularly loquacious either, and thus the two shared a silent meal. Snape vaguely sensed that Angelia had something on her mind, so after tidying up the dishes, he refrained from returning to the potion-making chamber to observe the potion nearing completion, choosing instead to remain at the table, awaiting her next words. As anticipated, once everything was set, Angelia, her expression serious, spoke up. I have something to tell you. What is it? Snape immediately raised his gaze to meet hers, discerning from her demeanor that her forthcoming words would likely be unwelcome. The investigation in Teneron has encountered some minor issues, and I need to go there personally in a few days. Snape's brow furrowed slightly, his tone firm as he replied, I will accompany you. That may not be feasible. As if anticipating Snape's response, Angelia decisively refused. The situation is somewhat complex. There is a mysterious individual in Teneron who possesses the powers of the Grim Reaper. Ordinary protective gear is ineffective against his attacks. Only I am immune. How do you know it is the power of the Grim Reaper? It could merely be some form of magic we have yet to comprehend. Snape regarded her with disapproval. If it is truly that perilous, then I must accompany you all the more. It is indeed the power of the Grim Reaper. This has been confirmed. Angelia sighed softly. After the results of the Azkaban prison break investigation were released, the Grim Reaper himself took charge of this matter. Teneron is a place where neither the Grim Reaper nor his messengers are permitted, hence he chose to collaborate with me to investigate the situation personally. So you intend to go alone? Snape's voice rose sharply. You are fully aware of how dangerous it is. Only I can withstand that mysterious individual's attacks, Angelia replied, shaking her head helplessly. I will merely gather information. I will not take unnecessary risks. If anything seems amiss, I will leave immediately. In truth, I have forged a pact with the Lord of Death, who promised me that I could utilize magical stones to craft alchemical armor designed to defend against the forces of death. Should this alchemical armor be successfully developed, I would be able to bring more individuals with me on my next venture. However, the creation of such armor requires time, and I cannot afford to delay. I must first embark on a reconnaissance mission. A series of revelations rendered Snape silent, as he meticulously processed the information brought forth by Angelia. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Since you are merely gathering intelligence and not taking unnecessary risks, I may accompany you. Severus, Angelia gazed earnestly into his eyes, where only her reflection resided within the depths of his obsidian pupils. We both recognize the peril that Tanel presents, yet I possess immunity to the forces of death. For me, that realm is relatively safe. Any other individual would be utterly defenseless against its power. I do not wish for you to incur any potential harm. Even though I do not intend to take risks, I do not want you to bear even the slightest fraction of danger. Snape's lips moved slightly, his eyes a tempest of emotions, yet he remained silent. Angelia nestled into his embrace, softly murmuring, Can you trust me this time? Snape did not reciprocate her embrace. Instead, he raised his gaze to the somber night outside, his hand clenched tightly at his side. That evening, Snape chose not to return to the bedroom to sleep beside Angelia. After leaving the dining room, he plunged into the potion-making chamber. The Veritaserum in the cauldron had transformed into a viscous, dark mass due to his failure to extinguish the flame in time. With an impassive expression, Snape emptied the cauldron and retrieved a stack of dust-laden parchment from a corner of the cabinet. Shaking off the thick layer of dust, a somewhat juvenile script caught his eye. Research on the possibility of temporarily acquiring the powers of death through potions. This was a research project he had organized over a decade ago after Leah's departure, yet he had opted for a more expedient method to resurrect her. Regrettably, during the procedure, he had severed several nerves in his arm, causing involuntary tremors during tasks that required precision. Potion making demanded an exacting level of dexterity, and he had no choice but to abandon all his research. He could have chosen to collaborate with others to continue the studies, but his focus had been solely on Leah, leaving him disinterested in pursuing academic endeavors. Now, he found himself filled with regret. Had he persevered in developing such a potion? Perhaps he could have accompanied Angelia on her journey now. Snape was not angry. Rather, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Angelia was maturing rapidly, and he no longer seemed capable of offering her any assistance. While he felt a sense of pride, he also began to dread this transformation. He must become a pillar of support for Angelia, not a burden. The path she intended to tread was fraught with difficulty, and he was determined to aid her in every possible way. Though his heart was tumultuous, his mind was exceptionally clear. He knew precisely what needed to be done. Glancing down at the research materials in his hands, a potential collaborator emerged in his thoughts: Horace Slughorn, his former professor and the erstwhile potions master at Hogwarts. In truth, he did not hold a particularly favorable impression of Slughorn. During his school years, Slughorn favored students of noble lineage and exceptional talent, while Snape, with his humble background and taciturn nature, stood in stark contrast. He had never shared his private research with others, and Slughorn's treatment of his favorite students differed greatly from that of those he disregarded. Snape belonged to the latter category. Interestingly enough, Slughorn had taken notice of him solely because of Leah. It was late, and Angelia had bid farewell to Noah as she departed from the Rosier estate. In truth, she had yet to determine her destination, yet her mood had improved significantly. She strolled leisurely along the bustling Muggle streets of London, where an array of shops continued their business, and numerous passers-by meandered along the sidewalks. Angelia's gaze drifted towards a CAF across the street, which appeared rather vacant, with the cashier languidly perched behind the counter, succumbing to drowsiness. Angelia crossed the street and pushed open the door of the CAF. The wind chimes on the door jingled, startling the cashier seated behind the table. She instantly opened her eyes, straightened her posture, and donned a warm, professional smile. "Greeting, good day, welcome." Angelia gently nodded. Selecting a seat by the window, a server emerged from the depths of the establishment. "Would you like to drink?" she inquired, her face adorned with a warm smile. The server placed the drink menu before Angelia and retrieved a notepad and pen from her uniform pocket, adopting a demeanor of attentive listening. Angelia did not peruse the beverage menu in her hands. Instead, she offered the waiter a courteous smile and requested, "Please bring me the signature drink of this establishment." "Thank you." The waiter, departing with a gentle smile, soon returned with a cup of aromatic coffee. Angelia lifted the white porcelain cup and took a delicate sip. As the rich citrus fragrance intertwined with a subtle acidity danced upon her palate, eventually transforming into a delightful, refreshing sweetness. The foot traffic on the street gradually dwindled, and as her coffee neared its end, she noted that the hour was approaching midnight. Angelia settled her bill and exited the CAF, making her way back onto the street. Most of the shops lining the road were preparing to close, while the few still illuminated had scarcely any patrons. With her gaze cast downwards, she observed her shadow cast by the street lamp at her feet and let out a soft sigh. At this hour, he ought to be returning. Angelia lowered her head and struggled for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to return to Spider's End Alley. The alley was as desolate as it had been when she departed, the nearly extinguished flames in the fireplace signifying that no one had returned during her absence. Although the summer night was not particularly cold, a shiver coursed through Angelia's body. She flung herself onto the sofa, wearily rubbing her temples, as her previously cheerful disposition had vanished without a trace. How had it come to this? After a day filled with turmoil, she was utterly exhausted, her body sinking into the sofa while her mind remained frustratingly alert. As the firelight gradually dimmed, Angelia, unwilling to remain alone in the silence, seized a handful of flue powder and stepped into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor. The stroke of midnight blanketed the estate in silence. Angelia made her way back to her room without disturbing anyone, collapsing onto her bed as her tumultuous thoughts began to settle. This place was another home for her, a sanctuary that bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. The tranquility of Malfoy Manor enveloped her, and she finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lucius had just seated himself in the drawing room with a newspaper when he received a report from the house elf. Miss Angelia returned at midnight. She appears to be extremely fatigued and is currently asleep in her bedroom. Lucius, somewhat taken aback, kindly instructed the house elf to ensure that no one disturbed her. Draco, rubbing his eyes as he descended the staircase, overheard the latter part of the conversation and approached with curiosity. "Disturb who?" "Angelia," She came back last night, Lucius replied, observing his son's immediate excitement. She has been quite weary lately, so do not go and disturb her. Draco's expression of enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished. Yet he understood that Angelia often had her own little secrets to attend to, thus he begrudgingly acquiesced with a furrowed brow. He genuinely wished to sneak a glance at her, but Lucius had apparently anticipated such a move and had stationed a house elf at the door to keep watch. After failing to sneak in 3 times, Draco conceded defeat and chose to wait patiently by the door for Angelia to awaken. With no interruptions, Angelia slept soundly until noon. She was so fatigued from the previous night that she had not even transformed back into her 11-year-old self. However, she was not overly concerned, as Lucius would likely prevent Draco from disturbing her. The wardrobe in the Malfoy household still held many of her garments, and as Angelia opened the door to the closet, she was greeted by a delightful array of newly added dresses, which brightened her spirits alongside the vibrant colors of the clothing. Angelia carefully selected a deep green dress and a pair of matching jade-hued low-heeled shoes. She also retrieved a pair of white knee-high socks to revert to her 11-year-old self before adorning herself with an exquisite set of emerald jewelry from her jewelry box. After a night's rest, her golden locks had become somewhat disheveled, prompting Angelia to raise her wand and cast a hair-enhancing charm upon her tresses, leaving her satisfied as she admired her refined appearance in the mirror. As she gazed upon the delicate and lovely visage that had returned, the turmoil within her heart began to dissipate. Having prepared herself, Angelia opened the bedroom door, only to be taken aback by the sight of a dejected figure hunched in the corner. Draco? She stared in astonishment at Draco, who was curled up against the wall, perplexed by his presence there. Draco turned to cast a forlorn glance at her, his gray eyes filled with unspoken grievances. Do you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten all about me. He continued, since the holidays began, you have not penned a single letter to me. I received no response to my letters. You have not returned to Malfoy Manor, and you have avoided your friends as well. Our last encounter was merely at Pansy's ball. Otherwise, would you have intended never to see me again? Tears brimmed in Draco's eyes, revealing his genuine sense of injustice. Do you truly consider me a friend? Angelia had recently been overwhelmed with exhaustion. The last time she attempted to write a letter to Draco, she was unable to finish it due to Snape's interference. It had indeed been a considerable time since she had reached out to him. Reflecting on this, a wave of guilt washed over Angelia. She crouched down, gazing sincerely into Draco's eyes, and offered an apology. I'm sorry, I know you're quite busy. Draco awkwardly turned his head away. It's not that I need you to make time for me, but isn't it possible to write a letter? His prideful demeanor belied a hint of embarrassment, evident from the flush of his ears. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Angelia. I apologize. An unexpected situation arose the last time I was writing back, which prevented me from completing the letter. We ended up meeting, and I intended to convey the content of my reply in person. Hence I didn't follow up with a letter. It was my fault, and I assure you it won't happen again. Draco's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Yet he feigned indifference, lifting his chin defiantly as he replied, All right then, I'll forgive you this time, but if it happens again, I shall ignore you. Okay. I promise. Draco was easily appeased, and upon receiving her assurance, he quickly shed the grievances of the past few days and leaned closer to her, venting his frustrations. You have no idea. I've been pressured by my father and godfather to catch up on potions, leaving me no time for leisure. Initially, Harry and Blaise would come over to play, but after the Azkaban breakout, they were all forbidden from visiting me. Draco pouted, displaying his discontent. You're not leaving soon, are you? Angelia, who was preparing to return to the Pure Blood Society, found herself unable to convey this harsh reality to him under his hopeful gaze. Fortunately, there was nothing pressing within the Pure Blood Society at the moment, so her absence would not pose a problem. Ultimately, she reassured Draco with certainty, No, I will be here all day. Draco visibly brightened, bouncing down the stairs and swiftly rushing to Lucius. Father, Angelia is here today. May I take a day off to accompany her? Lucius turned his gaze towards Angelia, raising an eyebrow in curiosity, to which she gently nodded in affirmation. Very well. Lucius generously acquiesced to Draco's request. After all, Snape won't be coming today. You may take a day to rest. Wonderful, Draco exclaimed, practically soaring with excitement as he darted towards Angelia like a cannonball. Angelia found herself in a precarious moment, torn between evading him and risking a fall. Observing the rather steep staircase below her, she resolved to take the risk and catch Draco to prevent him from tumbling down. Luckily, Draco managed to halt just short of her, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Father agreed. We can play together." Angelia was captivated by his smile, her face rarely graced by such a radiant beam. The two frolicked in the estate for an entire morning, and in the afternoon, under Angelia's assurance, they successfully persuaded Lucius to allow them to leave Malfoy Manor and visit their friends. "Indeed, my father seems to favor you more," I implored him for ages. "But he never permitted me to venture out until today, when you were present." Draco's delicate visage contorted slightly, and he appeared somewhat lethargic. Lucius, of course, held no reservations about her. After all, she was, at her core, an adult, and given her magical prowess, she encountered few adversaries in the wizarding world. Her outings were relatively safe. Such reassurances could not be divulged to Draco, so she tactfully diverted his attention to topics of interest. A strategy that proved remarkably effective with him. "Really? What became of that dragon?" Draco's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and a few conversations revolving around dragons successfully distracted him from his earlier discontent. Their first destination was the Parkinson estate, where Pansy was in her room selecting a dress for her upcoming trip in 3 days. Suddenly, a house elf appeared, informing her that Mr. Draco Malfoy and Miss Angelia Royal had come to pay her a visit. "Who?" Pansy momentarily paused in surprise, but before the house elf could respond again, she had already gathered her skirt and hurried downstairs. Draco and Angelia were seated on the sofa in the parlor when a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by Pansy wrapping her arms around Angelia's neck. "Leah, my darling, it truly is you. You've finally come to see me." Pansy nuzzled against Angelia's neck in a playful manner, her voice devoid of reproach. Straightening up, she scrutinized Angelia's face, her brow furrowing with concern. "Have you been very busy lately? You look worn and thin." As she spoke, she gently pinched Angelia's cheek. Angeli felt a warm surge of affection in her heart as she embraced Pansy's waist and softly complained, "Indeed, there have been so many matters lately. Each day has been quite hectic." Pansy, with a serious expression, replied, "Don't worry, I can take care of you." Draco, unable to bear the scene any longer, cleared his throat with discontent and interjected, "Hey, can't you see me?" "Ah, Draco, you're here too," Pansy exclaimed in surprise, as if she had only just noticed him, which greatly irritated Draco. "Pansy Parkinson," he bellowed, glaring fiercely at her, yet Pansy did not respond as he had anticipated. Instead, she shrank slightly, leaning into Angeli's embrace, appearing genuinely frightened. "Leah, he's being mean to me," she whimpered, nestled against Angeli while casting a defiant glance at Draco. This tactic seemed oddly familiar. Draco's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deepening shade of anger, resembling an irate pufferfish on the verge of bursting. A wave of guilt washed over Angeli as she crouched down to meet Draco's gaze, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry. I know you're very busy." Draco awkwardly turned his head away, retorting, "It's not that I need you to make time for me, but can't you at least write a letter?" His prideful demeanor was slightly undermined by the embarrassment evident in his flushed ears, which, in turn, relieved Angeli. "I apologize. I encountered unforeseen circumstances when writing my last reply, so I couldn't finish it. We met afterwards, and I intended to share the contents of my letter with you in person, which is why I didn't send a reply. It was my fault, and I assure you it will not happen again." Draco's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and with a haughty lift of his chin, he feigned indifference, saying, "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. However, should there be a next time, I shall ignore you." "Agreed, I promise," she replied. Draco was easily appeased. Upon receiving her assurance, he set aside his previous grievances and approached her to vent. "You have no idea. I've been pressured by my father and godfather to catch up on potions lessons. I haven't had time to go out and have fun. Earlier, Harry and Blaise used to come over to play, but after the incident with Azkaban, they were all forbidden from visiting me." Draco pouted, appearing rather displeased. "You're not planning to leave soon, are you?" Angeli, preparing to return to the Pure Blood party, found herself unable to convey this harsh reality in the face of Draco's hopeful gaze. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters within the Pure Blood party lately, so her absence wouldn't pose a significant issue. Ultimately, Angeli assured Draco, "No, I will be here today." Draco visibly brightened, bounding down the stairs with exuberance, swiftly reaching Lucius's side. "Father, Angelia is staying today. May I take a day off to accompany her?" Lucius's gaze shifted to the descending Angelia, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. She gently nodded in affirmation. Very well, Lucius generously acquiesced to Draco's request. Since Severus will not be visiting today, you may enjoy a day of leisure. Delighted. Draco nearly soared with excitement, darting towards Angelia like a small cannonball. Angelia hesitated for a moment, weighing the risk of evading him against the potential for injury, gazing at the staircase that, while not exceptionally steep, still posed a danger. Ultimately, she resolved to take the risk of injury to catch Draco and prevent him from tumbling down. Fortunately, Draco managed to halt just in time. Pausing on the stairs a short distance from Angelia, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Father has agreed. We can play together. Angelia was enchanted by his smile, which brought forth a rare and radiant grin upon her own face. The two reveled in joyous antics around the estate throughout the morning, and by afternoon, with Angelia's assurances, they successfully persuaded Lucius to allow them to leave Malfoy Manor to visit friends. Indeed, my father seems to favor you. I implored him for ages, yet he never permitted me to venture out. Today, however, he acquiesced in your presence. Draco's delicate countenance furrowed slightly, and he appeared somewhat listless. Lucius, of course, had no reservations regarding her, for she was, in truth, an adult at heart. Moreover, given her formidable magical prowess, she encountered few adversaries within the wizarding realm, making her outings relatively secure. Such reassurances were not to be disclosed to Draco. Instead, she cleverly diverted his attention to matters of his interest, a tactic that proved remarkably effective with him. Really? What became of that dragon in the end? Draco's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and conversation about dragons successfully diverted his earlier discontent. Their first destination was Parkinson Manor, where Pansy was in her room, selecting a dress for an upcoming trip in 3 days. Suddenly, a house elf appeared, delivering the news that Mr. Draco Malfoy and Miss Angelia Royal had come to pay her a visit. Who? Pansy paused for a brief moment, but before the house elf could respond again, she hastily grabbed her skirt and descended the stairs. Draco and Angelia were seated on the sofa in the living room when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by an embrace around Angelia's neck. Leah, my darling, it truly is you. You have finally come to see me. Pansy nuzzled against Angelia's neck playfully, her voice devoid of any reproach. Straightening up, she scrutinized Angelia's face with concern, furrowing her brow. Have you been exceedingly busy lately? You look quite worn and thin. As she spoke, she gently pinched Angelia's cheek. Angeli felt a warm surge of affection as she embraced Pansy's waist and softly complained. Indeed, there has been an abundance of matters to attend to lately. Every day has been quite hectic. Poor little Leah, if only you would cease working, I could support you. Pansy replied with utmost sincerity, rest assured. I am capable of providing for you. Draco, unable to bear the exchange any longer, cleared his throat with evident displeasure and interjected, Excuse me, are you both oblivious to my presence? Ah, Draco, you're here too, Pansy exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she turned her head, as if she had just noticed him, which irked Draco immensely. Pansy Parkinson, Draco bellowed, glaring at her with fervent ire, yet Pansy did not respond in the manner he anticipated. Instead, she shrank away with a pitiful demeanor, leaning closer into Angeli's embrace, appearing genuinely frightened. Leah, darling, he is being mean to me, Pansy whimpered, nestled against Angeli while casting a surreptitious, defiant glance at Draco. This tactic seemed vaguely familiar. Being subjected to his own methods, Draco's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of indigo, resembling an irate pufferfish on the brink of explosion. Before Draco succumbed to his fury, Angeli adeptly defused the tension. After staying at the Parkinson residence for a brief moment, Angeli intended to visit Theodore, but this plan was met with Draco's vehement opposition. Oh, don't go. I suspect he is not at home, Draco asserted, grasping Angeli's arm with seriousness. I recall him mentioning that he would be traveling during this holiday, yes, to Africa, to see the fire dragons. Angelia cast a dubious glance at him. A fire dragon? Yet Theodore shows no inclination towards dragons, among my friends. It appears that only you are enamored with him. Is that so? Perhaps he has ventured to see something else, or perhaps he is in search of some potion ingredients. Draco shrugged indifferently. In any case, he is not home at present. Angelia regarded him with a lingering skepticism, yet Draco presented himself with an air of unwavering confidence, allowing her scrutiny to unfold. Ultimately, he feigned a look of sorrow and inquired, Do you not trust me? Witnessing the prideful young master on the verge of a temper, Angelia swiftly countered, No, I was merely pondering our next destination. Shall we pay a visit to Harry? As Draco spoke, he grasped Angelia's arm and gently ushered her into the fireplace, deftly placing a handful of flue powder into her palm. The black ancestral home. 2 flames erupted, and Draco and Angelia materialized in front of number 12, Grindelwald Place. Even in daylight, the illumination here was rather dim. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the grimy windows, Angelia discerned her surroundings. It appeared to be the sitting room, once resplendent and exquisite, now marred by the ravages of time, with most decorations and furnishings faded and worn. The sitting room windows, though of considerable size, were shrouded in a thick layer of dust accumulated over the years. Through the grime, a street outside could be discerned, and one could surmise that a thorough cleaning would significantly brighten the room. Flanking the fireplace were 2 enormous glass cabinets, their surfaces similarly coated in dust, housing an assortment of peculiar artifacts, the majority of which were dark magical items. On the opposite wall hung a grand tapestry, seemingly depicting the family tree of the Blacks. Angelia and Draco stood before the fireplace, surveying the room, yet no one came to greet them. It seemed there were no house elves present. Reluctantly, the 2 called out for Harry. "Harry, are you here?" Before Harry could respond, a blood-curdling scream echoed from downstairs, followed by a torrent of incomprehensible curses. Fortunately, the sound of hurried footsteps soon approached, and Harry's face appeared at the doorway, his expression one of uncontainable delight. "Angelia, Draco, it truly is you." Behind him followed a strikingly handsome and graceful middle-aged man, tall and slender, with an elegant appearance and a cascade of beautiful black hair. His gray eyes exuded a casual, carefree defiance and arrogance, which only added to his captivating allure. Angelia instantly recognized him, Sirius Black. In truth, he had not changed much since their school days. Back then, he was the charismatic figure of the school, a strikingly handsome and carefree rebel, the object of affection for countless girls. Rumors circulated that Sirius was a notorious womanizer, often stirring the hearts of young women, yet leaving many in tears. He floated among numerous girls, but never paused for any of them, having never engaged in a romantic relationship throughout his school years. Whispers also suggested that he harbored an unattainable love, a cherished ideal, waiting for a girl who loved another. However, given Sirius's reputation as a playboy, the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Regardless, many girls once aspired to marry him. Had it not been for that incident, perhaps his children would have been of a similar age to Harry. "Harry, we.It come to see you," Draco exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward, only to halt awkwardly upon noticing Sirius behind him. By familial order, he ought to address Sirius as uncle. But due to Sirius's disowning from the Black family for his rebellious actions in youth, the relationship felt rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, Sirius was not one to adhere to rigid customs. He seemed to detest any association with the Black family. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, he spoke first. "It's quite all right. You may call me by my name. Refer to me as he, or simply Harry's godfather. Of course, if you prefer, uncle is also acceptable." Draco, feeling embarrassed, opted for the title of Harry's godfather. Sirius accepted this designation with delight, then turned his gaze toward Angelia. The moment their eyes met, Sirius staggered back in disbelief, taking 2 steps away. Angelia silently sighed within herself. She had not anticipated encountering Sirius here, nor did she expect him to recognize her, considering their scarce interactions during their school days. A look of bewilderment graced Angelia's face as she observed the man before her, who seemed to have received some distressing news. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Uncle Sirius, what troubles you?" By Merlin's beard, she truly wished to refrain from addressing him as uncle, yet unlike Draco, she did not possess the privilege of an alternative title. Any other form of address felt decidedly inappropriate. Upon hearing her voice, Sirius trembled slightly. Crouching down to meet her gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips quivered, and he raised a hand as if to touch Angelia's face, but ultimately restrained himself, letting it fall back onto his knee. "Is it you, Lia?" he uttered. Angelia tilted her head in confusion and introduced herself, saying, "Indeed, my name is Angelia Royal." Upon hearing the surname Royal, Sirius visibly became more animated. Angelia now found herself utterly perplexed. She could not comprehend why a classmate, whom she hardly knew, would recognize her at first glance and exhibit such excitement. She even began to question whether there had been some error in her memory restoration, leading to a confusion of recollections. Was it possible that this person before her had once been a dear friend? Before she could unravel the mystery, Sirius spoke again, inquiring about her parents. I do not know, she replied, a hint of disappointment flickering across her delicate features. I have never met them. I was raised by others. The situation regarding Angelia is quite intricate, a fact well recognized by both Harry and Draco, who promptly shifted the topic upon hearing her name. Angelia, Draco. What brings you both here today? Harry inquired, clearly delighted by their presence. Come along, let me show you my room. With that, he took hold of Draco with one hand and Angelia with the other, leading them upstairs. Angelia smiled apologetically at Sirius and fell into step with Harry. The silhouettes of the three children swiftly vanished around the corner of the staircase, leaving Sirius alone, caught in a tumult of laughter and tears as he sat despondently on the floor. Is she still alive? When she was struck by the killing curse, she had yet to bear children. Has she survived? She also bears the surname Royal, that cannot be mistaken. Sirius felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. After all, as long as she is alive, that is what matters. For the next hour or so, Sirius endeavored to extract information from Angelia through various means. Yet he was repeatedly interrupted by Draco or Harry in myriad ways. Harry appeared somewhat awkward. Typically, Sirius conducted himself with grace and propriety, but today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself obsessively probing into Angelia's private matters. Draco's expression was equally displeased. They had initially planned to remain until after dinner, but under the consensus of Draco and Harry, they departed promptly at 5 in the afternoon. Please, stay for dinner, Sirius urged warmly, his gaze fixed intently on Angelia. Draco, with a subtle furrow of discontent upon his brow, maintained a semblance of politeness. No, thank you very much for your generous invitation, but dinner is already prepared at home, and we had agreed to return before the meal. Sirius seemed disinclined to insist on Draco's company, his eyes never straying from Angelia's face. That's quite all right. You may leave now. Miss Royal, will you stay? Angelia raised a somewhat stiff smile and replied, No, thank you for your invitation, but I have already promised to dine at Malfoy Manor. What a pity, Sirius sighed regretfully, withdrawing his gaze. Do come again when you have the time. We will. Goodbye, Uncle Sirius. Goodbye, Harry, Angelia said sweetly as she bid farewell to the two, then followed Draco and dove into the fireplace. It was only after emerging from the fireplace at Malfoy Manor that Angelia exhaled in relief. Even now, she could not fathom the reason behind Sirius's unusual behavior today. Draco was evidently quite upset. He plopped heavily onto the sofa and gulped down an entire cup of tea before turning to the puzzled Lucius to complain. Father, you cannot possibly imagine what we experienced today. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Draco glanced towards the kitchen and staircase, lowering his voice to inquire, Is Mother home? She is not. She has gone to visit a friend and will return after dinner. Lucius paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. What could have transpired to leave Draco in such a state, necessitating a conversation away from Sissy? Fortunately, Draco did not keep him in suspense, promptly recounting every detail of Sirius's strange behavior at the Black residence. It is utterly outrageous. I have never encountered such a person. Draco's face flushed with anger as he raised his teacup and downed another cup in quick succession. Does he even understand the concept of politeness? Lucius sighed in resignation, rubbing his nose. He understood why Draco chose to discuss this in Sissy's absence. He held no fondness for Sirius. Sissy's feelings towards her cousin were similarly negative, bordering on aversion, yet the situation was complicated. Perhaps in Sissy's heart, she still regarded him as her brother, but his actions had left her profoundly disappointed, shaped by a lifetime of education that made it impossible for her to accept such a sibling. In any case, it was best that Sissy remained unaware of this matter. Angelia turned her gaze towards Lucius, a sense of bewilderment enveloping her. She mentally retraced her memories, but found no inconsistencies or omissions, nor any signs of manipulation. What could possibly be the reason? Lucius was indeed privy to certain insider information. In truth, there were quite a few individuals aware of the details. Among those who were somewhat well-informed, perhaps only the once aloof Leah could accurately be described as being blissfully unaware. In fact, Sirius did have a cherished light in his life, Leah. From their school days, the reasons for his affection towards her remained elusive, yet he had privately engaged in numerous foolish acts, including but not limited to threatening and intimidating Leah's friends and suitors, subtly shielding her from troublemakers, and quietly resolving various predicaments on her behalf. He even resorted to physically confronting those who sought to prank her, which resulted in him being punished with half a semester of confinement. Sirius resembled a knight from myth, silently addressing numerous minor troubles for Leah, Yet he never revealed even a hint of his feelings to her, much less confessed his love. Those in the know speculated that Sirius was reluctant to pursue a Slytherin, considering his disdain for the house. Yet he was powerless to control his heart and thus chose to protect the cherished image of his beloved in silence. The true reason likely resided only within Sirius himself. However, Lucius felt that these speculations were close to the truth. After all, given Sirius's rebellious nature back then, he would certainly never admit to harboring feelings for a Slytherin serpent. Angelia was unaware of any of this, and Lucius found himself torn over whether to disclose it to her. Severus and she had finally overcome their trials to be together. If Angelia were to learn that there had been a knight like Sirius silently watching over her, her emotions might further complicate matters, potentially creating yet another rival for Severus. The thought was exhilarating. However, upon contemplating the hideous, serpentine scar that marred Severus's arm and the 11 years of anguish he had endured, Lucius ultimately chose the path of kindness and remained silent. He certainly relished the occasional opportunity to mock Severus. Yet he had already borne too much for the sake of being with Leah and had waited far too long. From this point onward, he simply wished for their days together to unfold as smoothly as possible. Angelia continued to blink her eyes inquiringly at him, while Lucius shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he too was uncertain. Angelia dejectedly withdrew her gaze. The dinner prepared by the house elf consisted of exquisite red wine steak and pineapple juice, and Angelia savored it with immense delight. It had been ages since she had tasted food so to her liking, and she unintentionally overindulged. After dinner, Draco accompanied Angelia for a leisurely stroll on the lawn to aid digestion. He relished the tranquil atmosphere, walking alongside Angelia on the soft grass, their distance fluctuating yet consistently remaining within a comfortably intimate range. After a few laps, Angelia began to feel fatigued. She made her way to a lounge chair positioned at the edge of the lawn and lay back, beckoning Draco with a gesture. Watching him obediently approach and recline beside her, Angelia blissfully closed her eyes. The evening breeze caressed her face gently, whispering tenderly of the summer twilight. The vibrant crimson sunset tinged Draco's ears with a rosy hue, and as he turned his head to gaze at Angelia's profile, the blush extended from his ears down his neck to his cheeks. How beautiful she is! The silhouette of Angelia melded seamlessly into the verdant lawn and the evening glow on the horizon, resembling a breathtaking oil painting. Draco instinctively softened his breath, as if fearing to disturb the figure within the artwork. As dusk descended gradually, the evening breeze carried with it a hint of chill. Draco sat up, gently rousing Angelia from her slumber, and draped his outer robe over her shoulders. The wind is a tad cold. Be cautious of catching a chill. When Severus Snape returned to Spinner's End, it was precisely dinner time. He had been at Slughorn's residence since the previous night. The old man's secluded abode was exceedingly difficult to locate. Upon his arrival, Slughorn had even transformed himself into a plump armchair in an attempt to feign his absence. Yet no armchair would leap up in surprise when poked in the back. Even when found, Slughorn remained adamantly resistant to accepting the job. Snape employed every conceivable method to persuade him, but to no avail. It was only by inadvertently administering a slight dose of truth serum that he extracted Slughorn's secret, thus coercing him into agreeing to participate in the research. Of course, to ensure a smooth collaboration moving forward, Snape made minor alterations to Slughorn's memory, omitting the details of the truth serum, to render the notion of Slughorn, the timid and cautious man, agreeing to such a risk more plausible. Snape refrained from erasing the memories of the threats he had used. This retained a semblance of animosity from Slughorn towards him. Naturally, Slughorn inquired as to how Snape had come upon that secret, compelling him to fabricate a connection to Voldemort. Though Slughorn appeared skeptical, he had no superior explanation at hand. In truth, he held great confidence in his memories, being an expert in the art of memory concealment, and possessing a nature that was both timid and cautious. Modifying the memories of someone like him posed considerable difficulty. He would detect even the slightest anomaly instantaneously. Slughorn took pride in his character, firmly believing that no one could alter his recollections. However, Snape was also an expert in memory concealment, and his meticulous nature rendered him the sole individual capable of successfully modifying Slughorn's memories. Indeed, the alteration proved remarkably effective, as Slughorn felt no dissonance within his recollections. By the time dinner arrived on the following evening, Snape was eager to share his joy with Angelia, prompting him to hastily return from Slughorn's residence. To his dismay, Spinner's End was deserted. The cold, empty rooms, and the extinguished fireplace signaled that the homeowner had long since departed. Snape found himself at a loss for words. As he had intended to return and share this happiness with Leah, yet now a profound emptiness seemed to engulf him. The exhilaration he had felt moments ago vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind an unbearable void. Could it be that the Death Eaters are too preoccupied? And she has yet to return? Snape sat on the sofa, gazing at the direction of the fireplace, unable to even shed his robe or ignite the flames. He sat quietly, awaiting the potentially enchanting figure that might emerge from the fireplace at any moment. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity, as a possibility that Severus had long chosen to ignore began to gnaw at him more insistently. Had she already departed for Tynalar? Angeli had not explicitly mentioned the exact time of her departure yesterday. Could it be today? Perhaps tomorrow? Anxiously perched on the sofa, Severus gazed towards the fireplace, fervently hoping that in the next moment, emerald flames would leap forth, and the figure he longed for would step out, laughing and rushing into his embrace. Alas, nothing materialized. And as the dawn of the following day broke, the fireplace remained utterly still. Severus shifted his rigid form, his thoughts sluggish and clouded. Had she truly left? Had she not waited to bid him farewell? Despondently, he lowered his gaze to his palm, which he realized had been punctured by his own nails. Several crescent-shaped wounds lined up neatly, stained with blood. His stomach, having gone a day without sustenance, protested violently, spasms radiating from within. Severus bowed his head, pressing down against the turmoil in his gut. The long practice of regular meals had nearly caused him to forget the sensation of hunger pangs, a discomfort that had once been a constant companion in his life. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to the days spent with Angeli. The previous anguish seemed to have faded gradually with the passage of time. In her presence, he seldom recalled the trials of his childhood. Even within this dwelling steeped in dark memories, the echoes of that past rarely resurfaced. Yet today, those painful reminiscences, long sealed away by Angeli's companionship, suddenly broke free, overwhelming him with a torrent of emotion. Angelia slept most comfortably at the Malfoy residence. Thus she found herself in the living room early the next morning. Draco had yet to awaken, leaving Lucius seated alone upon the sofa, delicately cradling a cup of red tea while engrossed in the newspaper. Upon noticing Angelia's arrival, Lucius set aside the paper and regarded her with a gentle gaze. "How did you sleep last night?" he inquired. "Exceedingly well," Angelia replied, stretching languidly. "The bed here is wonderfully soft." Lucius raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. Naturally, all the beds at Malfoy Manor are custom-made. Having not had the opportunity to converse the previous day, Angelia and Lucius seized the moment before breakfast to retreat into the study. "There is something I must tell you," she began. "In a few days, I shall be visiting Tynalar, for a formidable individual has emerged there." Angelia's brow furrowed with concern. "It may be related to a new power." "New power?" Lucius questioned with a note of apprehension. "Is it true that a new force has arisen?" Angelia furrowed her brow, expressing uncertainty, yet acknowledged the possibility that loomed before them. The circumstances were exceedingly intricate, and certain aspects remained undisclosed to her. It sufficed to know that a perilous and enigmatic individual had emerged, likely positioned against them. This individual was believed to be in Tynalar, though no one could ascertain whether he would remain there or venture elsewhere. In any case, caution was paramount. It would be prudent to refrain from venturing out, and Draco's confinement should remain intact for the time being. Lucius nodded in immediate understanding. Meanwhile, Draco, still ensconced in slumber, blissfully smacked his lips, utterly unaware that his entire holiday would be spent alone in the Malfoy Manor, engrossed in his books. If that mysterious figure was indeed in Tynalar, was it not exceedingly perilous for you to go there? Angelia pressed her lips together and remarked, "My circumstances are rather unique. In comparison, I find myself in a relatively secure position." Angelia's ambiguous words made Lucius realize he had ventured into forbidden territory, prompting him to swiftly redirect the conversation. Did Severus know about this matter? It would have been better left unmentioned, as bringing it up only served to deepen Angelia's gloom. She propped her hands against her face and cast him a weary glance, signaling her awareness and displeasure. Lucius raised an eyebrow, unfazed, acknowledging the inevitability of her reaction. "What do you intend to do about it?" he inquired. Angelia shook her head in resignation, stating, "There is no choice. I must go." "Yet you still choose to stay for 2 nights instead of returning to accompany him properly?" "If only I could find him," Angelia replied, her small face clouded with worry. "He left without a word and has not returned for half the night. The Alley of Spider's Tail feels too desolate, I am reluctant to return there alone. It has been a day. Perhaps he has already returned. Why not go back and check? Lucius sighed softly, feeling deeply troubled for Snape's happiness. Whatever the matter, it can be resolved. He loves you dearly and would not truly wish to be angry with you. Go back and soothe him. Angelia had originally intended to return. She weakly nodded her head and prepared to leave directly from the study's fireplace. Why not a breakfast before you go? Lucius suggested, attempting to persuade her. But Angelia waved her hand without turning back. No, I prefer to leave early. With that, she seized a handful of flue powder and vanished into the fireplace. Lucius offered a faint smile, shaking his head in resignation. In Spinner's End, Severus was curled up on the sofa in an awkward position, seemingly asleep. His brow was furrowed, long eyelashes fluttering, and he appeared to be murmuring something under his breath. Angelia had reverted to her adult form. As she approached a few steps closer, she noticed that his complexion was even more pallid than in recent days, and his lips were devoid of color, while the dark circles beneath his eyes indicated a restless night. In the depths of slumber, Severus Snape sensed the familiar aura that had unexpectedly materialized beside him. He began to struggle anxiously, attempting to awaken from his nightmare, yet the phantasm still ensnared him tightly. From the shadows of Spinner's End in his childhood, he had coldly observed his father's descent into drunkenness and domestic violence, the derision of his peers at school, the torment inflicted by the four bullies, and the heartbreaking betrayal of Lily, the one he cherished, who had turned to another's embrace. Lily? Who would desire that lioness? It was Leah. His beloved was Leah. Abruptly, Snape jolted awake, his gaze drifting in confusion to the stern countenance of Angelia before him, as his consciousness disentangled itself from the alien scenes of his dream. And reason gradually returned. That was not him. The one he loved was Leah, who had steadfastly stood by him in his youth. And the scornful individuals at school had been dealt with harshly, ensuring that no one dared to provoke him again. During his academic years, he had scarcely interacted with the four bullies, except for a singular occasion when a reckless Sirius had warned him to keep his distance from Leah. Subsequently finding himself in the infirmary for a week due to Snape's subtle machinations, with little contact with that Gryffindor named Lily. The scenes in his dream were absurdly fabricated, yet for reasons unknown, he could empathize with the version of himself that inhabited that realm, as if those wounds had indeed been inflicted upon him. Absurd. Since awakening, Snape had been staring vacantly at her face, lost in thought. Angelia had endured this silence until her patience wore thin, finally breaking his reverie. Are you planning to witness the destruction of the magical world? She chided, waving her hand before his eyes. How did you allow yourself to fall into such a state? Snape quickly regained his focus, moistening his parched lips, his dark eyes penetrating into her clear depths. Where have you been? I awaited your return all night. I spent the entire day at Malfoy Manor, Angelia explained, her lips pouting in slight grievance. Who told you to leave without a word the night before? I didn't wish to remain here alone. Snape fell silent, recalling his dismal state at the time, having rushed out without even informing her. He propped himself up on his arms, attempting to rise. Yet his limbs were numb from prolonged curling, causing him to collapse back heavily. Fortunately, the sofa was plush, and Snape emerged unscathed, albeit slightly embarrassed. Angelia could not help but let out a soft chuckle, the remnants of her earlier grievances dissipating. Severus was exceedingly embarrassed, his neck and ears turning a deep crimson. As if to prove his resolve, he disregarded the weakness in his arms and propped himself up once more, gritting his teeth to endure the tingling discomfort in his legs as he sat upright. Noticing his parched lips, Angelia thoughtfully poured him a glass of water and offered it to him, saying, "Please, have a sip of water first." Severus accepted the glass and took a generous gulp, the sweet, cool liquid gliding down his dry throat and soothingly entering his stomach. After a day of hunger, the chill awakened his empty belly, and a sudden wave of intense pain surged through him. The flush on Severus's face vanished abruptly, his body tensing up and his expression becoming rigid. Angelia immediately sensed that something was amiss. She sat beside him, her gaze fixed on his anxious expression, and inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Severus trembled slightly from the pain, and he made a valiant attempt to curl the corners of his lips into a reassuring smile as he reluctantly replied, "It is nothing. Merely a bit hungry." Angelia's brows immediately knitted together. "How long have you been hungry?" Snape, his complexion pale, shook his head and averted his gaze, as if in avoidance. Angelia was filled with both anger and compassion, yet this was not the moment for reproach. She swiftly rose and dashed into the kitchen, using her magic to heat a cup of milk, which she then presented to him. However, Severus's trembling hand was unable to steady the cup. Angelia had no choice but to sit beside him, allowing his head to rest upon her shoulder as she gently raised the cup to feed him milk. His stomach, unaccustomed to sustenance after a prolonged period of deprivation, churned uncomfortably, and the taste of the food made Severus feel somewhat nauseous. Nevertheless, he persevered and managed to sip a few mouthfuls. What should have been sweet and creamy milk now bore no trace of its delightful aroma. Instead, the lingering taste in his mouth was a heavy, metallic tang. As his stomach roiled even more violently, Severus's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Yet he did not wish to squander Angelia's kind intentions. Thus, he suppressed the wave of nausea and reluctantly opened his mouth once more. Just before his lips met the milk, Angelia withdrew the cup. Why not voice his discomfort? Attuned to his silent struggle, Angelia noticed his restraint and reluctance. If you do not wish to drink, then do not. I shall prepare something light for you instead. Would you lie down for a while? Angelia appeared to be gently negotiating, yet her actions left him with no room for refusal. She assisted Snape in reclining on the sofa, then raised her wand, using the levitation charm to transfer him to the bedroom. Afterward, she poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the bedside table. Fearing her displeasure, Snape timidly lifted his hand, trembling as he reached for the cup, but failed to grasp it, inadvertently spilling some of the water within. Angelia, with a sense of resignation, stepped forward, gently lifted the cup, and brought it to his lips, tenderly offering him a sip of water. After taking a few mouthfuls of the warm liquid, the metallic taste in his mouth was significantly alleviated, and a comforting warmth enveloped his stomach. Angelia waved her wand at the fireplace behind her, and a blaze of flames erupted, casting a warm yellow glow that infused the room with a touch of heat. Rest well here. I shall return shortly, she assured. She then pulled a nearby blanket to wrap Snape snugly, adding, if you feel unwell, call for me. Snape obediently nestled deeper into the covers, offering no protest. Satisfied that he was stable for the moment, Angelia turned and made her way to the kitchen. Concerned that Snape might go hungry for too long, she prepared 2 simple bowls of soup and carried them back to the bedroom. Gently pushing open the door, she was met with the sound of steady, deep breaths emanating from the bed. Snape lay immersed in slumber, his pallor still evident, yet the tension that usually marred his features had dissipated, revealing a vulnerability that softened his typically cold and sharp demeanor. Angelia set the bowl of soup aside and approached the bedside, softly calling, Severus? Snape furrowed his brow and reluctantly opened his eyes. He was typically composed and self-restrained, having mastered the art of mental occlusion to such an extent that he seldom revealed his emotions so overtly. Yet, as he observed the rare look of confusion in his eyes, Angelia's heart softened, and the reprimands she had previously intended to voice vanished from her mind. You should eat something before returning to sleep, she gently coaxed. Does your stomach still hurt? As Snape's thoughts began to coalesce, his gaze gradually cleared. He looked at Angelia, whose face radiated tenderness, and felt as though he were being treated like a child. It no longer hurts, he replied, shaking his head as if to dispel the peculiar sensations lingering in his mind. Snape was generally not particular about food. However, there were certain items he disliked, such as the carrots included in tonight's soup. Angelia was acutely aware of his preferences, always steering clear of the ingredients he abhorred while cooking. However, today, as a means of punishing him for his earlier transgressions, she not only included carrots in one of the servings, but added a staggering 3 of them. The other portion contained tomatoes. Although both soups shared a similar hue, their flavors were utterly distinct. Angelia placed the carrot-laden bowl before Snape and subsequently extended the spoon towards him. Upon catching sight of the soup, Snape's brow furrowed instantly. The bowl was filled with a viscous, orange-red concoction that emanated the aromas of carrots, potatoes, and onions. All had been boiled to a mushy consistency, intertwining so completely that he found it utterly impossible to evade the presence of the carrots. Angelia was evidently intentional, her gaze fixated upon him, with a hint of mischief dancing in the corners of her eyes, seemingly eager to witness his discomfort. Reluctantly, Snape furrowed his brow and scooped a spoonful of soup into his mouth. The intense aroma of carrots immediately provoked his aversion. He mechanically swallowed the repulsive concoction, yet resolutely refused to retrieve a second spoonful. Is my dish unappetizing? Angelia feigned sorrow, though a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. Snape, aware of her deliberate antics, averted his gaze and reluctantly scooped a second spoonful. Angelia gazed at him with a radiant smile. Severus, having spent an extensive amount of time mentally preparing himself, still found it impossible to convince himself to bring the spoonful of carrot soup to his lips. The very spoonful he had just swallowed seemed to protest within his stomach. Angelia, despite her softer heart, took the spoon from Snape's hand and returned it to the soup, swapping her bowl of tomato for his bowl of carrots. With a subtle flick of her wand, a rich aroma of tomatoes wafted through the air, and Snape finally realized that the two bowls of soup were not identical. To deceive the nose of this master of potions, Angelia had just concealed the scent of the tomato soup and performed a simple disguise. The tension on Snape's face relaxed slightly as he scooped a spoonful of the tomato bisque into his mouth, savoring the delightful fragrance of the tomatoes. He had never found tomatoes to be so delectable before. The warmth of the food filled his empty stomach, and the pain dissipated. Angelia waved her wand, sending the empty bowls flying to the kitchen sink for cleaning, and stoked the flames in the fireplace to a brighter glow. Snape leaned against the headboard, quietly observing her. He had much he wished to express, yet dared not speak, for Angelia's expression appeared to harbor anger. The taste of carrots lingered in his mouth, confirming his suspicion. She must indeed be upset. Snape intended to placate her, but was uncertain of the cause of her ire, assuming it was due to his abrupt departure the night before. "I'm sorry," Snape broke the silence. "I want to see Slughorn the other night. I haven't had much to occupy my time lately, so I decided to resume my previously shelved potion research. That evening, when you mentioned going to Tynol, I became quite worried about you. Knowing you had to go, I thought it best to spend some time alone to distract myself. I later found some old research materials and went directly to Slughorn's house to discuss a collaboration. I apologize for not informing you before I left." Snape lowered his gaze and took Angelia's hand. "It won't happen again." Angelia turned around, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon him, then forcefully shook off his hand. Snape's eyelashes fluttered. The hand that had been cast aside fell limply onto the bed, while a flicker of panic and helplessness gleamed in the depths of his dark eyes. Before Snape could indulge in wild thoughts, Angelia coldly remarked, "It seems you have yet to grasp the nature of your transgressions." Snape was momentarily taken aback, raising his head to meet the indifferent visage of Angelia. Had he misunderstood? Yet, it appeared he had not committed any egregious acts recently. Reflecting on his recent actions, he remained perplexed. Observing the cautious inquiry in Snape's eyes, Angelia bit her lip, her voice involuntarily softening. "Is your stomach no longer in pain?" Upon hearing the hint, Snape immediately comprehended. He lowered his head, grasping Angelia's hand, and murmuring an apology in a subdued tone, "I should not have gone an entire day without eating. It shan't happen again." His voice was low, laced with a hint of vulnerable grievance, prompting Angelia to recall that the root of all this turmoil stemmed from her impending journey to Tynol, a wave of guilt rising within her. With a gentle sigh, she leaned in to embrace Snape, resting her chin on his shoulder. "I should not have lost my temper. The cause of this was indeed my doing." Angelia turned her head slightly, tenderly nuzzling his neck. "I am sorry." In response, Snape tightened his hold around Angelia, revealing a satisfied smile, hidden from her view, entirely devoid of grievance or vulnerability. The inexplicable tension that had lingered between them dissipated, and with consideration for Snape's well-being, Angelia gently extricated herself from his embrace. "You should rest a little longer. Did you hardly sleep last night?" She pointed at the dark circles beneath his eyes, her gaze reflecting concern. "You mustn't do this again." "All right," Snape acquiesced, settling back onto the pillow as Angelia tucked the covers around him. "I shall step out for a while and return in the evening." She bestowed a soft kiss upon his lips. "Take care of yourself." After departing from Spider-Tail Alley, Angelia found herself once more at the Carmen Manor. Having promised Noah a unique alchemical protective gear, one that could suppress the dark mark within him while also serving as a key and providing basic defenses, she deliberated and concluded that the protective gear produced by the Carmen family would be the most reliable. The Carmen family estate was protected by a peculiar defensive magical array, rendering direct apparition impossible. Instead, one needed to utilize an address pinned by the Carmen head as a medium. The address on the note would automatically adjust with any changes to the Carmen Manor's location. Clearly, things were different from her last visit. Standing atop a stone in the middle of a stream, Angelia scanned her surroundings in confusion, unable to fathom why the entrance to the manor was merely a stone that could barely support a single foot. As before, the Carmen family's house elf soon appeared at her side. Strangely, he stood firmly in the water, yet his body remained completely dry. Angelia tentatively extended her foot to probe the flowing water beside her, only to be unexpectedly splashed, soaking her shoes and socks. The house elf respectfully bowed to Angelia, speaking in the calmest tone it could muster. "Mistress, please proceed to the reception room." With that, it snapped its fingers, and the stream suddenly parted around the stone on which Angelia stood, revealing a smooth path of pebbles. The shoes and socks of Angela were instantly rendered dry, as if the moisture enveloping them had been whisked away by the recently parted waters. Angelia finally discerned why the house elf remained dry, for he had never come into contact with the water. Throughout, he stood upon the cobblestone path concealed beneath the water's surface. The house elf appeared to understand her confusion and began to elucidate. Here, a series of magical circles have been established, within which individuals are impervious to the influence of the external environment. Angelia herself was adept at arranging magical circles, and she immediately grasped his intention, feeling an immense admiration for the individual who had crafted this particular array. It was a remarkable feat to create a magical formation that could coexist harmoniously with the manor's defensive enchantments, to remain concealed within the surroundings without altering them, while simultaneously generating a self-contained environment. Such a task was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary master of magic. It was evident that the creator of this magical circle possessed exceptional expertise. Before long, they arrived at the reception room, where Mr. Come-On was seated on the sofa, perusing the parchment in his hands. Upon noticing Angelia's entrance, he promptly set aside his materials and rose with a gentle smile, saying, "Miss Royal, please have a seat." Angelina gracefully knelt in a courteous bow before taking her seat opposite him. Mr. Come-On extended the parchment in his hand towards her, speaking softly. "This is a newly developed alchemical armor that I devised a week ago. Initially, it was capable of withstanding all magical attacks except for the death curse. However, following the incorporation of powdered magic stone into the alchemical armor, significant transformations have occurred. It is evident that the armor has absorbed certain attributes of the magic stone, theoretically enabling it to defend against both magical assaults and the forces of death. Here are the comparative numerical results illustrating how varying quantities of the magic stone powder influence the experimental outcomes. As we are unable to conduct tests utilizing the forces of death, our current samples only pertain to magical attacks. The experiments indicate that the amount of magic stone added has negligible impact on the magical defensive capabilities of the alchemical armor." Mr. Come-On concluded, "In essence, this implies that merely a trace of magic stone powder on the armor suffices to offer protection against magic. Theoretically, this result suggests that the quantity of magic stone does not affect the armor's ability to withstand the forces of death." He turned his gaze towards Angelina earnestly, stating, "Yet, all of this remains speculative and necessitates rigorous experimentation for validation." Angelia comprehended his intent. If the current conjecture holds true, then we can indeed craft numerous alchemical armors using that magical stone, correct? At present, that appears to be the case. As he spoke, Mr. Come-On retrieved 3 ring-shaped alchemical armors from his drawer and handed them to her. "Here are 3 samples that have already been completed. You may take them for initial use. Should you devise a method to assess their protective capacity against the power of the Grim Reaper, I would greatly appreciate any data you could provide to facilitate adjustments and enhancements." Angelia carefully placed the ring aside, asserting, "I shall conduct the experiment at the earliest opportunity." This is indeed a viable test. Mr. Come-On was not surprised by her determination. After all, Mr. Royal was the current harbinger of death, capable of wielding the powers of the Grim Reaper to assist his daughter in testing an alchemical armor. Yet, what he could not foresee was that Angelia had no intention of seeking Mr. Royal's assistance. Instead, she planned to summon Connor directly for the examination. For none could comprehend the nuances of death's power better than he. The research and development of alchemical armor was a highly intricate endeavor. Mr. Come-On endeavored to elucidate to Angelia how to adjust the experimental data and environment, but she exhibited no aptitude for it whatsoever, struggling to grasp the complex conditions and data. Mr. Come-On had only ever instructed the younger generation of his family and had never encountered anyone so devoid of talent. Angelia, known for her formidable learning capabilities as a sorceress, excelled in every aspect and had never faced anything that she could not master. This sense of impotence led both to rub their temples in exasperation, sharing a moment of silent understanding. After a brief pause, it was Angelia who broke the awkward silence. "Might you consider having the Lord of Death come directly to Come-On Manor for the testing?" "The Lord of Death?" Mr. Come-On momentarily faltered. "Are you suggesting he would personally conduct the test?" "Indeed," Angelia nodded, then hesitantly probed, if it is convenient for you. Convenient, Mr. Come-On interjected decisively. The Come-On family's testing facilities are fully equipped. This is the ideal location. The Lord of Death seldom ventured into the realm of magic, and his whereabouts would remain unknown to anyone save the Harbingers. Otherwise, those with requests or desires to befriend him would likely stake out the locations he might appear. From the moment a Harbinger was chosen, they ceased to be considered part of the magical community, yet they still retained familial ties. While they could not intervene in magical affairs, pathways to forge connections remained. Nevertheless, the Lord of Death was an entity far beyond the reach of mere sorcerers. Even the Harbingers could only claim a subordinate relationship, akin to that of master and servant. Mr. Come-On held reservations about the prospect. Yet he was unwilling to dismiss this potential opportunity. Whether she summoned the Lord of Death or a Harbinger, it would present a chance for the Come-On family. Even if they could not cultivate a successful rapport, they would at least leave a favorable impression. Angelia did not ponder too deeply. She simply harbored a fundamental mistrust of Mr. Royal's capabilities. From the moment he first appeared, he had rendered himself utterly disheveled, and later, when she sought his assistance in sealing memories, he had faltered yet again. Even while observing Connor's investigation, her faith in him seemed lacking, prompting her to take matters into her own hands, believing it wiser to enlist Connor for testing. Very well, please prepare all the necessary items. After finalizing the specific time with Lord Death, I shall dispatch an owl with the message, Angelia remarked with a faint smile. Having concluded the discussion regarding the alchemical armor testing, Angelia spoke once more. I have come to procure a different type of alchemical armor. It must serve the dual purpose of a key and a defensive mechanism, while also possessing the capacity to suppress the dark mark. Mr. Carmen narrowed his eyes, discreetly appraising Angelia. The combination of the words suppress, dark mark, key, and defense likely led Mr. Carmen to surmise her intentions. The Carmen family had always maintained a stance of neutrality, never aligning with either side in times of war. The development of alchemical armor capable of resisting the powers of death could be considered in light of Lord Death's demands. Yet the sale of such specifically targeted alchemical armor was. Angelia appeared to comprehend his concerns. A confident smile gracing her lips as she spoke with a calm demeanor. I understand your apprehensions. And I assure you that the matter of the Come-On family selling these alchemical armors to me will remain confidential until Voldemort's demise. Moreover, these armors are directly related to our current undertaking. I trust you grasp my meaning. In truth, there was no such connection. It was merely a pretext devised by Angelia. However, Mr. Come-On, oblivious to the reality, fell silent, contemplating her words. After a brief pause, he once more donned a gentle smile as he regarded Angelia. I see. Then how many of these alchemical armors do you require? 3, Angelia replied, furrowing her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. If the testing of the alchemical armors proves successful, may I request that these 3 pieces be imbued with certain functionalities that I require? Mr. Come-On raised an eyebrow. Of course. In that case, it would not be considered as the Come-On family taking sides, for the development of these armors was necessitated by the Lord of Death. Let us defer this matter until the testing concludes, then. Angelia offered a satisfied smile. A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Come-On echoed with a warm smile. Upon departing from the Come-On estate, Angelia hastened her way to the royal residence. Mr. Royal was seated in the living room, sipping tea and perusing a newspaper. His legs comfortably crossed as he reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of leisure. The charming little story featured in the newspaper captivated Mr. Royal, so much so that he failed to notice the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. Just as he prepared to turn the page, his hand unexpectedly grasped at emptiness. The newspaper having been snatched away, Mr. Royal, incensed, lifted his gaze, only to meet the indifferent expression of Angelia. Is the Harbinger of Death so leisurely? He mused. Noting her presence, a pure-blood noble has fallen for me? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mr. Royal's face, swiftly followed by irritation as he reclaimed the newspaper from her grasp. Folding it carefully before placing it back at his side, then casting her a sidelong glance. What brings you back so soon? Your visits in the past 20 years hardly matched those of the past few days. So early? Angelia replied, glancing out the window. By this hour, most wizarding households have already set their lunch tables. Are you here to mooch a meal? Mr. Royal shot her a sidelong glance. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I have yet to finish my newspaper. Angelia, indifferent to his overflowing girlish sentiments, crossed her arms and coldly stated, I wish to see Lord Death. Mr. Royal felt inexplicably aggrieved. Angelia would often not return home, which was already a matter of indifference. However, recently, whenever she did return, it was to seek an audience with the Grim Reaper himself. He felt as though he were becoming nothing more than a messenger owl. After all, he too was a harbinger of death. What matters could he not resolve? Why must they seek out the Grim Reaper instead of relying on him? What was even more infuriating was that each time they engaged in private conversation, he was unceremoniously cast aside. It was evident that he, the true messenger, should hold greater favor, yet it seemed that Angelia garnered more of the Reaper's attention. Contemplating this, Mr. Royal pursed his lips and glared at her in discontent. Is the Grim Reaper someone you can simply summon at will? Angelia raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his sudden utterance. Hadn't her previous encounters sufficiently demonstrated her ability to see him upon their meeting? However, she was well acquainted with Mr. Royal's temperament, and she simply stood with her arms crossed, awaiting his subsequent remarks. Indeed, upon observing her impassive demeanor, Mr. Royal grew increasingly irate and exclaimed, I am the harbinger of death. Is there any dilemma that I cannot resolve? Why trouble the Lord of Death? My recent return was solely to meet the Lord of Death. Am I your owl, summoned to seek you? Angelia arched an eyebrow, retorting, Last time I sought your assistance in sealing my memories. Were you successful? The barrage of complaints Mr. Royal had prepared was stifled, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment as he managed to stammer. That was merely a minor oversight. Oh, Angelia replied coldly, her tone dismissive. She then furrowed her brow and remarked, So, can you summon the Lord of Death or not? Surely, you haven't been ousted from the ranks of the Harbingers due to incompetence. Mr. Royal, who presented himself as refined and elegant, was in fact someone who could not endure provocation. Her words ignited a fire within him, and he practically leapt from the sofa, angrily leading her into the chamber to summon the Lord of Death, his head held high in a show of pride. Yet, burdened by his frustration and lacking the requisite reverence, his first attempt at summoning ended in failure. The awkwardness radiated from Mr. Royal, whose face darkened as he cast a glance at Angelia, who remained composed and seemingly oblivious to his failure. After regaining his composure and clearing his mind, he prepared for a second attempt. Angelia, aware of his prior failure, chose to remain tactfully silent, understanding that Mr. Royal was a man who valued his dignity highly. Indeed, the second attempt proved successful. In mere moments, Kona appeared suspended in midair. Mr. Royal bowed respectfully, and Kona waved him off, prompting him to depart the room with a keen sense of self-awareness. It was only after exiting and closing the door that Mr. Royal realized the pattern. The Lord of Death seemed to hold Angelia in higher regard than him, a notion he was beginning to accept with resignation. Who, after all, was the true harbinger? Mr. Royal stood in the room, his face clouded with doubt, but soon recalled a brief story printed in the newspaper that he had yet to finish. He promptly descended the stairs, picked up the paper, and settled down with a cup of tea, completely oblivious to the source of his earlier vexation. Meanwhile, in the room, Kona conjured 2 chairs as usual, unceremoniously plopping himself into one of them. Has something occurred? He inquired leisurely, sipping from his teacup. Angelia unceremoniously took a seat on another chair and said, There is a matter on which I seek your assistance. What is it? He inquired. The alchemical armor capable of defending against the powers of death has produced a prototype. Angelia produced a ring from her bosom and handed it to him, adding, However, we are unable to test its defensive capabilities against the powers of death. Hence, I would like your help. Upon receiving the ring, Connor felt the surge of energy coursing through it. At the same moment, the wisps of dark energy that had been swirling in his palm dissipated, leaving only his fair hand cradling a lustrous silver ring with a metallic sheen. It indeed appeared to possess a degree of protection against the powers of death. Connor raised the ring to his eyes for a closer inspection and, as anticipated, noticed several glimmers of sparkling powder upon its bright surface. He returned the ring to Angelia, stating coolly, How shall we conduct the test? Whenever you are available, she replied, placing the ring back into her bosom. However, we must travel to the Carmen estate, where there are comprehensive testing facilities and professional personnel. Connor furrowed his brow in reluctance. Must we go? If it poses any inconvenience, we can consider alternative methods. Angelia, presuming he had some peculiar stipulation, quickly reassured him. It is not overly burdensome. Connor frowned slightly, contemplating, but my whereabouts must remain undisclosed to anyone. Apart from the testing personnel, I cannot be seen by anyone else. I must appear as death itself. Furthermore, I cannot engage in any communication. Given Connor's unique circumstances, Angelia naturally had no objections and readily agreed, No problem. I will communicate the specifics to the head of the Carmen family in advance. When are you available? Tomorrow, Connor replied, pursing his lips, and added with concern. Ensure that confidentiality is maintained. I understand, but how shall I contact you tomorrow? Angelia raised an eyebrow. Connor glanced at the ring in her hand and summoned a wisp of dark energy from the air, sending it into the ring. The dark energy swirled around the ring for a moment before vanishing within it. When you wish to find me, simply tap the ring 3 times. And I shall be aware of your call, Connor sighed, expressing his frustration. This way, I won't have to travel so far to see you. However, you must summon me in an environment that is absolutely secure and private. Connor surveyed their surroundings, tilting his head, just like here. It is best if there are no others present. Angelia readily acquiesced, saying, no problem. After bidding farewell to Kona, she emerged from the room alone. Mr. Royal sat in the living room, engrossed in the newspaper, captivated by a pivotal moment in the narrative, when suddenly, the paper was snatched away once more. The ferocity of his anger could only be likened to a volcanic eruption. He was on the brink of discovering whether the mixed-blood girl succeeded in marrying the nobleman. Mr. Royal glared at Angelia, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Yet, she appeared utterly oblivious to his wrath. Waving a corner of the newspaper before him, she stated nonchalantly, I need to use your study. His fingers trembled with indignation as he took several deep breaths in an effort to regain his composure. However, in the next instant, Angelia tossed the newspaper onto him and leisurely strolled toward the study. Mr. Royal was so taken aback that he allowed the paper to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. It took him several moments to comprehend what had transpired. Leah, he exclaimed, teeth grinding audibly. He bellowed in fury at Angelia, who had already reached the doorway of the study, but she remained unfazed. Her only response the indifferent sound of the door closing behind her. The door clicked shut with finality. Trembling, Mr. Royal sank back into the sofa. Striving to quell his anger. Rage begets harm, he reminded himself. Gradually, his fury transformed into a tinge of guilt, and his furious roars gave way to a resigned sigh. He picked up the fallen newspaper, folded it neatly, and set it aside, devoid of any desire to continue reading. This child, after all, seemed to evoke a sense of indebtedness within him. In the study, Angelia was bent over the desk, composing a letter to Mr. Come-On. While a snow-white owl curiously peered at her from the side, she succinctly articulated Kona's request and casually retrieved an envelope. Slipping the letter inside and handing it to the owl, which promptly flapped its wings and soared through the window. Angelia had not returned for quite some time. The general layout of this place remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of 2 shelves brimming with books. In her previous life, Angelia often found herself alone here. At that time, Mr. Royal had little time to keep her company, leaving her the sole inhabitant of the manor. Before she had mastered the art of magic, she would seclude herself in this sanctuary, drawing knowledge from a myriad of tomes. Eventually, she learned the spell of apparition, which enabled her to embark on adventures beyond the confines of Royal Manor. She ventured to the gathering grounds of giants nestled deep within the mountains, encountered swarms of venomous spiders inhabiting the arid desert, scaled the towering snow-capped peaks across distant oceans, and delved into the muggle world scattered across the globe. One fateful day, in a moment of boredom, she inadvertently apparat to Spinner's End, where she met a young boy with black hair. She paused her explorations and chose to remain with him in the narrow, dimly lit attic. His life was far from joyous, marred by hunger, violence, and ostracism. Like a young beast curled in a corner, he licked his wounds, embodying a maturity that belied his years, weary of the world, yet living with a humble strength. Angelia's emotions gradually transformed from curiosity to compassion, and her role evolved from an observer to an active participant. She began to tend to his wounds during his times of injury, bringing him an array of books that piqued his interest during moments of boredom, and offering him both common and rare delicacies when hunger struck. When he was confined, she would sneak him away through illusions of escape. They forged a profound friendship. As she accompanied him in scaling the snow-capped mountains she had once traversed, ventured into the domain of the giant pythons to gather venom, and explored the territory of werewolves, unveiling a myriad of sights both familiar and novel. Their tale perhaps began the moment she first stepped into Spidertail Alley, when they naively referred to their budding feelings as friendship. As time flowed and the years danced by, it was a comfort to witness the innocent children maturing. Whether in friendship or love, they remained each other's singular treasure in their hearts. Angelia could not help but curve her lips into a smile. The desire to see Snape reaching an exhilarating peak at that moment. She barely had time to bid farewell to Mr. Royal before she disapparated away. She yearned to see him immediately. In Spinner's End, Snape was engrossed in his potions laboratory, diligently conducting experiments for his research. At that moment, he was intently focused on the cauldron before him, his right hand carefully adding drops of snake venom. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Snape watched with satisfaction as the liquid in the cauldron transformed from a vibrant orange to a deep emerald green. Content with his progress. He extinguished the flame and turned to fetch an empty potion bottle to contain the liquid. However, as he turned, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a familiar, soft body imbued with a delightful scent. "Severus, I have missed you so much," Angelia murmured, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his shoulder with an affectionate sigh. Snape instinctively drew her into his embrace, completely oblivious to the potion simmering in the cauldron behind him. "What has brought on this sudden display of affection?" he inquired gently, tilting his head to place a tender kiss on her forehead. A wave of citrus fragrance wafted into his nostrils. It was the scent of her shampoo. Angelia pressed her face against the side of his neck, her cool and delicate skin meeting a patch of warmth, the stark contrast in temperature causing both to shiver slightly. She playfully nuzzled his neck, her gentle and warm breath grazing his skin, eliciting a subtle tickle. With a faint smile, Snape turned his head to evade her. But Angelia persistently followed, lightly biting him in mild protest, her actions reminiscent of a playful kitten. "Why are you avoiding me?" Angelia complained, her pristine little canine teeth threateningly poised against Snape's carotid artery, delivering a barely perceptible prick. Snape let out a muffled chuckle, the vibrations resonating from his chest only deepening Angelia's dissatisfaction. In a moment of mischief, she sank her teeth into his neck again, only to feel a pang of remorse swiftly afterward, soothingly licking the mark she had left. The sudden, slight sting on his neck went unnoticed by Snape. Yet the subsequent gentle lapping caused a faint blush to bloom at the corners of his eyes. With a swift motion, he gathered her into his arms, placing her on the chair beside him, and, gritting his teeth, issued a low warning, "Sit still and do not move." Angelina innocently blinked at him, her delicate, fair hands playfully curling around his palm, lightly scratching it in a charming manner. The ticklish sensation radiating from his palm deepened the crimson hue at the corner of Snape's eye, yet he merely sighed in resignation, gently tapping her head before turning to retrieve an empty potion vial from the cabinet. Angelia tilted her head, gazing at his retreating figure, her lips curling in discontent. Rarely did she disturb Severus during his work, and thus she remained dutifully seated, observing as he meticulously bottled potions and sealed them, subsequently placing them alongside a multitude of documents into an empty cabinet. Severus swiftly tidied up the clutter on his desk before approaching Angelia. It was now the afternoon. He cradled her from the potions lab and laid her gently on the bed in the bedroom, joining her there. "What is amiss today? Have you encountered some trouble?" he inquired, drawing her close, his fingers idly playing with a strand of her golden hair. Angelia obediently nestled against his chest, responding gently, "No, I just miss you." Upon hearing this, the corners of Snape's mouth curved deeper, and he affectionately pinched Angelia's cheek, remarking, "Why are your words so sweet?" Angelia innocently blinked her eyes and looked up at him, asking, "Is it sweet? Would you like to try?" Her pair of large, cerulean eyes gazed at him with a glistening allure. Snape's gaze involuntarily fell upon her soft pink lips, and he swallowed unconsciously, observing Snape's dazed expression. A hint of warmth crept into Angelia's ears. She playfully covered Snape's eyes with her hand, her soft voice laced with a touch of playful reproach. "You mustn't look." Snape did not resist her gentle touch. His long, dark lashes brushed lightly against her palm, sending a delicate shiver through her. Angelia instinctively withdrew her hand, only to inadvertently collide with the tender depths of his obsidian eyes. "Zephyr." Angelia appeared to be entranced, her ears flushed as she leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his chin. Her delicate, alabaster hand traversed down Severus Snape's arm, ultimately finding its way to his palm, where their fingers intertwined seamlessly. Snape narrowed his eyes, observing her with anticipation, yearning for her lips to grace his. A series of light, fleeting kisses descended, traveling from his chin to the side of his ear. Snape, unable to contain his growing impatience, furrowed his brow, yet he restrained his restlessness, patiently awaiting her to indulge in her playful whims before she would instinctively fulfill his desires. Angelia gazed at Snape, observing the slight furrow of his brow and the narrowing of his eyes. With an air of composure, she discreetly withdrew her wand and silently invoked a spell in her mind. Snape suddenly felt as though his hands were ensnared by an unseen force. Bewildered as he watched his wrists being drawn above his head, subsequently bound to the headboard by a dark green silk ribbon. Simultaneously, two cool, soft bindings encircled his ankles. Lowering his gaze slightly, Snape caught sight of the two dark green ribbons firmly securing his ankles to the wooden foot of the bed. Angelia straightened up with a mischievous smile, gazing at him, and to her delight, she discerned a fervent anticipation in his eyes. It appeared that he had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. Angelia let out a soft laugh, leaning down to bestow a fleeting kiss upon his lips before retreating, just as he eagerly sought to entangle her once more. "Do you like it?" she whispered playfully, brushing her lips against his ear, successfully detecting the quickening of his breath and the sudden flush creeping to his earlobes. "Indeed." Severus gazed at her with a fervent intensity, his eyes a blend of temptation and command. "Come here." Angelia extended her index finger to gently trace his lips, gliding downwards across his Adam's apple and collarbone, finally resting upon his chest. Snape's body tensed momentarily before relaxing once more. In his typically calm and indifferent dark eyes, there seemed to linger a hint of mist. "Come here," Snape's voice emerged, hoarse and haunting, resembling a perilous warning, or perhaps the seductive lure of a hunter ensnaring its prey. Angelia curled her lips into a subtle smile, her azure eyes radiating purity and clarity, devoid of any trace of disarray. With an enigmatic arch of her brow, she rose without a hint of reluctance, tidying her attire under his bewildered gaze before gracefully stepping out of the bedroom. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Severus finally comprehended that Angelia would not be returning. Her departure was not to fetch some trivial object, but rather a mischievous ruse. Anger clenched his jaw as he found himself bound tightly by the ribbons around his wrists and ankles, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Without his wanded hand, Severus was even unable to utter a silent spell, a situation he had rarely encountered since delving into the practice of magic. The long-forgotten feelings of powerlessness and embarrassment clouded his eyes with a sheen of moisture, rendering him all the more reminiscent of a frightened and apprehensive prey. When Angelia returned, she was greeted by such a scene. She raised an eyebrow at him, unabashedly surveying him from head to toe, until a faint blush crept across his entire face. Despite his proper attire, "Are you hungry?" Angelia approached Severus with a malicious grin adorning her face, an expression that instantly darkened his countenance. His words emerged laced with a chilling severity. "If your brain has not been devoured by a troll, you ought to comprehend that this is not the appropriate time for a meal." Yet, it was not merely the moment for Angelia to brazenly scrutinize Severus, causing her to swallow the latter part of her statement. Nevertheless, it was evident that Severus grasped her implication. He clenched his teeth tightly, eyes shut, and uttered a firm command, "Release." Angelia leaned down and pressed her lips against his, yet there was no trace of solace in her gesture. "I cannot." The veins upon Snape's forehead throbbed violently. As he opened his eyes to gaze at Angelia, a sudden thought seemed to cross his mind, and the emotions within his eyes abruptly retreated, his countenance returning to its customary pallor. With a determined effort, he strained against his wrist, successfully tightening the ribbon further. And then, with an air of calmness, he regarded Angelia and spoke with an indifferent tone, "It hurts." Angelia instantly looked up at him, her gaze halting abruptly upon noticing the dark green ribbon tightly bound around his wrist at the head of the bed. The ribbon had constricted so firmly that his hand and wrist had taken on two distinct shades, a stark contrast that spoke of the tension. Angelia was startled and swiftly rushed to untie the ribbons from his wrists, subsequently removing the bindings from his ankles as well. At last, Severus was liberated. However, contrary to Angelia's expectations, he did not lunge at her in a fit of anger, but instead sat quietly, gently massaging the deep indents left on his wrists. He bore no resentment towards her, nor did he cast a single reproachful glance, which only deepened Angelia's feelings of guilt. She cautiously settled across from him, tenderly rubbing his wrists, her earlier arrogance replaced by a subdued tone. "I'm so sorry, Severus. I didn't anticipate it would be so tight." As she gazed upon the marks encircling his skin, she bit her lip fervently, overwhelmed by an almost suffocating sense of remorse. How could she have done this to him? Yet, Severus spoke softly, his voice imbued with a hint of comforting laughter. "Do not blame yourself. It truly doesn't hurt much, and it is already better." As Angelia observed her increasingly reddened wrist, a deeper sense of guilt enveloped her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Snape subtly lifted the corners of his lips. With just a slight refinement, this spell could transform into one that binds without causing harm. Angelia remained guilt-ridden as she gently massaged his wrist, entirely oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Snape's mind. Just as Snape stealthily grasped Angelia's wand, preparing to utter a spell, a striking white owl began to flutter against the window pane. Instantly, Angelia rose to open the window, allowing the owl to enter, while Snape awkwardly withdrew his hand from her wand. Everything had been meticulously arranged, and they awaited the esteemed presence of Lord Death and Miss Royal on the morrow. It was a response from Mr. Carmen. Angelia visibly brightened with joy, planting 2 resounding kisses on the side of Snape's face, her eyes sparkling as she cheerfully exclaimed, "I shall step out for a moment." With that, she joyfully darted away. Snape, his expression dark, glanced down at the 2 crimson marks adorning his wrist, gritting his teeth as he tossed the dark green ribbons into the fireplace. Within the confines of the Rogier manor, Rogier and Lena were diligently managing the daily affairs of the Death Eater faction. Both remained seated behind their respective desks, synchronously sifting through the parchment in their hands. Yet the atmosphere seemed markedly more relaxed than before. Angelia's gaze fell upon the stack of documents awaiting her attention on her desk, dispelling her initial intention to seek out Rogier. With a shift in her stride, she made her way to the adjacent office. This was the domain of Maury and Patrick. Upon her arrival, Maury was deeply engrossed in sifting through a substantial pile of parchment on his desk, while Patrick leisurely perused a book in his hands. Propping his legs atop the table and gently swaying them, he reclined against the back of his chair, exuding an air of utmost relaxation. Angelia leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and gently rapped on the door. The 2 individuals within the office were momentarily taken aback. Patrick, in a flurry of activity, hurriedly shoved the book he was holding beneath the desk before hastily settling into his seat. He then managed to muster a rather foolish grin while scratching his head, addressing her as "my esteemed leader." Unable to bear the sight of his gleaming white teeth, Maury averted his gaze, finding his demeanor excessively foolish. Angelia gazed at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, refraining from commenting on his lackadaisical attitude during work hours. Instead, she raised an eyebrow with evident intrigue and said, "Come with me." Upon hearing her words, Patrick's smile faded as he cautiously glanced at her, awkwardly ruffling his hair before rising to follow Angelia out of the room. Maury, shaking his head in resignation, returned to his tasks with renewed focus. Angelia led Patrick into an empty room. Noticing the apprehension etched on his face, she couldn't help but smile slightly. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "It's nothing," Patrick replied, furtively glancing up at her expression before quickly averting his gaze back to the floor. Angelia disregarded the anxiety that lingered within him, settling comfortably on the sofa as she inquired, "What is the amount of funds currently at our disposal?" Upon realizing that Angelia was addressing matters concerning the Wutsue party, Patrick felt an immediate sense of relief. "At present, we have 5 million galleons available. That should suffice." The Kamon family's alchemical products are notoriously expensive, and Mr. Kamon stands out as one of the foremost alchemists of our time. Commissioning him to develop and create alchemical armaments is indeed exorbitantly priced. However, it is precisely this reason that assures the quality of the armaments. Thus, despite their steep cost, there remains a steady stream of eager buyers. Within a certain estate in Tainolin, Voldemort reclined languidly in an armchair, while a strikingly beautiful woman knelt before him, delivering a report. "Master, Dumbledore is indeed not at Azkaban. Rabaston's investigation revealed that shortly after his imprisonment, he was taken away by Royal. Since then, he has not reappeared, and Rabaston is still tracking his whereabouts." Voldemort's long fingers lightly tapped his forehead, a fleeting crimson glint surfacing in his dark eyes. His appearance seemed to revert to that of his graduation days, tall, slender, with pale skin and profound eyes, an utterly non-threatening, courteous, and beguiling facade. Collaborating with that individual had indeed proven to be the correct choice. Voldemort lowered his gaze, concealing the depths of his thoughts. Only that person could grant him such an unblemished body. Before him, Bellatrix remained respectfully kneeling, her eyes brimming with adoration. Yet she dared not lift her gaze to meet his. "Send others to continue the search. We must locate Dumbledore's whereabouts." Voldemort's voice returned to its former gentle timbre, deepening Bellatrix's infatuation. "Yes, master." Voldemort was keenly aware of the sentiment swirling within her. He slightly curled his lips, though his gaze offered no warmth to Bellatrix. Instead, he subtly raised a hand toward the corner. A massive green serpent slithered forth from the shadows, its swift movement accompanied by a soft rustling of scales against the ground. The serpent quickly reached Voldemort's side, affectionately nudging his palm and playfully flicking its pink tongue. Bellatrix, kneeling on the ground, trembled involuntarily before the serpent, gripped by a profound fear. Yet, she strained to suppress her terror, striving to display no sign of her unease. For if Voldemort perceived her fright, she could very well face unnecessary punishment. Voldemort, of course, noticed her trembling, but seemed indifferent to it. He gently stroked the head of Nagini, who had approached him, a cryptic glimmer flashing in his black eyes. "You may leave now." Voldemort spoke to Bella with a tone devoid of emotion, yet his gaze remained fixated on Nagini. Bella's fear reached its zenith. She felt herself trembling uncontrollably, and upon hearing his words, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, promptly bowing and departing. Nagini turned her head to observe Bella's retreating figure, a glint of bloodthirsty darkness flickering in her crimson eyes. Voldemort seemed to sense something amiss. He extended a finger and gently tapped Nagini's head, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. "Not now." Obediently, Nagini averted her gaze and rested her head upon Voldemort's shoulder, as his slightly warm hand once again caressed her head. After concluding her conversation with Patrick, Angelia returned to her office. As she entered, she happened upon Lena conversing with Rogier, both adorned with smiles that spoke of a harmonious atmosphere. Rogier no longer coldly evaded Lena. His gaze was warm and gentle, exuding unspoken affection. The two soon noticed Angelia, immediately straightening up to greet her. "Greetings, leader." Angelia's gaze shifted between the two, and then she raised an eyebrow at Lena, who responded with a joyful wink. Meanwhile, Rogier appeared somewhat exasperated. Yet his eyes reflected an endless affection as he looked at Lena. Angelia sat behind her desk, casually rifling through a small stack of parchment, which contained matters requiring her personal attention. "Has there been any news from Shaolin?" She removed her outer robe and tossed it over the back of her chair. Ever since Kona intervened in the affairs of Tainalorn, Angelia had instructed Shaolin and the others to abandon their investigation there and to resume tracking the Death Eaters in search of Horcruxes. Rogier shook his head solemnly. "There is still no news. It cannot continue like this." Angelia's gaze darkened, and as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned to Rogier. "What about Nomengard?" "Everything is normal." Angelia lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment. Given Dumbledore's astuteness, one might wonder if he is aware of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes and whether he possesses any clues regarding them. Qianqian Rogier paused for a brief moment. Then a gentle smile graced her lips. Why not inquire with him directly? It is indeed time to return and check in. With a light laugh, Angelia rose and approached the fireplace, seizing a handful of flue powder, before vanishing into the suddenly expanding emerald flames. Today at Nomengard was much like any other day. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had gradually adapted to one another's ways of life after a period of adjustment. As dinner time approached, the two sat on the sofa, engrossed in the books they held, awaiting Tina's culinary creations. While Tina busied herself in the kitchen, the flames in the fireplace unexpectedly surged into a vibrant green, and a figure emerged from within. Grindelwald did not need to lift his gaze to know that it was Angelia returning, since she had brought Dumbledore here. She remained the only one with the freedom to enter and exit Nomengard. He discreetly glanced up for a fleeting moment, confirming her well-being before redirecting his attention back to the book in his hands. Dumbledore, however, chose to withdraw his focus from the text, raising his eyes to regard Angelia. Yet he remained silent, awaiting her words. Angelia was also observing Dumbledore, whose complexion appeared healthier than before, radiating a sense of relaxed ease. The perpetual tension that once characterized him had dissipated, and the calculating glint in his eyes had transformed into a gentle tranquility. It seemed that the old sorcerer had taken good care of him. Angelia inexplicably felt a tinge of unhappiness. She averted her gaze towards Geller, who remained engrossed in the book he held, as if it were a rare and unparalleled manuscript, showing no intention of lifting his head. Angelia, feeling increasingly frustrated, let out a heavy sigh as she strode over to Gellert and swiftly snatched the book from his hands. At last, Gellert lifted his gaze to glance at her. Although his abilities had not improved, his temper had certainly grown. With a languid glance in her direction, Gellert made no haste to reclaim his book. Angelia casually closed the book and tossed it aside, then seated herself on the adjacent sofa, her gaze filled with melancholy as she remarked, "I am perpetually swamped with work, while you seem to enjoy a leisurely existence." Gellert cast her a sidelong glance, indifferent to her complaint. It was Dumbledore who interjected, "Has the situation outside become chaotic?" As the words left his lips, two pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards him. Angelia regarded them with skepticism, while Gellert cast a discontented glare. However, Dumbledore remained composed, calmly enduring their scrutiny. In his eyes, ambition and cunning had seemingly vanished, leaving behind only the simple anticipation and curiosity of an ordinary wizard intrigued by the currents of the world. Angelia arched an eyebrow at Gellert, uncertain of Dumbledore's condition. Could it be that Gellert had administered a power-diminishing potion to him? However, Gellert quickly shook his head in response. Dumbledore appeared to comprehend the silent exchange between them. Yet he remained passive, his gaze toward Angelia unchanged. It was imperative for him to cooperate and provide information. Understanding the evolving situation was crucial. After a moment's hesitation, Angelia resolved to inform him. Voldemort is on the brink of resurrection or may have already returned. The Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban have escaped. And a mysterious force has intervened, seemingly in opposition to us, converging at Tinaron. I plan to visit Tinaron soon to gather intelligence, but before that, I wish to know. Angelina lifted her gaze to meet Dumbledore's eyes, which, once filled with shrewd calculation, now radiated tranquility and warmth. Are you aware of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes? Dumbledore's expression betrayed no astonishment. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. You have discerned it. Without waiting for Angelia to press further, he continued. I was initially unaware of this matter, but ever since Tom survived that incident, referring to the one that left Harry with a scar, I began to harbor suspicions. A normal wizard cannot withstand the killing curse. Dumbledore's gaze revealed a peculiar emotion, tinged with sadness and perhaps regret. Angelia could not decipher his feelings, yet Gellert clearly understood. He gently placed his hand atop Dumbledore's, prompting him to emerge from his reverie, and Dumbledore responded with a warm smile. In that moment, Angelia keenly perceived the bond between the two. Oddly, the earlier sense of discontent seemed to dissipate. No matter her cold demeanor, witnessing the profound and unspoken love between them, devoid of elaborate words or gestures, elicited not a trace of disdain within her. Yet, the priority remained to extract the information Dumbledore possessed. Thus, she cleared her throat softly to urge him to continue. Upon hearing Angelia's deliberate cough, Dumbledore instantly regained his focus. With a smile, he resumed. Shortly before Harry began his schooling, I detected signs of Voldemort's activities in the Black Forest of Albania. There are few means to survive the killing curse. And after dismissing several impossibilities, I became certain that Voldemort had indeed created Horcruxes. Angelia eagerly inquired, do you have any leads? Dumbledore, in silence, shook his head. At present, there are no clues. A Horcrux could be any object. Voldemort, in his quest for resurrection, would undoubtedly take great care in preserving it. Or perhaps he has already disposed of it. Regardless, you might consider tracking the Death Eaters to see if you can unearth any hints. Voldemort has created more than one Horcrux, Angelia realized, possibly unbeknownst to Dumbledore. Indeed, he was unaware. But the look of surprise on his face lingered only for a fleeting moment before he resumed his gentle demeanor. Yes, I should have anticipated that, Dumbledore sighed softly. Given Tom's character, he would not leave behind merely one Horcrux. Are you already aware of how many he has? Angelia asked, undeterred. Willing to share more information with someone as astute as Dumbledore, who is rarely found. It is currently established that he has created 7 Horcruxes, making a total of 8 when including himself. Angelia scrutinized Dumbledore's expression, hoping to catch any hint of deviation. Yet, he remained placid, listening to her words without revealing any other emotions. Thus far, we have eliminated 3 of the Horcruxes, his diary from his youth, the ring of the Gaunt family, and Slytherin's locket. Upon hearing the mention of Slytherin's locket, a flicker of change crossed Dumbledore's countenance. Slytherin's locket? Indeed, it was found beneath Severus's pillow. Angelia slightly furrowed her brow. Currently, we do not know who is responsible, but it is highly likely to be linked to the emerging faction. I will continue to investigate this matter. Dumbledore had no intention of commenting, as his knowledge was limited and insufficient to draw accurate conclusions from the information at hand. Yet, another thought crossed his mind. The 4 founders of Hogwarts left behind 4 relics: Gryffindor's sword, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. Dumbledore gazed steadily at Angelia. Gryffindor's sword is hidden within Hogwarts. I inspected it before my departure, and I am confident it has not been tampered with. However, the other 3 relics have long been lost. Given that Slytherin's locket has been fashioned into a Horcrux, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate the whereabouts of Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem. I understand, Angelia replied calmly. Are there any additional leads? Tom would be reluctant to entrust all his Horcruxes to others. Perhaps he discreetly carries one of the less conspicuous Horcruxes with him. Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation and then immediately offered Angelia a gentle smile. Of course, this is merely conjecture. The conjecture, though not devoid of possibility, prompted Angelia to nod thoughtfully, her mind already devising a plan. Dumbledore, lacking further clues, reclined leisurely against the back of the sofa, his tone casual as he remarked, "In light of my cooperation, might I request that you bring me some sizzling honey candies and a mound of cockroaches upon your next visit? The treats you procured for Gellert have already been devoured." Upon hearing such a saccharine appellation, Angelia could not suppress a frown of disdain. "Understood. I shall bring them next time. It has been ages since I last tasted raspberry jam and lemon sorbet." Dumbledore gazed at Angelia with a sense of nostalgia. "Noted," she replied wearily, rubbing her temples. "And do not forget the mead and chilled lemonade," Dumbledore added cheerfully, winking at Angelia. Angelia's expression darkened in an instant as she glared at Dumbledore, gritting her teeth and saying, "You would do well to know your limits." Dumbledore feigned innocence, gesturing towards Gellert with a serious demeanor. "It is Gellert who desires this." Gellert, too, fixed his gaze upon her unwaveringly. Angelia reluctantly rose and approached the corner where the magical array lay, gently adjusting several placements. "Understood. I shall send someone to deliver it to you," she declared. During this period, she would be exceedingly busy, leaving no time to return with those abominable confections. Hence, she arranged for others to handle the delivery. At dawn the following day, Angelia arrived at the witchcraft party. To ensure the utmost safety of the surroundings during Kona's summoning, she opted to invoke him within her own domain. After lightly tapping her ring 3 times, Kona materialized before her, clad in the garb of a reaper. He donned a voluminous robe, a hood obscuring his features, and wielded a massive black scythe, his exposed skin shrouded in dense, dark mist. "Let us proceed at once," Angelia proclaimed, raising her wand as she gazed at Kona, suddenly struck by a thought. "Are you capable of apparition?" Kona's voice took on the hollow, monotonous tone characteristic of the Reaper. "No need for apparition." With that, a swirl of black mist enveloped Angelia, and together they vanished from sight. In but a moment, the air outside the Carmen Manor quivered, and 2 plumes of black mist emerged from nowhere. Mr. Carmen, who stood at the entrance to greet them, gazed in astonishment as the mist gradually dissipated, revealing Angelia and the figure suspended in midair, brandishing a black scythe, draped in dark robes. A palpable aura of death washed over him, startling Mr. Carmen, who immediately bowed respectfully. "My Lord Death." "Indeed," Kona responded coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. Fortunately, Mr. Carmen was not lacking in discernment. He quickly shifted to the matter at hand. "The testing area is this way. Please follow me." With that, he led Angelia and the Reaper toward the prepared venue. The absence of flattery improved Kona's impression of Mr. Carmen slightly, as he floated alongside Angelia, following him into a secluded and fortified chamber. The secret room was spacious, its walls constructed of a remarkably magically resistant stone, and the floor was laid with a peculiar alchemical material resembling some alchemical product. The ceiling was entirely sealed with sturdy stone. The room felt exceedingly vast, marked only by lines and numbers on the floor, seemingly denoting distances. Against the walls stood several small platforms draped in inky satin, appearing to be intended for holding certain items. "This space is indeed suitable for conducting tests," Mr. Carmen remarked as he approached with a stack of parchment. He positioned himself in the corner, extracting a quill and preparing to begin. "Let us commence the testing." There were no superfluous procedures or unnecessary words, which further enhanced Kona's regard for him. "Now, Angelia, please stand at position 50 while wearing the ring." Mr. Carmen entered a state of grave seriousness during the testing, which greatly reassured Angela regarding the alchemical armor they had developed. Without hesitation, she donned the ring and approached. "Lord of Death, please attack Angela now." No sooner had the words left her lips than Angela was propelled several meters away, while the Grim Reaper remained steadfast in place, seemingly having made no movement whatsoever. Angela was caught off guard by a sudden blow, rubbing her hand in annoyance at the pain. Yet, she simultaneously sensed the formidable force of death being thwarted by the ring upon her finger. Before Mr. Carmen could utter a word, Kona interjected, stating, "You are immune to the power of death. Such an attack is inherently ineffective against you." With that, his gaze shifted towards Mr. Carmen. "It is your turn." Mr. Carmen, astonished, looked at Angela, the revelation of her immunity to the force of death striking him profoundly. However, in the next moment, he heard the commanding voice of the Lord of Death instructing him to proceed. Undeterred, he approached Angela, handing her the parchment and succinctly explaining how to record the data. Subsequently, he removed the alchemical ring from her finger and took her previous position. In truth, he harbored no fear. After all, he stood before the esteemed Lord of Death. Would he truly allow him to perish here? Moreover, since Angeli was immune to the deathly force. The results of the test would not yield accurate readings. He required precise values to discern the necessary improvements for the protective gear. Furthermore, any attempts to delay would only serve to annoy the Lord of Death, and he could not afford to leave a negative impression, as it bore significant implications for the future of the Carmen family. Observing Mr. Carmen don the ring without hesitation, Angeli refrained from further comments and prepared to record with parchment and quill. Commence. Indeed, the data from Angelia's test was not entirely accurate, as her voice faded. Kona unleashed a force of equal magnitude, watching as Mr. Carmen was propelled backward, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. Though the distance was considerable, Mr. Carmen distinctly felt the ring shield him from the onslaught. In reality, he sustained no injuries, merely appearing somewhat disheveled. As he closed his eyes, bracing for the impact of his fall, a shroud of dark energy cradled his body, gently lowering him to the ground. For a fleeting moment, Mr. Carmen was taken aback, but he quickly composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Kona. Standing still, he glanced at the values recorded at his feet. Record: 50 to 63, 3, 175, 25, success. Angelia promptly inscribed the data onto the designated space of the parchment. After conducting numerous rounds of testing, the experimental data was finally collected. Mr. Carmen scrutinized the recorded information with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. All tests had been successfully passed, and the attributes of the alchemical armor had met the requisite standards, permitting mass production. Following this, Mr. Carmen and Angelia had numerous matters to discuss. However, mindful of the presence of the Grim Reaper nearby, Mr. Carmen refrained from speaking, standing respectfully to the side, awaiting the next directive from the Reaper. Fortunately, Kona also wished to depart from this place, despite the rather decorous behavior of the so-called head of the household before him. He preferred not to linger within the realm of magic for too long. Yet, he still had matters to discuss with Angelia in private. It would be rather inappropriate to request Mr. Carmen's absence within the confines of Carmen Manor. With a gentle flick of his scythe, a thick shroud of darkness emanated from his gesture, swiftly enveloping Angelia until only a swirling mass of shadows remained. Angelia felt as though she was enveloped in a layer of translucent, obsidian glass, allowing her to faintly perceive the external world while rendering her unable to hear any sounds from outside. Before she could comprehend the nature of her predicament, Kona appeared beside her in his true form. Astonished, Angelia gazed outward, noticing a nebulous mass of darkness hovering not far away. It was the very spot where Kona had previously lingered. I have matters to discuss with you, which is why I have employed the power of the Grim Reaper to create this confinement. What you see outside is merely an illusion crafted by my abilities, Kona succinctly elucidated. In recent days, I have detected a peculiar fluctuation of souls within Tainalang, seemingly instigated by that mysterious individual who has harnessed the power of the Grim Reaper to manifest something capable of containing souls. The essence of that fluctuation mirrors precisely that of the soul contained within the diary, leading me to suspect that Voldemort may have been resurrected. The enigmatic figure within Tainalang? But isn't his Grim Reaper power intertwined with magic? How could he possibly forge something that can hold a soul? Angelia gazed at him in disbelief. The powers of the Grim Reaper and magic are entirely distinct realms, utterly incompatible. Thus, any entity formed by the convergence of these two forces would likely be exceedingly fragile or incapable of taking shape at all. How could it possess the capacity to contain such potent energy as a soul? Kona's tone grew serious. This situation may be more intricate than we presume. Perhaps he is able to isolate and wield the powers of the Grim Reaper and magic separately. If that is indeed the case, it would imply that he possesses at least two wholly different systems of energy within him. Angelia could not help but shiver. Do not worry. This is merely a hypothetical scenario, Kona gently reassured her. Moreover, based on the existing theoretical framework, it is quite unlikely to be true. After a fleeting moment of terror, Angelia regained her composure. She silently nodded, exhaling softly. I shall have the answers upon my return from Tainaro. After exchanging information, Kona retracted his confinement and vanished into thin air. With the Grim Reaper gone, Mr. Carmen breathed a sigh of relief, guiding Angelia to the parlor to discuss their forthcoming matters. The house elf had already prepared 2 cups of steaming tea on the table. Mr. Carmen elegantly returned to the sofa, lifted his teacup, and took a delicate sip. Once he observed Angelia settling onto the sofa beside him, he reached for a piece of parchment resting on the side table and inquired, "How many alchemical armors does Miss Royal require?" Angelia carefully examined the parchment handed to her, which detailed the pricing for the alchemical armors. Despite having mentally prepared herself for the costs associated with the products from the Carmen family, she was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she contemplated the available funds as calculated by Patrick, and a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Let us proceed with the creation of 20 pieces for now. Mr. Carmen, however, appeared unfazed, his smile remaining unchanged. Noticing Angelia's slight discomfort, he leaned in a bit closer and proposed softly, "In truth, if you are willing to sell me the remaining magical stones, I could craft 100 alchemical armors for you at no cost." This time, Angelia's response surprised Mr. Carmen. She remained unyielding, and after a moment of deliberation, she declined with a tone of difficulty. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. To be candid, I have already entered into a contract with Lord Death, and this particular magical stone can only be utilized for the alchemical armors required for this event." Angelia's emphasis rested upon this matter, and Mr. Carmen narrowed his eyes with curiosity. With a smile, Angelia continued, "Of course, should other opportunities arise, I shall endeavor to seek collaboration with the Carmen family." Her words conveyed a sense of refusal, yet did not constitute an absolute denial. She subtly hinted that if a second magical stone were to materialize, she would strive to acquire it, prioritizing a partnership with the Carmen family. The current stone had been bound by contract, yet the prospect of another remained open. Angelia was acutely aware of this. If Nico Miller had successfully crafted one stone, the possibility of him producing a second was not beyond the realm of expectation. She had intended to consult him upon her return from Tainelin. The existence of this contracted stone merely marked a beginning. Should Nico Miller indeed manage to create another magical stone, it would grant her the opportunity to discreetly pursue numerous endeavors. Even if he could not, there was little to lose, rendering the endeavor worth a try. However, how could it be possible for there to exist two stones? Mr. Carmen's brows furrowed slightly as he contemplated Angelia's words. The unique nature of the Carmen family's industry kept them seldom involved in the affairs of the magical realm. Yet this did not imply a lack of knowledge. On the contrary, the Carmen family's extensive network rendered them exceptionally well informed. He was acutely aware that Nico Miller had only ever manufactured this singular magical stone. Angelia's fox-like eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer as they gazed at him, the depths of their blue seemingly swirling with unspoken thoughts, yet swiftly veiled by an exterior calm. Mr. Carmen refrained from commenting, offering his habitual gentle smile, and responded with a hint of regret. "I do hope that next time Miss Royal comes across some peculiar and delightful treasures, she will entrust them to the Carmen family." Naturally, his reaction was precisely as Angelia had anticipated, and thus she maintained her radiant smile. "When shall we be able to collect the protective gear?" "Tomorrow morning." Angelia unexpectedly raised an eyebrow. This timing was indeed a delightful surprise. Perhaps Mr. Carmen expedited this order out of consideration for Kona. "Therefore, we shall bring 4 million gold calorians for the transaction tomorrow morning." The previously agreed-upon research and development costs for the alchemical armor amounted to 2 million gold calorians, with each piece of armor costing 100,000 gold calorians, totaling 4 million. Angelia delicately lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip. The rich aroma of black tea joyfully danced across her palate, a bittersweet sensation giving way to a hint of sweetness. Mr. Carmen fell silent for a moment, prompting Angelia to glance up at him in curiosity, only to discern a flicker of inexplicable struggle in his eyes. It appeared he was grappling with a particularly arduous decision. However, before long, Mr. Carmen's gaze solidified with determination. He once again donned a gentle smile as he regarded Angelia. "Since Miss Royal has chosen to place her trust in the Carmen family, we, in turn, are eager to express our sincerity to our partner. The Carmen family is pleased to offer you 3 additional custom protective gear pieces that you require." Observing the surprise that flickered in Angelia's eyes, his smile deepened. "I eagerly anticipate our next collaboration, Miss Royal." "Thank you." Angelia returned his sentiment with a confident smile. "It shall be a delightful partnership." Upon returning to the purity party, Angelia made her way directly to Patrick's office. The scene here remained unchanged from her last visit. Maury was still engrossed in his work, head down and utterly absorbed, while Patrick sat in a chair, engrossed in a novel. Since Angelia had caught him last time, he had become considerably more restrained, no longer reclining leisurely with his legs crossed. Yet he still did not seem to be attending to any pressing matters. It was evident that his earlier claims regarding the selection of professors for Hogwarts were not mere fabrications. While everyone else in the Purity Party was consumed by their hectic schedules, he managed to maintain such leisure, clearly indicating that there were not many pressing issues requiring his attention. Upon noticing Angelia's entrance, Patrick skillfully closed his book with a decisive snap and tucked it beneath the desk, his face effortlessly transforming into a practiced smile. "Greetings, esteemed leader." Angelia feigned ignorance to his actions. Typically, he performed his duties with great diligence and had never caused any delays. Thus, it was unnecessary to impose harsh criticism in this instance. "Tomorrow morning, bring along 4 million gold coins and accompany me to procure protective gear," Angelia stated. Her gaze fixed on Patrick, her expression devoid of any discernible change. Observing that Angelia seemed disinclined to admonish him for reading a novel during work hours, Patrick exhaled in relief and responded with a cheerful affirmation. Once she had relayed her instructions, Angelia returned to her office, where Shaolin was already awaiting her presence. "Greetings, esteemed leader," Shaolin remarked, turning to face Angelia, his countenance still bearing the familiar serious demeanor. Angelia approached her seat and, removing her outer robe, casually draped it over the back of the chair. "Has there been any news regarding the soul artifact?" she inquired, though she presumed that information would not surface so promptly. However, Xiaolin appeared to bear a heavy sense of guilt. He lowered his gaze to the ground, his voice tinged with an unmistakable shame. "There is still no news, for the time being." Angelia offered a gentle smile, soothingly remarking, "There is no need for haste. This matter cannot be rushed. I have acquired some vague information, and if we lack a clear direction, let us begin our inquiry from this nebulous lead. Hogwarts is home to 4 sacred relics: the Sword of Gryffindor, the Hufflepuff Cup, the Ravenclaw diadem, and the Slytherin locket. The Slytherin locket has been located and destroyed, while the Sword of Gryffindor has been thoroughly examined. Please dispatch individuals to search for the Hufflepuff Cup and the Ravenclaw diadem." Leaning on the table, Angelia narrowed her eyes, adding, "We must not let our guard down concerning the Death Eaters. We must remain vigilant, especially with Voldemort's most trusted followers." After struggling for over a month with elusive goals, Shaolin had become exceedingly irritable. However, with a relatively clear objective now in sight, Shaolin visibly brightened, the tension in his previously taut expression relaxing into a subtle smile. Indeed. Furthermore, Angelia suddenly recalled something. Rubbing her brow in resignation, "Please arrange for a trustworthy individual to procure a selection of candies from Honeydukes and send them to New Mungate." Shaolin paused for a moment, then promptly bowed his head in acquiescence. Having arranged the tasks, Angela waved her hand to dismiss Shaolin, and then plunged into the myriad of documents to manage the daily affairs of the witchcraft party. Rosiel and Lena were absent today, according to the guards. They had left early in the morning for what seemed to be urgent matters, and it appeared they would not return for the day. Consequently, towering stacks of paperwork were heaped upon Angela's desk, which she usually shared with Rosiel and Lena, leaving her unaccustomed to handling such a volume of responsibilities alone. By the time she finally completed her tasks, midnight had long since passed. Exhaustion enveloped her. She was utterly fatigued. The prolonged hours of work had etched visible weariness upon her face, prompting her to lean back in her chair and massage her temples in an attempt to soothe her hyperactive mind. The prolonged sitting had also caused her back to ache, and as she stood to fetch a handful of flu powder from the fireplace to return home, the debilitating weakness from not having eaten all day caused her to stumble back into her chair. Noah had initially intended to seek something to eat in the kitchen, but upon passing by the office, he noticed the lights still aglow. Having remained in his room all day, he was unaware of Angela's presence in the office. However, knowing that Rosiel and Lena were out, he approached the office with heightened caution. As he gently pushed open the ajar door, he beheld Angela, pale and unsteady, collapsing into her chair. "Angela," Noah exclaimed, rushing to her side in concern, "What is the matter? Are you injured?" Angela was startled by Noah's sudden entrance. Yet the urgency and concern etched on his face gradually eased her tension. "I'm fine, just having tea eaten, feeling a bit weak," she replied. Noah furrowed his brows as he glanced at the towering stack of completed documents beside her, disapprovingly stating, "Even with a busy schedule, one must not neglect meals." He shook his head in frustration, bending down to meet her gaze. "Are you still feeling unwell? Let me fetch you something to eat." Though Angela initially intended to decline, she found herself yielding to the guilt and disappointment reflected in Noah's eyes. "Just a little will suffice," she conceded. When Noah returned bearing 2 plates, The remorse and disheartenment in his eyes had not dissipated. He placed the plate of bread and soup before her, then lowered his gaze to spread avocado on the bread he handed her, enveloped in an unexpected silence. "What's wrong?" Anjali inquired as she took a bite of the bread, its toasted aroma and crisp texture harmonizing beautifully with the fresh, creamy avocado spread. "Delicious." Noah paused in his task, exhaling softly. "I just feel as though I'm unable to be of any help." "Don't say that. Your abilities are remarkable. It's just a temporary situation." Anjali reassured him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth. "I have good news to share. The alchemical gear will be returned tomorrow, and after that, you'll be able to go out." She couldn't resist ruffling his hair, the golden strands surprisingly soft to the touch. "After tomorrow, you can assist me with many things." "Really?" Noah's eyes sparkled instantly, his youthful face breaking into a bright smile. "Thank you, sister." Thus, in a delightful exchange, they chatted and shared a meal, allowing Anjali to regain her strength. It was already past 1 o'clock in the morning, and she intended to return to Spidertail Alley from the hearth, but Noah intervened. "Let us not head back tonight. Roquil Manor has plenty of rooms. Choose one and stay the night." He looked at her, concern etched on his weary face. "You still need to retrieve the alchemical gear in the morning. It's best not to tire yourself with back-and-forth trips." Angelia hesitated for a moment as she glanced at the time. By now, Severus should have been asleep. She worried that her return might disturb him, and even more so that he might still be awake, waiting for her. After much contemplation, Angelia shook her head. "It's all right. I shall come back tomorrow morning." Noah watched her vanish into the emerald flames of the fireplace, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. In the fireplace of Spinner's End, green flames finally erupted, and Angelia emerged from the firelight, immediately spotting Severus, who was dozing lightly on the sofa. Hearing the commotion from the fireplace, Severus opened his eyes and regarded Angelia, his gaze gradually clearing. He approached her, hanging her discarded coat aside, and gently enveloped her in his arms. "Are you tired?" In that moment of seeing Severus, Angelia felt all her tension dissipate. Nestling into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his neck, she softly complained, "I'm so exhausted. Today, neither Rogier nor Lena were around, leaving me to handle everything alone." Severus, feeling a pang of sympathy, carried her into the bedroom. Aware of Angelia's slight aversion to dirt, he refrained from placing her directly onto the bed, instead fetching a set of pajamas and taking her into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Angelia emerged, thoroughly refreshed and clad in comfortable sleepwear. She nestled quietly in Severus's arms, her breathing deep and steady, indicating she had already drifted off to sleep. Observing her weary countenance, Severus felt both tender-hearted and helpless. He slipped beneath the covers with her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. In such moments, he could do nothing but silently accompany her. The following morning, when Severus awoke, Angelia had already departed. During this period, she had been exceedingly busy, and he could scarcely recall the sensation of waking up with her in his arms. This lingering resentment began to breed an equal disdain for everyone in the world. Today, Draco received an unprecedented level of special treatment. He was chastised at least 5 times merely for the potion preparation steps, not counting the scorn he received for pilfering snacks. Even Draco, despite his foolishness, sensed Severus's foul mood and treated each step with utmost caution while yearning for Angelia's presence. At least when she was around, Severus would temper his anger. Draco meticulously prepared the ingredients, following the steps to cautiously add them into the cauldron. "Turn on that pitifully small brain of yours. At the very least, you shouldn't add all of the powdered sage at once. If you possessed even a shred of wisdom, you would refrain from introducing the juice of the Maconia grapefruit at this moment. Should you wish to obliterate yourself here, proceed with pouring in the powdered wormwood. Set it down. Fool. That is highly toxic." You haven't even addressed its poisonous nature. The more Draco was scolded, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made, and the more mistakes he made, the more irritable Snape grew. By the end of the class, Snape's face was as dark as a soot-covered pot, while Draco hunched his neck, trembling like a quail. The two emerged from the study, with Lucius ascending the stairs, a teacup in hand. The moment he saw Lucius, Draco pursed his lips, lowering his head in a display of contrition, bracing for another reprimand. However, to Draco's surprise, Snape remained silent, even as he stormed towards the fireplace, his face still brooding. Conversely, Lucius wore a smirk of schadenfreude. "Your godfather hasn't been in the best of moods lately. Try to avoid provoking him," Lucius remarked sympathetically, patting Draco's shoulder. He had heard of the busyness of Angelia in recent days. It was no wonder Snape's temper had flared, having been alone for so long. Draco stared at Lucius in confusion, awaiting further explanation, but Lucius seemed disinclined to elaborate, merely shrugging before retreating to his chamber with his tea. Draco tilted his head in distress, uncertain of Lucius's meaning, yet relieved not to have been scolded. With this thought, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him. He bounced back to his room, retrieved his broomstick, and dashed out to the lawn in the backyard. After all, one must balance work and leisure. Meanwhile, in Carmen Manor, Angelia and Mr. Carmen sat facing one another on the sofa, a delicate box resting on the table between them. Inside lay 23 alchemical rings, 3 of which were neatly arranged atop a sponge holder, while the others were meticulously stacked within the box. In the upper right corner of the box sat a separate container, which Angelia opened to reveal the remaining magical stones. Patrick stood at Angelia's side, having levitated dozens of boxes onto the floor of the parlor. With a flick of his wrist, the boxes opened automatically, revealing a glimmer of golden galleons within. Several house elves appeared beside the boxes, counting the money they had brought. In the Carmen family, the tradition dictated that payment must be made in person, regardless of the amount, and it had to be transported in boxes. The manor employed dedicated house elves to count the money. Even a missing half-galleon would be swiftly accounted for. The house elves worked with remarkable speed, completing the count of all the galleons in mere minutes. One of them stepped forward, bowing and reporting, "Master, the count of 4 million galleons is complete." Mr. Carmen nodded, then turned to Angelia with a smile. "The funds have been verified. You may take the alchemical armor. Should you encounter any issues later, feel free to return to me, but we do not cover losses or damages. This is also a rule of the Carmen family. Any alchemical armor produced by them may be returned if any quality issues arise during use. Should it be confirmed that the problem lies in the craftsmanship of the armor, they have a satisfactory compensation plan in place. However, to date, the alchemical armor from the Carmen family has not encountered any quality issues." Angelina smiled brightly as she rose to bid farewell, taking her suitcase and Patrick with her. Angelia handed over the alchemical armor from the chest to Patrick, instructing him to return it to the cult of the pure, while she herself took a piece of armor designed to suppress the dark mark and a magical stone back to Spider-S Tail Alley. The living room was devoid of company. Angelia carefully concealed the magical stone once more and made her way towards the potion-making chamber. Severus Snape was diligently brewing potions within the laboratory, his demeanor markedly irritable, as evidenced by the tautness of his lips and the deep furrows etched upon his brow, suggesting that an unpleasant incident had transpired. As Angelia pushed the door open, she found Snape intently stirring the contents of his cauldron. She chose not to approach him immediately, opting instead to stand quietly by the door, patiently awaiting the moment he would complete his task. The art of potion making is often susceptible to interruption at critical junctures. Indeed, from the instant Angelia entered, Snape was acutely aware of her presence. All she needed to do was bide her time until he could pause. The liquid within the cauldron began to emit spiraling tendrils of steam, the vibrant purple potion shimmering with an enchanting luster, indicating that it was nearly complete. Snape, with practiced precision, reached for a nearby vial, extinguished the flame, and swiftly transferred the potion into the transparent container, sealing it with a wooden cork. Having accomplished this, he disregarded the untidy workbench and, with a stern expression, strode over to Angelia, enveloping her in his arms. In that instant, filled with her presence, the tension that had knotted within him throughout the morning dissipated, and his demeanor softened at last. Angelia sensed a sudden uplift in his mood, and it was only at this moment that she realized Severus's earlier displeasure appeared to be connected to her. "Severus, what troubles you?" she gently inquired, attempting to tilt her head back to glimpse his face. However, he held her firmly in his embrace, even extending a hand to gently press down on her head, preventing her from moving. Resigned, she ceased her struggle and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest to listen to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Severus tenderly caressed the small head nestled in his arms, and his irritable mood gradually subsided. At last, he released his hold on Angelia and, with his voice returning to its customary gentleness, he asked, "I am fine. What brings you back so early today?" Angelia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she presented the alchemical armor to Snape like a precious treasure. The alchemical armor has been successfully developed. This piece not only suppresses the dark mark but also withstands the power of death itself, and it possesses the functionality of a key. Snape finally allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. "Is it made specifically for me?" Angelia nodded, These are specially crafted for you. We? The smile at the corner of Snape's lips grew softer as he leaned in closer, his deep-set eyes fixating on her lips. Who else? One for you, one for Lucius, and one for Noah. Angelia blinked her beautiful eyes. This way, the three of you can all suppress the dark mark. Is that so? A cryptic wave shimmered in Snape's eyes as he effortlessly slipped the ring onto his finger, gently lifting Angelia's chin to raise her face. Do you have anything else to attend to? Angelia nodded earnestly, acknowledging her busy schedule ahead, a meeting with the Wutsue party, delivering a ring to Lucius, and then. Suddenly, her lips were captured by another's, leaving Angelia momentarily bewildered as she blinked in surprise. Snape's kiss was no longer the gentle caress it once was. The slight sting of his fervent embrace made her acutely aware of his seemingly abrupt shift in mood. The air in her lungs was gradually being siphoned away. And under the tempestuous onslaught, breathing became a distant luxury. Struggling, she pushed against Snape's chest, finally gaining a fleeting moment to draw breath. Yet, before she could steady herself or voice the myriad questions swirling in her mind, another wave of urgency reclaimed her breath. The frantic mingling of their breaths swept away her reason and clarity, and the lack of oxygen left her legs feeling weak. She could scarcely recall when she had been pressed against the door. Snape had released her lips, one arm encircling her waist while the other cradled her face. Their foreheads pressed intimately together. The air was thick with an alluring chill, seemingly the only scent in existence, rendering Angelia incapable of focusing on anything else. She breathed softly against Snape, her thoughts consumed solely by the man before her. With newfound strength, she finally managed to speak, her voice barely a whisper. Are you unhappy? The remnants of Snape's earlier resentment had dissipated along with their shared breaths. He tenderly pecked at her overly flushed lips, his tone returning to its familiar gentleness. Much better. Angelia cast a playful glance at him, one that bore no trace of reproach, but rather resembled an invitation. Snape's Adam's apple instinctively bobbed, his dark, inscrutable eyes seemingly brewing a tempest within. Sensing that Snape was about to draw closer, Angelia promptly covered his lips with her hand, her gaze shimmering with a captivating allure, which only deepened Snape's furrowed brow in agitation. I still need to return to the pure blood party. Angelia shot him a resentful look. Please, restrain yourself. The voice of the man before her, soft and feline, was beguiling, though she remained blissfully unaware of its effect. Snape leaned in, enveloping her entirely in his presence. Then return early tonight, he murmured, his low voice laced with warmth, sending a flush from her earlobe to the corners of her eyes. Her already luminous gaze now shimmered with a misty allure, intoxicating yet unrecognized. Snape lowered his eyes and pressed a kiss to her ear, eliciting a soft whimper from her as she turned her head away. Realizing the shift in her demeanor, he let out a resigned sigh, gently covering Angelia's eyes with his hand. Stay still, let me hold you for a moment. Angelia obediently nestled in his embrace, her vision obscured by a hand, leaving her enveloped in darkness. She blinked, feeling disoriented. The gentle brushing of her eyelashes against his palm caused Snape to draw in a shallow breath, and he coldly admonished her, do not blink. Oh, Angelia pouted in distress, suppressing any further movement, despite being the one who had scolded her. Snape could not help but feel a pang of compassion at the sight of her pressed lips. He could almost envision her eyes, concealed beneath his palm, slightly drooping, with her elegantly arched brows knitted in a look of vulnerability. The atmosphere seemed to grow more stifling, and Snape clenched his teeth, reluctantly releasing Angelia and stepping back a few paces. Return to the meeting, he instructed, turning away to the potion-making table, deliberately averting his gaze from her. Severus? Angelia blinked in confusion. Snape, gritting his teeth, managed to squeeze out a terse warning. If you do not leave now, you shall not return. Angelia innocently tilted her head, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and turned to leave the room. The crackling of flames echoed from the fireplace as Snape sat in his chair, helplessly massaging his temples, waiting for his tumultuous thoughts to settle. Meanwhile, Angelia stepped into the fireplace, a sly smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief, completely shedding any semblance of the innocent little rabbit she had portrayed. With such a captivating allure, it seemed she would need to return home early that evening. Angelia gracefully stepped away from the fireplace and instructed the bowing guard beside her, please inform Shaolin, Patrick, Maury, Rogier, and Lena to convene in the meeting room. After delivering her command, she proceeded directly into the meeting room. Before long, everyone had gathered. Patrick took a few steps forward and placed a box beside Angelia before returning to his seat. Tomorrow, I shall lead a team to Tanai Long, Angelia announced. opening the box at her side to reveal two special alchemical armors, then push the remaining contents towards Shaolin. Distribute these alchemical armors to those accompanying me. The journey to Tanai Long is exceedingly perilous. The selection of personnel must be meticulous. Understood, Shaolin replied promptly, bowing in acknowledgement. Angelia shifted her gaze towards Mori, who was seated beside her. How is business faring lately? The potion shop is thriving remarkably well, Mori replied. The prices of beauty potions have soared, yet the demand remains unparalleled. We are receiving numerous requests for custom potions, and while we have recruited several potion masters, we still find ourselves somewhat understaffed. At the mention of potions, Angelia instinctively thought of Snape. However, she was aware that he had recently been engrossed in a new potion research project, leaving him little time to assist with brewing. Thus, she merely remarked, perhaps we should recruit additional help or entice some skilled potion makers from other shops with generous offers. Angelia raised an eyebrow and looked at Mori, stating that if they could not excavate them, they should constrict their living space, seize their business, and render them incapable of continuing operations. Thus, the master of potions would naturally gravitate towards the side offering higher salaries and better prospects. Mori, well-versed in the affairs of commerce, understood this strategy. It was the very solution he had contemplated, albeit hesitantly, fearing that Angelia might have other considerations that restrained him from being too aggressive. Now that he had received Angelia's approval, he readily acquiesced. Patrick. Angelia couldn't help but rub her forehead. The recent endeavor of crafting alchemical armor had nearly depleted her resources, leading to a reflexive headache upon seeing Patrick. She advised him to be frugal with the expenditures of the sorcerer's party during this period, as they might need to procure a substantial batch of alchemical armor later and must ensure ample financial support. Patrick pondered their remaining 1 million gold gallons in the account and nodded in agreement. Rogier, Lena. Angelia turned her gaze towards them, declaring that all matters within the sorcerer's party during this time would be decided by them, and instructed to send additional personnel to monitor the situation in Numengard, ensuring that the soul artifact matters were also pursued diligently. Understood. That will be all. Let us disperse, she concluded. Shaolin, prepare for our next steps. Angelia clenched the 2 rings in her palm and remarked softly before rising to leave the conference room. Noah's room was on the 2nd floor, and as Angelia approached, she found him seated, engrossed in a tome on the origins of dark magic. The door was ajar, and upon knocking gently, Noah looked up from his book, his initial confusion transforming into delight the moment their eyes met. Sister, he exclaimed, setting aside his reading and approaching with a beaming smile. What brings you here today? The inexplicably healing smile on his face elicited a gentle smile from Angelia as well. She produced an alchemical ring, cradling it in her palm as she extended it towards him, her tone markedly softer than during the meeting. The alchemical armor is complete. Now you can venture out. Noah's surprise intensified as he readily accepted the ring, sliding it onto his finger and beaming with an even sweeter smile. Thank you, sister. The instant the ring adorned his finger, he distinctly felt a coolness coursing through his left arm. This refreshing sensation flowed along his fingers until it coiled and settled at the location of the dark mark. Noah rolled up his sleeve, revealing that the once hideous mark on his left arm was now pristine, devoid of any unsightly scars. Seeing the dark mark vanish from his arm brought a glimmer of joy to Angelia's face. She affectionately tousled Noah's hair and softly reassured him. Now, Voldemort will not be able to find you. Having become familiar with Shaolin in recent days, Noah gazed up at Angelia with unspoken anticipation in his eyes. Does that mean I can go find Shaolin to take on missions? Angelia hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, but do ensure your safety. I will be cautious, thank you, sister, Noah replied, his face lighting up with a sweet, obedient smile. After attending to matters concerning the Wraith Party, Angelia transformed back into her 11-year-old self and made her way to Malfoy Manor. The drawing room was empty, and as Angelia stood before the fireplace, preparing to step inside, the flames at her feet suddenly flared with intensity. Lucius materialized unexpectedly within the emerald flames, inadvertently sending Angelia tumbling out of the hearth. Before Angelia could comprehend the situation, she was knocked off her feet, landing on the floor of the living room while clutching her forehead. Her pair of azure eyes gazed blankly at Lucius. Lucius, observing Angelia seated on the ground, momentarily experienced a lapse in cognition. Had he inadvertently collided with her upon his return? Why was she positioned within the confines of the fireplace? Just then, Draco and Narcissa, having heard the commotion, descended the staircase to witness the bewildering scene of Angelia and Lucius. both caught in a daze, one seated on the floor and the other standing in the fireplace, mirroring their own confusion as they had just come down. It was Narcissa who first regained her composure. She swiftly approached and lifted the seated Angelia, brushing off the dust from her attire, and gently guided her to the sofa. Draco hurried over, sitting beside Angelia, and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? How did you end up on the floor?" Angelia finally regained her composure, a resigned smile gracing her lips. "I collided with Uncle Lucius by the fireplace." Lucius emerged from the hearth, brandishing his wand to refresh himself, effectively removing the soot that clung to him, and with a flick of his wrist, he cast a cleansing charm on Angelia as well. "Now tidy." Angelia eagerly looked up at Lucius. "Uncle Lucius, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Lucius glanced at Draco, who sat beside Angelia, looking bewildered, and gently said, "Come with me to the study." With that, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. Draco gazed at Angelia with a hint of disappointment reflected in his gray eyes. Noticing his forlorn expression, Angelia comfortingly ruffled his hair. "I will be down shortly." The spark of anticipation reignited in his eyes, while Narcissa, observing her foolish son, averted her gaze in exasperation. Upon entering the study, Lucius had already shed his outer robe and seated himself in a nearby chair, holding 2 sheets of parchment that seemed to contain troubling news, causing his brow to furrow slightly. As Angelia entered, Lucius set aside the papers and offered a faint smile. "What brings you here?" "This is for you." Angelia produced the final piece of alchemical armor and handed it to him. "This will help suppress the dark mark, and it also possesses defensive capabilities and functions as a key." Lucius accepted the ring and slipped it onto his finger. A wave of coolness washed over him, and he rolled up his sleeve in astonishment as the dark mark on his left arm vanished. "With this, Voldemort will no longer be able to summon you through the dark mark, nor sense your presence." Angelia regarded his now unblemished arm with satisfaction. This alchemical armor can defend against the powers of death and magic, due to the unique materials used in its creation and its specific purpose. Its functions must remain strictly confidential. It should only present itself as an ordinary key and magical defense. Lucius immediately understood her implication. The dissemination of knowledge regarding its ability to suppress the dark mark or defend against death's power would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil if it fell into the wrong hands. "Rest assured, I shall keep it secret." Lucius raised an eyebrow and extended his right hand. "Shall I swear an unbreakable oath?" "No need." Angelia rolled her eyes. "There may be some disturbances in the near future. Try to avoid going out. If you must, ensure you wear the alchemical armor. Hogwarts begins in half a month. Do not let Draco venture out to play again." "I understand." Lucius nodded thoughtfully, then recalled another matter. "When do you plan to go to Tainalorn?" "Tomorrow," Angelia replied, pressing her lips together. "I do not know how long this visit will take. The tranquility of the magical world may very well be shattered henceforth." Lucius furrowed his brow as he gazed at her, but Angelia did not wait for him to inquire further. She spoke impulsively. "Voldemort may have returned." "What? How can this be?" Lucius exclaimed, startled, causing him to inadvertently knock over the teacup beside him. The delicate white porcelain vessel tumbled to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces, while the clear, reddish-brown tea spilled onto the floor, saturating a small section of the brown wooden flooring. Angelia lifted her gaze to his somewhat panicked face, her expression gradually deepening in contemplation. "Perhaps that enigmatic figure has indeed succeeded. This time, I must ascertain the true circumstances within Tainal." Angelia lowered her eyes and murmured, "Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Lucius was acutely aware of the significance of this journey to Tainal. Yet he could not suppress his concerns. "There are too many uncertainties in Tainal. This expedition is exceedingly perilous." Angelia raised her lips in a soothing smile. "If we can discern their true nature, our subsequent actions will be considerably smoother. This risk is certainly worth my endeavor to explore." Lucius let out a soft sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. By the time Angelia and Lucius emerged from the study, half an hour had already elapsed. As soon as Angelia opened the door, she spotted Draco crouched against the wall, peeking over with curiosity. Upon seeing the two, Draco promptly withdrew his head and, feigning surprise, dashed over. "Angelia, have you finished your discussion? Come quickly. I've discovered something fascinating." Lucius, unable to bear Draco's exaggerated antics and the foolish expression plastered on his face, turned his gaze away in discomfort. Before Angelia could respond, she was abruptly pulled away and brought to Draco's chamber. The predominant hues here were silver and green, reminiscent of the Slytherin dormitory at first glance. The deep green velvet curtains were neatly gathered at the window, while a layer of silver gauze fluttered gently with the soft breeze from outside. The emerald satin bedspread was adorned with a colossal Malfoy family crest, and 2 silver pillows were meticulously placed at the head of the bed, each embellished with diminutive Malfoy insignias. Draco seated Angelia on the plush, dark green carpet, casually retrieving a box from nearby and cautiously handing it to her. "Open it. But be careful," he urged, his gaze unwavering on her hands, his voice a steady reminder that successfully piqued Angelia's curiosity. It was rare for Draco to exhibit such concern. The last time she had seen him this anxious was when she held the new broomstick he had recently purchased. Angelia cautiously lifted the lid, and a searing flame erupted towards her. With swift reflexes, she averted her gaze and sidestepped, successfully evading the sudden onslaught. As the fire dissipated, Angelia tentatively peered back inside, only to discover that the box contained 2 diminutive dragons. Angelia gazed at Draco in astonishment, her delicate fingers pointing at the box and then at him, her cerulean eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this the dragon you have raised?" After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her voice, whispering her inquiry. When she uttered the word dragon, she barely formed the syllables, producing no sound at all. Draco pressed his lips together and shook his head, replying, "It is merely a model." Angelia let out a sigh of relief. Keeping a dragon as a pet is illegal, and she had no intention of visiting Azkaban for him. However, with the Ministry of Magic now nearly under her control, acquiring a genuine dragon to raise might not be such a daunting task after all. Yet, Angelia glanced at Draco, who was nearly her height, and dismissed the thought. "What do you think? Isn't it splendid?" Draco proudly lifted his chin. "This was custom-made by a renowned alchemist. It is the only one of its kind in the entire wizarding world. Indeed, it was exquisitely crafted." Angelia reached out to poke the dragon in the box, which had just breathed fire at her. It angrily opened its mouth to huff, but could only exhale a few puffs of black smoke instead of any flames. Angelia found it amusing and pressed her index finger against the small dragon's head, applying a bit of force to push it back. The little dragon, feeling provoked, pushed back against her strength. Draco, curious, reached out to poke another small dragon nestled in the corner, but it showed no interest in him, turning away to lie down with its back to him. Growing somewhat irritated, Draco prodded its back, attempting to coax it into turning around, yet the little dragon flicked its tail impatiently, as if to swat away Draco's probing fingers. Angelia chuckled softly, a sound that caused Draco's ears to flush a deep crimson. Embarrassed and vexed, he reached out to seize the insolent little dragon. However, before his fingers could make contact, the creature seemed to anticipate his intent, swiftly pivoting to exhale a puff of breath in his direction. Draco, caught off guard, found his pale fingers engulfed in flames in an instant. Angelia was taken aback and promptly placed the box she held upon the ground. With one hand, she grasped Draco's hand, while with the other, she delved into her pocket to retrieve her wand, intending to tend to his wounds. However, before she could extract her wand, she noticed that her hand before her remained pale and delicate, devoid of any trace of the fiery burns. Angelia's hands were soft and warm. Draco pressed his lips together, a faint blush tinting the tips of his ears. "It's nothing," he said. "This flame is merely an illusion and cannot inflict any harm." Angelia let out a sigh of relief, releasing Draco's hand, and cast him a resentful glance. The warm sensation in her grasp vanished, leaving Draco with a lingering sense of longing as he clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Angelia resumed her playful interaction with the lively dragon nestled in the box. Her delicate fingertips gently rested upon the dragon's head, occasionally bestowing tender caresses that softened the creature's demeanor. In that moment, Draco found himself unexpectedly envious of the dragon. Angelia and the dragon were reveling in their joyful play, and within a brief span, the creature had ceased its intimidating huffs and fiery breaths. Instead, it engaged in delightful games of touch and chase with Angelia. Draco's gaze was fixated on the delicate profile of Angelia. Her soft pink lips curved into a gentle arc, and her porcelain skin, illuminated by the radiant sunlight streaming through the window, appeared almost translucent. Wisps of golden hair cascaded down either side of her face, adding an extra touch of tenderness to her demeanor. Meanwhile, the dragon in the box continued to frolic with exuberance, yet Draco found himself unable to divert his attention for the first time. He realized that there existed something in this world that captivated him even more than dragons. In the Honeyduke shop, the proprietor stood behind the counter, ringing up customers while discreetly observing the 2 hooded figures who were systematically raiding the candy shelves. Ever since the Ministry of Magic publicly declared Voldemort's return, the number of patrons had dwindled significantly, Yet many still frequented the shop as before. They either had a clear target in mind or leisurely meandered through the aisles. However, the shopkeeper had never encountered such peculiar customers. He shook his head, intensifying his scrutiny of the two cloaked individuals, his grip on his wand tightening subtly. Upon entering the shop, the two made a beeline for the end of the shelves. One held open a bag, while the other scooped candies from a box, pouring its contents into the bag without a flicker of expression. Mechanically, they repeated this action, traversing every corner of the store and neglecting no shelf. The shopkeeper observed the now barren shelves, nervously swallowing as he tightened his grip on his wand. He had heard that Death Eaters often donned masks during their escapades. Although these two wore dark robes, they bore no masks, leading him to believe they could not be Death Eaters. Moreover, considering his establishment was merely a small candy shop, it seemed improbable that Death Eaters would target it for a heist. What use would they have for mere sweets? The shopkeeper struggled to comprehend their intentions, yet remained vigilant, intent on watching their actions. On one hand, he was wary of them potentially turning hostile. On the other, he feared they might suddenly flee with their haul without settling the bill. The two individuals paid no heed to the quantity of candies left on the shelves, nor the prices labeled, regardless of whether a box was full or nearly empty. And irrespective of whether the prices were reasonable, they swept every candy into their bags with haste. The proprietor yearned to restock the shelves. If they were indeed there to purchase sweets, he could profit handsomely, perhaps even allowing him to close shop for a few months should circumstances become perilous. Yet, he remained apprehensive that the two were plotting something sinister, perhaps planning to seize the candies and escape, or something else entirely. After much contemplation, the shopkeeper resolved to maintain the status quo, standing still and quietly observing the unfolding events. The sales of the fizzing honey candies had always been robust, and prior to the duo's arrival, the shelves had already been depleted. The figure in the black robe responsible for pouring the candies furrowed his brow and surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the shopkeeper. "Pray tell, what was originally contained within this?" he inquired, gesturing with the box in his hand. The shopkeeper immediately donned a business smile, responding, "It is the ZZ honey candy. If you wish, I can fetch some from the storeroom to replenish the stock. This particular variety has always sold remarkably well." The black-robed man nodded in acknowledgement and uttered a brief thank you, bypassing the empty box to pour from another. The shopkeeper then turned to the warehouse staff tasked with restocking the shelves, calling out, "The ZZ honey candy is sold out. Hurry and replenish the supply." A muffled response echoed from the storeroom. Upon hearing the reply, the shopkeeper returned his attention to the two individuals, observing their actions with keen interest. The ZZ honey candy was soon retrieved. The black-robed man accepted the box without a glance, depositing it into his bag before continuing to fill it with more candies from the shelves. The staff member responsible for restocking glanced at the 5 or 6 emptied shelves with a hint of dissatisfaction before retreating to the storeroom to replenish the inventory piece by piece. Thus, after diligently laboring for over 20 minutes, the two men finally managed to fill the bag with every type of candy available in the shop. The bag appeared to have been enchanted with an invisible stretching spell. It still looked no larger than 2 books, yet contained an entire room's worth of confectionery. With all the shelves emptied, the two black-robed figures straightened up, exhaling a sigh of relief. The one dragging the bag produced his wand from his pocket. The shopkeeper, now drenched in cold sweat, reacted swiftly by drawing his own wand, pointing it at them, only to realize that the individual merely employed a levitation charm to elevate the bag and present it to him. The bag thudded onto the counter with a resounding thump, the wooden surface bending under the weight. However, the shopkeeper dared not move, in the instant he had drawn his wand. The black-robed figure had already pressed the tip of his wand against the shopkeeper's neck. The shopkeeper failed to discern how he had maneuvered to stand before him, but he was now acutely aware of his blunder and the stark reality that he was no match for these two. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, he could only watch helplessly, especially since they were clearly prepared to settle their bill. Misunderstanding. My apologies." The shopkeeper quickly withdrew his wand, raising both hands in surrender. "I sincerely apologize. I've recently heard whispers of a mysterious figure making a resurgence, and I may have been overly anxious." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him for a moment before retracting his wand and coldly commanding, "Pay." Yes, just a moment," the shopkeeper stammered. The shopkeeper grasped a nearby cloth and hastily wiped the sweat from his brow, then turned to summon 2 attendants. Together, the trio opened the bag and began to tally the multitude of candies within. The assortment of types and quantities was overwhelming. and they toiled for over half an hour before completing the count. During this time, the two figures cloaked in black stood silently at the counter, not uttering a single word. With the confirmed total in hand, the shopkeeper meticulously cross-referenced the quantity with the price list, calculating the costs item by item, and applying the promotional discounts before he finally stammered, "Gentlemen, the total comes to 1,300 gold gallons." The expressionless black-clad figure withdrew 13 coin pouches from his attire and tossed them onto the counter, regarding the shopkeeper with a cold stare. Trembling with fear, the shopkeeper steeled himself to open the pouches and count the contents. Each pouch contained 100 gold gallons, totaling exactly 1,300. Upon concluding the count, the shopkeeper plastered a smile on his face, fawningly declaring, "That will be 1,300 gold gallons. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two figures in black vanished with the candies. The shopkeeper collapsed into the chair behind him, finally realizing that his legs had gone weak from fright. The two cloaked figures made their way directly to Noseless. Prior to their arrival, Shallan had informed them how to access Noseless, leading them to halt beside an abandoned hearth, the closest point to their destination. "Is this the place?" one of the black-robed figures inquired, surveying the surroundings while recalling Shallan's earlier instructions. The other figure crouched down and extracted a loose brick from the hearth, revealing a small box of flue powder within. "Flue powder is here. This must be the spot." He took 2 handfuls of the powder, offering one to his companion. "What shall we do with the candies?" The first black-robed figure glanced at the levitating bag, held aloft by their wands. "Set it on the ground and grasp it," the second figure coldly urged. Without further delay, they disappeared into the hearth, completely oblivious to a pair of hidden eyes that observed their every move. By the time Angelia returned to Spinner's End, the afternoon had already settled in. Severus Snape was seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a tome on potions, when a sudden flash of emerald flames captured his attention. As he lifted his dark eyes, a petite figure had already leapt into his embrace. "How have you reverted to 11 years old?" Snape mused, ruffling the delicate, gold-hued hair before him. "Just returned from the Malfoys?" "Indeed," Angelia replied, her eyes radiating warmth. "I spent some time playing with Draco. He had a dragon model custom-made, astonishingly lifelike. We played for quite a while." Angelia concealed her head within Snape's chest, rendering her cunning glint invisible to him, as he unwittingly fell into her meticulously devised trap. "Is it so?" His deep voice was a blend of inscrutable emotions, while the arms encircling him tightened suddenly. A triumphant smile flickered at the corners of Angelia's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by an innocent facade. "What is the matter?" Struggling, Angelia lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes. "Are you not happy?" "Not at all," Snape replied, his gaze fixed on her seemingly pure eyes. A smirk played upon his lips as if he had seen through an unspoken truth. "This bond of friendship, forged from our shared upbringing, must be cherished." He placed particular emphasis on the phrase shared upbringing. Angelia immediately furrowed her delicate brow in distress. Draco remained oblivious to her true identity. If he were to discover that she was, in fact, an adult and the beloved of his godfather, he might sever their ties without hesitation. Severus initially intended to chastise her, but upon witnessing her genuine sorrow, a sudden wave of jealousy washed over him. For nearly 11 years, Angelia had been inseparable from Potter and Draco, and their bond was undeniably profound. Potter, however, need not be concerned. He was astute enough to have likely sensed something during their Christmas holiday at Malfoy Manor. Moreover, he harbored no romantic feelings for Angelia and would not succumb to jealousy over a childhood friendship. It was Draco who posed a greater concern. Severus cast his gaze down at the soft, golden head nestled in his arms, unable to resist the urge to gently tousle her hair. Introduction. Greetings. I am the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord. I have 2 predecessors, Grindelwald and Tom. The first Dark Lord was indeed formidable, guiding me onto this illustrious path. The second, the noseless fellow, initially displayed great potential, but eventually faltered. It was he who solidified my ambition to become a truly great Dark Lord, with the determination to surpass him.